the first thing I did after becoming a zombie was to collect baby formula and diapers because I had adopted a human baby girl. What I didn't expect was that this baby was actually the reincarnation of the human Empress. In her previous life, she fought across the lands, enduring countless life and death trials and slaying numerous powerful foes from other races. Ultimately, she died in battle at the hands of the reconstituted Mother Empress after undergoing tribulations. Now, she has been reborn back to the early apocalypse 50 years ago, only to find herself turned into a baby. Right after I crossed over, I was attacked by zombies. When I opened my eyes again, I discovered I had become a bloodthirsty zombie but still retained my human consciousness, relying on gnawing frozen meat from the fridge to alleviate my hunger. Just as I was going to search for food as usual, I found a baby about 5 or 6 months old in this room. Inside the room, I could see many children's toys and clothes, and there was spoiled milk on the bedside table. However, the blood in the living room seemed to indicate that the little one's parents had likely met with misfortune. At that moment, Jirushua felt a mix of sorrow and helplessness. She never expected that after her hard-earned rebirth, she would be greeted not by joyful parents but by terrifying, bloodthirsty zombies. In her previous life, she could destroy her enemies with a mere flick of her finger, but now she was just a helpless baby. Having not eaten for a long time and overwhelmed by fear, Jirushua fainted from the physiological terror and hunger. Looking at the quiet little one who wasn't crying or making a fuss, I wondered if I looked that terrifying. Would I scare her to death? I quickly reached out to check for breath and was relieved to find she was still breathing. As I gazed at this small life still breathing in the crib, many emotions flashed through my heart. Perhaps this little one is destined to survive, but she shouldn't have been born into such a terrifying apocalypse. This baby must have been hungry for a long time, unable to even cry out due to hunger. I felt an inexplicable pang of pity. In a way, I was just like this baby, brought into this strange world and unfortunately facing the apocalypse and the zombie crisis. Thus, I made up my mind to raise this little one. At least in this desolate world, I would finally have a companion. Even though I had been infected and turned into a zombie, I never considered myself a bloodthirsty monster. It dawned on me that the owner of this house had been dead for at least 2 days, and this little one hadn't eaten for a long time either. I needed to get her some milk. A baby of 7 or 8 months is too small to digest other food and can only drink milk. The can of baby formula on the bedside table was already empty, so I had to go out to search for more. After leaving the bedroom, I closed the door again and moved the heavy sofa in the living room to block the bedroom door securely. Then I went to the kitchen, but there was no food at all. It made sense, the zombie outbreak had been a month ago, and all the food must have been consumed. Perhaps the little one's parents had gone out looking for food when something happened to them. Helpless, I could only check the upper floors. When I reached the 5th floor, I smashed the door lock with a crowbar and pried open a security door. What I saw inside left me stunned. There was a female zombie in the room, her white dress stained red with blood. Hearing the noise, she quickly rushed toward the door, but upon seeing her kind outside, she hesitated. Entering the room, I saw the living room floor was covered in blood, and there was a human skeleton about a meter in size. Clearly, after the outbreak, the hostess had turned into a zombie, and the child she loved most in life had become food in her belly. I stood there for a long time, lost in silence, thinking about the little one I had just seen. If that baby hadn't been locked in the bedroom, her fate would have likely been the same. Perhaps in this misfortune, the little one was lucky. Although she was born into this apocalypse, at least she encountered me, a zombie who doesn't eat people. Then I went to the kitchen and finally found 2 unopened cans of baby formula and discovered 2 pounds of fresh meat that hadn't spoiled. The owner of this house must have become a zombie at the beginning of the apocalypse, which is why there was still food left. I packed these into my backpack and looked at the zombie still wandering at the door. After a moment of silence, I approached from behind and pierced the zombie's head with the crowbar, granting it a final release. Fainting, Jirushua felt a sweet aroma flooding her mouth, and the rich scent of milk made her momentarily intoxicated. At the same time, her long hungry body instinctively began to suckle at the long-lost sweetness. With a bit of energy replenished, Jirushua finally managed to open her eyes with difficulty and was astonished to discover that she had not died at the hands of a zombie. Even more outrageous was that a terrifying zombie was feeding her with a spoon. Am I dreaming, or have I starved myself into hallucinations? She looked incredulously at the zombie before her, which seemed to act like a caregiver. In Jirushua's memories from her previous life, all zombies were mindless creatures that only craved blood. After the outbreak, many of Jirushua's friends and companions had died at the hands of zombies, and she herself had dealt with numerous companions who lost their sanity after being bitten. So, when she first saw a zombie, she knew her fate was grim. These bloodthirsty monsters wouldn't spare her just because she was a baby. Yet, unexpectedly, she wasn't being eaten. This zombie was feeding her. Could it be that this zombie planned to raise her before devouring her? As I fed the little one, I saw her open her eyes again, and I felt a wave of relief. No way, can this little body drink so much? I instinctively said this, only to forget that I was now a zombie and could hardly speak, only able to emit a few muffled growls. This startled Ji Rushue. Oh no, this guy really wants to feed me until I'm full before going online. Just as she had relaxed, the sound of the zombie's growl made her tense up again. Just as she braced herself for a bite, she noticed the zombie turned and left. Soon after, Ji Rushue heard the sound of something stirring. Before long, I brought over a bowl of fresh milk powder. Ji Rushue was a bit stunned. It was the first time he encountered something so strange. Although he still felt some fear and worry, his body instinctively began to drink. I mixed 3 bowls of milk powder in total, and finally managed to fill him up. Looking at the milk stains at the corners of his mouth, I could sense his lingering desire for more. This little guy sure eats a lot. Even though I've never been married or raised a child, I know that a baby this small shouldn't be eating this much. It seems that if I want to adopt this little one, the pressure on me will increase significantly. Now I understand why many of my colleagues in my past life worked so hard. They were trying to earn some milk money. Raising kids is truly not easy. But fortunately, since it's the apocalypse now, I can freely scavenge without worrying about financial limitations. I guess I'll need to bring back more milk powder when searching for supplies in the future. This little one might end up needing even more food. Plus, milk powder is usually sealed and can be stored for a long time. After eating and drinking to his fill, Ji Rushue lay comfortably in the crib, looking utterly content. After being hungry for so long, Ji Rushue finally had some milk, which felt just as good as fine wine to him. He looked at me curiously. It was his first time witnessing something so bizarre. A zombie, typically bloodthirsty and devouring flesh everywhere, was actually resisting its impulse to attack him. Not only that, but it was also mixing milk powder and feeding itself with a spoon. How absurd. In his past life, Ji Rushue had experienced the entire apocalypse and had survived till the end, overcoming numerous dangers and challenges to become an extraordinary empress. As a legendary empress, he had seen all kinds of zombies, and he couldn't even count how many he had defeated. Although zombies evolve over time and may eventually develop intelligence, that wasn't something happening right now. The zombie in front of him had a very weak aura. It was clearly a low-level zombie that had just recently transformed. Such zombies were everywhere, having turned after being infected by the zombie virus, and this level of zombie could never awaken intelligence. They were merely a group of bloodthirsty beasts acting on instinct. Ji Rushue pondered over this zombie, truly unable to comprehend the situation. However, as an extraordinary empress, he had faced various life and death crises before. Even now, facing a zombie, he didn't panic too much. After all, for some reason, this zombie seemed to have no intention of eating him, at least for the time being. So, there was no need for excessive worry. Even if the zombie did want to attack, he had already filled his belly before dying, thus making it a bittersweet end, not dying of hunger in the crib. This was not an unworthy end for the name of an empress. As these thoughts lingered, Ji Rushue felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. After days of hunger and fear, his nerves were finally beginning to relax now that he was full. Ji Rushue's eyes gradually closed, and he finally succumbed to deep sleep. I looked at the adorable baby I had personally fed, saving her young life, and felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Watching her peacefully lying in the crib, I felt warmth in my heart. From now on, in this city overrun by zombies, I would no longer be alone. Little one, we share the same plight. Having just arrived in this strange world, we encountered the zombie crisis together. Don't worry, I will take good care of you. Ji Rushue slept extremely soundly, not knowing why. Despite having a bloodthirsty zombie standing beside him, he felt completely at ease. He had no idea how long he had slept. It felt as if he was floating in midair. It turned out that the zombie had picked him up. The continuous strange actions of this zombie left Ji Rushue increasingly confused, but at that moment, he was more concerned about where the zombie intended to take him. I cradled the baby in my arms and left the room. The place where I had fainted during the zombie outbreak was an old residential complex with 7 floors and no elevator, so I decided to move to the 7th floor. The night before, I had already cleared out all the remaining zombies in the stairwell. Upon reaching the 7th floor, I placed Ji Rushue in the bedroom I had prepared in advance. This was the top floor, which could effectively isolate smells and sounds, making it a relatively safe place for now. In front of this baby, I instinctively wanted to reclaim my former self as a human, so I decided to make this room our home. I needed to gradually return to human life. The room, which had been covered in dust, had been cleaned up beforehand. Most importantly, I discovered many baby clothes, diapers, bottles, and toys in the room, indicating that the previous owner likely had a child, and they probably fled in a hurry after the outbreak. Standing by the window, gazing at the dilapidated view outside, I stretched lazily. Perhaps because of this baby, I felt a surge of motivation and hope, even when looking at the devastated world outside. I then took out a diaper, preparing to change Jirushue into a dry, absorbent one. This was truly one of humanity's great inventions. At that moment, Jirushue felt a tingle on his scalp. Being fed by a zombie was one thing, but now he was being changed into a diaper, a uniquely human invention that differed from the instinctual act of feeding. It couldn't be changed merely by instinct. At that moment, an astonishing thought suddenly crossed Jirushue's mind. Could this zombie retain human consciousness? He recalled his first encounter with this zombie. While other zombies only knew to bang on doors or claw at them, this one first turned the doorknob. That meant it originally knew how to open doors. Since the bedroom was locked, it used a crowbar to pry the lock open. Jirushue had been too hungry and terrified to notice this before, but now, in hindsight, it seemed strange. When had a zombie ever used a crowbar? Furthermore, this zombie not only refrained from directly devouring him but had also mixed milk powder and fed itself, which completely defied logic. It even changed diapers today. Was there anything more absurd than this? At this moment, Jirushue was extremely excited, as if he had discovered a new world. But hold on, this zombie didn't look like a female at all. How could an empress be changed by a male zombie? Jirushue's eyes widened as he finally came to realize. Realizing that she had just been exposed, Jirushue's emotions became extremely agitated. After all, in her past life, she had never even held a man's hand. Even in the apocalypse, she had never had any intimate contact with the opposite sex. She never expected that her life of purity would be shattered by a diaper. Jirushue felt a mix of emotions, wanting to cry but unable to. She couldn't believe how unfortunate she had become after being reborn. Did this zombie see her as a daughter? At this thought, her heart sank, and her mind involuntarily conjured a tragic story. Perhaps this zombie had once had a beloved daughter before the apocalypse, but in a world where human life was as insignificant as grass, facing the bloodthirsty hordes of zombies, survival was nearly impossible for ordinary people. Most likely, this zombie's daughter had died after the outbreak began, and his mind was still consumed with thoughts of her. That transcendent bond of love, beyond life and death, led this bloodthirsty zombie to see her as a daughter, which is why it showed a tenderness unlike other zombies upon seeing her. Everything this zombie did for her was reminiscent of the things he once did for his own daughter. Even after becoming a zombie, he still couldn't let go of her memory, which touched Jirushue's heart. She also felt a pang of pity for him, imagining a human who once had a happy family. Suddenly facing the apocalypse, everything familiar around him had changed. He had become a bloodthirsty zombie and lost his most beloved family. The saddest part was that after losing everything, this zombie still retained human consciousness. He was clearly dead yet continued to live in pain, wandering alone in a ravaged, desolate city, surrounded by zombies, with no one to truly connect with. Because he retained human consciousness, he couldn't allow himself to live each day like other zombies, merely satisfying his bloodthirst. Yet because he had become a zombie, he could no longer integrate into human society. He could only watch as those familiar beings raised weapons against him, their eyes filled with disgust and hatred. Whether among zombies or humans, he had lost his place, feeling like the loneliest person in the world, drifting outside of it. This world was vast and empty, yet he couldn't find a single companion. Such an experience of wandering alone in the world could make life feel worse than death. Jirushue looked at the zombie in front of him and sighed inwardly. Before becoming an empress of humanity, he had been a simple, kind girl, with her own soft side inside. Since you take me as your daughter, I hereby declare, you are now the local zombie dad. After tidying up the room, the next issue to consider was food storage. Previously, I had been gnawing on frozen meat from stores, but that wouldn't work now. The little one was still very young. I had to consider many things. The small amount of milk powder I brought back wouldn't be enough for him, especially since he could drink 3 large bowls at once. His appetite was extraordinary. Moreover, once he was weaned, he would need other types of food. Therefore, I planned to stock up on more food in our little nest. Glancing outside, it was still daytime, so I decided to lie down on the sofa. After all, I was now a zombie. Although the zombies on the streets ignored me, I was more worried about the survivors hiding in the shadows. If I went out during the day to search for supplies and was spotted by a lurking survivor, it might raise suspicions. If it only drew attention, that would be fine, but I feared that both my hideout and the little one would be exposed in this apocalyptic world. Humans weren't much safer than zombies. Before long, the sun set, and darkness enveloped the city. Before leaving, I blocked the stairwell on the 7th floor. Moreover, the zombies in this building had been completely cleared out, and outside zombies usually wouldn't bother climbing stairs. The little one was still young, and he shouldn't make too much noise in the room. However, I did this partly to guard against zombies and partly to be wary of humans. Ever since transforming into a zombie, I had been living in a store for a month, seeing many tragic scenes through the window after the apocalypse collapsed. At first, in the face of the crisis, most people managed to remain calm and kind. But as death became more rampant and food shortages loomed, the darker side of humanity began to surface. Many of the kindest and most helpful people had perished at the hands of zombies early on. I still remembered hearing women's cries on the streets just days after the outbreak began. One could easily imagine what had happened. After about half a month, the city began to experience water and power outages. Some even resorted to trading flesh for food, pushing their companions toward zombies just to survive. Exchanging their own for survival became commonplace in this apocalypse. I even witnessed some survivor groups, driven mad by hunger, daring not to confront the bloodthirsty zombies but instead turning their knives on their own companions. Even after turning into a zombie, facing the urge to kill, I still restrained myself from hunting humans, yet some who were still alive had already begun to turn on each other. They resorted to eating their own companions. These people had lost the most basic humanity and could hardly be called human. They even spared no children. If they discovered the little one, the consequences would be unimaginable. They would do anything for a bite to eat. Not long after, I packed a large amount of food into my backpack and carried the rest in my arms. If any survivor had night vision goggles at that moment, they would witness a bizarre scene, a bloodthirsty zombie stealthily moving through the dark, silent streets, cradling a large stash of milk powder. Meanwhile, Ji Rushue awakened to find the room empty. "Zombie Dad, where did you go at this late hour? I really need to pee." But then, he caught sight of the blood moon in the sky through the partially drawn window, appearing eerily enchanting. Was tonight the night of the blood moon? It seemed that the era of global evolution was about to begin. I stared at the blood-red halo above, feeling a bit dazed. Moving to a corner, I opened a can of milk powder and found it still white. I sighed in relief, thinking I had become infected with red eye disease. My eyes were fine, which meant the moon had truly turned blood red. Ignoring the changes in the sky, I spent the entire night frantically transporting essentials for babies, such as milk powder, bottles, and diapers, along with various snacks and toys for children. Even children's books were not overlooked. Although it was the apocalypse, I still had to teach the little one to read and speak. Ji Rushue looked at the materials I brought back. 3 years of college entrance exams, 5 years of simulations, and suddenly felt a tingle on his scalp. If I remembered correctly, I hadn't even turned one yet. Wasn't it a bit too eager to be tackling college entrance exam questions now? And in the midst of the apocalypse, before long, this nearly 100 square meter house was filled to the brim. At that moment, I inexplicably felt a surge of heat within me. After all, I was a zombie. My blood had long stopped flowing and had turned into a disgusting dark brown. But then, I felt an unbearable itch in my brain, as if it were about to explode. I could only crouch in a corner, holding my head, trembling uncontrollably, utterly confused about what was happening. Damn it, was my human consciousness experience card expiring? Was I about to become one of those mindless, bloodthirsty zombies? I had finally found the resolve to restart my life, found new hope and goals, and discovered a companion to live with in this desolate apocalypse. I was unwilling to let that all fade away. Although I didn't know what was happening to me or what I would become, I had to stay awake. The black veins on my body were gradually fading, transitioning to a more vibrant hue. Meanwhile, the terrifying wound on my shoulder, after a month, had already withered and dried, looking filthy and grotesque, yet this ghastly injury surprisingly began to heal at a slow pace. It began to heal at a slow pace, although it hadn't returned to its original state. It no longer looked as ghastly as before. The terrifying claws also began to change gradually, and those sharp, loose teeth became somewhat more aligned. Meanwhile, in the stillness of the night, suddenly, the sounds of zombies roaring echoed one after another. Many zombies under the moonlight were experiencing the same changes as I was. Their bodies began to tremble. Some survivors illuminated by the moonlight also felt a rising heat in their bodies, unknowingly undergoing subtle transformations under the moon's glow. In the bedroom, Ji Rushue was also enveloped by the blood-red moonlight outside, her petite body trembling slightly. She felt a warmth spreading throughout her body. Not long after, when I awoke again, I found myself lying on the street. As I moved slightly, I realized my body had become more agile and my strength had significantly increased. Looking around at the nearby zombies, I noticed that they too had undergone noticeable changes. The once hideous, gruesome zombies looked somewhat more human after this night. It seemed that after the blood moon, the monotonous daily life had undergone some changes. I had inexplicably arrived in this strange world, leading a hazy existence. But now there was finally some change. Repeating the same daily routine would eventually become tiresome. Just as I was about to pick up supplies to head home, A strange feeling suddenly surged within me as I passed by a zombie, looking at the zombie in front of him with a grim face, occasionally letting out a low growl. Lu Chen felt as if there was a faint connection between him and this zombie. I won't be single for long. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Chen shook his head in fright, but soon he realized that this unique connection wasn't due to any strange feelings he had for the zombie. Instead, it felt like countless threads were forming in his mind, connecting him to this zombie. These zombies in front of him were like puppets with empty heads and no independent consciousness. It seemed like he had acquired a special ability to inject his thoughts into them through these invisible threads, as if manipulating puppets with strings. This peculiar ability excited Lu Chen for a moment, and he quickly began to test his hypothesis. As Lu Chen concentrated, he could faintly feel the connection with the zombie in front of him becoming closer. Before long, the zombie that had been limping and swaying suddenly stood still in place. Forward, backward, raise your hands. If someone were present at this moment, they would surely be left speechless. On this dilapidated street, a zombie was actually doing stretching exercises. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Just as he had guessed, he could control the actions of this zombie. At this moment, Lu Chen was certain that last night's blood moon was definitely unusual. The mysterious blood-red moonlight caused not just himself, no, it should be said, it caused all the zombies to change. Moreover, his situation seemed to be somewhat special. Not only had his physical strength increased, but he could even control other zombies. Lu Chen named this peculiar ability Zombie Control. With his new ability, Lu Chen was like a child who had just acquired a new toy, constantly experimenting with his latest power. In his past life, Lu Chen had watched some sci-fi movies and read web novels. He knew that typically those who awaken supernatural abilities in such apocalyptic scenarios were top-tier powerhouses. It seems I also have the potential of a great emperor. Lu Chen kept manipulating the zombies, making them perform all sorts of strange and bizarre actions. One moment dancing, the next playing basketball, and then rapping. It's just a pity that these zombies still can't talk. There are many zombies wandering the streets, and Lu Chen directly released the experiment. After several confirmations, he found that he could at most control 2 zombies simultaneously to perform different actions. Moreover, if the distance is too far, he cannot accurately issue commands. Lu Chen judged that this is likely related to his mental strength. At least that's what he learned from the sci-fi movies and web novels he had seen before. He named the zombies he controlled corpse puppets, meaning they have no thoughts of their own and can only be manipulated like puppets. After continuous experimentation for a while, Lu Chen also felt a bit fatigued. Oh no! The little one is still at home. Lu Chen suddenly remembered that he had been moving supplies overnight, and after being exposed to the blood moon yesterday, he had persisted for a long time. But in the end, he fainted, and now he didn't even know how long it had been. The little one was at home alone and didn't know what had happened. After all, the little one is just a baby, and even without zombies, there could still be dangers. Lu Chen quickly controlled the first and second zombie puppets, carrying the supplies he had collected earlier, and hurried towards the Manhwa community. Behind Lu Chen were 2 zombies laden with supplies. Under his conscious control, these originally stiff-limbed zombies could perform more commands. It must be said that having the first and second puppets to help carry supplies made Lu Chen feel much more at ease. Lu Chen could now understand what it felt like to be a boss. Indeed, having employees to help out was quite pleasant. Looking at the 2 emotionless zombies that only knew how to do physical labor, Lu Chen secretly nodded in approval. I don't know how to specifically enhance the control over zombies. If I could control more zombie minions in the future, it would be easy to take care of these little guys. Lu Chen's mind couldn't help but envision himself leading a group of zombie minions, rampaging through the city. It was quite an impressive thought. Returning to the entrance of building number 5 with the 2 zombies, Lu Chen directly controlled the first and second puppets to move all the supplies he had brought back to the 7th floor. Immediately after, Lu Chen brought these 2 zombies to the 1st floor to act as guards. Under normal circumstances, humans rarely scavenge in places with zombies, and zombies do not attack each other. So these 2 little zombie minions can serve as excellent eyes and ears. If anything goes wrong, they can immediately alert me and also engage in long-range combat. The most crucial point is that zombie guards don't eat, drink, or require a salary. They are simply born laborers. With these zombie guards on watch, the safety of the little one at home will be significantly improved. Meanwhile, in the bedroom on the 7th floor. After a night bathed in the blood-red moonlight, Ji Rushua finally began to awaken from her slumber. Ji Rushua's eyes gradually became bright and alert, and then she felt a flood of information surging into her mind. Feeling this vast amount of information, Ji Rushua's eyes were filled with excitement. She was very familiar with these peculiar things. In the next moment, Ji Rushua's gaze fell upon a fallen leaf outside the window. Ji Rushua's eyes were bright and piercing, and then, without any breeze, a fallen leaf on the windowsill unexpectedly lifted into the air.
Surprisingly, the leaf then flew directly into the room, hovering in midair for 2 seconds. This peculiar situation would surely astonish anyone who witnessed it. After that blood moon, Ji Rushua awakened her extraordinary ability, telekinesis. With her mind, she could manipulate objects, fly, and retrieve items from a distance, achieving abilities that completely defy common sense. What surprised Ji Rushua the most was that she not only awakened telekinesis but also regained her past life's extraordinary ability, time manipulation. Ji Rushua recalled that during her previous life, some people began to research the reasons behind the awakening of these abilities. Through various experiments and long-term summaries of different cases, it was proposed in Ji Rushua's past life that the awakening of extraordinary abilities might be closely related to a person's soul. Different souls would possess different extraordinary powers. However, this theory was not perfectly validated at the time, but now Ji Rushua can confirm that the awakening of extraordinary power is indeed related to talent. Because even though she has been reborn, her soul remains unchanged, so the time control ability awakened in her previous life has been perfectly inherited this time. Ji Rushua felt an immense excitement. This time she is even stronger than in her previous life. After all, being reborn added a telekinetic control ability on top of her original foundation, making her a dual talent awakener. Moreover, both of these talents she has awakened are extraordinary and possess the potential to become top-tier powerhouses. A trace of unparalleled dominance flashed in Ji Rushua's eyes. In her previous life, she merely relied on the time control ability to thrive amid the apocalypse. As she grew stronger, the terrifying power of time granted Ji Rushua the ability to control the entire battlefield. She could cause the battlefield to come to a standstill while also accelerating or decelerating the flow of time around herself and her opponents. This talent is simply beyond extraordinary. It was precisely because of this powerful extraordinary power that Ji Rushua ultimately transformed and achieved the position of Empress. In this life, I not only possess the power to control time but also the ability to manipulate with mental force. This ability to control objects with mental force is extremely practical on the battlefield of the apocalypse, proving effective for both offense and defense. Ji Rushua couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that if she had possessed this mental control ability in her previous life, her capability to fight against many would have been even stronger. But soon after, Ji Rushua felt a sharp pain in her mind. She felt a sense of weakness, and even her breathing became hurried. Although she successfully awakened 2 abilities after being reborn, there was still a drawback. That is, she is still just an infant, and her body, only a few months old, is still too weak. Having only used her gifted abilities for a short while, she found it difficult to sustain herself, indicating that her foundational strength was indeed weaker than in her previous life. Nevertheless, Ji Rushua remained very excited. Having low foundational mental strength is not a problem. As long as I continue to grow, this mental power will keep improving. Although I am still just a baby now, when I grow up, my strength will likely be terrifyingly greater than in my previous life. Moreover, having 2 extraordinarily gifted talents is far more important than telekinesis. Ji Rushua couldn't help but imagine having unparalleled power when she grows up. By then, if she encounters the insect queen who killed her in her past life, she might be able to defeat her. At that moment, Ji Rushua heard some noises coming from outside the house. Is her zombie father back? A zombie with human consciousness is indeed extremely rare. Even as the Empress, Ji Rushua had never encountered such a situation in her previous life. Lying in bed at that moment, she couldn't help but feel curious. I wonder if this low-level zombie with human consciousness can successfully evolve after undergoing the blood moon baptism. Will it also awaken extraordinary abilities like humans? After all, based on the current situation, the awakening of extraordinary abilities is related to the soul. As long as there is a soul, there is a possibility of awakening. Ji Rushua is very curious to see what a zombie with human consciousness and awakened extraordinary abilities would be like. Luchan quickly arrived at the rooftop and was relieved to see that the wardrobe he had left in the hallway was still untouched. This time, he unexpectedly encountered a blood moon, and the most concerning part was that he had fainted. Luchan was worried something had happened at home. Since coming to this world, it was the first time Luchan felt a sense of attachment. For the past month, Luchan had been in a daze every day and had never experienced any feelings of worry. This unique emotion, which only humans possess, made Luchan increasingly feel like he was still a living person. After being illuminated by the blood moon, the evolved Luchan had much greater strength and easily moved the wardrobe aside. He rushed back to the bedroom and found the little one on the bed staring at him with wide-open eyes. Although he had never been in a relationship, this scene made Luchan feel like a father. The little one's eyes were bright and clear, with distinct black and white pupils that were completely different from the zombies on the street. This tranquil and adorable baby seems to have the ability to purify everything in this apocalyptic world.
After returning home, Lu Chen's restless heart, which had evolved, gradually calmed down. "Little one, you must be hungry after such a long time away." Lu Chen smiled and walked into the kitchen to prepare some milk powder. Now, the city has largely cut off water and electricity, making it impossible to boil water. "After all, I can't start a fire in the house, it would be disastrous if I set the place on fire. I can only use mineral water to mix the milk powder, this is the best I can do right now. After all, this is an apocalypse, surviving is all that matters." While Lu Chen was mixing the milk powder, Ji Rushue was also observing her zombie father. Ji Rushue noticed changes in Lu Chen, his skin and other features had changed quite a bit since yesterday, looking more human. However, these changes were very subtle and did not match Ji Rushue's memories.
In Ji Rushue's impression, zombies initially were just ordinary first-tier zombies, which are the beings influenced by the zombie virus. For example, Lu Chen at the beginning was of this type. After that round of blood-red moon appeared, strange changes occurred around the world. Especially for these bloodthirsty zombies, the changes were the most noticeable. They would typically transform into different types based on the various kinds of zombies. Ji Rushue remembers that not long after the apocalypse began in her previous life, one type of zombie that evolved during the blood moon would become exceptionally tall and strong. A zombie that was originally only about 1.7 to 1.8 meters tall could grow to around 2 to 3 meters after evolution. Moreover, the muscle mass on their bodies would increase terrifyingly, their skin would become extremely tough, and their bones would also far exceed those of ordinary creatures. The strong bodies of these zombies are many times more exaggerated compared to ordinary zombies. On the battlefield, they can almost withstand most damage and possess outstanding resistance to impacts. When such zombies appear on the battlefield, they are very difficult to destroy and possess extremely powerful strength. Typically, ordinary roadblocks are either directly lifted or smashed through. Therefore, this evolutionary line of zombies is usually referred to as tank-type zombies by human survivors in the past. It means that this zombie can easily crush everything in front of it, just like a main battle tank. It can be said that this is a nightmare for most survivors, as many survivors' weapons cannot harm this type of zombie at all. There are also zombies that primarily evolve towards agility, they do not gain a terrifyingly large body but instead focus on their limbs and deadly claws. The key point is that these zombies can rely on their strong limbs and scythe-like claws to climb upside down on walls and even ceilings. These muscles are like springs, possessing extremely powerful jumping ability and rapid movement speed. Moreover, with their agile bodies and bizarre postures, they can easily maneuver in mid-air. Human survivors find it very difficult to successfully hit this type of zombie. But that's not the key point. What makes this zombie most bizarre is that its original human tongue has also mutated. It can extend and retract freely, and it has a strong offensive capability, able to break bricks and stones. Ji Rushue remembers very clearly that in her previous life, she participated in a survivor camp where the camp leader was extremely powerful. However, due to the lack of experience in dealing with such bizarre zombies, she was ambushed and fell victim to that terrifying tongue just as she was about to behead the zombie. Because of the peculiar nature of this zombie, it is referred to as the licker by the survivors. The main focus should be on its terrifying and flexible tongue. In addition, there are zombies that, after evolving, can actually extend bones from their spinal columns. And with different evolutions, these bones eventually grow membranes to form a pair of bony wings, allowing them to achieve the ability to fly. There are even extremely rare elemental zombies that can, like some awakened humans, possess the ability to unleash elemental attacks. For example, wind blades, fireballs, and ice cones, etc. These peculiar zombies will cause significant trouble for human survivor camps later on. Even in the early stages of these special zombies' evolution, they will exhibit some obvious characteristics. This zombie father who is feeding himself looks completely ordinary. Even after the mutation from the blood moon, there doesn't seem to be any particularly obvious changes. Thinking of this, Ji Rushue can't help but feel a bit disappointed. She had hoped to see a different father today. After all, everyone wishes for their loved ones to possess enough strength. Surviving in the apocalypse is extremely difficult. Without sufficient strength, one can easily be eliminated. Ji Rushue actually has quite a bit of confidence in her zombie father. After all, it is clear that her father is very special, as he still possesses human consciousness. This is extremely rare in the apocalypse, even as the Empress in her previous life, Ji Rushue had never encountered such an existence. Ji Rushue originally wanted to witness some extraordinary phenomena, but it seems there won't be an opportunity for that now. Only by continuously evolving can one survive in this world. Only in the early stages of the zombie apocalypse can these ordinary level 1 zombies hold some deterrent power, scaring off the average survivors. However, by the later stages, these zombies, lacking any significant evolutionary strength and remaining quite mediocre, will just be cannon fodder. Ji Rushue felt a twinge of regret in her heart.
Poor zombie dad, when I grow up, I'll protect you. Although Ji Rushue has experienced the brutality of the apocalypse, she still holds on to her own principles. For Ji Rushue, the apocalypse does not mean abandoning her humanity. Living rationally in the apocalypse does not equate to being absolutely cold-blooded. Even in her past life, Ji Rushue was someone who repaid kindness and settled debts. Moreover, now that she has been reborn and turned into a defenseless infant who cannot even take care of herself. If it weren't for encountering this somewhat peculiar zombie dad, Ji Rushue could completely imagine her impending fate. Either she would be torn to pieces by the zombie or she would slowly starve to death alone in the crib. One could say that this zombie dad not only saved her life but also had a nurturing grace towards her. Which mindless, bloodthirsty zombie can suppress its bloodlust when facing a living person? It would even go to great lengths to gather various supplies for a human baby, to prepare formula and feed the baby. Ji Rushue believes in repaying kindness, especially such a tremendous grace. Even if her zombie dad is very ordinary, just a regular low-tier zombie, it doesn't matter. Ji Rushue has secretly made a decision in her heart: no matter what, she will protect him for a lifetime. You took care of me when I was young, I will take care of you in your old age. It should never just be an empty phrase. Moreover, as someone who has been reborn, Ji Rushue knows many ways for zombies to evolve. The primary way most zombies evolve is by devouring living beings, using the blood and flesh energy of others to empower themselves. For example, when zombies consume humans or other creatures, it is, to some extent, an instinct of biological evolution. In addition, there is another way, which is by preying on the crystal cores formed in the brains of their kind. Those extraordinary zombies that have awakened special abilities will form a unique crystal core in their minds, regardless of their type. This crystal core is the main core of the zombie's abilities. However, only zombies that have successfully awakened can form a crystal core in their brains. Ordinary zombies do not have this. If a vast number of low-level zombies could form crystal cores, the situation humanity faces would be extremely terrifying. Ji Rushue already has a plan in mind. Although her father's constitution is rather mediocre, it doesn't matter. After all, she is the Empress. Ji Rushue is very confident in her own strength and prospects. In her past life, she could only take one step at a time, yet she managed to carve out a place for herself in the apocalypse to achieve the title of Empress. After being reborn, she has experience and memories, and even possesses a powerful awakening ability. Ji Rushue believes that in this lifetime, she will grow faster and stronger than in her previous life. If it comes to it, once she has grown stronger, she will go and plunder the crystal cores from those evolved zombies. Ji Rushue has made up her mind that even if she has to pile up these crystal cores, she will turn her father into a high-level zombie. When he becomes a high-level zombie, there will be a tremendous change. This level of zombie will possess the ability to speak, unlike other zombies that only roar. The key is that if he can break through to a high-level zombie, his body will undergo significant transformation. At that point, he can regrow a human body, which will be almost indistinguishable from a real human. Don't worry about my zombie dad, I'm a potential stock. Supporting this emperor will definitely not let you down. While thinking this, Ji Rushue subconsciously licked the milk stain at the corner of her mouth. So delicious. Lu Chen was unaware of the little one's thoughts. He just found it very amusing to see her staring at him so intently. Those wide-open eyes, with clearly defined black and white pupils, looked incredibly cute. No matter whether in this life or the previous one, this is still the first time Lu Chen is watching a baby so closely. He suddenly realized that these babies seem to carry a sense of hope for life, making one willing to be immersed in it. Little one, just grow up safely, don't worry about the outside world. I found you 2 new bodyguards, they're downstairs guarding the door now, not eating or drinking, not requiring accommodation, and they don't have any benefits. The most important thing is that they are in great physical condition, won't get sick or miss work, and with them around, our lives will be much safer. Lu Chen sat by the bed, quietly watching the baby on the bed. His heart gradually became calm and gentle, but unfortunately, Lu Chen's pupils were blood red, and Ji Rushue couldn't see any change at all. Little one, grow up quickly, Dad has brought you many toys this time, including Barbie dolls, plush bears, Thomas the Tank Engine, and Transformers. Ahem, the Transformers are for me, but if you like, you can play with them too. You also don't have to worry about becoming overly attached to playthings. I brought back 3 years of exams and 5 years of simulations for you, so just keep them for later. If it really doesn't work, it can be kept for firewood. At this moment, Lu Chen has completely taken this serendipitously found little one as his own daughter to raise. Although he has never been in love or had children, Lu Chen feels that he is the happiest father at this moment. Unknowingly, a sense of responsibility has added itself to his shoulders. This little baby, resembling a porcelain doll, is Lu Chen's new hope and treasure. Suddenly, Lu Chen realized that he hadn't even named this little one since bringing her back. Since she is human, she should have a name that belongs to her. For a moment, Lucien was a bit confused. He had never thought about naming a child before. The surname part is easy, since she is his daughter, she should definitely have his surname.
Lu, what should the surname be? Lucien ran through all the ancient poems and various words he had learned in his mind. However, he still couldn't come up with a good name in such a rushed moment. It was only when Lucien glanced out the window that he made up his mind. Since we live on the 7th floor now, which is our first home in this world, I'll call you Lu Chichi.
Your nickname will be Chichi. This way, no matter what happens in the future, as long as we think of your name, we can remember the wonderful times we shared in this little home on the 7th floor. From a down-and-out youth to a father, Lucien's mindset has changed. He no longer lives aimlessly just for himself. Don't worry, Chichi, Daddy will make sure you grow up carefree. Even in the apocalypse, Daddy will provide you with a piece of paradise that belongs to you.
Lucien looked at the results of his work from that night and nodded in satisfaction.
Now, every storage space in this room and the open areas have been filled with various supplies he brought in. Even if Chichi has a big appetite, it will definitely be enough for him to last a long time. After all, no matter how much the little one can eat, at the end of the day, she is just a baby and can only drink some formula every day. A lot of supplies have been prepared, and Lucien decided to stay at home for a while. In the apocalypse, the key is to survive, especially since he has awakened the ability to control zombies, which means this world is far from as simple as he imagined. Whether due to the passage of time or continuous consumption, Lucien can understand the strengthening of individual physical qualities by the zombie virus. But the fact that he can control the zombies' movements completely contradicts objective physiological phenomena. The blood moon that hung high last night made Lucien feel very uneasy. He has undergone changes himself, and he can hardly guarantee that other zombies won't be the same. No one knows what peculiar powers those evolved zombies might possess, so Lucien decided to lay low for a while. After all, he has just been reborn into this world and was attacked by zombies. Lucien really doesn't feel very lucky. After feeding Chichi, Lucien decided to observe for a while in the building, and would only consider going out after confirming that there were no issues in the outside world. Anyway, he has already collected a lot of supplies, so he doesn't mind staying a few more days. This world is truly strange, with peculiar changes happening every moment. If it were just me, I could accept this half-human, half-ghost life, but now that I have Chichi, I must become stronger.
Lucien entered the living room and picked up a steel machete about half a meter long.
This was something he had found while scavenging this building, taken from a room on the 6th floor. According to the memories Lucien currently recalled, this city also prohibited the possession of knives. He wondered what kind of work the original owner of this house did to possess such a long machete, which was already unsealed and very sharp. The back of the knife is straight, and the blade is thick, making it very suitable for prolonged hacking. It is a typical type of mountain knife. However, it was clear that the previous rules no longer applied in this apocalyptic world. After a night of the Blood Moon's transformation, in addition to gaining the ability to control other zombies, Lucien's physical abilities were also significantly enhanced. His body's sensitivity had become no different from that of an ordinary human. He used to be stiff-limbed and could only perform simple movements. But now, even wielding this steel knife, it moves very smoothly, with flashes of silver light dancing in the air. Although Lucien hasn't specifically trained in any knife techniques as a zombie, his physical strength is greater than that of an ordinary human. At this moment, wielding the cleaver emphasizes powerful and swift movements. Lucien began practicing the knife techniques he had seen in martial arts novels and movies in the living room. This cleaver was like a fierce wind in his hands, with the blade cutting through the air making a whistling sound. Lucien was very satisfied with this cleaver. The blade was extremely sharp, simply a close combat weapon.
The lethality of this cleaver is much stronger than that of a crowbar.
Lucien was confident that with the cleaver, he could definitely slice a zombie's head in half with one strike. The difference between humans and other animals is that humans can learn to use tools, while the zombies on the street cannot use weapons, only knowing to bite and claw with their teeth. But Lucien is different. With human consciousness, he naturally must master this more scientific and advanced way of fighting. Lucien is confident that if he faced other zombies with a knife, he could handle at least several of them at once without any problem. Just as Lucien was practicing his knife techniques, Ji Rushua, after resting for a while, regained her mental energy and began to ponder her innate abilities again. In this life, Ji Rushua possesses two very powerful innate abilities, one of which is time manipulation. This is something Ji Rushua had in her previous life, and she is already thoroughly familiar with it. As long as her mental energy is sufficient, she can release it without any need for practice. The other ability is the newly awakened power of mental energy control, which requires Ji Rushua to practice for a period of time in order to gradually understand and use it skillfully. Ji Rushua concentrated her mental energy, focusing on a silver needle on the bedside table. Under Ji Rushua's control of mental energy, the silver needle slowly began to float into the air. Then, guided by Ji Rushua, the silver needle glided gracefully through the air, tracing a path. The silver needle hovered above Ji Rushua's head, looking incredibly astonishing.
This scene is simply something that could only appear in a sci-fi movie. It's truly unbelievable.
Although Ji Rushua's speed in manipulating objects is relatively slow now, she believes that with enough practice time, it will definitely become a powerful means of killing invisibly. Moreover, as her telekinetic abilities gradually strengthen, the weight of the objects she can control will continue to increase in the future. Right now, she is using silver needles. Perhaps in a while, she will be able to control flying knives.
Just like that, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
During these 2 days, Lu Chen practiced his sword skills in the living room. Ji Rushua practiced her levitation powers in the bedroom. Both of them lived very fulfilling lives, putting in their utmost effort to provide a better life for each other. One day, after Lu Chen finished feeding Ji Rushua, he suddenly noticed some commotion outside.
Lu Chen looked down through the balcony window and saw 2 zombies actually tearing at each other on the street. And the noise from these 2 zombies fighting was indeed quite loud, otherwise, Lu Chen, who was on the 7th floor, wouldn't have heard it. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled, as he didn't see any humans around the 2 zombies. After spending a month together, Lu Chen has a relatively good understanding of these creatures. Although zombies are bloodthirsty and ruthless, they seem like emotionless killing machines. However, zombies typically only attack when there is a human presence. Under normal circumstances, zombies do not attack each other. Except for competing for food, internal conflicts among zombies are rare. Clearly, there is no food to fight over down below. This is why Lu Chen was extremely surprised to see the battle between the zombies below, as it exceeded his understanding from the past month. These 2 zombies seem a bit off?
While watching from the rooftop, Lu Chen suddenly noticed that these 2 zombies appeared different from the ones he usually encountered. However, the 8th floor is too high to see clearly. He could only vaguely make out that one of them was larger and seemed more robust than the usual zombies. The other one was shorter but significantly faster than ordinary zombies. This peculiar phenomenon made Lu Chen feel an inexplicable sense of caution, and he quickly descended to around the 4th floor. From this position, he was finally able to see what was happening below. At this moment, Lu Chen noticed that the 2 zombies were completely different from those he usually encountered. One of the zombies was nearly 2 meters tall and had an extremely muscular build. It was the type of muscular brute, and its strong muscles could crush even the car doors by swinging its fists. This immense power left Lu Chen in awe. Lu Chen had no doubt that if he faced this zombie, a single punch would likely break his bones and render him completely incapacitated. Opposite the muscular zombie, the other zombie had a relatively slender body. However, it was clear that its claws were somewhat sharp. Normal zombies, even when using claws and teeth to fight, were not much different from humans. In fact, due to the zombie virus, human bodies might even show signs of decay. But this emaciated zombie has claws like 5 daggers, and just a light swipe can leave 5 cracks on the car body. Watching the 2 powerful zombies fight inside the building, Lu Chen felt a wave of fear in his heart. These past 2 days, he was worried that the blood moon might affect other zombies, so he hadn't gone outside until now. Now it seems that his decision was exceedingly wise. The combat power of these 2 zombies is definitely on a whole different level compared to himself. Lu Chen noticed the more robust zombie. Although it didn't have the terrifying claws of the other one, its arms were incredibly tough. Those arms seemed to be forged from steel, making a sound like metal clashing when confronting the other zombie. Lu Chen found it hard to imagine what kind of physiological structure these 2 zombies had. They were on an entirely different level from him. After practicing his swordsmanship for the past 2 days, Lu Chen was confident that he could easily slay ordinary zombies. But now, these 2 zombies downstairs have truly taught Lu Chen a lesson. If Ji Rushua were here, she would definitely recognize the types of these 2 zombies. One is a robust tank-type zombie, and the other is an agile zombie. These 2 types are relatively common among evolved zombies. They are also a major headache for survivors in the early days of the apocalypse. Although Lu Chen doesn't know the types of evolution these zombies have undergone, he can tell that these 2 zombies must have also evolved to some extent on that blood moon night, just like him. However, it's clear that everyone's evolution has taken a different direction. For example, he can actually control the zombie's movements, which is akin to a mental evolution. In terms of personal close combat, he has only gained a certain enhancement compared to before, far from this terrifying evolution. These 2 zombies clearly follow a personal combat route, and they have different evolution paths. One has become increasingly robust with strong defensive capabilities, while the other is agile with extremely high attack power. Either of these 2 zombies spells disaster for ordinary zombies, easily capable of slaughtering large numbers of them. Lu Chen is extremely grateful for his caution at this moment. After all, if he hadn't stayed in the house for so long, He would probably have been killed by these two zombies, or similar types of zombies, without even realizing it. After all, Lu Chun has awakened his telekinetic abilities, and he simply cannot compete with them in close combat. From what it seems, this world is far more terrifying than he had imagined. Lu Chen's mind gradually became serious. He had been somewhat complacent due to his evolution, but now he realizes he must recognize the cruelty of this world. However, Lu Chen is curious about why these two zombies suddenly started fighting. Typically, they don't cannibalize each other. At least Lu Chen has not encountered zombies that cannibalize each other until now. This is the first time he has seen such a thing. Could it be that the zombies outside have gone crazy from hunger? That can't be right. Zombie meat is so unappetizing. As a member of the undead, Lu Chen really doesn't think his flesh has any good taste. His blood has long since dried up. Eating zombie flesh seems no different from gnawing on cured meat. Bang bang bang. The noise from the battle between the two zombies downstairs is getting louder, and several cars nearby have been crushed and torn apart by them. A look of seriousness flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he saw that the outcome was about to be decided. This tank zombie, with its sturdy build, can cause tremendous destruction just by swinging its arms. On the other hand, the agile zombie, although it has a strong attack, simply cannot break through the opponent's defenses. Moreover, with its weakened torso, it can't withstand even a single punch. Its attack can only pierce the opponent's arm, and it cannot fight back with its life on the line. After a fierce melee, the tank zombie swung its fists violently and sent the agile zombie flying with one punch. Then, the even bulkier tank zombie charged forward like a racing off-road vehicle, instantly reaching the agile zombie. That massive fist is something the agile zombie cannot compare to. Its somewhat slender body simply cannot withstand the tank zombie's attack. In just a few punches, the tank zombie broke the spine of the agile zombie. Bang! Another punch came down heavily, smashing the agile zombie's head to pieces, leaving it lifeless. This powerful punch not only crushed the agile zombie but also dented the car beneath it, making Lu Chen feel a chill in his heart. However, at that moment, Lu Chen noticed that after winning, the tank zombie surprisingly pulled out a white crystal core from the head of another zombie. What? What is this? Upon seeing the white crystal core, an inexplicable desire surged within Lu Chen, as if he urgently needed this item. Although Lu Chen didn't know what it was, he could feel his body instinctively craving it. It seemed that consuming this crystal core would greatly benefit his body. Could it be that the battle between these two zombies was to fight over the crystal core in each other's heads? Lu Chen noticed that the large zombie, after consuming the white crystal core, began to pound its chest and let out a series of roars. From these roars, Lu Chen could hear an extreme sense of excitement. Bang bang bang! It seemed that the white crystal core contained impressive power, making the robust zombie incredibly excited, as it wildly smashed the nearby parked cars. The zombie stood in place and roared a few times, the sound extremely loud. Some ordinary zombies nearby were startled by the noise and then all chose to back away, instinctively feeling fear towards this robust zombie. After a brief emotional outburst, the robust zombie walked into a shop across the street. Lu Chen waited for a long time but did not see it come out, though he could faintly hear the sounds of zombie roars from inside the shop. Lu Chen speculated that this zombie must have hidden away, digesting the power of the recently consumed white crystal core. Although Lu Chen did not know what the white crystal core was, he could be certain from the situation that it must be beneficial for the zombies. Thinking back to his most primal desire earlier, Lu Chen now feels a bit excited. After becoming a zombie, Lu Chen experienced that craving for flesh and blood. Upon seeing humans, he instinctively wanted to bite, but for some reason, Lu Chen retained his human consciousness. In the face of human will, this craving for flesh and blood is not to be feared. Over time, Lu Chen has almost stopped feeling the desire for flesh and blood. However, just now Lu Chen discovered that upon seeing that white crystal core, his primal desire far exceeds his dependence on flesh and blood. Lu Chen speculates that if he can consume the crystal cores from other zombies' brains, there will definitely be enormous benefits. Perhaps this crystal core can enhance the abilities gained after a zombie evolves. This explains why there was such a terrifying battle between two zombies with such a huge size difference, yet both possessed unique powers. They both wanted to devour each other to strengthen their own power. Recalling the desire that the white crystal core brought him, Lu Chen squints his eyes slightly. If I can consume this massive crystal core, I might be able to control more zombie minions. Currently, Lu Chen's telekinesis is not very powerful, his limit is controlling these two zombies. Having witnessed the changes of the apocalypse, Lu Chen is eager to enhance his strength. Even if it's not for himself, he must strive to become stronger for Chi-Chi. The problem is that the special ability he gains after evolution is to control zombies. Although his body has changed slightly compared to before, it is nothing compared to these two downstairs. The large zombie has an incredibly strong physique, containing immense power, and its arms are as tough as steel. As for the zombie whose spine and head he smashed, although it looks a bit emaciated, it moves extremely quickly, especially those claws that make him feel frightened. Compared to these two zombies, which have clearly enhanced their bodies and combat abilities, he is obviously no match for them. Lu Chen has no doubt that if he were to take a punch from that zombie, he would probably die on the spot. Going head-to-head is definitely not a winning strategy. For now, I can only rely on cunning. Lu Chen fell into deep thought for a moment. When his gaze shifted to the gas canister in the kitchen, a spark of inspiration lit up in his eyes. However, Lu Chen did not act rashly. He needed to plan the matter of the crystal core carefully. After all, his desire to become stronger was so that Chi-Chi could grow up healthily in this world. But if he messed up and ended up dead at the hands of the big guy, then there would be no one to take care of little Chi-Chi, and he couldn't let that happen. Ji Rushua, lying in bed, also heard the huge commotion outside. Although her current condition prevented her from seeing what was happening downstairs, she could guess what the situation was like after her rebirth. After the Blood Moon Night, the world experienced a surge of evolution. After humans awakened their gifted abilities, many powerful entities also emerged among the zombies. Additionally, other animals that survived the zombie horde began to transform into fierce beasts after the Blood Moon. In their struggle for continuous evolution, zombies and fierce beasts started to fight and devour each other. The survivors of humanity no longer simply flee in panic when facing zombies. After the Blood Moon, they have gained the ability to fight back against them. At the same time, humanity has begun to research and develop extraordinary gene potions by harvesting the crystal cores of zombies and ferocious beasts, allowing themselves to be continuously strengthened. However, these potions that enhance extraordinary genes are merely products from the early stages following the global Blood Moon mutation. When Ji Rushua was reborn in her past life, humanity had already developed more powerful cultivation methods. With these cultivation methods, humans can obtain enhanced strength more perfectly and efficiently. As the unparalleled Empress among humanity, Ji Rushua practiced the most advanced technique in her past life, the glazed breathing technique. In her past life, Ji Rushua endured a long and arduous struggle, killing her way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood multiple times, relying on her extraordinary innate talent. Eventually, she achieved the position of Empress step by step through this powerful cultivation method. Now that the wave of evolution has begun, Ji Rushua knows very well that with the strength of her ordinary low-level zombie father, in an increasingly brutal environment, it is nearly impossible to survive. Ji Rushua understands that she must quickly enhance her strength. She needs to protect her zombie father while also having enough strength for her own safety. Fortunately, her memories and martial arts from her past life have not been forgotten due to her rebirth. Although she is currently an infant, she can still practice the Lioli breathing technique. After the Blood Moon Night, the world underwent a transformation, with a large amount of energy particles filling the air. These energy particles float in the air, subtly changing many living beings. For example, the evolution of all things after the Blood Moon is related to these energy particles. However, the human survivors in the early apocalypse were still stuck in their pre-apocalypse mindset, only focusing on researching gene potions and not learning to harness this power. It wasn't until later that they developed corresponding breathing techniques to absorb the energy particles in the air. As Ji Rushua activated the Lioli breathing technique, her petite body began to tremble slightly. Her own breathing began to become very regular, elongated and delicate, as the energy particles in the air slowly entered her body through Ji Rushua's unique breathing method. Whether zombies or fierce beasts, they all rely on devouring each other to strengthen themselves. In the later stages of the apocalypse, humans have mastered this more efficient cultivation method. Ji Rushua felt very fortunate to have been reborn in the later stage, otherwise in this infant body, it would be questionable whether she could survive in this apocalypse. With each breath, a large amount of energy particles surged in, making Ji Rushua's bones even more resilient and her flesh more refined. Especially since Ji Rushua is an infant, her current psychic power is very weak, but it is continuously strengthening under the influence of these energy particles. When Lu Chen returned to the bedroom from downstairs, Ji Rushua was still immersed in her cultivation. Lu Chen was unaware that Ji Rushua was in the middle of her training. Seeing Xiao Qiqi lying on the bed, trembling all over, Lu Chen felt an overwhelming worry in his heart. Could it be that she caught a cold from the night chill? It's a big problem when a baby gets sick. Lu Chen quickly grabbed a blanket from the side and gently covered Xiao Qiqi. Before the apocalypse, if a baby got sick, they could still go to the hospital for treatment. But now, in this apocalypse, where would you find a children's hospital? There are only bloodthirsty zombies there. Feeling the movement on her body, Ji Rushua was awakened from her meditation. When she opened her eyes, she saw the blanket covering her and her zombie dad standing beside her with a worried expression, which made Ji Rushua find it a bit amusing. She had just begun practicing the Liuli breathing technique, and in the early stages, her body would slightly tremble with her breath and the influx of energy particles in the air, which was perfectly normal. However, it was clear that in her zombie dad's eyes, he mostly thought she had caught a cold, which is why he looked so worried while covering her with the blanket. A smile appeared on Ji Rushue's face, and her eyes softened significantly. Looking at the pale-faced zombie with blood-red pupils in front of her, Ji Rushue felt no fear at all, only a warm current flowing through her heart. In her past life, Ji Rushue grew up in an orphanage, learning to be independent and strong at an early age, and she finished university through scholarships and grants. The warmth and coldness of human relationships, the bittersweet experiences, only Ji Rushue truly understands. Now that she has finally lived again, her reborn parents were wiped out as soon as the apocalypse broke out. For the first time, Ji Rushue felt the warmth of a father's love, even though he was a zombie. When Lu Chen saw that Xiao-Qi was fine and smiling happily at him, he finally felt relieved. Unknowingly, Lu Chen realized that his emotions had already been affected by this little one. Looking at the gentle eyes of the little one, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. In this broken apocalypse, such a hopeful baby is undoubtedly the greatest encouragement for humanity. Seeing that Xiao-Qi was alright, Lu Chen began to think about how to deal with the zombie outside. The large zombie is right in front of him, and Lu Chen must find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, having such a dangerous presence nearby makes him feel uneasy. This robust zombie can even crush cars, and Lu Chen doesn't believe that the old iron gate downstairs can hold it back. Moreover, after devouring the white crystal core, its power will likely keep increasing. Who knows how much the sky will grow in the future? Lu Chen decides he must strike first. Whether to become stronger by devouring the crystal core or to eliminate this potential threat, he has to give it his all. As evening falls, a low and dark shop across the street occasionally emits a zombie's roar. This roar is different from ordinary zombies, it is deep and filled with a sense of oppression. The wandering zombies, upon hearing this sound, instinctively move away, as if afraid of encountering something terrifying. Inside the shop, the muscular zombie that Lu Chen had seen earlier had become even stronger than during the day. Originally close to 2 meters tall, it had now risen to about 2 meters and 3 centimeters, and its arms had grown even larger. Bang! Just as this zombie was continuously absorbing the power of the crystal core, a loud noise suddenly came from the entrance of the shop. Interrupted by this loud noise, the massive zombie instantly became furious, pounding its chest and walking out. Its bloody eyes were filled with brutality and killing intent, seemingly eager to unleash the immense power and rage within. Roar! Roar! On the empty street, a low-tier zombie stood still, continuously roaring at the tank zombie. If one observed this low-tier zombie closely, they would notice that its blood-red pupils were completely hollow. Roar! The tank zombie suddenly pounded its chest, letting out an extremely loud roar, its voice many times louder than that of the low-tier zombie. Even Lu Chen, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Wow, this big guy has an exceptionally strong aura. Luckily, I was prepared and used a corpse puppet. Desperate to gain stronger power, Lu Chen decided to take down this zombie first. However, for safety's sake, Lu Chen sent out the corpse puppet to provoke it. Lu Chen controlled the low-level zombie with his mind, picked up a flower pot by the roadside, and threw it hard, hitting the big guy on the head. Taking advantage of the tank zombie's momentary confusion, Lu Chen commanded the zombie to turn and run. Roar! The tank zombie howled at the sky, its eyes filled with rage. As a successfully evolved zombie, it had long since dismissed ordinary low-level zombies. But to its surprise, it was provoked instead and immediately chased after Lu Chen's corpse puppet. The corpse puppet controlled by Lu Chen quickly led this massive creature into a shop at a distance. Lu Chen had already set up 2 open gas canisters here early on, and the entire shop was filled with the pungent smell of gas. Bang! As the first corpse puppet just ran into the shop, the tank zombie charged in, its massive body crashing directly inside. That exaggerated giant fist smashed Lu Chen's corpse puppet to pieces. Bang bang bang! The tank zombie seemed to be venting its anger, continuously pounding on the corpse puppet's body. When Lu Chen controlled the second corpse puppet to walk in, the big guy was still beating the corpse, while the first corpse puppet had already been smashed into a puddle of blood. Lu Chen controlled the second zombie to enter the shop, then closed the slightly bent door behind him and took out a lighter. Boom! A huge explosion sounded as the 2 gas canisters in the shop were quickly ignited, illuminating the night with a blazing fire. The tank zombie, directly facing the explosion, let out a series of piercing screams in the sea of flames. When he finally struggled out of the store, he collapsed right at the entrance. This zombie was completely charred from the intense flames, looking just like a piece of black coal. At the moment of the explosion, Lu Chen had quickly withdrawn his consciousness, so he wasn't particularly affected. The fire inside the store was still raging, illuminating the surrounding area brightly even though it was night.
The explosion from the 2 gas canisters startled Lu Chen as well. Lu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he had chosen a spot farther away from the residential building, otherwise, he could have been caught in the blast wave. The most crucial thing was that the explosion produced a very loud noise, along with the extremely conspicuous raging flames. Some zombies nearby were drawn to the commotion, but perhaps the overwhelming pressure from the large zombie kept the lower-level ones at bay. So the ordinary low-tier zombies lingered in the distance, not daring to approach for the time being. Lu Chen did not rush out immediately, instead, he continued to wait in the shadows. The impact from the large zombie during the battle was too shocking, and Lu Chen didn't dare to approach for a while. After all, a centipede can still move even when dead. If this zombie wasn't completely dead and hit him with a punch, it would be disastrous. Perhaps there were still some fats on the zombie, as the flames continued to scorch the massive creature. After more than 10 minutes, the zombie remained motionless despite being burned by the fire, and Lu Chen finally gathered his courage to sneak closer, confirming it was likely really dead. Upon closer inspection, he found that the zombie had been burned beyond recognition, and the huge shockwave from the gas canister explosion had caused significant damage to its body. The stench of burning flesh was extremely pungent, and thick black smoke continued to emanate from the zombie. If a human got too close and inhaled the smoke, they would probably feel dizzy. Fortunately, Lu Chen, being a zombie, was unaffected by it. The zombie's appearance was truly unappealing now. Without a second thought, Lu Chen swung his machete and severed the zombie's head. Lu Chen discovered that after evolving, this zombie's surface defenses were significantly stronger compared to ordinary low-level zombies. Even when targeting this already charred corpse, he had to exert a lot of effort to break open the back of its head. Thud! As the blade sliced through and forcefully split the opponent's skull in half, Lu Chen indeed found a special crystal core within the blood and brain. However, this crystal core was different from the one he saw during the day. It was no longer pure white, but had some red mixed in. Moreover, Lu Chen noticed that the allure of this crystal core was even stronger than that of the pure white one he had seen earlier. Although Lu Chen didn't know exactly what these things were, he sensed that this white core with red was definitely more advantageous for zombies than the pure white core from this morning. It's possible that the pure white crystal core is the basic core that these zombies give birth to after evolving. And when these zombies complete their mutual devouring to further enhance their power, the core will become tainted with red. If all these cores turn red, wouldn't they be even stronger? Although Lu Chen did not understand the evolution rules of zombies in this apocalypse, after observing a few times, he was able to infer some basic patterns. What surprised Lu Chen even more was that this hulking zombie was already so formidable. How terrifying would it become if it continued to evolve? Seeing more and more zombies being attracted by the firelight, Lu Chen quickly put away the crystal core. Then, he selected 2 zombies with intact limbs from the wandering ones to serve as his subordinates, reconnected the 2 corpse puppets, and quickly returned to the residential area. With these 2 new corpse puppets assigned to guard downstairs, Lu Chen went alone to the 3rd floor. Looking at the unique crystal core in his hand, Lu Chen increasingly felt that insatiable desire for consumption. His body instinctively craved this crystal core. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Lu Chen no longer suppressed his inner desire and directly swallowed it whole. The next second, Lu Chen felt the crystal core instantly dissolve within him, and a tremendous power surged into his limbs and bones. This power continuously refined Lu Chen's body, causing his somewhat decayed skin to gradually transform further towards a human form. However, Lu Chen found that after absorbing this crystal core, he was not as special as the 2 zombies he had observed. He did not grow dual claws like sharp blades, as the agile zombie did. Nor did he possess the extremely strong muscles and defense like the large zombie that had dramatically increased in size. From the outside, he appeared less terrifying than before, and his physical strength, agility, and stamina had improved slightly compared to earlier. However, Lu Chen felt as if his brain had suddenly experienced a massive explosion. Power surged into his brain, causing Lu Chen to almost experience a brief moment of dizziness. While undergoing the evolution of the crystal core, Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a few roars. The zombies wandering downstairs trembled slightly upon hearing Lu Chen's roar and then slowly retreated into the distance. After the evolution, Lu Chen felt his mind becoming extremely clear, and his senses seemed sharper than before. Most importantly, Lu Chen found that he could control the zombies with much greater ease. After a brief contemplation, Lu Chen understood the specific reason. It is very likely that different zombies awaken different innate powers, and it is clear that mine primarily enhances my mental abilities. The 2 zombies I saw today were both close combat types, one enhanced in strength and defense, and the other in agility. Excited, Lu Chen ran to the street to experiment and found that his rapidly increasing mental power could now control 5 zombies simultaneously, more than double what he could before. Most importantly, Lu Chen discovered that he had gained a new ability to share the vision of the zombies.
Before advancing, Lu Chen had to keep these zombies within his line of sight to control them, but now he could control them remotely after evolving. Lu Chen was very excited. With this ability, he could accomplish tasks without even having to go out himself, just controlling his minions from a distance. This method is extremely convenient and could greatly enhance his survival ability. However, there is a distance limit to controlling the zombies. According to Lu Chen's tests, his mental power now has a maximum range of 1,000 meters. This means that in the future, for actions within a radius of 1 kilometer, Lu Chen won't need to appear in person, he can just remotely control these corpse puppets to complete the tasks. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly felt a bit like a command system from his previous life, with a group of unmanned robots under his control. Since I don't need to show my face, it will be much easier to commit murder, arson, robbery, and smuggling in the future.
7th floor bedroom. It's already so late, why hasn't zombie dad come back yet?
Ji Rushua lay in bed, feeling a bit restless. She could clearly hear the huge explosion from the shop earlier and the terrifying roar of the evolved zombies. The roar of the tank-type zombie in the dead of night was enough to make anyone shudder. Even though Ji Rushua is the reincarnated Empress, in her current baby state, facing such enhanced evolved zombies would only lead to her doom. Now on the 7th floor, Ji Rushua wasn't particularly worried about being exposed. However, the absence of zombie dad made her feel a bit anxious.
Ordinary zombies that haven't evolved would only face certain death when encountering such evolved zombies.
Even in a survivor's camp, if the firepower is insufficient and preparations are lacking, they could easily be wiped out by a tank-like zombie. My zombie dad, you mustn't get into any trouble.
I can't even walk yet, if something happens to you, I'm done for.
Ji Rushua is starting to doubt whether her fate is too harsh, as it seems she has been a burden to her parents in both this life and the last. Now that she finally has a zombie dad who has already died once, and she has just begun to feel the warmth of paternal love, could she be forced back to the beginning of despair again? Originally practicing the glazed breathing technique, Ji Rushua now finds all she can think about is Lu Chen, making it difficult for her to focus on her training. Unknowingly, this pair of father and daughter who met by chance have already come to see each other as crucial companions in this apocalyptic world. Although Lu Chen's eyes are filled with blood red, Ji Rushua still feels a sense of paternal love in her zombie dad's gaze.
She doesn't want this hard-earned familial bond to vanish in an instant. Clap. Just then, there was the sound of a door opening outside, and Ji Rushua immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Ordinary low-level zombies don't understand how to pick locks, only I, this zombie dad who retained human consciousness, could do something so bizarre. Thank goodness, nothing happened. A smile appeared on Ji Rushua's face.
As Lu Chen walked in, he happened to see the little one smiling at him, and such a cute sight made his heart feel warm. For this little one, even when facing the most powerful zombies, Lu Chen felt he had enough courage.
Lu Chen walked straight into the kitchen and started preparing the milk powder.
Considering his recent plan to set traps and kill the big zombie, along with the time spent devouring the crystal core, the little one must be hungry. Thinking about the significant boost in strength today and watching the little one drink milk so sweetly, Lu Chen felt very happy. Although they were still in the apocalypse, Lu Chen increasingly felt that his life had hope. This hope and expectation for life is completely incomparable to the month I spent in a days before.
Xiao Qiqi, be good.
Daddy's strength has increased and I can better protect you in this apocalypse. Perhaps it's the constantly growing strength, or the gradually changing apocalypse, or maybe it's the pure and beautiful smile of the little one.
Lu Chen felt that his decaying body seemed to radiate with immense vitality. Even though I've turned into a zombie, life seems to have taken on new joys. After all, the life I led before my rebirth, working overtime at the company, coming and going like a walking corpse, wasn't all that interesting. For 2 days after his strength improved, Lu Chen didn't leave Building 5. Instead, he used his mental power to send his zombie minions to search for supplies nearby. Controlling several zombies to work simultaneously is much faster than Lu Chen moving things himself. Now, Lu Chen has turned several floors of the building downstairs into his own storage. All the supplies that Xiao Qiqi can use now or in the future have been collected by Lu Chen. This entire building has been treated by Lu Chen as his private property. Not only baby supplies and food, but Lu Chen has also collected many tools to deal with zombies. After witnessing the fierce battle scenes with those two evolved zombies, Lu Chen realized that perhaps after that blood moon night, the world he already found strange had changed once again. To live a better life, he must improve his combat abilities and establish certain defensive measures. Lu Chen used his control over the corpse puppets to bring back some gas canisters, and he collected closed fire axes from each building to create Molotov cocktails. He even didn't spare crowbars, shovels, and kitchen knives. Anything useful was brought back. During this time, Lu Chen either took care of Xiao Qiqi or found an empty room to practice his combat skills. Although he basically lived a similar life every day, Lu Chen still felt very fulfilled, as he could clearly sense his strength continuously growing. As long as he keeps getting stronger, his chances of surviving in this apocalypse will increase. However, Rushua has been lying in bed all the time, drinking milk and practicing the Lioli breathing technique every day. Right now, her body is too weak, and Rushua must use the breathing technique to enhance her own strength. The energy particles in the air are continuously improving Rushua's frail body while also strengthening her somewhat weak psychic power as an infant. After finishing her practice, Rushua slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. After a period of training, her psychic power has become somewhat stronger than before. Hearing faint noises coming from the living room, Rushua furrowed her brows slightly. She wondered if her zombie dad retained some consciousness from his previous life, which is why he would go out searching for supplies at night. But now, he hasn't gone out for 2 days. Recalling the battles that broke out between evolved zombies a couple of days ago, as well as the mysterious explosions and terrifying zombie roars not far from the community, Rushua speculated that her zombie dad was probably quite unfortunate and had already encountered those extraordinary zombies that evolved special abilities. After the extraordinary zombie evolved, the powerful pressure it exudes is already beyond what ordinary low-level zombies can compare to. It can be said that evolved zombies and ordinary low-level zombies, while both being zombies, will gradually diverge into different species. The oppressive force of higher-level zombies is extremely terrifying, and ordinary low-level zombies find it nearly impossible to resist this pressure. Moreover, the combat power of evolved zombies is far beyond that of ordinary zombies. Rushua can imagine that, as an ordinary low-level zombie dad must be feeling very scared right now. The zombie crisis erupted too suddenly, many people didn't even have time to react before they were directly devoured by zombies. At the beginning of the apocalypse, everyone thought that ordinary zombies were the final result of mutations. Little did they expect that after the blood moon, evolution and mutations began to occur globally. This reopened path of evolution caught many people off guard. In this world of global mutation, having zombie dad as an ordinary zombie that hasn't evolved means being at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Not only will they be killed by human survivors, but they will also be slaughtered by their fellow zombies, and even by those stronger beasts. As low-level zombies serving as cannon fodder, it is already extremely difficult to survive in the apocalypse. Furthermore, having to find the energy to sustain themselves while taking care of their daily needs and safety is truly a burden for them. Rushua felt very touched in her heart. Even in such difficult circumstances, her zombie father seemed unwilling to give up on her. It should be noted that in the apocalypse, humanity has become an exceedingly precious thing. Once kind people, after experiencing the brutality of the apocalypse, can do the dirtiest and most despicable things. Perhaps a person who was a gentleman before the apocalypse could become a cold-blooded killer after the end of the world. This cannot be definitively labeled as right or wrong, as everyone in the apocalypse is focused solely on survival. For many people, simply staying alive is the greatest luxury. Even those who are alive, even the well-resourced and heavily fortified survivor camps, will abandon children and the elderly to escape alone when necessary. But despite having suffered the cruelty of the apocalypse and becoming an inhuman zombie, my zombie father still retains a glimmer of humanity. Rushua quietly gazed at the night sky outside the window, her watery eyes revealing a composure and calmness beyond her years. It seems I need to speed up my training. As time goes on, more and more evolved zombies and fierce beasts will appear. Relying solely on my zombie father's abilities makes self-preservation in this apocalypse extremely difficult. With Rushua's breathing exercises, energy particles continuously entered her body, making her strength even stronger. Rushua was eager to become stronger. After all, she clearly could not rely on her zombie father, so she had to depend on herself. Fortunately, after so many days of training, Rushua had already made some progress. The strength of her psychic power had significantly increased compared to before. At this moment, under Rushua's telekinetic manipulation, the silver needle on the bedside table swiftly flew into the air. Swish swish swish. This already slender silver needle was now flying through the air at an incredibly terrifying speed. With her ability to control time, Rushua was confident that she could kill without anyone noticing. Even this fine silver needle, enhanced by her telekinesis, was enough to pierce a skull. However, Rushua was not satisfied. In this apocalyptic world, relying on just this skill was far from enough to survive. As time passed, more and more powerful zombies or ferocious beasts would emerge one by one, so she had to become stronger to have any hope of survival. In the living room, Lu Chen was absorbed in reading a martial arts textbook. This was also something he discovered while sending corpses to search the surrounding buildings. The original owner of the room might have been a martial arts enthusiast, as there were quite a few martial arts textbooks. Among them were detailed accounts of various close combat techniques, including sanda, judo, boxing, and mixed martial arts. Lu Chen was constantly exploring and training in the room based on the records in the books.
Having transformed into a zombie and undergone evolution, Lu Chen's physical abilities were already much stronger than those of ordinary humans.
It could even be said that many professional fighters' physical abilities might not match Lu Chen's current state.
Moreover, his body was no longer as stiff as that of a low-level zombie, making it easier for him to perform complex fighting moves. The difference between humans and other creatures lies in the development and use of the brain. These various modern combat techniques are the result of countless rehearsals in different environments, ultimately summarized scientifically, allowing for more effective training and attacking of enemies. Based on his observations during this period, Lu Chen found that zombies' attack methods were actually very primitive and brutal. After all, without human intelligence, zombies act purely on instinct, relying on claw swipes or biting with sharp teeth as their instinctive attacks. This chaotic attacking method might work against unsuspecting ordinary people, but it can be easily countered by true martial arts experts who have undergone training. However, even in real life, not even a boxing champion with combat training would dare to engage closely with these zombies. This is not because human fighting techniques are inferior, but because zombies lack intelligence. At worst, they just die. Humans are different, they have more concerns because once bitten, they face the fate of being transformed.
Most humans would not be willing to take such risks.
However, Lu Chen is different. After all, he is already a zombie, so being bitten doesn't matter, and he is not afraid of the so-called zombie virus. Retaining human consciousness is, in Lu Chen's view, his greatest advantage, and it must be utilized well.
He is different from other zombies and can use weapons in combat with maximum efficiency.
Although his evolutionary path differs from other zombies, and he hasn't enhanced his physical close combat abilities. However, this advanced scientific fighting method might help him compensate for the gap in physical quality. While brute force can overcome skill, finesse can also achieve great results.
Moreover, within fighting techniques, there are many joint lock techniques. These convenient and decisive moves are extremely effective even against zombies.
Moreover, zombies do not have the strong initiative that humans possess, they do not understand learning or defense and can only attack based on instinct.
The presence of a brain is the greatest suppression against the mindless.
However, Lu Chen also understands that what one learns from books is always superficial. He has seen many news stories about people who practiced military boxing and ended up being stabbed over 30 times by criminals. After simply mastering some fighting essentials and training for a while, Lu Chen rolled up his sleeves and went to the 6th floor. He controlled a corpse puppet to the living room, then Lu Chen released the telekinetic control. This corpse puppet was directly used by Lu Chen as a sparring partner, where he continuously practiced various fighting techniques he had learned during this time.
A zombie that knows martial arts cannot be stopped by anyone.
However, right after the first contact, Lu Chen found that relying solely on theory and his own exploration still left a significant gap compared to real combat. Previously, Lu Chen did not understand why many people could hit a punching bag with great force, but once they got on the ring, they could be easily knocked down by their opponents.
This is because mastering distance and reacting to the opponent requires real combat experience to refine. Relying solely on hitting the air and the target won't build strong practical experience.
After facing a real confrontation, Lu Chen realized that it was indeed quite difficult to subdue an opponent relying solely on his fighting techniques. Flipping through books won't develop martial skills. Clearly, this approach doesn't work. Fortunately, he has the fearless zombies as sparring partners, allowing Lu Chen to apply various combat techniques on them. With repeated practice, the speed of Lu Chen's punches became faster and faster. Moreover, his accuracy improved significantly, and he could also counterattack while dodging the opponent's attacks. Practicing combat not only enhances practical experience but also improves one's control over bodily coordination. Even if he doesn't engage in direct confrontations in the future, he will still have an advantage when it comes to escaping.
Bang bang bang.
The sound of crashing continues in the living room as the poor zombie keeps lunging at Lu Chen.
However, waiting for him is Lu Chen's sharp agility. After dodging the zombie's direct attack, Lu Chen seized its shoulder and executed a shoulder throw. Bang! As soon as the zombie stood up, Lu Chen executed another back slam, nearly breaking the zombie's spine, all while controlling his strength. Lu Chen looked at the zombie, now bloodied and mangled from his blows, and nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the zombie's head was already battered and bleeding from Lu Chen's attacks. The already loose teeth had been knocked out by Lu Chen, and its nose was crushed, oozing black blood. Even the elbow and knee joints were easily dislocated by Lu Chen using joint manipulation techniques. Now, facing a single ordinary zombie's frontal attack, Lu Chen skillfully and effortlessly controlled the situation, to the point where it could be described as a complete domination. Thanks to his training and various practical exercises during this time, Lu Chen quickly transformed from a novice fighter into a skilled combat elite. After all, no matter how scientific modern training methods are, they cannot provide a training partner like a zombie, which feels no pain and fears nothing.
Lucien is very satisfied with his current skills. Now, in one-on-one situations with ordinary zombies, it has become somewhat difficult to further improve his fighting techniques. Immediately, Lucien activated his psychic power, preparing to summon another corpse puppet to increase the difficulty. But at that moment, Lucien suddenly felt a shift in his mind, and an astonishing image flashed through his mind. In recent days, Lucien has been practicing multitasking, training his fighting skills with zombies indoors while sending corpse puppets out to search for resources. However, in the shared vision, Lucien discovered that the two corpse puppets he sent out to search for supplies encountered something quite surprising at building number 1 in Sunshine Community. He saw that on the third floor of building number 1, two zombies were scavenging for supplies in a remarkably human-like manner. Just then, a blood-red figure suddenly flashed across his line of sight from the ceiling. The speed was terrifying. If it weren't for the marks left on the ceiling, Lucien would have thought he was seeing things. He quickly controlled the corpse puppets to follow. After all, corpse puppets are expendable, and with zombies everywhere, Lucien wasn't worried about losing one or two. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blood-colored figure moves swiftly along the walls and ceiling, so fast that Lucien's control over the corpse puppet struggles to keep up with its speed. Lucien quickly maneuvered the corpse puppet to pick up two wooden sticks nearby for defense. Perhaps seeing the peculiar actions of the two zombies before it, the figure on the ceiling also stopped moving. Only then did Lucien get a clear look at the blood-colored figure on the ceiling, and the appearance of this monster truly surprised him. This zombie on the ceiling seems to have undergone some strange mutation. Its skin appears to be peeling off, revealing a gruesome red flesh color that looks extremely ferocious. The head of the zombie already looks terrifying, but this unusual presence on the ceiling is simply a monster among zombies. Because this zombie doesn't seem to have a skull, instead, a bloody brain is exposed. Most critically, its gaping mouth contains long, sharp teeth and a tongue that resembles a blood-colored snake, distinctly unusual. Both the hands and feet have undergone tremendous mutations, resembling the claws of a fierce beast. However, Lucien noticed that this change seemed to affect the spine, rendering this peculiar zombie unable to stand and seemingly only able to crawl on all fours. But their terrifying muscles and explosive power granted them unparalleled speed, and with claws as sharp as daggers, they easily scaled walls. Seeing such a bizarre sight, Lucien was taken aback. He never expected such an ugly zombie existed in this world. Even ordinary zombies, when evolved, at least still resemble humanoid creatures. But the blood-colored figure before him seemed to have completely abandoned its human form. From these two corpses, Lucien felt a wave of fear. Clearly, this blood-colored monster posed a significant threat to ordinary zombies. Lucien immediately controlled the two corpses, swinging the sticks in his hands to strike forward. However, the terrifying figure hanging from the ceiling leaped forward powerfully, and with a swipe of its claws, it instantly crushed the head of one corpse. Lucien's second corpse puppet didn't even react before it found a blood-red, elongated object swiftly piercing through its head. The speed of this blood-red monster was too fast. Even the two corpse puppets controlled by Lucien had no chance to fight back and were instantly killed. What kind of monster is this? Returning his gaze to his own body, Lucien still felt a lingering fear. What was that killed my corpse puppet in an instant? Could it be its long tongue? Lucien didn't expect that this zombie had completely evolved beyond human form, and even its weak tongue could be used as a weapon. The blood-red tongue shot out, and the corpse puppets he controlled didn't even have time to react. Lucien felt an immense weight on his mind. It seemed the abilities evolved by zombies after the blood moon had far exceeded his imagination. Or perhaps zombies like himself, who possessed special abilities, were not an accident, and he would have to be more cautious in the future. Thinking back to the blood-red monster that could scale walls and roofs, Lucien felt an overwhelming sense of worry. With his current strength, he feared he would not be able to confront it at all. Even if 5 corpse puppets swarmed together, in the face of absolute power, they would probably be wiped out in a single round. Currently, Lucien can only hope that guy won't come to the 5th building where he is. The blood moon has only just begun a few days ago, and encountering such strange zombies has made Lucien's mood quite heavy. Originally, Lucien thought that the muscular brute and the fast, agile zombie were among the stronger evolved zombies, but now it seems he underestimated this bizarre world. The terrifying blood-colored figure has too much combat power. Lucien seriously suspects that even if the brute and the agile zombies teamed up, they would still be instantly killed by that blood-colored figure. Controlling the corpse puppets to have close contact with that blood-colored monster and experiencing the death perspective of being killed up close, the sense of oppression that blood-colored figure brings to Lucien is extraordinarily strong. Although the peculiar zombie monster has no skin left, exposing its blood-colored muscles, its physical strength is likely not much weaker than that of the brute zombie. The most critical aspect is that terrifying mobility, as it can easily maneuver, scale walls, and hang from the ceiling. Not only is it powerful, but it also has very tricky attack angles, making it truly difficult to defend against.
What concerns Lu Chen the most is the blood-red figure's retractable tongue. Lu Chen never expected that one day he would be killed by a tongue.
Although they are not in the same building now, both parties are still in the same neighborhood.
Lu Chen has a premonition that he will eventually confront that oddly shaped zombie.
After all, the neighborhood is so small that it would be difficult to avoid an encounter.
Lu Chen felt heavy-hearted. The joy of having just dismantled a zombie during his martial arts practice was greatly diminished.
Lu Chen understood that this world is too cruel, and to survive, he must quickly improve his strength. Although they are all zombies, these strange monsters clearly do not understand the meaning of why hurry to harm each other. In the following time, Lu Chen dared not waste a moment and practiced martial arts every day. By engaging in combat with zombies, one can continually improve their fighting skills, achieving maximum enhancement in the simplest way. While practicing martial arts, Lu Chen also didn't forget to send out corpse puppets to continue searching for resources in the surrounding area. However, Lu Chen now had a new goal: to look for other evolved zombies.
Lu Chen didn't know much about the terrifying, blood-colored, strange zombie that appeared on the first floor. Moreover, this peculiar creature is quite difficult to target, and Lu Chen doesn't plan to seek unnecessary trouble.
Without sufficient strength to provoke the opponent, it would be no different from seeking death. However, the types of zombies he encountered at the beginning, such as the large, bulky zombies and the agile ones, were relatively easier to deal with. Although both types of zombies had undergone a certain degree of evolution and their combat abilities had become quite formidable. But for Lu Chen, who had intelligence and could control corpse puppets, they were much easier to handle. Through experiments over the past few days, Lu Chen had discovered that the crystal cores mostly formed in the brains of evolved zombies. I have killed quite a few ordinary zombies these past few days, but found nothing in their brains. Time flies, and a week has passed in the blink of an eye.
Bang! 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 On the 6th floor, Lu Chen is currently facing the attack of 3 large zombies.
The living room feels a bit cramped due to the increase in zombies, but in such a tight space, Lu Chen's movements are extremely agile. Facing the zombies' bites, Lu Chen easily dodges their attacks with his agile movements. At the same time, taking advantage of the zombies' attack openings, he lands a punch to the zombies' jaw. Although they have already turned into zombies, striking the vagus nerve to knock them out is no longer effective. However, Lu Chen's punch is powerful, and with one blow, he can still send blood flying and loosen the zombie's head. After knocking down one zombie with a punch, Lu Chen lowers his body to dodge the bite from the zombie behind him, then directly hugs the waist of the zombie in front of him. Then, combining his waist in horse stance, he exerts force from his core and performs a suplex, breaking the zombie's neck in half.
Snap!
A spinal fracture means that even if the zombie doesn't die, it poses no threat anymore. As the last zombie charged, Lu Chen seized the moment and decisively grabbed its wrist with one hand.
Crack! Crack!
Using a joint locking technique, Lu Chen applied slight force and directly twisted the zombie's joint off.
In almost an instant, all 3 fierce and terrifying zombies were lying on the ground, unable to move.
Either they had their heads smashed by Lu Chen, their spines broken, or their joints dislocated. If the sound of bones cracking in this 6th floor living room had occurred in a boxing gym before the apocalypse, it would have given everyone goosebumps.
Several ambulances would have to come one after another. Lu Chen stood in the center of the living room, nodding in satisfaction.
The zombies he had found were relatively strong, yet he still easily took them down. After these few days of training, his fighting skills had made some progress. Outside the gate of the community where Lu Chen is located, a number of zombies are already piled on the ground. These zombies were basically torn apart when Lu Chen was practicing his combat skills.
An excellent sniper is nurtured with bullets, and similarly, an outstanding fighter is honed through real combat. Lu Chen is now very confident that he can face the zombie siege outside and definitely has a certain level of self-defense capability. Even if he were to return to the time before the apocalypse, Lu Chen is confident that he could easily win a gold belt in free fighting. After all, even world boxing champions probably wouldn't dare to train as recklessly as he does. 7th floor bedroom.
While Lu Chen was practicing combat skills downstairs, Ji Rushue, as a baby, was not neglecting her own training. Although she is currently just a baby and can hardly take care of herself. However, by continuously breathing in and out the energy particles of the universe through the Liuli breathing technique, Ji Rushue's evolution speed is not slow at all. At this moment, as Ji Rushue focused her psychic energy on herself, her tiny baby-sized body gradually began to levitate. Although Ji Rushue's body did not grow significantly, her psychic energy had indeed increased a lot. After immersing herself in training for this period, Ji Rushue's psychic energy now allowed her to levitate about 1 to 2 centimeters off the ground. It's important to note that Ji Rushue is still just a baby. At first, she was extremely tired even moving a silver needle, and now being able to levitate her own body is a tremendous improvement. For humans, flying in the air is probably everyone's dream. Although Ji Rushue cannot achieve this yet, after continuous training during this time, she finally has some ability to protect herself in this apocalyptic world.
This is still far from enough.
Being just a baby and able to levitate her own body, Ji Rushue's current achievement is extremely terrifying. If those large survivor camps were to learn about Ji Rushue's abilities, they would probably swarm to recruit her. After all, a baby can awaken innate powers and even levitate in midair. Just hearing about it feels magical.
However, Ji Rushue showed no signs of complacency. She knew that her current strength was still insignificant.
As a reborn person, Ji Rushue understood that with the increasing number of evolved zombies and fierce beasts, the wars among them would become more frequent. Humans need to rest and recuperate after fighting each other, but for zombies and fierce beasts, the best way to recuperate is to devour each other's cores. The more frequently powerful zombies and fierce beasts devour each other, the faster their evolution will accelerate.
If she wanted to survive in this zombie-infested city, she must possess enough strength to do so.
Moreover, Ji Rushue was keenly aware that she was not alone. She also had to protect her zombie father. After the blood moon, her zombie father did not undergo any significant mutations. He was clearly just an ordinary zombie. In this mutated post-apocalyptic world, ordinary low-level zombies are actually the most unfortunate.
Because encountering evolved counterparts may lead to being killed by them, and meeting extraordinary humans could be even more lethal.
If one does not possess sufficiently strong abilities, it is likely that their zombie father will not last long before falling.
For an ordinary zombie, surviving in the apocalypse is extremely dangerous, and Ji Rushue must quickly enhance her strength. What's making that continuous banging sound downstairs? What is Zombie Dad busy with all day?
Although there is a floor separating them, Ji Rushue could still hear the sounds of Lu Chen training combat skills with several zombies in the living room on the 6th floor. After all, facing these zombies who feel no pain and tirelessness, Lu Chen shows no mercy in his attacks. Whether it's throwing or punching, the noise he makes is considerable. However, what worries Ji Rushue is that her zombie dad hasn't gone out to search for supplies for over a week. With only the remaining resources in the house, there isn't an immediate problem, but sooner or later, there will come a day when they'll run out. Ji Rushue understands this very well. After all, her zombie father is just an ordinary zombie. In the face of such a huge power gap, there is no way to fight back against those powerful evolved zombies outside. Since her zombie father retains human consciousness, it is completely normal to feel fear in the face of such a vast power disparity. This is not her zombie father's fault. The blame can only fall on this cruel world. Having been an empress in her past life, Ji Rushue understands just how brutal this apocalypse is. As evolution continues, individual strength grows stronger, and rather than reducing, killings become increasingly frequent. Without sufficient strength, one has no qualification to survive in this world.
Before the blood moon arrived, ordinary zombies had little pressure in life.
But now that the blood moon has risen, a large number of zombies and creatures have begun to evolve and mutate. Those ordinary zombies that have not evolved will only become the lowest level cannon fodder. Ji Rushue clearly remembers that in the early days of the apocalypse, zombie hordes could still cause massive panic.
However, by the later stages, a tide of ordinary zombies alone can easily be wiped out by the strong.
Ji Rushue did not have too much hope for Lu Chen, as low-level ordinary zombies are already quite rare to survive in this evolved world.
Let alone having to take care of a baby, this is almost an impossible task.
Ji Rushue only hopes that through this Liuli breathing technique, she can quickly enhance her own strength and grow up as soon as possible.
As the female emperor of humanity, Ji Rushue does not like the feeling of being a burden.
She also hopes to protect her zombie father's life with her powerful combat strength. Most importantly, Ji Rushue does not want to lose this rare familial bond, even if it comes from a zombie.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
While channeling energy particles according to the technique, Ji Rushue manipulated the silver needles to weave through the air continuously. The speed of the flying silver needles grew faster, and their force became stronger. Because my current physique is too small, it's clearly impossible to rely on my physical body to move freely. Ji Rushue decided to focus on enhancing her psychic power. Since her limbs couldn't support her body, she would find a way to use psychic energy to achieve levitation. Although she could only hover a few centimeters off the ground for now, Ji Rushue saw it as a significant improvement. At least in this situation, if she fell over, she could use her psychic power to catch herself, preventing a direct fatal fall. After all, she was a dignified empress of the human race. Dying from a fall or starvation would be quite disgraceful. As her cultivation technique continued to operate, Ji Rushue's gaze became increasingly resolute. After finishing his combat training on the 6th floor, Lu Chen controlled a corpse puppet to specifically deal with the zombies he had disassembled into parts. Just as Lu Chen was about to go upstairs to feed Chi-Chi, the corpse puppet collecting resources outside made a new discovery. Not far away on a street, a zombie that had weakened in size but clearly evolved claws and significantly increased speed was chasing a panicking human. Lu Chen recognized at a glance that the zombie chasing the survivor was the agile type he had seen being smashed into a meat patty by a large brute on that day. In the zombie's line of sight, this human looked pale and emaciated, with dry hair and somewhat unsteady steps. He must have been hiding in the shadows for some time, and now that he had eaten all the food he hoarded, he was forced to take the risk of coming out in search of food. But this guy was really unlucky. He encountered a zombie shortly after stepping outside. Moreover, the type of zombie he encountered was an evolved zombie, which Lu Chen had been searching for a long time without encountering. Although the agile zombie was relatively slender, its speed was extraordinary. He saw the agile zombie move like a cheetah, its claws piercing through the nearby car door, using inertia to achieve a perfect drift. In just a turn, it caught up with that unlucky fellow. This maneuver was incredibly smooth, making Lu Chen exclaim that indeed, speed in a turn is the real speed. Before the survivor could resist, the agile zombie's claws swept across, ending his life directly. What a great opportunity! Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He had been searching for evolved zombies to obtain more crystal cores, but he had yet to find any. He immediately dispatched his puppet to follow and monitor the other party. Ever since he had devoured a crystal core and experienced the surge of energy, Lu Chen could no longer suppress his desire to become stronger. So during this time, Lu Chen trained his combat skills, enhancing his close combat abilities and self-defense skills. At the same time, he sent out puppets to search for supplies and look for traces of evolved zombies. Lu Chen understood that since these mutated zombies had emerged, if given time, they would definitely become very powerful one by one. As the saying goes, a slow step means a slow pace. If he couldn't find a way to catch up to the evolved zombies early on, he would likely become cannon fodder to be devoured. However, the number of evolved zombies at this time might not be too many. Currently, the ones Lu Chen encountered were mostly just ordinary zombies wandering aimlessly on the streets. I have been searching for several days without any luck, but today I finally encountered him. I won't let him go easily no matter what. Keep a certain distance from the agile zombie while closely monitoring its movements. The remaining 4 zombies all abandoned their original tasks, took up heavy fire axes, and quickly rushed towards the location of the agile zombie. The 4 zombies, wielding their axes, marched in an imposing manner as if they were parading through the streets like an axe gang. This scene looks truly terrifying. If the survivors saw this scene, they would probably be left speechless. After all, they have never seen zombies actively using weapons. It's simply a reversal of the norm. Soon, all 5 of Lu Chen's zombies gathered together, with each ordinary zombie poised with a fire axe, ready for action. Each of them glared with blood-red eyes, exuding a powerful sense of pressure as they prepared to strike. Lu Chen did not act blindly. Instead, he arranged for 5 zombies to stagger and pretend to be nonchalant as they walked towards the agile zombie. Lu Chen made sure there was a slight distance between the zombies. After all, it would be foolish not to notice 5 zombies wielding axes gathered together. Moreover, having all the zombies with fire axes clustered together wouldn't be good for combat. However, Lu Chen wasn't foolish enough to let these zombies disperse too much, as he wanted to encircle the agile zombie, not the bulky ones. If they spread too far apart, his zombie puppets might get taken out one by one before even getting close. After killing the human survivor, the agile zombie feasted on the fresh flesh and blood. As time passed in this apocalyptic world, the number of survivors that could be hunted became increasingly scarce. Most of the zombies basically stagger around the streets every day to conserve their energy. A large number of humans were either killed or turned into zombies at the beginning, while a small portion of survivors, after blindly fleeing in the early days, have mostly acquired some survival skills. So capturing fresh blood food is indeed quite difficult. If it weren't for the fact that this survivor's stored food had been completely consumed, they wouldn't risk coming out to search for supplies. This agile zombie hadn't eaten fresh human flesh for many days, and at this moment, the smell of blood was simply a rare delicacy to it. Crunch! Crunch! The zombie was gnawing on the flesh without any hesitation, and nearby, some other zombies instinctively rushed over upon hearing the noise. Roar! Roar! Faced with ordinary low-level zombies, this agile zombie let out several roars, using its powerful presence to scare many zombies away. Only then did it continue to enjoy its meal with satisfaction. But just at that moment, the zombies suddenly heard a sound of footsteps. 5 ordinary zombies seemed to be unafraid of death, ignoring their warnings and still walking this way. Roar! The agile zombie let out another dissatisfied roar, its tone seemingly mixed with some impatience. Thump thump thump. However, what he didn't expect was that these 5 low-level zombies charged straight at him without a word. Attack! Kill him! Lu Chen controlled the 5 corpses and quickly charged towards the agile zombie. Previously, Lu Chen had disguised these corpses as ordinary low-level zombies, approaching the target aimlessly. After all, the opponent was extremely fast, and with those two claws capable of tearing apart cars, if he wasn't careful, these 5 corpses might all be lost. So, when there was only 10 meters left between them, Lu Chen suddenly launched the charge. The 5 corpses controlled by Lu Chen were all sturdy adult male zombies with intact limbs, and they almost instantly reached the agile zombie. The gleaming fire axe swung down without hesitation, aiming straight for the head. Seeing that the 5 low-level zombies dared to attack him, the agile zombie's eyes flashed with immense fury. His body moved in an instant, but with the numbers not in his favor, only one encounter resulted in the agile zombie getting injured. Although it dodged most attacks with its remarkable speed, Lu Chen had long been prepared, forming a semi-encirclement. This zombie would inevitably get hurt unless it turned and ran away. One could see that the zombie's right arm and back were injured with just one encounter. However, one of the corpses got stuck between its ribs, and for a moment couldn't pull the axe out. The agile zombie was extremely furious, and with a swing of its claws, directly shredded the head of that corpse. The evolutionary direction of the agile zombie mainly focuses on enhancing speed and terrifying attacks. However, their physical defense is far inferior compared to the larger zombies. In Lu Chen's view, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary zombies. Under Lu Chen's control, the 2 zombies feigned an attack from the front. Bang! This agile zombie had immense strength, its dual claws struck and sent Lu Chen's 2 zombies retreating several steps. However, the other 2 corpses wasted no time and swung their weapons directly. A downward slash and a horizontal cut, the agile zombie dodged the axe coming down, but a second axe had already sunk deep into its waist. Thud! A large chunk of flesh was cut away, and even the agile zombie suffered severe injuries. Roar! In a fit of rage, the agile zombie exploded with speed, its claws tearing apart one of Lu Chen's zombie puppets' heads. However, the other 3 zombies had already charged over. The agile zombie was fast, but no matter how quick it was, it couldn't evade the overwhelming axes. Thud! 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 3 consecutive axe strikes hit it, with one blow even decapitating the agile zombie. No matter how skilled you are, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife, let alone I have 5 axes. Seeing the fallen agile zombie, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. This evolved zombie was indeed powerful. If he hadn't been controlling from the back, these 5 low-tier zombies would probably have been wiped out in 2 rounds. Now, they had only lost 2 of them. Lu Chen controlled the remaining corpses, dug out the crystal core, tucked it into his pocket, and quickly headed back to the community. These corpses, controlled by Lu Chen, had long lost their own thoughts unless Lu Chen chose to actively disconnect. Although the crystal core was tempting for zombies, the remaining 3 corpses were completely unmoved. Under Lu Chen's control, the 3 corpses rushed swiftly towards the community. Along the way, some zombies might have caught the scent and wanted to come forward to snatch it, but Lu Chen controlled the corpses to swing an axe at them. Dealing with evolved zombies was quite difficult, but for these ordinary zombies without much thought, Lu Chen's controlled corpses could take them down with a single axe each. The Crystal Core escort team made their way back to the community, cutting through zombies effortlessly. After taking the Crystal Core, Lu Chen had the 3 corpses hold fire axes at the entrance of the building to ensure its safety. He then quickly ran up to the 6th floor. Upon seeing the crystal core, Lu Chen was immediately delighted, as he discovered that this crystal core was the same as the one he had previously consumed, both being white with a hint of red. This means that the agile zombie he just surrounded and killed is not only an evolved zombie but also one that has already consumed a crystal core. No wonder this agile zombie moves so swiftly, it has already evolved once. After calming the excited emotions within, Lu Chen swallowed the crystal core. In an instant, a tremendous energy surged through his body again, just like the previous feeling. It felt as though Lu Chen's brain was expanding tremendously, but with the experience from before, he was quite familiar with this process this time. He gritted his teeth and endured the surge of mental power, and after a while, the feeling of extreme clarity in his brain returned. Lu Chen's lips slowly curled into a smile. He knew his strength had increased again. Lu Chen's senses were enhanced once more, with his hearing and vision significantly better than before, and most importantly, his mental power was far stronger than it had been. Moreover, Lu Chen's body, which he had always felt was weak, finally experienced a significant improvement after consuming 2 crystal cores in succession. My physical strength and speed, as well as the defense of my skin, have improved significantly compared to before. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel envious when he saw the massive figure's incredible physique. Especially those arms that were as strong as steel, able to block even the attacks of agile zombies that could tear through cars. Although my body hasn't evolved to such an exaggerated extent, it's much stronger than before. Lu Chen waved his fists vigorously, resembling a martial arts expert who has immersed himself in martial arts for years. Feeling his current physique, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Even though my evolution has focused on telekinesis, my previous frail body did make me somewhat uneasy. Now, I am finally quite satisfied with myself. Lu Chen picked up the steel machete that was placed aside and began to swing it. In an instant, the living room was filled with flashes of the blade, and the sound of slicing through the air was incredibly sharp. This steel machete in Lu Chen's hands was like a deadly weapon. There was a flash of excitement in Lu Chen's eyes. Indeed, devouring the crystal core improved his speed much faster, and his close combat ability had significantly increased. Then Lu Chen concentrated and found that his mental power had also improved a lot compared to before. If at first, after the Blood Moon evolution, his mental power was roughly like a cup of water, now it had increased several times over, enough to be described as a basin of water. Lu Chen stood on the upper floor and conducted a simple test, discovering that his current mental power was enough to control 10 zombies. Moreover, the maximum control distance had reached 3,000 meters. Excited, Lu Chen quickly ran downstairs and selected 10 strong and healthy zombies from the surrounding horde to form his puppet squad. During this time, Lu Chen had sent his puppets to search for supplies nearby. For weapons like fire axes, Lu Chen would have his puppets bring them back to the building whenever he spotted one. Each puppet was equipped with a sharp fire axe, and at that moment, these robust puppets, each standing at 1.8 meters tall, stood in front of Lu Chen. Each one is shouldering a fire axe, and the momentum is incredibly strong. Lu Chen looked at his zombie squad and nodded in satisfaction. The zombie version of the axe gang seems to have taken shape. Standing in front of this zombie squad, Lu Chen felt invigorated, completely free from the confusion and despair of the post-apocalypse. At this moment, Lu Chen was already imagining in his mind that he had built a massive zombie army, wielding sharp blades and conquering all around. You may be strong, but in a one-on-one fight, I might not be a match for your close combat evolved zombies. But I, Lu Chen, rely on 3 things to survive. Being ruthless. Psychic power. A lot of corpses. In the apocalypse, it's all about power, a bunch of punks who only evolve muscles but not brains, who would want to fight you. I follow the strategy of overwhelming numbers. It's all about the mass approach. You want to fight me barehanded? Sorry, I come equipped with axes and knives. Martial virtue? Having more people and more axes is what truly matters. Watching his increasingly strong and capable subordinates, Lu Chen felt a growing confidence in his heart. Turning his head towards building number 1 not far away, Lu Chen squinted his eyes, a chilling killing intent flashing beneath them. He had not forgotten that in building number 1, there was an extremely terrifying monster, completely different from any zombies he had seen before. Lu Chen wasn't even sure if he should describe it as a zombie, because as a member of the zombie clan, he truly didn't want to admit that he was of the same kind as that creature. Experiencing death from the first-person perspective while controlling the corpse puppets, the blood-red figure left Lu Chen in utter shock. Especially after today's direct encounter with the agile zombie, that creature made Lu Chen feel even more apprehensive by comparison. Even the agile zombie that had undergone a second evolution couldn't withstand his sea of people tactic, but that blood-red figure was faster than the agile zombie and even more ferocious in its attacks. What concerned Lu Chen the most was that the opponent had a tongue that could act as a hidden weapon, making it nearly impossible to defend against. With 2 zombies being instantly killed, could the strength of those 10 corpse puppets barely take down the opponent? After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen shook his head. With his current strength, it was still very difficult to ensure he could defeat the opponent. It mainly stemmed from knowing too little about that monster. He had only seen it once during the last supply search. Lu Chen glanced towards building number 1, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Given the mysterious strength of the opponent, Lu Chen decided to find an opportunity in a few days to send a corpse puppet in to test the waters and see just how powerful this monster really was. With such a ticking time bomb present, Lu Chen couldn't sleep soundly. Before long, 3 days had passed. During this time, Lu Chen had almost turned the 6th floor into a training room. Bang! 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 Thudding sounds continuously came from the living room on the 6th floor, along with the roars of zombies. Crack! Lu Chen grabbed a zombie by the arm, locked the joint, and then forcefully threw it. The zombie was slammed directly into another one that had come up behind Lu Chen, ready to bite him. Lu Chen swiftly delivered a high whip kick, knocking down another zombie beside him. The head of that zombie was directly kicked off by Lu Chen. Lu Chen's movements were extremely quick, completing this series of actions in the blink of an eye. After dealing with the 3 zombies, the other 2 finally approached Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled coldly and executed a diving body slam, crashing the 2 zombies together. Crack! Crack! As Lu Chen swung his fists, the heads of the several still howling zombies were smashed to pieces. Even with 5 zombies attacking at once, Lu Chen could handle them with ease now. Lu Chen realized that after evolving, his physical qualities had greatly improved. This enhancement was not only in terms of strength, his speed, reflexes, and physical resilience had all undergone comprehensive evolution. This significant improvement in his body made Lu Chen face the onslaught of these zombies like a martial arts master. His body moved like a bee buzzing and a butterfly dancing, easily dodging the bites and attacks of these ordinary zombies. Then, based on the combat techniques he had practiced during this time, Lu Chen was able to quickly take down several zombies. With Lu Chen's enhanced strength, he could even smash a zombie's head with powerful punches and kicks. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. His current physique truly resembled that of a survivor in a post-apocalyptic world. The previous body was weak and stiff, making self-defense against ordinary zombies quite difficult, but now he had no such worries. Lu Chen controlled the corpse puppets and moved out the zombies he had smashed into pieces. Lu Chen simply cleaned the blood off his body. After all, he still needed to feed the little one soon, and looking bloodied wouldn't do. After returning to the 7th floor, Lu Chen prepared the milk powder on time, feeding it to Xiao Qiqi little by little with a spoon. Looking at the little one's innocent smile, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile back. The little one had quite the appetite, and the milk tasted very sweet every day. Even in this apocalyptic world, Qiqi still has a good appetite. After feeding Qiqi, Lu Chen directly took a bunch of toys he had scavenged from the side. There were Barbie dolls, toy cars, teddy bears, and so on. Ji Rushua looked at her zombie dad, who was trying to amuse her with clumsy methods, and felt quite speechless. Although she appeared to be an infant on the surface, she was actually a mature, calm, and decisive empress. How could such childish toys possibly interest her? However, it was still her zombie dad's good intentions. Although Ji Rushua had lived 2 lives, she had long passed the age of being entertained by little toys. Yet, she felt very warm inside, as she had never experienced being so cherished in either life. Seeing her zombie dad's earnest and pained expression, Ji Rushua still managed to force a faint smile. Lu Chen originally felt a bit frustrated seeing Qiqi's expressionless face. After all, I've never been in a relationship, let alone taken care of a child, so I can only rely on what I've learned from some TV dramas. I thought I had failed, but unexpectedly, the little guy actually smiled, which relieved Lu Chen's heart. He then put even more effort into amusing Ji Rushua. Ji Rushua couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It seems that being too kind isn't necessarily a good thing. Forget it, let's just consider this as training my mental strength. After playing with the little guy for a while, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then he moved to the window, a cold smile curling at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. It's almost ready, it's time to test that guy's limits. Lu Chen selected his team again from the wandering corpses around. Although evolved zombies are rare, there are still plenty of these ordinary low-level zombies on the streets. Even though Lu Chen trains in combat every day, constantly depleting zombies, he can still replenish his troops from the surroundings at any time. After some selection, Lu Chen replenished his team with 10 zombie puppets. Each one is tall, strong, and has all limbs intact, without any signs of having been bitten by their kind. The blood-colored monster brought an overwhelming shock to Lu Chen last time. The 2 zombie puppets had almost no resistance and were all eliminated in an instant. This huge gap in combat power made Lu Chen not dare to underestimate the opponent at all. Looking at the 10 sturdy zombies armed with fire axes, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. These 10 puppets standing together indeed exuded a very strong sense of oppression. Lu Chen believed that even if they encountered large zombies, the puppet team could still chop them to death. However, looking at these zombies, Lu Chen still felt that some aspects were lacking, and after thinking for a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead. It's not enough to just equip these zombies with weapons, they need some protective gear at the very least. Lu Chen remembered that there was an electric bike shop around the corner, which happened to sell helmets as well. Then Lu Chen led the group of zombies to smash open the shop door and immediately equipped each puppet with a full-face motorcycle helmet. Seeing the rebranded corpse puppets standing in front of him, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. The 10 corpse puppets, wearing black full-cover helmets and holding fire axes, stood in formation. Their imposing presence could easily make one mistake them for a motorcycle gang returning to the world. Lu Chen tapped on the helmets, nodding in satisfaction. This level of defense should be sufficient. As for their bodies, Lu Chen didn't equip them with any other armor. After all, they were just low-tier zombies. Even if they were to lose some, he could easily regain control of a few from the horde. Zombies are nearly indestructible, completely defying physiological common sense. For these zombies, the head is the only fatal spot. As long as the head is protected, they can continue to fight even with missing arms or legs. Wearing helmets greatly enhances the combat effectiveness of this corpse puppet squad. Even if their bodies are torn apart, as long as their heads are intact, they can still retaliate with an axe. This time, Lu Chen finally nodded in satisfaction. He then led his corpse puppet squad, marching grandly towards building number 1. I really don't know how this monster in building 1 evolved into what it is now. Thinking back to the last time we met, the bloody and hideous appearance of the other party made Lu Chen feel a bit nauseous. Even if it's a zombie, you should at least have been a person once. But now, that bloody monster is hardly recognizable as a human from before. After being instantly killed by this monster last time, Lu Chen felt somewhat confident this time, having prepared well.
I want to see if you, this monster, can withstand my axe. Lu Chen remained in Building 5, fully focused on controlling the zombie puppet squad.
Currently, his mental projection range is 3,000 meters, so there's no need for him to go to the battlefield himself. Moreover, that zombie is so terrifying, Lu Chen doesn't believe he could withstand it in close combat. So it's still safest to hide at home. Lu Chen remotely controlled 10 zombie puppets, and after entering the front door of Building 1, he began to check room by room starting from the first floor. Lu Chen was not impulsive, he conducted his search very cautiously, afraid of missing even the slightest corner. Especially the ceilings, Lu Chen would pay special attention to any traces. After all, this blood-colored mutated monster has an extremely bizarre body structure that evolved in an unknown way. Having shed its humanoid form that possessed combat power, it gained sharp claws and immense physical strength, allowing it to traverse walls and ceilings with remarkable speed. As Lu Chen searched slowly, the corpse puppets conducted their inspection bit by bit. They quickly finished searching the fourth floor, but still found no trace of the blood-colored monster. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, not seeing it after searching 4 floors in a row. Could it be that this bloodthirsty monster has fled early? Soon, the corpse puppet team arrived on the 5th floor, continuing their cautious search inside the rooms. However, the corpse puppet team did not notice that, at this moment, a blood-colored monster was perched right above the door they had entered. For sharp claws, like steel blades, were embedded in the wall, and it was crouching on top of the door like a spider, making no sound at all. With a savage glare, it stared down at the group of corpses. The position of this blood-colored monster was quite tricky, perfectly in the blind spot of the corpse's line of sight. After all, Lu Chen controlled the corpses remotely and shared their vision, but he couldn't observe as intimately as he would himself. Where did this monster go? It couldn't have escaped this building. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel worried. This blood-colored monster was quite troublesome. If it ran out of building number 1 and hid in the shadows, the danger would greatly increase, making it a top-tier killer zombie. Whoosh! At that moment, a sound of breaking air was heard, and a blood-colored figure suddenly fell from the sky. Bang! As the blood-colored monster swung its claws, one of the corpses closest to the door was struck hard, flying directly out and crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, Lu Chen had prepared in advance and equipped these corpses with full-face helmets. This motorcycle helmet was now torn apart, and the corpse's head was nearly crushed completely. Fortunately, with the helmet protection, this corpse puppet is not completely dead and can still unleash combat power. Lu Chen quickly reacted and hurriedly maneuvered the corpse puppet squad to turn around, swinging the fire axe towards the blood-colored figure. The heavy axe sliced through the air, producing a series of whistling sounds. If Ji Rushue were present, she would immediately recognize the type of zombie before her. This was the liquor zombie that caused significant casualties among human survivors at the beginning of the apocalypse, as recalled from her past life. The blood-colored liquor seemed enraged by the intrusion of the corpse puppet squad into its territory. It completely ignored the group of swinging axes and continued to attack the corpse puppet squad directly. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but smirk. A zombie is still a zombie no matter how much it evolves, a brainless one is useless. This liquor moved very swiftly, weaving among the corpse puppets. Its terrifying claws swung, sending several zombies flying. However, these corpses, under Lu Chen's control, will attack continuously as long as their heads are not crushed. Even if their bodies are pierced by frost, the axe still strikes down directly. Thud! The liquor pierced through the body of a corpse with one claw, yet Lu Chen controlled the corpse to disregard it and tightly grasped the liquor's claw with its arm. Without a word, he swung the axe down directly. Several corpses also rushed over, wielding fire axes and constantly swinging their blades. Although the liquor moved very swiftly, it was now trapped in the encirclement of the corpses. Despite successfully dodging, it was still hit several times in succession. During this time, Lu Chen not only practiced his close combat skills but also honed his axe techniques. Moreover, to enhance the combat power of the corpses, Lu Chen specifically researched some techniques for wielding axes. This was to allow his corpse squad to wield their axes with greater ferocity. Even Lu Chen specifically controlled several corpse puppets, attempting to continuously slash at the same spot on the blood-colored monster. After all, the muscles of this blood-colored monster looked extremely refined. Lu Chen knew in his heart that with just the combat power of low-level corpse puppets, it would be difficult to seriously injure the opponent. But fortunately, he emphasized not on individual combat, but on tactics of overwhelming numbers. As expected, Lu Chen controlled the horde of corpses to keep slashing, leaving numerous wounds on the body of the glutton. However, as Lu Chen expected, the glutton's muscles were very well developed. With just the strength of ordinary zombies, the fire axe only caused some flesh and blood to spill but couldn't inflict significant damage. Lu Chen immediately controlled 3 corpse puppets, directing all the axes to strike at one spot. Thud! Finally, the 3 rounds of axe attacks had an effect. As the last corpse puppet brought down its fire axe, the glutton couldn't dodge in time and had one of its arms chopped off by Lu Chen. After losing an arm, the devourer finally realized the power of the zombie squad in front of it and jumped out of the crowd of corpses, climbing up to the ceiling. Lu Chen immediately controlled the corpses and threw a fire axe directly at the ceiling. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, after jumping out of the encirclement of corpses, the devourer's speed became extremely swift. However, the speed, strength, and accuracy of the low-level corpses he controlled dropped sharply. This corpse reacted quickly, dodged the axe, and directly smashed the glass by the window, escaping outdoors. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. Through the corpse's vision, he could see the blood-colored monster moving effortlessly on the outside wall of the building. Moreover, the opponent's movements were incredibly fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Damn it, I actually let this guy escape. Watching the figure vanish outside the window, Lu Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. He never expected that even with 10 corpses and ample preparation, the opponent would still manage to escape. Even when scaling the 90-degree walls of the building, this zombie moves as if on flat ground. Its movements are incredibly swift, almost like a natural-born killer. Lu Chen secretly rejoiced that he had prepared a helmet in advance, otherwise, today's battle would not only fail to subdue this blood-colored monster but also result in significant losses of his puppets. This blood-colored monster moves too quickly for Lu Chen to even see its actions clearly. If they fail to take it down this time, it is very likely that the monster will become alert and may even seek revenge. Its limbs possess terrifying strength, allowing it to easily hang upside down anywhere and ready to launch attacks at any moment. This is the most troublesome mutated zombie Lu Chen has encountered so far. Letting this monster escape is like setting a ticking time bomb. If it gets startled and flees the neighborhood, that would be one thing, but if it remains hidden inside, it poses a massive threat to him. This zombie moves silently, making it hard to detect its whereabouts. In a one-on-one fight, he would not stand a chance against it. The most critical point is that the building's outer wall is as easy as pie for zombies, allowing them to climb like spiders with ease. What Lu Chen is most worried about right now is that if this blood-colored monster sneaks up to building number 5 one day, it would be disastrous. After all, this guy doesn't even need to use the stairs. Even if he arranges a few zombies to block the hallway, it won't help. If he discovers the little guy, there would be no way to defend against it climbing up the outer wall. However, Lu Chen currently has no way out. Who would have thought he underestimated the opponent's strength and let him escape? It's never too late to mend the barn after the sheep are lost. Lu Chen quickly adjusted his emotions and began to formulate a defense plan. He immediately arranged for 3 strong corpses to patrol building number 5 fully armed every day, so that even if the monster quietly sneaks in, he can be aware in time and avoid being caught off guard. Looking at the marks left by the zombie on the wall, Lu Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. This formidable existence, the energy contained within its crystal core, is likely much stronger than the large and agile zombies I've encountered before. If I could devour this zombie's crystal core, my strength would undoubtedly rise to a new level. Right now, Lu Chen can only send out other corpse puppets to continue patrolling the area, hoping to encounter more evolved zombies. After devouring 2 crystal cores, Lu Chen felt quite good about himself, but this blood-colored monster gave him a harsh lesson. Lu Chen is eager to enhance his strength, otherwise if he encounters an even more powerful zombie, controlling a few corpse puppets won't help at all. Currently, Lu Chen can control corpse puppets within a radius of 3 kilometers, which is already a considerable distance. In the bedroom on the 7th floor, Ji Rushua has made significant progress in her mental abilities. At this moment, she is manipulating 2 dolls, making them fly continuously in mid-air. As the unparalleled Empress, Ji Rushua originally looked down on playing with such trivial dolls. I just wanted to be kind and not hurt Lu Chen, but later I found out that controlling the dolls was not only fun but also a way to train my telekinesis, and suddenly it became really appealing. Sensing Lu Chen's arrival outside the door, Ji Rushua quickly stopped using her telekinesis and hugged the doll tightly in her arms. As soon as Lu Chen walked in, he saw Xiao Qiqi happily playing with the doll. Her smile was pure, and her eyes shone with innocence. Looking at such a pure and beautiful little one, Lu Chen felt as if his emotions were healed. Little one, this world is too dark and decayed. I hope you won't be disappointed in it when you grow up. I hope you can grow up carefree like you are now, and that we can continue to live in this apocalyptic world. Looking at the little one before him, Lu Chen felt motivated to do anything. Even though the outside world was a sight of ruin, there was still a beauty and innocence belonging to humanity within this bedroom. In order to survive in this world, there will be relentless killings. This bedroom is the last sanctuary that Lu Chen has left for himself. Looking at the window of the bedroom, Lu Chen's expression suddenly became extremely serious, and he hurriedly walked out. Ji Rushua looked at her zombie dad with some confusion. He hadn't gone out to search for supplies in days and had been staying at home.
Now he had come in and out again, and his expression seemed to have turned somewhat grim. Could something have happened outside?
Then Jirushua saw her zombie dad returning shortly after, carrying a large pile of wooden boards and nails.
He then began nailing the boards one by one to the window.
The blood-colored monster far exceeded her common sense, completely different from ordinary zombies.
Although it couldn't walk upright, it could perform exaggerated feats of wall running.
Even the outer walls of the building felt like solid ground. The 7th floor, which had once been very safe, was no longer secure. Although Lu Chen had arranged for the corpse puppets to patrol the hallway continuously for safety. But this zombie is behaving unusually. If it crawls in through the bedroom window, there's no way to defend against it. I can't monitor the bedroom window at all times, so I can only temporarily board it up with wooden planks. This way, I won't be caught off guard. At least it can keep Xiao Qiqi safe to some extent. Jirushua, lying in bed, couldn't help but feel puzzled at the scene before her. Her zombie dad had been home for several days without going out, but why did he suddenly start boarding out the windows today? Seeing the serious expression on her zombie dad's face, Jirushua raised an eyebrow slightly. Could it be that her zombie dad sensed the powerful strength of the evolved zombies and was too scared to face the chaos outside? After thinking it over, Jirushua seemed to conclude that this was the only possibility. After all, how often do zombies board up windows? Although Jirushua understood that ordinary low-level zombies would instinctively feel great fear when facing those evolved mutated zombies. Ordinary low-level zombies that have not evolved are completely powerless against those mutated zombies. But, is it really necessary to be so scared that they have to seal the windows? Jirushua shook her head helplessly. My zombie dad really is a coward. Jirushua didn't look down on her zombie dad in her heart, as she understood that surviving as an ordinary zombie in this apocalypse was already a very difficult task. In Jirushua's memory, as more evolved zombies and fierce beasts appeared, low-level ordinary zombies were like ants by the roadside, no different from cannon fodder. Moreover, since the blood moon, many evolved humans have also emerged. At first, humans could only flee in panic when faced with these ordinary zombies, but with continuous evolution, even humans can easily hunt these low-level zombies. Without strength or status, it's already very difficult for ordinary zombies to survive, let alone carrying a baby like me. Moreover, Jirushua knows very well in her heart that her father's actions are actually for her own safety. After all, the 7th floor bedroom is her living space, and her father hopes that she won't be disturbed by other zombies. Watching her zombie father staring intently at the wooden board, a warm current surged through Jirushua's heart. Even in this cruel apocalypse, even when facing countless pressures in life, various life and death crises could arise at any moment. Even though zombie dad is incredibly scared, terrified of the apocalypse to the point of not daring to go outside. He never thought of giving up on his burdensome child. Though lacking sufficient strength, he still tries his best to protect her safety. Even though her zombie father is a zombie, he has surpassed most people in this apocalypse. At least for Jirushua, whether in her past life or this life, she is experiencing such heavy paternal love for the first time. Zombie dad. Wait for me, it won't be long before you no longer have to be so worried. As long as you give me enough time to grow, I will protect you when the time comes. Jirushua looked at the back of zombie dad, her eyes radiating a determination beyond her age. The arrival of the apocalypse has caused humanity to lose too much. Jirushua didn't want to lose the precious family ties she had never gained in her 2 lifetimes. Bang bang bang. Lu Chen kept hammering nails, and finally finished reinforcing the window. However, Lu Chen did not completely seal it off, he left 2 openings for light and ventilation. Although safety is important, Lu Chen didn't want Xiao Qiqi to live in a gloomy and oppressive environment at such a young age. Moreover, the bedroom has already been boarded up, providing a certain level of defense. Looking at the bedroom window, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The blood-colored monster is indeed very powerful, but even if it wanted to break through the glass and the layers of wood to get in, it would take a lot of effort. This blood-colored monster's attacks on zombies are nothing short of a massacre, but it's significantly weaker compared to the hulking zombies in terms of strength. At least the defenses of this bedroom window are enough to give me some time to react. Time passed quickly, and another 3 days went by. Lu Chen arranged for the corpse puppets to continuously search the area, but that blood-colored monster had not appeared since it vanished. Not seeing that terrifying figure, Lu Chen felt a slight sense of relief. However, Lu Chen did not let his guard down, he still arranged for 2 corpse puppets to patrol building number 5 every day. After all, these corpse puppets don't need to eat, drink, or rest, and they don't require wages. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt a wave of mental energy in his mind. A corpse puppet searching for supplies in the distance suddenly made a new discovery. To search for supplies, a corpse puppet arrived at a convenience store 2 streets away, pried open the door, and began collecting supplies. What the hell? How can there still be people in this store? Who cares?
Since we've run into them, it's their bad luck. Let's take them out.
Just then, several human survivors suddenly rushed in from outside, each wielding a steel pipe or kitchen knife. They all looked fierce and menacing at the corpse puppet. However, when Lu Chen controlled the corpse puppet to turn around, all of them froze.
What the hell, is that a zombie?
The few who had just rushed out were startled when they saw the corpse puppet controlled by Lu Chen. The pale figure and blood-red eyes clearly proved the identity of the zombie. The previously aggressive group suddenly stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with terror. Even though the apocalypse had been ongoing for some time, human survivors still had an innate fear of zombies. Lu Chen was also startled by the sudden appearance of these people. He didn't expect there were still survivors hiding nearby. Not wanting to cause more trouble, Lu Chen prepared to control the corpse puppet to leave the shop.
Look at you guys, so cowardly. It's just a zombie, what's there to be afraid of?
A burly man among the group rushed towards Lu Chen's corpse puppet, wielding an iron rod. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. He initially didn't want to stir up trouble, but now he could only control the corpse puppet to wield a fire axe in defense.
Bang! As the axe collided with the iron rod, Lu Chen was taken aback.
All the corpse puppets he chose were relatively strong, and zombies themselves possess more strength than ordinary humans. However, Lu Chen did not expect this man's strength to be overwhelming. The force from the steel pipe made the corpse puppet's arm numb.
He couldn't even hold onto the fire axe, which was directly knocked away by the opponent.
Moreover, this man was decisive in his attacks, executing his moves with incredible speed. Before Lu Chen could react, the steel pipe came crashing down.
Bang!
With a dull thud, the corpse puppet's head exploded like a watermelon. The man approached the corpse puppet's body, thoughtfully looking at the fire axe that had been knocked away.
This world is really messed up. Even zombies can use weapons now? Could this be a new type of evolved zombie?
However, he quickly stopped paying attention to that and turned to urge his companions behind him. Alright, everyone hurry up and move the supplies. If any evolved zombies show up, we're done for. Hearing this, the group quickly got to work, stuffing their backpacks with various foods and bottled water. In this apocalyptic world, finding a store that hasn't been looted feels like a paradise. Thank goodness we have Brother Gangzi, otherwise, we wouldn't have found so much food.
Yeah, what are evolved zombies to us? With Brother Gangzi's strength, it's just a matter of a single hit.
Seeing this strong man crush a zombie with one hit, the rest of the companions praised him while scavenging for supplies. After all, having a powerful companion in the apocalypse greatly increases the chances of survival.
The man known as Gangzi showed a hint of pride on his face upon hearing the praise from the others. I didn't expect that after such a long time, there would still be survivors nearby.
Inside building number 5, Lu Chen frowned, surprised by the scene he had just witnessed. It has been over a month since the zombie apocalypse broke out, and especially in recent times, Lu Chen had hardly seen any living people. Aside from the unfortunate soul killed by the agile zombie last time, he hadn't seen any other humans for a long time. On the desolate streets, only mindless zombies were wandering about. Unexpectedly, this time he saw several people. It seems there are still quite a few humans surviving during the zombie crisis. However, since these zombies are all driven by bloodlust, most people can only hide in the shadows. But recalling the man who just fought with his zombie puppet, Lu Chen's expression became extremely serious. Although that man appeared to be more robust than the others around him, he definitely couldn't possess such formidable strength. The zombie puppets he selected were all strong and sturdy, and after becoming zombies, their strength had increased to a certain extent.
Even just the zombies themselves would have no problem dealing with ordinary survivors. Moreover, the corpse puppets are under my control and can use weapons to fight. But I didn't expect that after facing that man, even the fire axe in my hand was knocked away. It was simply incredible strength. Reflecting on the experiences of this time, Lu Chen couldn't help but start guessing.
All the changes seem to have begun from that blood moon night. After that night, the zombies seem to have evolved, and it appears they have also developed different evolutionary paths. Under the blood moon, it wasn't just the zombies that were shrouded in moonlight. Lu Chen began to wonder if other creatures had undergone the same changes. The mysterious man I encountered today is very likely an evolved human. Such terrifying power could probably only be unleashed by evolved beings.
Lu Chen couldn't help but feel that the changes in this world are far more complex than he had imagined.
Previously, I had been focused on the changed zombies, but it seems that as the blood moon progresses, more and more strange creatures will appear in this world.
Forget it, it looks like we can't send the corpse puppets to that area anymore. In Lu Chen's view, evolved humans are even more terrifying than zombies. Because zombies lack brains, I can still use corpse puppets for a swarm tactic or devise strategies to outsmart the enemy. But the same tactics won't work as well against humans.
Lu Chen currently doesn't want to stir up trouble. He just hopes to gain stronger powers to live well in this apocalypse and let Xiao Qiqi grow up healthy and happy.
Humans possess extremely complex thoughts and high intelligence, and just because the zombies haven't noticed certain clues doesn't mean the human survivors won't. Lu Chen doesn't want to risk being targeted by these human survivors over a tiny bit of supplies. After all, he is not a solitary person who can escape with corpse puppets at any moment. In his bedroom, with a baby like Xiao Qiqi around, Lu Chen must consider the little one's safety. Currently, Lu Chen only hopes to use the corpse puppets to continuously hunt down a few isolated evolved zombies, consuming their cores to become stronger and gain more powerful abilities. After all, the apocalypse is becoming increasingly complex. Only by possessing sufficient power can he and the little one live in peace. As for what kind of changes will occur in the outside world, Lu Chen actually doesn't care. He himself came to this world inexplicably and was bitten by a zombie in an equally inexplicable manner. For Lu Chen, as long as his and the little one's lives are not disturbed, he doesn't care how the world changes. After the encounter with the human survivors, several days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen has currently stopped collecting supplies because the efficiency of these corpse puppets is simply too high. Every room in building number 5 is already filled with various supplies. These supplies are more than enough for Xiao Qiqi, and hoarding too much doesn't have much meaning. After all, as time passes, these supplies will eventually expire. No matter how much you hoard, if you can't use it, it's just a waste of time and effort, and it might even bring unnecessary trouble. In the bedroom on the 7th floor. During this time, Ji Rushua has been practicing the Liuli breathing technique day and night, continuously inhaling and exhaling the energy particles in the air, and her own strength is constantly increasing under the transformation of these energy particles. Especially her previously very weak telekinesis, which has now greatly improved. At first, Ji Rushua felt very exhausted just controlling leaves, but now she has even started trying to lift her own body using telekinesis. If one cannot take care of themselves in this world, it can be extremely troublesome. During an apocalypse, one must at least have certain survival skills. Her zombie father seems to be just an ordinary low-level zombie, and Ji Rushua understands that she absolutely cannot just be a baby lying in bed. She must quickly adapt to life in the apocalypse, otherwise, the two of them might encounter a crisis sooner or later. Ji Rushua is continuously using her strength to practice crawling on the bed in the bedroom. After this period of transformation through the Liuli breathing technique, Ji Rushua's strength has far surpassed that of infants of the same age. As Ji Rushua's control over her body improves, her crawling speed on the bed also increases. Ji Rushua finally tries to use telekinesis to balance her body. With the support of telekinesis, she gradually shifts from crawling on all fours to standing and walking. If she directly uses telekinesis to achieve flying, the energy consumption is quite significant. However, using telekinesis to maintain a state of support makes learning to walk upright much easier. Moreover, since her body is always surrounded by supportive telekinesis, Ji Rushua doesn't have to worry about falling if she fails. In this relaxed learning environment, Ji Rushua quickly begins to stand and walk. Creak! At that moment, Lu Chen pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing this scene on the bed, he was instantly stunned, his jaw dropping in surprise. Lu Chen even began to doubt whether he was hallucinating. Little Qiqi is only a few months old, and she has already started to stand and walk on her own in bed? I didn't even know when the little one learned to crawl, and now she's starting to walk? After the shock, Lu Chen's eyes were filled with delight, and the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. Although Lu Chen was determined to help the little one grow up healthy and happy, he also knew very well that the little one lives in this apocalyptic world, a fact that can never be changed. So even if he could always protect little Qiqi, she would eventually have to learn to adapt to life in the apocalypse. However, even though he had this plan in mind, Lu Chen was not ready to let the little one start adapting to the apocalypse so soon. Although he didn't know Qiqi's exact age, Lu Chen inferred from her size that she was only a few months old. After all, the little one hasn't been weaned yet and can only lie in her crib, unable to move. Lu Chen originally thought that it would take a long time for the little one to learn how to walk. Who would have thought that after just a few days of not paying attention, the little one learned on her own? Seeing the little Qiqi walking a bit unsteadily on the bed, Lu Chen quickly went over to pick her up and placed her in the living room to practice walking. On the bed, the mattress is very soft, and the uneven surface makes it harder for the little one to learn to walk steadily, even though she has started walking. Practicing on the stable floor of the living room will lead to greater progress. As for Ji Rushua, whether in the living room or on the floor, she can master it with enough time. After all, her current telekinetic ability allows her to float her body for short periods of time, so using it just for balance is naturally a small matter. At first, Ji Rushua walked a bit clumsily, as she had just started learning to stand and walk, and she needed time to adapt to this body. However, as she adapted to this body and with the strength she had honed over time, Ji Rushua was soon able to walk very steadily. Ji Rushua looked up and saw the shocked expression on Zombie Dad's face, feeling a bit proud inside.
If it weren't for the fear of zombie dad's shock, she could have even done a somersault. Lu Chen stood to the side, watching the little one adapt so quickly to walking for the first time, feeling very gratified. Little Chi-Chi has finally grown a bit. At this moment, Lu Chen felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. The little one can learn to walk upright at such a young age, completely ahead of her peers. My daughter has the potential of an emperor. However, after practicing for a while, Ji Rushue stopped. After all, given her current physical condition, relying solely on her physical strength to maintain an upright posture was still quite difficult. To maintain balance, she would constantly need to expend mental energy. Even though her age has increased significantly during this time, she couldn't sustain such continuous expenditure, making it impossible to keep walking upright. Seeing this, Lu Chen thought that Ji Rushue had exerted a lot of effort in learning to walk upright and had become exhausted. Lu Chen quickly stepped forward to pick up the little one and place them on the sofa in the living room to rest. Lu Chen understood the principle of gradual progress. He did not expect the little one to transition from lying in the crib to walking upright freely all in one day, as that would be too exaggerated. Meanwhile, Lu Chen took a steel machete and went to the balcony to begin practicing his swordplay. After absorbing the crystal core, Lu Chen's body had undergone a certain degree of evolution compared to before. His speed, reaction, and strength had all improved to some extent. At this moment, swinging the steel machete, the blade sliced through the air, creating a series of whooshing sounds. The silver blade light flickered continuously in the air, giving Lu Chen the appearance of a martial arts master. In both his past life and this life, Lu Chen had never undergone martial arts training. His current practice was merely mimicking some simple routines based on memories of martial arts from his past life while wielding the machete. In Lu Chen's view, as long as his speed is fast enough and his strength is strong enough, even a brick can be effective. After a long period of training, Lu Chen could also feel his proficiency with the machete continuously increasing, making it easier for him to wield. Although compared to those true masters of the blade, his skills are nothing but crude and full of flaws. However, Lu Chen didn't care about that. No matter how fierce the swordplay, zombies can wield knives too. So, are you scared or not? The sound of slicing through the air caught Ji Rushue's attention. Seeing Lu Chen practicing with the knife on the balcony, she couldn't help but be surprised. Is Zombie Dad improving his strength? Ji Rushue has now concluded that her zombie dad is just an ordinary zombie. Even after the blood moon, he hasn't awakened any extraordinary abilities. But Ji Rushue understands in her heart that her zombie dad is still very different from ordinary zombies. That is, zombie dad possesses human consciousness, which is his greatest advantage. After all, ordinary zombies don't think and certainly can't use weapons. As long as he has a sharp blade in hand, even though his zombie dad can't deal with those powerful evolved zombies, he still holds a significant advantage over ordinary low-level zombies. Ji Rushue nodded to herself. Although her zombie dad's strength didn't seem impressive, he was quite clever. But, isn't this swordsmanship just too terrible? In her past life, as the Empress of humanity, Ji Rushue had experienced countless battles during the apocalypse. Whether it was close combat or weapon fighting, she had excellent insights and experience. Moreover, by the later stages, Ji Rushue had also trained in many powerful martial techniques. At this moment, in Ji Rushue's eyes, the set of sword techniques her zombie dad practiced, while it looked impressive, was actually full of flaws and utterly terrible. Any opponent with a bit more strength could almost instantly defeat her zombie dad. This move looks flashy, but it has no real combat power at all. It consumes energy without any effect. It's simply the worst of the worst. On the balcony, Lu Chen was swinging his machete, and seeing Xiao Qiqi staring at him intently made him feel somewhat proud. Lu Chen thought the little guy was captivated by his swordplay, which made him feel quite pleased, so he swung even harder. Looking at the zombie dad who was tirelessly swinging the machete on the balcony, Ji Rushue finally understood why she could hear various clattering sounds from downstairs every day in bed. Thinking about this, Ji Rushue felt a bit enlightened. No wonder zombie dad hadn't gone out these past few days. He must have sensed the external threat and was practicing his combat skills indoors. Although zombie dad's sword skills were quite unsightly, it cannot be denied that this is indeed an effective way to strengthen his abilities. The zombies outside have evolved due to the blood moon mutation and possess strong combat power, and there will also be some significant changes. However, her zombie dad hasn't changed at all and is clearly just an ordinary low-level cannon fodder zombie. So continuously swinging the sword to improve one's skill with it, and strengthening one's attack and defense as much as possible, is also a method. At least in Ji Rushue's memories from her past life, many survivors would exercise to strengthen their bodies, just to have more stamina when facing zombies. As an ordinary zombie without special abilities, one can only use such rudimentary methods to improve their survival rate in the apocalypse. Ji Rushue watched Lu Chen practice swinging his machete, and for a moment, her mind wandered to other thoughts. Seeing Ji Rushue lost in thought while watching him, Lu Chen mistakenly believed that the little one was interested in these violent things. For a moment, Lu Chen swung the machete even more forcefully, the sound of slicing air creating a series of whistles. I didn't expect the little one to be interested in such violent things. It seems I need to keep practicing, and when she grows up, I will teach her this set of sword techniques. Lu Chen thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. In this apocalypse, the only method Lu Chen could think of so far was this simple way to increase survival chances. It's a good thing for a girl like her to be interested in things like wielding weapons, in Lu Chen's opinion. After all, the apocalypse is very cruel and won't show mercy just because of your age or gender. Lu Chen is also happy to share his insights with her once she grows up, as it could at least improve her survival skills. In the harsh apocalypse, Lu Chen still believes that enhancing survival skills is more essential. For the next few days, Lu Chen let Xiao Qiqi play freely in the living room. Anyway, the windows of the bedroom on the 7th floor have been boarded up by him to guard against that blood-colored monster, and the lighting isn't very good. The living room on the 6th floor is brighter, and since he often trains in fighting here, it is also more spacious. Lu Chen practices his close combat skills and knife techniques on the balcony, while Ji Rushue practices walking upright in the living room, also training her telekinetic control abilities. With Lu Chen's company, little Ji Rushue walks more steadily every day. Under Lu Chen's gaze, Xiao Qiqi has made remarkable progress compared to ordinary children. Calling her a prodigy is not an exaggeration. Meanwhile, Ji Rushue's gaze has grown increasingly resolute, with her distinct black and white pupils betraying no trace of childishness. As the apocalypse continues to advance, Ji Rushue has developed a sense of crisis within her heart, becoming increasingly anxious. After the blood moon's anomaly, the entire world has been fraught with danger. The vigorous release of energy factors in the air has caused many zombies to undergo a series of mutated evolutions. And this is just the beginning. As time goes on, these changes will become even more terrifying. At the same time, a large number of other creatures have also joined the ranks of evolution. Ordinary cannon fodder types like her zombie father will soon find there is no space left for survival. Therefore, Ji Rushue is well aware that she must grow up quickly. At the very least, she needs to master upright walking soon and develop better mobility. This way, we can help the zombies. At the very least, we cannot drag ourselves down in this apocalypse. In this increasingly brutal apocalypse, a regular zombie that hasn't evolved, combined with a baby that can't move freely, seems like an apocalyptic nightmare to Ji Rushue. As the Empress, if I want to turn the situation around under such circumstances, I can only find a way to quickly improve my cultivation progress. Roar! Just as Lu Chen and Ji Rushue were steadily improving themselves, an angry roar suddenly came from outside the building. Upon hearing this roar, Lu Chen, who was watching Ji Rushue walk, immediately felt a shift in his mind. In the next second, Lu Chen shifted his vision and quickly controlled the corpse puppet to rush to the scene. On the green belt of Sunshine Community, two zombies that had clearly undergone mutations and evolution after the blood moon were engaged in a fierce battle. One of the zombies was extremely large, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, with incredibly muscular build. Especially those two strong arms, resembling coiling dragons, create a fierce wind with every swing of their fists. The sound of breaking air makes one's scalp tingle. With those arms swinging down, even the ground could be smashed into a pit. This head is the tank-type zombie that Lu Chen has encountered before and has also devoured a crystal core. The other head is even more familiar to Lu Chen. That guy has a terrifying blood-red appearance and a low stance with 4 legs on the ground. Although this monster doesn't appear as large as the tank-type zombie and lacks that overwhelming visual impact, its movements are incredibly swift. Moreover, each attack it launches is equally impressive. The sharp claws continuously slash through the air. If it were an ordinary zombie, it would probably have been killed in seconds countless times already. This peculiar posture of the zombie makes Lu Chen feel very strange. After all, having evolved into such a monstrous form, even other zombies would probably look down upon it. However, the combat power of this blood-red monster is indeed very fierce. Even the zombie puppets controlled by Lu Chen are equipped with full-cover helmets. Otherwise, who knows how many from the team that entered the building last time would have survived. However, through the perspective of the corpse puppet, Lu Chen felt some confusion. He had blown up a large zombie not long ago, so where did this one come from? Are there really this many evolved zombies? The most critical point is that Lu Chen noticed the injuries on that blood-colored monster zombie had actually healed. Even the arm that had been severed by his controlled corpse puppet had grown back. The two powerful zombies in front of him made an incredibly terrifying noise as they fought. Lu Chen speculated that these two evolved zombies were full of killing intent, likely fighting to obtain each other's crystal cores. Thinking of the crystal cores, Lu Chen's heart suddenly raced. Although the two zombies were large and their attack power was extremely terrifying, there was also a flash of desire in Lu Chen's eyes. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. In the apocalypse, it's a fight for survival. Either be killed by other zombies or evolved humans, or find a way to devour more crystal cores to gain a powerful body. In the past few days, Lu Chen has been not only improving his combat skills but also sending out corpses to search for traces of evolved zombies. Unfortunately, he hasn't encountered any in the past few days. Now that he finally comes across two at once, this is a great opportunity. Moreover, that blood-colored monster is simply a killer among zombies, moving silently and attacking with incredible speed and ferocity. In Lu Chen's view, this zombie, which can scale walls and ignore building heights, poses a far greater threat than the larger zombies. He originally planned to find a way to eliminate this type of zombie, and today, encountering two fighting each other is like a pie falling from the sky. Furthermore, if he can obtain all the crystal cores from these two zombies, his strength will surely see a significant improvement. The apocalypse is inherently cruel, and a flash of ruthlessness passed through Lu Chen's eyes. Let's get to it. With that thought, Lu Chen left the room, closing the door of the building behind him. Ji Ruxue also heard the zombie howls coming from outside, knowing that a fierce battle must be occurring between the powerful evolved zombies. What puzzled Ji Ruxue was how her cannon fodder zombie father managed to go out through the door. He hadn't dared to go out for the past few days. Why did he suddenly go out now? It was clear from the angry roars of the zombies outside that it was no ordinary situation. Going out to join the fun at this time would be courting death. Ji Ruxue was speechless about this, not knowing what had gotten into her zombie father. Currently unable to move freely, Ji Ruxue knew it was impossible to go out and stop the living from helping, so she could only pray silently indoors. This zombie father is really too worrisome. After practicing some trashy sword techniques for a few days, does he really think he's a master? Little did Ji Ruxue know about Lu Chen's evolved abilities. She never considered that although his body couldn't compare to that of a two-headed melee killing machine, he wasn't alone. As he went downstairs, Lu Chen began to gather his zombie puppet team. The corpses patrolling or searching in various places are now under Lu Chen's control, picking up fire axes and putting on full-coverage motorcycle helmets, stealthily approaching the green belt of Sunshine home. Currently, the tank-like zombie and the blood-colored monster zombie are locked in a fierce battle, unwilling to part. In their eyes, there is only each other, completely indifferent to the ordinary zombies wandering around them. After all, the low-level zombies that have not evolved are merely cannon fodder for these mutated zombies, not even worth the effort to attack. Only evolved zombies possess crystal cores, and the surrounding low-level zombies are a waste of effort to deal with. Bang! 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 The battle between these two zombies makes Lu Chen's scalp tingle. The blood-colored monster zombie, which had caused him quite a bit of trouble, is now equally swift in its movements. Even on all fours, it does not affect its speed at all. That terrifying explosive power allows it to circle around the tank-like zombie continuously, and its fearsome claws occasionally launch attacks. However, this blood-colored monster, which can easily take down ordinary zombies, has encountered a tank-type zombie this time, which is like hitting a brick wall. The tank-type zombie is extremely muscular, and most importantly, it has very strong defenses. This guy is large and tough, making it quite difficult for the blood-colored monster to land effective attacks. Its side-like claws keep swinging, but all are blocked by the tank zombie's resilient arms. This attack, which can easily tear the heads off ordinary zombies, only leaves a shallow scratch on the tank zombie's arm. However, although the tank zombie is robust and powerful, each swing can create deep pits in the ground. But this blood-colored monster is just too agile, and the tank zombie's attacks mostly miss. Watching the two zombies fight fiercely, Lu Chen remains calm, patiently controlling the zombie puppet team lurking in the shadows. Both of these guys are extremely strong, and it's unlikely that a winner will emerge in a short time. As expected by Lu Chen, these two zombies are tough opponents, and the battle is hard to distinguish between victor and loser. After a long and arduous fight, the battle finally began to escalate to a fever pitch. The greenery in the community has long been devastated beyond recognition by the destruction caused by these two powerful zombies. The ground is scarred, filled with deep pits, and the surrounding vegetation has all withered away. Meanwhile, these two powerful evolved zombies have also sustained injuries after a desperate close-quarters combat. The blood-soaked monster zombie, with its skin shedding, swiftly jumped onto the back of the bulky zombie. Its claw, sharp like a curved blade, pierced directly into the weak point of the tank-like zombie's shoulder joint. Then, using its terrifying speed and attack, it tore at the zombie, and in no time, it actually pulled one of the bulky zombie's arms off. However, the bulky zombie was also enraged and retaliated with a powerful punch, breaking the monster zombie's left leg. Unfortunately, the bloodthirsty monster moves on all fours. Even though its left leg is injured, it does not affect its mobility. However, after losing one arm, the tank zombie's combat effectiveness began to decline sharply. As the saying goes, the hands are like two doors. Now that the tank zombie has lost one door, its combat power has decreased by more than half. The bloodthirsty monster continues to launch harassing attacks with its incredible speed. Its claws are extremely sharp, and the tank zombie, having lost an arm, is occasionally torn apart, leaving deep gashes. Bang! With a loud crash, the massive creature fell heavily to the ground. The battle between the two evolved zombies ultimately ended with the bloodthirsty monster's victory. Although the tank zombie has a robust physique, after losing an arm, it struggled to defend against the bloodthirsty monster's relentless attacks, and now its huge body is almost dismembered. Just as the bloodthirsty monster was about to obtain the crystal core, Lu Chen immediately issued an order, and the zombie squad that had been lurking nearby quickly surrounded it. Roar! The blood-colored monster let out a furious roar, trying to drive away the undead with its intimidating presence. However, the undead controlled by Lu Chen were not intimidated by its pressure. 10 undead wielding fire axes mindlessly charged at it. Since this was an open area, the blood-colored monster couldn't use its ability to climb walls and lost its greatest advantage. But it was unwilling to give up the crystal core it had worked so hard to obtain. A moment of hesitation led to it being surrounded by the undead team, with sharp fire axes wildly hacking at it. Swish! Swish! The undead controlled by Lu Chen swung the fire axe fiercely and powerfully. When this devourer finally realized something was wrong and tried to escape, its legs had already been severed by the undead, leaving it to struggle on the ground with its forelimbs, significantly reducing its speed. Lu Chen didn't want to miss the opportunity to let this monster escape, so he immediately commanded the undead to charge forward. In the chaos of the axe strikes, it was nearly hacked into a pulp. After controlling the undead to retrieve the crystal cores from 2 evolved zombies, Lu Chen was overjoyed. Both evolved zombie crystal cores are in hand. The noise from the zombie battle was too loud. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, Lu Chen ordered the corpse puppet team to return quickly. After receiving the crystal cores from the blood-soaked corpse puppet team, Lu Chen noticed that these 2 cores had mostly turned red. Lu Chen nodded to himself. Indeed, the evolution of zombies was as he had guessed. Continuously devouring the cores in the brains of their kind would strengthen the zombies' power. Similarly, as the number of devoured cores increases, the color of the cores in the zombies' minds also becomes redder. The 2 evolved zombies that he had controlled to scavenge earlier had clearly consumed a number of cores, making them very powerful, with most of the cores in their brains already turned red. Looking at the 2 crystal cores in his hand and recalling recent experiences, Lu Chen could roughly deduce the current level of the zombies. After the Blood Moon Night, mutated and evolved zombies will form a crystal core in their minds. Before devouring other kind, this core is pure white. As the number of devoured crystal cores increases, the color of the cores will turn increasingly red. By the time the crystal core completely transforms into red, a qualitative change triggered by quantitative accumulation may occur, likely advancing to the next level. However, Lu Chen does not know to what extent the zombies' strength will increase when they all turn red. They will probably reach a level capable of overpowering other zombies. Not thinking about this anymore, he decided to take things one step at a time to see what would happen. The temptation of the crystal cores made it impossible for Lu Chen to resist. He quickly commanded all the corpses to guard the stairwell of the building while he himself went to the 3rd floor. The 2 crystal cores in his hand resembled finely crafted crystals, with a beautiful mix of red and white colors. Lu Chen swiftly swallowed the crystal cores, and an overwhelming power instantly surged and spread throughout his body. This terrifying evolutionary power poured into Lu Chen's limbs and bones, causing a tremendous transformation in his flesh, blood, and veins under this horrifying force. The wounds on Lu Chen's shoulder are slowly healing through repeated evolution, completely losing their initial terrifying appearance. This time, the intensity of the power unleashed by the devouring crystal core has completely exceeded Lu Chen's imagination. These 2 zombies had already evolved after devouring their kind multiple times, and after directly consuming 2 cores, the overwhelming power made Lu Chen's body tremble uncontrollably. Although Lu Chen's evolution is focused on mental abilities, he won't become as physically imposing as tank-type zombies with exceptionally muscular arms. Nor will he lose the ability to walk upright like a licker as their skin sheds during evolution. Lu Chen's size remains similar to that of an ordinary person, but he has undergone some changes due to the continuous devouring of crystal cores. Lu Chen's height has increased slightly compared to before, and he has become more robust overall. Moreover, as a zombie, the bluish-black veins on his body have gradually faded with evolution. His muscles have also become quite well-defined and strong, but since Lu Chen has been wearing clothes, the changes are not very noticeable. The most critical thing is that Lu Chen's mind was greatly impacted, as if his brain was about to explode. Simultaneously refining 2 red and white mixed crystal nuclei has already exceeded the limit of what Lu Chen's consciousness can bear. Although Lu Chen gritted his teeth and persevered, he could only hold on for a moment before being overwhelmed by this terrifying force and fainting. On the 7th floor, in the living room, Ji Rushue, who was anxiously waiting inside the room, grew increasingly restless. The outside sounds of the zombies' roars had stopped, likely indicating that the battle had ended. However, her zombie father had not returned for such a long time after going out, which made her very worried.
It's been so long, could something really have happened this time?
Why would you, a regular zombie, join in a fight between evolved zombies?
This is bad, this is really bad.
Those two zombies just now, from the sounds alone, you can tell they aren't just one evolution strong.
Even ordinary evolved zombies wouldn't dare to participate in a battle of this level. What were you thinking?
With no movement for a long time, Rushua was truly panicking this time.
In his view, his zombie dad was most likely dead. After all, those two zombies earlier definitely had the ability to casually eliminate ordinary low-level zombies.
It was already a disastrous start, and now it was completely ruined. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lu Chen finally felt his consciousness returning.
Controlling his body, Lu Chen groggily opened his eyes.
At that moment, he felt his brain was incredibly clear, and the previous pain from evolution had completely disappeared. This feeling of mental clarity was unprecedented. It was obvious that continuously devouring two crystal cores had caused a significant transformation in his consciousness. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. The enhancement of his consciousness meant he could expand his little team again. Although he didn't know what the future would hold, for now, the strategy of overwhelming numbers was still very effective. A flurry of punches could take down a master, and he could also slay evolved zombies with his reckless blades. At the same time, Lu Chen felt as if there was an endless supply of strength within this body. Bang! Lu Chen raised his hand and smashed his fist into the wooden board of the nearby wardrobe, creating a large hole with just one punch. Immediately after, Lu Chen kicked the wall next to him, and this kick knocked off the wall's plaster. Then, Lu Chen quickly tested his jumping and running abilities, feeling a significant overall enhancement in his body compared to before. With continuous evolution, the color of his skin was becoming increasingly similar to that of a human, and it had also become more resilient. Lu Chen squeezed his skin hard and felt that although it wasn't as tough as a tank-like zombie, it was like leather. Lighter scratches probably wouldn't leave any damage on him. Lu Chen was very satisfied with his current body. His strength, speed, and reflexes had all significantly enhanced, and even his defense was much stronger than before. Feeling the powerful changes in his body, Lu Chen couldn't suppress the smile on his face any longer. With his current physique, Lu Chen felt that even if he encountered other evolved zombies, he now had a certain level of self-defense capability. However, Lu Chen has a very clear understanding of his evolution path, which is the mind. Now, compared to before, his mind has greatly improved. Based on past experiences, Lu Chen estimates that this time his mind evolution will allow him to control around 30 corpse puppets. Moreover, the range of his mind's influence has reached a terrifying 8,000 meters, achieving a qualitative leap this time. Feeling such a terrifying evolution, Lu Chen instinctively touched his head. Although he couldn't physically feel the crystal core in his brain, Lu Chen estimated that after continuously devouring several zombie crystal cores, his strength must have greatly increased. Especially the last two crystal cores he just devoured, which had the most obvious impact on his power increase. Lu Chen estimated that after devouring so many, perhaps the crystal core in his brain has already turned pure red. If having a white crystal core counts as a first-tier zombie, then does his current red crystal core mean he has already stepped into the second tier with a red crystal core? Lu Chen thought for a moment and didn't immediately go to control more zombies to supplement his undead minion squad. Now that his strength had greatly increased, a bold idea emerged in Lu Chen's mind. Since I can control the zombies' movements, then I should be able to control the evolved zombies as well. After all, they are all zombies and lack brains. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more he felt this guess was plausible. Since zombies lack brains and his own will had become stronger, it seemed only natural to suppress the zombies. Once this thought entered his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Just thinking about it made Lu Chen feel extremely excited. After all, if he could control the evolved zombies, his combat power would rise dramatically. Evolved zombies are completely on a different level from ordinary zombies. One evolved zombie is enough to take out a bunch of low-level ordinary zombies in an instant. These undead minions would absolutely not be able to kill evolved zombies without his control. Even finding a chance would be completely hopeless. Although this world is very unfamiliar, after such a long time, Lu Chen has come to understand that as time goes on, various zombies will continue to break through. If ordinary zombies are controlled indefinitely, it might be very difficult to truly defeat the opponent, even if their numbers increase. Thinking of this, Lu Chen became increasingly eager and quickly began to control the corpses, searching everywhere for traces of evolved zombies. However, the number of evolved zombies is much less than that of ordinary zombies. Now, Lu Chen's mental control radius has reached a terrifying 8,000 meters. Within this 8,000-meter radius, he can control the corpses to search everywhere, making it even more powerful than before. Now, Lu Chen is in a great mood, having successfully eliminated the blood-colored monster lurking in the shadows, which reduces one major threat. The blood-colored monster was like a hidden assassin, moving silently and striking with incredible speed.
Lu Chen really fears that one day, just as he steps out of the building, he might get his head pierced by a tongue, or see a blood-colored monster climbing up to the 7th floor. Now I can finally stop feeling anxious. Just as Lu Chen was very satisfied with his newfound powerful strength after evolving, Ji Rushue was already rolling around nervously on the sofa in the living room. After such a long time without any news, Ji Rushue had completely lost hope in Lu Chen. With those two zombies being so powerful, there's no doubt that Zombie Dad has completely failed this time. Although Ji Rushue knew that surviving in the apocalypse would be extremely difficult. Non-evolved zombies could fall at any moment, but she still didn't expect this moment to come so soon. Reflecting on the time spent with Zombie Dad, although they hadn't communicated, they could still feel each other's emotions. While it wasn't like a normal baby with its parents, as a human and a zombie, their companionship was still warm. In this world that has long lost all humanity, two lonely souls accompany each other. This rare experience made Ji Rushue feel incredibly wonderful, but she never expected that the paternal love she had finally gained after 2 lifetimes would vanish so quickly again. Just thinking about the person who had always taken care of her, and the possibility of never seeing him again, made Ji Rushue, who had long been accustomed to life and death as the unparalleled Empress, feel a bit sad at this moment. If I just wait a little longer, I will be able to grow up, and maybe I can protect you instead. Oh, poor Zombie Dad, why couldn't you wait a little longer for me? Why couldn't you wait until I grew up? Click. Click. Just as Ji Rushue was feeling down, suddenly there was a noise from the door lock. Ji Rushue was startled at first, but she quickly realized that it was Zombie Dad coming back. Because ordinary zombies just slam into doors, they don't know how to unlock them. Sure enough, the next second the door opened, and a familiar figure appeared outside. Zombie Dad is still alive? Is this for real? Am I hallucinating? This is one tough life. Ji Rushue felt an immense excitement and thrill inside. The noise caused by the 2 evolved zombies earlier was just too great, even the evolved among the human survivors would likely struggle to cope with it easily. Not to mention that her father was just an ordinary low-level zombie, even if he joined the fight, he would merely be cannon fodder, easily taken down. After such a long time with no movement, Ji Rushue had thought something had happened to her zombie father, but unexpectedly, he miraculously stood back at the door. At that moment, Ji Rushue suddenly felt a sense of having lost and then regained something. She originally thought that having experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse, she had become utterly indifferent. But unexpectedly, after losing contact with her zombie father, she still felt a sense of panic. It turned out that unknowingly, she had truly come to regard him as family, not just a companion who took care of her daily needs. Extremely excited, Ji Rushue jumped down from the sofa upon seeing Lu Chen. Excited, she ran straight towards Lu Chen, but she had just learned to walk upright, so her movements were still unsteady. Now she walked in a wobbly manner, but that still couldn't dampen her excitement. Seeing Ji Rushue running towards him in a shaky manner, Lu Chen was also very excited and quickly crouched down to support her. After all, the little one had just learned to walk, and Lu Chen was afraid she would fall. Daddy! The babbling sound came through, and Lu Chen's body stiffened, as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Looking at the little one running towards him, Lu Chen felt a loud ringing in his head, as if his brain had crashed. Little Chi-Chi, can call him Daddy now? Lu Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, frozen in place and somewhat at a loss. Having lived 2 lives, he had never had a girlfriend, yet unexpectedly became a father ahead of time. This peculiar feeling left Lu Chen momentarily at a loss for words. He has now come to understand why many people stand frozen in place when they see a child being born, as if their brains forget to think. They don't even think about how little Chi-Chi, without anyone teaching her, suddenly knows how to speak. Lu Chen initially thought these were just acts, but it turns out there really is such a wonderful feeling. Looking at the adorable little one in front of him, Lu Chen felt his heart melting. In this cold, bloody, and decayed apocalypse, such a tender voice seems to dispel all death and darkness. It wasn't just Lu Chen who was shocked, Ji Rushue was equally astonished. At the moment she spoke, Ji Rushue was also frozen in place, her eyes filled with surprise. How did she suddenly start speaking? However, Ji Rushue didn't pay much attention to it, after all, she wasn't a real baby. With the soul of her past life, she had no problem with speaking. It's just that after being reborn as a baby, I haven't gotten familiar with the various organs of this body and haven't practiced speaking much, otherwise, I could have spoken long ago. After all, when Ji Rushue opened her eyes, the world had already erupted into a doomsday crisis. Besides this zombie dad with human consciousness by her side, there was no one else to talk to, so Ji Rushue chose to remain silent. Clearly, it was just her excitement and agitation from earlier, which caused her inner thoughts to slip out uncontrollably. Seeing her zombie dad, who had accompanied her for many days, survive and return unharmed, Ji Rushue felt truly excited and happy inside. This feeling of regaining what was lost is incredibly thrilling.
Even for Ji Rushue, who is used to life and death separations, experiencing all of this now fills her heart with joy and excitement. In Ji Rushue's heart, she has long regarded Lu Chen as her family, an existence she cannot lose in her life. Even though one of them is a human baby and the other a zombie in the apocalypse, this bond is not bound by the limits of their races. Lu Chen looked at the little Chi-Chi in front of him, feeling so excited that he couldn't help but dance around. He had never been called dad before, and he never expected that the feeling of becoming a father would be so wonderful. Roar! Roar! Lu Chen's eyes were filled with joy as he looked at the little guy in front of him. He had 1,000 words he wanted to express. Unfortunately, he was currently a zombie and had long lost the ability to speak. He didn't know if he could ever regain this physiological function, at least, there was no hope for it now. So Lu Chen could only let out a couple of low roars to express his excitement and emotion. He just didn't know if little Chi-Chi could understand his feelings. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. Fortunately, after continuous evolution, his appearance no longer differed much from that of a human. Otherwise, making this gesture would be somewhat terrifying. Ha ha ha. I became a dad. I never expected that in my past life I didn't even have a girlfriend, and in this life, being reborn as a zombie, I ended up becoming a dad? Xiao Chi-Chi is amazing. I knew my good daughter was a genius. Lu Chen was incredibly excited at this moment. Regarding the little one speaking, Lu Chen had actually thought about it before. But at the moment, he felt utterly powerless, as speaking requires mutual communication. If no one teaches her, what if Xiao Chi-Chi can't speak in the future and becomes mute? He couldn't just yell like he does, that would be too strange. So most of the time, Lu Chen didn't even dare to make a sound in front of Xiao Chi-Chi, fearing the little one would pick up the wrong things. But he never expected that the little one could actually learn to speak on her own while staying in the room every day. Being able to stand up and walk upright, and learn to speak without any teaching, isn't that genius? Lu Chen finally understood what it meant to be born with knowledge. Xiao Chi-Chi is such a prodigy. No, a divine infant. He felt that Xiao Chi-Chi living in a post-apocalyptic world was truly a waste of her talent. If we could live in a stable world, with this little one's wisdom and talent, he could definitely become a genius child. Daddy! I don't want milk. Seeing zombie dad preparing to make her milk formula, Ji Rushue hurriedly ran to Lu Chen's side, tugged at his shirt, and babbled. As she spoke, she opened her mouth, revealing her 2 rows of little milk teeth. Having milk formula every day, Ji Rushue really didn't want to drink it anymore. She felt like her mouth tasted like milk formula. Lu Chen paused his movements, feeling a bit embarrassed for a moment. He didn't expect the little one to grow up so fast, already having developed milk teeth. With no experience in raising children at all, he didn't expect that he was even less knowledgeable than Xiao Chi-Chi about these things. Lu Chen instinctively scratched his head, looking around the kitchen and feeling a bit dazed. Having never raised a child, Lu Chen didn't know where to start aside from making milk formula. However, Lu Chen quickly realized and ran to the 6th floor, clearing a space in one of the rooms. Then, Lu Chen had the corpse puppet collect a lot of firewood, and he took out a pot, pouring in some mineral water and rice to start cooking. Lu Chen didn't expect that he would actually have a fire going inside the building so soon. As the apocalypse continued to progress, fresh vegetables were long gone, and Lu Chen could only make some rice porridge for the little one. Then Lu Chen added some milk powder and used a spoon to mash the porridge into a thick rice paste. Looking at the thick rice paste in front of him, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This should count as baby food in the apocalypse. Lu Chen then let the rice paste cool down before serving it to the little one. Dad, let me do it myself. Seeing Lu Chen clumsily trying to feed her, Ji Rushue couldn't wait any longer. She simply took the spoon from Lu Chen's hand and started eating from the bowl bit by bit herself. Although the baby food Lu Chen made was very simple and crude, Ji Rushue didn't mind, as having something to eat in this apocalypse was already quite good, much better than just drinking milk every day. Looking at the little guy eating happily, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Little Chi-Chi has finally grown up. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of slicing air echoed in the living room, sharper than before. Lu Chen swung the knife in his hand with great vigor, the silver blade reflecting cold light that illuminated the entire room. With Lu Chen absorbing the crystal cores and evolving, his body had improved significantly, no longer the stiff and weak body it once was. Even though he didn't know any sword techniques and hadn't systematically learned any combat skills. However, without a comprehensive enhancement of his physical qualities, Lu Chen just randomly waved the knife based on some simple fragments of martial arts he remembered. The fierce and cold light of the knife seemed as if he were a top martial arts master. Why does it feel like? Dad seems to have become much stronger than before? Ji Rushue sat on the sofa, watching her zombie dad practicing his sword techniques not far away, feeling quite puzzled inside. Recalling their first meeting, her zombie dad seemed no different from other zombies, just missing some blood and wounds.
His body was equally emaciated and weak, filled with a decaying aura. But now, her zombie dad was wielding a machete, and his physique seemed to have become quite robust. By observing the wrinkles in Lu Chen's clothes and his overall shape, Ji Rushue could tell that underneath her zombie dad's clothing was definitely a muscular man. Moreover, it seemed that even the color of his skin had changed. If one didn't look closely, they might really think he was a human. What is going on? Could it be that zombies, like humans, can enhance their bodies through exercise? Why had she never encountered such a thing in her previous life? But after thinking about it, Ji Rushue felt relieved about it. After all, in my previous life, I also didn't encounter low-level zombies capable of preserving human consciousness. Ji Rushue tentatively regarded this as a secret of the zombie clan. After all, although she was the empress of the human race in her previous life, she spent most of her time surviving or fighting. In her previous life, when facing zombies, she either ran away or fought, and she really hadn't closely observed what zombies were like. Watching zombie dad waving the machete continuously, Ji Rushue couldn't help but recall some body tempering techniques she knew from her past life. If she could become stronger through training, could she also teach these techniques to her dad for him to practice? Her dad was not an evolved zombie, and as the apocalypse continued to develop, he would eventually become the lowest level cannon fodder. As long as he could enhance his strength even a little, it would increase his chances of survival in the apocalypse. At the same time, Ji Rushue was also curious about what a zombie would be like after practicing body tempering techniques. Would its combat power catch up with those evolved zombies? On the balcony, Lu Chen looked at the sharp machete in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Ever since his physical fitness was significantly enhanced by the crystal core, Lu Chen could clearly feel that his combat techniques, which he had practiced, had become even more refined. With his physique improved compared to before, Lu Chen felt that if he had a weapon, he might even be able to contend with other evolved zombies in close combat. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly sensed a shift in his mind. The corpse puppet he controlled sent him new information. Switching perspectives, Lu Chen discovered that one of his controlled corpse puppets had finally located an evolved zombie several kilometers away on the street. He saw a massive, muscular tank-type zombie squatting on the street, gnawing on something. Looking at this giant, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. With his mental power significantly enhanced, Lu Chen had always wanted to try controlling an evolved zombie, and now he finally had the opportunity. Without hesitation, Lu Chen immediately went out in the direction of the evolved zombie. Lu Chen did not act rashly. Instead, he surrounded himself with several corpse puppets, pretending to be a group of wandering ordinary zombies, and slowly approached the tank-type zombie. With plenty of corpse puppets providing cover, this small group of zombies swayed on the street without drawing much attention. The tank-type zombie, which was constantly gnawing on flesh and blood, also failed to notice anything unusual on the ground and continued to eat with its head down. For safety's sake, Lu Chen did not initiate mental control too early. Instead, he used the surrounding corpse puppets for cover and gradually moved closer to the target. Lu Chen had never tried to control evolved zombies and did not know what it would feel like. To be more cautious, he deliberately slowed down the pace of the corpse puppet team to avoid attracting the tank zombie's attention. Finally, without drawing the opponent's attention, Lu Chen had reached within 100 meters of the tank zombie. At this distance, Lu Chen could see the texture of the zombie's skin, and its powerful muscles exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lu Chen immediately began to concentrate his psychic energy, gathering it into threads that continuously enveloped the zombie in front of him, attempting to control it. As expected, Lu Chen could instantly turn other zombies into his puppets when manipulating them. However, when this zombie encountered Lu Chen's mental influence, he surprisingly felt resistance from his psychic energy. Roar! The tank zombie let out several roars, starting to resist Lu Chen's mental power. However, Lu Chen's evolved psychic energy was exceptionally powerful, quickly breaking through the tank zombie's defenses. Invisibly thin threads of psychic energy rushed into the tank zombie's body, and Lu Chen successfully turned this powerful evolved zombie into his own corpse puppet. I actually succeeded? Having successfully controlled an evolved zombie, Lu Chen was overjoyed, not expecting that he could actually achieve this. Although controlling this relatively powerful evolved zombie consumed significantly more mental energy than ordinary zombies. However, for the already evolved Lu Chen, this was still within his acceptable range. In Lu Chen's view, spending some mental energy to acquire a powerful and robust zombie puppet was an incredibly profitable deal. The large figure before him was extremely well built, with arms as thick as dragon coils. This zombie could crush a car with its swinging arms. Such terrifying strength was far beyond that of an ordinary zombie. With this large, evolved zombie puppet under his control, its combat power had already surpassed that of an ordinary zombie squad. Looking at the large zombie puppet before him, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. With the addition of evolved zombies, his combat power had significantly increased. Gazing at this exceptionally well-built giant, standing over 2 meters tall, Lu Chen felt increasingly delighted.
As the saying goes, it's easy to find 1,000 soldiers, but hard to find a general. This large, evolved zombie before him was undoubtedly a major general in his zombie puppet squad. The muscular arms, thick as a coiled dragon, seemed capable of flattening any obstacle in front of them. This large corpse puppet is nearly twice the size of an ordinary one, and just its sturdy arms are as thick as the thighs of 2 normal corpse puppets. Lu Chen controlled the corpse puppet to come before him and instinctively reached out to touch its arm. Hiss so hard. This solid arm is practically like it's made of steel. Not only is it incredibly strong, but its defense is also remarkably tough. Lu Chen punched it a few times, immediately producing a bang 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 sound. It really is something extraordinary. Standing in front of me, it looks like a giant. From now on, I'll call you Big Fat. Lu Chen placed his hands on his hips, very satisfied, with Big Fat standing at the front, followed by 10 ordinary low-level corpse puppets. Lu Chen now felt that his corpse puppet team finally had the ability to survive in the apocalypse. With his corpse puppet team, Lu Chen returned to the Sunshine community very satisfied. With such a big guy standing next to him, Lu Chen felt like he was walking with his back straight. Indeed, strength is the ultimate truth. Having such a powerful warrior by his side gave him an immense sense of security. On the way home, Lu Chen also took Taming to the hardware store in the neighborhood. Familiar with the place, Lu Chen pushed through a pile of equipment and pulled out 2 large iron hammers, each over a meter long and weighing more than 100 pounds. Normally, a hardware store wouldn't have hammers that heavy. Because such hammers require great strength, typically, a large hammer weighs around 10 pounds, and these were 3 times that. Even a zombie would find it a bit challenging to wield a hammer weighing over 100 pounds, the attack speed would drop significantly, making it far less practical compared to a fire axe that's half a meter long. So Lu Chen left the 2 large hammers at the hardware store, not expecting that one day they would actually come in handy. He tossed the 2 hammers to Taming, who swung them with impressive force. Hammers of such exaggerated weight are somewhat beyond the capabilities of other zombies. But for Big Fat, this is simply tailor-made. The 2 iron hammers in his hands are like divine weapons. Lu Chen had Big Fat guarding the entrance of building number 5, with the 2 hammers at his feet, giving off an imposing gatekeeper vibe. With such a formidable figure blocking the entrance, the security of building number 5 is absolutely guaranteed. After tasting the benefits of evolving zombies, Lu Chen continued to send out corpses in the following days to track the movements of other zombies. Currently, it seems that for zombies to evolve, they need to consume crystal cores, so naturally, the more crystal cores, the better. Now with Big Fat as a high-level combat force, combined with the cooperation of many corpse squad members, Lu Chen is confident he can take down any single evolved zombie. After all, just the fully armed corpse squad can barely manage to fight at a higher level, not to mention that he now has an evolved zombie on his side. Big Fat has incredibly tough defensive capabilities, but he may be slightly lacking when fighting against agile-type zombies. He might either have to kill the opponent while injured, or he could very likely be worn down and killed by the opponent using their agility. However, the corpses controlled by Lu Chen perfectly compensate for these shortcomings. That would be the double hammers in the hands of the big guy. When swung, any ordinary zombie that dares to approach will have its bones shattered. Now, the big zombies under Lu Chen's control have completely transformed into powerful beings with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ji Rushua continuously practices the glazed breathing technique, honing her control over telekinesis. The glazed breathing technique constantly draws energy particles from the air, strengthening her body while enhancing her telekinesis. After a period of continuous practice, Ji Rushua has become increasingly proficient in walking upright. She no longer sways like she did at the beginning and can even perform simple hopping now. Moreover, while Lu Chen was out, Ji Rushua found a few iron nails from elsewhere and has been practicing her telekinesis with them during this time. Whoosh! 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 With a series of piercing sounds, the iron nails were swiftly launched by Ji Rushua's telekinesis, directly embedding themselves into the dining table. Such terrifying power is more than enough to pierce through a person's skull and easily take a life. With the talent for telekinesis, combined with Ji Rushua's other ability, time manipulation, she already possesses formidable combat power to easily harvest lives in the apocalypse. A single baby is capable of killing invisibly. Just thinking about this is truly terrifying. Looking at the iron nail embedded in the dining table, Ji Rushua nodded in satisfaction. Although her current strength can't be considered particularly powerful, it's sufficient for the early stages of the apocalypse. As long as she doesn't encounter those strange beings with special abilities, she should have no problem protecting herself. Watching the dilapidated world outside, Ji Rushua's gaze became increasingly determined. I believe it won't be long before I can protect Zombie Dad and go out to gather supplies. Even though I'm still a baby now, I won't hold back. Ji Rushua really doesn't want to experience the feeling of losing a loved one. Bang bang bang. The sound of clattering came from downstairs again. Ji Rushua knew that her zombie father was training again. Ji Rushua sighed helplessly. In her eyes, her zombie father was indeed very dedicated. It's just a pity, the harder he works, the more heart-wrenching it becomes. For ordinary low-level zombies, no matter how much they train, at most they can only make their bodies slightly stronger. No matter how hard they try, they are still just ordinary zombies. Without breaking the genetic limitations of their bodies, relying solely on their primitive mortal forms, they could never be a match for evolved beings. Poor zombie dad, I guess I'll have to help you hunt some evolved zombies in the future. Ji Rushua had made up her mind. Relying on her zombie father to grow stronger was clearly hopeless. Fortunately, as a peerless empress, it wouldn't be long before she could fight evolved zombies. Once she hunted more evolved zombies in the future, even if it was just to feed her zombie father with these crystal cores, she would make sure he gained some strength. Although Ji Rushua is not sure what changes will occur after an ordinary zombie devours a crystal core, it should be stronger than a regular zombie in any case.
6th floor living room. Just as Ji Rushua was trying to visualize a future with Lu Chen in her mind,
Lu Chen was already on the 6th floor, easily defeating the siege of 10 corpse puppets with his powerful combat strength. Although these zombies look similar in size to Lu Chen, their combat power is completely incomparable. It's like comparing a 1.5-ton car to a V12 supercar. They may be roughly the same size, but they are not in the same league in terms of horsepower. After successfully advancing to the second stage by devouring the zombie crystal core, Lu Chen's physical attributes have significantly improved. One could say that he has made tremendous breakthroughs in strength, speed, reaction, and defense. The most crucial aspect that makes Lu Chen stronger than other zombies is his outstanding intelligence. These ordinary low-tier zombies only know to attack instinctively by biting and pouncing, while Lu Chen has learned combat techniques on his own. In a situation where skill and strength are dominant, even if Lu Chen is a psionic zombie, he can easily handle a 1 against 10 situation in close combat. Ha! Suddenly, Lu Chen's mind stirred, and his zombie puppet had made a new discovery. He saw a low-tier zombie puppet patrolling the neighborhood when it suddenly spotted a giant mutated dog. The mutated dog was initially on the 2nd floor, but it seemed to have noticed the zombie puppet and jumped straight down through the window. When the mutated dog came crashing down, Lu Chen found it hard to associate it with a dog, had it not been for the fact that it had a dog's head. This mutated dog was nearly 2 meters long, with fur that had become black and coarse. Its body was extremely robust, almost resembling a wild black boar. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen other mutated creatures in the apocalypse. Lu Chen also wanted to test the strength of this mutated creature, so he quickly controlled the zombie puppet to approach. However, as soon as the puppet took a step, the mutated dog lunged out. Bang! This low-tier corpse puppet was instantly killed. Lu Chen estimated that the strength of this mutated dog was probably not weaker than that of a typical evolved zombie, and its temperament was much more aggressive. Without hesitation, Lu Chen took out his ultimate weapon, the evolved zombie Big Fat. Like a gatekeeper, Big Fat charged at the mutated dog wielding 2 large iron hammers. With the might of wielding dual hammers, Big Fat's imposing presence was terrifying. Any other being would have likely fled in fear. But this mutated giant dog showed no signs of backing down, darting across the ground like a streak of black lightning. The mutated dog was robust in build, but its height was considerably shorter than Big Fat. Its sharp claws resembled curved blades, leaving only a few scratches on the ground as it passed. If an ordinary evolved zombie were to confront this mutated dog, it would likely face a fierce battle. However, the zombie controlled by Lu Chen was like a war god descending to the earth. With the 2 large iron hammers swinging wildly, the mutated dog dared not approach. Bang! Taking advantage of the mutated dog's unpreparedness, Depang struck its front paw hard with a hammer, and even though the mutated dog was large and strong, its bones and tendons were shattered with that blow. Bang! Lu Chen wasted no time, controlling Depang to deliver a finishing blow. The hammer smashed down on the mutated dog's head, and its massive skull shattered like a watermelon in an instant. Looking at the corpse of the strong mutated dog, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the strength of an evolved zombie is completely incomparable to that of a low-level zombie. This mutated dog was extremely fast and had a robust physique, possessing both powerful strength and a strong body. The key point was that its claws were like curved blades, and this was a mutated creature, not a zombie dog. Thus, it still retained a certain level of biological intelligence, making it even more difficult to deal with than an evolved zombie. However, precisely because it was not a zombie creature, any severe pain would stimulate this mutated being, affecting its subsequent judgment. This is what allowed Lu Chen to easily kill it. Zombies have crystal cores in their brains, and other creatures can mutate. It's likely they gain strange powers after the blood moon. Thinking of this, Lu Chen controlled Depang and directly reached into the head of the mutated giant dog, and indeed found a white crystal core. It was evident that this mutated dog hadn't devoured its kind since the apocalypse. If it had evolved a few more times, it would probably be much harder to deal with. Looking at this fresh meat in front of him, Lu Chen didn't waste any time and directly controlled Dipang to carry the mutated giant dog's corpse back towards Sunshine Community. Now that the zombie crisis has been ongoing for over a month, Lu Chen hadn't seen fresh meat for a long time. During the early days of the zombie apocalypse, he had only been gnawing on frozen meat, and the only fresh meat he could see was human. The smell of fresh blood quickly attracted other zombies, and a large number of them were drawn to Dipang's direction by the scent of blood. Roar! Seeing the approaching zombies, Dipang let out a furious roar. Under the powerful pressure of this evolved zombie, the low-level zombies immediately trembled uncontrollably, frightened and frozen in place, not daring to move forward. Roar! Roar! However, at that moment, an equally furious roar echoed. A massive creature, exuding a menacing aura, suddenly charged in from a distance. This monster was also nearly 2.5 meters tall, its size almost comparable to that of the fat zombie. Moreover, its physique was incredibly robust, with muscles brimming with terrifying explosive power. The notably thick arms clearly indicated it was of the same type of evolved zombie as the fat one. Roar! The zombie's eyes were filled with brutality, clearly fixated on the mutated dog's corpse carried by the fat one, as well as the crystal core in the fat one's mind. After searching for so long and finding nothing, you just delivered yourself to me. Seeing this massive evolved zombie before him, Lu Chen felt no panic at all. Instead, he was even more delighted. Right now, he desperately needed the crystal core of an evolved zombie to enhance his strength. The temptation of constant evolution is simply too alluring, even Lu Chen finds it hard to resist. However, the main reason is that in this apocalypse, only continuous evolution can ensure survival. Faced with the evolved zombie before him, Lu Chen's big guy is equally unwilling to back down. After throwing aside the corpse of the mutated giant dog, the crazy battle began. Bang! 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 The two towering behemoths, over 2 meters tall, collided with each other, crushing all the surrounding cars under their swinging arms. The ground around them is filled with ravines. The battle between these tank-like zombies is akin to excavators, wildly destroying the surrounding environment. Being zombies themselves, they don't understand what pain means. Every strike is executed with full force. The sounds produced by the two giant zombies colliding and swinging their arms resemble the clash of metal, not something that flesh and blood could create. This evolved zombie is comparable in size to the big guy, and for a moment, their strengths are evenly matched. However, the big guy controlled by Lu Chen has even stronger combat power. Using his fighting skills, Lu Chen quickly established a situation of overwhelming the opponent. Meanwhile, other low-tier undead also arrived at the scene, each wielding fire axes and charging forward. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, low-tier zombies are still low-tier zombies, and their combat power is completely incomparable to that of these evolved zombies. Even the usually effective fire axe finally lost its power this time, striking the big guy's arm with only a series of clanging sounds, causing little substantial damage. Roar! It seems that Lu Chen, without regard for martial ethics, used a tactic of overwhelming numbers, which caused this tank zombie to become completely enraged. After breaking free from the control of the big guy, he swung his arms wildly, and one undead was caught off guard and had its head smashed in. This level of evolved zombie is far too powerful, it poses a deadly threat to the undead. After the experiment, Lu Chen finally wielded his dual hammers. Big Fat picked up the dual hammers from behind and swung them wildly at his opponent, instantly increasing his combat power several times. Crack! Crack! Under the brutal strikes of the dual hammers, the large zombie couldn't dodge in time, and multiple bones in its body were shattered. Lu Chen's massive dual hammers specifically targeted the zombie's knee joints. Even though this tank-like zombie had strong defenses, the Big Fat controlled by Lu Chen was equally powerful. After Lu Chen smashed the large zombie's legs, its massive body lost balance and fell to the ground. Before it could get back up, Lu Chen's terrifying dual hammers struck down relentlessly on its back and arms. Taking advantage of its weakness, the other few corpse puppets rushed forward again. These corpse puppets swung their fire axes wildly, and the evolution zombie, which had lost most of its mobility, was finally killed by the puppets. Crack! The corpse puppet swung the fire axe with force, splitting the large head open and retrieving the crystal core from within. Lu Chen was very pleased. He hadn't seen a single evolved zombie after searching for so many days. He didn't expect today to bring double happiness. Not only did he encounter and slay a mutated giant dog, but he also killed an equally powerful evolved zombie. He directly received 2 mutated crystal cores, allowing for a certain degree of enhancement in his strength. Soon, the big guy brought back the crystal cores and the corpse of the mutated giant dog to building number 5. Lu Chen took the crystal core. It was his first time seeing a crystal core from a mutated creature.
Visually, it didn't seem too different from the crystal core found in the back of a zombie's head. The key point was that, although he had never consumed this type of crystal core, Lu Chen could feel an intense craving for it within his body. This craving was no different from the one he felt when facing a zombie crystal core. Lu Chen was certain that the crystal core from the mutated giant dog could also be consumed by zombies. After all, he had already turned into a zombie. What was there for zombies to be picky about? Holding the 2 crystal cores in front of him, Lu Chen thought for a moment and quickly devoured them all. In an instant, a surge of tremendous power began to circulate throughout Lu Chen's body. This long-lost evolutionary power continuously nourished Lu Chen's somewhat parched body, making his already mutated form even stronger. Lu Chen could distinctly feel that the power within his body was steadily increasing. At the same time, the sensation of enhanced defense and speed surged back into his mind. However, Lu Chen was already a second-tier zombie, and the 2 mutated creatures he had slain today were only first-tier. The mutated tank-type zombie had a red and white crystal core in its mind. In contrast, the mutated giant dog only had a white core. Although Lu Chen swallowed these 2 cores, the energy increase was not particularly significant. So, even though he devoured both cores at once, the impact on him was not as great as before. Lu Chen silently nodded to himself. It seems that with the improvement of his strength, if he wants to achieve a higher breakthrough in the future, he either needs to devour more crystal cores or defeat stronger opponents. However, although the first-level crystal cores provided him with relatively little energy, the quantity was considerable, and this time he obtained 2 of them. The power of these crystal cores made Lu Chen's physical strength even more refined than before. At the same time, Lu Chen's mental power also began to grow further. Unlike before, he wasn't overwhelmed by the sudden surge of mental power, but he could feel that his mental power had sharply depleted after controlling the big guy. Now, with these 2 crystal cores devoured, the previously consumed mental power had also been replenished. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. The replenishment of the consumed mental power meant that he could control another evolved zombie again, and his strength would surge once more. After refining the 2 crystal cores, Lu Chen felt a wave of refreshment and his mind became much clearer. Looking at the mutated giant dog carried back by Big Fat, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. It had been a long time since he had tasted such fresh blood food. Today could almost be considered a feast. Then Lu Chen lay on the zombie dog and began to tear into it eagerly. However, unlike before, Lu Chen didn't feel particularly happy about it. Even though he was gnawing on this fresh blood and flesh, the hunger he felt was surprisingly not as intense as before. In the past, he would have fought tooth and nail with zombies for a piece of frozen meat. Now this situation was simply too good by comparison. After eating a portion of the blood and flesh, Lu Chen left the rest for Big Fat. Perhaps due to evolution, Lu Chen felt that his current hunger was not as strong as it used to be. Moreover, for Lu Chen now, devouring crystal cores actually made him feel more comfortable. Big Fat, on the other hand, was not concerned about anything else and eagerly gulped down the fresh blood food without hesitation. As the flesh of the mutated giant dog was consumed, the injuries on Dabeo began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Lu Chen had considered leaving some of the mutated giant dog's flesh for Xiao Qiqi to make porridge. After all, in this apocalyptic world, just drinking milk powder and eating rice mush would always lack some nutrition. However, Lu Chen really didn't dare to take the risk of whether humans could eat the flesh of a mutated giant dog. If the little guy were to eat it and get infected with some virus, it would be a disaster. Whether the flesh of these mutated creatures is edible still needs to wait for a chance in the future to verify before making any plans. After that night of the blood moon, humans, zombies, and these surviving creatures in this world must have undergone some mutation and evolution. If humans can also eat the flesh of these mutated creatures, then the little guy's future diet would be much richer than it is now. Lu Chen still thought it was safer to feed this flesh to the zombies since no one knew what exactly was inside these mutated organisms. In any case, I'll encounter more mutated creatures in the future. If these guys can really be eaten, then there will be plenty of opportunities later. This one doesn't matter. In the living room, Ji Ruxue is unaware that Lu Chen is outside slaughtering enemies with the corpse squad. She sits cross-legged on the sofa, practicing meditation in a rather impressive manner. You can see Ji Ruxue's body slightly trembling, as her current physique is still too weak. As she operates the glazed breathing technique, a large amount of energy particles rush into her body from the air, continuously improving Ji Ruxue's physical strength while enhancing her mental power. After a moment, the aura emanating from Ji Ruxue suddenly surged. Great! After such a long period of training, I've finally broken through to the second stage. Ji Ruxue suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her distinctly black and white eyes are completely different from the zombies of the apocalypse, appearing very bright even in the dimly lit living room. At this moment, Ji Ruxue's eyes are filled with confidence and excitement. After all, as a newborn, her ability to protect herself has greatly improved by breaking through to the second stage.
In Ji Rushua's memory, after experiencing the initial chaos at the beginning of the apocalypse, everyone began to enter a life of mutation and evolution. At the same time, the human survivors categorized humans, zombies, and fierce beasts into 9 tiers based on their strength. Tier 1 is the weakest, while Tier 9 is the strongest, representing the pinnacle. Tier 7 is the king, Tier 8 is the emperor, and Tier 9 represents the strongest existence at the imperial level. In her past life, Ji Rushue experienced relentless battles, struggling in the apocalypse, and ultimately succeeded in breaking through to become a generation's empress. After the strange blood moon, those who gained evolutionary abilities through mutations were considered Tier 1 existences. If zombies and fierce beasts want continuous evolution, they must devour each other's cores and convert them into their own energy. It can be said that if zombies and fierce beasts wish to evolve, their only path is through constant killing. Compared to zombies and fierce beasts, the competition among humans is relatively less intense to some extent. Not long after the apocalypse began, human survivors started developing potions that could provide evolution. In the mid to late stages of the apocalypse, ancient relics were utilized to create cultivation methods, allowing humans to absorb energy particles from the air to continuously improve their physical condition and elevate their realm. However, we are still in the early stages of the apocalypse, and such cultivation methods for humans have yet to be developed. Therefore, at this time, humanity's strength is still relatively weak compared to the zombies and mutated creatures that can rapidly evolve by consuming crystal cores. However, for Ji Rushue, these limitations do not apply to her. As a powerful being who is cultivated to the Emperor realm, Ji Rushue's Liuli cultivation method is still top tier even in the later stages of the apocalypse. Although she is just an infant, Ji Rushue has still stepped into the second tier of cultivation through the Liuli breathing technique. In Ji Rushue's memory, there should not have been anyone who has broken through to the second tier in this current period. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Ji Rushue focused her thoughts, the 2 iron nails that had just been deeply embedded in the table quickly flew back into her hands. It can be seen that after the breakthrough, the speed at which the nail flies is somewhat faster than before. Moreover, after this period of continuous practice, Ji Rushue has become increasingly skilled in controlling this nail. Even retracting it at such a rapid speed has caused no harm to her delicate little hands. Ji Rushue nodded in satisfaction. She is confident that with her dual talents, she can now protect herself in this apocalypse with her ability to manipulate objects and control time, even safeguarding her zombie father. Crack! As the door opened, Ji Rushue quickly hid the nail, waving her little hand to make the stuffed bear nearby fly into her grasp. When Lu Chen entered, Ji Rushue pretended to play with her toys like an ordinary child. Lu Chen, in a very good mood, saw the lively and adorable little girl, and his smile grew even brighter. He quickly walked over to Ji Rushue, picked up a Barbie doll, and began to tease the little girl. Although Lu Chen's way of teasing the child is very rough, Ji Rushue is quite understanding and pretends to like it, providing Lu Chen with ample emotional value. Ji Rushue sighed helplessly, hoping she could grow up quickly. Wait? Ji Rushue, absent-mindedly going along with Lu Chen, suddenly became acutely aware of a faint bloody smell coming from her zombie dad. As a peerless empress who emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, Ji Rushue is very sensitive to this kind of smell. Taking advantage of Lu Chen's inattention, Ji Rushue observed carefully and indeed found some bloodstains on Lu Chen. Although not very obvious, it is certain that this is freshly left behind. At the same time, Ji Rushue also discovered a small tuft of hair. She quietly picked it up, and when Lu Chen turned to enter the kitchen to cook, Ji Rushue carefully examined the hair in front of her. What kind of hair is this? It's completely black, a bit stiff, and also long and thick. This absolutely cannot be something that humans or zombies could grow. Could it be a mutated beast? Ji Rushue speculated to herself. Besides mutated beasts, she really couldn't think of any other creature that would have such fur. The problem is that mutated beasts are usually extremely powerful. How could her unevolved zombie dad possibly be a match for them? Could it be that her zombie dad is not an ordinary zombie? After having doubts in her mind, Ji Rushue began to feel restless. Ordinary zombies have limited evolutionary potential and are likely to be eliminated over time. However, evolved zombies are different. In this apocalypse, they can grow stronger step by step. Just thinking that her zombie dad might become a powerful being in the future made Ji Rushue's heart race with excitement. When Lu Chen returned to the room, Ji Rushue gazed at him intently. She usually didn't pay much attention, but today, upon closer inspection, she realized that her zombie dad was indeed completely different from the ordinary zombies wandering by the roadside. Those zombies that did not evolve after the apocalypse will gradually become emaciated over time. After all, zombies are inherently an illogical existence. Those who should have died are somehow living like walking corpses. Moreover, as the apocalypse progresses, the fresh blood and flesh that zombies can consume will become increasingly scarce, making them appear more and more gaunt and grotesque. However, my zombie dad looks completely different from those wandering zombies outside, just by his size and appearance. If you don't look closely, you might think he's a human. Whoosh! 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 Lu Chen returned home and ran to the balcony to practice his self-created Lu's blade technique again. The steel knife was wielded in Lu Chen's hand with great vigor, effortlessly performing various movements that required high levels of joint flexibility and body coordination. This further confirmed Ji Rushue's suspicion. Because those zombies that have not evolved, although their bodies will be somewhat enhanced after the blood moon, are still far from being as agile as humans. No matter whether it's the joints or the muscles, they are relatively harder and it's completely impossible to reach a level of flexibility like Lu Chen's. After spending so much time together, Ji Rushue can definitely confirm that her zombie dad has indeed changed quite a bit since their first meeting. His physique is obviously much stronger, his muscles are more robust, and the shirt he wears is stretched tight by his muscles, looking just like a male model with an incredible figure. This is very rare among zombies. However, even though Ji Rushue knows her zombie dad is different from ordinary zombies, she still can't find anything unusual no matter how she looks. Because usually, after that blood moon, zombies with potential undergo mutation and evolution. And if a zombie evolves, they gain certain extraordinary abilities. But no matter how Ji Rushue looks, she doesn't perceive any unique abilities in her zombie dad. He is just a bit stronger than ordinary zombies, a bit more agile, and a bit more handsome. Not only did he not undergo any particularly significant physical changes, but he is also becoming more and more like a human. Zombies and mutated beasts typically show their evolution through changes in their size, making their unique abilities discernible from their appearance. For example, in Ji Rushue's past life memories, there were some zombies with significant size changes during the early evolution phase before the apocalypse. Take the tank-type zombie, for instance. Once it evolves, its body becomes incredibly robust and strong, with muscles that are exceptionally tough, especially its thick arms, which seem forged from steel. Just from its appearance, one can see its extraordinary presence. Then there's the agile-type zombie, which, although its torso doesn't change much apart from becoming a bit leaner, its hands become exceptionally thick. The original human palms evolve into claws like those of a beast, with nails as tough as steel knives. These two types are among the more common evolved zombies in the early apocalypse, and they were a significant headache for many survivors during that time. Even more extreme are the licklickers, which become neither human nor ghost, their skin peeling off to reveal blood-red muscles, resembling a blood-colored monster. Although many evolved zombies with significant physical changes go through various mutations and evolutions over time, they can eventually become elemental zombies. However, at the beginning of the apocalypse, the majority of zombies primarily exhibit their evolution and mutation through changes in their limbs or overall body size. Of course, aside from these predominantly evolved zombies, there is also a portion of zombies that gained very special abilities after the blood moon. For example, some zombies can actually adjust their appearance like chameleons to achieve invisibility. Others may look just like ordinary zombies, but possess unique talents. In a survival base from her past life, Ji Rushue encountered a zombie that looked no different from a regular one but possessed the ability to burrow underground, which allowed it to sneak into the base and lead to its downfall. However, this type of zombie is extremely rare, and has outstanding growth potential. As long as it doesn't meet an untimely end, it can basically become a powerful zombie king by the late apocalypse. Looking at the zombie father, whose body had not changed at all yet was completely different from ordinary zombies, Ji Rushue suddenly had a bold idea. Could it be that zombie dad is not just an evolved zombie, but also a one-in-a-million type that has successfully awakened an extremely rare talent? If that's really the case, then my zombie dad has hidden himself too deeply. After living together for so long, I still don't know what his talent is. Ji Rushue decided that she must find a way to test her dad's talent. Although zombie dad is very secretive, Ji Rushue feels no dissatisfaction about being kept in the dark. Instead, she is very happy. A zombie itself is a creature that has lost its mind. Usually, zombies are extremely bloodthirsty, and only a portion of them can evolve intelligence in the later stages. It is very rare for a zombie to possess human consciousness in the early stages. If there were no evolutionary talent, that would be one thing, but if paired with continuous evolutionary talent, that would be like starting with a royal flush. Even Ji Rushue, who was an empress in her past life, has not encountered such a zombie until now. And such talents, which are not easily noticed by others, usually possess tremendous potential and value. Just thinking that her zombie dad is no ordinary person, and even has the potential to become a zombie king, Ji Rushue couldn't help but laugh. "Xiao Qiqi, what are you grinning at?" Lu Chen came to Ji Rushue's side and saw her looking at him curiously with a smile, which made his mood brighten considerably. Noticing that Ji Rushue's clothes had gotten a bit dusty, Lu Chen hurriedly ran downstairs. After all, babies have very fragile bodies, and if they get sick, there's nowhere to treat them.
Lu Chen rummaged through a pile of baby clothes and found a light pink princess dress.
After helping Xiao Qiqi get cleaned up and changing her into new clothes, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Qiqi in the pink princess dress looked extremely cute, with snow-white, smooth skin and a head of shiny black hair that remained soft despite the apocalypse. Especially those big, watery eyes made Lu Chen feel as if his soul was being purified.
Xiao Qiqi, don't worry. Dad, I will keep getting stronger, and even in the apocalypse, I will make sure you live like a princess. A week has passed in the blink of an eye.
One could say these past few days have been peaceful and comfortable for Lu Chen.
The bloodthirsty eater, resembling a zombie killer, has been slain, so there's no need to live in fear every day.
As his strength continues to grow, various tasks are handled by the corpses, and there's also Depang, an evolved zombie, guarding the entrance like a gatekeeper.
Lu Chen basically doesn't have to worry about sudden dangers anymore. Dad's dad is called Grandpa. Dad's mom is called Grandma.
A chorus of children's voices can be heard from the living room. One might think it was the entrance of a store. In the living room, Ji Ruxue is seen holding a blue and white learning machine, and the children's songs are emanating from it. This is something Lu Chen specifically arranged for the little one, having the corpses help him acquire it over the past few days.
The little one is growing so fast, almost like a prodigy.
In such a short time, they have already started speaking fluently on their own, which truly caught Lu Chen off guard. It is said that parents are a child's first teachers, but unfortunately, the zombie version of myself can't fulfill that role at all. For the sake of the little one's future, Lu Chen specifically had the corpse puppet look for a learning machine that doesn't require power and has a built-in battery. This learning machine can make sounds and interact with people, which can effectively compensate for my inability to speak. At the very least, it won't turn the little one into a mute, babbling at everything or just shouting. Moreover, this learning machine is very advanced and can effectively assist with the child's learning. Before the crossover, Lu Chen had seen many advertisements about learning machines, but at that time, he always thought they were useless. He never expected that after crossing into this apocalypse, learning machines like this would actually come in handy. Mom no longer has to worry about my studies. It turns out this slogan is not just a saying, it really works. Looking at little Qiqi, who was working hard with the learning machine, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The little one's enthusiasm for learning is quite sufficient. At least with this learning device, they won't become illiterate in the future. If they could master normal human communication skills with the learning device without parental help, that would be even better.
However, Lu Chen does not know that Ji Ruxue doesn't need this kind of early childhood enlightenment learning at all.
Before the rebirth, when the zombie apocalypse hadn't erupted yet, Ji Ruxue had already been accepted into a prestigious university as a graduate student. During this time, Ji Ruxue has adapted to this infant body and can speak normally, but she dares not give herself away. After all, her current identity is just that of a baby who has been born for a short time. If she speaks too fluently, it would be too absurd. Even if she were a genius, mastering the language system without hearing normal human conversation first would be very unreliable. Although Lu Chen has turned into a zombie, Ji Ruxue does not believe her zombie dad would be so foolish as to not notice anything. Thus, when holding the learning device, Ji Ruxue's attitude is very serious, diligently learning every word in every sentence. In order to hope that I can quickly relax and engage in normal communication without being detected as unusual in the future. Otherwise, pretending to speak like a child is really too uncomfortable.
Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, Grandma.
Although it feels a bit awkward to use such extremely simple words given my 2 lifetimes of experience, Ji Ruxue still tries very hard to pretend to babble like a toddler. Glancing at the excited zombie dad standing beside her, Ji Ruxue sighed helplessly. My zombie dad, I'm doing all this to relearn early childhood education for you.
Thanks to you, I can still find a learning machine. Why didn't you just get me a rocking horse directly?
Ji Ruxue never expected that after struggling to graduate from graduate school, she would go through the apocalypse and face countless hardships to become an empress.
Now, I have to start all over again, even beginning to learn infant education.
Unaware of this, Lu Chen was very pleased to see that Xiao Qiqi was highly motivated to learn, and her learning efficiency was remarkably excellent. It seems that his obedient daughter is indeed a gifted prodigy. Seeing the little one able to recognize words and speak through the learning machine, and with her speed continuously improving, Lu Chen was very satisfied. Since hearing that Xiao Qiqi could talk, Lu Chen had spent the last few days collecting various early childhood enlightenment books, baby educational toys, and word recognition cards.
He thought that no child should suffer, and education should never be compromised. This was Lu Chen's most genuine thought as a parent.
During this time, although Lu Chen had not encountered any evolved zombies, he did come across some human survivors. However, seeing those disheveled survivors fleeing in panic, Lu Chen had no intention of intervening. Even when he heard their heart-wrenching screams and pleas for mercy, Lu Chen's expression showed no signs of fluctuation. Not everyone is like Xiao Qiqi. In the apocalypse, life and death are determined by fate, and with the outbreak of the crisis, humanity's inherent flaws gradually become exposed. Lu Chen also finds it hard to guarantee what this group of survivors will do after they survive. In the apocalypse, betraying companions is simply the norm. Lu Chen will not be swayed by so-called compassion to help these complete strangers. If even companions can be betrayed, let alone himself, who isn't even human. Lu Chen even doubts that if he were exposed, he could be captured and dissected by human survivors. During this week, Lu Chen has also gained a thorough understanding of the situation within an 8,000-meter radius through the corpse puppets. Within the 8,000-meter range of Sunshine Community, there are two relatively large survivor teams. One of them is the team led by the evolved strongman that Lu Chen encountered in the store last time. They have about 20 or so members, hiding in a 3-story building within a small park in the northwest of Sunshine Community. This group has set up quite a few simple traps inside and outside the park and has locked the main gate with barbed wire. The other survivor team is located at the nearest police station to Sunshine Community. Lu Chen sent several waves of corpse puppets to explore and found that the police station's main entrance was set up with quite a few sandbags, making it a makeshift stronghold. At the same time, the area was reinforced with barbed wire. Many zombies could be seen killed outside the door, with numerous bullet casings on the ground and bullet holes in the walls. Although this police station near Sunshine Community is quite small, it does have an arsenal of firearms. The remaining police, along with the rescued survivors, total around 30 people, making for a relatively strong survivor team holed up in the station. Based on the current situation, both survivor teams are quite formidable. One has evolved new humans, while the other has stronger firepower reserves. Having such strength in the early days of the apocalypse is already impressive. Even though Lu Chen's corpse puppet team has improved significantly compared to before, he doesn't want to go against these two factions. We won't interfere with each other, I hope you won't disturb me. Lu Chen, being human himself, has little interest in the flesh and blood of other humans. Since the apocalypse, Lu Chen has been eating frozen meat from the refrigerator, with the only fresh meat being that mutated giant dog. Moreover, after experiencing the blood moon mutation, Lu Chen discovered that the crystal core inside the brains of these mutated zombies is even more tempting to him than fresh blood and flesh. And after evolving, Lu Chen has hardly eaten blood and flesh anymore. Of course, Lu Chen has no intention of connecting with these humans, as he is no longer human. He is not just a zombie but also a zombie that can continuously evolve. Lu Chen has no doubt that if he were to appear in front of these two teams, they would probably eliminate him without a second thought. After careful consideration, Lu Chen realized that the only companion he can interact with now is Xiao Qiqi. As a zombie, he is unwilling to associate with those bloodthirsty monsters. Furthermore, zombies themselves lack consciousness and only kill instinctively. Even if they are all evolved zombies, when they encounter each other, they would only think about devouring each other's crystal cores. And as one who possesses human consciousness, he is even less likely to return to the ranks of humanity. The reasoning that those who are not of my kind will have different intentions is something these survivors understand as well. Since the apocalypse began due to zombies, humanity has lost countless lives. This deep-seated hatred makes it impossible for them to accept a zombie into their ranks. Even if humans were to accept him, Lu Chen would probably have to keep one eye open while sleeping at night. As long as these humans don't come to provoke him, Lu Chen can't be bothered to deal with them. Although he still retains human consciousness, Lu Chen does not believe he should live like these human survivors. Surviving in the apocalypse is fundamental. Lu Chen will not go easy on someone just because they are human. In fact, one could say that humans are much more troublesome than zombies for Lu Chen. Without brains, zombies act purely on instinct, so they can only confront him directly. However, human thoughts are far more complex, and Lu Chen can hardly guarantee he won't fall into a trap. Therefore, for Lu Chen, the best way to live is for everyone to avoid disturbing each other. However, if these humans provoke him and disturb the rare peaceful life he has with Xiao Qiqi, Lu Chen wouldn't mind showing his bloodthirsty side. Having inexplicably arrived in this world and being infected by zombies for no reason, Lu Chen has been holding back a lot of anger. Now that he finally has a peaceful and beautiful life, if someone dares to break this situation, Lu Chen will definitely make them pay the price. Beside him, Ji Rushua looked up in confusion, just as she felt the temperature around them drop sharply. She actually sensed a strong killing intent from her zombie father, who usually takes care of her. Could it be that something has made zombie dad angry? Recalling the mutated beast hair and some fresh blood she found on zombie dad earlier, Ji Rushua became even more certain that her zombie father is definitely an evolved zombie, and he probably isn't easy to provoke. Lu Chen sensed something and turned around to find Xiao Qiqi looking at him adorably. Lu Chen quickly suppressed his killing intent and revealed a gentle smile. At that moment, Luchan suddenly felt a stir in his mind. His corpse puppet had new movements. After sharing the perspective with the corpse puppet, Luchan pushed open the door and went downstairs under Ji Rushue's puzzled gaze. Inside a small shop near the police station, Zhao Lin was collecting supplies with several police officer colleagues. Although the police station had some reserve resources, the quantity was limited. Now, as time passes in the apocalypse, food has clearly become insufficient. Initially, the police station overestimated its own strength and underestimated the horror of this apocalypse. This led to the police station consuming a large amount of resources and manpower in the early stages, thinking they would quickly receive support from above, but now over a month has passed with no sign of help. This has made the survivors in the police station realize that this time they might have to rely on self-rescue. The convenience store had already been ransacked by humans, but there were still some supplies left. Several police officers, carrying their tactical backpacks, were on guard while collecting supplies. Inside the shop, there were only the heavy breaths of everyone and the sounds of organizing supplies. Tap tap. Suddenly, everyone heard a faint sound, and for a moment, all actions paused as they quickly scanned their surroundings with vigilance. What was that noise just now? Did you all hear it? A police officer frowned and asked quietly. The others remained silent. Zhao Lin glanced around and said softly, "It might just be a zombie passing by outside. Everyone, let's not waste time and quickly gather the supplies to return to the police station. We must not get cornered by zombies." However, it seemed that this group of police officers wasn't very lucky. Just as Zhao Lin finished speaking, a somewhat emaciated zombie appeared at the shop's entrance. Although this zombie looked no different from an ordinary one on the outside, its large claws betrayed its identity as an evolved zombie. Run! Quickly retreat back to the police station. This is a mutated zombie. Zhao Lin's face turned pale as she urgently called for everyone to retreat. The few police officers acted swiftly, shouldering their backpacks and turning to run. Although everyone is well trained as police officers, it is clearly not enough against this evolved, agile zombie. Bang! 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 This agile zombie moves extremely fast, closing the distance to the group in an instant. Bang bang bang! The officers immediately opened fire, but they are not special forces, so their shooting skills are relatively weaker. Furthermore, with the zombie's incredible speed and its constant dodging between the shelves, none of the officers managed to hit it. Zhao Lin looked at the mutated zombie and then at her teammates, a flash of sadness crossing her eyes. Bang bang bang! Zhao Lin fired 3 shots at the mutated zombie and shouted loudly to attract its attention. "You all get out of here. Hurry and take the supplies back to the police station, where there are survivors who need you more." While speaking, Zhao Lin even threw the supplies she had collected to her teammates. "As police officers, we must ensure everyone's safety, so make sure to bring these supplies back." The other officers didn't expect that at such a critical moment, Zhao Lin was still thinking about the survivors. "I'll distract the zombies, you take the opportunity to escape." With Zhao Lin continuously firing her gun and shouting, the evolved zombie indeed charged straight at her. Zhao Lin dodged desperately, but her speed couldn't compare to that of the evolved zombie. The shelves in its path were torn apart by the zombie's terrifying claws, and with her last bullet fired, Zhao Lin ran into a dead end. Seeing the zombie chasing after her, Zhao Lin felt her heart sink to the bottom. Just when she thought she was doomed, the pursuing evolved zombie suddenly stood still. This bloodthirsty zombie seemed to have a vacant look in its eyes at that moment. Zhao Lin opened her eyes in disbelief, seeing that the evolved zombie had stopped in its tracks, which left her puzzled. However, in such a life-and-death situation, Zhao Lin didn't have time to ponder what was happening and hurriedly ran around the zombie towards the police station. It's not easy to escape from the hands of zombies, especially when the opponent is an evolved zombie. Zhao Lin's face was full of panic, leaving her unable to think. It was only a moment after she left that the evolved zombie began to move again. The fierce zombie that had just been attacking suddenly seemed to be under some kind of control, walking mindlessly toward the side of the shop. In the next second, a figure slowly emerged from the corner. It was Lu Chen, who had rushed here quickly. The reason the evolved zombie didn't continue to chase Zhao Lin was that Lu Chen successfully used his control ability to take over the zombie at this critical moment. I really didn't expect that even after so long of a zombie crisis, there are still such compassionate people? Lu Chen had witnessed everything that happened inside the shop. It's important to know that in this apocalyptic world, if one does not act for oneself, one will be doomed. During this time, he had seen too many instances of humans killing each other. One moment they were loyal allies, and the next they would betray their companions to the zombies. This is the first time I've seen someone willing to sacrifice themselves for their companions, voluntarily choosing to stay behind. Even when they're on the brink of death, they still think of the survivors in the police station whom they don't even know. Lu Chen actually admires such people. But he doesn't agree with this approach. After all, in this selfish and evil world, preserving such pure humanity is truly noble and kind. But the problem is that kindness and justice in the apocalypse are the most useless things, only staying alive is fundamental. Selfless acts like this are rare in the apocalypse, but unfortunately, such kind people usually don't have a good ending.
Because human nature is the hardest to predict.
However, Lu Chen doesn't care about this, saving Zhao Lin this time was simply a matter of convenience.
Today also showed Lu Chen that evolved zombies indeed possess impressive combat power against ordinary humans.
Even these armed police officers couldn't kill such an evolved zombie.
Lu Chen looked at the emaciated torso before him, but nodded in satisfaction at the evolved zombie whose hands had transformed into claw-like appendages.
Though both are evolved zombies, this one is completely different from the fat one he had previously tamed. The fat one obviously followed a route of being robust and balanced in offense and defense. In contrast, this agile type of zombie moves extremely quickly, so much so that even these trained officers cannot hit it. Lu Chen stepped forward to examine the evolved zombie's claws, which were indeed extremely sharp.
From today onwards, you'll be called Lightning.
When Lu Chen arrived at the scene earlier, he had just seen this zombie dodging bullets continuously. Its swift speed was aptly described as lightning.
Afterward, Lu Chen returned to Sunshine Community with his catch.
Seeing the two figures, one large and one small, guarding the entrance, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. With the powerful evolved zombies, Fatty and Lightning, by his side, Lu Chen felt a sense of security. After this period of evolution and accumulation, Lu Chen now has more than 20 ordinary low-level zombie puppets, as well as these two different types of evolved zombie puppets. Depang and Lightning are two different types of evolved zombies. Depang is robust, incredibly strong, and has maximum defense. On the other hand, Lightning focuses on speed and attack, making them complementary, with one being offensive and the other defensive, eliminating any weaknesses. Even just one unconscious agile evolved zombie is enough to force a team of armed police officers into a corner. Now, with over 20 low-level zombies and 2 evolved zombies at his command, Lu Chen feels he can walk confidently in this apocalypse. Unless he encounters a human army with particularly strong firepower, Lu Chen doesn't believe he would face much threat. After all, even his strongest defender, Depang, cannot withstand attacks from human firearms. As for whether they will evolve to resist human firearms in the future, Lu Chen isn't so sure. However, the world has already fallen. It's been over a month since the apocalypse began, and Lu Chen still hasn't seen any military forces enter the city for rescue. Only these police officers in the city had organized a small-scale rescue, but later, due to the overwhelming number of zombies, they ran out of manpower and could not continue. This zombie outbreak came too suddenly. The whole world has fallen. Lu Chen estimated that the situation in the military was probably not any better. After all, it makes no sense for only the residents of the city to be infected while the military remains unaffected. Just as Lu Chen was reviewing his zombie puppet army, he was unaware that Ji Ruxue had already left the bedroom.
Earlier, Lu Chen sensed the evolved zombie and quickly left, while Ji Ruxue, seeing him leave, secretly used her telekinesis to open the door.
Ji Ruxue has now broken through to the second level, which has restored a lot of her confidence. With 2 powerful abilities and having reached the second level, as long as she doesn't encounter particularly strong evolved zombies, Ji Ruxue feels that she is not in much danger. Since her rebirth, Ji Ruxue has been staying inside the house. She hasn't felt a moment of freedom in a long time. The small body greatly restricts her movements. After a period of continuous training and with the support of her mental powers, Ji Ruxue's body can now walk normally. So Ji Ruxue also began to try and see what life outside was like. After all, staying indoors every day can drive anyone crazy. Moreover, for someone like Ji Ruxue, who was once a peerless empress standing at the pinnacle of power, it is unbearable to be cooped up all day. She really cannot stand being trapped inside the room all the time. Before, her strength was weak, so it was bearable, but now that she has the ability to protect herself, Ji Ruxue does not want to remain confined in her room any longer. At the very least, she wants to understand where she is and what area she is in. Walking down the stairs to the 6th floor, Ji Ruxue entered through the open door and was immediately stunned by the sight before her. The 6th floor room was filled with all kinds of supplies. These various supplies, large and small, completely filled the storage space originally intended for the room, leaving no waste at all. Looking at the stuffed rooms downstairs, Ji Ruxue was momentarily astonished, unable to close her mouth. Having a zombie dad who hoards so many supplies in this apocalypse is practically enough to open a store. The Sunshine Community where Lu Chen lives, although an old complex, also has 2 households per stairwell. Both doors of the 2 rooms on the 6th floor were still open, and Ji Ruxue found them filled with all sorts of supplies. Upon entering the room, one could see several bags of rice piled up in the kitchen. After a quick check, Ji Ruxue discovered that there were nearly 10 bags of 50-pound rice in the room. And there was a huge pile of powdered milk that needed to be mixed, with several well-known brands available. Canned milk powder filled the cabinets, with a massive pile outside that looked like a small mountain, even topped with bags of powdered milk. Staring at the mountain of milk powder in front of her, Ji Rushua widened her eyes, unable to imagine when she would finish all this milk powder. By the time she finishes this milk powder, she might already be pickled. There was also a large amount of bottled water piled inside, reaching as high as 3 meters, right up to the ceiling. It was piled up like a small mountain, and with Ji Rushua's tiny body, she couldn't even climb up. In addition, there were many daily necessities, but they were mostly for infants and toddlers. For example, various kinds of diapers, baby bottles, and bibs, among other items. There were all kinds of toddler toys, literacy cards, and fairy tale books, which Lu Chen brought back in considerable amounts. After all, Lu Chen had never taken care of a child, and he didn't know what items were needed for an infant's growth process. So, anything he saw that was a baby product during his scavenging, Lu Chen made sure to have the zombies bring it all back without missing a single item. Since it was already the end of the world, these things didn't cost any money. Moreover, Lu Chen knew in his heart that the world had become so cruel and it would definitely not always be smooth sailing, so bringing supplies home early would provide some peace of mind. Eventually, he had piled up all sorts of supplies. Only a little space was left in the living room, which Lu Chen used to practice his combat skills. Looking at the room full of dazzling items, Ji Rushua felt a surge of warmth in her heart while being shocked. Clearly, Zombie Dad collected so many supplies for himself. After all, as a zombie, he wouldn't need these baby items. Ji Rushua gently stroked these supplies, her black and white pupils filled with emotion. In such a chaotic world, gathering so many supplies and bringing them home must have taken a lot of effort from Zombie Dad. After all, just looking at so many supplies left her feeling astonished. How did Zombie Dad manage to do this? Bringing back so many supplies can't be that easy, right? Looking at the room full of supplies, Ji Rushua couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After all, while zombies don't get as tired as humans, their 2 hands have limited strength, and bringing back all this rice couldn't have been easy. Usually, Dad was either taking care of her or practicing combat skills, going out very rarely. Using just one zombie to transport so many supplies would definitely take a lot of time. But I haven't even seen my zombie dad spending so much time collecting supplies? Thinking of this, Ji Rushua couldn't help but fall into deep thought, but soon her eyes brightened. That's right, my zombie dad is likely not an ordinary low-level zombie. If he is an evolved zombie, then it makes sense. It's very likely that the ability to transport so many supplies is related to my zombie dad's evolution. The more Ji Rushua thought about it, the more she felt this possibility. After all, how could an ordinary zombie transport so many supplies? But what exactly is his evolutionary ability? After so long, I haven't seen any signs at all. Usually, after evolving, zombies can show some improvement in certain aspects. But up to now, Ji Rushua had no clues, only feeling that her zombie dad was stronger and more agile than ordinary zombies. Besides that, there didn't seem to be anything special. Ji Rushua sat on the sofa, beginning to search her mind for the unique abilities of the rare evolved zombies she had encountered in her past life. In fact, there are quite a few zombies with unique abilities, but after thinking for a long time, Ji Rushua still couldn't figure out how to connect with her zombie father. Moreover, this is still the early stage of the apocalypse, and most zombies with unique abilities only begin to gradually manifest in the later stages. Zombies that awaken special abilities in the early stages are like martial arts prodigies in human sex, definitely a rare breed. Looking at the room full of supplies, Ji Rushua furrowed her brows. Could it be the ability to burrow underground? Zombies with the ability to burrow, who are of the earth element, can move freely underground, greatly reducing their travel time. If she wanted to quickly transport so many supplies into the house, Ji Rushua thought that only a burrowing zombie could accomplish it. Besides that, it could also be a zombie that has awakened spatial abilities, such as directly transferring various supplies into the room using spatial power. However, Ji Rushua quickly dismissed this possibility, as spatial power is a very rare talent. Space and time are always the 2 most powerful existences. If time does not surpass, space reigns supreme. Entities with spatial talents definitely have the potential to become top-tier powerhouses in the future. In her previous life, Ji Rushua had only heard of one zombie with spatial talent. Such talent is exceedingly rare. Moreover, although spatial abilities have immense potential and formidable strength, like her own control over time, utilizing them in the early stages requires a tremendous amount of energy. Even now that she has broken through to the 2nd level, Ji Rushua mostly relies on her telekinesis to fight. In the early stages before the apocalypse, when her strength is not yet fully developed, such a level of talent cannot be frequently utilized. Using spatial abilities to transport resources would be somewhat wasteful. After some thought, Ji Rushua decided to temporarily classify Zombie Dad's ability as earth manipulation. After all, compared to spatial talent, the potential for earth manipulation is somewhat greater and can meet the needs for stockpiling resources. Ji Rushua wanted to continue exploring downstairs, but at that moment, she heard some noises coming from the unit door. If nothing unexpected happens, Dad must be back from outside. In order to avoid exposing her current abilities, Ji Rushua hurriedly ran back to the bedroom on the 7th floor, pretending to be nonchalant. However, she felt a bit excited inside. I didn't expect it, Dad, you really surprised me. And she was in a great mood after gaining a powerful ally, Lu Chen. She could already imagine that in the near future, a large group of strong zombies would follow her, allowing her to thrive even in this apocalyptic world. 2 evolved zombies were left at the 1st floor to guard, while Lu Chen returned to the 7th floor. As soon as he pushed the door open, Lu Chen was shocked by the scene before him. Little Chi-Chi was actually using the calligraphy book she bought, lying on the floor practicing her writing. Although little Chi-Chi's characters were crooked and looked quite ugly, they could still be vaguely recognized as specific characters. Of course, the reason for the crooked writing was that Ji Rushua did it on purpose. She didn't want to reveal her identity as a reborn person too early. It would be absurd for someone so young to already know how to read and write. That's why she intentionally wrote in a crooked manner, pretending to be studying. If she had written very neatly from the start, even a fool would notice something was off. But even though the handwriting was very ugly, Lu Chen was still both surprised and delighted after seeing it. Although Lu Chen had been single for many years and had never been in a relationship or had children, he knew that at Xiao Chi-Chi's age, babies were usually still crawling on the floor. When he first met Xiao Chi-Chi, the little one could only lie in the crib and didn't even have the strength to cry. Yet in such a short time, the little one not only learned to stand and walk but even started to learn how to write. Lu Chen increasingly felt that his precious daughter was a child prodigy. Even calling her a prodigy wasn't enough to describe Xiao Chi-Chi's intelligence. After all, in Lu Chen's previous life, he had never heard of any child as outstanding as Xiao Chi-Chi at this age. Moreover, this was achieved without his guidance, relying solely on Xiao Chi-Chi's self-study. However, Lu Chen didn't think much of it. He attributed all the credit to Xiao Chi-Chi's intelligence and the learning machine's effectiveness. As expected of a genius learning machine, it truly frees parents from worrying about their child's studies. Watching the little one practice writing stroke by stroke, even though the handwriting is quite messy now, it's already impressive. Lu Chen felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. Perhaps this is the sense of achievement a parent feels when hoping for their child to succeed. My daughter Lu Chen is truly extraordinary. Then, Lu Chen gently squatted down and carefully pinched Ji Rushua's cheek. The little one's skin is very smooth. Even in the apocalypse, Lu Chen keeps her clean and well-groomed. Her skin is very fair, making her look like a lovely porcelain doll. Dad seems to be in a really good mood today. It looks like the outing must have yielded great results. Ji Rushua secretly speculated in her heart. During this time together, Zombie Dad often pinches his face. Although Ji Rushua couldn't understand what Zombie Dad was trying to say, she could sense that it was a display of his deep happiness. Inside the police station. After escaping from the evolved zombies, Zhao Lin returned to the police station and found that a heated argument was taking place inside. On one side were her colleagues, the police officers in the station. On the other side were the survivors they had taken in and helped. At this moment, the rescued survivors were very agitated, pointing their fingers at the officers and yelling at them. What are you doing? Why should we ordinary citizens go out to search for supplies? You are wearing police uniforms. Since you are the police, it's your duty to protect us. We are taxpayers, paying so much to support you, and you want us to risk our lives? No way. Don't even think about it. The officers being yelled at by these survivors had ashen faces, their expressions filled with gloom. All right, what's going on? Why is everyone suddenly arguing? Zhao Lin quickly stepped forward to separate the two sides. Seeing that Zhao Lin had actually returned alive, the colleagues in the police force were all astonished. After all, when they left, they saw Zhao Lin cornered by that evolved zombie, so they never expected she could come back alive under such circumstances. The survivors, who had been scolding loudly, changed their expressions to one of excitement upon seeing Zhao Lin. That's great, Officer Zhao. I can't believe you're still alive. Officer Zhao, come here. You have to judge this. Officers Li and Wang actually let us go out to search for supplies. Is this a joke? We're just a group of ordinary people. It's so dangerous outside. What if we run into zombies? Exactly, it's so dangerous out there. How could they let us go out to search for supplies? It's just too much. Upon hearing these people's words, the faces of the officers present grew increasingly difficult. They never expected that after risking their lives to collect resources, they would not only receive no appreciation but instead face even harsher criticism. Officers Li and Wang felt a surge of unexplained anger as they recalled the situation in the shop today. Shut up! Your lives are precious. Does that mean we should just die? Why is it always us risking our lives to gather resources while you just stay inside waiting to be handed resources, without lifting a finger?
Hearing her colleagues' complaints, Zhao Lin couldn't help but frown. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. Let us handle the search for supplies. As police officers, it is natural for us to protect the public, and it is our duty to be at the front when danger arises. Upon hearing Zhao Lin's words, the survivors in the room immediately applauded and cheered. Officer Zhao is truly just. Unlike some selfish people. Yes, Officer Zhao is the real good cop. Thank you, Officer Zhao. These survivors also knew how dangerous the outside world was. Once they went out, they might not come back, and they didn't want to take that risk. Officers Li and Wang had extremely grim expressions, but upon remembering that it was Zhao Lin who led the zombies away today, they merely exchanged a glance and snorted before saying nothing further. The officers then began distributing resources. Seeing the dwindling supplies in their hands, the survivors couldn't help but start complaining. Officer Zhao, can you collect more food next time? This isn't nearly enough to eat. Yeah, I'm starving every night. The food you brought back is just too little. Hearing their complaints, Zhao Lin couldn't help but frown. However, seeing everyone's plight in this apocalyptic world, Zhao Lin reluctantly nodded in understanding. Food was already scarce in the apocalypse, and as a police officer, Zhao Lin always believed she should take care of everyone, so she allocated the least supplies for herself. Others still received food twice a day, while Zhao Lin only had a small bag of crackers each day. Prolonged malnutrition often left her feeling dizzy. Sunshine Community. A series of piercing sounds and metal clashing echoed on the previously calm garden road. Two figures moved with incredible speed, almost like martial arts masters from a kung fu movie. In an instant, the area was filled with flashing blades, and the sound of blades slicing through the air sent chills down one's spine. The two figures currently engaged in combat were Lu Chen and his newly acquired evolved corpse puppet, Lightning. With Lu Chen continuously devouring crystal cores to evolve, his physical abilities had significantly improved compared to before. Furthermore, after constant training in combat techniques during this time, ordinary low-tier corpse puppets could no longer meet Lu Chen's combat demands. Even if these corpse puppets attacked him together, Lu Chen wouldn't feel much threat. Moreover, the previously controlled Big Fat was simply not suitable as a sparring partner. Big Fat was very robust and incredibly strong. Swinging those iron hammers was like sweeping through an army. Standing in front of Big Fat, Lu Chen felt like an infantryman trying to take on a tank head-on. So right now, he wouldn't be foolish enough to go up against Big Fat. And Lightning is undoubtedly his best training partner at the moment. Lightning doesn't have the exaggerated physique and strength of Big Fat, but as an evolved zombie, Lightning is no slouch in terms of power either. In fact, because Lightning is of the body evolved type, its strength surpasses that of Lu Chen, who has continuously devoured crystal cores several times. During this time, Lu Chen's corpse puppet has been searching for resources nearby and found two machetes in a hardware store. After giving these two steel knives to Lightning, Lu Chen issued the command to attack himself. Immediately, in Yuanlin Road, two figures were constantly clashing like martial arts masters. The steel knives slashed through the air, even sparking flames. Swish, swish, swish. Lightning, as an agile evolved zombie, unleashed an incredibly fast speed, moving much quicker than Lu Chen could. Even though Lu Chen has undergone long periods of combat skill training, now facing Lightning with dual knives, he could only be forced to defend. Even a slight mistake could lead to injury. However, Lu Chen's body coordination and combat awareness are continually improving through constant practice. With each clash of blades, Lu Chen felt his arms being forcefully jolted back. In the back-and-forth exchanges, Lu Chen applied all the movements from his past life and the combat skills he recently learned. Lu Chen now realizes how important it is to have a strong and suitable sparring partner. After fighting for a long time, Lu Chen stopped giving commands. Looking at Lightning, who wielded dual blades, Lu Chen nodded to himself. Lightning may only be a first-tier zombie, but it truly lives up to its reputation as a physically evolved one. In close combat, Lu Chen's current strength is still slightly inferior to that of Lightning. Although the battle between them is much more dangerous than against lower-tier zombies, Lu Chen feels extremely excited. Even though he has been on the receiving end of the fight, Lu Chen feels a thrilling satisfaction. Improving one's combat skills rapidly during this battle is far more effective than training against low-level zombies. Lu Chen has always been prepared to hone his own strength, even though his ability to evolve comes from telekinesis controlling zombies. However, Lu Chen feels that he cannot overly rely on this ability. After all, if there are no corpses around to control, he must depend on his own capabilities. Only by possessing sufficiently strong abilities can one survive in the apocalypse. Looking at the evolved zombie before him, Lu Chen contemplated and then issued another command, resulting in a flurry of blades flashing in this area. After all, zombies do not require the extensive time to rest or consume various foods to replenish their energy like humans do. After briefly summarizing the experiences from the previous battle, Lu Chen began his training again.
Inside the room, Ji Rushua started to wander around again after Lu Chen left. Ji Rushua was rummaging through various items in the room, hoping to find some useful information. Currently, after being reborn, Ji Rushua has been living in the bedroom and still doesn't know where she is. After digging out a pile of documents and files, Ji Rushua hurriedly opened them one by one to check. So this is Jianghai City. Among the scattered files, Ji Rushua found a contract that clearly recorded the property information related to this place. Finally figuring out her current geographical location, Ji Rushua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she has the memories of her past life, which she can always utilize after being reborn. However, Ji Rushua felt a bit regretful that she wasn't very familiar with the situation in Jianghai City. In Ji Rushua's memory, there are two very famous powerful beings in Jianghai City. One is a member of the human race and the other is a mutated fierce beast, neither of them is an evolved zombie type. The human being is a powerful figure who has reached the Emperor realm, known as the Nine Death Demon Police. This name sounds very strange, but Ji Rushua heard that this Nine Death Demon Police worked as a police officer before the apocalypse. And she was a female officer. However, the key point is that this woman's ability is very special. She possesses a bizarre resurrection technique. The ability to resurrect is like a cheat in the apocalypse, and the key is that the 9 lives demon police can use this cheat up to 9 times consecutively. There are a total of 9 chances for resurrection. Moreover, with each death, her strength will increase several times upon resurrection. This can be said to be an incredibly defiant existence. Such a talent is almost like a cheat that can make one nearly invincible. This female police officer relied on such a unique ability to survive betrayal and death from her teammates in the early days of the zombie apocalypse. Her once fervent patriotism gradually got frozen in the despicable human nature of the apocalypse, transforming her into a cold-blooded killing machine. Ultimately, she grew to become one of the top powerhouses. On the other hand, the evolved beast is a giant white bear from a zoo. After the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the zoo was left unmanaged. These ferocious beasts either got eaten by zombies or mutated to become incredibly powerful. This gigantic white bear has an overwhelming combat power. This beast king is known as Thunder Roar, a mutated giant bear that controls the power of thunder. As for the white bear called Thunder Roar, which wields the power of thunder, Ji Rushua doesn't actually know much about it. After all, she is the empress of the human race, and most of the time when she encounters ferocious beasts, it is usually in battle. However, this human powerhouse, the 9 Death Demon Police, Ji Rushua had dealt with a few times in her previous life. In fact, Ji Rushua had even personally killed this female police officer. It was during this encounter that Ji Rushua learned about the 9 Death Demon Police's unique evolution ability. Being able to resurrect after death is much stronger than ordinary talents. The most crucial part is that she can increase her strength after dying, which is quite extraordinary. No matter how strong other talents may be, once a person dies, they are truly dead. But this female police officer is different. She can resurrect multiple times, a talent that many people envy. However, this human powerhouse from Jianghai City really has terrible luck. The time Ji Rushua killed her was already her 9th death. Although the 9 Death Demon Police of Jianghai City is not as strong as Ji Rushua, who was an empress in her past life, she has already reached the emperor level, making her one of the top powerhouses after the apocalypse. It is not easy for Jianghai City to produce such a top powerhouse, mainly because her abilities are truly against the heavens. Recalling memories from her past life, a smile couldn't help but curve at the corner of Ji Rushua's mouth. I wonder if I can still meet that woman with the extraordinary talent after my reincarnation. It is extremely difficult to encounter someone in the vast sea of people, especially in this apocalyptic world where death can come at any moment. Moreover, although Jianghai City is not small, it is not a tiny city either. It might not be so easy for them to meet again. Ji Rushua estimates that it will be very difficult for her to encounter the other person after her reincarnation. I really didn't expect that there would still be someone with the ability to revive. If I could meet her in advance, I could consider recruiting this person. Ji Rushua thought to herself. After the blood moon night of the apocalypse, the advancement of human survivors largely depends on the evolution abilities they awaken. The more outstanding the awakened abilities and the greater the talent, the more likely they are to become a top powerhouse in the future. There are very few individuals like the Death Rebirth Police who possess resurrection abilities and can enhance themselves multiple times after revival. Moreover, this female police officer has indeed cultivated to the Emperor realm in her memory, becoming a top powerhouse. In fact, with such a formidable ability, this Death Rebirth Police should have been able to go much further. For someone with this capability, the Emperor realm is merely a transitional period. However, perhaps due to her personality, this Death Rebirth Police wasted too many precious resurrection opportunities in the early days of the apocalypse. If she had adapted to the apocalyptic life earlier and started enhancing her strength sooner, saving those valuable resurrection opportunities for later, she might have had a chance to break through to the Emperor realm. Breaking through to the Emperor realm is what truly defines the top powerhouses on this planet. If it were an ordinary person, it would be one thing, but someone with Emperor-level potential is definitely worth recruiting and subduing. Ji Rushue is still unable to fully determine her zombie father's special abilities. In her memory, there haven't been any particularly powerful zombies born in Zhanghai City. This means that according to the evolutionary trajectory of her past life, her zombie father is likely to encounter various life and death crises later on. She needs to recruit some talented, strong individuals to better protect her zombie father's safety. After confirming her current geographical location, Ji Rushue returned the documents she had taken back to their original place, feeling relieved as she went back to bed to sit cross-legged and begin her training. As Ji Rushue's strength breakthroughs, the speed of the Liuli breathing technique's operation is also increasing. Currently, Ji Rushue's sensitivity to the energy particles in the air is sharper than before. A large amount of energy particles are merging into Ji Rushue's body, continuously honing her somewhat petite physique. At the same time, most of these energy particles are used to enhance Ji Rushue's mental power. It seems that due to practicing the glazed breathing technique, Ji Rushue absorbed a large amount of energy particles from the air, causing her to grow slightly faster than an ordinary baby. Thus, Ji Rushue practiced for a long time, and after completing another cycle of energy flow, she slowly opened her eyes. However, looking around the empty room, Ji Rushue couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Has Zombie Dad been gone for such a long time and still hasn't come back? Could it be that he went out to gather supplies again? The supplies downstairs are already enough to last a long time. There shouldn't be any accidents, right? Since she learned that she was currently in Zhanghai City, Ji Rushue became more concerned about Zombie Dad's safety. Because currently, Zombie Dad possesses human consciousness and likely has some special innate abilities, this type of zombie should logically become even stronger. However, since she did not find such an existence in Zhanghai City in her previous life, the only possibility is that her Zombie Dad is most likely in danger. Ji Rushue stood up and walked to the door. Hearing the silence downstairs with no movement at all, she thought for a moment and then quietly opened the door to go downstairs. This time, Ji Rushue went straight to the 5th floor, where she noticed clear signs of forced entry on the door. After Ji Rushue opened the door and walked in, she was immediately shocked by the scene inside. She saw that the 2 rooms on the 5th floor were identical to those on the 6th floor, both piled high with resources, mainly food and water. There were also various baby clothes and toys, with the most stockpiled items being baby supplies. Without a doubt, this was all prepared by Zombie Dad for himself. Looking at the mountain of supplies, Ji Rushue felt even more shocked than before, and her heart was filled with emotion, realizing that Zombie Dad had already sacrificed so much for her. She hadn't expected that what she saw on the 6th floor was merely the tip of the iceberg. It now seemed that she had underestimated Zombie Dad's special ability, as he had silently transported so many supplies. Ji Rushue suddenly had a new idea and continued walking downstairs. As expected, the doors on the 4th floor, like those on the 3rd floor, had been violently pried open, and there was a huge pile of supplies inside. Ji Rushue was stunned, not expecting that her father had nearly filled the entire building during this time. Could it be that every time her father went out, he just brought back everything useful from the neighborhood? Who would have thought that Zombie Dad had such a hoarding tendency? While others just hoarded a bunch of supplies, her own Zombie Dad had hoarded an entire building. Ji Rushue felt increasingly touched. All these supplies were her father's love for her, the empire that Zombie Dad had built for her. Oh no, to be precise, it was the milk mountain he brought back. Ji Rushue smiled and continued walking downstairs. But just as she reached the 2nd floor, her expression suddenly changed. Ji Rushue sensed a fierce and powerful aura, completely different from that of ordinary zombies. What's going on? Could it be that there are evolved zombies downstairs? Ji Rushue quickly lightened her footsteps and silently approached the 2nd floor balcony. She looked down from the window and indeed saw a very strong and imposing figure. Big Fat was guarding the entrance of the unit with a pair of hammers, looking like a guardian deity from afar. What's going on? How can there be a tank-like zombie downstairs? Ji Rushue's pupils contracted. She didn't expect that an evolved zombie would appear right below her and her Zombie Dad. It's strange, how could such a powerful evolved zombie be guarding downstairs while Dad went out? Oh right, I almost forgot that Zombie Dad is also an evolved zombie. It seems that Dad's awakened ability must be the power of burrowing. Seeing Big Fat guarding downstairs made Ji Rushue even more certain of Lu Chen's awakened talent. In Ji Rushue's view, only this kind of burrowing talent could allow someone to slip out silently in front of an evolved zombie. Moreover, only this ability to burrow underground allows my Zombie Dad to transport so many supplies in such a short time.
Ji Rushua quietly returned to the 7th floor without alarming the big fat at the door. Although I have already broken through to the 2nd tier, under the abilities of telekinesis and time manipulation, this 1st tier evolved zombie cannot do anything to me. However, Ji Rushua had no intention of engaging in a fight with the other party. After successfully confirming my zombie dad's ability, Ji Rushua felt very happy. Although the burrowing zombie's combat ability is not particularly outstanding and may not become a powerful zombie king in the future, at least its survival capability is top-notch, which reassured Ji Rushua a lot. Since dad is an evolved zombie, that makes things easier. I need to find a way to hunt more evolved zombies for dad to devour their cores and evolve. This way, even with the burrowing ability, he can become a powerful zombie. With this thought, Ji Rushua nodded to herself and began to plan in her heart. In a while, I will first take out that big guy on the 1st floor. With such a formidable creature guarding outside, it will definitely be very inconvenient for dad to go in and out. She can still use the crystal core of the evolved zombie to help her father further enhance his strength. Thinking of this, Ji Rushua remembered the powerful Beast King in Zhanghai City. The white bear, known as Thunder Roar by the survivors, has become extremely violent after evolving and mutating. In her previous life, Ji Rushua had heard that Thunder Roar could stir up trouble in Zhanghai City. Several relatively stable large human survivor bases were destroyed by this giant bear. She decided in her heart that if she ever encountered this giant bear, she would eliminate it as a service to the people. Moreover, the crystal core of this mutated beast, which has the potential to become the Beast King, would definitely be helpful to her father. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, who is battling lightning, has no idea that one of his generals has already entered his precious daughter's kill list. After all, it is hard for Lu Chen to imagine that a baby who had just recently been unable to move in a crib and had only learned to walk for a few days could independently open doors and go downstairs. After fighting with lightning for a long time, their sharp blades had nearly destroyed the surrounding greenery, as if autumn winds were sweeping away fallen leaves. Looking at the agile zombie wielding dual blades, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. After a round of combat, his fighting skills had greatly improved. Controlling lightning, he returned to building number 5, leaving lightning downstairs to guard with Big Fat, while Lu Chen went upstairs to take a shower. Although he was currently a zombie, he still lived with a little one. If it were the 1st month of the apocalypse, Lu Chen truly didn't care much about cleanliness. As long as he didn't leave too much blood on him, he wouldn't bother to clean up. But today was different. Now that he had a baby with him, Lu Chen needed to clean up every day. Anyway, he had collected a large amount of resources through the corpse puppets, and the precious drinking water that others valued so much had already piled up in a building due to his efforts. On one hand, it was to prevent bacteria. Since little Chi-Chi was still young and her immunity was not like that of an adult, he had to pay attention to hygiene and safety precautions. On the other hand, Lu Chen also didn't want his unusual smell to affect Xiao Chi-Chi up close. However, Lu Chen noticed that as he continued to evolve, the zombie traits on him seemed less pronounced than before. Even the fierce scar on his shoulder had unknowingly healed after absorbing the crystal core. Looking in the mirror, Lu Chen felt that although he was a zombie, his appearance was not as bad as it had been before. After cleaning up, Lu Chen changed into a simple and clean shirt and even sprayed on a light, branded perfume. When Lu Chen returned to the 7th floor, he found that Xiao Chi-Chi was sleeping soundly on the sofa. The little one looked very peaceful and serene, lying there like a little angel, endearing to behold. Although Ji Rushua had already broken through to the 2nd stage through the Lioli breathing technique, she was still just a small infant. Under normal circumstances, an infant like Ji Rushua at her age would already be doing well to crawl around on the bed. And now, Ji Rushua is already able to climb up and down the 7 floors by herself, truly a Valkyrie among infants. However, this body's original strength is still too weak. Even if she breaks through to the 2nd tier, most of the enhancement is in mental power, with little noticeable increase in physical strength. Not long after returning to her room, Ji Rushua fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the adorable little Chi-Chi on the sofa, Lu Chen decided that since the little one could now walk on her own, it was time to take her out for some fresh air. Having stayed indoors for so long, without anyone to interact with normally, and with the windows boarded up, Lu Chen was really worried that this enclosed environment would affect little Chi-Chi's personality. Moreover, with the evolution of his own strength, the zombies in the Sunshine community had already been cleared out by his zombie puppets. Lu Chen selected some sturdy and well-formed zombies to add to his zombie puppet team, while the rest he killed. After all, zombies are plentiful in the apocalypse. Even if his zombie puppets are killed by evolved zombies, he could easily control a few more from the streets. The safety of the community is the most important thing. Recently, Lu Chen has become familiar with the surrounding terrain. Although Sunshine Community is an old neighborhood, it also has a closed environment. At that time, he can have Fatty guard the community entrance with dual hammers, while Lightning follows discreetly to ensure Xiao Chi-Chi's safety.
No one in Sunshine Community can pose a threat to the little one anymore, especially since he will be by Xiao Qiqi's side. Even going outside won't be dangerous. Not long ago, Lu Chen was still worried about survival in the apocalypse, but now, with control over 2 evolved zombies, his confidence has grown significantly. In the following days, life was very peaceful. Lu Chen continued to send his servants to patrol the area, acting as surveillance probes, searching for supplies everywhere. Xiao Qiqi practiced walking upright at home every day or used a learning machine to practice speaking and writing. In just a few days, Xiao Qiqi has made rapid progress, making Lu Chen increasingly feel that his daughter is a prodigy. Meanwhile, Lu Chen spent every day in the community's open area, engaging in battles with lightning.
As the agile zombie Lightning wielded dual daggers, he became Lu Chen's most outstanding sparring partner.
During the few days of sparring, Lu Chen's combat experience improved dramatically, greatly enhancing his application of various combat techniques and his own agility.
Buzzing.
Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the sky, and Lu Chen quickly hid under a large tree, cautiously looking up. He saw a military green helicopter flying across the sky. Then, Lu Chen noticed a flurry of papers falling from above. The helicopter was actually dropping flyers. Lu Chen didn't expect that the military had already fallen. He was surprised that even after so long, helicopters could still enter the city. After picking up the flyer, Lu Chen discovered that it wasn't just Zhanghai City, the entire world had indeed fallen.
Moreover, the military in Zhanghai City had established a survivor base in a town outside the city.
The flyer mainly called on survivors from various places to voluntarily head to the survivor base. Moreover, Lu Chen noticed that the flyer specifically mentioned the evolved among humans to inspire the remaining humans to regain hope for life. It seems that after such a long time, the military has recovered and has already established a survivor base.
Lu Chen just glanced at the information on the flyer and casually threw it away.
After all, he is currently a zombie, and the human survivor base has nothing to do with him. If those humans were to encounter him, they would probably be the first to shoot him with a magazine of bullets. In the bedroom on the 7th floor, Ji Ruxue also heard the noise of the airplane and quickly used her telekinesis to obtain a flyer.
After seeing the information on it, Ji Ruxue let out a cold laugh.
Ji Ruxue recalled that in her previous life, she still had hope for humanity during the early days of the apocalypse, which is why she joined a human survivor base at that time.
However, after entering, Ji Ruxue discovered that even in such a large human survivor base, darkness was still rampant. As the apocalypse progressed, the originally equal public order and morality had long been overturned.
The evolved became superior to others, and the stronger one's power, the more benefits one could enjoy.
And those ordinary survivors can only become the lowest level of productivity.
The upper echelons of the survivor base can drink red wine and eat steak, living in the coziest and most comfortable environment, while ordinary survivors can only huddle in cold, damp communal dormitories, receiving a fixed small amount of supplies. The most critical point is that even in the apocalypse, humanity still cannot unite to resist the zombies, and instead, they are engaged in deceit and intrigue against each other. In her past life, Ji Ruxue almost fell to the tide of corpses due to the schemes of treacherous people when she hadn't yet grown up. Glancing at the flyer in her hand, Ji Ruxue sneered and threw it away. In her view, living among those scheming humans was worse than staying with Zombie Daddy.
At least Zombie Daddy wouldn't betray her. What's going on? Why did that plane fly away?
After such a long time, we finally saw a plane, and it didn't even stop.
Damn it!
We've held on for so long in this apocalypse, and that plane isn't even here to pick us up. The survivors in the police station were all excited upon hearing the buzzing sound in the sky. Everyone thought that after the apocalypse lasted so long, they had finally waited for military rescue, so they rushed outside. However, after waving their arms on the ground for a long time, the plane didn't even stop and just flew away into the distance, clearly not coming to pick them up. If they hadn't seen the plane at all, it would have been one thing, but the fact that it came and went caused many of the survivors present to nearly lose their composure, cursing loudly.
Watching the helicopter disappear, everyone felt immense disappointment and anger.
A hint of helplessness flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes, but everyone still picked up the flyers to check them out.
Great! It's the survivor base, we're saved.
I knew humanity couldn't be completely wiped out. There are indeed still forces to establish a survivor base. This base is just outside the city where there are fewer zombies. Maybe there are warm rooms and plenty of food there.
Let's head to the survivor base.
The survivors, who had just been very disappointed, became excited again after reading the information on the flyers, reigniting their hope. However, these ordinary people are defenseless and powerless, so the survivors quickly turned their attention to Zhao Lin and the police personnel.
Officer Zhao, you are the police. It is your duty to protect our safety. You must escort us to the survivor base. That's right, we don't have guns, so you must definitely protect us.
The survivors spoke with an air of entitlement, as if it were indeed Zhao Lin and her team's responsibility to protect their lives in this apocalypse. Upon hearing the survivors, the other officers present immediately became displeased.
Are you crazy? If you want to get yourselves killed, don't drag us into it. Idiot. Have you even looked at where the survivor base is?
It's so far from our police district that by the time we get there, it might already be overrun by zombies.
Exactly.
You hide in your houses every day, just trying to survive, while we risk our lives outside, so of course, you don't feel the danger. Initially, there were actually many more officers, but due to their responsibilities, a large number of them went out for rescue operations as the apocalypse approached. As a result, everyone underestimated the strength of the zombies, leading to significant losses among the personnel.
During this time of gathering supplies, some of the remaining survivors among the police officers also inevitably fell. Now, these survivors shamelessly demanded the remaining police officers escort them to the survivor base, which greatly angered the officers.
In no time, both sides began to argue again. Seeing the intense argument, Zhao Lin couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and quickly intervened.
Alright, everyone stop arguing for now. Let's calm down and discuss this properly. I understand everyone's desire to leave the city and head to the survivor base. As police officers, we will definitely protect you. I promise to lead you to the base.
As soon as Zhao Lin said this, the previously furious survivors immediately cheered and gathered around her.
Officer Zhao is a good person, this is what a real police officer is.
However, the other police officers had very grim expressions. The journey to the survivor base was extremely long, and no one knew what might happen. It is very likely that we will be surrounded by a horde of corpses, or even encounter evolved zombies.
Zhao Lin. This is not the time to be willful. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is outside? What are you going to use to escort them to the survivor base? We might not even get far before being eaten by zombies.
Seeing her colleagues' opposition, Zhao Lin hurriedly began to persuade them again. I know going to the survivor base is dangerous, but everyone think about it, evolved zombies are already appearing, those guys are very powerful. There are already many zombies in the city, staying here is not a long-term solution and will definitely become more dangerous. Moreover, our supplies are already running low, we need a resupply. That survivor base is located outside the city, far from the massive horde, and the chances of survival are much greater than if we stay in the city.
After hearing Zhao Lin's persuasion, the police officers all had grim expressions and fell silent.
Everyone reluctantly reached a compromise, and then they began to formulate a plan. The distance to the survivor base is very far, it is impossible to get there on foot. First, we need to find some vehicles for transportation, preferably ones with high chassis and sturdy build. The zombie apocalypse came so suddenly that there are many disabled or even burning vehicles on the road. Moreover, we are likely to encounter zombie attacks along the way, so the requirements for the vehicles are high. It would be best to get some big trucks. These trucks have high chassis and are heavy enough to crush through any zombies blocking the road. Zhao Lin analyzed with a frown. And we can directly push aside the abandoned vehicles along the way. A big truck can fit all of us inside. We just need one heavy-duty truck. After hearing Zhao Lin's plan, a middle-aged man among the survivors raised his hand. Officer Zhao. If you need a truck, I can help. Before the apocalypse, I drove big trucks for long distances. However, the crisis broke out so suddenly that my truck is not nearby, it's parked at my home. Zhao Lin was immediately excited upon hearing this. She didn't expect there to be a truck driver among the survivors. If we can solve the truck problem, the chances of survival for everyone will greatly increase. Zhao Lin quickly asked, "Where is your home?" "We'll get the truck back as soon as possible. It's not far from the police station, my home is in Sunshine Community. Meanwhile, in a basement. Nearly 20 survivors live here, both men and women. The basement is very dark, filled with a strong stench from piles of feces and urine. Various supplies are carelessly thrown around the basement, making the surroundings extremely messy and filthy, and the indoor smell is simply nauseating due to ventilation issues. Brother gang, we have good news. What are you making noise about? If you attract the zombies, do you believe I'll slap you to death?" The man known as Brother Gang was sleeping with a woman in his arms and was very annoyed when his little brother woke him up. "Brother Gang, look. This is a flyer dropped by a helicopter, they have established a survivor base. Brother Zhang, we really can't stay in this place anymore. You're so strong, take us with you to the survivor base." However, in response to the requests of his underlings, the man simply waved his hand dismissively. "Get the hell out of here. Where the hell are you going? There are zombies outside, if you're not afraid of dying, just go yourselves." Before the apocalypse, Gangzi was just a nobody at the bottom of society, with no status and no one paying attention to him. Now, after the outbreak, he has become the leader in the survivor team due to his own strength. Every day, he indulges in his desires with women, enjoys the food he gets first, and has so many people following him, boasting. To him, this is simply a heavenly life. However, when he flipped over the flyer and saw the information about the emergence of evolutionaries among humans, Gangzi's eyes suddenly lit up.
This power of mine has suddenly skyrocketed recently. Could it be that I am the legendary evolutionary? Dad, what are you busy with again? Why have you been out of the house so often lately?
Ji Rushue opened her eyes from her training and realized that her zombie dad was not in the room again. Ji Rushue has gotten used to spending time with her zombie dad, but recently he has often been absent for some unknown reason, which leaves her a bit puzzled. Especially after confirming that her zombie dad is an evolved zombie, Ji Rushue is even more curious about what her zombie dad does when he goes out every day.
Left alone in the room, Ji Rushue feels quite bored and restless.
Sitting on the sofa, Ji Rushue suddenly thought of something, then ran to a drawer and pulled out a large black telescope.
This was left behind by the original owner of the room.
Ji Rushue discovered this while finding the house contract earlier. Excitedly holding the large telescope, Ji Rushue pushed a small stool to the balcony and climbed up onto it using both her hands and feet. This black telescope is very large, and Ji Rushue's body is just that of a small infant now. The black telescope is about as wide as her head, so Ji Rushue can't see through it normally and can only use one eye to look. The little one held the telescope, constantly looking out the window, looking quite comical and cute. In the telescope's view, the outside city was in ruins. You could see that nearby places were still burning with fierce flames. After all, the zombie crisis broke out so suddenly that many people were still at work or driving, and suddenly turned into zombies, causing many explosions in the city. Moreover, the number of firefighters was simply insufficient, so many fires were extinguished only by the heavy rain that followed. Even so, the explosions caused by the zombies continued relentlessly, with large fires breaking out from time to time. Thick black smoke gathered above the city, making the entire Jianhai city appear extremely devastated. The streets were filled with terrifying and grotesque zombies aimlessly wandering around. Ji Rushue scanned the area with the telescope, but did not spot any signs of human survivors. There are zombies everywhere, and there are no signs of human survivors. Looking at the dilapidated scene before her, Ji Rushue sighed helplessly. It was indeed exactly like the world she lived in during her past life, with no changes at all. As expected, in the early days of this zombie apocalypse, the city is filled with nothing but endless death.
How did that big guy end up at the entrance of the community?
Ji Rushue noticed that the large tank-like zombie she saw through the telescope was no longer at her building but had run to the entrance of Sunshine Community.
The giant iron hammer stood beside it, looking just like a gatekeeper.
That's fine, even though she didn't know why this big guy suddenly went over there, it would make it much easier for her zombie dad to come in and out without being blocked at the entrance. Ji Rushue was convinced that Lu Chen had awakened the earth-moving ability, so she always thought that with such a tank-like evolved zombie around, Lu Chen could only come and go from the building by using his earth-moving method. Ji Rushue continued to search for Lu Chen's figure with the telescope, but unfortunately, perhaps due to the angle, she couldn't overlook the entire community from his current position, so she didn't spot him. Not finding her zombie dad, a hint of boredom and disappointment flashed in Ji Rushue's eyes. Everywhere is desolation and zombies, with nothing novel to see. Ji Rushue put the telescope back, a bit disappointed, and returned to the sofa to continue her training. In this situation, she has nothing else to do every day besides training. However, Ji Rushue was unaware that in a corner she couldn't see, Lu Chen was engaged in a fierce duel with lightning.
Bang bang bang!
The sound of clashing weapons was sharp. Lu Chen's machete and lightning steel knife were constantly sparring. They sparked bursts of fire, and their powerful blades cut through the air, creating a sound that made one's scalp tingle.
Lightning's movements were as swift as ever, his dual knives flashing around him.
However, Lu Chen's combat skills had significantly improved due to the continuous battles with him in recent days. After high-intensity training every day, Lu Chen went from being passively beaten at the beginning to barely being able to defend himself later. Now that his combat skills have significantly improved, Lu Chen can exchange blows with lightning. Although he is inferior to lightning in speed, he can compensate for this with his refined combat techniques. Purely from the perspective of combat skills, Lu Chen has completely outmatched his opponent. As for strength and speed, those cannot be enhanced solely through personal training, he can only rely on the crystal core to evolve. However, if they had equal physical attributes, Lu Chen is confident he could defeat his opponent in just a few rounds. Looking at the machete in his hand, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. His training during this period has indeed not been in vain. Such high-pressure practical training allows his strength to increase rapidly. Today's practical training is about to end. Xiao Qiqi has probably woken up, so it's time to go back and cook for her.
Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and then prepared to go home to take a shower.
Just then, he felt a shift in his senses and quickly switched his focus to Big Fat.
At the entrance of Sunshine Community, several sneaky figures suddenly appeared.
The four figures are Zhao Lin accompanied by two police officers and the middle-aged man who can drive a big truck. The group avoided the zombies and stealthily approached the Sunshine home, hoping to escape in the truck. However, when they saw the heavily built big fat standing at the entrance of the community, Zhao Lin and the others were all taken aback. The other police officers and the truck driver immediately wanted to retreat. They had encountered evolved zombies before, and their combat power was far beyond that of ordinary zombies. However, Zhao Lin insisted on continuing the mission.
Everyone, don't be afraid. The truck is inside, it's our hope to leave the city.
We've encountered such big guys before while searching for supplies, I'll distract him. The tank-type zombie is robust and incredibly strong, but it also has a drawback: its size is just too large.
With Zhao Lin's slender frame, she could easily run into the narrow passage to hide.
Zhao Lin quietly appeared not far from Big Fat, picked up a stone from the roadside, and threw it directly at Big Fat to lure the zombie away.
Is that the female police officer?
After switching perspectives, Lu Chen recognized Zhao Lin, but he didn't understand why she had come all the way to Sunshine Home instead of searching for supplies near the police station. Zhao Lin was equally confused. Under normal circumstances, evolved zombies should be charging towards him, but Big Fat was standing still without moving. After throwing a few stones with no response, Zhao Lin simply took out her handgun.
Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was immediately infuriated.
Although he didn't know her intentions, since she dared to pull a gun on his zombie avatar, there would only be one outcome: death.
Bang! A gunshot suddenly echoed through the quiet street.
Seeing that Big Fat still hadn't moved, Zhao Lin directly shot him in the head. Because evolved zombies exert a significant pressure on ordinary zombies, Big Fat stood at the entrance of the community, causing the zombies wandering on the street to generally avoid coming this way. Seeing that there were no zombies around, Zhao Lin finally dared to fire her gun. If not, even if she could escape from the tank-type evolved zombies' pursuit, she would be torn to pieces by the ordinary zombies attracted by the gunfire. However, Lu Chen was already prepared when he saw Zhao Lin draw her gun, directly using the two giant hammers to block his head. For the tank-type zombies, as long as the head isn't injured, the other issues are not significant at all. Zhao Lin was also stunned at the moment, not expecting that the tank-type evolved zombie would actually block with a hammer, and her bullets were intercepted by the giant hammer. During this time, Zhao Lin had encountered many zombies while searching for supplies, but it was her first time seeing such a strange zombie.
Gunfire?
The sudden gunfire startled Ji Ruxue, who was in the middle of her training. She quickly exited her training, her short legs moving frantically as she ran to the balcony and took out her binoculars to look towards the entrance of the community. She happened to see Zhao Lin confronting the Big Fat with a gun.
What's going on? Why are there police here? Is this police officer really that brave? He dares to shoot at an evolved tank zombie all by himself?
Ji Ruxue looked through the binoculars at the scene at the entrance of the community, feeling incredibly surprised. It's important to know that tank zombies have very strong defenses and immense strength. And due to their robust physique, ordinary handguns are unlikely to affect their combat ability unless a headshot is delivered. In the early days of the zombie apocalypse, the greatest threats to human survivors were these tank zombies and agile zombies. These two types of zombies are numerous and difficult to handle, causing many survivors a lot of suffering.
Why does this police officer seem somewhat familiar to me?
Ji Ruxue adjusted the distance on the binoculars and, after zooming in carefully, felt that Zhao Lin's face looked familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen it. This is actually because Zhao Lin has not yet begun to evolve and become stronger. Her body and appearance have not changed from before. Therefore, on the surface, it looks very different from the 9 Death Demon police that Ji Ruxue encountered in the late stage of her previous life.
So much so that Ji Ruxue didn't even think of it for a moment.
Mainly because when Ji Ruxue encountered the 9 Death Demon police in her previous life, the other party had already evolved continuously and reached the Emperor level.
It was difficult for Ji Ruxue to connect the Emperor-level powerhouse with the ignorant little police officer before her.
And after the gunshot, a strong killing intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. This time, he was truly angry. He had saved the other party's life by chance last time, yet this mentally unstable police officer dared to provoke him recklessly, even wanting to shoot his corpse puppet with a single bullet.
No matter who you are, since you dare to attack me, you can only meet your death.
Lu Chen controlled Big Fatty and charged towards Zhao Lin with twin hammers in hand. Zhao Lin remained unhurried, and seeing her plan succeed, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She turned around and intended to escape, planning to lead Big Fatty to a remote area. But at that moment, Zhao Lin suddenly heard a sound of something slicing through the air behind her. She instinctively turned around at the sound, only to be startled into wide-eyed shock by the scene before her.
She saw a massive iron hammer flying through the air. What the hell? Why isn't this zombie following the rules?
As she faced death, Zhao Lin felt only darkness in front of her, with blood gushing from her mouth.
Only one thought lingered in her mind. Zhao Lin really couldn't understand why the zombies she encountered today were completely different from those in the past. The giant hammer thrown with all its might by Fatty was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Zhao Lin's frail body couldn't possibly withstand it, and she was crushed to death in one blow. Lu Chen controlled Fatty to walk over to Zhao Lin's corpse, picked up the large hammer, and took away the handgun from her. Looking at the bloodstained hammer in his hand and the bloodied corpse at his feet, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad accuracy, but still need to practice more in the future. The big fat zombie, being a tank type, is very strong, but it is significantly slower than the agile type zombies. However, with the dual hammers in hand, it's a different story. Swinging them creates a powerful wind, and they can even be used as ranged weapons, allowing for both offense and distance attacks, which makes Lu Chen very satisfied. As for the police officer who was killed by a hammer strike, Lu Chen didn't care at all. Anyone who dares to shoot at him, regardless of who they are, will be killed without hesitation. Even if a true saint were to come, Lu Chen would still smash her brains out with a single blow. The two police officers hiding in the shadows, along with the truck driver, were terrified and panicked when they saw Zhao Lin get killed by a hammer strike. The three of them didn't even think about retrieving Zhao Lin's body and immediately turned to run. The three cursed themselves for not having a few more legs, fearing they would be caught by the evolving zombies behind them. Just thinking about the massive hammer that had just soared through the air made their legs feel weak. On the 7th floor, Ji Rushue used binoculars to take in everything happening below. Wow, this big guy is way too brutal. He actually smashed that police officer to death with one blow. Although part of the reason is that the police officer had some issues, this zombie is just too vicious. Seeing this tank-like zombie so fierce, even Ji Rushue couldn't help but gasp. However, at the same time, she felt an immense confusion. This tank-shaped zombie, while incredibly strong and robust, appeared to still be within the range of a first-tier zombie and hadn't advanced to the second tier. This level of zombie, although successfully evolved, still acted purely on its bloodthirsty instincts, lacking any combat skills or techniques. In Ji Rushue's memories from her past life, zombies usually only regained intelligence after evolving to a later stage. Only zombies that break through to that stage truly learn how to use weapons in combat. And zombies like this big guy in front of her, being low tier, simply couldn't do that. Their basic attack methods were limited to swinging their fists and smashing with their arms. If first-tier zombies could learn to use weapons to attack like this tank-type zombie, it would be a disaster for human survivors. I didn't expect this big guy to be so fierce in battle. My dad has to walk past him every day. He must be terrified. This big guy definitely can't stay here for long. He's so ruthless in killing, he must be eliminated quickly. This guy guards the community entrance every day, posing a huge threat to Zombie Dad. Thinking of her zombie dad facing such a powerful tank-type zombie every day, he must be on edge just trying to get in and out of the community. Ji Rushue secretly made a decision in her heart. This big guy could even use weapons to fight when he was first tier. Who knows what he'll evolve into next. Tank-type zombies are already enhanced physically, and now they've learned to use weapons, their combat strength will become extremely formidable, so they absolutely cannot be allowed to continue growing. Ji Rushue believes that if she can secretly kill this powerful zombie, her zombie father will definitely be very happy. Moreover, she can absorb the crystal core of this evolved zombie for her father, which will greatly enhance his strength. However, Ji Rushue also understands that she absolutely cannot reveal her powers too early. After all, she is still just a baby under 1 year old, while her peers are still crawling around on the ground. If she can kill an evolved zombie, that would indeed be quite shocking. Ji Rushue can't even imagine how her father would look at her if she performs too astonishingly right now. After thinking it over, she decided to keep her true situation hidden. As for this powerful evolved zombie, she will wait until her father is out of the neighborhood and then find a way to sneakily kill it. Although she is still just a baby, she has already broken through to the second level with the Liuli breathing technique. With her awakened telekinetic and time manipulation abilities, Ji Rushue is quite confident in her ability to slay this evolved zombie. However, it must be said that this big zombie does not resemble an ordinary low-tier zombie at all. The action of throwing the hammer to crush the female police officer just now was quite astonishing. The large hammer he swung was incredibly powerful, and after being thrown from a distance, it hit with remarkable accuracy. The female human police officer was directly smashed by this heavy iron hammer, causing her to bleed from all 7 orifices, with blood gushing from her mouth like a fountain. The scene was truly gruesome. Ji Rushue really does not want to see the day when her zombie dad gets hit by such a hammer from this guy. Although her zombie dad is also an evolved zombie and is much more robust than ordinary zombies. But Ji Rushue is certain that with such tremendous force behind that hammer, her zombie dad's somewhat frail body would not be able to withstand it. I never thought that after becoming a zombie, I could still touch a real handgun. I'll take this pistol for now, it might come in handy later.
Lu Chen controlled the lightning in front of Building 5 and retrieved the pistol that Zhao Lin had left behind. Playing with the police pistol in his hand, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. After the apocalypse struck, despite the emergence of various evolved zombies and mutated beasts, this type of firearm is still very powerful. A shot to the head will undoubtedly kill an ordinary zombie. Even his big buddy would likely not survive a headshot. After all, the zombies' fatal weakness is the crystal core located in their heads. As for the female police officer he killed with a single blow, Lu Chen felt nothing. Although this was his first kill in 2 lifetimes, Lu Chen felt as if he had long since gotten used to it. Having inexplicably arrived in this world and gone through the crisis of zombies, after such a long time, Lu Chen had long since lost any feelings regarding human life. In this apocalyptic world, human lives are as worthless as grass, with death occurring every moment of every day. The streets are filled with wandering corpses. One more police officer makes no difference. Furthermore, in this apocalypse, Lu Chen has witnessed too much human depravity. In Lu Chen's view, staying alive is the true path. In an apocalypse, it would be foolish to hold back when someone is shooting at you. Although he still retains his human consciousness, Lu Chen will not impose the moral standards of his past life on himself. As a zombie, being able to suppress his bloodthirsty impulses and refrain from slaughtering survivors is already showing great mercy. Lu Chen does not feel the need to take care of these living humans. So far, Lu Chen's attitude towards these human survivors is clear. He will not provoke them actively. But if these humans provoke him, he will show no mercy. They must be eliminated without exception. He still has Xiao Qiqi to take care of, and he cannot afford any mishaps. Otherwise, leaving little Qiqi, a baby, in this apocalyptic world, how will the little one survive? After that, Lu Chen hurriedly washed up and went upstairs. It had been so long that his precious daughter must be starving. However, he hoped that the gunfire that suddenly rang out earlier hadn't scared the little one. Late at night, the moonlight descends. Zhao Lin's body still lay at the entrance of the community, with no one to handle it. Because De Pang was still stationed at the entrance to guard the entire community, the presence of the evolved zombies made these ordinary zombies too afraid to approach. Although Zhao Lin was also fresh flesh and blood, Lu Chen still had the consciousness of a human. He could kill these humans without mercy, but he still didn't want to see his corpse puppet devour its former kind. Moreover, evolved zombies are different from ordinary low-level zombies. They no longer need to consume this kind of ordinary, energyless low-level flesh to evolve. What no one noticed was that under the moonlight, Zhao Lin, who should have been dead for a long time, was actually emitting a faint blood-red glow. This light, though not very obvious in the darkness, is enough to attract attention. Crack! Crack! Under this faint blood light, Zhao Lin's bones made sounds, and the fractured bones that had been smashed began to restore to their original state. The shattered bones healed back together, and the body that had been crushed and bloodied oddly healed beneath this blood light. The long-dead body's chest and abdomen began to rise and fall, and then Zhao Lin, whose 7 orifices were bleeding from the blow, suddenly opened her eyes wide. The blood on her body had already congealed into a dark brown color, and this body that should have long been dead strangely trembled and crawled up from the ground. In this blood-red glow, the blood-soaked female police officer stood there in a daze. Lu Chen in the bedroom on the 7th floor seemed to sense something and quickly switched to the perspective of the fat guy. When he saw the bizarre scene happening outside the community gate, he was completely stunned by what he saw. What the hell? Is this a ghost? This female officer actually came back to life? Am I still alive? Is this hell? At this moment, Zhao Lin felt dizzy and, trembling, got up from the ground, looking around in confusion. Before being smashed to death by the big guy, she had been beaten until she was bleeding from all 7 orifices. So now, in front of her were dried bloodstains, and as she looked around, all she could see was a haze of blood. Feeling discomfort in her eyes, Zhao Lin instinctively wiped them, and only then did she regain clarity. Seeing the familiar street, the familiar community, and even the giant zombie not far away, everything felt so familiar. This is not the underworld. Isn't this the sunny community I saw before I died? Zhao Lin's pupils contracted, and she finally realized that she seemed to still be alive. No! How am I still alive? Zhao Lin was completely stunned. She quickly checked her body, feeling around and looking all over, discovering that she was covered in blood, yet there wasn't a single wound on her body, not even a broken bone. That's strange. Wasn't I killed by that zombie with a single blow? How come? This inexplicable situation left Zhao Lin very confused. She clearly remembered a massive hammer striking her abdomen just before she died. In intense pain, she spat out blood and then lost consciousness. Zhao Lin still remembered hearing the sound of her bones breaking before she died, but now nothing was wrong at all. If it weren't for the blood all over her body, Zhao Lin would even suspect that it was all just an illusion. Looking at the robust, demon-like tank zombie not far away, Zhao Lin shivered suddenly. Recalling the scene from the daytime, she dared not linger here any longer and hurriedly fled in the direction of the police station. From Lu Chen's perspective through the eyes of Depang, he looked at the body that had been struck by his own flying hammer, clearly broken and bleeding from the 7 orifices, dead beyond belief. Yet, in the night, it stood up in a very eerie manner, and the most critical part was that it seemed unaffected as it patted its body and turned to run away, moving at an incredible speed. At this moment, Lu Chen was completely baffled by what he saw. Is this woman some kind of cockroach? How could she not be killed by that? Lu Chen was sure that this woman was not a zombie. Because when he saw the corpse stand up, Lu Chen quickly rushed downstairs to the entrance of the community. He immediately began to use his mental power, wanting to try to control it. However, this woman was completely different from a zombie. Ordinary zombies were like empty water bottles without any thought. From Lu Chen's perspective of mental power, he could see that the zombies on the street were all mindless puppets, and he could easily control their bodies with his own mental power. However, when Lu Chen tried to use telekinesis to control this woman, he discovered that her body contained a power that only humans possess: consciousness. This means that the policewoman in front of him has not turned into a zombie and still retains her human awareness. This strange phenomenon reminded Lu Chen of the strongman he encountered earlier in the shop. The man looked no different from an ordinary person, except that he was a bit more muscular. However, he possessed an extremely powerful divine strength. The corpse puppet he controlled was easily thrown away by the man, which was definitely not a force that an ordinary person could have. Additionally, the flyers released by the military earlier mentioned that among the human survivors, there have already appeared evolved beings. Considering these matters, although Lu Chen did not know what had happened to this mysterious policewoman, he could vaguely guess. Perhaps after the blood moon, this woman also underwent a mutation, and her ability to come back to life is likely due to being an evolved being. If that were not the case, it would be too bizarre for Zhao Lin, who was crushed with broken bones and tendons, to come back to life. What on earth happened? Why am I still alive? Zhao Lin ran far away in one breath and stopped in a remote corner. The cool breeze while running cleared her mind a bit, and Zhao Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief after distancing herself from the threat of the evolved zombies. Looking at her blood-stained clothes, Zhao Lin furrowed her brows. What happened during the day really did occur. I was definitely struck dead by that evolved zombie, and these bloodstains cannot be faked. However, Zhao Lin couldn't understand why, despite her bones being shattered, she felt completely fine now. Zhao Lin pinched her ribs and then her arms, and surprisingly, she didn't feel any pain at all. Now, she didn't even have a bruise on her body. This recovery effect was simply unbelievable. Wait, something has changed in me. Zhao Lin glanced behind her. She had run quite a distance in her panic. Yet I still feel an endless energy within me, much stronger than my previous self. Zhao Lin clenched her fists, feeling power coursing through her entire body. After testing herself, she found that her physical abilities had significantly improved, with great enhancements in both strength and speed. Feeling as if she had been completely reborn, Zhao Lin's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Recalling the message she had seen on the flyer, Zhao Lin suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be? I'm also an evolver? Aside from this reason, Zhao Lin couldn't understand why she not only survived but also experienced such a terrifying change in her physical condition. Dad, check this. The next day, in the bedroom on the 7th floor, Ji Rushua handed her math homework to Lu Chen, looking incredibly adorable. Lu Chen initially didn't pay much attention, but after glancing at it, he was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Little Chi-Chi can do math now? Little Chi-Chi is still under 1 year old, but she has already accomplished things that other children only manage to do at several years of age. Lu Chen's eyes widened, and he stared rigidly at little Chi-Chi's math homework in shock. Seeing Lu Chen react so strongly, Ji Rushua felt a bit flustered. Oh no, did I overdo it? Ji Rushua really didn't want to keep pretending to be clueless. Acting like a baby who knows nothing was just too hard. She wanted to gradually showcase her extraordinary qualities, hoping to help her zombie dad adapt to her rapid and unique advancements. For example, by creating the persona of a genius baby, even if she behaved far beyond her peers, it would prevent her zombie dad from being too surprised. Lu Chen looked at the math homework, and after his shock, he was filled with immense joy. Ha, little Chi-Chi is truly amazing, no wonder she's a child prodigy. Lu Chen didn't feel anything was wrong. Instead, he was incredibly excited. Perhaps witnessing that female police officer come back to life and seeing her crawl out from a corpse had a great impact on Lu Chen. Lu Chen was already unfamiliar with this strange world, and with the changes brought by the blood moon, evolved beings were gradually appearing among humans. Now that even something as outrageous as resurrection is possible, what's the big deal about our little Chi-Chi being just a bit clever? Is there a problem with being able to do arithmetic before turning 1 year old? This is called a prodigy. That makes perfect sense. In such a peculiar environment, Lu Chen felt that unless the little guy directly crafted a nuclear bomb by hand, he wouldn't see any issues at all. He. My daughter has the potential of an emperor. Seeing the little one with such exceptional intelligence, Lu Chen was very pleased. If she's smart enough, at least it will help her survive longer in the harsh apocalypse to come. Lu Chen looked at little Chi-Chi, who was wide-eyed in front of him like a porcelain doll, and felt all the negative emotions of the apocalypse dissipate. The little guy is so cute that Lu Chen instinctively pinched her chubby face. This action made Ji Rushue breathe a sigh of relief. In her understanding, when Zombie Dad pinches her face, it means he is very happy inside. Seeing Zombie Dad so happy, Ji Rushue knew that her current situation had not been exposed. Dad didn't think much, which made her feel even more at ease. It seemed she could continue to do some unconventional things to help Zombie Dad gradually adapt to her. After all, pretending to be foolish every day is really too difficult. Moreover, all living beings after the blood moon are almost constantly evolving. Ji Rushue also didn't want to always greet this increasingly cruel apocalypse in an infantile posture. Lu Chen's mind stirred. The corpse puppets he had set outside discovered traces of evolved zombies again. Lu Chen immediately placed the little one on the bed and hurried downstairs. After Lu Chen left, Ji Rushue quickly moved her little legs to the balcony and raised the large black telescope to look at the community gate again. She wanted to see if the body of the female police officer from yesterday was still there. After seeing the female police officer who was killed by a tank-like zombie yesterday, Ji Rushue felt as if she had seen her somewhere before, but she couldn't recall where. However, at that moment, a more peculiar sight in the community caught Ji Rushue's attention. A group of muscular zombies had gathered together from various corners of the community. Each of these zombies was wearing a full-coverage motorcycle helmet and carrying a sharp fire axe. However, one figure among the horde caught Ji Rushue's attention. Judging by the familiar clothing, it was clearly her zombie father who had just come downstairs. This group of zombies walked towards the exit of the community, following behind the large zombie guarding the entrance, and left the Sunshine community together. Ji Rushue was stunned. Strange, at such a close distance, why didn't this big guy attack Dad? In Ji Rushue's memory, evolved zombies would attack each other for their crystal cores as soon as they got close. Low-level evolved zombies also lack their own consciousness. The only difference from ordinary zombies is that they have become stronger and possess the potential to evolve. Low-level evolved zombies act purely on their most instinctive desires. Ordinary zombies are driven by their bloodthirsty desires, capturing survivors everywhere to devour fresh flesh and blood. The reason evolved zombies do not indiscriminately consume flesh like ordinary zombies is that they crave more concentrated energy, such as the crystal cores found in the brains of mutated beasts. If two evolved zombies were to meet, it would certainly lead to a fight to the death, continuing until one side is killed and successfully devours the other. However, the situation in the telescope just now was quite strange. How could Dad, being an evolved zombie, coexist peacefully with that hulking tank zombie? Could it be that I guessed wrong? What if Dad is just an ordinary zombie and not an evolved zombie? In Ji Rushue's view, if there is no mutual attack, then it can only be an evolved zombie alongside an ordinary zombie. Ordinary zombies cannot produce crystal cores, and for evolved zombies, there is nothing to scheme for, so they won't waste effort for nothing. However, what leaves Ji Rushue very puzzled is, if her father is not an evolved zombie, how did he manage to transport so many supplies right under the nose of that big guy? The rooms on several floors downstairs are filled with all sorts of massive supplies. Collecting so many supplies is not easy and would take a considerable amount of time. Moreover, this big guy had been blocking the door before. Even if her father is not an evolved zombie and wouldn't trigger the desire to devour, that overwhelming pressure still keeps ordinary zombies at bay. Furthermore, although evolved zombies lack consciousness, their instincts would not easily allow an ordinary zombie to act recklessly in their territory. Ji Rushue originally thought her hidden identity was deep enough, but now she suddenly realizes that her zombie father also seems to be very mysterious. No, I need to find an opportunity to test this out properly. To see whether my father is indeed an evolved zombie and what kind of awakened abilities he possesses. Lu Chen was unaware that the little guy had already spotted the signs of his presence through the telescope. He led his undead puppet squad, marching grandly towards a mall in the southern part of the community. During this period, Lu Chen had been using the undead puppets to search for the whereabouts of the evolved zombies. Evolved zombies are on a completely different strategic level compared to low-tier undead puppets. Controlling an evolved zombie can easily destroy an entire squad of undead puppets. Moreover, if he wanted to continue to break through, he had to rely on the crystal cores of the evolved zombies. Although he fought against lightning every day, it only made his combat skills become increasingly proficient. To achieve true enhancement and physical reinforcement of psychic power, relying solely on these was not enough. Just a moment ago, one of Lu Chen's undead puppets discovered the trace of an agile zombie while wandering through this pedestrian street. So Lu Chen set out immediately, bringing his army of undead puppets to this area. Although the streets were filled with wandering zombies after the apocalypse, most of them were still just low-tier zombies.
Even after the Blood Moon mutation, the evolved zombies are still just a small fraction. The number of evolved zombies Lu Chen has encountered in so many days is truly negligible.
After arriving at this commercial street, Lu Chen quickly spotted the evolved zombie. However, because Lu Chen was accompanied by Pang this time, as soon as they got close, the agile zombie noticed them.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Pang remained still under Lu Chen's control.
But that agile zombie was already swinging its claw, resembling a curved blade, charging towards Lu Chen.
Lu Chen quickly commanded his army of corpses to move forward and block the attack.
This agile zombie possesses extremely strong combat power. These low-level corpses are simply no match for it. However, Lu Chen had equipped each corpse with a helmet, so as long as they weren't hit in the head, they wouldn't lose their combat ability directly. But soon, the agile zombie, which had just exuded a powerful aura, suddenly stood still without moving. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. His mental strength had recovered quite a bit during this time. The psychic energy previously used to control the evolved zombies has already recovered, so soon this evolved zombie was brought under his command. Looking at the evolved zombie before him, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was the third evolved zombie he had controlled.
Since this is the second agile zombie, I'll call you Lightning number 2.
Thinking about the fact that he already had 3 evolved puppets under his command, Lu Chen felt an immense excitement. If this progress continues, his puppet army would keep expanding.
At the very beginning, Lu Chen didn't think his talent was that extraordinary.
But now, as his strength continued to rise, Lu Chen increasingly felt that his unique talent was truly terrifying. As long as his psychic energy kept improving, Lu Chen could control more puppets. Having more powerful puppets would allow him to obtain more crystal cores. And so the cycle continued, using crystal cores to enhance psychic energy, and using psychic energy to control puppets. This virtuous cycle was simply the best way to evolve. Lu Chen was extremely excited, as if he could already envision the majestic scene of commanding countless evolved zombie armies in the future.
Why hasn't Dad come back after being out for so long? What if something happened to him out there?
Ji Rushua was waiting on the balcony for Lu Chen to return, trying to figure out what was going on with her zombie dad. But her body was still that of a baby less than a week old. Her current height was not enough, so she can only stand on tiptoe with her little feet on the stool to lean over the balcony. However, standing for a long time made Ji Rushua's legs feel a bit numb. She kept stomping her little feet to get her blood circulating and avoid losing sensation.
But soon, Ji Rushua made a new discovery.
She saw that the group of zombies that had left had returned, and beside her dad, there was actually an additional agile zombie alongside the original ones.
What's going on? Why is there suddenly an additional evolved zombie?
This scene had a tremendous impact on Ji Rushua. With her brows tightly knit, Ji Rushua recalled various memories from her past life and ultimately thought of one possibility. The only situation where a group of mindless evolved zombies can be gathered together, controlling their desire to devour each other, living in peace without killing one another, is one. That is the presence of a zombie king within the Sunshine community. Ji Rushua stood on the balcony of the 7th floor, feeling a tingling sensation on her scalp. In her memories from her past life, there were many types of evolved zombies, among which there existed a particularly rare one. This type of zombie is also referred to by survivors as the king zombie. On the surface, the king zombie seems no different from ordinary zombies. It is almost indistinguishable when walking among a horde of corpses. Although this king zombie is also an evolved zombie, it does not possess the extremely strong physique and high defense of a tank-type zombie. Nor does it have the terrifying speed and strong desire to attack like an agile-type zombie. Their appearance does not change significantly due to evolution, and they do not awaken any peculiar special abilities like other elemental zombies. Even this type of zombie may not necessarily be stronger in combat than other evolved zombies. The king zombie has only one ability, but this power is terrifying enough to make countless people tremble in fear during the apocalypse. They can command other zombies.
This king zombie, which can lead its kind, is referred to by survivors as the zombie king.
In this apocalypse, they truly act like absolute rulers, leading hordes of zombies and leaving nothing alive in their wake. Humans can cope with other evolved zombies, but it is the zombie king that everyone wishes to avoid. Ji Rushua had encountered a zombie king in her previous life. At that time, Ji Rushua had joined a very powerful survivor base, which had strong defenses on the perimeter, as well as a robust military reserve and numerous squads of evolved individuals inside. One could say that as long as this survivor base continued to develop, it would surely produce many powerful humans in the future. However, what filled Ji Rushua and all the survivors in the camp with fear was that on one eerily silent night, a strange tremor suddenly echoed through the originally calm street, followed by a torrential downpour. Lightning streaked across the night sky, and the sentinels stationed on the city wall discovered a massive horde of zombies outside the base. Countless zombies charged crazily towards the base, and what was most alarming was that the traps originally designed to deal with zombies around the base were inexplicably bypassed by these creatures. These hordes of zombies seemed to be controlled by someone, skillfully attacking the weak points of the base. At first, the base did not take these hordes seriously, but they soon paid the price for their negligence. Due to the oversight in defense, a large number of zombies surged to the front of the base. Moreover, hidden within the massive horde were many powerful evolved zombies. It wasn't until the horde reached the walls of the base that these evolved zombies began to reveal their claws. By this time, it was too late for the human survivors to defend themselves, and thus, the survivor base where Jirushua was located was brutally destroyed by this terrifying horde. The reason this tide of zombies can bypass human traps and avoid the key points of human defenses is due to the command of a zombie king. Although the zombie king itself is not strong in combat, it possesses intelligence that rivals that of humans. The most crucial point is that it can turn these bloodthirsty and mindless zombies into a powerful army, even being able to control evolved zombies. Upon realizing this, Jirushua felt somewhat incredulous for a moment. It's important to note that zombie kings are extremely rare. It's hard to find even one among 100,000 zombies. Could it be that I and Zombie Dad are just that unlucky to have a zombie king appear in Sunshine Community? Thinking back to how those zombies coexisted peacefully just now, they all seemed very disciplined. More than 20 zombies gathered together, showing no signs of being bloodthirsty. They looked more like a small team on a mission. This bizarre scene could only be explained if there was a zombie king leading them, otherwise, it would be impossible for them to behave this way. Ordinary zombies fear the pressure from evolved zombies and dare not approach easily. Evolved zombies also engage in frenzied battles over each other's crystal cores. How could it possibly be as peaceful as what she saw just now? Could it be that Dad and the other evolved zombies all obey the orders of the zombie king in this community? Or could it be that Dad is the zombie king? But as soon as this thought appeared, Jirushua immediately dismissed it. Because in Jirushua's memory, the zombie king does not possess strong combat power but has extremely high intelligence. So, this type of zombie would naturally not expose itself to ensure a safer life. The zombie king usually hides in a corner, letting other zombies follow its commands. Even during a zombie tide, the zombie king would remain hidden deep within. Yet today, her zombie dad went out directly with the horde, which is simply a taboo for the zombie king. Out of caution, the zombie king would absolutely not allow itself to be exposed to danger. Moreover, the places where the zombie king appears are bound to be surrounded by zombies, which gives him a sense of security. But my zombie dad. Aside from training combat skills or going out occasionally, most of the time I just stay with myself. As a little baby, I can't provide any sense of security for the zombie king. It's just like playing chess, the king always has soldiers by his side. And apart from today, Jirushua had never seen any other zombies beside her dad before. Furthermore, from what Jirushua understands, the zombie king has a strong sense of race. He is also extremely violent, bloodthirsty, and enjoys devouring fresh flesh, usually emitting a strong smell of blood. However, her zombie dad not only doesn't smell bad, but instead has a fragrant scent. Besides, given the zombie king's personality, he wouldn't adopt just a single human baby and care for her so thoughtfully every day. She hasn't even seen her zombie dad lose his temper. With this, Jirushua temporarily ruled out the possibility that her zombie dad is the zombie king. However, her zombie dad is also an evolved zombie and must obey the orders of the zombie king hidden in the community. Jirushua suspected that the reason her zombie dad could adopt her was largely due to the residual consciousness he retained in his mind. This allowed him to make decisions under his own control while still being manipulated by the zombie king. No way, I have to find a way to help Dad break free from the zombie king's control. Helping her zombie dad break free from control is quite simple because the zombie king finds it difficult to control beings that are much more powerful than himself. So as long as she robs a large number of zombie crystal cores for her dad to devour, once his level surpasses that of the zombie king by a large margin, he will naturally no longer be under the zombie king's control. Jirushua looked at the crowd of zombies below, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Humph. No matter what kind of zombie king you are, can someone like you really control my dad, Jirushua? You better hide well in a small area. If I find you, I will definitely kill you. With an evolved corpse puppet by his side, Lu Chen was very pleased, unaware that he and his subordinates had already made it onto Xiao Qiqi's death note. After bringing back Lightning number 2, Lu Chen began assigning tasks. Fatty continued to hold his dual hammers, guarding the entrance of the community. Such a large size and defense should not be wasted at the door. The agile zombies Lightning and Lightning number 2 each led 10 fully armed ordinary corpse puppets, continuing to patrol the community. Looking at the corpse puppet team fulfilling their roles, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He wanted to turn the entire community into his own stronghold. On the other side, Zhao Lin, who was smashed to death and then resurrected, realized that she might become an evolved being and was filled with joy. Feeling her immense energy, Zhao Lin sensed that her body was bursting with power wanting to be unleashed. After determining the direction, Zhao Lin quickly ran towards the police station. On the way, Zhao Lin encountered a few wandering zombies and, after thinking for a moment, drew her dagger to fight them barehanded. As a result, Zhao Lin was pleasantly surprised to find that her combat skills had indeed improved significantly. These ordinary zombies were no match for her at all. With her excellent fighting skills, Zhao Lin killed all the zombies that blocked her path. The Sunshine community was several kilometers away from the police station, and after running back, Zhao Lin still felt no fatigue. However, when Zhao Lin, covered in blood and looking somewhat disheveled, returned to the police station, she was immediately confronted with a gun pointed at her head. "Don't shoot! I'm Zhao Lin, I'm still alive." Seeing her colleague aiming a gun at her, Zhao Lin was startled and hurriedly explained. "What? Officer Zhao, you're not dead?" The officer on guard was dumbfounded. They had already heard from several people who had gone out today that Zhao Lin was killed by an evolved zombie at the entrance of the Sunshine community. As a result, the other party is now standing right in front of me, looking just like a living person except with a considerable amount of blood on them. Although Zhao Lin looks somewhat strange now, the officers let her in out of trust for their companion. When Zhao Lin returned to the lobby, everyone in the police station looked at her in disbelief. "Zhao? Officer Zhou? Are you human or a ghost?" The truck driver, terrified, pointed at Zhao Lin and spoke with a trembling voice, his face pale. "Zhao Lin? Is it really you? We thought you had been taken down by that evolved zombie." The officers couldn't help but swallow hard as they looked at Zhao Lin, their eyes filled with indescribable shock. "It's really me. I discovered that I'd become an evolved one, which is why I survived." After Zhao Lin finished speaking, she recited a few police regulations, which finally eased everyone's doubts. However, everyone still looked at Zhao Lin with astonishment in their eyes. Zhao Lin said with a grim expression, "The zombies are becoming increasingly powerful. I think we should leave the city as soon as possible." Today, a tank-type zombie in the evolution community was actually able to use a flail to attack, which completely overturned Zhao Lin's worldview. None of the evolved zombies she encountered before had learned to use weapons. This likely represents a higher level of evolution among the zombies in the city, and continuing to hold out in the police station may only lead to a dead end. However, even after Zhao Lin voiced her thoughts, the others in the room shook their heads, unwilling to go with her. "Officer Zhao, don't joke around. There's an evolved zombie at the entrance of Sunshine Home. How can we possibly stand a chance against such a powerful brute?" Even the officers shook their heads in refusal this time, not willing to go along. "Don't worry, that evolved zombie will be handled by me. I am now an evolved one, so you don't have to worry if you follow me." Zhao Lin then demonstrated her greatly increased strength and speed after evolving to the crowd. She also picked a few colleagues to spar with, and with her overwhelming physical abilities, she knocked them all down in just a few rounds. This outstanding combat power left everyone in the hall in awe. Zhao Lin shrugged her shoulders and said helplessly, "Now everyone believes it, right? With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to lure that big guy away." In Zhao Lin's view, luring that big guy away was not impossible. The reason she was taken out so quickly today was that she didn't expect this zombie to actually use weapons. Seeing Zhao Lin's insistence and having witnessed her powerful abilities after becoming an evolved one, everyone nodded in agreement. For the officers, it didn't matter since it was Zhao Lin who would be luring the evolved zombie away. If Zhao Lin succeeded, that would be best. Everyone could drive the truck away to the survivors' base. If something happened to Zhao Lin, they could always escape back to the police station. After all, if Zhao Lin died, it wouldn't affect them. With one less person, they could share less food. Then, under Zhao Lin's encouragement, the police station began to make new preparations. In the bedroom on the 7th floor, Lu Chen turned off the gas stove and poured the fragrant fried rice into a bowl. This gas stove and the matching cookware were brought over by the corpse puppet from a nearby restaurant at Lu Chen's request. After all, one can't keep picking up wood and burning firewood indoors. Because Ji Rushui practiced the glazed breathing technique, under the catalysis of a large amount of energy particles, her growth rate is much faster than that of an ordinary child. Now she has even fully grown her baby teeth. Lu Chen was also very surprised when he discovered this. He didn't expect the little one to grow up so quickly. However, he was also very happy. The faster the little one grows in this apocalyptic world, the better. So Lu Chen made fried rice, and the room was filled with the aroma of cooking. "Oh my god, I can finally eat normal food." Ji Rushui held her small bowl and looked at the golden fried rice, her eyes becoming a bit moist. Having been drinking rice porridge and milk powder every day for this period, Ji Rushui felt that if she continued, she would vomit. She was completely covered in the smell of milk powder, almost pickled in it. She hadn't eaten such fragrant fried rice made with fireworks in a long time. With a small spoon, Ji Rushui began to eat heartily, her face lighting up with a satisfied smile. "I never expected that Zombie Dad's cooking would actually be quite good." The only regret Jirushua had was that there were only eggs and no meat. She secretly resolved to hunt some fierce beasts in the future so that zombie dad could make some barbecue. This is the kind of food people should eat. Seeing Xiao Qiqi holding a small bowl and eating voraciously, Lu Chen displayed a look of contentment. After the little one finished eating, Lu Chen gently wiped the rice grains from Jirushua's mouth with his hand, then poured her a cup of warm water. Jirushua took the cup and gulped it down. This feeling of warm water mixed with rice flowing into her stomach during the zombie apocalypse made her feel incredibly comfortable. The next day, in the morning. In the community, Lu Chen wielded a machete, continuously practicing his combat skills with Lightning Number 1. After a long period of practical training, Lu Chen can now compete evenly with Lightning 1. However, at this moment, Lu Chen's mind stirred, and he quickly switched to Fatty's perspective. He saw several figures appearing at the entrance of the neighborhood. These people were dressed in black police riot gear, holding either batons and riot shields or carrying police handguns and rifles. The leader was slender, and through the transparent visor of the riot helmet, Lu Chen recognized her as the female police officer who was supposed to have been killed by a hammer yesterday. This female officer has come back to court death again? Lu Chen frowned, not expecting that this female officer, who had barely come back to life, would dare to provoke him again, and this time she had brought so many people. This further strengthened Lu Chen's resolve to eliminate the threat completely. This time, I will smash you into a pulp. I don't believe you can come back to life again. Lu Chen immediately controlled Fatty and charged towards Zhao Lin, swinging his double hammers. Zhao Lin immediately used the same tactic again, raising her gun and shooting at Fatty's head. Fortunately, Lu Chen was well prepared and directly blocked Big Fat with a giant hammer in front of his head. Bang! The iron hammer accurately intercepted the bullet, then Lu Chen suddenly swung his arm, and the giant hammer smashed fiercely towards Zhao Lin. You think you can do that with me? This time, Zhao Lin had already anticipated Big Fat's attack. Her leg muscles tensed, unleashing a tremendous force, and her body sprang forward like a spring. Bang! Zhao Lin's speed was so fast that Big Fat's hammer attack missed completely. Lu Chen was slightly surprised, but he swung the hammer again to chase after her. However, he found that even in a full sprint, Big Fat still struggled to catch up with the female police officer in front of him. This slender figure in a police riot suit was incredibly fast. Big Fat couldn't hit her with either of his nearly 1-meter-long giant hammers. Every time he threw the hammer, this female officer could deftly dodge it. Even when Lu Chen threw 2 iron hammers, this female police officer was able to dodge them in a very strange way. Bang bang bang! Lu Chen controlled Big Fat to keep swinging the double hammers, but he couldn't hit this female police officer no matter what. I didn't expect that just one day later, this female officer's reaction speed had improved so much. Meanwhile, Ji Ruxue in the bedroom immediately woke up upon hearing the sudden gunfire. The little one hurried to the balcony, leaned on the window, and started checking the situation in the community with a telescope. Through the telescope, Ji Ruxue spotted the female police officer who had been killed yesterday. Now, the other party was actually bouncing around at the community entrance, and was extremely agile. What's going on? Wasn't this woman killed instantly by the big zombie yesterday? How is she so lively today? Oh, there are a few more people today? Ji Ruxue discovered that not only was this female officer back from the dead, but she also saw several other officers in riot gear who had appeared today through the telescope. These guys are wearing police riot gear that can withstand zombie bites. Clearly, they came prepared. Now, these officers have taken advantage of Big Fatty being led away by Zhao Lin to enter Sunshine Community. What are these fully armed police doing in Sunshine Community? There are no survivors waiting for their rescue in the community, only other powerful evolved zombies, and even a zombie king. Ji Ruxue furrowed her brows tightly. To her, these police downstairs were practically looking for death. Oh no, where did Dad go? It was only then that Ji Ruxue realized her zombie dad was not in the room. This made her feel a bit anxious. It should be noted that the officers downstairs are all armed with firearms, and at this stage, police firearms pose a significant threat to zombies. As long as the bullet hits the head, even an evolved zombie can be killed. Why did Dad go out at a time like this? Could he be in danger? Ji Ruxue felt a bit worried. She didn't want her father to encounter the group below. However, thinking about her father's human consciousness, he shouldn't be so foolish as to run out and throw himself in front of these guys. At this point, Ji Ruxue could only silently pray in her heart, hoping her zombie father wouldn't do something reckless and go out to test the enemy's firepower. Everyone, move a bit faster. We don't know how long Zhao Lin can hold out. Quickly find the truck keys and get out of here. The few from the police station arrived at Sunshine Community and were immediately shocked by the power of the evolved zombie, Big Fat, who stood like a gatekeeper. Especially since even after entering the community, they could still hear the sound of a hammer crashing down outside, sending chills down everyone's spine. If it weren't for the evolved Xiaolin drawing the zombies away, they would never have made it here. The group quickly started searching within Sunshine Community, but soon they encountered Lu Chen's patrol squad of zombie puppets wielding fire axes, as well as the evolved zombie Lightning number 1. The few people in the police station suddenly froze in place, their minds going blank as they stared at the zombies appearing before them. Bang! 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 Outside the community gate, Lu Chen controlled Big Fatty as it swung its hammers relentlessly, but Zhao Lin, slender in build, seemed to have endless stamina. She constantly danced around in front of him, while no matter how hard he swung, he couldn't land a hit. This was the first time Lu Chen encountered such a troublesome opponent since controlling Big Fatty. After successfully evolving, Zhao Lin dodged Big Fatty's attacks multiple times, which boosted her confidence in her own abilities. With her outstanding agility and speed, she kept circling Big Fatty, maneuvering effortlessly at the gate. "Is that all the strength you have, big guy?" As Zhao Lin ran ahead, she casually picked up a stick from the roadside and threw it at Big Fatty to provoke the evolved zombie. She had already seen her teammates enter the Sunshine Community, and Zhao Lin didn't want this evolved zombie to return inside. Although Zhao Lin's strength after evolution is significantly greater than that of an ordinary person, for the tank-like zombie Big Fat, this level of attack is still ineffective. Lu Chen furrowed his brows. Clearly, this woman was not as strong as Big Fat, but her reaction speed and agility were superior, leaving him at a loss. Moreover, the opponent was continuously changing directions right in front of him, clearly leading him in circles. Lu Chen was puzzled as to why this group from the police station had come to Sunshine Community for no reason. Before yesterday, the two sides had never crossed paths at all. What surprised Lu Chen even more was that after the female officer's resurrection, she seemed like a completely different person compared to yesterday. Also feeling puzzled was Ji Rushue, who was observing below with binoculars from the balcony. It seems this female officer is deliberately attracting the big guy's attention to allow her subordinates to infiltrate Sunshine Community. But why has her strength increased so much? Wait. Ji Rushue suddenly felt her pupils constrict as she recalled memories from her past life. Yesterday she was clearly taken down in one hit by the big guy, yet she died and came back to life, and her strength has significantly increased. This is Zhanghai City, and the person in front of me is still a female police officer. All the elements are in place. Could it be that this woman is the 9 Lives demon police officer I encountered in my past life? Ji Rushue stood on the balcony, carefully observing the face of the female police officer below with binoculars. The more she looked, the more familiar it seemed. Yesterday she noticed that this person looked very familiar, but she couldn't recall it at the moment. Today, combined with the other party's strange changes, Ji Rushue finally recognized the identity of this person during the apocalypse. However, the female police officer in front of her is still somewhat different from the 9 Lives demon police officer Ji Rushue encountered during the apocalypse. In Ji Rushue's memory, the 9 Lives demon police officer had a very sharp short haircut and looked extremely intimidating. At that time, the 9 Lives demon police officer was decisive in her actions, powerful, and never showed mercy once she struck. But now, Zhao Lin still has long hair, and she looks like a gentle girl, warm and approachable. The two people looked completely different in every aspect except for their appearance, which is why Ji Rushue couldn't think of it for a moment. But now, seeing the other person resurrected, Ji Rushue realized it. Appearance and personality can change due to various events in the apocalypse, but the ability to resurrect is undeniable. Before the apocalypse, she was a police officer, and after being killed, she could resurrect and even strengthen her abilities through it. Who else could it be besides the renowned resurrected policewoman from Zhanghai City? Ji Rushue didn't believe that such a rare talent could have a second person in a small place like Zhanghai City. Watching Zhao Lin outside the gate, circling around with a large zombie, Ji Rushue felt a surge of excitement. Just 2 days ago, she was pondering how to recruit the future top powers of Zhanghai City. She didn't expect to encounter this yet-to-be-grown resurrection policewoman so soon. The ability of the resurrection policewoman to become stronger is simply extraordinary. If she could remain calm and cautious in the early stages and die fewer times, she might even break through to the Emperor realm in the future. If I can subdue the 9 Death Demon Police before they grow stronger, they will become a powerful ally in the future. If I'm not around, the 9 Death Demon Police will be enough to protect Zombie Dad's life. On the other side, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with endless coldness upon discovering that others had entered the community. Fatty! Kill that female officer for me. Lu Chen abandoned his control and directly ordered Fatty to act freely. At the same time, Lu Chen shifted his view back to the zombie puppet team and the community. As expected, he saw several officers in riot gear, armed with firearms. These people had now entered the community, but it seemed they did not expect there to be so many zombies inside. Upon seeing Lu Chen's zombie puppet, they immediately showed expressions of shock, their faces beneath the riot helmets turning pale. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent.
Although he didn't know what these guys were planning, this sunshine community was his territory. Since these people have invaded their territory, there's only one way out: death. Everyone, die. Lu Chen immediately commanded the zombie puppet team to charge forward. Upon seeing the approaching zombies, the police officers finally reacted and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The dense gunfire echoed throughout the community, startling anyone who heard it. On the 7th floor, Ji Rushua's expression changed drastically, immediately thinking of her zombie father. The 9 death magic police outside the gate must be evolutionists without a doubt. As for the other humans who entered together, it's still unknown if there are any more evolutionists among them. If there are more evolutionists, then the combat power unleashed by firearms would be formidable. Suddenly, Ji Rushua's heart shook as she recalled that there was a zombie king in the Sunshine community. Could it be that these humans already know about the zombie king and came in advance to slay it? The more Ji Rushua thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, why would these fully armed police officers come to Yangguan community for no reason? There are no supplies here, nor any survivors. Apart from that, the only thing that could attract humans is this zombie king. Ji Rushua grew more worried as she thought about it. To prevent her zombie father from dying among these human evolved beings, she hurriedly opened the door and ran from the 7th floor to the 2nd floor. When Ji Rushua reached the balcony, she discovered that the combat power of this zombie puppet squad was far stronger than she had imagined. She saw that in the face of the police officers' gunfire, the zombie puppet squad actually raised their fire axes, blocking their foreheads and charging forward madly. The sudden appearance of the zombie puppets had already made the police officers feel a bit flustered, and now seeing that even bullets were being blocked by axes, the officers were completely dumbfounded. Is this really a zombie? How can it block bullets? Bang bang bang. The officers kept trying to shoot for headshots, but with just their handguns and rifles, they couldn't penetrate the fire axes to kill the zombies behind them. Moreover, Lu Chen even equipped these corpse puppets with fully enclosed motorcycle helmets. Damn it! It's all Zhao Lin's fault. If she hadn't insisted on coming to get the truck, we wouldn't be in this situation. The officers cursed while shooting. The zombies in front of them were completely different from what they usually encountered, disrupting their formation entirely. Ji Rushua looked out at the battlefield from the 2nd floor balcony but still didn't see her father's figure, which made her anxious. However, after scanning the community, Ji Rushua suddenly spotted her father hiding around the corner of a building. Seeing her father safe and sound, Ji Rushua breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that her zombie father was quite extraordinary, as he didn't follow the orders of the zombie king to go forward as cannon fodder. With the corpse puppets armed with fire axes and helmets for defense, and the agile zombies drawing most of the fire, the corpse puppet squad quickly charged in front of the officers. Among them, only Zhao Lin was an evolved being. The ordinary people faced a tragic fate once the zombies got close. If they were facing ordinary zombies, it would be fine, since their riot gear could withstand the bites. Unfortunately, they encountered a squad of corpses controlled by Lu Chen. Fire in batches, and remember to change magazines. Retreat, retreat. Everyone, hurry up and retreat. Faced with these strange zombies, the officers lost all will to resist and frantically fled towards the community entrance. They were already unable to effectively kill these corpses, and now, after losing their formation, they were quickly overwhelmed. Under Lu Chen's orders, as the corpses approached, they raised their axes without hesitation and struck at the necks and joints of several people. In an instant, piercing screams echoed throughout the community. Damn Zhao Lin, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Bastard! Where the hell did these zombies come from? Amidst the harrowing screams, several officers were directly hacked to death by the chaotic axes. The gunfire in the community came to a halt. Ji Rushua stood on the balcony and couldn't help but gasp in shock. I never expected the zombie king in Sunshine community to be so terrifying. The zombies it controls can even arm themselves and resist bullets. Such a terrifying zombie king, I wonder where it is hiding. Ji Rushua frowned, contemplating whether to take this opportunity to eliminate the zombie king directly. Ji Rushua didn't expect the zombie king to be even more outrageous than she had imagined. At least according to Ji Rushua's memories from her previous life, this zombie king in Sunshine community is even more exaggerated than the one she encountered before. The zombie king she faced in her past life could only issue commands to control other zombies for attacks, but this one in the community clearly has superior combat skills to control zombies. After pondering for a moment, Ji Rushua ultimately shook her head. Forget it, it's better not to disturb the snake for now. Currently, she hasn't reached a point of no return with this zombie king, and the key is that she doesn't know where it is hiding. Moreover, she has no idea what strength this zombie king possesses. If she fails, it might become alert. According to Ji Rushua's understanding of the zombie king, once startled, this zombie king would immediately change locations and continue to survive.
It's one thing for the zombie king to run away, but the key issue is that this zombie king could influence the behavior of her zombie dad.
It might even control zombie dad to leave the Sunshine community.
If they leave now, all the resources her dad collected in this building would be wasted, which is the result of zombie dad's hard work during this time.
Moreover, Ji Rushue cannot guarantee what will happen if the assassination fails.
For such a highly intelligent zombie king, Ji Rushue decided that she must ensure absolute certainty and only choose to strike when she can guarantee a one-hit kill. After all, there are 3 evolved zombies in this community alone. Controlling 3 evolved zombies simultaneously is no easy feat, which means the zombie king in this community has probably reached the 2nd tier.
This is an existence on the same level as herself.
The most crucial thing is that Ji Rushue is still just a baby. Although she has broken through to the 2nd tier, her combat power is still limited by her physical condition and other factors. I'll wait until I reach the 3rd tier before making a move. At that time, with the advantage of my realm, I should have a chance to completely defeat this zombie king. Ji Rushue is quite confident about her breakthrough in cultivation. After all, for zombies to advance in the early stages, they can only accumulate crystal cores continuously. However, what Ji Rushue has mastered is the most scientific cultivation method developed by humans in the late apocalypse, allowing for a relatively fast training speed.
Dad, just wait a little longer. I believe I will soon be able to help you break free from that zombie king's control.
Ji Rushue took a deep look at her zombie father hiding in the shadows before decisively turning to go upstairs.
Now, those humans who entered the Sunshine community have already been killed by the zombies, so they won't pose much of a threat anymore.
Evolutionary zombies are quite sensitive to the scent of living beings. Being on the 2nd floor makes it easier to expose oneself.
To avoid implicating her zombie father, Ji Rushue quickly returned to the 7th floor.
It's really strange, why are these fully armed police officers not guarding their own station and instead running all the way to Sunshine community? Looking at the dismembered bodies of the officers hacked apart by the zombie puppets, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled.
Lu Chen had already sent zombie puppets to search through Sunshine community, but he didn't understand what could possibly attract these officers.
However, Lu Chen didn't think too much about it. After all, his strength was growing, and he wasn't worried about the small group of survivors attacking.
Unless a heavily armed military force came, Lu Chen wouldn't be particularly concerned.
Looking at the police gun in the corpse's hand, Lu Chen smiled slightly. Then he took all the police guns, bullets, and so on from the few people. Weighing the black firearm in his hand, Lu Chen immediately felt a sense of security.
Lu Chen couldn't help but ponder, the lethality of this firearm was quite strong. Should he equip these zombie puppets with guns in the future? If zombies can use guns, who can withstand that? Zombies are inherently difficult to eliminate, they can only be killed with a headshot. Otherwise, even if they are just a half-body, they can still keep attacking, and with firearms, they become nearly invincible. Bang! 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 At this moment, there were still sounds of smashing coming from outside the community entrance. Lu Chen remembered there was a female police officer outside who needed to be dealt with, and quickly shifted his consciousness to Big Fat. Through the ability of resurrection and evolution, Zhao Lin's physical condition has greatly improved. Facing the clumsy and slow Big Fat, Zhao Lin found herself easily toying with this tank-like zombie. However, Zhao Lin also understood that with her current strength, it would still be very difficult to fight this tank-like zombie head-on. But leading it in circles was no problem at all. Zhao Lin was only thinking of stalling for time, allowing her companions to enter the community and find the truck keys. As long as they had the truck, everyone would have hope of leaving the city. But Zhao Lin doesn't know that her police companions have already been slaughtered by zombies in the community. Among the group that came from the police station, she is the only evolved one still alive. After being personally controlled by Lu Chen, Big Fat instantly saw a significant increase in combat power. Lu Chen's combat awareness has improved quite a bit compared to before. Controlling the evolved zombie has also made its combat power stronger. Zhao Lin could originally handle Big Fat's attacks with ease. But she suddenly realized that Big Fat was swinging its hammers with increased speed. The key point is that each hammer strike has become more cunning, often able to accurately predict Zhao Lin's movements. Zhao Lin could only rely on her evolved body to narrowly evade the attacks. Feeling the sudden surge of pressure, Zhao Lin's pupils constricted, facing Big Fat's attacks. A slight mistake could mean getting hit. What's going on? How did this big fool suddenly become so smart? With the increased pressure of battle, Zhao Lin was covered in cold sweat. She looked back at the big guy behind her, her eyes filled with disbelief. Zhao Lin didn't expect that in just a moment, the opponent's combat power had increased so much that he couldn't defend himself. Meanwhile, Ji Rushue was observing the battle from the 7th floor. Seeing that Zhao Lin was quickly being suppressed unilaterally by the big fatty, Ji Rushue felt extremely helpless. This idiot! There are only 9 lives in total, and now he's about to waste one for nothing.
As expected, under Lu Chen's dense and rapid powerful assault, Zhao Lin quickly couldn't hold on any longer.
Bang! Lu Chen seized the opportunity, swinging his left-handed hammer to jab, directly staggering Zhao Lin.
Then, while Zhao Lin was still unresponsive, he slammed down his right-handed hammer, directly breaking Zhao Lin's spine. The sound of the bones cracking was incredibly clear.
Bang bang bang!
Having seen this woman die and come back to life, Lu Chen went completely wild, swinging both hammers. It was like smashing meatballs. Lu Chen broke all the bones in Zhao Lin's body, shattering her organs, with blood gushing everywhere. Seeing Zhao Lin completely lifeless before him, Lu Chen finally stopped.
For someone who actively seeks trouble, Lu Chen would never hold back.
Moreover, Zhao Lin came back to life yesterday and returned today with people. Who knows if she will bring an army next time.
I've smashed you to bits. If you have the guts, come back to life again. Can this woman be any more foolish? To waste such a precious chance at resurrection like this? You idiot! Do you even realize you only have 9 chances to come back to life?
You've already wasted 2 of them so casually. On the balcony, Ji Rushue watched as Zhao Lin was killed again and felt utterly speechless.
This ability to resurrect and enhance multiple times is simply monstrous. Yet, such a monstrous talent is being wasted by Zhao Lin. According to Ji Rushue's memory, the talent of the 9 Deaths Demon Police can no longer be described as extraordinary, it's simply a pure numerical monster.
Because Zhao Lin's talent is calculated based on her strength at the time of death, each time she dies, her strength increases several times from the original basis. If Zhao Lin can save this rare opportunity for resurrection for later, the enhancement effect will be terrifying. In Ji Rushue's past life memories, the 9 Deaths Demon Police wasted their monstrous talent because they used too many resurrection opportunities in the early apocalypse. Otherwise, with such an extraordinary ability, it would be impossible for her to remain at the Emperor realm. Ji Rushue had been thinking that if she could subdue the other party early, perhaps she could help the 9 Deaths Demon Police reach the Emperor realm in the future. However, it was clear that this woman was even more foolish than she had imagined in the early apocalypse, otherwise, she wouldn't have only 1 life left when encountering her. At the entrance of the community, Lu Chen finally managed to kill the resurrected woman by controlling De Pang. He controlled De Pang to step forward and disarm the police gun from Zhao Lin's hands. With the police guns he collected earlier, Lu Chen now has accumulated 6 police firearms. Moreover, he also found quite a few bullets on these officers. Holding the cold firearm in his hand, a glint of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. With a deadly weapon in hand, the desire to kill naturally arises. Originally, the zombies only wielded fire axes, but now that he has firearms, their combat power has dramatically increased. Lu Chen even began to consider whether he should just take out the police station as well. There must be plenty of guns and ammunition in the police station, and typically, police stations are well equipped with firearms. If possible, he might just be able to upgrade the gear of the zombies and directly form a zombie squad armed with firearms. Lu Chen had long discovered the survivor team at the police station, but even though he had turned into a zombie, he still retained human consciousness. Although he had no feelings for the humans in this world, with a human soul, Lu Chen was still unwilling to proactively attack these survivor teams. But I didn't expect that I didn't provoke these human survivors, and they instead came to my doorstep. If the female police officer came to Sunshine Community yesterday by coincidence, then her resurrection today with more team members clearly indicates a premeditated plan. With an evolved being here today, along with several armed police officers, Lu Chen can't guarantee that a SWAT team won't come directly tomorrow. Moreover, forming a team of undead with firearms is incredibly tempting. A zombie that fears neither death nor pain, and can shoot from a distance, is terrifying just to think about. If I have such a team, Lu Chen feels he can truly walk sideways in the city. With this in mind, Lu Chen made up his mind to send an evolved zombie to check out the situation near the police station tomorrow. Mainly, Lu Chen wants to find out if there are any other evolved beings inside the police station. This woman who can resurrect really surprised him. To come back to life overnight and heal from injuries is simply more incredible than a zombie. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late, but I'm a zombie, and I must take revenge on the spot. Lu Chen's principle has always been, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If someone offends me, they must be dealt with thoroughly. The police station has come to stir up trouble time and again, and Lu Chen no longer plans to endure it. As long as it threatens his and Xiao Qiqi's safety, anyone will be killed without hesitation. At least Lu Chen can be sure that when he stands in front of this group of police, they would not hesitate to shoot him, so he need not hold back. How infuriating. I originally wanted to take Xiao Qiqi downstairs to play and enjoy some sunshine, but with this violence, how can that be possible? I didn't want to deal with these human survivors, but now it seems that for the safety of Sunshine Community, if necessary, I'll have to drive away these 2 survivor groups nearby. After resolving the battle in the community and ordering the corpses to clean out the battlefield, Lu Chen returned upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Xiao Qiqi leaning on the coffee table doing her homework. Seeing the little one so diligent and eager to learn made Lu Chen's earlier frustration lift significantly.
My daughter is still the cutest. No matter who you are, don't even think about disturbing my daughter's studies.
As night fell, Lu Chen watched as Xiao Qiqi obediently went to bed before he returned to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Chen furrowed his brow and began to contemplate the next plan. Now, Xiao Qiqi is growing at a clearly faster rate than an ordinary baby, and she is undoubtedly a child prodigy.
Lu Chen pondered how to provide Xiao Qiqi with a better environment for growth. Raising a child is a marathon. To ensure Xiao Qiqi grows up healthy, it will take many years.
Firstly, the Sunshine community where they currently reside is definitely not a place to stay for long. Although he has temporarily stocked up on a lot of food, eating through it all will eventually lead to a day when the food runs out.
Even if it doesn't run out, it will spoil due to temperature changes and cannot be preserved for long.
As a zombie, he doesn't care, but if the little one wants to grow up healthy, these issues are ones he must consider. We need a sustainable food source to ensure that the little one has a continuous supply of food and nutrition in the future. Lu Chen truly had no experience in this area. After all, in his previous life he was just an ordinary worker. When thinking about survival in a post-apocalyptic world, the only thing Lu Chen could think of were those wasteland games.
What about growing our own food? Since there are so many corpses, they could serve as free labor. Developing land for continuous cultivation is indeed a good way for sustainable development.
But just then, Lu Chen suddenly had a realization, and his eyes were filled with shock. After switching to the perspective of Fatty, Lu Chen saw that the female officer he had smashed to bits earlier was now standing up completely intact.
What the hell? Is this woman cheating? Lu Chen was dumbfounded.
He saw that the corpse outside the community gate, which had been smashed into a puddle of mud, was slowly gathering into a graceful human form under a burst of blood-red light. When the light fades, what appears on the street is Zhao Lin, who is completely unharmed.
Lu Chen feels like his brain is overwhelmed. Aren't we buddies? Who among us is the zombie, really? I smashed you to bits, and yet you're still alive?
Lu Chen feels like his worldview is being constantly refreshed.
He thinks this world seems to have no limits. People can die and come back to life repeatedly? Even if it's a zombie without pain perception, being smashed to this extent should mean it's dead for good.
And to top it off, not only has she revived, but this woman has no injuries at all. This is like cheating. Meanwhile, Ji Ruxue, who was pretending to sleep in the bedroom, has now run to the window, observing the situation below through the hole she left earlier. In her previous life, Ji Ruxue was very curious about how the 9 Deaths Demon Police revived, or if there were any special conditions for revival. For example, the preservation of the body, or the manner of death, and so on. She had also once wondered if this 9 Death Demon Police could be resurrected even if its physical body was completely destroyed, but unfortunately, she never had the opportunity for such an experiment. The scene of Zhao Lin's resurrection just now was also witnessed by Ji Ruxue. Even though she had reached the Imperial Realm in her previous life, Ji Ruxue was still immensely shocked by this. This talent is simply outrageous. It's not just a simple resurrection, even broken bones and flesh can regenerate. It should be known that the rebirth of flesh and blood is not that simple, it involves the power of the laws of life. According to Ji Ruxue's memories from her previous life, the power of the laws can only be comprehended by those who have reached the Imperial level. But now, this is just the early days of the apocalypse, and this 9 Death Demon Police has already mastered law-level power at such a weak stage, which is simply terrifying. Although Ji Ruxue knew that this ability of the 9 Death Demon Police was passively mastered, it was enough to prove her monstrous talent.
Capture her. I must capture this woman.
Looking at Zhao Lin below, Ji Ruxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. With such an extraordinarily gifted talent, she must bring the other party to her side. As long as properly nurtured, this 9 Dead Magic Police's future achievements will absolutely exceed imagination, and can become a great support for herself in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin, who was shocked to see Lu Chen and Ji Ruxue, stood frozen in place.
Zhao Lin looked at her unscathed body, equally in disbelief.
She even doubted whether she was hallucinating, or if everything before her was just a long dream she had. The feeling of being killed by the other party during the day was still vivid in her memory. That feeling was definitely real, it truly happened to her.
Have I been reborn? Could it be that I am still immortal?
Zhao Lin's eyes widened, and for a moment her breath became a bit rapid due to excitement.
Moreover, it's not just a resurrection.
Zhao Lin clenched her fists and realized that her strength now seemed to be much greater than during the day.
Compared to during the day, my strength has actually improved significantly? So this is the ability that the evolved possess? Just by dying, they can become stronger. That's truly outrageous.
At this moment, Zhao Lin could no longer suppress the smile on her face, and she felt incredibly excited. The flyers scattered from the military helicopter mentioned that evolved beings with extraordinary abilities possess extremely powerful combat strength. Now Zhao Lin believes this, the power of the evolved is simply terrifying. Ha ha ha, what can mere zombies do to me? Although she had been killed twice, Zhao Lin's confidence soared at this moment. After all, who wouldn't experience a massive shift in mood knowing they had died and come back to life? Moreover, her strength had increased many times after being resurrected. Looking at the tank-like zombie that had killed her twice, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes, and she charged directly at the big fat one. Even though she had been resurrected, the feeling of being killed was still very real. Just thinking about it made Zhao Lin feel a wave of fear, which only intensified her anger. Lu Chen was still in shock from being repeatedly startled by this female police officer, when he saw her actually charge towards Fatty. Lu Chen immediately felt a surge of anger. Is it impressive to cheat? Is being resurrected impressive? Damn it! If I can kill you twice, I can kill you 3 or 4 times. I refuse to believe you can resurrect again. He thought the battle was over, but unexpectedly, this woman came back to life again. The events happening to Zhao Lin completely reshaped Lu Chen's worldview, leaving him both astonished and increasingly bloodthirsty. Such a being that can resurrect must be eliminated completely, otherwise, no one knows what might happen in the future. Lu Chen controlled Fatty, swinging the double hammers and preparing to fight. So you can resurrect, huh? Then I want to see how many lives you really have. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a fit of rage, Fatty wielded the iron hammers with great force, the sound of them cutting through the air sending chills down people's spines. Hee, big guy, if you can kill me twice, I don't believe you can kill me a third time. At this moment, Zhao Lin's eyes were slightly red. Like Lu Chen, she was filled with a strong desire to kill. Lu Chen was extremely frustrated that he had failed to kill the opponent even after 2 attempts. Zhao Lin felt even more so, having been killed twice by the same zombie, with the second time being particularly humiliating, her body shattered. There is a limit to what one can endure. Even though Zhao Lin had a kind heart and a gentle personality, she fought fiercely at this moment. Lu Chen frowned. After the exchange, he realized that this female officer had actually become stronger. At this time, her speed was clearly much faster than during the day, and no matter how quickly he swung his hammers, he couldn't threaten her. Bang bang bang! Lu Chen swung his massive hammer, thrusting, swinging, and smashing, but this time all of it was dodged by Zhao Lin. Then, Zhao Lin's body exploded forward like a cheetah, quickly reaching behind Big Fat. Bang! Immediately, she landed a whip kick on Big Fat's knee joint. The immense force caused Big Fat to momentarily buckle and kneel on the ground. Lu Chen quickly swung his dual hammers, forcing Zhao Lin to retreat swiftly. On the 7th floor, Ji Rushua nodded to herself upon witnessing this scene. No wonder she's the 9 Lives Demon Police. After being revived, her strength has indeed increased. This woman may be foolish but strong. Perhaps I can use her to take down the zombie king in the community. The more Ji Rushua thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. Although this 9 Lives Demon Police in the early days of the apocalypse seemed to have not yet adapted to the post-apocalyptic life and appeared somewhat dim-witted. However, there's no denying that her awakened talent for revival and increased strength is simply extraordinary. In Ji Rushua's view, this female police officer was like someone favored by the heavens, constantly receiving blessings. She can revive and double her strength. This kind of monstrous talent is something she has never encountered a second time in the entire post-apocalyptic world. Although the 9 Deaths Demon Police was killed twice by the same evolved zombie at the beginning of this apocalypse. This operation is indeed somewhat outrageous, but given her even more outrageous talent, dying twice has already multiplied her strength several times, surpassing a first-tier evolved zombie. She has even reached second-tier strength now. If it were just Ji Rushua herself, facing a zombie king capable of controlling multiple evolved zombies might pose some risks. But with the addition of this undead female police officer who already possesses second-tier strength, the success rate will greatly increase. If this undead female police officer takes the lead, and she uses her talent abilities to strike from the shadows, it might really be possible to take down this zombie king in one go. The pressure that this zombie king in the Sunshine community puts on Ji Rushua is truly overwhelming. This is only the early stage of the apocalypse, and this zombie king's combat skills in controlling zombies are already quite proficient. It even surpasses those zombie kings she encountered in her previous life who could control a sea of corpses. Ji Rushua can't imagine how monstrous this zombie king's strength would be if it continues to grow. Moreover, my zombie father is still living in Sunshine community, controlled by this zombie king. Therefore, I must find a way to kill him as soon as possible, no matter what. However, how to cooperate with this 9 Death Demon Police left Ji Rushua deep in thought once again. After all, I am not the same as my past self. This baby's body is somewhat awkward. Outside Sunshine Community, Lu Chen was constantly clashing with this 9 death demon police, but as the battle continued, the pressure on him grew heavier.
Because he realized that this woman's strength was increasing at an abnormal rate. Bang bang bang. Lu Chen controlled Big Fatty, swinging the hammer relentlessly, turning the ground at the entrance of the community into a mess. But this time, no matter how Lu Chen attacked, Zhao Lin was able to dodge accurately. That slender and graceful body unleashed terrifying speed and strength, and the significantly improved coordination made it so that Lu Chen's hammers couldn't even touch the corners of her clothes. Even now, Zhao Lin can quickly close the distance to Big Fat and launch a counterattack while dodging the giant hammer. The terrifying force often makes the robust Big Fat shudder, and he has been hit in the joints multiple times, causing him to kneel on the ground. Lu Chen can only rely on his dual hammer weapons to keep swinging and create distance from the opponent. Looking at the slender female police officer in front of him, Lu Chen's eyes were filled with seriousness. In less than a day, this person's combat power has increased many times over. Speed, strength, agility, and reaction, every aspect has seen a significant improvement. Just yesterday, he could easily take her down, but now this woman's combat power has surpassed Big Fat, which is simply outrageous. Lu Chen was shocked by the absurdity of this woman. Not only did she not die after being killed, but her strength has also doubled as if she has undergone a complete transformation. How are people supposed to deal with this? Lu Chen thought it was already quite strange to have retained human consciousness after turning into a zombie in this apocalyptic world. He had often doubted in the countless late nights whether he was the protagonist mentioned in those online novels he had read in his past life. After all, the probability of such a thing happening is incredibly low. But now, seeing this female police officer, Lu Chen's thoughts wavered. Because he realized that this female police officer was truly the child of fortune, and compared to her, he felt like an NPC. Alright, since you're cheating, don't blame me for playing dirty. Lu Chen controlled his remaining corpse puppets to support the battlefield. If Fatty couldn't win in a one-on-one fight, then he shouldn't blame himself for ganging up. Your talent is resurrection and becoming stronger. My talent is controlling corpse puppets. Now let me show you all my current strength. In an instant, Lightning number 1 and number 2, along with other ordinary corpse puppet squads, rushed in from all sides of the community. Although this woman had become very strong after evolving, Lu Chen did not believe that his 3-headed evolved corpse puppets, along with so many ordinary corpse puppets, couldn't take her down. Even Lu Chen himself ran down from the 7th floor. The main reason is that Lu Chen relies on his mental power to control the zombies, similar to wireless networks or Bluetooth in his past life. Lu Chen's brain acts as the signal source, while the controlled corpses are like individual terminals. The farther apart they are, the weaker the signal becomes. Currently, Lu Chen's maximum control distance is 8,000 meters. However, this distance is affected by the number of zombies being controlled and the complexity of the battle. At this moment, Lu Chen is controlling all the zombies simultaneously, and he has to make each zombie fight according to his will, which is a huge drain on his mental power. For Lu Chen at this stage, controlling so many zombies to fight at once is a bit overwhelming for his mental power, so he can only control them at close range to reduce the consumption of mental energy. Of course, Zhao Lin also heard the sounds in the neighborhood. When she looked up, she saw a large number of zombies rushing towards her, causing her scalp to tingle instantly. She didn't expect there to be so many zombies in this neighborhood, and it seemed that there were even evolved zombies mixed in. With so many zombies charging at her, even with her continuously improving strength, she probably wouldn't be able to handle them. Oh no! If there are so many zombies in the community, then everyone. Thinking of the others who entered the community during the day to get the keys, Zhao Lin suddenly had a foreboding feeling. There are so many zombies in the community that even as an evolved being, I feel my scalp tingling, let alone my companions. Moreover, it's already night now, and most of them are likely in grave danger. Ha! Dad went downstairs? In the bedroom, Ji Rushue sensed the sound of Lu Chen opening the door and leaving. Could it be that Dad was summoned by that zombie king again to fight the 9 Deaths demon police? After thinking for a moment, Ji Rushue also went downstairs. As Ji Rushue went downstairs, she pushed open the unit door. It was her first time leaving the building since her rebirth. Lu Chen chose to live in Building 5, which is quite a distance from the community entrance. After glancing at the layout, Ji Rushue quietly used the greenery and various public facilities to conceal her body as she ran to the vicinity of Building 1. Building 1 is near the entrance of the community. To get a closer look, Ji Rushue quietly opened the unit door and sneaked to the 2nd floor of Building 1. From here, through the 2nd floor window, she could just see the intense battle happening at the entrance. Since he couldn't win in a one-on-one fight, Lu Chen summoned all his corpse puppets to the entrance. At this moment, under his control, Lightning 1 and Lightning 2 also joined the fight. For Zhao Lin, the remaining ordinary corpse puppets didn't pose much of a threat, they could only create some distractions.
Although these corpse puppets are different from ordinary zombies and can continuously swing their axes, there is still a significant gap in physical quality between the two sides. Relying solely on these cold weapons, it is still difficult to bridge the strength gap between them and the evolved.
After all, these ordinary zombies don't even have first-tier strength, while Zhao Lin has already reached the equivalent of a second-tier powerhouse after consecutive breakthroughs.
Fortunately, Lu Chen has provided excellent protection for these ordinary zombies, each one is wearing a helmet. Otherwise, they might have been counter-killed by Zhao Lin upon first encounter. Lu Chen simply let the ordinary zombies step aside, allowing these three evolved zombies to team up, instantly putting immense pressure on Zhao Lin. In addition to the big fat zombie acting as a tank at the front, there are also two agile zombies with extremely fast speed. At this moment, Zhao Lin could only keep dodging the attacks of the evolved zombies, using the terrain outside the community to create distance from the big fat zombie, while carefully avoiding the encirclement of the two agile zombies. Although the sounds of roaring kept ringing in her ears, Zhao Lin still had no intention of backing down. Perhaps it was because she had already experienced life and death that Zhao Lin felt much bolder at this moment. Moreover, she had been killed by the big fat zombie twice, and experiencing death firsthand made Zhao Lin's originally sensitive nerves somewhat numb. A group of bloodthirsty monsters. Today, I want to see what strength you have to wantonly slaughter humans. After becoming an evolved one, Zhao Lin's strength became greater, and she felt increasingly confident. With her combat skills trained in the police force, Zhao Lin unleashed considerable strength amidst the zombie siege. Especially after realizing that her companions were likely dead among the zombies, Zhao Lin became extremely angry. For Zhao Lin, she had been risking her life alongside these companions during this time. After the apocalypse, survivors have, more or less, lost family members and companions to the zombies. Having held out in the police station with these officers for over a month, Zhao Lin had developed deep feelings for everyone. The companions she fought alongside could very well have been wiped out, fueling Zhao Lin's rage to kill these zombies for revenge. Although Zhao Lin appeared delicate and weak, at this moment, she unleashed her full strength. Even the three-headed evolved zombies struggled to contain her. She fought fiercer as the battle went on, suddenly remembering that she possessed the ability to resurrect. What used to be constant dodging now turned into a reckless charge into the horde, as if she had nothing to lose. Ji Rushua looked around the battlefield from the upper floor and discovered her father hiding among the ordinary zombies, not engaging in the fight. This also relieved Ji Rushua. As expected, even though Dad is influenced by that zombie king, perhaps because he retains human consciousness, he is not completely controlled and doesn't rush forward to be cannon fodder. Ji Rushua didn't care about the other zombies, as long as her zombie dad was safe, that was enough. At this moment, Lu Chen's main body blended in with a few ordinary corpse puppets, making him quite inconspicuous. Meanwhile, seeing that three evolved zombies couldn't take down Zhao Lin alone surprised Lu Chen. He immediately used his mental power to control 6 corpse puppets, raising their pistols to aim at Zhao Lin. Bang! 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 In the quiet of the night, the sudden sound of gunfire erupted. Zhao Lin's heart tightened, and she hurriedly tried to dodge. But even though she was already a second-tier evolved being, her speed was still no match for the bullets. Moreover, there are 3 evolved zombies nearby causing disturbances. Although Zhao Lin tried her best to dodge, she was still hit by a bullet in the arm, and blood flowed continuously. The intense pain from the bullet entering her body made Zhao Lin gasp, and cold sweat instantly broke out on her forehead. Zhao Lin looked at the group of zombies armed with firearms in front of her, her eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? How can these ordinary zombies, who only know how to bite, use guns? Seeing the dark muzzle of the gun in front of her made Zhao Lin's heart skip a beat. Even though she had become an evolved being, it couldn't stop the bullets from being fired. If she were shot by her own people's firearms, just the thought of it made Zhao Lin feel incredibly humiliated. Upstairs, Ji Rushua witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a terrifying zombie king! In such a short time, it has already learned how to use human weapons, it's simply outrageous." Ji Rushua frowned tightly. "It seems we must eliminate the zombie king in Sunshine community as soon as possible. If we let it grow any further, the consequences will be unimaginable." Just this afternoon, a few people died in Sunshine community, and by night, the zombie king had already learned to use firearms. Ji Rushua couldn't let it grow any longer, otherwise, she had no idea what might happen. On the other side, Lu Chen saw that Zhao Lin was injured in the arm and immediately commanded the evolved zombies to continue their fierce assault. Having one arm injured significantly reduced Zhao Lin's combat effectiveness, and for a moment, she could only dodge constantly against the siege. Additionally, the significant blood loss also affected her speed to some extent. Originally, Zhao Lin could only try her best to fend off the attacks from 3 evolved zombies, but now, after being injured, she was gradually losing ground. "While you're sick, I want your life. Die for me." Lu Chen seized the opportunity, commanding De Pang to swing the iron hammer, preparing for a lethal strike. But at that moment, Depang's muscular body actually froze in midair for a second. It was this fleeting moment that allowed Zhao Lin to successfully evade the deadly blow. Meanwhile, a somewhat juvenile voice echoed in Zhao Lin's mind. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and run. Remember to wait for me at the breakfast shop next to the community tomorrow morning." Zhao Lin then realized that she had just been saved by someone, and immediately took the chance to escape into the distance, shouting loudly around her, "Thank you for your help." In the quiet of the night, Zhao Lin's voice rang out loudly. On the second floor, Ji Rushue was immediately speechless upon hearing the commotion. High-level expert? What a load of nonsense. Do I look like a high-level expert to you? Is this female officer out of her mind? Even at a time like this, she still doesn't hurry to escape and has to shout back like that. Does she think she's in a martial arts film? In Ji Rushue's view, Zhao Lin shouting in front of so many zombies was no different from selling out her teammates. If it weren't for seeing this female officer being killed by evolved zombies twice, Ji Rushue would have suspected she was intentionally signaling the zombies. Was this guy always this stupid in the early days of the apocalypse? No wonder, with such monstrous talent, he still remains at the royal level. I thought she encountered some danger in the early days of the apocalypse, which is why she consumed her resurrection opportunity so quickly. Now it seems that this woman mostly killed herself with her own stupidity. Glancing at the mass of corpses below, Ji Rushue shook her head helplessly. Fortunately, the opponents now are just a bunch of zombies. After all, zombies at this level probably lack the intelligence to communicate normally with humans and likely can't understand human speech. The ability Ji Rushue displayed earlier was a special skill she learned from a secret realm in her past life. It is a secret technique that allows for silent communication, using her mental power to transmit her thoughts directly into the consciousness of others for communication. This technique enables Ji Rushue to communicate with others successfully without making any sound during the apocalypse. Although this technique only succeeded halfway today, she indeed did not make a sound, but Zhao Lin still announced it loudly before leaving. And Ji Rushue's purpose for acting this time was to successfully connect with the 9 Deaths Demon Police. The urgency to slay the Zombie King and Sunshine community is imminent, and Ji Rushue doesn't want to watch the other party continue to grow stronger. Therefore, she must quickly establish a partnership with the 9 Deaths Demon Police. If it weren't for the 9 Deaths Demon Police, who already possesses second-tier strength and can continuously revive, Ji Rushue wouldn't be confident in completely slaying that Zombie King on her own. Moreover, Zhao Lin has already been killed twice at the entrance of Sunshine community in the past 2 days, and Ji Rushue really doesn't want this fool to waste another life here. I need to hurry back to the bedroom. After the battle, Dad will probably be back soon. Seeing that many zombies have started to prepare to return to the community, Ji Rushue hurriedly left building number 1 and quickly ran back to building number 5. Through continuous practice during this time, along with the enhancement of mental power, Ji Rushue has achieved impressive speed. Lu Chen stood in place watching the injured female police officer quickly disappearing into the night without choosing to send corpses to pursue. He only looked solemnly in the direction the other party left. After all, during the day, Lu Chen had just been lured away, and fortunately, the undead in the community were strong enough to wipe out that team. Who knows if there will be other figures coming here. However, Lu Chen felt a bit puzzled by Zhao Lin's earlier words. Thank you for the rescue? Could it be that there are other hidden human powerhouses nearby? Lu Chen scanned the surroundings cautiously, but the streets around him looked no different than usual. There wasn't even a hint of wind or movement, and nothing seemed out of place. The undead that Lu Chen had positioned nearby also detected no abnormalities. Yet, despite this, Lu Chen remained very concerned about Zhao Lin's words and immediately began to control the many undead to spread out around. But even after thoroughly searching the area, Lu Chen found no traces of other humans. Not finding any signs of people did not relieve Lu Chen. Instead, it made him even more cautious. Lu Chen believes that what the female police officer said before leaving was definitely not baseless. After all, it made no sense for her to do that in front of a group of mindless zombies. It was clearly a way of greeting someone else. It's really strange, who was this female officer talking to? Lu Chen recalled carefully the state of controlling the big zombie earlier. He could have delivered a fatal blow to the female police officer. But at that moment, for some reason, it seemed his actions stalled for a moment, allowing the female officer to escape by chance. Thinking of this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow tightly. His control over the zombie puppet wouldn't stop for no reason. Could it be that there were really other humans hiding nearby? And they could do so without him noticing? Just the thought that there might be an evolved human secretly intervening, affecting his battle with Zhao Lin, made Lu Chen's heart sink. How could the abilities of these human evolutionaries be so bizarre, one after another? Lu Chen initially thought that after the Blood Moon, gaining the ability to control zombies was already quite monstrous. However, the recent events have made him realize that there are indeed many evolved beings in this apocalypse, and one should never underestimate the heroes of the world. After all, even this seemingly not-so-bright female police officer has been able to resurrect twice and double her combat power. Lu Chen also found it hard to guarantee what kind of strength other human evolved beings might have by now. The words Zhao Lin shouted tonight made Lu Chen even more cautious. Lu Chen secretly nodded to himself, realizing that he still needed to hide well in the future, otherwise, one could never know when an evolved being might suddenly emerge from a corner. If these human evolved beings discovered that he was the one controlling all these zombies, they would definitely think of capturing the leader before dealing with the minions. Right now, he has only reached level 2, and on top of that, he is not a zombie type focused on physical enhancement. If he were really targeted by human evolved beings, then he might be in serious trouble. Lu Chen decided that it was better to remain steady and avoid taking risks. That was the way to survive. This female police officer, who was smashed to bits by herself, could still revive on the spot and even doubled her strength. Such a talent is truly exaggerated. Lu Chen does not believe that he, like that female officer, possesses the ability to resurrect. On the other side, after saving Zhao Lin, Ji Ruxue returned to her bedroom and began to ponder how to meet the 9 Deaths magic well tomorrow. If this were in her previous life, there would be no hesitation, she would just go meet the other party directly. But the problem is she has been reborn. Looking at her current petite and delicate baby body, Ji Ruxue felt utterly speechless for a moment. Meeting others in this state would surely leave anyone feeling incredulous. The next day. After the police had invaded the community yesterday during the day, Lu Chen felt a surge of anger and prepared to take down the police station with his corpse puppet. However, seeing Zhao Lin's display of powerful combat strength at night made Lu Chen reconsider and ultimately abandon this idea. He did not expect this female officer to be so abnormal, dying so many times yet still able to revive and grow stronger each time. With such a powerful evolver present, and likely other officers in the police station, Lu Chen currently doesn't have complete confidence in taking down the opponent. The most critical issue is that evolvers can continuously break through and advance. If this female officer escapes, it would be a significant hidden danger. Lu Chen's personality prefers to eliminate threats at the root, directly killing the opponent to eradicate all potential dangers. But the problem is, this female officer can actually resurrect. Lu Chen is now even afraid to completely kill her, fearing that if he kills this female officer, she might just resurrect shortly after. He never expected that this female officer, whom he had casually killed with a single blow during their first encounter, would now become a troublesome existence for him. If he doesn't kill her, this hidden danger could pose a threat to him. Killing her might even help accelerate his evolution, making her stronger. Right, next time I encounter her, I'll just break her limbs to restrict her movement. Since she can resurrect and become stronger, I don't have to kill her, right? Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction at this point. To deal with someone who can revive, it would be best to prevent her from using that ability. Lu Chen didn't believe that this woman could restore her body to its original state while being half dead. However, aside from that, there was another factor that made Lu Chen feel somewhat worried. Lu Chen stood on the balcony, looking down at the community and the surrounding streets, his crimson pupils filled with seriousness. Yesterday, Zhao Lin's inexplicable shout was definitely not without reason in Lu Chen's eyes. This meant that near his sunshine community, in addition to that strange female police officer, there was another even more mysterious evolved human. The big guy he controlled suddenly froze, allowing the female police officer to evade a fatal blow. Combined with the female police officer's nonsensical words, Lu Chen was very certain that there were likely other evolved humans around, who could also evade his detection. The most critical point was that these two evolved humans seemed to be helping each other, standing on the same front to deal with him. Wait, who did I provoke? I just want to guard my own community. Why do evolutionaries keep coming here to cause trouble? Lu Chen was speechless. He had long discovered the survivor base of humanity but had never sought trouble with them. He just wanted to live a peaceful life with Xiao Qiqi, but inexplicably, he found himself being coveted. If he had occupied some prime location, it would be understandable, but what strategic value does this old, rundown community have? Is it worth two such monstrous evolutionaries teaming up together? After some helpless complaints, Lu Chen's mood became a bit heavy. Recent events made him feel a sense of impending crisis, and he felt somewhat uneasy. Originally, Lu Chen had broken through to the second tier and had control over 3 evolved zombies and more than 20 ordinary zombies. In his view, such power was already quite strong. However, the perverse evolutionaries he encountered in the past few days made Lu Chen realize that his current strength was far from sufficient. The urgent task was to quickly increase his power. As a zombie, the only way for him to increase his strength was to continuously devour crystal cores. So early in the morning, Lu Chen dispatched 10 ordinary corpses to patrol the surrounding area to see if they could discover any more zombies. Police station. Zhao Lin, where are Xiao Wang and the others?
Why have you come back alone? Officer Lu, who was responsible for guarding the police station, asked in surprise when he saw Zhao Lin returning alone. At the same time, the commotion caused by Zhao Lin's return drew the attention of everyone in the police station and they all rushed out. However, when they saw Zhao Lin with a blood-stained arm and no one behind her, everyone's expression changed. Zhao Lin looked somewhat pained and shook her head in response to the puzzled gazes of the crowd. I thought that after luring the evolved zombie at the entrance away, everyone would be able to safely get the keys, but I didn't expect there to be 3 evolved zombies in that neighborhood, along with over 20 ordinary zombies. I'm sorry everyone, we underestimated the strength of the zombies in that neighborhood. Upon hearing Zhao Lin's words, everyone in the police station couldn't help but gasp. They didn't expect that there would be so many zombies in such an old neighborhood. Wait a minute, since you say there are so many zombies in the community, how did you get back? Officer Lu looked at Zhao Lin with some suspicion, his tone filled with doubt. Xiao Wang and the others all went out with sidearms, yet they all died in the community, and you came back alone? Can you really handle so many zombies by yourself? Zhao Lin immediately recounted everything that happened in Yangguan community, even revealing that her evolution ability is resurrection. However, hearing this from Zhao Lin only elicited laughter from those in the police station. Zhao Lin, don't you think what you're saying is too ridiculous? Resurrection? Do you think we're 3-year-olds? Besides, after resurrection you can handle so many zombies at once? Are you trying to fool us? Upon hearing Zhao Lin mention resurrection, some survivors became agitated, pointing at Zhao Lin and shouting, "You're ridiculous! Countless people have died in the apocalypse and not one has resurrected, yet you can? Why is that? We've all lost loved ones and friends, who have left us forever. How can you claim you can resurrect them? Are you deceiving us or insulting us? So many officers sacrificed their lives for us to reach the survivor base, why are you still alive? I think you ran away and got them all killed." That's right, maybe it's because she's scared that she dragged everyone down. The crowd was loudly accusing Zhao Lin, and even the officers who usually fought alongside her had dark expressions on their faces. Zhao Lin's ability to resurrect was simply too outrageous, no one was willing to believe her. Faced with the continuous accusations from the crowd, Zhao Lin was momentarily stunned. She couldn't understand why everyone's attitude had changed so drastically when she was clearly trying to help everyone leave the city and safely relocate to the human survival base. She had risked her life to fight against the zombies for everyone, even dying twice at their hands. If it weren't for the help of a powerful person, she might have lost her 3rd life as well. But those survivors who had welcomed her with smiles just a while ago all changed their faces overnight. Not only did they completely disbelieve her words, but they even started to blame and insult her. It seemed that successfully escaping the zombie attack was actually a mistake. She felt like she should have died alongside those team members in Sunshine Community. Zhao Lin clenched her fists. Since no one believed her, she decided not to explain any further. At that moment, Zhao Lin secretly vowed to go to Sunshine Community to get the truck keys and avenge her fallen companions. Recalling the agreement she made with that expert last night, Zhao Lin decided to visit Sunshine Community again tonight. Lu Chen brought the fried rice he cooked to Ji Rushua, and after she received it, she began to devour it eagerly. Seeing the little one so adorable, Lu Chen felt the pressure caused by these human survivors ease up a lot. "Little one, you really can eat, I think little glutton suits you better." Seeing Ji Rushua's adorable appearance, Lu Chen became even more determined to quickly enhance his strength and absolutely could not let anyone disturb the peaceful life he shared with his daughter. Just as Lu Chen was watching Xiao Qiqi eat continuously, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. A corpse puppet out on patrol suddenly noticed a commotion coming from the street. A group of survivors was frantically fleeing, and behind them was an evolved zombie. This evolved zombie looked completely different from any Lu Chen had seen before. The creature appeared extremely irritable, exuding a fierce aura, and even the corpse puppets controlled by Lu Chen couldn't help but tremble. Most importantly, the zombie's arms had completely transformed into claws. With its thick claws swinging, it tore through the concrete road, creating deep fissures, and easily overturned cars by the roadside. Moreover, the strength and speed exhibited by this zombie were incredibly powerful, far beyond any zombies Lu Chen had encountered before. The survivors had no means to fight back against this zombie at all. In the crowd, there was only one man wearing a black tank top, who could barely hold his own against the one with the steel knife, while the rest were being slaughtered one by one. Lu Chen noticed that the man in the black tank top was the powerful evolver he had encountered before. Such strong self-healing ability. After switching perspectives, Lu Chen found that the evolver wielding the steel knife had inflicted wounds on the zombies, and those wounds healed in no time. Could this be a new type of zombie? Moreover, this pressure had clearly advanced to the 2nd tier. Seeing this tyrant-like evolved zombie, Lu Chen was very surprised. Then Lu Chen went downstairs with lightning number 1 and left the community, rushing towards the incident location.
As for lightning number 2, he left it in the community to ensure Xiao Qiqi's safety.
Seeing Lu Chen hurriedly leaving the community again, Ji Ruxue frowned and said, "Is Dad going to carry out the Zombie King's mission again? Brother Gongzi, help me. Help. Don't leave me behind. I don't want to die yet. Gangzi, didn't you say you would protect us?" The streets echoed with the mournful cries of survivors, but all that came in return was the frenzied slaughter by this evolved zombie. This evolved zombie seems to be even more brutal than the zombies of the past. With arms swinging like claws, these humans armed with metal rods are no match for it at all. Protect my ass. I can't even protect myself. Gangzi's hand holding the machete was trembling incessantly as he watched his underlings fall one after another, his legs feeling weak. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Looking at the corpses lying all around, Gangzi's body was trembling uncontrollably. During this apocalypse, he had encountered quite a few zombies, even some that could wield axes. But he easily killed all those zombies after they evolved. Yet this terrifying being before him was like a doomsday tyrant, unstoppable and beyond his ability to resist. Gangzi couldn't believe that such terrifying beings still existed in this world. Roar! There were originally over a dozen of Gangzi's subordinates following him, but in the face of this zombie, they were wiped out in just an instant. Gangzi looked down at the machete in his hand, which had already become dull from continuous fighting. Yet the wounds inflicted on that zombie could heal in an instant. Damn it! Why can these zombies evolve so quickly? Seeing that he wasn't a match, Gangzi turned and ran. This zombie was too powerful, and there was no hope of victory. As for the wails of his subordinates in his ears, he could no longer afford to pay attention to them. In the apocalypse, one must look out for oneself, let alone these people he had only known for a short time. Gangzi quickly ran to a pile of abandoned cars, trying to use them to block the zombie's attack. However, this zombie was extremely strong and had incredible power, clearing a path through the other zombies with its massive claws. Feeling the gust of wind behind him, Gangzi hurriedly swung his machete and turned to defend himself. Bang! With just a single blow, the tyrant zombie sent him flying. His body crashed heavily against the car, denting the door. The tyrant zombie's immense strength and recoil caused Gangzi to spit out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! The zombie leaped from the ground like a spring. Its massive frame came down like a cannonball from the sky, causing Gangzi's pupils to constrict as he quickly rolled to the side. Without any hesitation, Gangzi turned and ran, but his speed couldn't compare to this level 2 tyrant zombie. What the hell is this thing? These evolved zombies are either incredibly strong or fast. How can this guy be both? Bang bang bang! With the immense strength gained from his evolution, Gangzi can barely fend off this tyrant for a few exchanges, but it's only just defending himself. In just a few moments, Gangzi has already sustained several cuts, and even his back shows stark white bone. If he weren't an evolved being, he would have probably been sliced in half by the tyrant's claw. After enduring several severe injuries, Gangzi finally arrives at a narrow alley and leaps into it. Bang! As soon as Gangzi lands, a loud crash comes from behind. This tyrant has evolved into an enormous creature. This alley is very narrow, allowing only a single adult to pass through, and the tyrant is too large to enter. Damn it! One day, I'm going to chop you down. Looking at the tyrant zombie blocked at the entrance of the alley, Gangzi's face turns pale as he gasps for breath. If he had been even a moment slower, this zombie would have torn him apart in mid-air. This big guy seems a bit tricky. I didn't expect that even human evolvers would have almost no power to retaliate in front of him. Lu Chen witnessed the brutal scene of the tyrant zombie through the corpse puppet. The powerful evolved man who had once knocked his own corpse puppet axe away almost died at the hands of this zombie. Having seen the tyrant's formidable combat power firsthand, Lu Chen didn't dare to let Lightning and Big Fat go up directly. Initially, he thought he could take advantage of numbers, but it seemed that this zombie underwent a qualitative change after evolving. Its abnormal combat power was truly exaggerated. With Big Fat and Lightning's current abilities, they simply couldn't take it down and might even be counter-killed by it. Currently, Lu Chen only had 3 evolved zombies under his command, and Big Fat and Lightning were key generals that he absolutely could not afford to lose. Lu Chen furrowed his brows. He had already broken through to the second tier, and consuming first-tier zombie cores was no longer very effective. After searching for so long, the corpse puppet finally discovered this second-tier zombie, and Lu Chen really didn't want to let it get away. There are always more ways than difficulties. I refuse to believe I can't take you down. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen's eyes lit up with a new idea. He immediately focused his mind and controlled the lightning to charge towards the tyrant zombie at a rapid speed. As an evolved zombie, the tyrant instantly sensed the presence of the lightning. Missing out on a human had already made the tyrant furious, and now seeing the lightning come to it, a bloodthirsty gleam appeared in its eyes. Compared to humans, the crystal core in the heads of evolved zombies was even more attractive to it.
Seeing that the tyrant zombie had noticed him, Lu Chen quickly controlled the lightning to escape in the opposite direction. The tyrant immediately gave chase, trampling the survivors who were still barely alive into the mud along the way. This tyrant zombie was already a second-tier existence and was not the least bit slower than the agile lightning number 1. However, Lu Chen once again proved the difference between having a brain and being mindless. With the lightning zombie he controlled, and his thorough understanding of the surrounding terrain, plus the ability to fully utilize its agility, he always stayed a few body lengths ahead of the tyrant zombie. Because it could never reach the lightning, the tyrant zombie grew increasingly angry. However, Lu Chen specifically chose some complex terrain, so the tyrant was obstructed by various obstacles along the way. The angrier it became, the harder it was to catch up, and it could only be kept far behind by Lu Chen. Controlling the lightning, it wasn't long before Lu Chen spotted the heavily guarded police station not far away. Lu Chen's idea was to bring this tyrant zombie to find that mysterious resurrected policewoman. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Both of these guys are quite troublesome, and Lu Chen currently doesn't want to face either of them alone. Since that's the case, I'll use a tactic of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf and see whether the second-tier zombie is stronger or the second-tier evolver has greater strength. Don't you, policewoman, have an immortal body? Then lend a hand. Actually, this is the author's first time venturing into original work. Readers can see that the author previously wrote only fan works. It's my first time writing original content, so please bear with any shortcomings in strength. Go easy on the criticism. The author will work hard to finish and improve the storyline. As for the reader's concern about the protagonist's identity being revealed, it should be explained within a few chapters, so please be patient. Don't criticize the author and then bash the book. Inside the dilapidated store, the shelves that were once filled with goods are now empty. Even the few remaining food items have rotted and gone bad. Inside the house, there are still splatters of blood visible, which have long since congealed and dried into a dark mass. Several corpses can still be seen in the store, but these bodies show no signs of being torn apart. Zhao Lin could tell with just a glance that these bodies were the result of human actions. Clearly, after the apocalypse broke out, everyone has gone to great lengths to obtain supplies. The so-called morality of humanity has long been thrown out the window. Even for a piece of bread, people would stab each other in the back. Looking at the desolate scene before her, Zhao Lin frowned tightly. Damn, food is really becoming scarcer by the day. Glancing at her somewhat shriveled backpack, Zhao Lin felt very helpless. During this entire morning, I searched the neighborhoods and stores within 2 to 3 kilometers of the police station, but found nothing. Everyone who followed Zhao Lin out yesterday died in the Sunshine community, so now no one is willing to go out with her to look for supplies. However, the reserve resources in the police station are dwindling, and if we don't find enough supplies soon, it won't be enough to support everyone. In order for everyone to have enough supplies to keep going, Zhao Lin has no choice but to go out alone today to search for resources. But even though I am an evolved being, I only have 2 hands and 2 legs, it's impossible to search quickly. After being out all morning, I only managed to collect 2 bottles of mineral water, 1 bottle of juice, 2 loaves of bread, and a chocolate bar. This amount probably isn't enough for me to eat. It seems that living in the city after the apocalypse requires attention not only to zombies but also to the gradually diminishing supplies. Zhao Lin let out a soft sigh, her eyes filled with helplessness. The beginning of the apocalypse means that the world has come to a standstill, and the supplies that were once updated daily in the city have become limited products. Looking at the bodies in the room that died at the hands of humans, Zhao Lin's eyes were filled with both anger and helplessness. As a police officer, fighting crime was her duty before the end of the world began. But she never expected that the social order she once maintained would completely collapse at the moment the zombies appeared. Zhao Lin clenched her fists, then helplessly let them go. She took out the map she carried with her and began to check the surrounding area. However, many locations on the map had already been marked, all places she had previously searched. Even though there were many unmarked locations, such as the shop she was currently in, other survivors had already looted the goods. If there's no food, I really don't know what everyone will do next. Bang! 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 Just as Zhao Lin was deep in thought, a sudden gunshot rang out from a distance. Not good. Something has happened at the police station. After hearing the gunshots, Zhao Lin's expression changed, and she immediately ran towards the police station. When Zhao Lin returned to the police station, she was shocked by the scene before her. Bang! 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 The tyrant zombie, led by Lu Chen, had already arrived at the police station. However, because Lu Chen had anticipated the police station's defenses, he hid behind various buildings when they reached the police station entrance. The massive tyrant appeared in the sight of many survivors, and seeing such a terrifying creature, the officers immediately opened fire without hesitation. But this zombie was terrifyingly powerful, charging straight to the police station entrance despite the bullets.
The reinforced police door seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under the tyrant's frenzied strikes. At this moment, the survivors inside the police station were all pale with fear. In the 2 months of surviving in this apocalypse, they had never seen such a terrifying evolved zombie. Especially those ordinary residents who have always relied on the police for help and have never even ventured out to search for resources or faced zombies are now completely terrified. The loud thuds from the zombies hitting the iron gate felt like heavy hammers striking at their hearts. As they watched the large iron gate of the police station seemingly begin to give way under the tyrant's attack, everyone held their breath, their eyes filled with terror. The tyrant zombie's massive body and its combat power that exceeded comprehension had plunged everyone into despair. When Zhao Lin rushed back to the police station, she saw the tyrant zombie frantically pounding on the front door. Seeing the door about to collapse, Zhao Lin didn't hesitate and quickly rushed forward. Without a word, she raised her gun and shot at the tyrant zombie. Bang! 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 Zhao Lin disregarded everything else and hurriedly fired at the zombie, hoping to attract its attention with the gunfire. Just as she thought, when she saw a human actually shooting at her, this evolved zombie felt greatly provoked. At this moment, it was roaring frantically, and its terrifying claws unleashed an incredibly powerful force. Hearing the gunshots from outside, everyone in the police station reacted and quickly went outside to check. They then realized that it was Zhao Lin, who had gone out alone to search for supplies today, returning and drawing the zombies away by herself. The survivors who had mocked Zhao Lin this morning suddenly changed their tune, their faces filled with warmth and joy. "Officer Zhao, you have to save us. Officer Zhao, quickly draw this zombie away. If you don't, it's going to break down the door. Officer Zhao, aren't you the one who cares for us unarmed survivors the most? If this zombie gets in, none of us will survive, please draw it away." These survivors were all crying, looking at Zhao Lin as if she were their savior. Zhao Lin, who was still shooting at the zombies, momentarily paused upon hearing the voices of the people in the police station. As soon as Zhao Lin stopped shooting, dissatisfied voices arose again in the police station. "Officer Zhao, didn't you say yesterday that you would come back to life? You wouldn't be lying to us, would you? Since you can come back to life, then dying once more shouldn't matter. Isn't it worth sacrificing one life for so many others? Yeah, after all, you're an evolved being and can revive, so what is there to fear? Hurry up and lure the zombies away." The survivor, who was originally crying bitterly, even expressed some impatience in their tone by the end. Zhao Lin clenched her fists, feeling very conflicted. But when she looked down at her police badge on her chest and thought about her responsibilities as a police officer, a glint of determination flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. She continued to fire her gun to attract the tyrant zombie, deciding to lead it away. Lu Chen secretly watched this scene and shook his head helplessly. This woman is foolish enough to be admirable. Lu Chen didn't expect that, even after 2 months into the apocalypse, there would still be people like Zhao Lin in this world. After the apocalypse, so-called humanity has long been discarded. Surviving in this cruel world is the only way to live. As a zombie, Lu Chen has witnessed survivors who would go to any lengths to stay alive. And Zhao Lin in front of him is just a pure fool, someone who is being used without even realizing it. It's obvious that the survivors in the police station are no different from vampires, constantly draining the value from these officers. Lu Chen can see that there are actually quite a few survivors in the police station. If these survivors had rushed in together yesterday, it's likely that his community wouldn't have been able to withstand such an attack. But these despicable and greedy individuals only want to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, and even now, they don't care about Zhao Lin's life at all. Although this kind of character is vile, it's precisely these selfish individuals who can survive longer in the apocalypse. A foolish woman like Zhao Lin, if she continues to maintain such a self-sacrificing mindset, is destined to not survive in the apocalypse. At this moment, Zhao Lin, for the faith in her heart, resolutely chose to use her life to attract this second-tier zombie. As a former human, Lu Chen still held a certain respect for her in his heart. After all, Lu Chen questioned himself, he still couldn't achieve such selflessness, nor could he sacrifice his life for a group of strangers. Such behavior seemed too foolish to him. "Foolish woman, I hope you can help me severely injure the second-tier zombie, so that my effort in saving your life won't be in vain." The tyrant was successfully attracted by Zhao Lin's attack and immediately charged towards her. Its massive form rushed across the ground, and even before getting close, it already brought immense pressure to Zhao Lin. As a fellow second-tier powerhouse, Zhao Lin could clearly feel the strong sense of oppression this tyrant zombie brought her. Bang! As soon as they clashed, Zhao Lin was directly sent flying, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Damn! Why is this evolved zombie so strong? Last night, I faced 3 evolved zombies at Sunshine Community and held my ground, but I never expected to struggle against this zombie in a one-on-one fight today. Could it be that this zombie has successfully evolved even further? This strength is on a completely different level than an ordinary evolved zombie.
Zhao Lin felt an overwhelming shock. After engaging, she could only rely on her agile form and rich combat skills to keep dodging.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The terrifying claws of the tyrant zombie strike like a spear, creating a whooshing sound with every swing.
Zhao Lin's eyelids twitched wildly as the claws brushed past her body, easily piercing through the car behind her as if it were tofu.
Zhao Lin was utterly terrified. If those horrifying claws attacked her, they could probably pierce right through her. Zhao Lin seized the opportunity and landed a powerful punch on the zombie, but to her surprise, the evolved zombie's muscles were incredibly firm, and her strike barely caused any effective damage. With no choice, Zhao Lin performed a backflip to dodge the claws, using the car's roof to leap several meters away, then raised her gun and shot directly at the tyrant.
Bang! 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 The zombie was extremely fast. Zhao Lin didn't hold back and emptied the magazine.
Fortunately, she was already a second-tier evolved being, and her marksmanship had improved significantly.
Although many bullets were dodged by the opponent, several still hit the zombie.
But the next second, Zhao Lin was stunned by the scene before her.
The bullets hitting the zombie had no impact on its combat ability at all.
Then, Zhao Lin noticed that the muscles on the tyrant's body began to writhe continuously. The 9mm bullets she had just shot into it were actually being forced out by the muscles of the zombie. The originally bleeding wound is healing at a visibly fast speed, and before long, the wound has actually healed.
Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Why is this evolved zombie so powerful, even though they are all zombies? Not only does it have super strong combat power, but it also has such outstanding healing abilities?
Zhao Lin's beautiful eyes were filled with shock.
Damn it, I can't fight this guy head-on anymore.
Realizing the huge power gap between them, Zhao Lin stopped fighting back and turned to run into the distance. At this point, all she could do was run as far away as possible, trying to lure the zombie away.
With the opponent's overwhelming strength, Zhao Lin truly lacked the confidence to engage in battle.
The tyrant zombie let out a loud roar, causing the wandering zombies by the roadside to tremble uncontrollably in fear. The tyrant immediately charged towards Zhao Lin, followed closely by an agile first-tier zombie behind these two second-tier powerhouses. It was Lightning One, controlled by Lu Chen. Zhao Lin was chased by the zombie behind her and could only flee in panic. But just then, she spotted a gas station not far away, and her eyes lit up.
You monster, I'll burn you to death today. Lu Chen, controlling the lightning, hung back at a distance behind them. Seeing Zhao Lin rush towards the gas station, Lu Chen's pupils constricted. Goodness, this crazy woman isn't thinking of. Soon, a gunshot confirmed Lu Chen's suspicion. Bang!
With the sound of the gunshot, the gas station not far away erupted into a roaring flame. The enormous explosion startled Lu Chen, who was watching from a distance, and the terrifying shockwave shattered all the glass in the buildings within several miles. However, this was a small gas station, so it didn't have much fuel stored. Moreover, after the apocalypse, it had almost been emptied, so it only ignited a huge fire and small explosions, not enough to destroy the surrounding area completely. Zhao Lin also escaped from the raging fire, but she was covered in black smoke, her clothes tattered, looking like a beggar and in a very sorry state. The shockwave caused blood to continuously spill from the corner of her mouth. She had barely taken a few steps out of the fire before she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Roar! 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 From within the flames came the furious roars of a tyrant. Lu Chen and Zhao Lin could see a massive figure rolling and struggling in the fire. Zhao Lin looked at the raging flames, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Aren't you able to heal? I don't believe this fire can kill you. The huge explosion attracted zombies from several miles around. Seeing the increasingly dense horde, Zhao Lin hurriedly limped away. Moments later, a large figure burst out from the flames, its body charred black, letting out a series of piercing and painful roars. This powerful second-tier zombie charged out of the flames, its body still ablaze, charred beyond recognition. Yet even so, its massive body continued to struggle incessantly. The monster roared and rolled on the ground, seemingly trying to extinguish the flames on its body. Is this for real? It's not dead? Watching the raging tyrant zombie in the distance, Lu Chen's pupils contracted. He never expected that after the explosion at the gas station, this tyrant zombie could still be alive. Moreover, Lu Chen noticed that not only was this zombie alive, but the charred areas on its surface seemed to be wriggling continuously, showing signs of healing from the wounds caused by the explosion. Burnt skin was peeling off its body, revealing fresh skin underneath. Although he had seen the knife and gun wounds on this zombie heal before, Lu Chen still didn't expect that he had underestimated the opponent. A combat-type zombie advancing to the second tier is actually this terrifying? Seeing that this second-tier tyrant zombie seemed to show signs of recovery, a cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and he made a decisive move. Take advantage of your illness. I'll take your life. I don't believe that after experiencing the explosion at the gas station, you can still be as fierce as before.
Lu Chen immediately controlled Lightning and Big Fat to quickly run to the vicinity of the gas station. Under the pressure of the evolved zombies, the ordinary zombies that were initially attracted by the sound of the explosion began to retreat into the distance. As if sensing the approach of another evolved zombie, this tyrant zombie, despite being severely injured, still struggled to stand up from the ground and let out an angry roar towards Big Fat and Lightning. Roar! Lu Chen felt a heavy weight in his heart. The oppressive aura of this tyrant zombie was indeed very powerful. The most critical point was that after evolving, its size was considerably larger than Big Fat, and it was now pitch black, emitting thick black smoke, with even some flames that hadn't been extinguished. This big guy standing up truly resembled a demon king. Big Fatty, controlled by Lu Chen, charged forward with no hesitation, swinging his dual hammers. Seeing this, the tyrant zombie immediately tried to dodge, but although the explosion didn't kill it outright, it still suffered severe injuries. Bang! With its body heavily injured, its speed drastically decreased, and it was directly struck on the back by Big Fatty's dual hammers. The body that had just stood up collapsed again, with Lightning number 1 instantly following suit. Under normal circumstances, Big Fatty and Lightning number 1 together would not be a match for the tyrant. But now, the tyrant was severely injured and became stiff after being knocked down by Big Fatty's hammer. Before it could react, Lightning number 1 had already closed in with dual blades in hand. Roar! The injured tyrant let out an angry roar, trying to intimidate Big Fatty and Lightning number 1 with its pressure as a second-tier zombie. However, it was unaware that Lu Chen was controlling these two zombies from behind. Facing the tyrant's furious roar, Lu Chen showed no fear and controlled Lightning number 1 to slash directly through the tyrant's arm. Without an arm, this already severely injured tyrant found it even more difficult to move. Big Fat swung his double hammers under Lu Chen's control, creating a fierce wind as he continuously smashed away. Even though this second-tier zombie had a robust physique, under Big Fat's relentless pounding, several bones were still broken. This massive tyrant zombie was directly smashed down by Big Fat and could no longer stand up. At the same time, the steel knife in Lightning number 1's hand never stopped, continuously cutting at the tyrant's legs. To prevent the tyrant from counterattacking in its final moments, Lu Chen planned to first sever its limbs. Aren't those the evolved zombies from Sunshine Community? How did they end up here? Seeing several evolved zombies fighting together, Zhao Lin was momentarily astonished. After the explosion at the gas station, Zhao Lin, heavily injured and facing the approaching horde, had no choice but to temporarily retreat. But she didn't go far. Instead, she continued to hide in the shadows and watch. Seeing the charred tyrant burst out from the flames and still be alive startled Zhao Lin, making her anxious. Are you kidding me? The gas station explosion couldn't kill him? Zhao Lin's delicate brows furrowed tightly as she pondered her next move. But she didn't expect that the next second, two evolved zombies would suddenly rush out from the shadows. Immediately, three evolved zombies began to fight fiercely. When she saw the tyrant zombie get back on its feet after being hit by Big Fat and then have its arm and thigh chopped off by Lightning 1, Zhao Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the zombies in Sunshine Community were powerful, they were still within her ability to handle. However, this second-tier tyrant zombie was truly unmatched. Seeing it on the brink of death, Zhao Lin could finally relax. You all just keep fighting each other. It would be best if the three of you took each other out. Watching these zombies from Sunshine Community, Zhao Lin couldn't help but recall the battle from last night. Who is the powerful person that saved me? They can even influence evolved zombies. I really don't know what kind of power they have awakened. Zhao Lin recalled the voice she heard last night, feeling that the powerful person's voice seemed very youthful. What a strange person. But to survive in this apocalyptic world, they must be an evolved being like me. Never mind, we have an appointment tonight, then I will see who this extraordinary person really is. Thinking of this, Zhao Lin glanced back at the battlefield and then limped away with her severely injured body. Her current physical condition is really not good. If she runs into other evolved zombies, it could be dangerous. Not long after Zhao Lin left, Big Fat and Lightning 1 were fully utilizing their advantages under Lu Chen's control. One swung a giant hammer with all their might, restricting the tyrant's movements. The other used a steel knife to continuously cut at the opponent, rapidly draining its vitality. In just a short while, this tyrant finally lost all signs of life. To ensure the opponent is completely dead, Lu Chen first used Big Fat to smash the brain from a distance with a giant hammer. Then, Lightning number 1 quickly moved forward and swung the machete, cutting off the tyrant's head in one blow. Meanwhile, he also removed the crystal core from the tyrant's brain. As expected, this second-tier zombie's crystal core had indeed turned red, with a large orange halo around it, just as Lu Chen had inferred. Seeing the second-tier zombie's crystal core, Lu Chen was overjoyed and quickly controlled the zombie to return to Sunshine Community. He had spent quite a bit of time for this second-tier crystal core, and after being out for so long, Xiao Qiqi might already be hungry.
Considering that each time he devoured a crystal core, he would fall into a coma, Lu Chen decided to go home and cook for Xiao Qiqi first. After all, he didn't know how long he would be unconscious this time if he fell into a coma.
Sunshine Community, 7th floor bedroom. It's already been so long, why hasn't Dad come back yet? I hope nothing happened.
Ji Ruxue stood on the balcony with a telescope, looking into the distance, her brows filled with worry. The gas station erupted in flames, visible even from a distance at Sunshine Home. As she gazed at the blazing fire and the billowing black smoke, Ji Ruxue instinctively thought of her zombie father.
Could the sudden fire at the gas station be related to Dad?
As soon as that thought crossed her mind, Ji Ruxue quickly shook her head. Her zombie father was always cautious, even with the orders from the Zombie King, he would hide in the back and not charge in as cannon fodder, so he shouldn't be in trouble. Gurgle. Since Lu Chen hadn't returned for a long time, Ji Ruxue's stomach began to growl with hunger. As she continued to grow, although her mobility had improved significantly, her energy consumption had also increased accordingly. Seeing that her zombie father hadn't come back yet, Ji Ruxue had no choice but to go downstairs and rummage through the supplies herself.
Fortunately, Zombie Dad prepared a lot of food, and Ji Ruxue took out some cookies to munch on.
Ji Ruxue couldn't help but recall the agreement she made with the 9 Deaths Demon Police last night. This stupid woman isn't very bright, I hope she won't stand me up this time.
You're back?
At that moment, Ji Ruxue noticed that Zombie Dad had returned with a group of zombie dolls to the community. Seeing that Zombie Dad was okay, Ji Ruxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he successfully obtained a second-tier crystal core, Lu Chen was very happy and even added an extra fried egg while cooking for Xiao Qiqi. After all, as a zombie, he needed to devour crystal cores to evolve, and the little one also needed to replenish energy to grow. Watching the little one gobble down the food, Lu Chen then picked up the paper and pen Ji Ruxue used for practicing writing. Dad has something to do this afternoon, you stay at home and do your homework obediently. Looking at the characters written by her zombie dad, Ji Ruxue was no longer surprised. She has now accepted the fact that her zombie dad, although turned into a zombie, still retains some human consciousness.
Got it, Dad. You just focus on what you're doing.
Ji Ruxue swallowed a mouthful of rice and looked up at Lu Chen with an adorable smile. She felt a surge of joy in her heart as she needed to prepare for her meeting with the 9 Deaths Demon Police later, and unexpectedly, her zombie dad helped her out.
After Xiao Qiqi finished eating, Lu Chen turned and left.
This time, he was going to devour the crystal core of a second-tier tyrant zombie. He had never consumed a core of this level before, so he didn't know what would happen after. Worried that the noise might disturb Xiao Qiqi's studies, Lu Chen went to the adjacent building number 4.
Lightning number 2 was left below building number 5 to protect Xiao Qiqi's safety.
Big Fat still held 2 hammers, guarding the entrance of Sunshine Community like a gatekeeper, standing firm against any intruders.
Lightning number 1 was brought along by Lu Chen into building number 4.
After all, if I fall into a deep sleep after devouring the crystal core, I will have to rely on Lightning number 1 to protect my safety. The mysterious female officer who could be revived shouted about a powerful figure before escaping, which made Lu Chen realize that there were likely formidable evolvers lurking around his neighborhood. Lu Chen stood on the balcony and glanced outside a few times, then closed all the doors and windows to avoid any signs of these evolvers. He received the red-orange crystal core from Lightning number 1, and looking at this second-tier crystal core, Lu Chen was very excited. It had been a while since he last devoured a crystal core, and now he could finally become stronger. This crystal core was entirely blood red, with a large orange halo around it. Lu Chen speculated that perhaps when it reached the 3rd tier of zombies, the crystal core would turn orange. This crystal core looked extremely magnificent, almost like a piece of crystal. Lu Chen simply held the crystal core in his hand, his blood-red eyes seemed to drip blood, filled with desire for the core in his hand. Then, without saying a word, Lu Chen swallowed the red-orange crystal core. In an instant, a tremendous power erupted. This terrifying force far surpassed all the crystal cores that Lu Chen had previously consumed, strong enough to make his body begin to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, an invisible pressure was released from Lu Chen's body, causing the Lightning One, which was originally positioned beside him for protection, to start trembling uncontrollably under this force. Although Lu Chen knew that this was the crystal core of a second-tier tyrant zombie, and the energy it brought would likely be terrifying, he did not expect to still underestimate the magnitude of this power. A surge of energy flooded into his body, filling every limb and bone with terrifying strength. As a melee evolution-type zombie, Lu Chen had consumed quite a few crystal cores, but there hadn't been much change in his physical form. However, when this second-tier crystal core was swallowed, the terrifying power made Lu Chen feel as if his meridians were beginning to swell, and his bones felt as if they were being reforged like steel. At the same time, Lu Chen felt a scorching aura emanating from his body. As a zombie that had long been considered dead, this hot energy made him feel an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Under this intense energy, Lu Chen's flesh and blood seemed to be undergoing a reorganization, and his muscles became more solid. If Lu Chen were to strip off his clothes at this moment, one would find that the muscles, which already had some definition, were experiencing significant expansion once again. His body had become extremely robust, with more pronounced muscle lines, and every muscle was defined, filled with terrifying explosive power. Even the veins were clearly visible. This body seemed like a meticulously crafted work of art. The most profound change was not in the body, but in the suddenly surging terrifying mental power. The immense energy released from this second-tier crystal nucleus had almost 70% flowing into Lu Chen's mind. At this moment, the sudden surge of mental power made Lu Chen feel as if his brain was swelling, as if it were about to explode. Under this terrifying mental shock, Lu Chen could only hold on for a moment before gradually beginning to lose consciousness again. The astonishing surge of mental power was simply too overwhelming, exceeding Lu Chen's previous evolution scale. Meanwhile, in the bedroom of building number 5, Ji Rushue, who had been writing something on paper, suddenly froze and quickly ran to the window. Ji Rushue looked out the window in shock. Just moments ago, she felt as if she heard her zombie dad's voice. Ji Rushue frowned as she gazed outside. The community was still as calm and quiet as ever, with no signs of anything unusual. The big zombie was still guarding the door, and she had no idea where her zombie dad had gone.
It seems like I'm hallucinating.
2 hours later, Lu Chen, who had been sleeping for a long time in building number 4, finally woke up slowly. The throbbing pain in his head before he fainted had long since vanished, and Lu Chen now felt incredibly refreshed. It was as if he had a sense of clarity, as though his thoughts could freely reach all areas.
Lu Chen immediately began to release his spiritual power, extending it to the farthest distance.
After some experimentation, Lu Chen discovered that the range he could control the corpses had now expanded to more than 10 kilometers.
The distance surprised Lu Chen at this moment.
After all, his mental power does not need to consider the existence of any buildings, but rather a 10-kilometer range centered on himself.
Lu Chen stood up, feeling as if his entire body was filled with endless strength.
Instinctively, Lu Chen lifted his shirt. He noticed that his body under the jacket had stretched out his clothes completely. The muscle dimensions of his body were 2 or 3 times larger than before, and his well-defined muscles resembled those of a super soldier. He found a room in building 4 with a bedroom and a mirror.
Looking at himself in the mirror, Lu Chen was stunned.
The muscle lines all over his body had become sharp, filled with terrifying explosive power. Moreover, Lu Chen realized that he seemed to resemble a human more and more. The skin on his body no longer had the strange dark green color of a zombie, and the originally purple-black veins had returned to a normal state.
However, he looked paler than an ordinary human, which was due to his blood circulation issues.
Meanwhile, the pupils remained blood-red, but the whites of the eyes and the pupils had started to show some distinction, no longer appearing entirely blood-red like other zombies.
Lu Chen always felt that although he had evolved, his physical close combat strength was not very powerful.
However, after devouring the crystal core of a second-tier tyrant zombie, Lu Chen could clearly feel that his physical close combat strength had significantly increased. Seeing the slightly trembling Lightning One beside him, Lu Chen smiled faintly.
Lu Chen controlled Lightning One and brought it to a spacious green area on the first floor.
He then issued a command for it to attack him, and in an instant, Lightning One burst forth with terrifying speed like a cheetah.
As an agile zombie, Lightning One was extremely fast. After all, under Lu Chen's control, even the second-tier tyrant zombie couldn't catch up to Lightning One.
Although it was only a first tier, it was no comparison to the previous Lu Chen. However, after this enhancement in physical strength, when Lu Chen faced off against Lightning One again, he found that he could completely keep up with its speed this time. Lightning number 1 no longer had the speed advantage in front of him. In fact, Lu Chen even took the time to measure their running speeds with a stopwatch, and it turned out they were almost equal.
Then Lu Chen eagerly began the practical combat. Bang! With a powerful swing of his arm, Lu Chen sent Lightning number 1 flying.
The physical qualities of both sides were no longer on the same level. Lu Chen looked at his strong arms and fists with some surprise, unable to imagine that such power could erupt from his body. Although Lightning number 1 was a swift zombie and was considerably weaker than Big Fat in strength, it was still an evolved type of zombie, much stronger than his own mental type zombie. At least before absorbing the crystal core, his pure physical qualities were inferior to Lightning number 1, but now he had successfully crushed it. Feeling the immense power within him, Lu Chen was incredibly excited. Now, after constantly absorbing crystal cores, his physical qualities were not weak even compared to ordinary combat-type evolved zombies. However, Lu Chen has not forgotten that his greatest advantage lies in his mind. With human consciousness, he can practice various combat techniques and continuously summarize experiences to enhance his combat strength, which is much more efficient than the instinctive fighting methods of zombies. Now, Lu Chen is very confident that even if he encounters a tyrant zombie again, he will still have the strength to fight.
However, for Lu Chen, all this physical strength is just an addition.
His greatest change is still his mental power. Feeling his surging mental strength, Lu Chen estimates that he can now control second-tier evolved zombies. He has seen the strong combat power of the previous tyrant that almost swept everything away. He doesn't know when he will encounter another tyrant zombie. If he can control a tyrant zombie with its powerful physical attributes combined with his combat skills, the combat power of the zombie puppet team will be greatly enhanced. If he can control a powerful tyrant, he wouldn't have to worry too much even if that resurrecting mysterious female police officer comes again. Then Lu Chen controlled his corpse puppet team to search for traces of the evolved zombies in the farther areas. Although this female police officer seems foolish at times, today she really reminded me of something. In this apocalyptic world, all kinds of resources can be utilized by oneself, without worrying about the moral condemnation from the past. In the future, when encountering powerful zombies, I should think more and not just rely on brute force to solve everything.
On the 7th floor, in the living room,
a piece of paper was flying around in the air, seemingly covered in writing.
Let's do it this way tonight.
Ji Rushue looked at the paper flying in the sky and nodded in satisfaction. In the afternoon, she thought for a long time and decided not to meet with the 9 Death Demon Police for now. After all, her body is currently just that of an infant. If she met with the 9 Death Demon Police, she might even suffer from cerebral atrophy.
Soon, it was evening. Dad, I'm tired.
Ji Rushue greeted Lu Chen early on and then returned to her bedroom. It has now been more than 2 months since the apocalypse, and the once bustling city has lost its previous clamor. All the neon lights have disappeared, leaving only darkness between the buildings. However, the bright moon in the sky is quite radiant, as many factories have ceased operations due to the disappearance of humanity, making the sky over Jianghai City much clearer. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Zhao Lin stealthily moved along the streets. After avoiding several wandering zombies, she successfully slipped into a breakfast shop on the outskirts of a community called Sunshine Station. Upon arriving at the breakfast shop, Zhao Lin cautiously scanned her surroundings, searching for the figure of the expert who saved her that day. At this moment, Zhao Lin looked quite disheveled, with many burn wounds on her body. The injuries caused by the blast wave had not yet healed. Although her physical condition was poor, she remembered her agreement with that expert from last night. Upholding the principle of keeping one's word, Zhao Lin gritted her teeth and insisted on showing up for the appointment. Although she now walks with a slight limp, Zhao Lin believes that one must have something to uphold in this world. As a police officer, she has always adhered to her principles when dealing with issues, so she places great importance on reputation.
This woman actually came.
Ji Rushue looked out through the hole left by the bedroom window and indeed saw shadows moving in the breakfast shop outside the community. This breakfast shop is located just outside the community, closer to Building 5, and not aligned with the main entrance. There is a formidable evolved zombie guarding the entrance, making the area near the breakfast shop relatively safer.
The main point is that it is very close to Building 5.
Watching the figure hiding in the breakfast shop below, looking somewhat unsteady, Ji Rushue shook her head helplessly. In her past life, she had heard some stories about the 9 Deaths Demon Police. Perhaps because she is a police officer herself, she is very steadfast in her principles. But the problem is, when the apocalypse arrives, principles have long ceased to exist. According to Ji Rushue, the 9 Death Demon Police wasted several chances to revive in the early days of the apocalypse because they trusted their companions too much. They even believed that saving other survivors was their divine duty due to their professional beliefs. When Ji Rushue heard this news in her previous life, she found it hard to believe that such people still existed after the apocalypse. However, after being betrayed multiple times by the survivors they saved, the 9 Death Demon Police became completely disillusioned with the world and changed drastically, killing mercilessly. They became extremely cold-blooded. Ji Rushue had previously doubted the authenticity of such news, but now she finally witnessed it for herself. Fortunately, the 9 Death Demon Police have not yet turned to the dark side, they are still quite easy to manipulate. Then, Ji Rushue took out the paper she had prepared earlier that day. She folded it into the shape of a paper airplane and used her telekinesis to control it, letting it fly out through the hole in the window. Using the Lioli breathing technique, she continuously absorbed the energy particles from the world around her. Ji Rushue's own telekinesis had grown very powerful. Controlling a paper airplane to fly outside the community from the 7th floor is no problem for her at all. Zhao Lin was anxiously waiting inside the fast food restaurant, constantly looking around through the window. Just then, a paper airplane wobbled its way into the fast food restaurant, landing right on Zhao Lin's back.
A paper airplane? Seeing the paper airplane behind her, Zhao Lin was momentarily stunned. However, as she watched the paper airplane hovering in front of her, Zhao Lin suddenly realized this could very well be a message left for her by a master. She quickly grabbed it. After opening the letter, Ji Rushue found a line of delicate small characters. The letter was signed with just 3 words, the Invisible One. Zhao Lin tilted her head, feeling a bit puzzled. The Invisible One? Is that the name of the master who saved me? Or does his ability involve invisibility? When Zhao Lin read the information recorded in the letter, her pupils instantly constricted. What? Zombie King? There are actually such monsters? Able to control other zombies, even including evolved zombies? This information made Zhao Lin's heart race. She couldn't believe there were such powerful and unique zombies. Is there a being in Sunshine Community that can control evolved zombies? No wonder when I saw those evolved zombies together earlier, there was no fighting. And today at the gas station, those 2 evolved zombies actually teamed up to attack the second-tier tyrant. Could it be that the evolved zombie king is behind all this? Zhao Lin frowned, her heart unsettled for a long time. The information recorded on this paper airplane completely exceeded her expectations. She had thought there were only a few evolutionary paths for zombies. She didn't expect that those powerful evolved zombies were merely puppets in front of the zombie king. If she hadn't experienced the battle at Sunshine Community earlier, she might have been skeptical about the words of this expert. But thinking back to all the experiences she encountered at the entrance of Sunshine Community, it seems that what the other party said is not false. Walking to the window, Zhao Lin looked towards Sunshine Community under the moonlight. The entire community was very quiet. However, Zhao Lin knew that there were many evolved zombies inside, as well as a large number of ordinary zombies. Once humans turn into zombies, they lose their rationality and consciousness, becoming bloodthirsty monsters. Even evolved zombies are no exception. But what if there was an evolved zombie with high intelligence, capable of commanding other zombies? Zhao Lin could not imagine how terrifying that would be. The Zombie King would be like uniting those scattered zombies, forming a formidable fighting force. If such an entity were allowed to grow unchecked, it would surely become a major threat to humanity in the future. Seeing the tyrant zombie that had already reached level 2 today, Zhao Lin realized that these zombies were evolving at a very fast pace. She could easily handle 3 ordinary evolved zombies, but in front of that tyrant, she didn't even have the strength to defend herself. This also means that after the apocalypse, the speed of zombie evolution could very well surpass that of human evolved beings. If this zombie king controls evolved zombies at the level of a tyrant, human survivors will have no means to resist. Zhao Lin clenched her fist as a police officer. The faith in her heart gave her a resolute gaze. This zombie king must not be allowed to continue living. Zhao Lin looked at the paper airplane in her hand, nodded, and a smile crept onto her lips. This invisible person is surely one of the human race's evolvers, wanting to ally with me to slay the zombie king. It seems this person, like me, is also a person of great ambition. I knew it. Even with the apocalypse upon us, there are still many who uphold humanity and justice. Looking at the letter in her hand, Zhao Lin felt as if she had found kindred spirits, excitement bubbling within her. Though she still bore many injuries, she looked very excited. She tucked the letter close and quietly left under the moonlight. Ji Rushue watched everything through the hole in the bedroom. It seems to have worked. I knew that the 9 Deaths Demon Police, with their nature at the beginning of the apocalypse, would absolutely not reject me. Because she couldn't communicate with the other party, Ji Rushue left a message in the letter. If you are unwilling to cooperate, then tear the paper to shreds. Now that the other party has chosen to keep it close, it means they have agreed to her. The next morning, as Ji Rushue ate the breakfast made by Lu Chen, she couldn't help but smile. The zombie king in the Sunshine Community is currently her biggest concern. Because this zombie king is far more cunning than any she encountered in her previous life. If it cannot be eliminated quickly, it will undoubtedly become a major threat in the future. Most importantly, Zombie Dad is also under its control. This is the fundamental reason Ji Rushue is trying to eliminate it. Only by removing it can Zombie Dad break free from its control. Fortunately, she has successfully allied with the 9 Lives Demon Police. The other party has agreed to cooperate with her to eliminate the Zombie King. The 9 Lives Demon Police have now become second-tier evolved beings and possess the incredible ability to become stronger upon resurrection. With the 9 Death Demon Police at the forefront, along with my support from the shadows, I believe we can successfully slay this Zombie King. Looking at the Zombie Dad in front of her, Ji Rushue clenched her small pink fist while eating. Don't worry, Dad. It won't be long before you can break free from the Zombie King's control. As Ji Rushue had her breakfast, she was calculating the time. It was almost time for the agreed moment. In the letter, she had arranged the attack time with Zhao Lin.
On the night 2 days later, the plan would be put into action. At this moment, Ji Rushue felt a sense of anticipation. This zombie king in Sunshine Community is no small matter, it must have at least second-tier strength. Don't worry, Dad. As long as I'm here, even if I have to use crystal cores, I will definitely make you the strongest zombie. A zombie king's crystal core, combined with other evolved zombies in the community, will surely boost your strength rapidly. Ji Rushue is also a bit curious about how much stronger her father will become after devouring these crystal cores. She believes that by then, her zombie father should also have the ability to protect himself. The zombie king that Ji Rushue has been thinking about is actually Lu Chen himself. At this moment, he is completely unaware that his crystal core has already been claimed by his daughter. Moreover, she plans to dig out his crystal core and feed it back to him. Since devouring the crystal core of a second-tier tyrant 2 days ago, Lu Chen's strength has greatly increased, especially in terms of mental power. The combat power of a second-tier evolved zombie is not just a slight improvement over a first-tier zombie. If he can successfully control a second-tier evolved zombie, the strength of his zombie minions will undergo a qualitative change. Just thinking about how several powerful tyrants are following him makes Lu Chen's lips curl up in a smile. By then, he will probably be able to act with impunity in this city. Only in this way can he provide a safe and stable environment for Xiao Qiqi to grow up. It's just a pity that Lu Chen sent out the corpses to expand the search area, but after 2 full days, there was still no result. Evolution zombies are already rare, and Lu Chen's control over the corpses is still quite limited. However, what reassured Lu Chen was that the female police officer who often came to cause trouble had finally settled down, and he had a bit more peace. Yet, Lu Chen still did not let his guard down. After all, besides that strange resurrected female police officer, there was also another revolver hiding near his community who had never shown up. In these past few days, Lu Chen continuously controlled the corpses to conduct a thorough search, basically overturning every room where someone could hide. But there was still not a single clue. After searching both inside and outside the community, he still could not find any trace of that person. The more the other party did not appear, the more worried Lu Chen became. This is enough to prove that this hidden evolver is far more skilled than that female police officer. Moreover, it is very likely that their strength is also quite formidable. I'm puzzled, what have I done to provoke you in my sunny community? Does such a big Jianhai city really want to go against me? Lu Chen is truly at a loss for words. Just thinking about those human evolvers fixating on his sunshine community makes him a bit angry. It's hard not to feel a bit of anger inside. You all better stay hidden and not show yourselves. Once I find the second-tier evolved zombie, none of you will escape. Looking out the window from the balcony, a cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He already has a plan in mind. Once he controls a second-tier evolved zombie, he plans to eliminate all human survivors within a 10-mile radius. Although he is reluctant to take the initiative against these humans, if they threaten him, Lu Chen has no qualms about rooting them out. The events of these past few days have made Lu Chen increasingly aware that being merciful to others is cruel to oneself. Little Qiqi is still so young, Lu Chen doesn't want to leave any hidden dangers for the future. If he makes a mistake, it will be too late for regrets. As night gradually falls, Ji Rushue's heartbeat also begins to quicken. She ate the fried rice that Lu Chen brought over while carefully contemplating her next plan. Dad, I want to sleep. After finishing her meal, Ji Rushue greeted Lu Chen early and then entered the bedroom. Tonight was the time she had agreed upon with the 9 Deaths Demon Police to slay the Zombie King. Thinking about facing a powerful zombie king, Ji Rushue felt no fear, instead, excitement flashed in her eyes. In her past life as the Empress of the human race, Ji Rushue was never afraid of battle. Moreover, fighting in her current body after being reborn made Ji Rushue feel a bit of anticipation. Seeing the little one go to sleep, Lu Chen stayed in the living room to rest and recover the mental energy he had consumed during the day. He needed to keep himself in peak condition so he wouldn't miss the second-tier evolved zombies. At that moment, under the bright moonlight, Zhao Lin successfully arrived at the entrance of Sunshine Community. Looking at the evolved zombie guarding the entrance of Sunshine Community, Zhao Lin slowly exhaled a few breaths of turbid air to calm her somewhat rapid breathing. The truck keys are still inside the community, this is a perfect opportunity to retrieve them. It can eliminate the hidden danger of this human and allow everyone to leave the city for the survivor base. This operation is, for Zhao Lin, quite advantageous. But I wonder how that expert is preparing right now. Zhao Lin looked at the community ahead, her expression inevitably tense. The Zombie King. Is there really such a powerful zombie in this world? I wonder what it would be like for me to face that Zombie King with my current strength. However, thinking about how I've resurrected twice in a row, this gave her immense courage. At worst, I would just die. But I can continue to resurrect. Zhao Lin pondered while surveying the surrounding streets.
The surroundings are pitch black, with only a faint moonlight illuminating the street. Because the big guy is guarding the entrance of the community, even ordinary wandering zombies won't come nearby. It's very quiet all around, with not a sound to be heard, and Zhao Lin keeps glancing around. This evolutionary being called the Invisibility Man shouldn't break the appointment, right? The other party sounded so sincere, they don't seem like the type to go back on their word. Zhao Lin constantly scrutinizes her surroundings, wondering if the Invisibility Man has already arrived beside her. The ability to become invisible is indeed powerful, it comes and goes without a trace, even I can't determine the other's position. But soon, Zhao Lin adjusted her emotions again. Although the invisibility skill is good, her resurrection ability is still the most practical. After all, if it weren't for her resurrection ability, she would have probably died long ago. Invisibility Man, we agreed beforehand, you better not let me down tonight. Zhao Lin said softly to the surroundings, hoping that the invisible expert could hear her words. Then she headed straight towards the entrance of the community. Looking at the big guy wielding a giant hammer, a glint of battle intent and killing aura flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. Having been killed by this big fellow twice in a row, even a mud person would still have some spirit left. Hey! Big guy, I'm here to play with you again. Approaching the tank-like zombie, Zhao Lin shouted loudly. This was her prior agreement with that mysterious expert, to draw the zombie's attention herself. Zhao Lin's voice echoed conspicuously in the silent street, instantly capturing the big guy's attention. Meanwhile, in the 7th floor living room, Lu Chen, who was recovering his mental energy, was instantly disturbed. It's you again. Truly relentless. A flash of anger crossed Lu Chen's eyes. He had been quietly staying with Xiao Qiqi in the community and hadn't offended anyone. But it seemed like this female officer had set her sights on him, coming over to create trouble time and again. He thought he could have a peaceful couple of days, but unexpectedly, this person showed up again tonight. Humph. Since you insist on seeking death, today no matter what, I will make sure you stay here forever. Is it an immortal body, huh? Then I'll break your limbs so you can never see the sunlight again. If you're immortal, does that mean you won't need to be resurrected? Lu Chen immediately ran downstairs, heading straight for the community's main entrance. His blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent. This female police officer has repeatedly come to provoke him, completely igniting his anger. Ji Rushue, who had been pretending to sleep in the bedroom, quickly got up upon hearing the commotion outside. The plan has begun. Hee, Zombie King, it's time for the hunt. Ji Rushue quietly crept downstairs and stealthily made her way to the 2nd floor of building number 1. This was the room where she had previously helped Zhao Lin. From here, she could see the environment outside the community gate while trying to avoid being detected. By the time Ji Rushue arrived at building number 1, the battle outside the community had already begun. Lu Chen was still hiding aside, controlling Depang and 2 agile zombies to strike first. Lu Chen controlled Depang, swinging the double hammers with incredible speed. Due to a breakthrough in his mental power, Lu Chen could more effectively control Depang during the battle with his abundant mental energy, avoiding Zhao Lin's attacks while executing corresponding offensive maneuvers. Depang's double hammers, under Lu Chen's control, were swinging fiercely, one hammer following another. The front hammer swung and the back hammer smashed. The connection between the 2 hammers was perfect, leaving Zhao Lin almost no chance to catch her breath. Bang bang bang! The sound of the giant hammers striking the ground echoed with deep thuds, making Zhao Lin feel a tingling in her feet. The gust of wind generated by the swinging giant hammers gave her goosebumps all over. What's going on? Why does it feel like this evolved zombie's attack angles are much more tricky than before? Zhao Lin frowned and kept dodging. The pressure from the tank-like zombie in front of him was much stronger than before. Although the opponent's strength didn't seem to have increased, it could always accurately predict where he would dodge and even block his surprise attacks with its massive hammer. Could it be that these brainless zombies can also learn human combat techniques? Thinking of this, Zhao Lin furrowed his brow even tighter. Fortunately, as a second-tier evolved being, he relied on his outstanding physical strength and rich combat skills. Although facing this evolved zombie posed a significantly greater risk than before, Zhao Lin could still handle it with ease. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, at that moment, 2 sounds of slicing air rang out, and Zhao Lin felt a chill run down his body. Without thinking, he performed several backflips to dodge. Just as Zhao Lin landed, he was instantly horrified by the scene before him. Right on the path he had just dodged, 2 agile zombies appeared, each wielding 2 steel knives. If I had slowed down even a little, I would have probably had my hands and feet cut off by these dual blades. Zhao Lin didn't dare to be careless and quickly drew out 2 tactical daggers. Do you really think being an evolver makes you invincible? Today, you'll pay the price. At this moment, there was a fierce killing intent in Lu Chen's eyes. After enhancing his mental power, Lu Chen's control over these corpse puppets had become more agile. Moreover, his ability to grasp the battlefield situation was now more accurate than before. And with continuous fighting, Lu Chen's various combat skills were constantly being showcased. The two lightning zombies instantly formed a pincer attack, their silver blades glinting ominously in the moonlight, making Zhao Lin dare not let her guard down. The big guy was being controlled by Lu Chen for a frontal assault, and the terrifying force of his dual hammers made Zhao Lin reluctant to take it head-on, forcing her to evade at all costs. With Lu Chen's increased strength, it was no longer easy for Zhao Lin to take on 3 opponents alone. Each dodge was almost a narrow escape. In just a few rounds, Lu Chen, relying on his strong mental power, had basically figured out Zhao Lin's moves. Immediately, he launched a dual hammer attack with his left hand, catching Zhao Lin off guard as she was distracted by lightning 1 and 2. Just as the giant hammer was about to strike Zhao Lin's abdomen, Fatty's body suddenly froze in midair for a second. Zhao Lin seized the opportunity and narrowly dodged the attack. Lu Chen frowned. Then he launched another attack. However, he soon realized that whether it was Fatty or lightning 1 and 2, every time they were about to hit Zhao Lin, their movements inexplicably paused for a second. This allowed Zhao Lin, who should have been defeated, to escape repeatedly. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. As expected, there are other evolved beings in this area. Every time his attack was about to land on the opponent, it felt as if a strange force was causing his attack to stagnate, leaving his body frozen in midair. This bizarre situation made Lu Chen frown even more tightly. A few days ago, when I fought with that female officer, this situation occurred. What kind of power is this? It can actually affect my movements. Lu Chen hid in the shadows, controlling the zombies to besiege Zhao Lin while constantly scanning his surroundings. However, no matter how he searched, he found no trace of any evolved beings nearby. What ability has this hidden evolved being awakened? It can invisibly influence my actions? Every time my attack is about to hit Zhao Lin, it suddenly feels as if time around me has frozen. Could it be that this hidden evolved being can manipulate a time-stopping ability? If this had happened before encountering the troublesome female officer, Lu Chen might have thought this idea was somewhat absurd. But since even resurrection has happened right in front of him, it's not impossible for an evolved being capable of affecting time to appear. Thinking of this, Lu Chen became increasingly vigilant. He gathered all the other corpse puppets in the community to the entrance while blending in among the puppets himself. No matter what special ability the opponent awakens, that evolver is likely lurking nearby, and Lu Chen doesn't want to expose himself to them. To verify his suspicions, Lu Chen commanded the 3 evolved zombies to attack relentlessly, making their assault even more brutal. This put Zhao Lin, who was already struggling, in a perilous situation. However, Lu Chen noticed that just like before, whenever his attack was about to hit Zhao Lin, the zombie he controlled would inexplicably stop in its tracks. The pause lasted exactly 1 second, just enough for Zhao Lin to escape. If the first time was a coincidence, then having it happen more than a dozen times so far is definitely not a coincidence. Damn it, why are those 2 guys fixated on me? Lu Chen is now almost certain that there is another revolver hiding in the shadows around the Sunshine community. 2 days ago, when he was observing the battle between the female officer and the tyrant zombie, that female officer did not demonstrate any power that could cause the tyrant to pause. This is enough to prove that this mysterious evolver, who can control time or limit movements, is a different person from the female officer. In contrast to the increasingly angry Lu Chen, Zhao Lin was very excited. Facing 3 opponents alone was very stressful, but every time he found himself in danger, that hidden evolver would intervene. So far, he had been rescued by the other party more than a dozen times. It seems that the so-called invisibly master did not deceive me. He is currently hiding near the battlefield. My multiple brushes with danger should be due to his hidden assistance, affecting the zombies' movements with his invisibility ability, right? Not only Lu Chen, but Zhao Lin was also speculating about the identity and abilities of the hidden evolver. I really didn't expect that invisibility could play such a significant role at a critical moment. Because of the signature on the letter from Ji Rushue, Zhao Lin increasingly believed that the hidden evolver had awakened the ability of invisibility. At this moment, Lu Chen was feeling incredibly frustrated because of Ji Rushue. Clearly, he had subdued the female officer, but due to some inexplicable force, he was unable to successfully defeat her. This feeling of repeatedly missing success made Lu Chen somewhat irritable. Since you love saving people so much, let's see if you can be faster than a bullet. With his close combat restricted, Lu Chen directly summoned the gunman corpse puppet squad. Several zombies raised their firearms, aimed at Zhao Lin, and then opened fire. Zhao Lin was being suppressed by 3 evolved zombies and didn't notice that several zombies had actually aimed at her. Bang! 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 It was only when Zhao Lin heard the gunshots that she realized the danger, but she had no time to react.
Although she had already become an evolved one, she was well aware that no matter how fast she couldn't outrun a bullet. Moreover, with 3 evolved zombies restricting her movement, standing there was no different from being a live target. However, what Zhao Lin did not expect was that although the gunshots rang out, all the bullets flew past her body. Ha 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 ha. This gunplay is hilarious. I thought I was certain to die, but I didn't expect the outcome to be so dramatic. This made Zhao Lin's mood fluctuate like a roller coaster, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud for a moment. I knew it. Even if zombies can shoot, how could they be so accurate? Zhao Lin's laughter sounded very jarring to Lu Chen. He didn't expect this female officer to be so lucky. His volley of zombies had actually missed her completely. At this moment, neither Zhao Lin nor Lu Chen noticed a small figure crouched at the second-floor window of Building 1 near the entrance, watching the battlefield. Fortunately, I had previous experience. I kept my eyes on the battlefield. Otherwise, this 9-life magic officer would have died again. Ji Rushua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was her ability to control through mental power that allowed the bullets to graze past Zhao Lin's body. On the other side, Lu Chen was still not giving up. This time, he personally controlled several zombies to aim in Zhao Lin's direction, then pulled the trigger, unleashing all the bullets from the magazine. Bang bang bang! The dense gunfire rang out again, causing Zhao Lin's expression to change. Because this time she saw very clearly that several zombies were aiming at her. Even if she miraculously dodged a few shots, she would definitely get hit. However, the situation from just now repeated itself. Ji Rushua used her telekinesis to deflect all the bullets off their trajectories. Are you kidding me? Bullets can actually curve? Lu Chen was completely unable to hold it together this time. He had just seen clearly that the bullets that should have hit the female officer actually changed direction halfway. Zhao Lin watched as all the bullets perfectly avoided her body, and for a moment, she was utterly shocked. To actually make the bullets curve, it must be more than just the power of invisibility, right? To what extent has this hidden master evolved? Just as Lu Chen and Zhao Lin were both in shock, Ji Rushua, who was influencing the battlefield from the shadows, had a proud expression. Fortunately, after being reborn, I not only inherited the ability to control time but also awakened the power of telekinesis. Otherwise, relying solely on controlling time, I really can't stop so many bullets. Ji Rushua secretly felt fortunate that she was a dual-gifted individual. Otherwise, even with the 9 Deaths Demon police assisting her today, they would likely be unable to deal with the Zombie King. Thinking of this, Ji Rushua smiled slightly. Sorry, Zombie King, with both telekinesis and time control abilities, no one can touch those I want to protect. Having dual gifts means you can do as you please. Realizing that the hidden evolver was an exceptional master, Zhao Lin also relaxed after being helped multiple times by the other party. At first, worried about getting hurt, Zhao Lin could only fight with her hands tied, mostly just dodging continuously. But now, seeing bullets could curve right in front of her, Zhao Lin completely let loose. This hidden expert, who had been lurking in the shadows, was practically her invincible cheat, and for a moment, Zhao Lin's attack methods began to become reckless. With a pair of tactical daggers in hand, she kept swinging them. Even facing 3 evolved zombies, she surprisingly started to attack without defense. Although this fighting style seems like a suicidal act, with Ji Rushua's protection, Lu Chen's attacks repeatedly miss. In this situation, Zhao Lin grows braver as the battle progresses. She, who was originally suppressed, keeps inflicting wounds on Big Fatty, Lightning 1, and Lightning 2 with the dagger in her hand. At this moment, Lu Chen is so angry that he feels like spitting blood. Despite controlling 3 powerful evolved zombies, he simply cannot hit the opponent. In close combat, the attacks are forced to stop, and the bullets can even curve after being fired from a distance. This is not a cheat, what is it? Lu Chen never expected that in his previous life, due to not spending money on games, he was treated as a wild monster by those big spenders. Now, having crossed over and been reborn in this strange world, he still cannot escape the fate of being sanctioned. According to the usual script, he should have been able to defy the odds and rise to power, but unexpectedly, he is now being rubbed against the ground by others. Originally, this female officer had the ability to resurrect, but now, it turns out he can't even hurt her at all. Initially, when Lu Chen went downstairs, he was full of confidence, thinking he could definitely take care of this female officer this time. But in just a short while, everything became incredibly frustrating. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin was having a blast fighting off the 3 evolved zombies with the strong support of her teammate, Ji Rushua. Ji Rushua, who had been watching the battlefield, furrowed her brows and quickly transmitted to Zhao Lin, "Stop getting carried away, don't focus on these 3 evolved zombies. Our goal today is to slay the Zombie King." Ji Rushua rubbed her forehead, feeling quite helpless. Zhao Lin really isn't thinking straight. She's enjoying herself fighting, but has she forgotten our earlier plan? Is she really treating me like an eternal motion machine with such reckless tactics? Although the power of time is formidable, using it consumes a lot of energy each time. Zhao Lin wasn't even a match for the 3 evolved zombies. Now, relying on Ji Rushua's protection, she was taking even more risks. Zhao Lin was happy, but this was tough on Ji Rushua, who was supporting her. With such a huge drain on energy, she wouldn't be able to hold up for long. Upon hearing Ji Rushua's reminder during the fight, Zhao Lin finally realized her true objective this time. After that, she no longer pursued aggressively but adjusted her direction, moving little by little towards the entrance. Then, seizing the opportunity when the 3 evolved zombies were distracted, Zhao Lin quickly rushed into the Sunshine community. This sudden change in her actions caught Lu Chen off guard, and he hurriedly commanded Big Fat along with Lightning 1 and Lightning 2 to move forward and intercept. However, Lu Chen discovered that his 3 evolved zombies were inexplicably restrained by an unknown force, unable to move from their spot. Bastard! Hiding in the shadows is no skill. If you have the guts, come out and fight me fair and square. This feeling of being targeted from the shadows made Lu Chen very unhappy, and he couldn't help but shout in anger. With the 3 evolved zombies restrained, Lu Chen had no choice but to intervene himself to stop Zhao Lin. Even at the risk of exposure, Lu Chen absolutely would not allow anyone to enter the community or threaten Xiao Qiqi's safety. What? How is there an evolved zombie in this community? Seeing Lu Chen charge out from the horde of zombies, Zhao Lin was utterly astonished. Hiding on the second floor, Ji Rushua was also taken aback. Lu Chen's actions had disrupted her plans. Why did Dad join the fight too? Isn't he supposed to ignore the orders of the Zombie King and not come out as cannon fodder? Ji Rushua was in a dilemma. She had no problem dealing with other zombies, but she couldn't bring herself to attack Zombie Dad. While she was conflicted, Lu Chen was already engaged in battle with Zhao Lin. Lu Chen drew his machete from his back and swung it directly at Zhao Lin, showing no mercy. Zhao Lin frowned and wielded her dagger to fight back against Lu Chen. In an instant, the community was filled with the flickering light of sharp blades, and a hint of surprise flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. She didn't expect this evolved zombie to have such proficient combat skills, with swift movements and ruthless strikes aimed directly at her vital points. The more she fought, the more alarmed Zhao Lin became. With just 2 tactical daggers, she was having a hard time dealing with the zombie in front of her. Damn it, the water in this Sunshine community is so deep. This evolved zombie looks ordinary, yet it's tougher than the 3 outside? Zhao Lin didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary zombie would be so tough to handle. What's going on? Is there really a zombie that specializes in combat evolution? Why do I feel like it can predict my next attack? While battling Zhao Lin, Lu Chen was also controlling Big Fatty, who had broken free from Ji Rushua's control, along with Lightning 1 and Lightning 2, quickly heading in his direction for support. He also realized that the hidden evolved one's power should be limited. Although it could restrict his movements, it was almost only for a fleeting moment. As the 3 evolved zombies rushed into the community, they were about to join the battlefield. Ji Rushua knew that if they continued to drag this out, tonight's assassination mission would likely fail. Looking at her zombie father, Ji Rushua's eyes were filled with conflict. She certainly didn't want to take action against her zombie father. But seeing the 3 approaching evolved zombies, Ji Rushua finally gritted her teeth and couldn't help but use time control on Lu Chen. Dad, don't blame me, I'm doing this to slay that zombie king. Once I kill that zombie king and free you from his control, you will be completely liberated. At the same time, Ji Rushua quickly transmitted to Zhao Lin, hurry into the community, don't waste time. Seeing that the evolved zombie in front of her was being controlled, Zhao Lin immediately prepared to kick it. But in the next second, she suddenly realized that her body was also frozen in midair and unable to move. Zhao Lin? What does this mean? Not even letting teammates go? At that moment, Zhao Lin heard Ji Rushua's voice in her mind. You can't touch this zombie. Hearing Ji Rushua's words, Zhao Lin was instantly stunned. What do you mean this zombie can't move? Could it be that this zombie is still one of us? Ji Rushua's sudden action left Zhao Lin confused. What on earth is this stealthy person doing? Don't they understand that those who are not of our kind will have different intentions? Why are they treating these zombies differently? Zhao Lin shook her head, not understanding what the stealthy person was thinking. However, Ji Rushua ignored Zhao Lin's doubts and continued to transmit, remember what I just said, our target is the zombie king in the Sunshine community. You absolutely cannot touch this zombie. Zhao Lin, with her instincts as a police officer, vaguely sensed a hint of threat in Ji Rushua's tone. She realized that if she really attacked the zombie in front of her, the stealthy person lurking in the shadows might turn against her. Although she didn't know what was going on with the stealthy person, Zhao Lin understood that eliminating the zombie king was the top priority. With no choice, she had to give up attacking Lu Chen and dashed straight towards the community. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately wanted to chase after her, but he found that his body was once again restricted by a force. Even though he had strength, he couldn't exert it at this moment, feeling as if he was petrified and unable to move. This made Lu Chen feel extremely frustrated. He had been targeted by this force all night, otherwise, he would have dealt with that female police officer long ago.
Damn it! Stop right there!
Seeing Zhao Lin's back, Lu Chen was instantly filled with rage, his blood-red eyes filled with endless killing intent. At this moment, he realized that this female police officer had a very clear purpose. From the very beginning, she provoked Big Fat and then engaged in battle with his three-headed zombies. Her main objective was to break into the Sunshine community. Although he didn't know what her goal was, Lu Chen was only worried about the safety of the little one at this moment. He had already searched the entire Sunshine community, and in Lu Chen's view, the only thing that could attract the attention of these human evolvers, besides Xiao Qiqi, was probably nothing else. Just thinking about Xiao Qiqi possibly getting hurt made Lu Chen furious, desperately trying to break free from his restraints. Even after continuously devouring multiple crystal cores to significantly enhance his physical strength, he still found himself unable to move. The inexplicable power surrounding him made Lu Chen feel as if time itself had come to a standstill around his body. Lu Chen could only stand there, watching helplessly as Zhao Lin quickly entered the Sunshine community. A terrifying murderous intent radiated from Lu Chen, causing the temperature around him to seem to drop.
Damn woman, I will not let you go this time.
Lu Chen let out a series of piercing howls that would send chills down anyone's spine in the dead of night.
This horrifying sound made the nearby zombies tremble in fear.
Ji Rushue stood on the upper floor, watching his zombie dad continuously let out furious roars, feeling a deep sense of regret in her heart. She never imagined that one day she would actually go against zombie dad. I'm sorry, Dad, I'm doing this for your own good.
As long as we get through tonight, everything will be alright.
Seeing Lu Chen's furious expression, Ji Rushue felt a deep pain in her heart.
This was the first time she felt such heart-wrenching emotions from her zombie father.
Looking at her zombie father's back, Ji Rushue couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. However, she quickly pulled herself out of this emotional state. Because Ji Rushue noticed that after Zhao Lin rushed into the community, she was like a headless fly, not knowing how to proceed. She hurriedly sent another message to Zhao Lin in the community. The zombie king is cunning and treacherous, though smart, it is extremely afraid of death. So, the place where the zombie king is hiding will definitely be heavily guarded by a large number of zombies. If these zombies are desperately trying to stop you, it proves that the zombie king must still be within the Sunshine community.
A flash of anger crossed Ji Rushue's eyes.
Just thinking about how her zombie father was being used as cannon fodder by the zombie king made her wish to tear the opponent to shreds. At the same time, it further solidified Ji Rushue's resolve to kill the zombie king. Although zombie dad still retains some human consciousness, he cannot fully resist the control of the zombie king. If the zombie king is not completely killed, zombie dad will never gain freedom. From now on, don't even think about having a stable life. Continue searching within the community. As long as there is a large group of zombies desperately blocking your way, that place must be the hiding spot of the zombie king. After listening, Zhao Lin found it very reasonable. She nodded and immediately began to search carefully according to Ji Rushue's hint. Although Lu Chen was restricted by an inexplicable force and unable to move for a while, there were still many corpses in the community, and he quickly controlled them to start moving. Some of the corpses charged towards Zhao Lin under Lu Chen's control, while others were directed to building number 5.
Little Qiqi is Lu Chen's Achilles heel and a forbidden area.
After becoming a zombie in the apocalypse, Lu Chen saw no glimmer of hope. It was the appearance of Xiao Qiqi that changed Lu Chen's aimless state of mind. Therefore, Xiao Qiqi is the motivation for Lu Chen to choose to continue living. For him, the most precious thing is Xiao Qiqi.
No matter what, Lu Chen absolutely cannot allow Xiao Qiqi to be harmed in any way.
Even if something happens to himself, Lu Chen will never allow his daughter to be in any danger. At this moment, Zhao Lin is recklessly searching the community for the situation described by Ji Rushue. The ordinary zombies along the way pose no threat to Zhao Lin, a second tier evolved. After killing a few of the corpses controlled by Lu Chen, Zhao Lin stood in the center of the community, feeling puzzled. She searched around the community but still did not find any possible hiding spots for the zombie king.
Strange, the information provided by the invisibility user matches, so why can't I find the location where the zombie king might be?
Zhao Lin stood in the community, looking at the surrounding residential buildings, scratching her head in confusion. Meanwhile, Ji Rushue was constantly looking out from upstairs to observe the situation in the community. Her own abilities were limited, and it was impossible to control so many zombies for an extended period. So she had to speed up the progress and quickly eliminate that zombie king. But then, Ji Rushue was astonished to find that a large group of zombies was indeed gathering together at that moment. And this group of zombies was gathering at building number 5, where she had been living with zombie dad.
What is going on with these zombies? Why have they all gathered downstairs at my place?
Seeing the zombies below building number 5, Ji Rushua felt very confused. Inside Sunshine Community, whether they were evolved zombies or ordinary zombies, they were basically controlled by the zombie king hidden in the shadows. In this situation, the numerous zombies should have rushed to protect the zombie king first. Ji Rushua remembered very clearly that although the zombie king could control the zombies, its combat power was actually not that strong. If the zombie king was approached by human evolved beings, it could be in great danger. So every zombie king is very afraid of death and basically won't leave the protective zombie horde. It's really strange. I've already checked every room in building 5, and there's only the supplies brought back by Zombie Dad. What on earth is going on with this group of zombies? While Ji Rushua was still puzzled by this, Zhao Lin had already found the group of zombies gathering in building 5 based on the instructions she provided. Seeing that the group of zombies was firmly blocking building 5, a glint of determination flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. Just as the invisibility user said, when the zombie king is in danger, it will gather the zombies together. Zhao Lin could see very clearly that the 4 evolved zombies she had already encountered, along with many ordinary zombies, were all gathered together without any fighting among them. This seemed very strange to Zhao Lin. It seems that the zombie king that can control zombies is hiding inside this building 5. Roar! Roar! Under Lu Chen's control, numerous zombies let out a series of extremely angry warning sounds. Under the silent moonlit night, the terrifying howls of these zombies are truly chilling. However, thinking that this zombie king could pose a great threat to humanity, Zhao Lin's gaze became incredibly resolute. No matter what, the zombie king must be eliminated today, otherwise, humanity in Jianhai City will never know peace. The zombie king must be taken down today. Zhao Lin shouted angrily, then brandished her tactical dagger and rushed towards building 5. Is she out of her mind? Why is this female officer charging towards building 5? Does she have a problem after being revived? Why is she fixated on me? Lu Chen, standing in front of building 5, was both shocked and angry to see Zhao Lin rushing towards him. Originally, he intended to defend the entire Sunshine Community, but he didn't expect the hidden evolver to have such bizarre abilities. The kind of power that could freeze his body in place made Lu Chen feel extremely wary. So, reluctantly, I had no choice but to take a step back, giving up other areas of Sunshine Community and concentrating my forces around building number 5. After all, the entire Sunshine Community is not important to me. The only thing I won't allow is for these 2 human evolutionaries to disturb my daughter, Chi-Chi, on the 7th floor. As long as my daughter is not harmed, the rest can be left to these 2 evolutionaries to mess with. But what Lu Chen didn't expect was that even after choosing to actively retreat, these 2 evolutionaries were still aggressive. Damn it! Why do you have to force me? I've already given the Sunshine Community to you, yet you still push me hard. If that's the case, then today I will fight you to the death. Lu Chen's blood-red pupils emitted a chilling killing intent. In the pitch-black night, his eyes seemed to faintly reveal a crimson blood glow. Come on. Since you refuse to give face, then let's fight to the end. I've already died once. Even if I lose my life today, I will never allow you to step into building number 5. Today, these 2 human evolutionaries have completely touched Lu Chen's reverse scale. Lu Chen looked up at the 7th floor, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. It was the only spiritual support he had after arriving in this strange world. Under Lu Chen's control, De Pang led the charge, swinging his double hammers. Bang bang bang! Due to Lu Chen's anger, De Pang's combat power erupted even stronger than usual, and he held nothing back in every move. Facing the now more ferocious zombies, Zhao Lin showed no fear at all. Swish swish swish! In her hands, 2 tactical daggers danced like bees and butterflies, their blades stained with zombie blood. Even with injuries, De Pang swung his hammers with great strength, cracking the surrounding concrete ground. Swish! Swish! With the sound of the air being sliced, 2 slender figures instantly charged out from the horde of corpses, their white blades shining with silver light under the moon. Zhao Lin quickly stepped back, but the big guy was relentless, swinging the giant hammer directly at her abdomen. At that moment, Lu Chen felt the mysterious power descend again, causing the big guy to pause, while Zhao Lin narrowly dodged past the edge of the giant hammer. Immediately after, Lightning 1 and 2 swung their dual blades, flanking Zhao Lin and blocking her retreat. Just as Lu Chen was about to strike again, this power descended upon Lightning 1 once more. Taking advantage of this, Zhao Lin managed to evade the deadly blow from the right rear of the immobilized Lightning 1. Having been continuously restricted by this mysterious evolver lurking in the shadows, Lu Chen was filled with rage. Roar! With a furious roar, Lu Chen personally charged into battle with his machete. With his powerful combat skills, an enraged Lu Chen quickly suppressed Zhao Lin, making it hard for her to lift her head. What infuriated Lu Chen was that every time his attack was about to hit Zhao Lin, that peculiar power would intervene. Even as he struggled with all his might, he could not break free from the opponent's restraints. Damn it!
If you have the guts, come out and fight. Lu Chen was once again restrained and couldn't help but let out a roar. But at that moment, Zhao Lin took advantage of Lu Chen's immobility, swiftly bringing her tactical dagger close and aimed for Lu Chen's neck. This time, let's see if you live or die, Zhao Lin thought with a cold smile. However, the next second, she was suddenly shocked to find that she too was rooted in place. This instant made Zhao Lin's expression darken. Immediately, Zhao Lin intentionally feigned a weakness, staggering backward as if about to fall. As expected, Lu Chen took the opportunity to swing his knife down. And just as Zhao Lin had anticipated, the invisible assailant again controlled this zombie. Zhao Lin seized the moment and swung her dagger forward to strike, but she didn't expect to be stopped once more. Unable to endure any longer, Zhao Lin shouted, "How long is this going to go on? Which side are you on?" Ji Ruxue, with a similarly dark expression, transmitted, "I told you, you cannot touch this zombie." Feeling the coldness in the other person's tone, Zhao Lin couldn't help but speculate about the relationship between the invisible person and the zombie in front of her. Could it be that this zombie is a relative of the invisible person? As a police officer, Zhao Lin keenly sensed that the invisible person hiding in the shadows definitely had some connection to the zombie in front of her. Otherwise, they would have shown some reaction when she dealt with other zombies. Only with this zombie did the invisible person repeatedly remind her not to take action. Now they even directly used their limiting power on themselves. This invisible person, as an evolver, didn't join the human team. Could it be just for this zombie? Noticing Ji Rushua's unique attitude towards Lu Chen, Zhao Lin suddenly imagined many details in her mind. The other person is clearly a powerful human evolver, yet they have been hiding in the shadows and refusing to show themselves. Clearly intending to eliminate zombies, yet they are limiting their own actions with such a peculiar ability. At that moment, Zhao Lin couldn't help but recall her experiences as a police officer during the early days of the apocalypse, where she encountered many survivors who had lost their loved ones. Many people couldn't accept that their family and friends had turned into zombies, still believing it was merely a disease and unwilling to take action against them. Due to the influence of familial ties, these individuals were reluctant to accept a harsh reality that their loved ones were gone. Now, Zhao Lin regarded this invisible person as someone she had previously encountered. After imagining a scene of life and death separation from her loved ones, a hint of sympathy flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. This invisible person is still too indecisive. The arrival of the apocalypse and the loss of family is undoubtedly a tragic matter, but it's clear that the person in front of her has already turned into a bloodthirsty zombie and has become a puppet of that zombie king. Zhao Lin sighed helplessly. As a police officer, she felt it was her duty to make this evolved person recognize the truth of the situation. Immediately, Zhao Lin shouted loudly, "Open your eyes and see clearly, he is now a zombie." "Do you think you're saving him?" "No, you're harming him. He has long lost his sanity and is no longer human. Can you please wake up? If you truly care about him, you should let him rid himself of this bloodthirsty body as soon as possible." Zhao Lin firmly believed at this moment that the hidden evolver could not let go of past familial ties, which is why they were so indecisive. Zhao Lin's sudden outburst left Lu Chen stunned. Why is this woman suddenly shouting at thin air? Is she talking to that hidden evolver? Lu Chen glanced at the zombies beside him and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that one of the zombies I control has a relative of that evolver? Is that why they keep staring at my sunshine community? With his mind focused on stopping Zhao Lin, Lu Chen didn't realize that Zhao Lin and Ji Ruxue were discussing not other zombies, but him. In the distance, Ji Ruxue naturally heard Zhao Lin's words, but she had no intention of explaining anything to her. Because Ji Ruxue knows that no matter how she explains, the other party will absolutely not believe her. After all, if one hasn't experienced it personally, they definitely wouldn't believe it. Although her father is a zombie, he incredibly possesses human consciousness. In this matter, Ji Ruxue has only one attitude: no one is allowed to harm her father. Even though she has lived 2 lives, she has never felt the warmth of family love. Only after being reborn did she feel this kind of care and concern from her zombie father, what it truly feels like to be looked after every day. From her zombie father, Ji Ruxue experienced true familial love. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, humanity has long abandoned its humanity. For Ji Ruxue, those despicable and lowly humans are no more noble than her zombie father. When Zhao Lin saw that the invisible person fell silent after hearing her words, she thought the other party had been successfully persuaded by her. Zhao Lin sighed inwardly. It seems that, just as I thought, this invisible person has a difficult past. It's okay, since you can't bring yourself to do it, let me help you completely sever ties with the painful past. Zombies are zombies, and humans are humans. It's time for you to wake up completely. Zhao Lin immediately attacked Lu Chen again, and her moves became even more ruthless than before. Lu Chen grew stronger through constant battles, while Zhao Lin, as an evolved being, continued to learn, and both their fighting skills improved continuously.
However, although Zhao Lin was determined to slay the zombie, Lu Chen's combat skills were far superior to hers. Furthermore, with several other evolved zombies attacking from the side, Zhao Lin was no match for Lu Chen and could only rely on Ji Ruxue to save her time and again from the shadows. Even though she was saved repeatedly, Zhao Lin's determination to slay Lu Chen grew even stronger. In Zhao Lin's view, only by killing the zombie before her could she truly help the invisible being hiding in the shadows. A loved one turned into a zombie is like an invisible chain binding the living tightly to the past before the apocalypse. Poor invisible one, why can't you see the truth even after becoming an evolved being? No matter who he was in life, he has now become a zombie, a creature that only knows bloodlust and slaughter. He can't recognize your appearance or hear your voice, he will only crazily hunt you down based on the living aura you carry. Zhao Lin's dagger was swinging faster and faster, as if helping the invisible one sever ties to the past had become his more important goal now. In Zhao Lin's view, the deceased are gone and the living remain. Dwelling endlessly in the past is not good for anyone. It has been over 2 months since the apocalypse began, and Zhao Lin has lost count of how many times he has helped survivors kill zombies that were once their loved ones. At this moment, Lu Chen was filled with frustration. Clearly, his strength was above the opponent's, yet the hidden evolver repeatedly blocked him. This feeling of being powerful yet unable to act made Lu Chen seethe with anger but feel utterly helpless. Once again controlled in place by this inexplicable force, as he watched Zhao Lin's dagger approach his forehead, Lu Chen struggled desperately but to no avail. At that moment, only the adorable image of Xiao Qiqi floated in Lu Chen's mind. Xiao Qiqi, I'm sorry, Dad has tried his best. I didn't expect that I still couldn't keep my promise. It's Dad's fault for not being able to protect you. Just as Zhao Lin's dagger was about to pierce Lu Chen's skull, she was once again immobilized by Ji Ruxue. I told you, you can't move him. Ji Ruxue's voice was filled with rage, even laced with a hint of chilling murderous intent. Damn it, this fool is truly beyond redemption. Hearing Ji Ruxue's slightly threatening words, Zhao Lin was instantly filled with anger. Clearly possessing such great strength, yet so indecisive, does this invisible person intend to live their whole life with their memories? Zhao Lin kept cursing in her heart. She never expected that the originally flawless plan would deviate due to her teammates' indecisiveness. Previously at the police station, her colleagues often said she was too kind and naive, claiming that she could never be ruthless in the apocalypse. But Zhao Lin didn't expect to encounter someone even more indecisive than herself today. It's been so long since the apocalypse, can't this idiot understand? Zombies are just zombies, they have no connection to the people they once were. Even if they look exactly the same, they are completely different existences. Zhao Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent, wanting nothing more than to kill Lu Chen before her. Among the several zombies they had encountered, this one, despite its ordinary appearance, exerted the strongest sense of oppression on her. Its outstanding combat skills put immense pressure on Zhao Lin, a police officer, as she tried to deal with it. There were many opportunities to kill the opponent, but her teammates were not pulling their weight. With an invisible person continuously obstructing her, Zhao Lin knew it was impossible to kill the zombie in front of her. Left with no choice, Zhao Lin stopped fighting the zombies and aimed to rush into building number 5. At least tonight, she needed to kill the zombie king, otherwise, all her efforts would be in vain. Seeing Zhao Lin trying to escape towards building number 5, Lu Chen immediately swung his knife to block her. This building 5 is the last line of defense for Lu Chen, and he absolutely does not allow anyone else to enter. But just as Lu Chen swung his knife in midair, this strange force descended again, and Lu Chen's body was once again restricted. Damn it! I must kill you all. Stop right there. If you have the guts, let me go and fight me for real. Roar! Restrained and unable to move, Lu Chen could only let out a series of roars, his face becoming incredibly ferocious. Lu Chen's terrifying roar made the surrounding zombies tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, Ji Ruxue's mental power is currently limited and cannot control for too long. After a brief release of the restriction, Lu Chen quickly caught up with Zhao Lin. I already said, no one is allowed to go in. With blood-red eyes, Lu Chen swung his knife incessantly at Zhao Lin, who was already close to the door and had no choice but to turn around and defend with her knife. Bang! However, this time Lu Chen's attack was powerful, and Zhao Lin couldn't block it in time, getting sent flying against the unit door. Creak! The old iron door emitted a chilling sound, and even the iron sheet on the door became bent. Damn it! This zombie is really tough to deal with. Zhao Lin's face turned pale, the massive recoil made her insides tremble. But Zhao Lin ignored this and quickly turned to pull the door open. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whooshing sound came from behind, and Zhao Lin instinctively dodged to the side. A steel knife flew through the air, chopping straight down on the door, making a sound of metal clashing and sparking. Even the iron sheet of the door was sliced off considerably by the knife. Damn it, are you done yet? Zhao Lin was quite speechless. She thought the plan to slay the zombie king would go smoothly, but she didn't expect the invisible person in the shadows to be so indecisive, making it impossible for her to kill the zombie. The result is that she ended up downstairs, but the mission couldn't proceed. At this moment, she has somewhat experienced Lu Chen's feelings from earlier. Zhao Lin felt extremely frustrated, caught in a dilemma of whether to fight or not. Clearly, the goal was to eliminate the zombies, but she was being restricted by her companions, who were human evolutionists. She was so angry she could spit blood. Bang! 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 Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Chen directly approached Zhao Lin. Although he was bare-handed, his combat skills honed for a long time still allowed him to hold his ground in the confrontation. Unable to harm the opponent, Zhao Lin could only keep dodging for the time being, as Lu Chen's fist struck the iron door with dull thuds, leaving behind a series of fist marks. From a distance, Ji Rushua felt very puzzled seeing zombie dad fighting so hard. What's going on with dad today? Usually, I see him hiding among the zombies. Why is he fighting so hard against the evolutionists today? Lu Chen's unusual behavior today left Ji Rushua completely bewildered. Is this zombie king really in building number 5? I've been to every room on every floor of building 5, and all I found were supplies. Where's the zombie king? This group of zombies under building 5 can't be protecting the supplies collected by their dad, right? Do those things even work for zombies? Ji Rushua rubbed her hair in frustration, unable to understand where her seemingly flawless plan went wrong. Aren't these zombies summoned by the zombie king out of a sense of crisis? What exactly is in building 5? Could it be me? Wait a minute. Protect me? Ji Rushua, lost in thought, suddenly froze. She suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked at the zombie dad, who was desperately trying to stop the female officer while letting out angry roars. At this moment, the face of zombie dad had become extremely hideous, a terrifying look that Ji Rushua had never seen before. Ji Rushua stood frozen in place for a moment, her gaze staring blankly at the scene below. Is it really the zombie king that dad is desperately trying to protect, even at the risk of getting hurt? Or is it actually me, who should be on the 7th floor? What makes dad so angry is not that the zombie king might be in danger, but that I might be discovered? All of his unusual behavior tonight is actually because he doesn't want me to get hurt. After realizing all this, Ji Rushua's heart was filled with emotion. In her 2 lifetimes, no one had ever fought so hard for her. But if my dad came to building number 5 because of me, why would other zombies also come to building number 5? Could it be that dad is able to command their actions? Ji Rushua's eyes widened in shock. If that's really the case, then it makes sense that dad could gather supplies from an entire building while staying home with me every day. And during the battles with zombies in the community, dad always hid in the shadows. Even when going out, dad mixed in with other ordinary zombies. If it weren't for recognizing dad's clothes, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between him and ordinary zombies at all. All these signs seem to point to only one possibility. Could it be that dad is really the zombie king? At this thought, Ji Rushua's mind went blank. This was something she had never imagined. But now, all the phenomena are connected, and there simply can't be any other possibility. Ji Rushua was frantically tugging at her hair, finding it hard to accept this fact. How could dad possibly be the zombie king? For a moment, Ji Rushua felt her mind becoming chaotic. She couldn't help but recall the zombie king she had seen in her past life. Those guys were all bloodthirsty and brutal, mercilessly slaughtering humans at the sight of them. Although the zombie king himself wasn't particularly strong, these guys were all bloodthirsty and cruel. Many large-scale zombie hordes that occurred during the apocalypse were actually manipulated behind the scenes by the zombie king, with countless human survivors falling beneath these hordes. The zombie king is synonymous with disaster and the end of the world for human survivors in the apocalypse. Once a zombie king appears, it will inevitably be accompanied by frenzied slaughter. These creatures are all fearful of death, willing to control zombies to do anything for survival, and will never expose themselves to danger. With intelligence that is not inferior to, and even surpasses, that of humans, they are exceptionally cunning and treacherous. They may even set traps to harm human survivors. In the early days of the apocalypse, human survivors were busy trying to survive, struggling to live in this mutated world. Additionally, lacking any experience, they were also unaware of the types and habits of zombies. Under the assumption that there was no such thing as a zombie king, humans inherently believed that zombies were mindless beings. As a result, many survivors lost their lives early on due to the presence of the zombie king. Many survivors and camps were destroyed because of this. Even many powerful humans known to Ji Rushua from the early days of the apocalypse were affected. He died in the trap of the zombie king before he could grow up. Even the survivor camp where Ji Rushua lived was eventually breached by the zombie king and his horde of zombies. It can be said that the existence of the Zombie King is far more dangerous to humanity than other evolved zombies. But the Zombie King from my memories just cannot seem to match up with my zombie father.
Bang! 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 The fierce battle beneath building number 5 is still ongoing. Ji Rushua can see that her zombie father is displaying a ferocity and brutality that he never showed before. In his blood-red pupils, a chilling killing intent can be seen. Every move is ruthless, completely devoid of the gentleness he usually shows her. His fists leave marks on the iron door, enough to prove his anger at this moment. Watching her father fight so desperately for her, Ji Rushua truly cannot associate him with that cunning and treacherous zombie king. How could this happen? If it weren't for zombie dad showing up just in time, I would have starved to death. At that moment, he was like a ray of light shining into my world. Every day after that, dad either prepared formula for me, cooked meals, or played with me. He would also gather all sorts of supplies for me to ensure I had a better life. Although dad, like other zombies, couldn't speak, he would pinch my cheeks when he was excited, expressing his joy and affection for me. How could such a gentle and caring zombie dad possibly be the bloodthirsty and brutal zombie king I had seen in my past life? Even though Ji Rushua was an empress in her past life and had experienced various life and death crises, when this situation unfolded before her, she still felt a sense of confusion and chaos. Though unwilling to believe it, all the signs indicated that her dad was not an ordinary evolved zombie, but the zombie king controlling the entire Sunshine community. It's hard to imagine Ji Rushua in the apocalypse, not to mention zombies. Even humans would struggle to be as considerate as dad in such situations. How could a zombie king possess the brilliance of humanity? Wait a minute. I almost forgot. My dad is a zombie who retains human consciousness. Ji Rushua's previously confused eyes instantly brightened. It must be like this. Zombie dad doesn't know why he retains his human consciousness, which allows him to live like a human even after becoming a zombie. It's precisely because he has human consciousness that he is fundamentally different from those zombie kings I encountered before. After figuring this out, Ji Rushua suddenly felt enlightened. Although zombie kings possess intelligence, they ultimately still think like zombies. But dad is different. Although his body has turned into a zombie, his consciousness has not changed. Ji Rushua then thought about her actions during this time and couldn't help but bitterly laugh at her own foolishness. I never expected that I could be this foolish. I actually joined forces with the 9 Death Demon Police to help my dad break free from what I called the Zombie King control. The signs were so obvious, I should have thought of this a long time ago. My dad's actions were completely out of the ordinary, yet I never connected him to the Zombie King. Especially when I think about how I was previously planning to kill the Zombie King and then have dad absorb the crystal core, I feel utterly ridiculous. I was really foolish to even think about digging out dad's crystal core. Looking at dad down there, who was still fighting hard for her, Ji Rushua felt immense regret in her heart. If I hadn't stopped in time, dad the zombie would have been in danger today. If that had happened, I would have regretted it too late. I had always wanted to ensure dad's safety, yet now I was the one bringing danger to him. In an instant, Ji Rushua's heart was filled with remorse. Just as Ji Rushua had sorted out her thoughts about the situation, the battle below had already reached a fever pitch. Zhao Lin was convinced that the Zombie King was in Building 5, and she was desperately trying to open the door and rush upstairs to kill it. However, she was not a match for Lu Chen and the other evolved zombies. Now, without Ji Rushua's covert assistance, she was directly at a disadvantage. Lu Chen controlled Big Fatty while Lightning 1 and Lightning 2 all surrounded her. Faced with the onslaught of 4 evolved zombies, Zhao Lin instantly found herself in a perilous situation. The key issue was her misplaced confidence in having an invisible ally, which led her to neglect defense against many attacks. As a result, she ended up suffering greatly. Hiss. The rib that Lu Chen broke with a punch made Zhao Lin breathe with a twinge of pain. Damn invisible person. We agreed to cooperate to slay the Zombie King, and you're just sitting back and watching? Everyone, spit a loogie here. The anti-theft door of Building 5 was right behind her, but Zhao Lin had no chance to open it amidst the attacks of numerous zombies. Is this invisible person out of their mind? The plan is about to succeed. Where did she run off to? Zhao Lin cursed in her heart, not expecting that at such a critical moment, her teammate would be so unreliable. Bang! 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 Before Zhao Lin could think much, Lu Chen's fist, as big as a sandbag, came crashing down. Having absorbed the second-tier Tyrant Crystal Core, Lu Chen's physical strength had greatly increased. Moreover, he was filled with rage for Xiao Qiqi's safety at this moment, making each of his moves ruthless. The force of Lu Chen's punch even made Zhao Lin's heart race. Facing Lu Chen's attack, she could only keep dodging. However, the enemy she faced was not just Lu Chen alone. Just as Zhao Lin dodged Lu Chen's fist, a large hammer came crashing down on her head the next second.
Zhao Lin was instantly frightened, her face turning pale, and she forcefully kicked against the security door to dodge the attack using the recoil. The area in front of the unit door was quite narrow, leaving Zhao Lin with no chance to evade against multiple opponents. At this moment, Zhao Lin couldn't even think about opening the door and going upstairs to kill the zombie king. She directly fled to a more open area. After all, if she kept this up, her life would be in serious danger. But right now, Ji Rushue was still in shock, unable to come to terms with the fact that Lu Chen was the zombie king. Without Ji Rushue's help in controlling her powers, it was simply a pipe dream for Zhao Lin to face Lu Chen and multiple evolved zombies alone. After just 2 exchanges, Zhao Lin was struck in the abdomen by Lu Chen's punch. The immense force made Zhao Lin's eyes roll back in pain. Even though she was already a second-tier evolved being, Lu Chen's powerful punch still broke 2 of her ribs. With 2 broken ribs, Zhao Lin's movement speed decreased significantly once again. After all, she is just a human right now and cannot be fearless of pain like a zombie. Even due to her broken ribs, Zhao Lin felt sharp pains with every breath. Seeing Zhao Lin slow down, Lu Chen's attack speed instantly became more ferocious. In no time, Zhao Lin was overwhelmed by the evolved zombies crying out in distress. At this moment, Big Fat along with Lightning 1 and Lightning 2 were all engaged in armed combat, making it even more difficult for Zhao Lin to cope. Zhao Lin was very clear in her heart that whether it was a giant hammer or a cleaver, being struck would definitely leave her unable to fight. At this moment, she felt helpless and could only choose to take Lu Chen's punches head-on. Bang! 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 Lu Chen's punches were also hard on Zhao Lin. After a few hits, she was already spitting blood and had several broken bones. Even her originally beautiful cheeks were swollen and bruised from Lu Chen's blows. Zhao Lin's gaze had shifted from one of determination to one filled with terror. She felt as if her whole body was about to fall apart. Under the siege of 4 zombies, Zhao Lin was directly treated as a punching bag by Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't know why, but the peculiar force that had enveloped him had vanished, and he could now attack. At this moment, he was getting more and more excited as he fought. Tonight, he had been suppressed by this female police officer, clearly possessing strength but unable to use it. Now he finally had the chance for revenge. Lu Chen only knew that survival of the fittest was the way to go. He never understood what it meant to cherish and protect the delicate. Bang! Another muffled grunt sounded as Lu Chen's heavy punch sent Zhao Lin flying 4 to 5 meters, crashing hard to the ground. This punch caused Zhao Lin to spit blood and nearly lose consciousness. Zhao Lin couldn't hold back any longer and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? If you don't intervene, I'm going to get killed." Hearing Zhao Lin's cry for help, Ji Rushue finally snapped back to reality. Seeing the scene below Building 5, Ji Rushue couldn't help but cover her face. It was just too hard to watch. Just thinking about how she actually teamed up with the 9 Death Demon police against her dad, Ji Rushue felt utterly ridiculous. After all, Ji Rushue, was also in my previous life, and I never expected to end up in such an embarrassing situation. If she had to choose between the 9 Death Demon police and her father. Even if her dad was the zombie king, Ji Rushue would choose her father without hesitation. But she was the one who called the 9 Death Demon police. Looking at Zhao Lin being brutally beaten below, Ji Rushue felt a twinge of guilt. The problem is, now that things have escalated to this point, it seems she has no good way to stop this fight. Am I supposed to come clean to Zhao Lin? Tell her to stop this fight, and that the zombie king who was supposed to be killed is my dad? Ji Rushue couldn't help but shake her head. She found this whole situation somewhat absurd just thinking about it. After thinking for a long time, Ji Rushue still couldn't figure out how to explain it to the other party. After all, for humans, zombies are beings that must be eradicated. Moreover, her father is the zombie king who can control zombies and establish an undead army. Forget it, I won't save her after all. If I save her, it will be even harder to explain later. That's true. Besides, this guy doesn't even know me. She has never seen my face, so she doesn't know who I am. It doesn't matter if I trick her. Thinking of this, Ji Rushue nodded, having made up her mind. Looking down at Zhao Lin, Ji Rushue sighed helplessly. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your own bad luck. After all, you have 9 lives, so even if you get killed now, you can revive. You'll just suffer a bit. If I hadn't intervened to save you back then, maybe you wouldn't even have this life. Now it's time for you to repay the debt. Ji Rushue's thoughts shifted in just a moment. After all, the person she has been protecting all along is just her father. As for the 9 Lives Demon Police, women with big breasts are often brainless. In the early apocalypse, they will be tricked countless times. It doesn't matter if it's this time. Zhao Lin downstairs is still struggling, hoping that Ji Rushue will come to her aid. But she has no idea that she has already been abandoned by Ji Rushue. Without Ji Rushue's help, Zhao Lin can only be unilaterally ravaged by Lu Chen. After suffering several heavy blows from Lu Chen, Zhao Lin finally collapsed to the ground and could no longer stand up.
Lu Chen approached Zhao Lin and lifted her up with one hand. Looking at the female police officer before him who had caused him a lot of trouble, Lu Chen's blood-red pupils emitted a chilling killing intent. As Lu Chen tightened his grip, Zhao Lin felt her breathing becoming increasingly difficult, and her vision plunged into darkness before she fainted. Invisibility user, you really are a burden. Looking at Zhao Lin, who had been choked unconscious in his hands, Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer. After being frustrated for an entire night, he finally vented the anger that had built up inside. Aren't you able to resurrect? This time I won't kill you, let's see how you come back. Lu Chen has always preferred to eliminate threats completely. But the situation with this woman is completely different. Lu Chen remembers clearly that he had smashed this woman into a puddle of mud with a giant hammer, breaking her bones and tendons. Yet even in such a condition, this person managed to resurrect. Not only did she appear lively before him, but her combat power had also inexplicably increased several times. Learning from past lessons, Lu Chen did not intend to let Zhao Lin die this time. He threw the unconscious Zhao Lin's body onto the ground, then controlled Big Fat to come over and swung the giant hammer towards Zhao Lin's legs. Crack! With a loud crash, Zhao Lin's legs were instantly shattered. Ah! In the next moment, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered echoed between the buildings, and Zhao Lin's voice sounded especially mournful in the deep night. The excruciating pain from her shattered legs jolted Zhao Lin awake from her oxygen-deprived faint. But the next moment, the agony of her broken legs surged back, causing Zhao Lin to faint once again. Before losing consciousness, Zhao Lin's mind was filled with thoughts of Ji Ruxue. You useless invisibility user, I've really been ruined by you this time. You better not let me find you, or I won't let you off. But as she thought of this, Zhao Lin suddenly felt like crying, because she realized that she had never seen the other person's face. Even when she wanted to remember her grudge against the other, she had no idea what the invisibility user looked like. When Lu Chen picked Zhao Lin up, he noticed that she had fainted again from the pain, but 2 lines of tears had slipped from the corners of her eyes. Is this woman crying from the pain? Seeing Zhao Lin in such a miserable state, Lu Chen showed no signs of pity, his eyes still filled with indifference. Today, this woman almost took her own life and even tried to threaten Xiaqiqi's safety. If it weren't for the inability to kill her, I would have already shattered her in my rage. Lu Chen doesn't like danger to be outside of his control. So he decided to keep this female police officer in check from now on. At most, he would consider it like raising a dog. This woman's ability to become stronger upon revival makes things a bit tricky for Lu Chen. The best way to deal with her right now is to keep her under his watch, always within his control. Anyway, Zhao Lin's legs are already broken by him, and Lu Chen doesn't believe she can cause any more trouble. As long as this female police officer doesn't die, she won't be able to revive and take revenge on him. Then Lu Chen picked up a chain in front of building number 5, which was originally used to lock the unit door, and now it can be used to bind Zhao Lin. At this moment, Ji Ruxue was watching everything from the second-floor balcony. She didn't expect her gentle and caring father to have such a ruthless side. However, upon seeing her ruthless father, Ji Ruxue not only felt no rejection but was instead very pleased. In this apocalypse, kindness will only harm oneself. In her past life, Ji Ruxue fought her way to become the Empress of the human race, experiencing countless killings along the way. As for being betrayed by those around her, that was a common occurrence, so Ji Ruxue had long understood that to survive longer in the apocalypse, she had to become cold and heartless. Originally, Ji Ruxue was worried about her zombie father who retained human consciousness and had been very gentle and considerate towards her during this time, wondering if he would struggle to survive after the apocalypse. But now, Ji Ruxue felt completely at ease. Her father was far more decisive than she had imagined. This time, Dad didn't kill the opponent, he merely broke both legs. It seems Dad has realized the ability of the 9 Deaths Demon Police to grow stronger upon revival. Ji Ruxue nodded in admiration, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of her mouth. For Ji Ruxue, the more foolish the zombie king, the happier she was, because such an existence would pose a significant threat to humanity. If this zombie king is her father, then Ji Ruxue only hopes that the zombie king is as smart as he can be. After all, survival in the apocalypse is not that easy. Given the current situation, having this 9 Death Demon Police fall into her father's hands is the best choice. This woman may be easily deceived, but she is not a fool. Since the other party already knows about the zombie king, they absolutely cannot be allowed to leave here. Otherwise, if the news leaks out, it would be equivalent to putting her father in the line of fire. The Zombie King is an extremely dangerous existence for humanity. However, the Zombie King's combat power is not very strong. If targeted by evolved humans, he could easily fall into danger. Similarly, when humans face the Zombie King, the main problem is that they cannot locate the Zombie King at all, and it is very difficult to distinguish which one among the corpses is the Zombie King. So the Zombie King mingles among the corpses, remaining inconspicuous is the best concealment strategy.
The current problem is that Zhao Lin is already aware of the existence of the Zombie King in Sunshine community. If he escapes and exposes it to the human survivor base, it would be extremely dangerous for Dad. Based on her understanding of the early psychology of the Nine Lives Demon Police, she believes that as long as the other party can leave here, whether out of revenge against the Zombie King or a sense of justice, the Nine Lives Demon Police will definitely find various ways to carry out the plan to assassinate the Zombie King. Now that Dad has broken the other party's legs to restrict their movement, this is undoubtedly the best solution. As for whether Zhao Lin will suffer because of this, Ji Rushua doesn't care at all. Initially, her main goal in wanting to team up with the Nine Lives Demon Police was because she considered Dad's strength to be too weak and wanted to use the power of the Nine Lives Demon Police to protect him. In Ji Rushua's heart, Dad has always been the most important. Even if the Nine Lives Demon Police are powerful future human warriors, if she can subdue them, they might become her capable subordinates. However, in Ji Rushua's eyes, her father is far more important. Her father's identity as the Zombie King must never be revealed, no matter what. At least not for now. Unless in the future either she or her father's strength becomes strong enough to withstand the attacks of human evolvers. At this stage, both father and daughter need to live cautiously and low-key. Ji Rushua is very confident about the future. She has the memories of her past life and the cultivation techniques that humanity developed only in the later stages of the apocalypse. Moreover, after her rebirth, she has become a dual talent holder, possessing two very top-tier abilities. Ji Rushua believes she will definitely achieve more than in her previous life. Don't worry, Dad. As long as I grow up, no one will be able to hurt you. After the apocalypse arrives, strength is the only truth. As long as one possesses enough power, even something black can be called white. This is a principle that Ji Rushua summarized through her struggles in her past life. What if it's the Zombie King? What if it faces condemnation from humanity? As long as I possess great strength. Even if my dad's identity as the Zombie King is exposed, I can still protect him. At this moment, the battle below is nearing its end. Seeing that the Nine Deaths Demon Police had been captured by Dad, Ji Rushua hurried downstairs towards home. After all, it would be terrible if Dad found out I wasn't home. I'm not ready to be exposed yet. However, because of my plan, a large number of zombies have gathered at Building 5. To protect the safety of Building 5, Lu Chen has gathered all the zombies in the neighborhood. Seeing this, Ji Rushua could only run helplessly towards Building 4, eventually reaching the rooftop. Now I can't go downstairs, so I have to find a way to get through from above. Building 4 is the closest to Building 5, which can save the most of my mental energy. Feeling the cool breeze blowing around her, Ji Rushua took a deep breath and then used her mental energy to lift herself up. In the next moment, Ji Rushua's petite body actually flew into the air, successfully reaching the rooftop of Building 5 without being detected by any other zombies. Ji Rushua patted her chest, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. It seems that being reborn as a baby has its advantages. My weight is much lighter than when I was an adult, allowing me to have some ability to float just by reaching the second level. After successfully landing, Ji Rushua didn't dare to delay, fearing her father would discover her situation, so she hurriedly returned from the rooftop of Building 5 to her bedroom on the 7th floor. Carefully returning to her room, Ji Rushua quickly closed the bedroom door and pretended to be asleep. After dealing with Zhao Lin, Lu Chen immediately dispatched the corpse puppets to patrol the surroundings of the community. Although he didn't know why the evolver who could limit his actions stopped attacking towards the end of the battle, Lu Chen wouldn't give up on finding the opponent because of that. With an evolved being around who has awakened unique abilities, I have to keep one eye open even while sleeping. Controlling time? Can this world awaken even more outrageous talents? However, Lu Chen didn't know if the other party had long since left or if their hiding skills were simply too advanced. I sent a large number of corpse puppets around, almost turning everything upside down, yet I still couldn't find their trace. Humph. You better keep hiding, don't let me find you. Otherwise, I will definitely make you understand the price of provoking me. Lu Chen's eyes flashed a scarlet hue in the darkness, looking quite terrifying. These two evolved beings tonight have completely touched my reverse scale. If given the chance, I will definitely root them out. Glancing at the female police officer at my feet who had fainted from pain, Lu Chen controlled Lightning Number 1 to carry her directly to the 6th floor of Building Number 5. Now, Zhao Lin's legs have been smashed by Big Fat and are basically broken, leaving her with no power to resist, and moving has become a problem. Just looking at the female officer lying in the corner, Lu Chen still felt a bit uneasy. This guy in front of him was just too troublesome. This ability to fully revive simply by dying, and even become stronger, is practically an unbeatable cheat. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen tied the female officer's hands. After all, if she woke up and committed suicide, she would come looking for him again after reviving. To be on the safe side, Lu Chen sent Lightning One to keep an eye on her. If this woman made any sudden movements, he would be the first to know. After doing all this, Lu Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. Stealthily returning to the 7th floor, he opened the door to see Xiao Qiqi sleeping soundly in bed, and a smile finally appeared on Lu Chen's face. "Little one, as long as you can grow up healthy, I would risk my life for you." Noticing that Xiao Qiqi's blanket wasn't properly covered, Lu Chen walked over gently to tuck the little one in. Then he softly closed the door, afraid of disturbing Xiao Qiqi's sleep. When the sound of the door closing echoed, Ji Ruxue opened her eyes. In her pure and bright eyes, there were emotions that were extremely complex and inconsistent with her age. Dad is still as gentle and caring as before. What if he is the zombie king? As long as Dad loves me, he will always be my closest person. Thinking of this, a smile flashed across Ji Ruxue's face. I really didn't expect that after guessing for so long what Dad's awakened evolutionary ability was, I never thought it would be related to the zombie king. I originally thought Dad was just an ordinary zombie, likely to become cannon fodder after the apocalypse. Now I don't have to worry about that anymore. Ji Ruxue couldn't help but recall the powerful zombie kings she had seen in her past life. Each one was extremely cunning and treacherous, and they feared death. Next to the zombie kings, there were always swarms of evolved zombies for protection, afraid of the slightest danger. But so far, besides Dad, no other zombies have approached me. Ji Ruxue understood in her heart that it must be her father's preserved human consciousness that was guiding all of this. Her father hoped to allow her to grow up healthy and happy, so he didn't want other zombies to approach her and affect her. Thinking of this made Ji Ruxue's heart feel even more touched. This feeling of being cherished was something she had never experienced in her previous life. For Ji Ruxue, her previous life was a struggle amidst water and fire, constantly fighting on the brink of life and death. In the apocalypse, walking alone and not being betrayed or harmed by others was already a tremendous blessing. This precious familial bond made Ji Ruxue cherish it even more. Don't worry, Dad, you're not alone anymore, I'm here with you. From now on, I will be your strongest bodyguard. After resolving tonight's crisis, Lu Chen finally sat down on the sofa to rest. Leaning against the back of the sofa, Lu Chen closed his eyes in contemplation, feeling a wave of fatigue rise within him. Although he had now become a zombie, he hardly felt any fatigue or pain in his body. But to deal with that policewoman who can continuously resurrect, I had to control a large number of zombies to fight tonight, which consumed too much mental energy. Even though I am now in a zombie body, Lu Chen still feels tired and wants to rest for a while. Although the process tonight has been somewhat twisted, I have also expended a lot of energy. But I finally managed to capture this troublemaking policewoman who can resurrect. For now, it can be considered as having removed a significant threat. What puzzles Lu Chen is, what exactly is in this sunshine community? In such a dilapidated old community, how could two evolvers be targeting this place? Lu Chen reached out to rub his temples, a subconscious action he used to relieve fatigue after working overtime in his past life. Although I have turned into a zombie now, it can still bring me some psychological comfort. I'm just puzzled, one of these two can resurrect after dying and gain several times the power, while the other can secretly restrict people's movements. These two guys have incredible abilities, and instead of making a name for themselves in this chaotic world, why do they have to go against their own sunny community? It can't be that they're specifically targeting me, right? I shouldn't have been exposed. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, unable to figure it out for a moment. However, the fact that the evolver, who still hasn't shown up and whom he has searched for many times without finding, makes him very worried. That guy doesn't even need to show up, he can restrict his own actions. If it weren't for the other party constantly intervening, this female police officer would have already been captured by him, and he wouldn't have wasted so much time and energy. But fortunately, the ability of that hidden evolver is likely limited in usage. If his ability could be used indefinitely, I wouldn't have any chance of winning tonight. Lu Chen recalled that in the later stages of the fight tonight, that peculiar power restricting him finally disappeared. Most likely, that evolver has reached the limit of his power and can no longer continue to use it. At least from Lu Chen's perspective, it makes no sense for these human evolutionaries to be ready for cooperation, only to abandon their partners right before success. Isn't that just ridiculous? Thinking about the battle tonight, Lu Chen felt a vague sense of worry. It seems I need to quickly gain control of a second-tier combat zombie, otherwise, these human survivors will only grow stronger and become more troublesome in the future. Currently, with his 3 first-tier evolved zombies working together, they can barely restrain the female police officer, which clearly shows that his strength is becoming insufficient. He must quickly gain control of a second-tier combat zombie. Only with enough powerful strength can he live peacefully in this apocalypse. The next morning, Zhao Lin, who had tossed and turned all night, slowly woke up. Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar environment in front of her, Zhao Lin felt a bit dazed. What's going on? Am I not dead? Hiss. As her consciousness just returned, Zhao Lin suddenly felt a wave of intense pain. She quickly looked and realized that her legs had been crushed, still oozing with fresh blood. Her originally beautiful and well-proportioned legs were now a bloody mess. Zhao Lin glanced down and felt a chill in her heart, quickly averting her gaze. Such a bloody scene was something she could hardly bear to look at. Meanwhile, after being brutally beaten by zombies last night, Zhao Lin felt like her entire body was falling apart, not just her legs. Everywhere she had been hit by Lu Chen was either fractured or bruised. Damn Invisible One! Just when the plan was about to succeed, it all fell apart. We agreed to slay the zombie king together, yet you left me alone at the bottom of the building? You bastard! This time Zhao Lin understood what it meant to not fear a godlike opponent, but to fear a pig-like teammate. Charging into the horde while leaving her behind without a care. Brilliant, just brilliant! Damn Invisible One, don't let me see you again, if I do. Zhao Lin suddenly froze, realizing she didn't even know what the other person looked like. She had no chance to seek revenge. After complaining for a while, Zhao Lin forced herself to endure the pain and surveyed her surroundings. As she looked up, she saw the evolved zombie standing at the door, staring intently at her. Seeing this agile evolved zombie caught Zhao Lin off guard, making her jump a little. Although this guy looked a bit thin and just stood there motionless at the door, Zhao Lin would never underestimate him. Yesterday, she had witnessed this guy's violent side, swinging dual blades and chopping fiercely. His combat power was exceptionally strong. Is this evolved zombie just staring at me without doing anything because it's controlled by the zombie king? Zhao Lin furrowed her brow. Am I now in the hands of that zombie king? It's really strange. Clearly, it has captured me, but why doesn't it kill me? Zhao Lin felt very confused. To her, zombies were just a group of bloodthirsty monsters that only knew how to kill. But now that she had been captured, the other party showed no signs of taking any further action, which was quite unusual. It can't be that this zombie figured out I can be revived, so it's deliberately not killing me, right? As this speculation crossed her mind, Zhao Lin's pupils constricted, and a deep shock flashed in her eyes. It shouldn't be the case. If that were true, then this zombie's intelligence would be too high, wouldn't it? Since the apocalypse began, Zhao Lin had yet to encounter a zombie with intelligence. This zombie king had its hands and feet bound. If this was to prevent itself from committing suicide and reviving again, then its IQ would be exaggerated. Zhao Lin then examined the room she was in. It was surprisingly filled with baby supplies. Baby formula, diapers, baby clothes, and even various books and toys. If one didn't know better, they might think this was a warehouse for a baby specialty store. This room full of baby supplies really left Zhao Lin confused. It definitely doesn't look like a place where a zombie king would live. How could there be mountains of baby formula and diapers? What on earth does this zombie king want? Zhao Lin had only heard that zombies devour human flesh and blood. She had never heard of a zombie that drinks milk. She really couldn't understand what was going on in this sunshine community. Not only is there a zombie king that can control other zombies, but its style of doing things is also so bizarre. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already learned through the perspective of Lightning Number 1 that Zhao Lin had woken up. Looking at the woman before him, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. This resurrected policewoman had brought him quite a bit of trouble during this time. Lu Chen really didn't have any good feelings towards her. If it weren't for her peculiar resurrection ability, Lu Chen would have definitely ensured she was dead beyond recovery. Seeing that Zhao Lin had awakened and was surveying her surroundings, Lu Chen closely monitored her actions through Lightning Number 1. This woman is both dangerous and troublesome, and the key issue is that dealing with her is very tricky. Her legs have already been rendered useless, so she can't cause much trouble in Building 5. However, what worries Lu Chen the most is that this female officer might suddenly commit suicide. If she comes back to life again, her strength might increase further. This could be a huge problem for him. Damn it, how can there be such a perverse ability to resurrect and become stronger? Isn't this woman some kind of cheat character? Lu Chen is really puzzled. In this world he has crossed into, what else is impossible? They say that life, aging, sickness, and death are inevitable, yet this person can come back to life even after being turned into mush? Is there any justice left? Lu Chen still remembers when he first encountered this female officer. Fatty casually smashed her and killed her, yet that same night she was resurrected and could already fight evolved zombies. To ensure safety, he smashed all her bones to bits, but even so, she could resurrect completely unharmed, and her combat power increased exponentially. In Lu Chen's view, the emergence of zombies in this world was already highly irrational. However, compared to the woman in front of him, zombies seemed incredibly reasonable. But what troubled Lu Chen the most was how to deal with this woman. He couldn't just let her go, nor could he kill her. Although he had broken her legs, restricting her mobility, no one could guarantee that she wouldn't just commit suicide. It probably wouldn't be easy to eliminate her suicidal thoughts. After all, if this woman was really determined to die, he would find it very difficult to stop her. From various dramas and movies he had seen in his past life, Lu Chen could think of at least 10 methods of suicide. Damn it! This woman is really troublesome, why did I have to encounter her? The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more irritated he became, unable to resist rubbing his increasingly thick hair. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Got it! You, woman, really like the saintly persona, don't you? Then I'll indulge your righteous heart that wants to save the world. I want to see how long you can keep being so saintly. It is very difficult to forcibly stop someone from committing suicide. If one really wants to prevent her, then they must completely eliminate the thought of suicide from this policewoman's mind. Lu Chen picked up the paper and pen that Xiao Qiqi used for practice and started to write in a crooked manner. Dad, what are you doing again? Ji Ruxue, who was holding a milk bottle and drinking milk, curiously came over to see what was happening. On the paper, in crooked handwriting, it read, "Live well, if you die, everyone in the police station will have to accompany you in death." Ji Ruxue immediately realized that this was a message from her dad to that 9 Lives Demon Police. After a brief thought, Ji Ruxue understood Lu Chen's intention. Dad knows that the 9 Lives Demon realm can resurrect and become stronger, so he's worried that the other party might choose to commit suicide, which would cause him more trouble later. He wants to use the lives of the police to completely eliminate the thought of suicide in the 9 Deaths Demon realm. Ji Ruxue couldn't help but smile to herself. This method might not work on others and could even be seen as a ridiculous threat. But if it were this 9 Deaths Demon Police who was very responsible during the early apocalypse, then this method might actually be effective. Currently, the 9 Deaths Demon Police in the early apocalypse were still in the phase of being naive and believing in truth, goodness, and beauty, and they were the type willing to sacrifice themselves for the lives of others. 6th floor. After regaining consciousness, Zhao Lin looked around and took a moment to catch her breath to recover some strength. Seeing Lightning Number 1 standing motionless at the door, Zhao Lin wanted to tentatively move a bit to find a good angle to relax her hands and feet. Right now, her hands and feet were bound and she couldn't move at all, unable to do anything. Zhao Lin slightly turned her body, trying to find a place to unfasten the chain on her hands. But the next second, a whooshing sound was heard, and a steel knife was already pressed against her neck. Zhao Lin's body trembled as she turned to see Lightning Number 1 standing at the door. So this guy has been watching me all along. However, looking at the steel knife resting on her neck, Zhao Lin had a cold smile on her face, showing no fear at all. With my legs already useless, in this situation where I can't move or fight, it would be better to just die. The key point was that Zhao Lin had now realized she had the ability to come back to life. At worst, she could let a zombie kill her with a knife, and after resurrecting, her legs would recover, allowing her to fight against those zombies. However, it was clear that Lu Chen would not allow that to happen. Then, Zhao Lin heard footsteps approaching, and saw the zombie with high combat skills, who resembled a human, walk in the one she encountered last night. Isn't this the relative of the invisible one? What does he want with me? Zhao Lin frowned, recognizing Lu Chen in front of her. It was that invisible man, the zombie, who repeatedly prevented me from taking action yesterday, and because of this zombie, I was pressed to the ground like a sandbag and rubbed against it. I had several ribs broken by this guy in front of me last night, and now even breathing is a bit painful. Zhao Lin turned her head away, unwilling to look at Lu Chen, but Lu Chen walked straight up to her and handed her a piece of paper. Zhao Lin looked up in confusion, and when she saw the information on the paper, she immediately exploded with anger. Damn the zombie king! How despicable and shameless! The invisible man was right, these zombie kings are indeed a bunch of insidious and cunning characters. After being threatened by Lu Chen, Zhao Lin was both shocked and furious. She widened her eyes, filled with rage. However, after Lu Chen threw the note at her, he turned around and left. He believed that with the character of this saintly female officer, in order to protect the lives of the survivors in the police station, she would definitely not take her own life recklessly anymore. Zhao Lin's body trembled with anger. She never expected that the zombie king would be so despicable, resorting to violence against the survivors in the police station to stop her from committing suicide. At the same time, she was deeply shocked, although she had learned from the infiltrator that the zombie king usually possessed very high intelligence. But today she experienced it firsthand. This zombie king not only realized she could be revived, but even went so far as to threaten her with the lives of the police station survivors to prevent her resurrection. Zhao Lin now seriously doubted whether this was something a bloodthirsty zombie could really do. Perhaps only a human skilled in various schemes and calculations could accomplish this? Although Zhao Lin was reluctant to agree to the other party's demands, thinking of the innocent survivors in the police station, she could only reluctantly compromise in her heart. Before the apocalypse, Zhao Lin, as a police officer, had the duty to protect the safety of the people's lives and property. Zhao Lin could unhesitatingly sacrifice herself to save the lives of others, but she could not allow others to die because of her. Guided by her own values, Zhao Lin does not allow personal issues to harm everyone else, to hurt so many innocent survivors.
The police station now is no longer like it was at the beginning of the apocalypse, with abundant resources, a large workforce, and plenty of ammunition.
After more than 2 months of life in the apocalypse, the combat effectiveness of the police station has greatly diminished, and there are hardly any officers left. Zhao Lin is well aware that she is the only evolved one in the entire police station. In this constantly changing apocalypse, it is becoming increasingly difficult for ordinary people to survive. If the police station loses her protection as a survivor, those survivors inside are doomed to perish if the zombie king truly decides to attack. Looking at the handwriting on the note, Zhao Lin felt an overwhelming sense of irony. She never expected to be captured by a zombie, let alone be threatened by it. Zhao Lin turned to the lightning number 1 standing at the door, glaring at her fiercely, and said, "You better not lay a hand on them, or I'll die right in front of you." Seeing Lightning 1 standing still and unresponsive, Zhao Lin immediately looked around and shouted, "Zombie King!
I know you can hear me. I warn you, you'd better not hurt them. If you dare to harm anyone else, I'll commit suicide right in front of you."
Zhao Lin shouted and yelled around, but received no response, leaving her to sulk alone on the 6th floor. Back in the living room on the 7th floor, Lu Chen's expression became somewhat strange upon hearing the sounds from downstairs.
Die in front of me? That's quite a terrifying threat.
Lu Chen remembered the last time he heard such words was in a melodramatic romance where the female lead threatened the male lead.
Threatening with suicide, now that's truly frightening. Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer. Hearing Zhao Lin say this made him realize that this woman wouldn't easily take her own life.
Indeed, dealing with a saintly person is most effective with this method. Of course, Ji Ruxue also heard Zhao Lin's voice. "It seems Dad has locked her on the 6th floor. If I get the chance, I might as well go take a look at her. After all, if I hadn't invited her to the Sunshine community, this 9 Death Demon officer might not have ended up in this situation." When Ji Ruxue thought about this, she felt a bit embarrassed. This 9 Death Demon officer is considered a strong figure among the human race, yet now, due to her, he is being kept by the zombie dad. Even his legs have been broken, and the sight of him unable to die or escape is truly pitiful. If it weren't for my sudden betrayal last night, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Recalling the scene of Zhao Lin being surrounded and beaten by zombies last night, Ji Ruxue couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush.
I didn't expect that Ji Ruxue, would end up creating such a joke.
Oh well, anyway, the identity of the invisibility user will no longer exist in the future. She planned to find an opportunity to go downstairs to check on Zhao Lin. In Ji Ruxue's heart, she always wanted to subdue this 9 Death Demon officer. After all, he is a strong figure who can survive into the later stages of the human race. If it weren't for the fact that the 9 Death's Demon Police have a poor head and wasted too many revival opportunities early on, they could have actually broken through to the Imperial realm. Even in the entire apocalypse, there are not many evolvers with such a heaven-defying ability. If I could really bring such a powerful evolver under my command, the difficulty of future life in the apocalypse would be greatly reduced. The main thing is that at the beginning of the apocalypse, this 9 Death's Demon Police is at a time when they are naive and easily trust others. If I don't seize this opportunity now, it will be much harder to deal with this woman once she turns dark. Thinking of this, Ji Ruxue approached Lu Chen and pretended to be innocent, asking naively, "Daddy, I seem to hear something moving.
What is that sound downstairs?" Hearing the naive and cute voice of Zayakiki, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback.
He couldn't help but turn his head to see Zayakiki's innocent and adorable appearance, with pure eyes that had not yet been tainted by the world. Although life in the apocalypse is cruel, Zayakiki is still young, and Lu Chen doesn't want the little one to have a harsh childhood. This world may not be as beautiful, and it can even be very dark, but I am willing to be the one who embraces the darkness, keeping all dangers at bay. A father's love is like a mountain. Since I consider Chi-Chi as my daughter, I have the responsibility to provide her with a beautiful world. As a newborn, Chi-Chi is already pitiful enough to arrive in this strange world without her parents.
Lu Chen doesn't want her to bear so much suffering.
However, that resurrectable female police officer downstairs poses too great a threat. I absolutely cannot let her go.
After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen took a note and wrote, "That's a pet raised by Dad."
He cannot let this woman go now, nor can he kill her directly. She can only be kept inside building number 5. As long as he feeds her regularly and keeps her alive, he can treat her like a pet in the building. This woman might get killed outside at any time, at least here, her life can continue.
She should be thankful to me. Pet? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ji Ruxue couldn't help but stifle a laugh.
Never would I have thought that the fearsome and decisive 9 Death Demon Police from my past life is now treated like a pet by his own father. The 9 Death Demon Police is exceptionally handsome and has an outstanding physique, along with impressive combat skills, making him a well-known figure in the apocalypse. Moreover, the darkened Nine-Death Demon Police has a cold and decisive personality, which ignites the conqueror's desire in many human evolutionists in this world where humanity has already collapsed. But in the end, the fate of these people is always the same: they either flee in disgrace or die at the hands of the Nine-Death Demon Police. If those powerful human beings from my past life knew that the Nine-Death Demon Police was being raised as a pet by his own father, they would surely be left astounded. Ji Rushue is somewhat curious about how surprised her father would be if he knew the Nine-Death Demon Police's identity and status in the past life. However, at this moment, Lu Chen wasn't thinking about that much. After hearing Zhao Lin's earlier words, Lu Chen realized that this woman had already compromised, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. This woman who can come back to life is like a ticking time bomb if she can't let go of her suicidal thoughts. If she ever decides to commit suicide, once she is revived, she will probably go crazy looking for trouble. Indeed, everyone has their weaknesses. Once you grasp someone's weakness, you can easily manipulate them. People like Zhao Lin, who are so altruistic, are the easiest to deal with in the apocalypse. Lu Chen doesn't think there's anything wrong with threatening others' lives. Doing whatever it takes to survive in the apocalypse is a necessary skill. People like Zhao Lin, who are willing to sacrifice themselves for strangers, are truly rare. If it weren't for her ability to revive, she would have died long ago. However, Lu Chen also knows that he is not invincible and has his own weaknesses. Lu Chen turned to look at the little Chi-Chi beside him, who was drinking from a bottle. The adorable sight made him feel a surge of affection. Although this world feels very unfamiliar to him, and he has no attachments to it. But now that little Chi-Chi is here, Lu Chen knows he has gained something to protect and care for. Absolutely no existence is allowed to threaten Xiao Chi-Chi's safety. Hey, can the zombie king hear me? I'm hungry, I want to eat. Can you give me something to eat? You're so afraid of me dying, you wouldn't want me to starve to death, right? Zhao Lin looked around in frustration. Her stomach was already growling with hunger. Since yesterday, she hadn't eaten anything, and the little supplies she had gathered were mostly given to the survivors at the police station. Last night, she had gone through a series of battles, which drained her energy significantly. Moreover, she had lost a lot of blood after Big Fatty broke her legs, and with no water for such a long time while continuously exerting herself, even Zhao Lin, a second-tier revolver, was struggling to hold on. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Lin's complexion. Indeed, the woman now had no color in her face, and her lips were dry and pale. The sixth floor was filled with baby supplies, so Lu Chen controlled Lightning Number 1 to carry the female officer. Upon opening the door on the fifth floor, Zhao Lin's eyes widened immediately. She originally thought that the piles of supplies on the sixth floor were outrageous, but she didn't expect that the fifth floor was also filled with all kinds of daily necessities. Inside this room, there were mountains of bottled water and milk powder, and bags of rice weighing 50 pounds each had already piled up to the ceiling. There were also various kinds of bread, biscuits, noodles, and other long-lasting food items. Seeing all this food, Zhao Lin's eyes widened, and she even felt a glimmer of excitement. Oh my god, in the 2 months of living in this apocalypse, when have I ever seen so many supplies? Did this zombie king collect all the supplies from the area? It can't be that this entire building is filled, right? Zhao Lin felt like crying without tears. She hadn't had a full meal in over 2 months, and just looking at this room full of food made her drool. Thinking of this, Zhao Lin gritted her teeth in frustration. No wonder she couldn't collect any supplies outside. So all the supplies were moved here by this zombie king? For the past 2 months, I couldn't even bear to swallow a sip of water, living frugally every day. What kind of life is that? But then Zhao Lin frowned and felt a bit confused. Why is the zombie king collecting so many human supplies? A bunch of bloodthirsty monsters don't need this kind of stuff? Surely it can't be to hoard all the food and force human survivors to risk their lives looking for it? Other than that, Zhao Lin really couldn't think of any other possibilities. Lu Chen controlled Lightning Number 1 and directly threw Zhao Lin to the ground, causing her to wince in pain and gasp for air. Damn zombie king! I won't let you off. I advise you to be gentle with me. If you end up killing me, don't blame me. However, before Zhao Lin could finish her sentence, Lightning Number 1 directly tossed 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of mineral water into her arms. There was even a piece of dried beef jerky among them, and Zhao Lin's eyes widened like light bulbs. Without hesitation, Zhao Lin tore open the package and started eating heartily. Zhao Lin indulged herself, taking bites of bread and sips of water. The solid feeling of food in her stomach was something she hadn't experienced in a long time. The aroma of the bread wafting from the wheat made her feel as if her bones were softening. As the apocalypse continued to unfold, various supplies became increasingly scarce. Zhao Lin, adhering to a selfless attitude, distributed almost all the supplies she had gathered to the survivors, keeping only a small portion for herself. As a result, later on, Zhao Lin could only rely on a little drinking water to survive each day, constantly feeling her stomach grumble with hunger. The feeling of being full now made her feel extremely satisfied. Especially when she tore open the package and chewed on the beef jerky, Zhao Lin's eyes became moist.
Is this the taste of meat? How blissful. I can't even remember how long it's been since I've felt this full. If I could stay here like this every day, that wouldn't be so bad. Thinking of this, Zhao Lin suddenly shook her head. What am I thinking? Everyone is still waiting for me to take them to the base. How can I be so selfish and indulge myself here? However, when Zhao Lin's gaze lowered and she saw her broken legs, she immediately felt disheartened again. Now that I have lost my legs, I can't even resurrect myself through suicide. What can I do? Zhao Lin's eyes lit up as she suddenly thought of someone, that being the invisible person she had never met. Although she had been tricked by the invisible person this time, Zhao Lin still held on to hope. Since this invisible person wants to eliminate the zombie king, they shouldn't give up easily. With their powerful strength, they should definitely be able to save me. I don't blame you for tricking me, invisible person. Please come save me. Thinking of this, Zhao Lin took a big bite of bread. So delicious. After dealing with Zhao Lin's situation, Lu Chen stayed in building number 5 for the next 2 days. Even though he had managed to handle the troublesome female police officer who could be resurrected, her evolved companion had still not shown up. Even if the opponent hides in the shadows, they can limit their own movements. This peculiar ability makes Lu Chen very wary. This guy has not shown himself, and to Lu Chen, he feels like a ticking time bomb lurking in the dark, making him unable to relax even for a moment. In the past 2 days, Lu Chen has kept all his corpses within the boundaries of Sunshine Community. After all, Lu Chen doesn't know if this evolver will launch a surprise attack on him, so to ensure that Xiao Qiqi is not threatened in any way, Lu Chen must guarantee that there is sufficient defensive power within Sunshine Community. Meanwhile, Lu Chen is controlling the corpses to patrol continuously inside and outside the community, trying to find traces of that evolver. However, in the past 2 days, he has not found any traces of the opponent, and that evolver has shown no signs of movement. Only then did Lu Chen start sending out corpses to search for traces of other evolvers. However, just to be safe, Lu Chen left all 3 of the evolved zombies he is currently controlling in building number 5. This hidden evolver, in Lu Chen's eyes, is far more difficult to deal with than the female police officer. Although this resurrectable female officer has extraordinary talent, her intelligence is quite lacking, and her overly compassionate nature allows her to easily control others. However, the evolutionist who can limit their own mobility is, in Lu Chen's view, the real threat. Not only are they exceptionally capable, posing a significant threat to themselves, but the key issue is that this person clearly operates on a different intellectual level compared to the female officer. So much time has passed, and he hasn't even discovered where the opponent is hiding. As usual, Big Fat stood guard at the entrance of building number 5, wielding his dual hammers like a guardian deity. Meanwhile, the gunman puppet squad equipped with firearms was also left by Lu Chen to guard the entrance of building number 5. The power of firearms is still quite considerable, and even evolutionists must be wary of them. As for lightning number 1, Lu Chen arranged for close monitoring of Zhao Lin, although it seems that this female officer has currently given up on any suicidal intentions. But who knows if one day she might suddenly come to her senses. If she chooses to commit suicide after gaining clarity, that would be difficult to handle. Now, in order to prevent any accidents, Lu Chen has chosen to practice his combat skills only indoors. After all, it is now clear that there is a very powerful evolver nearby, keeping an eye on him in his neighborhood. Lu Chen is worried that if he trains outdoors, he might be discovered as the zombie king. Bringing lightning number 2 to the 4th floor, Lu Chen cleared an area in the living room and then gave the command to attack. Zombie number 2 immediately charged at Lu Chen, moving with great speed, but to Lu Chen at this moment, it had many flaws. Lu Chen did not rush to attack but kept dodging. Although lightning number 2 is agile, Lu Chen's combat skills are now extremely high, allowing him to easily evade lightning number 2 with just his dodging. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile. This time fighting against that female police officer greatly improved his combat skills. Both his physical coordination and agile response, as well as his judgment of attacks, have greatly improved. The once swift zombie that Lu Chen could barely fend off now seemed like it was being toyed with in their one-on-one encounter. Lu Chen moved with great agility, and with his body evolved from devouring the crystal core, he resembled a martial arts master. In the narrow space of the living room on the 4th floor, he was able to perform all sorts of daring evasive maneuvers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the agile zombies' attacks increased, yet Lu Chen remained calm and unhurried. Lu Chen had become quite adept at timing his strikes and controlling the distance between them during the fight. As the zombie pressed closer, Lu Chen simply lifted his leg and kicked directly at its thigh. This not only controlled the distance between them but also made the zombie's steps unsteady. Then, Lu Chen struck with lightning speed, grabbing lightning number 2 by the wrist and forcefully throwing him behind, making lightning number 2 land solidly on the ground. Lu Chen continued to control lightning number 2 to attack himself, but as his fighting skills became more refined, his techniques in throws, punches, and kicks improved significantly. Lightning number 2 had turned into a battered punching bag in Lu Chen's hands. Looking at Lightning once again not down by himself, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. From initially barely being able to defend against the opponent, he could now subdue Lightning number 2 with just one hand. His combat power has seen a tremendous leap in this recent period. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin was leaning against a bag of rice in the room on the 5th floor. These scarce food supplies in the apocalypse had now become Zhao Lin's sofa. Crunch! Crunch! After finishing the bread, beef jerky, and water, Zhao Lin searched the room and found quite a few snacks such as chips and prawn crackers. Determined not to waste food and with the thought of defeating the zombie king, Zhao Lin opened the package and started eating. Leisurely basking in the sunlight outside the window, enjoying snacks that can only be eaten before the apocalypse, without having to gather supplies to cope with various crises that may occur at any time. At this moment, Zhao Lin felt as if she had returned to the time before the apocalypse. As a second-tier evolver, Zhao Lin possesses a strong recovery ability. Her previously broken legs no longer hurt as much. Right now, she was leaning against the sofa made of rice, feeling extremely comfortable. I never thought that the happy life I have after the apocalypse would actually be given to me by zombies. These tomato-flavored chips are really delicious. However, Zhao Lin soon frowned and sighed helplessly. Since the apocalypse, she had lost track of how long it had been since she lived like this. If it weren't for the thought that there were survivors outside waiting for her to rescue them, she would really want to stay here forever. In the bedroom on the 7th floor, Ji Rushue was feeling a bit bored alone. She wanted to go downstairs to see the 9 Deaths Demon Police locked up by her father, but she was afraid of being discovered for knowing his secret. I'm so bored. If I hadn't inexplicably gotten involved with the 9 Deaths Demon Police in this Zombie King beheading operation, my dad wouldn't have become so sensitive. It's already been 2 days without going outside. Thinking about her previous actions, Ji Rushue couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing how foolish she had been. When Lu Chen returned to the 7th floor after practicing his combat skills, Ji Rushue's eyes lit up and she quickly ran over. Dad, it's so boring staying at home. I want to go downstairs and play. You want to go downstairs to play? Hearing Zyakiki's words, Lu Chen couldn't help but hesitate. If it were before, Lu Chen would have readily agreed to Zyakiki's request to go outside. After all, a healthy growing environment shouldn't be confined to indoors. In fact, before these recent changes occurred, Lu Chen had already planned to take Zyakiki to experience the outside world. After being bathed in sunlight, one's mood would change completely. And although this world has become very dilapidated, the sunshine community has already been cleaned up by Lu Chen, so at least it doesn't look that terrifying. But now it's different. This female police officer and the evolver who has been hiding in the shadows have only been causing trouble in the sunshine community for a few days, and to Lu Chen, the surroundings still seem very dangerous. The sunshine community, which he originally controlled through evolved zombies, now seems to be less safe than he imagined. The key issue is that Lu Chen has been sending out puppets to search the nearby area continuously for the past few days, but he still hasn't found the evolver accomplice of that female police officer. Lu Chen doesn't even know what that hidden evolver looks like. He strongly suspects that the other party is likely still hiding around the sunshine community and may even be closely watching his sunshine community. With such a bizarre ability, that evolver is even more dangerous than the female police officer. If Xiao Qiqi is exposed to the other party's line of sight, Lu Chen is very worried that the little guy's safety will be compromised. One can threaten the female officer with the survivor from the police station, but Lu Chen cannot guarantee that the hidden evolver won't use the same method against him. As a result, Lu Chen feels very conflicted at this moment. After all, he doesn't want Xiao Qiqi to be harmed in any way. However, seeing the little one staring at him with wide, blinking eyes makes Lu Chen's heart soften again. A glance around the room reveals that the windows on the 7th floor had been reinforced with wooden boards to prevent the blood-red zombie from crawling in. The room is indeed very oppressive and dark, which doesn't seem beneficial for the growth of infants. Thinking that keeping Xiao Qiqi locked on the 7th floor isn't a solution, Lu Chen hesitates for a moment but eventually nods in agreement. However, Lu Chen takes a piece of paper and writes, "You can go outside, but only within Building 5. The little one is still too young, and Lu Chen doesn't want her to be exposed to the enemy's sight. But if it's just a stroll inside the building, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, there are evolved zombies guarding the building, and the concrete structure provides much more safety by blocking the opponent's line of sight." Ji Rushue quickly nodded obediently upon seeing the words written on the note. "Don't worry, Dad, I won't run out carelessly." Ji Rushue understood in her heart that her father was worried about her safety, especially since she had caused quite a stir with the 9 Deaths Demon Police not long ago, so he was probably still very sensitive about it. "But Dad, you probably don't know that with my current strength, no one can hurt me. Moreover, the recent incident in the community actually started because of me.
Ji Rushue sighed helplessly in her heart. She could only blame herself for being too reckless back then. If she hadn't caused trouble without understanding the situation earlier, her father wouldn't be so anxious now. Then Lu Chen held Ji Rushue's hand as they walked downstairs, carefully holding onto Xiao Qiqi, afraid that the little one might stumble and fall. After all, although the little one was like a child prodigy, speaking, writing, and walking much earlier than other kids her age. But she is still too young. It would be one thing if she fell on flat ground, but if she fell on the stairs, Lu Chen couldn't imagine what might happen. So Lu Chen couldn't let Ji Rushue walk alone in the stairwell like she did in the house. Just like that, a zombie was leading a little girl, carefully making their way down the stairs. The scene looked somewhat bizarre. "Daddy, I want to see the pet you raised." Ji Rushue looked up at Lu Chen, her pure and innocent eyes wide, revealing a naive smile. Ji Rushue still wanted to see how that 9 Deaths demon police was doing now. As a powerful being in this post-apocalyptic world, Ji Rushue still wanted to successfully tame this 9 Deaths demon police. However, Ji Rushue currently had not figured out how to tame this rather unique evolved being. Although she had memories from her past life, Ji Rushue possessed some secret techniques that could control lives. But based on Zhao Lin's personality, she probably wouldn't fall for that. So Ji Rushue decided to take her time and first go down to make contact with Zhao Lin. Lu Chen was taken aback by the little one's words. There were no pets downstairs, but there was indeed a living person. Is Xiao Qiqi talking about that female police officer? However, after thinking for a moment, Lu Chen still nodded. After all, this female police officer was at least a human. It's not a bad thing for the little one to interact more with humans. At least Xiao Qiqi can communicate normally with humans, rather than being like him and only able to express through writing. So Lu Chen took Xiao Qiqi to the 5th floor, and after opening the door, Lightning One was still standing at the entrance, motionless, like a bodyguard intently watching Zhao Lin inside the room. Seeing the agile zombie controlled by her father, Ji Rushue pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Dad, who is this?" Lu Chen took out a pen and paper he always carried and wrote, "This is Dad's friend." After Xiao Qiqi received it, she nodded politely as if she understood, saying, "Hello, uncle." Zhao Lin was still sleeping against a sack of rice indoors when she woke up from her dream after hearing the commotion from Ji Rushue and Lu Chen. Am I hallucinating? Why do I feel like I hear someone talking? Ji Rushue's innocent voice left Zhao Lin momentarily bewildered. And why does this voice seem familiar? It feels a bit like I've heard it before? Awake, Zhao Lin instinctively looked up towards the door, and she happened to see 2 figures, one large and one small, in addition to the evolved zombie that was watching her. The larger figure was naturally the powerful zombie she had fought earlier, but when she saw the petite figure of Ji Rushue holding Lu Chen's hand, Zhao Lin felt like her brain had short-circuited. She stared incredulously at Ji Rushue, her eyes wide with surprise. Isn't this the lair of the Zombie King? Where did this little girl come from? Zhao Lin was completely stunned. She never imagined that in a zombie den, she would see a living person, and it would be a girl. It's been over 2 months since the apocalypse began, and Zhao Lin has experienced countless life and death situations, witnessing all kinds of terrifying zombies. She knows all too well how terrifying a living person is to zombies. These bloodthirsty monsters would crazily tear apart a living being, driven by an almost insane craving for human flesh and blood. In the early days of the apocalypse, the police station where Zhao Lin worked organized rescue operations and other efforts. But later, they realized that these zombies were too terrifying and extremely insane, and the police force was simply insufficient for rescue efforts, ultimately having to retreat to the station. Even in the following days, the number of officers continued to dwindle due to constant outings in search of food. These zombies have an extremely terrifying craving for living beings and fresh flesh, eagerly devouring anything they can find. However, Zhao Lin couldn't understand how there could be such a cute little girl among this group of terrifying zombies. In front of her, Ji Rushue's skin was fair and smooth, without a trace of dirt or dust, maintaining her cleanliness even in the apocalypse. She was wearing a pink fluffy princess dress, and the little girl looked just like a porcelain doll, incredibly cute. Those big, sparkling eyes revealed innocence and purity, as if she possessed the ability to purify the world. This clean and pure aura was something that was absent in the current apocalypse. In Zhao Lin's eyes, the little girl stood there, completely out of place in this dilapidated world. Generally, zombies have altered pupils, either blood red or pitch black, but the little girl's clear black and white eyes were unmistakably those of a human. However, what struck Zhao Lin as very strange was that such a pure and beautiful little girl was actually holding hands with a zombie. What kind of combination is this? Zhao Lin looked at Ji Rushue and then at Lu Chen, feeling as if her head was about to explode. How on earth did this little girl survive? These bloodthirsty zombies can actually restrain their desire for fresh flesh? They can't be thinking of raising them before eating, right? Then the cost of one meal is just too high. As Zhao Lin kept sizing up Ji Rushue was also observing her at the same time. At this moment, Zhao Lin was bound by iron chains. Although she could still move, her actions were obviously greatly restricted. Most crucially, her legs had been smashed by an evolved zombie's giant hammer, and now she could only crawl to move around on the ground. Moreover, having been locked in this room for so long, she looked extremely disheveled. Recalling how the other party once looked beautiful in a police uniform, and now seeing her in such a miserable state, Ji Rushue felt a bit embarrassed. After all, if it weren't for her blunder that got this 9 Deaths demon police into trouble, the other party wouldn't have ended up like this. But as pitiful as it was, and as miserable as it seemed, her father's safety was still more important than this 9 Deaths demon realm. In order to keep my father's identity as the Zombie King from being exposed, for now, I can only temporarily put up with this 9 Death demon police. Anyway, with so much food on the 5th floor, they won't let the female officer starve. Ji Rushue has already noticed that there are many food packaging bags around, and without thinking, she knows they must have been eaten by the female officer in front of her. This guy looks a bit miserable, but at least under my father's control, she can fill her stomach. The two women, one big and one small, exchanged glances for a moment, both falling into silence. Then Ji Rushue was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Looking at this 9 Death demon police, who used to be formidable and ruthless in the late apocalypse, Ji Rushue said with a hint of mockery in her eyes, "Are you the pet my father keeps downstairs?" Ji Rushue's voice is very pleasant. This innocent childlike voice is something Zhao Lin hasn't heard in a long time. Pet? You say I'm a pet? Zhao Lin was initially admiring Ji Rushue's cuteness, but the next moment, she was shocked to hear herself referred to as the other person's pet. How did I, a dignified police officer and an evolved one at that, end up as a pet? However, Zhao Lin soon discovered a more critical issue in Ji Rushue's words. Dad? Zhao Lin frowned and asked in confusion, "Little one, who is your dad?" She couldn't understand why someone would raise a zombie alongside their daughter. Weren't they afraid the zombies would eat her? What kind of father would do such a thing? This zombie seems a bit overconfident, doesn't it? As a police officer, Zhao Lin had seen people in the apocalypse who were particularly attached to their deceased loved ones. Even if the person had turned into a zombie, they still treated them as they did when they were alive. In such cases, these people usually faced the consequences of their actions. After all, a zombie is just a zombie, they have no extra emotions, just a group of bloodthirsty monsters. Upon hearing this, Ji Rushue glanced at Lu Chen beside her but did not directly clarify their relationship. She just looked at Zhao Lin in front of her, showing an innocent smile. "My dad is just my dad." Hearing the little one's words, Lu Chen couldn't help but secretly admire her. Little Chi-Chi is so smart, she understands what it means to be wary of others at such a young age. My daughter truly is a prodigy, she definitely has the qualities of a great emperor. Zhao Lin also recognized Lu Chen beside her at this moment. Isn't this one of the evolved zombies under the Zombie King? And the relative of that invisible one? It's because of this guy that I got beaten up by a group of zombies. How can he be so calm in front of this little girl, yet so fierce and violent towards me? The combination of this zombie and the little girl really left Zhao Lin puzzled. Ji Rushue illuminated the rather disheveled policewoman in front of her, then softly asked, "Daddy's pet, what's your name?" In her previous life, Ji Rushue encountered the 9 Death Demon police only during the later stages of the apocalypse. At that time, the other party had already turned dark, becoming cold and ruthless. Among humans, only her name remained, and no one knew her real name anymore. "My name is Zhao Lin." Zhao Lin instinctively responded with politeness. But she quickly reacted, saying, "I'm not a pet." "Zhao Lin? So that's your name? Looking at the uniform you're wearing, you must be a police officer, right?" Ji Rushue asked, pretending to be very naive. Seeing Ji Rushue's cute appearance at that moment, Zhao Lin felt less guarded. Perhaps it was her innate sense of duty as a police officer that made Zhao Lin feel a natural closeness to Ji Rushue. Upon hearing Ji Rushue mention her profession, Zhao Lin immediately puffed out her chest with pride. "Of course, as a police officer, I've saved many people after the apocalypse." Seeing Zhao Lin's proud expression, Ji Rushue secretly shook her head. Indeed, this 9 Lives demon cop was just as easy to deceive as the rumors from her past life suggested. At this moment, Zhao Lin was also observing Ji Rushue, puzzled as to why there was a little girl among so many zombies. "Little sister, can you tell me your name? Where has your dad gone?" Ji Rushue looked at Zhao Lin and then softly smiled. "Dad said my nickname is Xiao Chi-Chi, you can call me that too." After saying that, Ji Rushue just kept grinning at Zhao Lin, leaving her unable to continue with her questions. Zhao Lin originally had many questions to ask, but seeing Ji Rushue smile at her like that, she could only sigh helplessly. Zhao Lin thought this little one was just too innocent and cute for her age, not realizing that a queen's soul was hidden within Ji Rushue's petite body. "Xiao Chi-Chi, can you tell your sister why there are so many zombies here? And you live here with your dad, aren't you afraid the zombies will hurt you?" After thinking for a moment, Zhao Lin asked her doubts. These zombies had tormented her quite a bit, and she couldn't understand how this little girl coexisted with them peacefully. However, Ji Rushue directly pretended not to hear her words and ignored them. Zhao Lin was also quite helpless about this. "Auntie, at your age, do you have children?" Ji Rushue came to Zhao Lin's side, tilting her little head to change the subject. "What did you say?" Zhao Lin was stunned. She didn't expect such a cute little girl to hit her with a direct blow. "What do you mean by at your age? I'm only 24 this year, okay? Little sister, don't you think you're being rude? Besides, I've always been single and have never even dated. Where would I have children from?" Zhao Lin was infuriated. Even though she looked quite pitiful now, she used to be the police flower of Jianhai City before the apocalypse. Lu Chun stood aside, watching Zhao Lin chat happily with little Chi-Chi, shaking his head helplessly. This female police officer was indeed just as he had thought, big-chested and brainless with little intelligence. In just a short while, she has already leaked all her personal information. However, Lu Chen knows that this is mostly because Zhao Lin is not cautious around Xiao Chi-Chi. After all, the two are just chatting casually, and since Xiao Chi-Chi is just an ordinary little girl, Zhao Lin naturally speaks freely. But she would never expect that she not only retained human consciousness but could also understand their conversation. Once again, Lu Chen is amazed by his clever daughter. During their conversation, Xiao Chi-Chi only revealed her nickname. If one didn't know better, they might think Xiao Chi-Chi was the police officer. These two women, one big and one small, clearly have a generation gap, yet they can chat happily, which Lu Chen did not expect. Perhaps this is just a woman's talent. Seeing that Xiao Chi-Chi seems very interested in Zhao Lin, Lu Chen allows her to stay here. After all, having a human to communicate with is crucial for Xiao Chi-Chi, whether it's for building her language skills or preventing emotional isolation. He inexplicably arrived in this world, only to become a zombie that very day. During this long time, Lu Chen has deeply experienced what loneliness really means. Although there are many humans in this world, they don't communicate with a zombie like him. Those zombies only know bloodlust and killing. Lu Chen has had enough of the loneliness that comes from a lack of communication. As a zombie with human consciousness but no one to communicate with, isn't that situation very similar to Xiao Chi-Chi's current predicament? Xiao Chi-Chi, as a human, is surrounded by zombies that cannot communicate. Lu Chen does not want the same thing to happen to Xiao Chi-Chi. With Zhao Lin by her side, Lu Chen believes that Xiao Chi-Chi's life will be much brighter in the future. Although Zhao Lin doesn't seem like the type to harm children, Lu Chen, for safety's sake, picked up the iron chains from the ground and rebound Zhao Lin. He would loosen the chains when it was time to eat, but since the other party wanted to have close contact with Xiao Chi-Chi, Lu Chen had to restrict Zhao Lin's movements. Then, Lu Chen took out paper and pen to write down Ji Rushue's instructions: do not unlock her chains, and do not approach her. Lu Chen handed the note to Ji Rushue, who took a look and nodded heavily. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt relieved and left. As for Lightning One, it remained at the door, keeping a close watch on Zhao Lin inside the house, preventing her from taking any rash actions. Lu Chen was about to continue practicing with Lightning 2 when new clues emerged from the corpses he sent out to search for mutated zombie traces. With a thought, Lu Chen switched to the perspective of one of the corpses, and saw a massive zombie chasing a weak human. This human looked somewhat familiar to Lu Chen, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After a careful recollection, he realized that the last time he encountered the tyrant zombie, this guy seemed to be fleeing. Damn it! Why do I have to run into all this bad luck? At this moment, Gangzi was racing down the street, glancing back from time to time. Behind him, a massive second-tier evolved zombie was chasing him. This second-tier zombie is extraordinarily huge. If Big Fat has a build like a 300-pound guy, then the one in front of me is clearly also a physically evolved zombie. Its exaggerated size is comparable to that of a small car. This massive figure running down the street makes the ground tremble. Gangzi's face turned extremely pale. He hadn't fully recovered from the injuries inflicted by the tyrant, and now he was being targeted by another second-tier zombie while out looking for supplies. Gangzi was practically seething with anger, unable to understand why he had been so unlucky lately, facing one misfortune after another. The survivor base flyer didn't say this, did it? Didn't it claim that evolved beings are rare and powerful? Why do I, as an evolved being, have to keep being hunted by zombies? Gangzi kept running wildly down the street, feeling somewhat like crying but having no tears. He truly couldn't understand what he had done wrong to be so unfortunate, encountering evolved zombies everywhere he went. Just wait until I evolve and become stronger, I'll definitely twist your head off. Gangzi was panting heavily, chased by the evolved zombie, and after climbing onto the roof of the car, he roared at the zombie. Bang! This level 2 tank zombie was extremely massive, and as it swung its arms, it pushed all the cars along the way aside. Seeing this scene, Gangzi was startled. He had originally wanted to use these makeshift obstacles to slow down the opponent. However, he didn't expect that this massive zombie, just like the tyrant he encountered earlier, would be completely unaffected by the makeshift obstacles made of pile-up cars on the street. To speed up his escape, Gangzi looked at the bent rebar in his hand and simply threw it away. He had already lost his original machete during the battle with the level 2 tyrant, and even if he found it, it would be dull and unusable. So Gangzi found this rebar at a construction site, and with his immense strength, he could easily knock down ordinary zombies with a single blow. When encountering this powerful zombie, when Gangzi struck it with his rod, not only did nothing happen to the opponent, but the steel bar in Gangzi's hand was also severely twisted. The recoil made Gangzi's hands go numb, and he was still bleeding from his palms. At this moment, Gangzi completely dared not confront this type of zombie head-on. All he wanted was to escape as quickly as possible. Lu Chen was immediately thrilled when he discovered the traces of the evolved zombie through the perspective of the corpse puppet. He had been sending out corpse puppets for several days in a row without any results. Now it seems that heaven does not disappoint those who are diligent, as he finally encountered one. Lu Chen immediately decided to go capture it. To control such a powerful second-tier zombie, he would need to get close with his current mental strength. But before he could step out, his brows furrowed tightly. The evolved being who had come with Xiaolin to Sunshine Community had not been seen by him for several days, which made Lu Chen feel a bit uneasy. After all, that evolved being's strength was considerable, and his intelligence was much better than Xiaolin's. Without finding the other party, whether going out oneself or leaving Xiao Qiqi alone in Sunshine Community, both sides could encounter danger. Lu Chen thought for a moment and made up his mind, immediately dispatching Lightning number 2 to attract this big guy. Although he couldn't easily go out, leading this zombie into the Sunshine Community was entirely up to him. Lightning number 2 was an agile zombie with great speed, and during this time, Lu Chen had been constantly controlling the corpse puppets to patrol the area, making him very familiar with the terrain here. Now, under Lu Chen's control, Lightning number 2 quickly approached the big guy. Seeing the human evolver who was being chased and already pale as a ghost, Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This guy was really unlucky. As Lightning number 2 got closer, Lu Chen was once again shocked by the opponent's massive size. With the evolved zombie approaching, this second-tier tank-type zombie immediately let out a furious roar, its attention instantly attracted by Lightning number 2. To be precise, it was attracted by the crystal core inside Lightning number 2's head. It immediately abandoned Gangzi and rushed towards Lightning number 2 without a second thought. Lu Chen then controlled Lightning number 2 to turn around and flee. Using its agile speed and flexibility, Lu Chen kept his second-tier tank-type zombie trailing behind him. Gangzi was completely bewildered at this moment, watching the evolved zombie that had abandoned him charging off into the distance, his back drenched in cold sweat. He had already been cornered by this zombie, and he could see the terrifyingly strong arms about to smash down on his head. To his surprise, the other party suddenly paused, then inexplicably ran off into the distance. Having narrowly escaped with his life, Gangzi's heart was racing as if it would leap out of his throat. Damn it! I can't stay here any longer, there are monsters everywhere? No way, I have to run. If I stay in Jianhai City any longer, I might lose my life. Without another word, Gangzi immediately ran off into the distance. The second-tier tank zombie was much more terrifying and violent than Big Fat. The obstacles along the way are as fragile as paper to this terrifying second-tier tank zombie. The abandoned cars on the road are either smashed aside or flattened, and even the streetlights collapse before the massive evolved zombie. Lu Chen controlled Lightning number 2 while fleeing, glancing back at the second-tier tank zombie, which appeared even more robust than before. Especially its incredibly thick arms, which now look like door panels forged from steel, clearly stronger in defense than Big Fat. In Sunshine Community, Ji Rushua chatted with Xiaolin for a while before returning to the 7th floor. Bang bang bang! Hearing a series of roaring sounds from outside the community, Ji Rushua was startled and hurried to the balcony to check. She saw a massive second-tier tank zombie chasing after her father's first-tier agile evolved zombie at the entrance of Sunshine Community. Holding dual hammers, Big Fat had also arrived at the community entrance, ready for battle. Ji Rushua immediately realized that her father was going to control the evolved zombies to fight against this second-tier tank-type zombie. This is a second-tier tank-type zombie. Can Dad's 3 first-tier evolved zombies really hold it off? Ji Rushua frowned, worried that her father might not be a match, and then quietly followed towards the direction of the entrance. Roar! Roar! This second-tier tank-type zombie sensed multiple evolved zombies within the Sunshine Community, which instinctively excited it. At this moment, Lu Chen had arrived at the entrance and was startled by the enormous zombie before him. However, Lu Chen hesitated not at all and directly released his psychic power to forcibly control the opponent. Roar! Suddenly, the second-tier tank-type zombie's movements froze, and it let out a series of roars as if it felt immense fear. Its massive body began to tremble continuously, but after just a few breaths, the movements of this evolved zombie suddenly ceased, standing obediently in place. Hiding in the shadows, Ji Rushua's eyes widened at the sight. What, is this how he subdued it? Dad seems to be even more impressive than I imagined, truly the zombie king. Ji Rushua knew that the zombie king had absolute dominance over ordinary evolved zombies. But witnessing the process with her own eyes left her extremely shocked. On the other side, Lu Chen looked at the second-tier tank zombie he had subdued, unable to suppress a smile. The combat power of a second-tier zombie is simply incomparable to that of a first-tier zombie. If it weren't for his advantage in terrain and personally controlling Lightning No. 2 to escape frantically, Lightning No. 2 probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a punch from this second-tier tank zombie. Now that the second-tier evolved zombie he had longed for was finally in his hands, Lu Chen felt like a child who had just received a new toy, beginning to test the combat power of this big guy. Bang! 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 The massive size of the second-tier tank zombie shook the ground with every movement. Lu Chen controlled this second-tier evolved zombie to the roadside and punched down directly at a nearby car. Bang! With just a single punch, the glass shattered instantly and the car body was crushed. This immense force made Lu Chen's eyelids twitch, his eyes filled with surprise. Then he controlled the second-tier tank zombie to raise its strong arms and directly threw the crushed car over 100 meters away, crashing it into the ground with a loud bang. This terrifying strength startled even Lu Chen. It's important to note that the car weighed several tons, but in front of this second-tier tank zombie, it was like a toy. Lu Chen controlled the second-tier tank zombie to the entrance of the community, and when standing next to Depang, it was several times larger by comparison. Depang, as a tank-type zombie, was already quite exaggerated in size, standing about 2 meters tall, with an exceptionally robust torso. Even its forearms were several times thicker than the thighs of other zombies. But this second-tier tank zombie was already 3 meters tall. The massive torso was as thick as a small car. Lu Chen compared it and figured that it would take 2 big guys piled together to barely match this second-tier tank-type zombie. Lu Chen deliberately walked in front of this zombie and punched its body hard several times. As a result, a sound like hammering iron rang out, and the terrifying defense made his fists ache. No wonder it's a second-tier evolved zombie, its strength is indeed formidable. With this powerful second-tier tank-type zombie, the combat power of Lu Chen's corpse puppet team skyrocketed several times. Lu Chen patted this second-tier tank-type zombie and said softly, "Since you're the second big guy, from now on, you'll be called Airpang." Lu Chen controlled Depang to stand next to Airpang, and he couldn't help but grin widely. Now it's great, Depang has a buddy from now on. With Airpang joining in, the heavy responsibility of guarding was finally lifted from Depang. Airpang stood at the entrance of the Sunshine community, and just its massive size nearly blocked half of the entire community gate. His intimidation factor is even stronger than that of Big Fat wielding dual hammers. Hiding in the shadows, Ji Rushua was very happy to see that her father was not only safe but had also acquired a powerful second-tier zombie. With this strong second-tier tank-type zombie around, my father's safety should be secure for the time being. To avoid exposure, Ji Rushua quickly returned to building number 5 before Lu Chen got home, pretending as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Gangzi was leaning against a secluded alley, panting heavily, and thinking back to the massive evolved zombie he had just encountered, his heart racing. Damn! This life is unbearable. He took out the flyer he had picked up earlier, and as he looked at the introduction about the survivor base, a flash of determination crossed his eyes. If I had known the zombies in this city evolved so quickly, I wouldn't have stayed here. Pa! Gangzi spat out a mouthful of blood foam, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. After being chased by the second-stage evolved zombies, all the little brothers who used to follow him were killed. Even the few women he picked up to satisfy his desires after the apocalypse did not escape the zombies' attacks. Now, Gangzi has become all alone again. He opened the map attached to the flyer and began to carefully study the escape route. In the area where he currently is, there are no supplies at all, and he often encounters evolved zombies. Unless he has a problem with his brain, he would choose to continue hiding here. However, looking at the city map in his hand, Gangzi found himself a bit perplexed. Having just arrived in Jianghai City for work not long ago, it was quite difficult to recognize the direction relying solely on a map. After quickly identifying a few landmarks to confirm his general position, Gangzi picked up a steel bar from the roadside and prepared to head towards the survivor base. Thud! Thud! As an evolved being with awakened great strength, Gangzi's combat power may not be comparable to that of second-stage evolved zombies, but dealing with these ordinary wandering zombies on the roadside is no problem at all. This thumb-thick rebar in his hand was like a divine weapon, showcasing incredible effectiveness. With a single swing, the heads of ordinary zombies exploded. Watching the blood splatter from the exploded zombie heads, a ruthless glint flashed in Gangzi's eyes. Being relentlessly hunted by second-tier evolved zombies during this time had shattered Gangzi's once enjoyable apocalyptic life, significantly impacting his mental state. Looking at the zombies that he could easily kill, a slight smile curved at the corners of Gangzi's mouth. Then, as if forgetting his original purpose, he charged directly at the zombies in front of him. Bang! 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 With vigorous swings, the zombies before him fell one after another. However, the good times were short-lived, as the chaos caused by the frenzied Gangzi attracted two evolved zombies. One was a tank-type zombie, and the other was an agile-type zombie, both charging at Gangzi fiercely upon seeing his ferocity. Even though Gangzi is an evolver, he still fell into a passive position when facing two opponents, and within just a few rounds, an agile zombie slashed a huge gash in his abdomen. The intense pain instantly jolted Gangzi awake, and he realized he was surrounded by a horde of zombies. Hey! Run this way! Just then, Gangzi suddenly heard a shout and saw four people waving at him from around the corner of another street. Without thinking much, Gangzi ran towards the four, with two evolved zombies closely pursuing him from behind. However, what Gangzi didn't expect was that all four of them were also evolvers, and they quickly and skillfully killed the two evolved zombies. Afterward, the four approached Gangzi and looked him up and down. Bro, I saw you handle those zombies pretty well earlier, you must be an evolver too, right? Seeing the agility and strength of the four in front of him, Gangzi couldn't help but swallow hard. It's been over 2 months since the apocalypse began, and this was the first time he encountered so many evolvers, and judging by how well the four worked together, it was clear they weren't new to this. This made Gangzi quite curious about the identities of the four people. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was overjoyed as he looked at the newly acquired second-tier evolved zombie in the Sunshine community. The recent changes in the Sunshine community made Lu Chen realize that he needed to strengthen his abilities as soon as possible. Lu Chen controlled Air Pow and Depao to stand inside the community, and without using weapons, the two massive creatures suddenly collided. As a result, the originally robust Depao was directly knocked away by Air Pow. Although both are tank-type zombies, Air Pow was like an adult kicking at a kindergarten, as they were simply not on the same level of strength. Depao swung a perfectly good pair of large iron hammers, but for the much larger Air Pow, it was like holding two toothpicks. Lu Chen stood on the balcony, stroking his chin, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Based on his experiences controlling zombies during this time, he realized that zombies with weapons and those without are simply not on the same level. The problem is how to provide Fatty 2 with a suitable weapon. Fatty 1 can rummage through the hardware store for contraband weapons against agile zombies, but Fatty 2 won't be that easy. After evolving, the strength of the second-tier zombies has increased dramatically. They can even throw small cars weighing several tons over 100 meters, making ordinary items insufficient for them to unleash their power. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. After exploring for some time, he realized there was a construction site and a steel factory not far from Sunshine Paradise, where he might find a suitable weapon for Fatty 2. Immediately, Lu Chen controlled Fatty 2 and Lightning 2 to head to the nearest steel factory to Sunshine Paradise. After the apocalypse, this steel factory had long been abandoned, with various discarded materials piled all over the place. Inside the steel factory, there were many corpses and wandering zombies, but upon sensing the powerful aura emanating from Fatty 2, these wandering zombies all dared not approach. Lu Chen controlled Fatty 2 to continuously search for useful materials within the steel factory. In the end, Lu Chen set his sights on a giant metal rod nearly 3 meters long and about 30 centimeters in diameter. Although Lu Chen had no idea what this thing was actually used for, just looking at its weight was enough to make one feel a chill. It was far more impressive than Big Fat's hammer. This solid steel rod was terrifyingly heavy. No one else would even think of using such an exaggerated object as a weapon. After all, this steel rod weighed over a ton. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to move it, let alone use such an exaggerated thing as a weapon. Lu Chen controlled Air Pang to the open area in the center of the steel mill and immediately began to swing the steel rod. The 1-ton steel rod was surprisingly wielded with great force in Air Pang's hands, and witnessing this through the perspective of Lightning number 2, Lu Chen felt a tingle at the back of his head. To test the power of the new weapon, Lu Chen had Air Pang swing the steel rod at an abandoned car on the street. Bang! 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 With one strike, it smashed the car parked by the roadside into pieces, and even through the steel rod, it could pierce through some thinner cement walls. Seeing Air P with the new weapon, Lu Chen was completely stunned. With this 3-meter-long steel rod, Air P had transformed into a king of chaos. Such terrifying power could easily kill gods and Buddhas. As time goes by, with more and more evolved beings and mutated zombies, I need to speed up my evolution. A cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The recent incidents in Sunshine community made him deeply realize the importance of strength. Now that he had Air P as a powerful combat force, it was time to continue hunting other second-tier zombies and mutated beasts, devouring crystal cores to enhance his own strength. Inside building number 5 of Sunshine community. In the room on the 5th floor where Zhao Lin was held, the adorable Ji Rushue, dressed in a princess dress, was feeding Zhao Lin piece by piece with bread. If we disregard the lightning one standing at the door with a steel knife, and the chains binding Zhao Lin, this would certainly be a very warm scene. Recently, Lu Chen has noticed that Xiao Qiqi seems to enjoy chatting with Zhao Lin, so he let the little one feed her. This way, there's no need to release Zhao Lin from her chains every time she eats, which further reduces risk and allows the little one to socialize and alleviate boredom. Zhao Lin ate the bread filled with a fragrant wheat aroma while surveying the many supplies in the room. Xiao Qiqi, all this baby formula in the room must be prepared for you, right? Zhao Lin felt very puzzled about how so much formula and baby supplies were gathered. Compared to the supplies collected by herself and the officers over the past 2 months, what they have is simply pitiful. Recalling the previous battle and the various anomalies in Building 5, a hint of suspicion flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. Xiao Qiqi, tell your sister the truth, the zombie king should be your father, right? Zhao Lin always felt that the situation in Building Number 5 was too strange, so she looked at Ji Rushue and tentatively asked. However, in response to Zhao Lin's inquiry, Ji Rushue only showed a naive and innocent smile, constantly breaking off pieces of bread and stuffing them into Zhao Lin's mouth. Ji Rushue secretly chuckled to herself. It seemed that this 9 Lives demon police wasn't too foolish, but it was impossible to extract information about her father from her. In an alley in Jianghai City, 4 evolved individuals used their portable medical supplies to help Gangzi treat his abdominal injuries. So, you all are locals from Jianghai City? Gangzi said in a deep voice. One of the men, with a slicked-back black hairstyle and a strong build, nodded. That's right, we originally lived nearby. We came back this time to see if any of our relatives are still alive. If you've been hiding in Jianghai City, you probably don't know that by hunting these evolved zombies and those mutated beasts after the Red Moon, you can obtain crystal cores from them. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, these crystal cores are treasures that can be exchanged for evolution potions at survivor bases. Only by becoming an evolved individual can one gradually become stronger. Gangzi looked at the neat clothes and excellent equipment of the 4 people, then glanced at his own ragged clothes that made him look like a beggar, further disheveled from continuously evading the pursuit of second-tier zombies. Both sides were revolvers, but it was clear that the gap between them was significant. This further solidified Gangzi's determination to head to the survivor base. The reason the 4-member Evolver team saved Gangzi was also because they valued his identity as an Evolver. Awakening as an Evolver after the apocalypse grants one a superior status among survivors. However, in the apocalypse, the strength of evolved zombies and mutated beasts is equally terrifying, so even Evolvers are not invincible. One can only enhance their combat power by continuously consuming evolution potions, and incorporating Evolvers into one's team undoubtedly greatly reduces the probability of death. Although Gangzi appeared to have no systematic training and looked quite messy, he was undoubtedly a capable close combat Evolver. As an evolved being, Gangzi's recovery speed is much faster than that of an ordinary person. Coupled with a simple bandaging just completed, he stood up and looked at the 4 people in front of him. After the apocalypse, he, who was once just an ordinary person, experienced the thrill of power. With subordinates he could scold at any time, and women to satisfy his desires. This kind of life was something he had never dared to imagine before. However, the arrival of the second-tier zombies completely shattered this brief life of debauchery. Anyway, I have no ties in Jianghai City, so I might as well go with you to the survivor base. Inside Building 5, Ji Rushue, after feeding Zhao Lin some bread, thoughtfully found a straw for her to drink mineral water. Looking at the mountain of supplies around her, Zhao Lin couldn't help but smile wryly. I never expected that the most comfortable days I would have after the apocalypse would be in the territory of the Zombie King. After frequent interactions over the past 2 days, the 2 women, one older and one younger, had talked a lot, and their relationship had become much closer. After all, Ji Rushue's appearance at this moment is merely that of an infant, and Zhao Lin has no defenses against such a cute Ji Rushue. What did you say? You aren't even a year old? Zhao Lin couldn't help but exclaim. Upon learning Ji Rushue's true age, Zhao Lin felt as if her worldview was about to collapse. Which child under 1 year old can run up and down stairs and communicate normally with others? Is this reasonable? However, immediately after, a hint of pity and heartache flashed in Zhao Lin's gaze as she looked at Ji Rushue. It's such a pity for such a kind and lovely little girl. Someone as smart as her should be cherished by her parents. But she was born into such a cruel world, with no hope in sight. She even has to live with this group of bloodthirsty zombies. What's the difference between this life and hell? Then a determined glint flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. If she still has a chance to survive, she must take little Qiqi with her no matter what. Since they are human, they should live in human society. Zhao Lin absolutely cannot allow Xiao Qiqi to live a precarious life with this group of bloodthirsty monsters.
Looking at Zhao Lin in front of her, Ji Rushua raised her head and revealed an innocent smile. Aunt Zhao Lin, if you could go outside, what would you want to do? Upon hearing Ji Rushua's words, Zhao Lin was taken aback for a moment, but then a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. Call me sister. Sister, I am a police officer, and naturally, I must use my abilities to protect the survivors in this apocalypse, to protect those ordinary people from the harm of zombies. Zhao Lin said quite naturally. After hearing this, Ji Rushua couldn't help but smile wryly. No wonder she has been taken advantage of so many times. This woman is really adorably foolish. In this apocalypse, where people go to extremes to survive, she still thinks of sacrificing herself for others. Then Ji Rushua casually asked, but what if those people aren't worth your protection at all? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin was immediately stunned, unable to help but recall those scenes from earlier in the police station. Clearly risking their lives outside to find supplies, yet those survivors not only show no gratitude but also criticize the decreasing amount of supplies brought back. At first, there were quite a few officers in the police station, but as the search and rescue efforts continued and more officers went out to gather supplies, their numbers gradually dwindled. However, the efforts of people like themselves have not earned any gratitude from those survivors. In fact, even their lives seem insignificant to those survivors. Ji Rushua's words awakened Zhao Lin's memories, plunging her into silence. But when Zhao Lin looked down and saw the police badge on her uniform, she remembered the oath she took under the badge when she first joined. This renewed Zhao Lin's resolve. I am a police officer, and as a police officer, I must protect the safety of ordinary people and keep danger away from them. Seeing Zhao Lin's determination, Ji Rushua sighed helplessly again. Sure enough, this 9 Lives devil cop is still so naive in the early days of the apocalypse. Then Ji Rushua revealed a naive and adorable smile. Sister Zhao Lin, I'm just an ordinary person too. Will you protect me? If one day you find that the world isn't as beautiful as you imagined, and when you feel like you don't want to protect others anymore, remember to come protect me, okay? Seeing the adorable appearance of Xiao Qiqi, Zhao Lin immediately smiled and replied, don't worry, sister promises you, if that time really comes, I'll come find you. Looking at Zhao Lin's smiling face, Ji Rushua couldn't help but feel pity for this big-breasted, brainless woman. I hope you can keep smiling as happily as you are now. When you truly witness the ugliness of humanity in the apocalypse, you'll understand what it means to feel like your heart is dead. At the same time, Ji Rushua felt a bit of anticipation. The 9 Deaths demon police, who had reached the Emperor realm in her past life, if they could cultivate their skills at the beginning of the apocalypse this time, what kind of achievements would they reach in the future? After this period of continuous improvement, Lu Chen's mental strength can now control over 100 ordinary corpse puppets. In order to continuously obtain crystal cores and breakthrough, Lu Chen manipulated Lightning Number 1 with more than 20 corpse puppets, constantly searching for the traces of evolved zombies. Suddenly, Lu Chen's mind stirred, and he quickly switched to the perspective of the corpse puppet. Not far from the corpse puppet squad, a powerful second-tier tyrant zombie was spotted on the street. However, at that moment, the tyrant zombie was under siege, with several human survivors continuously attacking it. The evolution squad fighting the second-tier tyrant zombie was the same group that included Gangzi and the others. In order to become stronger and gain a higher status, Gangzi chose to join this evolution squad. Looking at the second-tier tyrant zombie before him, Gangzi's eyes were filled with fury. When enemies meet, they are especially hostile. Gangzi's survivor team was once destroyed by a second-tier tyrant zombie. His subordinates and women were brutally slaughtered one by one, and he himself almost died at the hands of that second-tier tyrant zombie. Although Gangzi knew that this was not the one that attacked him, he needed a target to vent his anger. However, Gangzi did not act rashly, as the combat power of the second-tier tyrant zombie was extremely terrifying, and with his strength, he didn't even have the qualifications to fight back. The burly man with a slick-back black hairstyle in the 4-person team remained calm in the face of the second-tier tyrant zombie. As the captain of this evolution team, he drew a pitch-black machete from his back while issuing commands. This machete was over half a meter long, with a very thick spine, clearly a powerful weapon. Its evolution direction was similar to Gangzi's, both being strength-type melee evolvers. Gangzi. We're both strength-type evolvers, let's hold him back together. Upon hearing the captain's command, Gangzi hesitated for a moment. He had previously fought against this type of tyrant, and back then, his machete had even become dull from the encounter, while the opponent had suffered no injuries at all, almost killing him with a single swipe. Now facing this zombie again, although he felt a surge of anger, the psychological trauma still made Gangzi hesitant. Just then, Gangzi suddenly felt that the injury on his abdomen was healing rapidly, and he quickly looked back in surprise. A young man in his 20s with a sideswept fringe in the teen was raising his arm and releasing some peculiar energy towards him. But just as Gangzi was lost in thought, the second-tier tyrant zombie had already charged in front of him. Whoosh!
With a whooshing sound, a crossbow bolt shot precisely towards the torso of the second-tier tyrant zombie. Although it was blocked, it bought Gangzi some time to evade. In the distance, a man wearing glasses was standing on top of a car, and he had a black military crossbow in his hand. "Brother, my awakened ability is reconnaissance, and I'm responsible for providing you with long-range support." After distracting the tyrant with his crossbow, the man smiled at Gangzi. "Don't be afraid, Gangzi, just push forward. Our team brought a healer along." Gangzi then realized that the accelerated healing of his injuries was due to that evolver's awakened ability. With an evolver who could provide healing, Gangzi felt more confident. He immediately ran behind the second-tier tyrant, holding 2 rebar rods, forming a pincer attack with the squad leader. The second-tier tyrant zombie is terrifying in both strength and speed. Its powerful claws can even tear apart cars. Among those present, only the leader of the evolution squad and Gangzi could barely withstand the opponent's attacks head-on. The formation of the two, one in front and one behind, left the tyrant zombie a bit dazed for a moment. However, the second-tier tyrant didn't think much and let out a roar, charging directly at the squad leader, its terrifying claws cutting through the air and creating a fierce wind. Bang! The strength of the second-tier evolved zombie is immense. Even though the squad leader possesses great strength and holds a steel knife in front of him, he was still forced to stagger back repeatedly. Although it looked a bit awkward, he successfully parried the attack with the machete in hand. At this moment, Gangzi also rushed over with the rebar, striking fiercely at the tyrant zombie's knee joint with both hands. The terrifying strength he possessed made the left leg of the tyrant zombie tremble uncontrollably. Even a second-tier tyrant zombie, strong as it was, couldn't help but stagger and kneel on one knee after suffering such a heavy blow. Whoosh! Just as the tyrant zombie started to lean, a sound of breaking air echoed in the air. A silver-white blade flashed across the sky. A stern-faced bald man wielding a steel knife instantly struck a huge gash on the tyrant zombie's neck. Before the zombie tyrant could swing its claws, he quickly took off from the shoulder of the evolution team's captain and fled into the distance. This bald man was the team's raider, who became an evolved being after the blood moon, possessing terrifying speed. It's just a pity that the defense of the second-tier tyrant zombie's body is also very strong. Although this bald man's knife successfully caused a massive wound on the tyrant zombie's neck, it still couldn't bring it down. Roar! Blocked from all sides and occasionally harassed by 2 other evolved beings, this second-tier tyrant became extremely furious. With a swipe of its claws, the tyrant sent the first-tier Gangzi flying. Gangzi's hands, gripping the rebar, were shattered at the palms, blood gushing out continuously. But in the next moment, a warm current flowed through his hands, and the wounds on his palms instantly healed. Gangzi nodded to his teammates who were healing from a distance, then charged forward again. Fighting alongside the evolved squad made Gangzi feel much more at ease. The second-tier tyrant was incredibly powerful, but under the continuous assault from Gangzi and his 4 teammates, it gradually began to fall behind. From time to time, it would be hit by crossbow bolts or suffer long, narrow wounds from the steel knife in the bald man's hand. However, the tyrant's recovery ability was extremely strong, and its injuries healed back to normal in no time. Isn't that the unlucky guy who was continuously chased by second-tier evolved zombies earlier? Lu Chen, controlling Lightning number 2, hid in the shadows and took in the scene, recognizing the very familiar face of Gangzi. When did so many evolvers appear around here? Moreover, they cooperate so well, this team's combat power is quite strong. Lu Chen could tell that this small team's composition was very standard, with some responsible for close combat and others constantly harassing and launching surprise attacks, even including a healer. Although the second-tier tyrant could rely on its powerful recovery ability to hold on, it would ultimately be the zombie that falls. Having finally encountered such a second-tier zombie, Lu Chen would never just let it go. He immediately controlled Airpang to carry the newly acquired steel rod and headed towards this location from Sunshine Community. Fight! The more intense you fight, the better. Let me teach you what it means to be the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow sparrow behind. Just after Ji Rushue returned to the 7th floor, she found her father sitting motionless on the sofa, showing no sign of movement even when she entered her room. And Dad was staring blankly ahead, and upon closer inspection, his blood-red pupils appeared somewhat hollow. Ji Rushue quickly realized that Dad must be fully focused on controlling other zombies, which is why his main body had fallen into this state of stillness. Has Dad encountered some special situation again? The Zombie King can act while controlling zombies. In Dad's current situation, he must have personally taken over the zombie's body. Ji Rushue hurried to the balcony and looked through the window towards the community. Sure enough, the second-tier tank zombie that had almost blocked half the entrance of the Sunshine Community was now nowhere to be seen. This further confirmed to Ji Rushue that her dad was currently controlling the second-tier zombie's movements. It seems Dad has encountered a second-tier zombie again? I wonder what type of zombie it is, but given Dad's current combat power while controlling zombies, it shouldn't be a problem.
Roar! 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 The second-tier tyrant zombie, surrounded by Gangzi and others, was furious at this moment.
Although it possessed immense combat power, it was currently restrained by this team of evolvers and could not inflict effective damage.
Each charge of the second-tier tyrant zombie was met head-on by the team leader in Gangzi, effectively blocking it.
This second-tier tyrant was indeed very powerful, capable of repelling both Gangzi and the team leader at times. However, the evolver responsible for scouting from a distance would accurately shoot crossbow bolts to disrupt the tyrant zombie's movements at this moment. Through close cooperation among the group, they kept the second-tier tyrant trapped between Gangzi and the team leader, preventing it from attacking the rest of the group. Although this second-tier zombie was extremely strong, Gangzi and the team leader would occasionally get injured. However, since there was another evolver in the team capable of healing, even if they were injured, the two could quickly regain their combat effectiveness. The recovery ability of the second-tier tyrant zombie was indeed very strong. Although it was currently riddled with many crossbow bolts and had been secretly attacked by the bald man, leaving numerous wounds.
During the confrontation with the squad leader in Gangzi, they occasionally left some wounds while catching it off guard, but they still couldn't bring this evolved zombie down.
However, it was evident that under the continuous targeting by the few of them, this second-tier tyrant zombie had reached a dead end. The speed of recovery from its wounds was much slower than before, and the multiple cuts left by the bald man with a machete still hadn't healed.
Kneel before me.
Just as the tyrant zombie and the squad leader were clashing head-on, Gangzi launched another sneak attack, striking the zombie's kneecap heavily with the rebar in his hand.
Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed down the street.
Following that, the second-tier tyrant, with its massive body, directly knelt halfway on the ground.
After enduring a series of attacks from the entire squad, this second-tier tyrant zombie finally couldn't hold on any longer.
Injuring one leg had a huge impact on the second-tier tyrant, significantly reducing its mobility, and due to the loss of support from its leg, the frequency and strength of its attacks also decreased drastically. This made it easier for the survivor team, which could already hold him back through cooperation, to fight. Seeing the second-tier tyrant half-kneeling on the ground, the few present were suddenly filled with joy.
Right in front of them was a genuine second-tier zombie.
If they could successfully kill it and obtain the second-tier zombie crystal core, they could exchange it for 5 bottles of beginner evolution potions when they returned to the survivor base. They could even exchange it for a bottle of intermediate evolution potion, allowing an evolver to successfully advance to the second tier. Currently, for survivors, the evolution potions are what they rely on to strengthen their power. In the current survivor base, the demon core of a second-tier evolved zombie is extremely precious. Excited, the 5 of them intensified their offensive. But just then, the evolver responsible for scouting and remotely harassing the zombies suddenly sensed something was off. He felt the ground beneath his feet trembling slightly. After the apocalypse, his sensory intensity greatly increased, allowing him to perceive the trembling of the earth while also hearing a series of sounds. Not long after, he discovered a massive creature appearing at the other end of the street, a terrifying presence that was even larger than that second-tier tyrant.
The oppressive aura emitted by the second-tier tank zombie left the scouting evolver dumbfounded.
Everyone be careful, another second-tier tank zombie is coming. Upon hearing their companion's warning, the members of the battling evolver team instantly changed their expressions in shock.
Bang bang bang!
Just as the few of them were momentarily stunned, the second fatty, controlled by Lu Chen, had already pushed its way to the battlefield's vicinity. Seeing the aggressive second-tier tank zombie charging over, the evolver team was all taken aback. Having already been in a stalemate with a second-tier tyrant for quite a while, facing another zombie was their limit. If another second-tier zombie came, they would likely have no way out.
Damn it! Why did we have to encounter another zombie at this moment?
The leader of the survivor team was furious upon seeing the second-tier tank zombie rushing towards them. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to issue the order to retreat for the sake of survival.
Brothers, saving our lives is the priority, let's retreat quickly.
Under the captain's command, a few quickly retreated in the opposite direction of the 2 zombies.
Bang bang bang!
Fatty has arrived on the battlefield under Lu Chen's control, and the 2 second-tier evolved zombies instantly became furious upon meeting each other. The second-tier tyrant zombie disregarded the escaping Gangzi and the others, charging straight at Fatty. However, his leg was injured by the coordinated attack of the team, making his body very unsteady now. Seeing this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, and he immediately swung the iron metal rod in his hand. The sound produced by the 1-ton heavy rod being swung made people's scalps tingle.
Bang!
With just one strike, the second-tier tyrant zombie was knocked away by the steel rod in the hands of number 2. The already unstable second-tier tyrant zombie had no power to fight back against Fatty wielding the steel rod. Airpang struck the injured second-tier tyrant zombie repeatedly with his stick, quickly incapacitating it and causing multiple fractures in its bones.
The onlookers, including Gangzi, were utterly shocked by this scene. The squad leader, with his slicked back hair, gasped in surprise, "Are you kidding me? Since when do zombies use weapons?" This team of evolved beings had arrived in Zhanghai City from the survivor base, encountering various types of evolved zombies along the way. They had encountered both agile zombies and tank-type zombies, even engaging in combat with some. Among the zombies they encountered, their fighting methods resembled those of beasts. To them, zombies were just zombies, mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. Their attack methods were nothing more than claw swipes or bites, which were indeed deadly to ordinary people. However, these powerful evolved beings, with their rich combat skills and coordinated teamwork, often managed to achieve victory. But this zombie in front of us is just too outrageous. Several people widened their eyes, filled with shock. They had seen so many zombies, but this was the first time they encountered one that could use weapons. What kind of monster is this, and why does it use weapons? According to the information from the base, isn't this a tank-type evolved zombie? When did tank-type evolved zombies become so powerful? Everyone in the team looked utterly astonished. As time progressed, the survivor base gradually released information about the types and characteristics of zombies that had been discovered. Before setting out, they had all reviewed a lot of information. The attack method of tank-type zombies usually relies on their strong arms to destroy any obstacles in front of them. The characteristic of tank-type zombies is that they have exceptionally strong bodies and high defense. Especially those arms, which seem to be forged from steel, their terrifying defense makes it difficult for ordinary evolved beings to inflict serious injuries. However, in terms of speed, tank-type zombies are slightly inferior. The newly appeared second-tier zombie here, while fitting the characteristics of being large, strong, and powerful, has a combat style that is completely different from the records. This evolved zombie won't mutate, right? The agile evolver in the team, the bald man, said seriously while holding a steel knife. Didn't the base say that this type of zombie usually fights head-on, relying on strength to crush the opponent? But look at this zombie wielding that metal long stick. Although it still follows the path of brute force, its staff techniques are very skillful and not just mindless swinging. The way it connects each strike and applies various staff techniques doesn't look like a zombie but rather like a skilled martial artist. Upon hearing this, the members of the evolver team present all wore serious expressions. Meanwhile, while they were hiding in the shadows discussing, Airpang, under Lu Chen's control, had already used his strong physique and the over 1-ton steel rod to pin the second-tier tyrant zombie to the ground, rendering it unable to move. Snap! Snap! The once strong and healthy second-tier tyrant zombie now had multiple broken bones and couldn't even stand up. Seeing the tyrant zombie in such a sorry state, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not long ago, he could only control zombies to flee wildly in front of him, but now the tides have turned. Lu Chen controlled Air Pow and smashed down, directly crushing the head of the tyrant zombie to bits, while also obtaining the evolution crystal core from the zombie's skull. The evolution team that had been hiding in the distance and observing was suddenly filled with resentment upon seeing this scene. They had spent a lot of time here to obtain this second-tier tyrant zombie's crystal core. They had already injured the second-tier tyrant zombie and it wouldn't be long before they could defeat it, at which point they could return to the survivor base to exchange it for a precious evolution potion. But they didn't expect that plans couldn't keep up with changes. The sudden appearance of a second-tier tank zombie disrupted all their original plans. Don't say it's about obtaining the zombie crystal core. If a few of them had run a little slower, they might have already become souls under the stick. Gangzi's face was very gloomy. He had been chased by second-tier zombies so many times, and now that he finally had a chance to kill one, he had to give it up for no reason, which made him very unhappy. In frustration, Gangzi asked, "Are we just going to let him go?" The 4 members of the nearby survivor team looked at Gangzi with strange expressions, and the team leader then made a gesture inviting him to proceed. "If you think you can do it, go ahead. If you're not afraid of death, we have no objections." "Just kidding. A weapon-wielding evolved zombie has combat power that is directly doubled compared to an ordinary second-tier zombie." The team members clearly saw that the suddenly appearing tank-type zombie swung its steel rod, smashing the nearby cars to pieces. If such terrifying force were to hit them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. They could still handle a second-tier tyrant with their teamwork, but facing this tank-type zombie would definitely mean certain death. Seeing that Gangzi was unwilling, the squad leader gently patted his shoulder. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no need to fear not having firewood. Only by staying alive can one gain more strength. Moreover, the zombies in front of us can even use weapons, which is something the base hadn't discovered before. If we report this new type of zombie when we return, we can also gain contribution points. The contribution points mentioned by the squad leader are the currency within the base.
After the apocalypse, the various paper currencies in gold, silver, and jewels from the past are no longer applicable to life after the end times. Instead, these contribution points can be used to purchase anything within the survivor base. The methods to obtain contribution points are also very simple, such as hunting zombies and mutated beasts, as well as collecting various resources. In addition, collecting various intelligence can also be exchanged for contribution points, especially if a few of them report the situation regarding the new type of zombie. The amount of contribution points they receive will likely be considerable.
I don't even know what this zombie is called. Since it can use weapons, let's name it the weapon-type zombie. The evolver holding the military crossbow couldn't help but say softly. A few people nearby nodded in agreement upon hearing this. However, when Gangzi saw the massive evolved zombie, there was still a hint of killing intent in his eyes. This zombie is completely different from ordinary ones, it can even use weapons. If we can successfully kill it, the crystal core from this zombie will definitely be extremely valuable. After hearing Gangzi's words, the team members exchanged glances, and for a moment, they were all a bit tempted. Such a special zombie is very rare, and if they could bring the crystal core back, it would undoubtedly earn them a lot of contribution points. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of Sunshine Community, Lu Chen had a slight smile on his face. I really didn't expect that air pal, wielding this over 1-ton metal rod, could unleash such terrifying combat power. This time, obtaining a second-tier zombie gold crystal core was so effortless that Lu Chen couldn't help but grin. To avoid any accidents, Lu Chen quickly returned to Sunshine Community after Air Pao obtained the crystal core. After the battle ended, Lu Chen's consciousness finally returned to his body. Just as Lu Chen opened his eyes, Ji Rushua was over there, writing and calculating with her computer. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. His daughter was not only clever but also had a rare attitude of diligence and eagerness to learn. Then Lu Chen walked over to Ji Rushua's side, took the paper and pen from the side, and wrote, "Chi-Chi, Dad is going out for a while. During this time you must stay at home and not run around." Lu Chen handed the note to Ji Rushua, who quickly nodded obediently. "Don't worry, Dad, I'll stay at home properly." Seeing the adorable smile of the little one, Lu Chen quickly reached out to pinch her little cheek. The little one's skin was very fair and delicate, smooth as if it could be broken, just like a freshly shelled egg. After reminding Chi-Chi, Lu Chen quickly walked downstairs. Ji Rushua could clearly feel that her dad seemed to be filled with excitement. Because she observed that Lu Chen's pace down the stairs was different from usual, although still quick, it was clearly a relaxed and cheerful demeanor. When Lu Chen reached the bottom of the stairs, Air Pao had successfully returned to Sunshine Community while carrying a steel rod. Lu Chen eagerly took the second-tier crystal core from Air Pao's hands. Just like the one he obtained earlier, this crystal core, originally a deep blood-red color, now displayed large patches of orange-yellow as the second-tier tyrant zombie continued to evolve. Upon seeing this crystal core, a flash of greed instantly crossed Lu Chen's mind. It seemed to exude an endless allure. Lu Chen couldn't help but swallow the non-existent saliva, quickly stowing the crystal core in his pocket before hastily heading towards Building 4. It had been a while since Lu Chen had absorbed a crystal core from a second-tier evolved zombie. The intense energy emanating from it made Lu Chen feel incredibly excited. However, amidst his excitement, Lu Chen did not forget to prepare. Lu Chen ordered Air Pao to continue blocking the entrance of Sunshine Community as usual. Big Fatty returned to his old post, guarding the entrance to the unit downstairs of building number 5. Lightning One was still in the room watching Zhao Lin, while also keeping an eye on the movements inside building number 5. To be on the safe side, Lu Chen divided the corpse puppet team into 2 groups, assigning 3 to each of building number 4 and building number 5. The remaining corpse puppets patrolled the community in shifts like guards. With Second Fatty guarding the community gate and Big Fatty and Lightning One protecting Xiao Chi-Chi closely, Lu Chen felt much more at ease. After all, after devouring the crystal core, it was very likely that he would faint again for a period of time. Lu Chen didn't know when he would wake up, so he had to set up defenses in advance to feel secure. As for Lightning 2, it was still by his side to ensure his safety. With Lightning 2 accompanying him, Lu Chen headed to building number 4, the room where he had previously devoured the crystal core. Looking at the magnificent crystal-like core in his hand, Lu Chen swallowed it in one gulp. Then, an extremely terrifying energy erupted within him in an instant. The energy contained in the second-tier tyrant zombie crystal core was far beyond that of ordinary zombies. However, with previous experience, Lu Chen felt much more at ease this time. A massive amount of energy flooded into Lu Chen's limbs and bones, refining his muscles step by step, and his entire skeleton became increasingly resilient. Lu Chen could clearly feel that his physical quality was significantly improving, becoming extremely terrifying. At the same time, that familiar feeling returned, a terrifying mental force surged into his mind, and at that moment, Lu Chen felt as if his brain was about to explode. Meanwhile, in room 7 on the 7th floor of building 5, Ji Rushua seemed to faintly hear her father's voice again. This feeling has appeared again, it can't be an illusion. Ji Rushue furrowed her brows and said with some confusion, could it be that Dad is about to evolve? Under the overwhelming energy impact, Lu Chen soon fell into unconsciousness again. In order to be safe, Lu Chen specifically placed a clock in the room. When the dizziness faded and Lu Chen's consciousness returned, he groggily opened his eyes and found that several hours had passed on the clock. After the evolution was complete, the dizziness had completely disappeared, and his mind became extremely clear. His perception had significantly improved, and most importantly, Lu Chen realized that his physical strength had become incredibly terrifying. The explosive muscle definition and his appearance, which was becoming increasingly similar to that of a human, made Lu Chen very satisfied. Now, with continuous evolution, the color of Lu Chen's skin, his somewhat messy hair, and even his originally loose teeth and sharp claws were all gradually reverting towards a more human-like form. However, what surprised Lu Chen the most was the change in his mental power after devouring the crystal core. Lu Chen could clearly feel that this time he had not only experienced a simple energy boost, but had successfully broken through to the third level. That's why both his mental strength and physical quality had made a significant leap from their original foundation. With a surge in mental strength, Lu Chen can control more second-tier zombies. He even feels that he could successfully control third-tier zombies. As for those first-tier evolved zombies and ordinary zombies, he can easily manipulate them now. Lu Chen feels that he truly lives up to the title of Zombie King. Such terrifying mental power can easily command an entire horde of zombies just by walking down the street. Even more terrifying is that the range of his mental control has multiplied several times from its original capacity. When he was at the second tier, Lu Chen's mental coverage reached about 10,000 meters. Now, it has multiplied several times, giving him a radius of several dozen kilometers. Lu Chen's breathing has become a bit rapid. It's important to note that this is not a distance between 2 points, but the diameter of his mental control that ignores obstacles. After successfully breaking through to the third tier, Lu Chen's strength has undergone a qualitative change from its original state, a change that has even surpassed his imagination. This sudden leap in strength excited Lu Chen immensely. He never expected that after successfully breaking through to the third tier, his body would undergo a qualitative change. Feeling the surge of powerful energy within him, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He then ran downstairs, controlling Big Fat and Lightning Number 2 to come before him. To test his current close combat strength, Lu Chen took the 2 evolved zombies to an open area in the community and eagerly ordered them to attack him. Bang! 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 Big Fat swung its dual hammers towards Lu Chen, its massive size creating an overwhelming sense of pressure, with the giant hammers stirring up fierce winds as they swung. Lightning Number 2 simultaneously slashed at Lu Chen's side with its knife, the silver blade cutting through the air, leaving a sharp gleam. However, facing such aggressive attacks from both, Lu Chen remained calm even while outnumbered, a faint, elusive smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! 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 With a powerful push from his feet, Lu Chen shot forward like a spring, his terrifying speed surpassing even that of Lightning Number 2. Lu Chen, with his ghostly figure, weaves between the 2 zombies, even keeping his hands behind his back without using any weapons. No matter how Lightning Number 2 slashed, Lu Chen could effortlessly dodge all the attacks. Lightning Number 2, as an agile evolved zombie, was now significantly outpaced by Lu Chen. Slow. Way too slow. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh aloud at that moment. Even while facing the attacks from both Big Fatty and Lightning Number 2, he could still handle it with ease. With the sound of slicing through the air, Lightning Number 2 swung its blade down towards Lu Chen. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Lu Chen stepped forward, dodging the attack from Big Fatty while swiftly grabbing Lightning Number 2's wrist before its attack landed. Then, with a strong twist, Lu Chen disarmed Lightning Number 2 of its knife and threw it away. This set of moves was executed flawlessly, defeating Lightning Number 2 with just one strike. At this moment, a gust of wind came from behind Lu Chen. It was Big Fat who had chased after him, swinging his double hammers down towards Lu Chen. Big Fat's strength was significantly greater than that of Lightning Number 2, but this time Lu Chen chose not to dodge. Instead, he raised his hands and caught Big Fat's massive hammer out of the air. Lu Chen immediately felt a tremendous force pouring into his body from above. Had it been before, he definitely wouldn't have been able to handle such strength. However, at this moment, Lu Chen felt, it seemed like Big Fat didn't have that much strength after all. Get up! Lu Chen exerted his strength, directly pushing Big Fat's massive body back several steps. Then, like a cannonball, Lu Chen quickly shot out, grabbing Big Fat's thick arm and, with a twist of his waist, he threw Big Fat down to the ground. Lu Chen looked at his hands, his eyes filled with excitement. He couldn't believe how much his strength had improved in such a short time. Not long ago, facing an evolved zombie was already extremely difficult, but now, with 2 zombies attacking, I can easily crush them in both strength and speed. Lu Chen slowly stretched, and after giving Big Fat and Lightning Number 2 a thorough repair, he felt completely refreshed.
Although controlling zombies with my mind while hiding in the shadows is a very stable method. As a passionate young man, Liu Chen also wanted to have formidable strength in close combat, and now he finally achieved that. Even though I am not a combat-type zombie, after several evolutions, I have successfully broken through to the third stage, and my physical qualities are already stronger than those of first-stage combat-type zombies. Liu Chen estimated that with his current strength, even second-stage zombies would have a hard time dealing with him. On the 7th floor, Ji Rushua noticed that her father had been gone for a long time, so she quietly went to the balcony and used her mind to fly to the roof of the adjacent building. As soon as she landed, she saw her father, who was beating up Big Fat and Lightning number 2. Seeing Liu Chen fend off a tank-type zombie head-on and easily outpace an agile-type zombie, even Ji Rushua felt very surprised. Dad, has he evolved to the third stage? This breakthrough speed is already considered very fast among zombies. Ji Rushua continued to watch from the rooftop for a while, but after a moment, she couldn't help but shake her head. Although Liu Chen's combat skills were already impressive. For Ji Rushua, who was an empress in her previous life, they were simply rudimentary. Having experienced countless life and death situations in the apocalypse and trained in many powerful martial arts, Ji Rushua's combat skills had reached the pinnacle of this planet. It's a pity that although Dad's breakthrough speed is fast, this rudimentary training method will still limit his strength improvement. It seems I still need to teach Dad the martial arts I practiced in my previous life, otherwise, continuing this way won't yield significant results. Although Ji Rushua had powerful time manipulation abilities in her previous life, she always faced strong enemies by using time control to engage them. However, Ji Rushua grew from an ordinary person to a peerless empress, experiencing countless life and death situations along the way, and her combat skills are equally unmatched in the world. Once she made up her mind, Ji Rushua began searching through her memories for martial arts techniques, but soon her brow furrowed. In her past life, she indeed acquired many powerful combat skills, but the problem was that the techniques she practiced were far too strong, requiring spiritual energy to activate. And spiritual energy can only be cultivated after breaking through to the 5th rank and condensing spiritual pills within the body. At this early stage of the apocalypse, it was obviously impossible to break through to the 5th rank. Her father reaching the 3rd rank in such a short time was already remarkable. Ji Rushua did not expect that she would feel troubled because her past life was too strong. Many powerful techniques flashed through her mind, but without exception, none were suitable for her father to cultivate at this stage, leaving Ji Rushua somewhat perplexed. After a moment, Ji Rushua's eyes lit up. Got it! The blood slaughter blade technique is perfect for Dad right now. Ji Rushua recalled a sword technique that she had acquired in a secret realm before she broke through to the 5th level in her previous life. This is a pure killing sword technique that can be performed without any spiritual energy. Even if her father is currently only at the 3rd level, he can unleash terrifying combat power through this sword technique. Let's get started. Now she finally thought of a technique suitable for her father's cultivation, so Ji Rushua immediately returned to building number 7. After finding a new notebook in the room, Ji Rushua began to write and draw on it. Various key points about the blood-killing sword technique began to flash in her mind. This sword technique focuses on killing. Once executed, a blood aura envelopes the surroundings, making it incredibly powerful. It will definitely give her father a tremendous boost in strength. At this moment, a phantom of a blood-red longsword even appeared in Ji Rushua's mind. She recorded all the incantations and insights regarding the blood-killing sword technique. She also noted down some of her own experiences from her past cultivation process to facilitate her father's training. As Ji Rushua wrote furiously, intricate formulas appeared on the originally blank notebook. She even noted the precautions for the knife techniques, demonstrating great attention to detail and thoroughness. Since this knife technique was meant for her father's training, Ji Rushua didn't pretend to write poorly like before. Instead, her handwriting was very neat. After a moment, looking at the densely packed knife techniques on the assignment, Ji Rushua nodded in satisfaction. The content here was in stark contrast to the handwriting she usually displayed. Her father would never guess that this technique actually came from her. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away from Sunshine Community, inside a supermarket. Gangzi and his friends had come to the supermarket to gather supplies, but to their surprise, this massive store was completely empty except for the bloodstains left after the apocalypse. They turned the place inside out, but aside from the rotten vegetables and spoiled meat, everything edible had been cleared out. Not even a bottle of mineral water or a loaf of bread was left. The evolution team, parched and furious, was outraged at the sight. Are you kidding me? Which heartless person could do such a morally reprehensible thing? Not even a single hair left in this huge supermarket? The captain of the evolution team couldn't help but curse in his heart at that moment. Previously, while searching for supplies in other areas, survivors would leave behind some scattered items to avoid zombies during the apocalypse. After all, for ordinary people, preserving their lives is more important than obtaining more supplies. This was the first time the evolution team encountered such a thoroughly cleaned out situation since arriving at the center of Jianghai City from the survivor base. The group looked at the empty shelves, their brows furrowing in concern. It had been some time since they left the survivor base, and the supplies they carried were nearly exhausted. The group initially thought that in such a large city, even if survivors scavenged supplies, there would surely be some left for themselves. However, they didn't expect reality to be harsher than their expectations. Not even the little remaining supplies they imagined were left, they had been completely cleaned out. A few people gathered together to open their packages, but now there are very few supplies left, hardly enough to last much longer. Even though they are all evolved beings, they have not reached the point of being able to fast, they still need to eat steadily. Thinking about how they struggled for a long time without even obtaining a second-tier zombie crystal core, and now having no supplies at all, everyone felt extremely frustrated. At this moment, the bald man from the team and another evolved being responsible for scouting returned. Gangzi and the others immediately showed hopeful expressions, only to find that the two looked equally dejected. "Don't look at us, we ran through several nearby neighborhoods, and there wasn't a single thing left. Forget about supermarkets and stores, even the residential buildings are completely empty." At this moment, everyone was very frustrated. It was their first time encountering a situation where they could not find even a bit of supplies in such a large modern city. What should we do now? If we can't find any supplies soon, we might have to find a way back to the base, or else we will starve to death before we can even obtain the zombie crystal cores. Gangzi frowned and said to the others in a deep voice. The rest of the team looked at each other after hearing this, as they all knew that what Gangzi said was something they had to consider at the moment. After all, as evolved beings, they also needed energy to replenish their physical strength. If they didn't eat for a long time, their bodies would weaken, and when they encountered zombies, they probably wouldn't have the strength to deal with them. Although they wanted to bring back more zombie cores to exchange for evolution potions to enhance their strength. However, it seemed that they had not been very lucky on this journey. Especially after arriving nearby, their misfortunes seemed to come one after another. Clearly, the zombie core was almost within reach but was inexplicably snatched away, and they had searched several neighborhoods without even finding a bottle of mineral water. Just as everyone was feeling frustrated, the evolved being who had awakened his reconnaissance ability suddenly sensed something unusual outside. He quickly extended his hand and pointed outside the store, his voice filled with a hint of confusion. "Look quickly, there are 2 zombies outside, and they seem to be carrying something." Upon hearing his words, the few team members turned their heads and indeed saw 2 zombies walking down the street with large bags of small fruits on their backs. A few people vaguely saw that the 2 zombies were carrying the supplies that humans needed, including food and water. This bizarre scene left the several evolved individuals present stunned. Am I seeing things? How can I see 2 zombies transporting supplies? Is this a joke? Why are zombies starting to collect supplies? What use do these bloodthirsty monsters have for human supplies? The few individuals felt incredibly confused. They had never heard of any zombie that liked to eat human bread. With the sight of zombies searching for supplies before them, the crowd even began to doubt if the hungry ones were experiencing hallucinations. At this moment, the team leader's gaze swept across the empty shelves around him, and suddenly his pupils constricted. I was curious earlier, in such a high-pressure situation in this apocalypse, even though everyone would do their best to search for supplies, there would still be some omissions, possibly due to panic or various reasons preventing them from taking everything. But in this entire area around us, we haven't found a single supply, which is already very unreasonable. The others immediately reacted to the team leader's words, each with a look of disbelief. Captain, you can't be suggesting that the reason this area has been completely cleared of supplies is because of these zombies? The squad leader couldn't help but smile wryly at everyone's words, then helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Although I know this theory sounds absurd, it seems there are no other possibilities at the moment. As the captain's words fell, the few evolved individuals in the store felt as if their brains had crashed. Looking at the 2 zombies passing by outside the window, everyone felt utterly bewildered. Is this for real? Why are the zombies in this area so bizarre? These zombies, which originally only attacked instinctively, have now actually learned to use weapons and even mastered some combat skills. If that were all, it would be fine, but now they are even starting to compete with humans for supplies. What is going on? Zombies competing with humans for supplies, this is simply turning the world upside down. Before setting out, the squad members had made thorough preparations and read all the various information collected by the base. They originally thought they were well prepared, but upon entering the city, they discovered it was completely different from what they had learned. The strange incidents encountered by a few people had no related records in the base, leaving them all feeling quite caught off guard. Captain, should we go and take a look too? The bald man, who had awakened his speed evolution ability, suggested eagerly as he looked out at the zombies. We've never encountered such a bizarre situation before, it's a good opportunity to follow them. If we can gather some new intelligence, we could also earn some contribution points. Even if we don't find anything else, killing these zombies will yield us a lot of resources, so we won't lose out. Hearing this, Gangzi also nodded in agreement with the proposal. I suspect that the nearby resources have all been moved by these zombies, we should follow them and we might end up with a huge stash of supplies. The members of the team were all eager to go, and after some thought, the captain nodded. Since they hadn't obtained the crystal cores from the second-tier evolved zombies and their own resources were running low, it was better to seize this opportunity to see if they could gain something new. Then the group quietly followed behind the two zombies and quickly arrived at the outskirts of Sunshine Community. However, when the crowd arrived at the entrance of the community, they were all stunned in place. Standing at the entrance of the community at that moment was an extremely large giant zombie. This zombie was the second-tier tank-type zombie that they had seen earlier, which had easily broken the bones of the second-tier tyrant with just a few moves.
Recognizing this powerful second-tier zombie, several people couldn't help but gasp and quickly stopped, not daring to approach any closer.
Having witnessed the strength of this zombie firsthand, they did not dare to underestimate its power, and then they hid nearby to observe carefully. In the open area of Sunshine Community, Luchan was facing the attacks of Lightning No. 2 and Big Fat at the same time. He planned to use these two evolved zombies to further enhance his combat skills. In the face of their fierce assault, Luchan appeared to be extremely composed, able to handle the rapid attacks of the two evolved zombies with ease. This unprecedented exhilaration in battle made Luchan feel incredibly excited. At this moment, Ji Rushua reappeared on the rooftop of Building 4, having recorded the blood slaughter knife technique in her notebook. Seeing her father still using two evolved zombies to enhance his combat skills, Ji Rushua shook her head helplessly. Her father was indeed working very hard, but the results were simply unsatisfactory. Dad, you really shouldn't use such a crude method to train. I hope this knife technique can lend you a helping hand. Ji Rushua immediately used her telekinesis to throw the compiled manual down from above, landing it precisely at Lu Chen's feet. The sudden object falling caught Lu Chen off guard, and he quickly stopped fighting the two evolved zombies. After picking up the notebook, Lu Chen looked around but found nothing unusual. Seeing the words notebook written on the cover, Lu Chen was completely stunned. What's going on? A notebook just fell from the sky? However, when Lu Chen opened the notebook, he saw the words blood slaughter knife technique written on the first page. Seeing such a domineering name, Lu Chen was immediately drawn in and continued to browse out of curiosity. The blood slaughter blade technique uses blood as a guide, condensing murderous energy to unleash endless killing intent, breaking through all techniques with its fierce and unstoppable stance. One must have a resolute heart and fearlessness toward life and death when practicing the blood slaughter blade technique, using one's own blood to ignite overwhelming murderous energy, refining blood slaughter energy amidst endless killings. Once the technique is perfected, there is no need for weapons, one's own blood slaughter energy is the strongest blade in the world. Just by glancing at the introduction of the blood slaughter blade technique, Lu Chen felt a thick smell of blood rush towards him. Clearly, these were just simple words, yet for some reason, a terrifying scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood seemed to appear before Lu Chen's eyes. In Lu Chen's vision, there seemed to be a blood-red long knife, carrying a dense and overwhelming murderous energy, shattering mountains and rivers wherever its blade passed. Holding this book, Lu Chen suppressed his excitement and continued to flip through it. The blood slaughter blade technique is divided into 5 forms. The sea of blood is boundless, the shadows of blood devour the soul, the murderous blade pierces the heavens, the blood curse reincarnates, and finally, the last strike, the blood curse slashes the sky. The first move is to condense one's own blood curse energy, and then execute horizontal and vertical slashing techniques. These two are the simplest techniques among the sword arts, but Lu Chen clearly remembers a saying, all methods return to the origin. Sometimes, the simplest and most unadorned techniques are the most effective and the hardest to cultivate. The second move, however, takes a swift approach, gathering a myriad of swordlights, launching extremely fierce attacks that leave the enemy defenseless. What surprised Lu Chen the most was that this sword technique could even conjure ghostly shadows to launch psychological attacks on the enemy's awareness. The fourth move is essentially a synthesis of the previous sword techniques, allowing for perfect transitions between each strike, creating an unending offensive that makes the enemy feel trapped in an endless cycle. Lu Chen believed that the fourth move was still achievable. But the fifth move is truly enigmatic. To condense the blood energy into a blade, reaching the final realm without needing to rely on a physical weapon, creating a powerful blood blade of one's own. After simply reading through the entire book, Lu Chen was utterly shocked. Is there really such a mysterious sword technique in this world? It's simply incredible. During this time, Lu Chen had also gathered some fighting techniques, but those martial arts books were completely incomparable to the sword techniques before him.
Lu Chen looked around again but still found nothing. It's really strange, why would such a miraculous sword technique just appear at my feet? The blood technique recorded in this manual left Lu Chen feeling incredibly amazed. He never expected there would be such peculiar martial arts in the world, which far exceeded his previous understanding of Kung Fu. However, in a world where zombies exist, it doesn't seem impossible for there to be extraordinary martial arts. All these mysterious aspects made Lu Chen feel a sense of lingering fascination. But when Lu Chen closed the book, he felt that something was slightly off. This notebook looks a bit familiar, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. The more Lu Chen looks at it, the more he thinks the sudden appearance of a martial arts manual resembles Xiao Qiqi's homework notebook quite a bit. The only difference is that the handwriting of the blood saber technique is much more beautiful than that of the little guy. If the handwriting weren't so different, Lu Chen would really suspect that the little guy was just doodling in his spare time. After all, aside from the handwriting, the cover and the paper inside are almost identical. Although he doesn't know where this manual came from, such a unique technique appearing right beside him is a reason to practice. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with the origins of the manual and immediately began to study it diligently. It describes this saber technique as so powerful that Lu Chen is eager to witness its power for himself. Then Lu Chen started swinging the saber in his hand, beginning to practice bit by bit according to the technique's instructions. As his strength continuously improved, Lu Chen also increasingly realized how important combat skills are to the outcome of a fight. After all, even if they are zombies of the same level, the difference between having control and not having control results in completely different outcomes. Meanwhile, across from Sunshine Community, the evolution team led by Gangzi was hiding in a shop, watching the zombies continuously transporting supplies into the community, and they were all so angry their teeth were itching. This is really disgusting. I was wondering why there wasn't a single hair around here. It turns out all of it was taken away by these zombies? But these zombies are just a bunch of bloodthirsty monsters, devouring all kinds of flesh and blood every day. What are they doing transporting human bottled water and bread? When did zombies start eating vegetarian? The group looked at the zombie puppets controlled by Lu Chen outside, feeling very puzzled. At the same time, a bold idea also emerged in the minds of several evolutionaries. They sat together, gazing at each other, and saw their thoughts reflected in each other's eyes. Why should we care about why these zombies are transporting supplies? It's already clear that a large amount of supplies must be hoarded in Sunshine Community. This group of zombies has taken all the supplies, and we've gone hungry for several days because of it. Gangzi nodded and suggested, if we can get the supplies from the community, then we won't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. The supplies they were carrying were nearly depleted, and they urgently needed to restock, otherwise, they would be hungry for a long time. Everyone nodded in agreement to Gangzi's proposal. However, the healer among them soon expressed some fear, saying, if it were just ordinary zombies, it wouldn't be a problem, but don't forget, there's a new type of zombie at the entrance of Yangwon Community that can wield weapons? That big guy has obviously reached the strength of a second-tier zombie. Are you sure we can stop him? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily troubled, as such a powerful second-tier zombie was indeed a concern. If it were just a first-tier evolved zombie, it wouldn't pose much of a threat to them. Even against a typical second-tier evolved zombie, the team could gradually wear it down thanks to their excellent teamwork. But what we face now is not just a second-tier evolved zombie, it is an existence that we have never encountered before. When they witnessed her Pang wielding a massive steel rod and breaking the bones of that second-tier tyrant zombie, the members of the evolution team felt a deep sense of dread, and for a moment, they dared not act recklessly. The team leader, a man with slicked back hair, looked out the window at the zombies carrying bags of supplies, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness as he called a few people to sit together and discuss. Everyone, we've been hungry for so long. Are you just going to watch the supplies slip away from us and let a group of zombies take everything? Since there are second-tier zombies guarding the entrance, why don't we sneak in through the outer wall? Although the walls of this community are high, that's only a concern for ordinary people. Are we evolved beings really afraid of high walls and barbed wire? After hearing this plan, the others pondered for a moment and then all nodded in agreement. Just as the team leader said, it would be no problem for them to climb into the community with their skills. Moreover, with such a large stockpile of supplies right in front of them, everyone began to have the mindset of taking risks. After practicing the blood slaughter blade technique for a moment, Lu Chen felt invigorated. This blade technique is indeed as profound as recorded, far exceeding Lu Chen's previous understanding of martial arts. Back in the room, Lu Chen was making fried rice for Xiao Qiqi, and the little one quickly ran to Lu Chen's side. Daddy, can you make a portion for Sister Zhao Lin too? Ji Rushua was still thinking about how to win over Zhao Lin. Showing a bit of care in the apocalypse could often greatly help in gaining someone's trust. Moreover, the 9 Deaths Demon Police are still in the stage of being naive and gullible, easily trusting others. Lu Chen nodded and then made a portion for Zhao Lin as well.
But just then, Lu Chen suddenly felt a shift in his mind. According to the corpses patrolling the community, someone had actually broken into the neighborhood overnight. And this group of evolved beings coveting the supplies had no idea what a terrifying presence lurked in this sunshine community. Except for the evolver responsible for providing cover with a crossbow from a distance, the others have all jumped into the courtyard of the sunny community. At the moment they jumped over the wall, Gangzi and the others were already spotted by Lu Chen. Now, several of them were hiding in the greenbelt, but when they saw the numerous zombies patrolling like soldiers in the community, they felt a chill run down their spines.
What the hell is going on here? Is this a zombie den? Everyone was so frightened by the scene before them that they couldn't say a word. Looking at the swaying figures under the moonlight, Gangzi and the others felt a shiver run straight up their spines. The terrifying scene in the community made the few evolvers who had jumped over the wall feel somewhat uneasy. Although everyone was strong and ordinary zombies posed little threat to them, even evolved zombies could potentially be taken down by their combined efforts. However, as evolvers, they still had a certain sense of danger, and seeing such a strange situation made them feel that something was off. Even someone as simple-minded as Gangzi realizes that this sunshine community is more than just a storage place for supplies. The evolver responsible for providing healing in the team glanced around and quickly said to the captain, "Captain, I feel something's off. Shouldn't we retreat first? Have we ever encountered a situation like this before? We can't risk the lives of our brothers just for some supplies." Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. This community exuded an eerie vibe, making them unwilling to linger any longer. However, the team captain felt bold and daring, observing the orderly lines within the community, where even the zombies were armed. These zombies, which were originally scattered and disorganized, were now patrolling the community in formation, like well-trained soldiers. This made him feel incredibly excited. Wait a bit longer, don't rush. Don't you think this is an excellent opportunity?
In all the information the base has on zombies, there has never been a record of them resembling human soldiers like this. The team leader looked at the faint figures in the darkness, and instead of feeling afraid, a glimmer of excitement passed through his eyes. He always felt that this neighborhood was extraordinary and likely hid some earth-shattering secret. If their team could uncover it first, they would undoubtedly reap huge rewards. Before this, they had never heard of any zombie using weapons, yet in this neighborhood, they encountered a large number of such zombies. Moreover, they were even transporting supplies that zombies could not possibly use. Could it be that these zombies are being controlled by some other being? Thinking of this, the team leader's eyes lit up, and he became even more excited. He seemed to see the answer to a great secret beckoning him. The team leader was very curious about what kind of existence was controlling all of this, and he believed that the higher-ups in the survivor base would be very interested in such news. If they could successfully bring back the situation here, they would surely be greatly rewarded. In this apocalypse, evolving is not so easy, and being able to distance themselves from others early on is undoubtedly very important. At this moment, several survivors felt a shiver down their spines, as they keenly sensed that a crisis seemed to be looming. The three quickly urged, "Captain, shouldn't we retreat? I have a feeling something is off in this neighborhood. Yeah, these zombies are no simple matter. There are second-tier evolved zombies here, and so many ordinary zombies. Even if we all attack together, it's very likely we won't be able to handle them." After being persuaded by the others, the squad leader nodded. He decided to bring this news out. Just as he excitedly fantasized about the huge reward that was about to come his way, the crisis of death had already quietly descended. At the moment they landed from the high wall, Lu Chen had already spotted their figures and was fully prepared, waiting to ensnare them. As the survivors' team turned to rush towards the outside of the courtyard, they suddenly discovered that Lightning No. 2 had unknowingly appeared behind them, holding a steel knife. The snow-white blade glinted with a chilling light under the moonlight. This sudden scene made everyone tremble, and soon a large number of zombie squads began to encircle a few people in formation. If it weren't for the appearance of these zombies, one might really think this was a group of living human soldiers. The speed at which Lu Chen's zombie squad surrounded them was much faster than the retreating speed of the few people. Just a few steps out, they were heavily surrounded by the zombies Lu Chen had arranged. Looking at the dark figures under the shadows, the members of the survivor team turned pale with fear. At this moment, Zhang Zi's hands began to tremble. He never expected that after escaping from so many second-tier zombies, he would end up trapped in a small area. These little zombies wasted no time and directly lunged at the few people to bite them.
Damn it! Brothers, charge out with me! The leader of the survivor team waved his big knife and led everyone to retreat outward. However, the densely packed zombies made them feel utterly hopeless. Most critically, among these zombies were also evolved zombies mixed in.
Lightning No. 2 swung his twin blades like thunder, emitting a chilling gleam in the pitch-black moonlight. The slightly weaker healing-type evolved being was decapitated by Lightning No. 2 with just one exchange. Seeing their comrade die tragically beside them, Gangzi and the others were instantly terrified and hurriedly ran outside. At that moment, DePeo had already rushed over with his twin hammers, and with his immense strength, he knocked both Gangzi and the team captain back 2 steps with a single swing. Looking at the survivors who had moved into his sunshine community, Lu Chen couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a sinister cold smile. These guys dared to set their sights on his community, which was touching his reverse scale. DePeo's twin hammers were incredibly fierce, forcing Gangzi and the captain of the survivor team to barely defend themselves. At that moment, another flash of blades appeared, and Lightning Number 2 took advantage of the chaos among the ordinary zombies to swiftly strike, sending the 2 of them to their demise before they could react. Even in death, the 2 couldn't understand why a group of zombies was wielding weapons. The only survivor who rushed into Sunshine Community was the bald man with speed abilities. When he broke out of the encirclement of corpses with a machete in hand, he found a man firmly standing in his way on the road. Looking at the resolute man holding the machete in front of him, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This person was intentionally released by him. After all, other than Zhao Lin, he hadn't fought with any other humans, and Lu Chen wanted to see how strong his combat power was after breaking through to the 3rd stage. Seeing that there was only Lu Chen in front of him, the bald man charged over with his machete without saying a word. But the next second, he suddenly noticed Lu Chen's right hand move, and in an instant, a blood-red blade light sliced through the air. With a horizontal slash, Lu Chen split the bald man in half. The bald man stared blankly at his lower half left behind. What a fast blade! Lu Chen's strike was so fast that the bald man didn't even see how he made his move. The chilling blade light gave him no chance to block, and he simply felt a terrifying surge of blood energy before being directly cut in half at the waist. Lu Chen saw the split body of the bald man and nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect that after such a short time of training, his knife skills would improve so much. This is enough to prove that the blood slaughter knife technique is indeed a powerful martial art. At this moment, piercing screams and the roars of numerous zombies echoed through the Sunshine Community, making the dark courtyard resemble a terrifying man-eating monster. The evolved being left on the periphery for reconnaissance heard the screams of his companions and was so frightened that he turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. He never expected that this seemingly peaceful Sunshine Community could be so terrifying. Although his body was shaking like a leaf, the evolved being thought of his teammates waiting for his support and forced himself to stay in place despite the fear. Under the moonlight, the entire Sunshine Community appeared to be shrouded in darkness. It wasn't until the roars of the zombies became fewer and the screams gradually faded away that the evolved being truly realized that all his teammates had died in the Sunshine Community. He felt as if his heart had been tightly squeezed by someone. Not a single evolutionary survived, and this Sunshine Community was like a hell. All his comrades, who had gone through countless life and death situations together, had fallen, leaving this evolutionary heartbroken. Not long ago, they were all gathered discussing supplies, but now he was the only one left. However, he knew that the situation was critical and he must leave this place quickly. He forced himself to suppress the grief and turned to prepare to leave into the distance. But suddenly, it felt as if his moving body had been struck hard, and he froze in place. Whoosh! In the next second, his body fell straight to the ground. It was evident that the back of his head had been completely pierced by a nail, with even the brain matter churned into a mush, like tofu pudding mixed with chili sauce. This evolutionary was clearly dead beyond any doubt. At this moment, Ji Rushua was floating in the air, watching as the last evolutionary was killed by her, and she couldn't help but smile. Lu Chen was originally frying rice, but suddenly left in a hurry, which made Ji Rushua realize that something must have happened. Although she knew that her zombie dad was now a genuine zombie king with considerable strength, Ji Rushua still worried about the possibility of unexpected events. She skillfully made her way to the balcony to watch the battles happening below. Seeing so many evolved beings climbing over the wall today surprised even Ji Rushua. However, no matter what these guys' intentions were, Ji Rushua was very clear in her mind that if they were allowed to leave, her zombie king dad's identity would likely be exposed. Even if her dad's exact identity wasn't revealed, the Sunshine Community would probably face a crackdown from the human military. Ji Rushua absolutely could not allow anything that might threaten her dad to happen. So after her dad killed the evolved beings inside the courtyard, Ji Rushua took care of the evolved being on the outskirts who was responsible for reconnaissance and support. After eliminating all the evolved beings, Lu Chen began to search for useful items. With so many evolved beings gathered together, Lu Chen couldn't believe it was merely a coincidence. Sure enough, Lu Chen discovered through his search that these individuals all had identification from the human survivor base in Zhanghai City. Moreover, after reviewing the letters and recorded information carried by these individuals, Lu Chen found that the human survivors had already passed the initial phase of confusion. Within the human survivor base, they had begun actively hunting zombies to study the evolution gene serum, aiming to cultivate even more powerful human evolvers.
Lu Chen's previously hopeful expression instantly turned serious. I didn't expect the people from the survivor base to come here. Lu Chen realized he had underestimated humanity's strength. He had initially thought that with such a significant change in the world, humanity would surely fall apart and enter a period of chaos. Even if a survivor base was established in this devastated world, it would likely take some time to stabilize. However, he hadn't anticipated that in such a short time, the survivor base had not only stabilized but had even begun to expand outward. The several members of the evolutionist team that he killed were here in Jianghai City to hunt zombies and search for supplies. Lu Chen suddenly felt an increased pressure on his shoulders. He hadn't expected the human survivor base to develop so rapidly. There is no doubt that to establish such a large human survivor base, a sufficiently strong military foundation is essential. Lu Chen is certain that within such a large human survivor base, there must be a military presence. After all, we are still in the early days of the apocalypse. Even if there are evolutionists, their numbers are not significant, and it is clearly impossible to rely on them to manage the entire survivor base. Therefore, in the early stages, it is necessary to have enough strength to fend off zombie attacks, manage various survivors and evolutionists, as well as develop various genetic medicines. This means that behind the human survivor base in Jianghai City, there is definitely a very strong military support. Lu Chen's expression darkened. Although he has broken through to the third tier, the zombies under his control can barely be considered a small army. Lu Chen never expected that just 2 days of happiness would be interrupted by such a shocking bad news. After all, the zombies under his command indeed have a terrifying suppressive power against ordinary survivors. For example, the survivor team that broke into Sunshine Community today was almost completely slaughtered at first sight. But if the formal military intervenes now, Lu Chen has no doubt that his zombies would be shot to pieces on the spot, and they might even be bombarded. He still doesn't have enough strength to contend with the human survivors, and as Lu Chen stood there looking at the familiar tall buildings around him, he could only sigh helplessly in his heart. I didn't expect the human survivors to be more troublesome than I imagined. It's time to find a new home for Xiao Qiqi. The uncertainties of the apocalypse are simply too many. Lu Chen must prepare for the worst. Otherwise, if he really waits until danger strikes, it might be too late. In this ruined world, everything needs to be prepared in advance to ensure sufficient safety. Although this Sunshine Community is not exposed to many human survivors for various reasons, the fact that this place can continuously attract the attention of human survivors means that it is likely to be exposed sooner or later. After all, while Jianghai City is not small, it is also not that big. Given the growth rate of these evolved beings, it is only a matter of time before they notice their Sunshine Community. Lu Chen is well aware that it is difficult for someone like him, who has gathered a group of evolved zombies, to go unnoticed. Therefore, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances in the future, Lu Chen decided to move away as soon as possible. After all, he is no longer alone. With Xiao Qiqi by his side, he must ensure the little one's safety and not let her face any danger. Lu Chen looked at his army of corpse puppets in the community and decided that even though he had to leave, he needed to strengthen their power a bit more before departing. He has already broken through to the third level, and his mental strength has significantly increased, allowing him to easily control more second-level zombies. In this apocalyptic world, everything is full of changes. Even if one wants to move, they must be fully prepared in advance. As time progresses in the apocalypse, both human evolutionists and zombies, as well as mutated beasts, are becoming stronger overall. Although I currently control a large number of ordinary zombie puppets, they are simply not enough in front of true mutated powerhouses. I still need to expand a few second-tier zombie puppets. Now that the apocalypse has been ongoing for a long time, even though Lu Chen has never stopped during this period, he ultimately operates based on the radiation range he faces, centered around Sunshine Community. Lu Chen actually doesn't understand the situation outside. Only by enhancing his strength can he gain a sense of security. When Lu Chen returned to the 7th floor of building number 5, Ji Ruxue had already returned first using her telekinesis and pretended to be nonchalant. Seeing Lu Chen come back, Ji Ruxue immediately raised her head with a happy expression and held up the drawing in her hand in front of Lu Chen. Daddy, take a look at my drawing. Does it look like me? Ji Ruxue held up the drawing in her hand in front of Lu Chen, and he was instantly stunned when he looked down. Xiao Qiqi drew a zombie holding a little girl. Although the picture was eerie, it exuded a hint of warmth. In that moment, Lu Chen felt a warm current surge through his heart. Looking at the adorable Xiao Qiqi, Lu Chen's heart fluttered. He took a piece of paper and gently wrote down, squeezing Xiao Qiqi's cheek. Then he wrote, "It's great, Qiqi draws really well." Looking at his innocent and lovely daughter, Lu Chen's determination to leave this place grew stronger. The Sunshine Community might be exposed at any moment, and he had to ensure Xiao Qiqi's safety. Besides, Xiao Qiqi was still young and currently in a stage of growth. She couldn't stay cooped up in this enclosed space forever.
Although Lu Chen had never raised a child, he knew how important a bright and open environment was for a toddler's development.
Fortunately, since we are moving, why not find Xiao Qiqi a healthy and happy environment to grow up in?
Lu Chen was determined. Since he was moving, he needed to plan ahead properly. In fact, Lu Chen had thought about this earlier, wanting to provide Xiao Qiqi with a more suitable environment for growth. However, due to various delays, he now decided that, because of the situation at the human survivor base, it would be better to temporarily keep Xiao Qiqi away from the crowd. Lu Chen then took out a map. He already had a plan in mind for the new home's location. The first requirement was that the new home must have a spacious environment, definitely not as enclosed as the Sunshine community where he currently lived. Xiao Qiqi was getting older, and due to her intelligence, she was showing signs of being overly mature. In the future, Xiao Qiqi should not be kept in an enclosed environment. A life without sunlight is quite oppressive for a living person.
As for Lu Chen's second requirement for the new home, it was quite the opposite of what humans typically sought.
Human survivors usually choose a more remote and less populated area for a suitable living space. This is because such places often mean fewer zombies. But Lu Chen is different. He decides that when moving to a new home, he must choose places with a lot of traffic before the apocalypse, as this will attract more zombies around. For the survivors of humanity, zombies are a terrifying existence, but for Lu Chen, zombies are a resource. The more zombies there are, the safer he feels. The greater the number of zombies, the more likely there will be evolved zombies. For Lu Chen, whether controlling zombies or devouring crystal cores to evolve, he needs a large number of zombies as a foundation. These man-eating demons that others avoid are, for Lu Chen, the nutrients that can make him stronger. The third factor Lu Chen looks for in a new home on the map is the hope of having enough fertile land around. Lu Chen understands the principle of not living off past resources. Now, as the apocalypse progresses, the entire world has come to a standstill, and all major factories have stopped production. If he truly wants to raise Xiao Qiqi, he must have a piece of fertile land available for production. Otherwise, relying solely on resources collected in the city is simply not enough to support the little one as she grows up. Having a piece of land to cultivate and continuously produce crops is the true path to success. After all, there's an army of corpses to provide free labor. Lu Chen suddenly remembered that Xiao Qiqi hadn't eaten fresh vegetables in a long time. Xiao Qiqi is at a critical stage of growth where she needs nutrition, and fresh vegetables are essential for providing those nutrients. But in a post-apocalyptic world, it's simply impossible to find fresh vegetables in the urban areas. Thinking about how limited the little one's diet has been for such a long time, Lu Chen felt a bit heartbroken. Lu Chen remembered from his past life that in this era of rapid technological and economic development, infants could obtain nutrition from a variety of foods. However, his little Qiqi completely lacked those conditions. Many things that were taken for granted before the apocalypse became extremely precious resources afterward. Based on his requirements, Lu Chen continuously searched for suitable living locations on the map, gradually eliminating options. In the end, Lu Chen successfully identified a location on the map that met his criteria. That is a farm not far from the city center of Jianghai, which has a vast area that can accommodate a large number of my corpse puppets. Additionally, this farm has fertile soil suitable for planting, and if conditions allow, I can control a large number of corpse puppets to cultivate farmland and grow crops there. Perhaps it will allow the little one to eat some fresh vegetables, and this farm is not remote, it's very close to the city center. Lu Chen believes that the number of zombies around this farm won't be small, which should meet his needs for controlling zombies and obtaining crystal cores to become stronger. After careful consideration, Lu Chen felt increasingly satisfied with this location. In that vast farm, the little one can enjoy the beauty of nature. Breaking away from the long period of confinement in concrete buildings and changing the mood and living style is not a bad thing for Xiao Qiqi's growth. The more Lu Chen looked at this place, the more suitable it seemed, so he quickly circled it with a pen. After Lu Chen left, Ji Rushua, who had been curious, hurriedly approached to take a look. Why is Dad suddenly interested in the map? What does he want to do? A zombie king staring at a map for a long time is definitely a very incongruous and strange sight. Fortunately, Ji Rushua knows that her zombie dad retains human memories, so it doesn't seem that odd to her. After searching around the map, Ji Rushua quickly spotted the Qingshui farm circled by Lu Chen. This location is right next to the urban area of Jianghai City, and upon seeing it, Ji Rushua's brow furrowed. Why did Dad suddenly circle this Qingshui farm? Could it be that he wants to go there? The distance from Sunshine Community to Qingshui Farm on the outskirts of the city is not short. Ji Rushua couldn't help but feel puzzled. Such a long distance was completely beyond her dad's usual habits. However, Ji Rushua is quick-witted, and after a brief thought, she guessed Lu Chen's intentions. Could it be that because so much has happened here recently, Dad realized that Sunshine Community is no longer safe, and he is planning our next living location?
It seems very likely that Dad is preparing to evacuate from here, and his next target is the Qingshui farm in the suburbs? After coming to this conclusion, Ji Rushua suddenly recalled her earlier collaboration with Zhao Lin to launch a surprise attack on Yangguan community at night. Ji Rushua still remembers how furious her dad was that time, and perhaps it was from that moment on that he became extremely wary of the safety near Yangguan community. Thinking that it was because of her that zombie dad was under such great pressure, Ji Rushua felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she had never expected that the zombie king in Yangguan community would actually be her dad. Since she spends every day with Lu Chen, Ji Rushua knows that her dad still arranges zombie puppets to patrol the area near the community every day, looking for traces of those who collaborated with Zhao Lin. Thinking of this, Ji Rushua sighed helplessly. Her dad would probably never find the evolver who secretly attacked in Yangguan community. With what she and Zhao Lin had stirred up, and now so many human evolvers inexplicably showing up here today. The most crucial thing is that among a few people, they discovered information regarding the human survivor base. Ji Rushua understood that her father must feel that this sunshine community was likely already exposed to the eyes of the human survivors. At that time, as a zombie king, her zombie father would likely be exposed. Ji Rushua couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. Considering all that had happened recently, it was understandable that her father felt insecure and wanted to move. It seems that the pressure my father is under is greater than I imagined. Ji Rushua didn't really care whether they moved or not, as long as she could be by her father's side. Anyway, wherever her father went, she would go too. It didn't matter if they moved to the suburbs or some other place. In Ji Rushua's distinctly black and white eyes, a trace of determination flashed at this moment. As the apocalypse continued to progress, the pressure her zombie father had to bear grew heavier, and she needed to further enhance her training. If I had enough strength to protect zombie dad, he wouldn't have to go to great lengths to move away just to find a safer home. Ji Rushua knows very well that only by becoming stronger can she be the greatest assurance for her father in this apocalypse. After glancing at the map, Ji Rushua threw herself back into her training, determined to further strengthen her abilities. On the other side, when Lu Chen had decided to give up on Sunshine Community and leave for other areas, he began to control the corpse puppets to prepare for his departure. In order to control more level 2 zombies, Lu Chen has intensified his search during this time. He dispatched more corpse puppets within his control range to search for traces of more second-tier evolved zombies. Having broken through to the 3rd tier, his mental strength has greatly increased compared to before. Before leaving, Lu Chen needs to convert his increased mental strength into sufficiently powerful abilities. After all, the apocalypse is too dangerous, and I can't guarantee that there won't be any dangers along the long journey while trying to take Xiao Qiqi through the city. If I don't have enough combat power, it is completely impossible to ensure Xiao Qiqi's safety. Moreover, Lu Chen also plans to take away all the supplies he has collected during this time, especially those that can be stored for a long time. After all, these are the fruits of his hard work, and Lu Chen doesn't want to give them away to others. Furthermore, many infant products are not commonly found in suburban farms after leaving the city. However, looking at the room full of supplies, Lu Chen feels a bit troubled for a moment. Initially, to ensure that the little one had enough resources to grow, he brought back anything that could be useful without thinking much, even including the 3 years of college entrance examination, 5 years of simulation. Now the entire building 5 is filled, and moving so many supplies when he wants to relocate is quite a challenge. Time passed quickly, and 3 days went by. During these 3 days, Lu Chen has been preparing to leave Sunshine Community. Meanwhile, Ji Rushua has also been busy all alone. After learning about her father's plan, Ji Rushua has not relaxed her training during this time. At this moment, in the bedroom on the 7th floor, Ji Rushua is sitting cross-legged on the bed, practicing the Liuli breathing method, continuously drawing in the energy particles from the air. Ji Rushua's breathing is very steady, and her aura is long and flowing, completely unlike that of a 1-year-old infant. In the midst of her training, Ji Rushua seems to be surrounded by a peculiar energy. This technique, developed only in the late stages of human evolution, is an incredibly extraordinary ability in the early stages. With the existence of this technique, Ji Rushua can quickly break through without having to consume evolution potions. In the past few days, Ji Rushua has not wasted a single moment of her training time, even practicing secretly at night, all to enhance her strength and provide more help to her father during the move. At this moment, Ji Rushua's petite body is trembling continuously, and a faint powerful aura is being released from her small body. Boom! With a roar, Ji Rushua successfully stepped into the 3rd rank, becoming a 3rd rank evolver. The power constantly circulating within her surged like a floodgate bursting open, and Ji Rushua's body began to tremble even more violently. The overwhelming power surged wildly within Ji Rushua, causing her bones to crack and pop like frying beans. The bones and flesh within her body became incredibly refined. Although Ji Rushua's physique was very small, a powerful aura erupted from within her.
After breaking through to the third rank, a formidable pressure began to emanate from Ji Rushue. Her snow-white, smooth skin became even fairer after the successful breakthrough. Ji Rushue's body grew slightly larger, and although she still appeared quite petite, the power contained within her had become extremely vast. With the successful breakthrough in her realm, Ji Rushue's strength also significantly increased. Similarly, Ji Rushue's mental power surged, making her spirit even stronger. After a moment, Ji Rushue's trembling body gradually began to stabilize, and she seemed to exude an otherworldly aura. When she opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance seemed to pass through Ji Rushue's gaze, her eyes bright and steady, completely unbefitting her age. Clenching her fists, Ji Rushue's lips curled into a slight smile. Her strength had increased several times compared to before. Whoosh! 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 Ji Rushue controlled her body with her mental power, and she was able to perform short flights in mid-air, significantly increasing her movement speed compared to before. Previously, Ji Rushue could only rely on her size advantage to make her body float in mid-air using her mental power. Now, the significant increase in speed allowed Ji Rushue to have better attack and self-defense capabilities. Clenching her small pink fists, Ji Rushue looked very satisfied. At this stage, if her memory serves her right, the strongest humans currently are only at the second level. Now, with advanced techniques and having reached the third-tier realm, her cultivation breakthrough speed far exceeds that of her past life. With her superior realm and the extraordinary dual talents she possesses after her rebirth, Ji Rushue is very confident that she is now a top-tier powerhouse even globally. With her current strength, she can definitely walk unchallenged in the entire apocalypse. Just as Ji Rushue was breaking through to the third tier, the sound of an engine suddenly came from outside Sunshine Community. The sound of the car engine was jarring in the silence of the apocalypse. It had been a long time since any vehicle had started in this city since the outbreak. A large truck was parked at the entrance of Sunshine Community, but when the door opened, an eerie scene unfolded. The figure stepping out from the driver's seat had extremely pale skin and a hideous appearance, with crimson blood even dripping from its teeth. This was a zombie driver. There were already 3 such large trucks parked at the entrance of Sunshine Community. Lu Chen stood at the top of the community, observing the scene below with a satisfied nod. If we bring in 2 more trucks, it should be about enough. There are just too many supplies in building number 5, relying solely on manpower for transport would take an indefinite amount of time, probably like ants moving. Leading people through the city right now is a very dangerous act. Lu Chen doesn't have the energy to control that many zombies while moving. Using trucks for transport is undoubtedly the most effective and convenient method. With these trucks, not only can all the supplies be moved, but it will also save a lot of time. With the supply issue resolved, Lu Chen will next focus on searching for evolved zombies. During these 3 days, Lu Chen has not given up on controlling other corpses to search. Although so far he hasn't encountered a single second-level zombie, Lu Chen has still made some gains in the past few days. Second-level evolved zombies are still quite rare at the moment, making them difficult to find. However, there are still some first-level evolved zombies around. After a few days, Lu Chen has added 2 more agile first-level evolved zombies under his control, now expanding to lightning number 4. A tank-type evolved zombie with overwhelming physical strength has also appeared, successfully reaching the 3rd level. Although Lu Chen's strength has greatly improved compared to before, the number of his zombie minions has also increased significantly. However, Lu Chen feels that his current power is still insufficient, as all factions are evolving over time, and first-tier evolved zombies no longer have the same overwhelming pressure as they did in the early stages. What makes Lu Chen feel very regretful is that after searching for so long, he has yet to discover any traces of second-tier zombies. The combat power of second-tier zombies is completely incomparable to that of first-tier zombies. Although Lu Chen currently has many zombie minions, he believes that the only truly capable zombie he can rely on is the second-tier tank-type zombie, Erpang. Fortunately, he has found a weapon that suits Erpang well, which can significantly enhance its combat power when wielded. Otherwise, with his current strength, trying to traverse the city to reach the suburbs outside would likely be extremely perilous in Lu Chen's view. In the bedroom on the 7th floor, Ji Rushue looked through the holes in the window at the truck parked at the entrance of the community, her expression becoming somewhat strange. Good grief, only Dad could think of having zombies drive a truck. To be able to control zombies with such strong initiative, there likely isn't anyone else besides her father. Is Dad planning to take away all the supplies in the community? He actually prepared so many trucks? With so many zombies, if it were just a move, there would be no need for trucks. After all, zombies are different from humans, they can walk openly on the streets without any issues. Ji Rushue wasn't worried about other problems, but what about Zhao Lin, who was locked up downstairs? These goods could be directly moved by the zombies into the trucks and driven to the outskirts of the city, but Zhao Lin is a human, and she didn't know how her dad would handle that. Could it be that they planned to take Zhao Lin away too?
However, considering that woman's current personality, she probably wouldn't easily follow Dad directly.
Ji Rushua couldn't help but remember that a couple of days ago, Zhao Lin discovered the zombie's nest and, not suffering any fatal harm, had become even bolder. She even asked Dad to send some food to those survivors at the police station. This woman, even when trapped in a tiger's den and her life at risk, still worries about these strangers. She truly lives up to the name of a saint. Ji Rushua really feels helpless towards Zhao Lin. No wonder Zhao Lin died so many times in the early days of the apocalypse in her previous life.
With Zhao Lin's current personality, even 9 lives wouldn't be enough in the apocalypse.
This woman, even in such circumstances, can't let go of the survivors in the police station. She probably won't easily leave Jianghai City with Dad. I wonder where this guy gets so much sense of responsibility. After being let down by those survivors so many times, he still thinks about them. Ji Rushua is quite concerned about the 9 Lives Demon Police. After all, they could very well become a powerful force in the future. If she could recruit Ji Rushua to stay by her side, she would become a significant asset in the future. But Zhao Lin, being big-chested and not very bright, is particularly stubborn about what she believes in. It will probably be quite difficult to make her give up on those survivors and flee with us. The trickiest part is that Zhao Lin cannot be killed, nor can she be allowed to commit suicide. After thinking for a moment, Ji Rushua decided to be straightforward with her father. When Lu Chen returned to the 7th floor, the little one immediately came to his side. Ji Rushua stared with her innocent big eyes and curiously asked, "Dad, why do you drive so many cars to the gate every day?" Facing the little one's question, Lu Chen did not hide anything. After all, they would be moving soon, and this matter couldn't be kept a secret, so Lu Chen decided to tell the little one directly. Taking a piece of paper and a pen, Lu Chen gently wrote, "Xiao Qiqi, Dad plans to take you to a new place to live, and these trucks will be used to transport supplies. After all, there are still so many supplies in our building, and we can't waste them. The new home Dad chose is on a farm in the suburbs, where you can see the scenery outside every day. Xiao Qiqi, would you like to leave here with Dad?" After thinking for a while, Lu Chen took the initiative to ask. After all, Xiao Qiqi now has her own opinions, and he still wants to follow her advice a bit. Ji Rushua had no objections to this, smiling and nodding. "Sure, wherever Dad goes, I will go too. I have never seen what the outside world is like at my age." Upon hearing Xiao Qiqi's words, Lu Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart, filled with immense joy. It seems that his efforts in caring for his precious daughter during this time were not in vain. It surprised Lu Chen that the little one was so eager to change to a new living environment. After all, children of this age tend to have some fear of the outside world, and they often develop an attachment to the places they have lived for a long time. The fact that the little one was willing to leave with him without hesitation showed that she valued him as her father. Ji Rushua then raised her own question, "But what about Zhao Lin downstairs? Are you going to take her with you too, Dad?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately nodded. He wrote, "Of course, this woman is a pet that Dad has raised, so she naturally has to come along. Everything else can be set aside for now, but Zhao Lin definitely can't. Lu Chen can't rest easy letting this woman go. This woman can come back to life after dying, and her strength can double. If she's out of his control, who knows what she will become. He broke Zhao Lin's legs and has imprisoned her for so long. If this woman can return to her original state, who knows how she would seek revenge on him. Lu Chen doesn't want to add so much trouble for himself. After all, the reason he wanted to move to Qingshui Farm this time was to avoid too much contact with these humans. If he lets Zhao Lin go, it's hard to say whether she would directly bring other human survivors to take revenge on him. Lu Chen would never do something as foolish as letting a tiger return to the mountain. Keeping this woman by his side is the best approach. But Dad, will she be willing to come with us?" Hearing Ji Rushua's words, Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer internally. What can Zhao Lin do if she is unwilling? Given her current situation, does she have any room to choose? A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. This matter concerns the safety of both himself and Xiao Qiqi, and it absolutely cannot be taken lightly. If Zhao Lin is unwilling to leave, then he might as well disable her completely and take her away by force. As for those survivors that Zhao Lin worries about, what does it have to do with him, a zombie? But then Lu Chen's gaze darkened again. I almost forgot about this woman's evolutionary ability. If I forcibly take her away, what will happen if she decides to commit suicide? Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt utterly speechless. He simply couldn't understand why such an outrageous ability existed. Not only can she resurrect after death, but she also becomes stronger. This combination of an outrageous ability and Zhao Lin's equally outrageous personality is truly something abstract. Lu Chen's principle has always been that anything threatening himself and Xiao Qiqi must be eradicated completely, leaving no future troubles. But I'm helpless when it comes to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin's unique ability is something I can't kill or let go of. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit irritated.
This woman is truly a hassle. As for killing, Lu Chen felt no psychological burden at all. When it comes to killing, he would never show mercy. But facing Zhao Lin's ability to come back to life, he found it quite troublesome. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with contemplation. Previously, he could use the police to threaten Zhao Lin to abandon her suicidal thoughts. But if he left the city of Zhanghai, those humans in the police could no longer be used to threaten Zhao Lin. He couldn't kill her, nor could he let her go. Lu Chen was at a loss for how to handle it. Rubbing his forehead, after a moment of thought, Lu Chen finally made a decision. Forget it, since I'm planning to leave here anyway. Jingshui farm isn't close, and perhaps we won't have any more interactions in the future. In that case, why not just let her go directly? Since I don't know how to deal with this woman, it's better to just let her go, that way Lu Chen would have less trouble. During this time, Xiao Qiqi often went downstairs to chat with Zhao Lin, and the two women, one big and one small, got along quite well. In this broken apocalypse, it's indeed not easy to find someone who has no ill intentions and is willing to interact with Xiao Qiqi. Although Zhao Lin isn't very smart, she is genuinely kind-hearted, so Lu Chen isn't too worried about Xiao Qiqi chatting with her. Since a decision has been made, considering Xiao Qiqi's relationship with Zhao Lin, Lu Chen still decided to tell the little one about it. After all, Zhao Lin is currently Xiao Qiqi's first friend, and Lu Chen intends to give them some time to say goodbye. In any case, this is the first separation Xiao Qiqi has faced since coming to this world and gaining memories. He can't let the little one have any regrets. Then Lu Chen found Xiao Qiqi and handed her the written note. Seeing that her father had already made a decision on the note, Ji Rushua nodded thoughtfully. She wasn't actually surprised by Lu Chen's decision. After all, her father was not an ordinary zombie, but a being that retained human intelligence. Zhao Lin's ability to resurrect had already been known to her father. If he were to kill her, she would just come back stronger. So, it was impossible to completely eliminate Zhao Lin. Given this woman's character, trouble would still come pouring in. And her father wasn't a fool, he wouldn't unnecessarily invite such big trouble for himself. It would be extremely difficult to forcibly take Zhao Lin away. From her father's perspective, since they were leaving anyway, it would be better to send Zhao Lin away directly, cutting ties and avoiding a lot of trouble. 5th floor. Xiao Qiqi, did your father agree to the request I made earlier? Seeing Ji Rushua arrive, Zhao Lin hurriedly asked with an anxious expression. Every day, staying in a room full of supplies, Zhao Lin may be well fed, but deep inside, she feels a twinge of guilt. During this time, she has been unable to stop worrying about the survivors in the police station. Just thinking about how many survivors are starving every day while she herself is well fed makes Zhao Lin feel uneasy. Zhao Lin feels quite uncomfortable inside. Xiao Qiqi, if your dad doesn't agree, I might really commit suicide. Zhao Lin is extremely anxious. Now, the supplies near the police station are becoming scarcer. The last time she went out, she only managed to collect a few bottles of water and a loaf of bread, and even she herself couldn't get enough to eat. Moreover, she is the only evolved one in the police station, and now she is trapped here. For the survivors in the police station, surviving in this zombie-infested apocalypse is already a challenge, let alone going out to search for supplies. Thinking of this, Zhao Lin looked at Ji Rushua with an anxious expression. She is really worried that the survivors in the police station have already starved to death. Ji Rushua let out a helpless sigh. Zhao Lin has been bringing up this question every time they meet these past few days. Clearly, she herself is still fighting for her life, yet she keeps worrying about the survivors in the police station. This woman is truly hopeless. With a sigh, Ji Rushua said helplessly, "My father is ready to let you leave here." What? What did you say? Zhao Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. She even doubted whether she was hearing things. Having been imprisoned here by the Zombie King, Zhao Lin thought there was no hope of escaping in this lifetime. But she never expected to hear news that she could actually leave this place. Looking at Ji Rushua in disbelief, she saw the other party nodding again. Ji Rushua's heart felt like a heavy stone that had been hanging in the air finally dropped to the ground, and she couldn't suppress her smile. If I can leave, can I take some food with me? I want to bring to those in the police station that collecting supplies is becoming increasingly difficult in this apocalypse. If they run out of things, they might starve to death. Although Zhao Lin felt a bit embarrassed, she still mustered the courage to ask. She really couldn't stop worrying about the survivors in the police station. As a level 2 evolver, Zhao Lin's physical recovery speed was relatively fast. Although her legs had been broken by Big Fat earlier, they still weren't completely healed. However, under Lu Chen's captivity, she was well fed and was able to walk, albeit a bit unsteady and limping. Upon hearing this, Ji Rushua felt a wave of speechlessness. This woman. It's only a matter of time before she gets herself into trouble. Okay, I'll promise you on behalf of my dad that you can take some food and leave here. After all, the food here is piled up, and my dad can't take it all with him.
Hearing this, Zhao Lin was overjoyed. She was seriously starting to doubt if she was dreaming, as so many good things were happening today. Ji Rushue suddenly spoke up. Do you remember our earlier agreement? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin immediately recalled the agreement between the two of them. Looking at the innocent and kind little Chi-Chi in front of her, her expression became serious and determined at that moment. She secretly made up her mind. Don't worry, little Chi-Chi. I will definitely take you away from here to a place where humans truly belong. Then Ji Rushue gave Zhao Lin a knowing glance, and the two of them tacitly blocked the view of Lightning One. Afterwards, Ji Rushue took the opportunity to slip a small piece of paper into Zhao Lin's hand. Zhao Lin understood immediately and did not open it in front of her. She tightly clenched it in her palm and then tucked it into her pocket. Lu Chen witnessed the farewell between Ji Rushue and Zhao Lin through Lightning One, and then controlled Lightning One to swiftly lift Zhao Lin and run to the entrance of the community. Lightning One was also holding a backpack in the other hand, which contained the food Zhao Lin wanted to bring back to the police station. After leaving the entrance of Sunshine Community, Zhao Lin couldn't help but glance back at the chubby guy at the door, firmly resolving in her heart. Little Chi-Chi, wait for me, I will definitely come back. After walking far away to a deserted corner, Zhao Lin finally opened the paper ball that Ji Rushue had just handed to her, and saw 4 words written on it, Qingshui Farm. Lu Chen stood upstairs watching Zhao Lin leave the gate, limping away. I hope we never meet again. This woman is really a trouble. Neither killing her nor letting her go is an option. If it weren't for the fact that he was moving, Lu Chen would never have let her go. However, since he no longer plans to live in this area, and given the chaotic situation in the apocalypse, Lu Chen believes it will be hard to encounter this woman again. It's best if we never see each other again. As for Zhao Lin's current limping condition, whether she can make it back to the police station alive is no longer Lu Chen's concern. Allowing Zhao Lin to leave alive is already a great act of mercy. Anyway, this woman has extraordinary abilities. Even if she dies, she can come back to life. Finally got rid of this time bomb, now I can fully focus on searching for evolved zombies. Now I have to leave the urban area of Jianghai City, and Lu Chen plans to find the whereabouts of other evolved zombies during this time. Before leaving, he wants to strengthen his abilities as much as possible to minimize the risks during the move. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt a sense of awareness and was immediately overjoyed. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. One of his zombie puppets actually discovered the whereabouts of an evolved zombie. This foolish woman is truly a harbinger of good luck. As soon as she leaves, new good news arrives. Lu Chen didn't expect such a coincidence. Just after driving Zhao Lin away, he discovered new evolved zombies. After searching for so many days, he finally found traces of the evolved zombies, and Lu Chen immediately controlled the zombie puppet to go. However, to be on the safe side, Lu Chen arranged for Fatty and Lightning One to stay at building number 5 to protect Xiao Chi-Chi's safety. Lu Chen himself took other zombies and rushed towards the newly discovered evolved zombie. Does Dad have any new discoveries now? Ji Rushue stood on the upper floor and quickly noticed the movements of all the zombies in the community. At this moment, she was rapidly heading towards the outside under her father's guidance. As she hurried to the door, Ji Rushue saw that the Lightning number 1, originally assigned by Lu Chen to guard Zhao Lin on the 5th floor, was now designated to watch the door for her. Ji Rushue felt a warmth in her heart, deeply touched. Her father truly could not stop worrying about her. But Dad, you really underestimate me. With my current strength, I doubt anyone could harm me. Ji Rushue had now broken through to the 3rd tier, becoming a genuine 3rd tier evolver. Furthermore, both of her innate abilities were extremely powerful. Not to mention Jianghai City, even on a global scale, Ji Rushue could now be considered one of the top tier powers among humanity. At least currently in Jianghai City, there was definitely no one who could injure Ji Rushue. However, the feeling of being constantly cared for and remembered by her father was something Ji Rushue had never experienced before. Gentle is shown in Ji Rushue's eyes. In her previous life, she struggled constantly amidst various life and death crises, facing numerous schemes and hardships. Ji Rushue still remembers that in her previous life, she had to sleep with one eye open, always on guard against potential threats. Even when she was in the human survivor base, she had to be wary of various plots from other humans. Although in her previous life she became the female emperor of humanity, possessing supreme power and status. But to Ji Rushue, that kind of life was far inferior to being by her father's side now. Without any familial affection or love, having great power only meant being alone. After being reborn, Ji Rushue has lived under the protective wings of her zombie father. Although Ji Rushue's own wings have grown stronger, her father's care for her has never diminished. Looking at the 2 evolved zombies protecting her inside building number 5, Ji Rushue feels very happy. To others, zombies are terrifying and fearsome beings. But in Ji Rushue's eyes, these zombies are all expressions of her father's love for her. This feeling of being protected at such a moment is truly wonderful. Roar! At this moment, from the perspective of Lu Chen's corpse puppet, a human is frantically fleeing down the street.
Behind him is a terrifying second-tier tyrant zombie.
This tyrant zombie has a very powerful attack, sending numerous vehicles flying along its path. Under the terrifying swipe of its claws, there are deep gashes everywhere. If the fleeing person hadn't been quick, they would have been torn apart by now. The tyrant zombie, enraged by its failed attacks, directly picked up a nearby small car and hurled it at the fleeing person. Hearing the whoosh of wind behind him, the person instantly performed a clever roll to evade the crashing car. However, seeing the car crushed by the tyrant zombie, the fleeing human's face turned pale with fear. He never expected the zombies he encountered this time to be so terrifying. Although he was shocked, he didn't dare to slow down his movements at all. Because the claws of the second-tier tyrant zombie were almost reaching behind him, if he slowed down anymore, he would probably be done for. The survivor being chased by the tyrant zombie was even more terrified when he saw this scene, panicking greatly. However, it seemed like he had unleashed some kind of potential, allowing him to narrowly dodge the tyrant zombie's attack once again. This survivor seemed to have noticed the disadvantage of the tyrant zombie's large size and directly ran towards the various narrow alleys. When this survivor entered a relatively narrow corridor, the second-tier tyrant zombie found itself stuck between the closely spaced walls due to its massive size, unable to move for a moment. Roar! This second-tier tyrant zombie kept swinging its claws, only able to make the wall plaster fall off, but for the moment, it had no way to deal with this human in front of it. When Lu Chen arrived here, he happened to see the tyrant zombie half of its body stuck in the wall gap, constantly waving its arms forward. Deep inside the corridor between these two buildings, a human was trapped, trembling in fear, unable to control their shaking legs, their face pale. Seeing the state of the tyrant zombie, Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. This giant was the dumbest zombie he had encountered. Without hesitation, Lu Chen directly used his mental power to successfully control it. Then Lu Chen controlled AirPow to step forward, using its strength to pull out the tyrant zombie that was stuck between the two walls, tearing off a large chunk of wall in the process. The human hiding in the alley had no idea what was happening outside, only seeing the tyrant zombies seemingly retreat after failing to pursue them. Having narrowly escaped with their life, they immediately felt all their strength drain away and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After leaving Sunshine Community, Zhao Lin didn't walk far before encountering many wandering zombies. Looking at the many zombies ahead, Zhao Lin frowned tightly. If it were my prime self, I would naturally have no fear. But the problem is that my legs are still not fully healed after being crushed. Now, she walks with a limp, and after a long journey, Zhao Lin can even feel pain radiating between her legs. Not long after she started walking, Zhao Lin was already panting heavily. Damn that zombie king, I will definitely take my revenge one day. Zhao Lin cursed inwardly. If it weren't for the zombie king, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Using the moonlight above, Zhao Lin had to choose a longer route to avoid the zombies on the street. This meant that she, already limping, had to expend even more energy by taking the detour. At the same time, she had to keep killing the pursuing zombies on her way back. By the time Zhao Lin reached the police station, it was already daytime, and her clothes were soaked with cold sweat. As a second tier evolved, it took Zhao Lin an entire night to cover just a few kilometers. At this moment, her pretty face became extremely pale, and her lips lost all color. However, upon seeing the police station, Zhao Lin thought of how happy the survivors would be to see her return with so many supplies, and she felt that everything she did was worth it. As a police officer, protecting the lives of ordinary people has always been Zhao Lin's guiding principle. Even now, in the apocalypse, Zhao Lin still adheres to her responsibilities. Due to her legs, Zhao Lin struggled a bit while climbing over the police station's wall, and her movements attracted the attention of the remaining survivors in the police station. The survivor on watch at the entrance changed instantly upon seeing Zhao Lin return. Officer Zhou? You're still alive? For some reason, the survivor's tone was tinged with a bit of panic upon facing the suddenly returned Zhao Lin. For a moment, their voice trembled, and they even dared not look Zhao Lin in the eye. However, having just escaped from the zombie king and enduring great hardships to return to the police station with supplies, Zhao Lin didn't notice these details at all. After learning that Zhao Lin had returned, the survivors in the police station all rushed out, each looking at Zhao Lin with strange expressions. Once back in the police station, Zhao Lin noticed that everyone seemed to have become taciturn. They all sat still, hardly moving, and even when she approached, they instinctively backed away. Since she entered, these people were unwilling to initiate conversation with her and seemed to deliberately avoid her gaze. Zhao Lin didn't pay much attention to this and directly placed her large backpack in the room, emptying out all the supplies inside. There were bread, bottled water, biscuits, and even beef jerky and chocolate, all items that could replenish energy in the apocalypse. Seeing this large pile of supplies, the survivors who had deliberately kept their distance from Zhao Lin suddenly revealed a hint of greed in their eyes and instinctively gathered around her. Strange, where are old Lu and the others? Zhao Lin looked around the police station and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Zhao Lin then realized that not only were her colleagues gone, but even among the survivors in the police station, many more had left compared to when she had departed. According to the usual rules for officers, even when going out, some people should remain to ensure the safety of the police station, but now there wasn't a single person left. Where did everyone else go? Zhao Lin asked, somewhat puzzled. Upon hearing Zhao Lin's question, a few people around her began to stammer, unable to explain for a long time. It seemed everyone was deliberately avoiding Zhao Lin. Officer Zhao, it's like this. They've all gone out to search for supplies. After all, there aren't many resources left in the police station, and without tangible goods, we can't hold on. After hearing their explanations, Zhao Lin couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. The nearby food had all been taken to Sunshine Community by that zombie king. It would be strange if they could find anything. Seeing everyone grabbing food and devouring it, Zhao Lin revealed a genuine smile. After such a long time without supplies, everyone was indeed starving. Watching them continuously eat the food they had brought back, Zhao Lin felt a great sense of accomplishment. My perseverance during this time has indeed paid off. Back at the familiar police station, Zhao Lin was so exhausted from the journey that she could no longer hold on and randomly found a bed to fall into a deep sleep. In her dreams, Zhao Lin vaguely heard the sound of a knife being sharpened. She opened her eyes in confusion, only to find that she had been tied up. In front of her were the survivors who had just eaten the supplies she brought back, and they had started a bonfire in the police station. While sharpening their knives, they stared at her with a vicious glare, their eyes resembling wolves on the prairie spotting their prey. What do you want? Why have you tied me up? Let me go. Zhao Lin looked at the few people in front of her in disbelief. She never expected that after all her hardships to bring back the food, she would end up in such a situation. Officer Zhao, I'm sorry, but the little food you brought back is simply not enough. We have no food now, and we need to survive. Hearing the words of a few people, Zhao Lin was first stunned, then instantly felt a chill run down her spine. The burning bonfire, the sharpened knives, and the bound-up version of herself, along with those who had disappeared. Could it be that? What have you done to them? Where are they? Sorry, Officer Zhao, but there was simply too little food. We initially only wanted to target some elderly and children, since they are a burden in this apocalypse. But your colleagues were very stubborn and refused to eat with us. We had no choice but to wait until they fell asleep and turn them into food too. Zhao Lin felt a buzzing in her head. She couldn't imagine that the survivors she had rescued had turned into demons in just a few days. Bastards! You beasts! How are you any different from those zombies? We risked our lives to save you, yet you repay kindness with hatred? Poof! Before Zhao Lin could finish her words, these survivors came over, one after another, waving their blades at her. Zhao Lin felt her strength rapidly draining away, but compared to the physical pain, her heart ached even more. One young survivor approached Zhao Lin with a dagger, guilt-ridden and in tears, saying, I'm sorry, Officer Zhao, you are a good person. Before losing consciousness, Zhao Lin found this statement utterly ridiculous. A good person, ha, I'm a good. The campfire in the police station crackled, casting eerie shadows that made the originally sullen police station appear terrifying. Under the flickering light, blood and grease could be seen everywhere, marking the spots where the survivors had dismembered their victims. As for the bed where Zhao Lin had been, all that remained was a pool of blood, severed ropes, and clothes, along with the remains of bodies and bones by the campfire. After feasting, these survivors, now turned into cannibals, fell into a deep sleep. The survivor who last approached Zhao Lin and stabbed her with a sharp knife slowly sat up from the bed. His body was trembling continuously, and tears and snot kept streaming down his face. This young man glanced around at everyone in the room, and seeing that no one had awakened, he cautiously made his way to the campfire. He picked up a piece of clothing and carefully wrapped Zhao Lin's remains, then quietly left the room. Holding Zhao Lin's remains, he made his way to a green area in the police station yard, dug a small hole with his hands, and buried her bones. Looking at Zhao Lin's remains, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Officer Zhao, please don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame them, they are a bunch of demons. As he spoke, his body continued to shake. Officer Liu and the others were killed one by one in their sleep because they refused to collude with these guys. I was forced to. If I don't eat, they'll eat me as well. There's no other way, I have no choice. I'm just trying to survive. This young man felt a twinge of guilt for Zhao Lin, and he couldn't stop sobbing for a moment. After saying that, perhaps out of guilt or fear, he knelt down and bowed several times towards Zhao Lin's remains. At the entrance of Sunshine Community, over 100 figures had already gathered. Each of these figures wore full-face motorcycle helmets, holding either baseball bats, fire axes, or even kitchen knives and steel bars. If an uninformed person saw this scene, they might think it was a sequel to a gangster film. In reality, these were all corpses controlled by Lu Chen. Now that he had broken through to the third stage, Lu Chen could control hundreds of ordinary corpses. After this period of accumulation, Lu Chen's corpse team had transformed into a small-scale horde. Although they were just ordinary zombies, the shock caused by so many gathered together was still significant. At the entrance of Building 5 in Sunshine Community, Lu Chen walked out with Ji Ruxue, who was dressed in a princess dress. Looking at the familiar community environment around him, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Since arriving in this apocalypse, he had initially lived in a store alone, relying on frozen meat and leading a life that was neither human nor ghostly. It wasn't until he met Xiao Qiqi that he finally found a new goal and hope in life. This Sunshine Community is their new home, and it's precisely because they live on the 7th floor that he named the little one Qiqi. Here, they have many memories from this period of time. Lu Chen never expected that, unknowingly, he had been living with Xiao Qi in Sunshine Community for such a long time. In Sunshine Community, he evolved from an ordinary zombie into an advanced zombie, continuously progressing step by step. Having gained such powerful strength, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at how quickly time flies. When they first met, Xiao Qiqi could only lie in her crib and was unable to move. Now, this little one can read, write, and even talk and walk without any issues. Although the Sunshine Community in front of him is an old neighborhood that looks even more dilapidated after the apocalypse, Lu Chen still feels a deep sense of reluctance. Because this is the first home for him and Qiqi in this world. Lowering his head to look at Qiqi's bright smile and sparkling eyes, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. He then controlled the zombie puppets to move all the supplies from Building 5 to the big truck at the community entrance. Ji Ruxue stood by, watching the zombies move the supplies around the community like ants, and couldn't help but express her amazement. "Dad, you've really brought all the supplies from nearby, you've filled an entire building." To transport these supplies, Lu Chen had brought 5 big trucks several days in advance. He collected supplies from an entire building and filled all 5 trucks completely. Looking at the ample supplies, Lu Chen felt satisfied and got on the last truck with Ji Ruxue. After breaking through to the 3rd tier, Lu Chen's mental strength has improved dramatically compared to before. While it may be extremely difficult for others to multitask, Lu Chen has been trying to control various corpses simultaneously, making multitasking a piece of cake for him. Lu Chen sat in the last truck, simultaneously controlling 5 corpses to drive, quickly heading towards the Qingshui farm on the outskirts of the city. Seeing her father's impressive display of strength, Ji Ruxue couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. "I never expected that, without realizing it, my father's power has grown to this level." Controlling 5 corpses to drive and transport supplies is something only a zombie king with retained human consciousness, like my father, could achieve. Ji Ruxue smiled slightly, feeling a warm flow surge through her heart. All the supplies her father was transporting were, without exception, meant for her. These were either various foods for humans or various baby supplies, none of which zombies need. Ji Ruxue understood that her father was worried that after arriving at the Qingshui farm, there wouldn't be enough supplies for her to grow. Ji Ruxue raised her head to look at Lu Chen, her watery eyes filled with emotion. In addition to the 5 speeding trucks, Lu Chen's army of corpse puppets followed closely behind the vehicles. Lu Chen sat on the truck, watching the scenery rush by and the army of corpse puppets closely trailing in the rearview mirror, feeling a surge of ambition in his heart. TSK, now I have a bit of the air of an ancient emperor on a tour. No wonder those with grand ambitions in ancient times wanted to establish great enterprises and create their own dynasties. This feeling is truly extraordinary. Now, less than 3 months into the apocalypse, I already have such a zombie army. Lu Chen couldn't help but imagine that as his strength continued to grow, the number of zombies following him would also increase, and the scale of this horde would likely become even larger. On the once silent streets of Jianhai City, the long-lost sound of car engines suddenly echoed. It has been nearly 3 months since the apocalypse began, and the survivors in Jianhai City had mostly dwindled down to very few in the days leading up to the outbreak of the zombie crisis. After such a long time, there are no living people on the streets, only various abandoned cars and torn bodies. As for the sound of car engines, it hasn't been heard since a week after the apocalypse began. But now, in this desolate and ruined city, there is a loud sound of vehicles driving. Vroom vroom vroom. A convoy of 5 large trucks is racing down the street, followed closely by a horde of chasing zombies. The behavior of these zombies is very strange. Unlike the usual stumbling zombies on the streets, they are all armed and wearing helmets. If you look closely, you can see that there are zombies sitting in the driver's seats of the trucks. Even when the convoy encounters obstacles, these zombies will actively run to the front to help clear the way. Clearly, these are just a group of thoughtless, bloodthirsty zombies, yet they are now exhibiting remarkable orderliness. Lu Chen gazed at the rapidly retreating scenery outside, lost in thought. Having been holed up in Sunshine Community for over 2 months, I actually have no idea how things have developed outside. Although my presence along the way has been quite impressive and might attract the attention of some interested parties, Luchan does not care about that. Now that I have broken through to the 3rd level, and with so many evolved zombies and ordinary corpses by my side, Luchan doesn't believe anyone in Zhanghai City can threaten him now. Looking at the little Chi-Chi sitting by the window, Luchan smiled, then picked up a pen and paper to write. Little Chi-Chi, if you're tired, you can take a nap. After reading it, Ji Rushue smiled sweetly at Luchan. Daddy, I'm not sleepy. It has been a long time since her rebirth, and this is the first time Ji Rushue is properly looking at the outside world. Since she gained consciousness, she has been living in the bedroom of Sunshine Community, in a relatively closed environment. Even after leaving Building 5, her movements were limited to the community area. This is still her first time sitting in a car, looking at the scenery of the city. A proper outing made Ji Rushue feel very pleasant. Sitting by the window and watching the scenery outside, she appeared serene and beautiful. Seeing the little guy's adorable appearance, Luchan couldn't help but smile, then kept switching the perspective of the corpse puppets to observe the surroundings. Since Luchan was simultaneously controlling 5 corpse puppets to drive, he didn't dare to speed too much to avoid any accidents that would make it too late to react. Because the truck wasn't going too fast and being in the city, Luchan wasn't sure what might happen, so he distributed several agile zombies on the roof of the truck. This way, if any unexpected changes occurred, these agile zombies could act immediately. With their enhanced speed and strength, agile zombies were perfect as guards for the convoy. Thus, the convoy controlled by Luchan gradually left the Sunshine Community. While controlling the corpse puppets, Luchan was also looking at the map. At the current speed of the convoy, it seemed they wouldn't reach the Qingshui farm on the outskirts of the city until after dark. The convoy created a huge commotion in the urban area of Zhanghai, attracting many zombies along the way. However, those ordinary zombies, under the pressure of the evolved ones, were like headless flies trying to dodge. As for those who couldn't dodge, they were mercilessly crushed by the cars. A survivor searching for supplies in a store suddenly froze in place. Am I hallucinating from hunger? Did I just hear the sound of a car? The survivor in the store looked to be around 30, well-built, and had awakened the power of immense strength as an evolved. Originally, he had been living relatively comfortably in the apocalypse thanks to his evolved abilities. But the problem was that supplies were becoming increasingly scarce, so even as an evolved, he could only keep searching for resources in stores. Boom! 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 The loud noises were getting closer. Damn! It's not an illusion. There really is a car? Could it be that the army has come in? The survivor, realizing that a huge convoy was passing nearby, was instantly filled with excitement, even throwing aside the bottled water he had just found. He quickly ran to the window of the store and looked outside, and sure enough, he saw a massive convoy not far away. At the front were 5 heavy trucks, crashing through abandoned cars along the way, while wandering zombies were directly crushed into a pool of blood. Seeing this scene, the survivor was filled with excitement and immediately wanted to rush out of the store to join the convoy. As his supplies dwindled, this evolved survivor also wanted to join a survivor team. To be able to drive 5 heavy trucks through the post-apocalyptic city undoubtedly meant that this was a powerful survivor team. Just as the survivor was about to rush out of the store, he keenly noticed that those following the truck didn't seem to be a human army. No way, could they all be zombies? The evolved survivor froze in place, unable to believe his eyes. There were more than 100 zombies following behind the truck, and although they looked almost indistinguishable from humans. However, some zombies clearly show signs of being bitten, which are not wounds that a normal human would have. There is only one possibility: all those following the truck are zombies. As Lu Chen's convoy approached, the evolved one looked up into the truck, but the next moment he saw a scene he would never forget in his life. To his shock, all 5 trucks were being driven by terrifying-looking zombies. Am I hallucinating? Zombies can drive trucks now? It wasn't until Lu Chen's convoy had driven far away that the survivor finally realized that the speeding convoy was not of humans, but of zombies. Gurgle gurgle. The evolved one in the store gulped down a few large mouthfuls of water to calm his somewhat excited emotions. If it weren't for the tremendous noise caused by the convoy and the ruins left along the way, he might even doubt whether he was hallucinating from hunger. The outbreak of the zombie crisis has already exceeded common sense, and now there are even zombies driving trucks. What a bizarre sight. The survivors of Lu Chen's convoy along the way felt a chill run down their spines. Lu Chen was focused on driving the zombie vehicle and was unaware of the immense shock his zombie convoy was causing to the survivors in Zhanghai City. A group of zombies acting with purpose and organization, even driving human cars, was far more terrifying to the survivors than a horde of mindless zombies. After all, even a gathered horde of zombies appeared to human survivors as just a bunch of ordinary, brainless creatures. But when these zombies could use weapons and drive vehicles, the nature of the threat changed completely. The noise caused by 5 heavy trucks and the pursuing zombies in the quiet city was simply too loud.
Moreover, being in the city attracted quite a few wandering zombies. However, there were many evolved zombies in Liu Chen's convoy, and their overwhelming presence scared the ordinary zombies away. Any unlucky ones that wandered onto the street were directly crushed. The ordinary zombies were frightened away by the pressure, but this time it did attract some evolved zombies. Among them are agile and tank-type zombies. These evolved zombies are unafraid even when facing a convoy, all for the sake of obtaining crystal cores. Liu Chen immediately accepted all the rushing evolved zombies, using his own mental power to turn them into members of his undead army. Throughout the journey, Liu Chen's undead army not only did not suffer any losses but also gained a few new generals. However, Liu Chen felt a bit disappointed that all he encountered were a group of first-tier evolved zombies, and so far, no new second-tier evolved zombies had appeared. Like Zhang Taigong fishing, only those willing to hook will catch. When will I also be able to act like Zhang Taigong and attract a few second-tier evolved zombies for me to control? Liu Chen looked out the window and sighed helplessly. The combat strength of second-tier evolved zombies is significantly stronger than that of first-tier ones. Since his mental power has increased considerably, he could definitely control several second-tier evolved zombies. Suddenly, Liu Chen's mind stirred. The undead at the front of the convoy suddenly noticed an anomaly ahead. The once spacious street was suddenly blocked by something, and Liu Chen felt puzzled upon seeing this scene. He quickly controlled the corpse puppet to slow down and stop. What's going on? Could it be a quarantine wall set up after the apocalypse? Through the corpse puppet's perspective, Liu Chen looked ahead and discovered a golden wall several meters high that blocked the entire street. Out of curiosity, Liu Chen controlled two ordinary corpse puppets, holding baseball bats as they cautiously approached. As the corpse puppets got closer, Liu Chen realized that this was not a human-made quarantine wall at all. The large expanse of gold ahead was clearly the scales of a reptile. Liu Chen was stunned. He had never imagined there could be such a large reptile in the world. Normally, this kind of scene only appeared in movies. Feeling a sudden chill, Liu Chen quickly controlled the corpse puppets to retreat. Hiss! A hissing sound echoed, and the enormous golden creature suddenly began to move, swallowing the two probing corpse puppets in one gulp. The giant creature that had taken over the street finally revealed its true form, and it turned out to be a massive python entirely covered in golden scales. However, this python completely exceeded Liu Chen's previous understanding. The colossal creature was covered in golden scales, giving anyone who saw it goosebumps from afar. Especially its exaggerated length of 20 meters, which was equivalent to the length of two of Liu Chen's trucks, as it swallowed two corpses whole in one gulp. As the giant python moved, cracks appeared in the concrete pavement on the street, and all the cars and streetlights along the way were knocked aside. This enormous golden python possessed terrifying strength. Seeing such a massive beast appear in a modern city left Liu Chen utterly astonished. He quickly picked up a map to check, only to find out that there was a large zoo nearby in Zhanghai City. Without a doubt, this golden python had escaped from the zoo after mutating. Wow, this mutated beast seems even more ferocious than the evolved zombies. Just as Liu Chen was marveling at the sight, the second-tier golden python charged towards the convoy like lightning, its hissing sound sending chills down people's spines. Liu Chen's pupils contracted as he quickly controlled the evolved zombies to move forward. Air Pow was at the front, with De Pow leading the other tank-type zombies distributed on both sides. A few agile zombies were jumping on the roof of the car with steel knives in hand, rapidly approaching the midsection of the mutated golden python. This mutated giant python was extremely fast, covering over 200 meters in just a few seconds. Number 2 swung the heavy steel rod, weighing over a ton, and struck down towards the head of the mutated giant python. Seeing this, the mutated giant python tried to dodge, but De Pow and the other tank-type zombies were already prepared, blocking the sides in a defensive posture. Bang! 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 Even though the first-tier tank-type zombies took a defensive stance, they were still sent flying by the second-tier mutated golden python, like cannonballs crashing in all directions. However, thanks to the delay caused by these first-tier tank zombies, Air Pow's attack successfully landed on the mutated giant python. Under the impact of a 1-ton iron rod, even this massive giant python can't withstand it for long. Just as this giant python found itself in a deadlock, numerous agile zombies rushed forward, wielding two steel knives and slashing wildly, leaving deep wounds on the python's body. However, the giant python's body is too large, and the attacks from these first-tier agile zombies yield very little damage. Just as this mutated giant python was about to regain consciousness, a massive figure suddenly fell from the high building, and the terrifying blade plunged directly into its vital spot. In an instant, a large number of scales were sent flying, and the golden python was ripped open, blood spraying everywhere. Among these zombies, in terms of pure attack power, the second-tier tyrant zombie is undoubtedly the strongest. Its claws can easily tear apart cars, and even the scales of the second-tier mutated giant python can't withstand them. In pain, the mutated giant python thrashed wildly, turning the street in front of it into a scene of chaos.
However, Lu Chen had anticipated this and controlled his zombies to dodge in advance. Lu Chen continuously encircled it in this manner for 2 rounds, and the massive mutated python ultimately lost a lot of blood and collapsed heavily to the ground, no longer alive. Looking at the enormous python corpse before him, Lu Chen was filled with great ambition and quickly controlled the tyrant zombie to tear open the python's head and retrieve the crystal core inside. In the carriage, Ji Rushue looked at the corpse of the mutated python with shining eyes. Meat. I want to eat meat. Since her rebirth, Ji Rushue's diet has been very monotonous. Because she was still at an infant's age, Lu Chen gave Ji Rushue either formula milk, fried rice, or boiled rice porridge every day. In Lu Chen's view, at Ji Rushue's age, this was the right time to eat such food. Although he also wanted to feed the little one some vegetables, he simply didn't have the means. Even though Lu Chen made an effort every day, eating the same thing every day, no matter how delicious, would eventually become nauseating. Ji Rushue has been on the verge of collapse lately. She feels like she smells of milk powder and eggs all over. Having not seen any meat for such a long time, Ji Rushue is almost forgetting what meat tastes like. Slurp. Looking at the enormous mutated python in front of her, her eyes curved into crescent moons with excitement, and saliva dripped down from the corners of her mouth. Oh my god, finally some meat to eat. I've been eating milk powder for so long, and today I finally get to see some meat. Ji Rushue kept swallowing saliva, grabbing Lu Chen's shirt corner, and excitedly said, Daddy, I want to eat snake meat. At that moment, countless delicacies floated through Ji Rushue's mind, whether it was snake soup or grilled snake meat, they all seemed delicious after such a long absence from meat. However, upon hearing the little one's words, Lu Chen did not agree immediately but hesitated instead. So far, he has not verified whether the meat of these mutated beasts is safe for humans, and Lu Chen really does not want to take that risk. Having inexplicably arrived in this world and then inexplicably turned into a zombie, Lu Chen still doesn't understand what the situation is in this world. He hasn't even had the chance to interact with the humans in this world, and he is completely cut off from any news about the post-apocalyptic situation. Lu Chen really doesn't dare to take the risk. No one knows if anything bad will happen after the little guy consumes the flesh and blood of this mutated ferocious beast. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Ji Rushue immediately realized that Dad was unsure whether he could eat the meat of this mutated giant python, which is why he was so conflicted. This made her feel a bit anxious, as she was aware of the effects of this mutated giant beast. Humans can not only eat the flesh and blood of these mutated beasts, but it is also a great tonic for them. Because there are a large number of energy particles contained within the bodies of mutated beasts, the initial evolution pathway for humans relied on genetic potions, and later they developed breathing techniques. Another way to obtain energy is by consuming the flesh and blood of mutated beasts. However, even though Ji Rushue knew this information, she didn't know how to explain it, especially since her identity hadn't been revealed to Dad yet. Dad, I want to eat meat. Please let me have snake meat. As she spoke, Ji Rushue shook Lu Chen's hand repeatedly, her pitiful little face filled with longing. Lu Chen was surprised that the little one wanted to eat meat at such a young age. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen took out some paper and a pen and wrote, Chi-Chi, I don't know if eating the meat of mutated animals has any side effects. I'll let you have some after I test if it's safe. Seeing how eager Chi-Chi was for meat, Lu Chen decided to find a human survivor to use as a test subject when he had the time. He wanted to see if there were any changes in humans after consuming the blood and flesh of these mutated beasts. If the survivor was unharmed, then he could enjoy these mutated giant beasts with the little one in the future. Lu Chen also understood that infants need a variety of nutrients for growth, just milk powder and eggs would not suffice. Although Ji Rushue was a bit disappointed that she couldn't eat meat today, at least she had made her thoughts clear to her dad. Just thinking about the possibility of eating meat in the future made Ji Rushue incredibly excited. Outside the police station, a faint glow of blood appeared on a small dirt mound, and the next second the mound began to stir. Then, a hand covered in dirt suddenly reached out from the ground. In the next moment, Zhao Lin crawled out of the dirt mound unscathed, her aura significantly stronger than before. Zhao Lin's once beautiful cheeks were now smeared with dirt, and her eyes had turned extremely angry and cold. Recalling everything that had happened earlier, Zhao Lin was filled with rage. She never expected to be killed by a survivor she had saved. Having come back to life, Zhao Lin's injuries were completely healed, and her legs were fully functional. Looking up at the police station still engulfed in flames, Zhao Lin's eyes were filled with coldness. A chilling killing intent emanated from this usually gentle and kind female officer, causing the temperature around her to drop significantly. Zhao Lin rushed straight into the police station's room, and just as she kicked open the door, she saw a group of survivors feasting on a charred corpse. Although the corpse on the fire was cut into pieces, certain features still made it possible to identify it as a human. Moreover, Zhao Lin also noticed that there seemed to be one fewer survivor in the room. Thinking about how she had gone through so much effort, even sacrificing others, only to save such a group of cannibalistic demons, rage boiled in Zhao Lin's heart. Even when she was captured by the Zombie King, she still cared about the lives and safety of these people in the police station. But all of this resulted in a ruthless betrayal. After the apocalypse erupted, she and her colleagues from the police station risked their lives to save these people, only to find that instead of dying at the hands of zombies, they died at the hands of human demons. Damn it! You beasts! A group of selfish demons. To survive, you even eat humans. I should have let you fend for yourselves and die in the zombie onslaught. Zhao Lin's voice was extremely cold, and even with flames burning in the room, the survivors present felt a chill creeping up their backs. Zhao, Officer Zhao? How is this possible? When the survivors realized the figure at the door was Zhao Lin, they were instantly terrified and panicked, as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone looked at Zhao Lin in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Are you human or a ghost? The survivors, who had been eating human flesh, were so shocked that they dropped the roasted meat from their hands, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. No one expected that Zhao Lin, who had clearly been dismembered and even eaten, would come back to life and appear before everyone alive. Zhao Lin's sudden appearance caught all the survivors in the police station off guard. The person who should have been dead was standing right in front of them again, and even these demons who had begun to eat humans felt an endless fear. Could it be that Zhao Lin wasn't lying? She really is an evolved being, and she can truly come back to life? Some survivors realized what was happening. Zhao Lin had previously informed them of their own gifted abilities, and at this moment, everyone was terrified and pale. Officer Zhao, we were wrong before, we were all forced into this situation. We really couldn't find any supplies, we were just too hungry. Otherwise, how could we possibly resort to cannibalism? The survivors who had just been viciously devouring human flesh now wore pitiful expressions, looking utterly remorseful. Seeing Zhao Lin's incredibly cold gaze, the many survivors were crying and begging for mercy. Zhao Lin had previously been able to divert even the powerful tyrant zombie, so dealing with these ordinary people was nothing but a one-sided massacre. Thud thud. Seeing that Zhao Lin remained unmoved, the panicking survivors began to kneel on the ground one after another. Officer Zhao, please spare us. We know you are the kindest among these officers. We were wrong before, we went crazy from hunger, which is why we did such things. Please forgive us, we promise we won't do this again. Zhao Lin's fists were clenched tightly, her teeth itching with hatred. These guys in front of her were putting on a pitiful act, but Zhao Lin clearly remembered how ferocious and terrifying they had been before she died. Each of their greedy gazes was like that of hungry wolves staring at her. Ha, when you killed me back then, did you ever think about my feelings? If I didn't have the ability to come back from the dead, I would have turned to dust long ago. Although Zhao Lin was inherently kind and gentle, facing these ingrates who had killed her, she felt a raging fire of anger within her. These bastards had not only stabbed her repeatedly but were still consuming human flesh even now. There was no doubt that if she hadn't resurrected, these guys would continue to harm humanity to survive. They dared not face the fierce zombies outside, only swinging their knives at weaker prey. Zhao Lin took step by step forward, her aura growing colder, the killing intent in her eyes almost solidifying. Officer Zhao, have you forgotten? You were the one who saved me from the pile of zombies. The closest survivor to Zhao Lin was crying uncontrollably, trying to awaken the kindness within her, unaware that his words only made her more furious. Snap! Zhao Lin quickly struck and crushed the man's neck. As they watched the heavy body fall to the ground, everyone felt a chill rush to their heads. With such powerful strength to casually kill an adult male, they knew they were no match for her as ordinary people. At this moment, everyone in the room just wanted to escape frantically, but the problem was that the entrance was blocked by Zhao Lin. Help! Don't kill me! Officer Zhao, please spare me. The screams in the room were incessant, with one body after another crashing to the ground, as these demons who harmed their own kind were continuously killed by Zhao Lin. Soon, only one survivor remained in the police station, and that person was the one who had buried Zhao Lin earlier. Officer Zhao, you're a good person. I was really forced by them, I had no choice. Please spare me. Zhao Lin recognized the person in front of her. He was inherently weak and had always been bullied before the apocalypse, a truly innocent person. Looking at the pleading eyes of the person, she hesitated for a moment. After a moment, Zhao Lin couldn't bring herself to kill him and turned to leave. Crack! At the moment Zhao Lin turned around, the sound of a gun being loaded came from behind her. Her expression turned cold, and she immediately lunged at the survivor with incredible speed. As she snatched the gun from him, she delivered a powerful punch to the survivor's chest. The immense force broke his ribs, and the shattered bones pierced his heart, killing him instantly. Why? Why did you deceive me? Looking at the corpses scattered throughout the room, Zhao Lin felt utterly devastated. She shouted continuously into the empty room, feeling unbearable pain in her heart. Zhao Lin couldn't understand why the people she risked her life to save would end up harming her instead. Why have once kind-hearted people become so terrifying and malicious after the apocalypse? For a bit of food, they can ruthlessly kill their own companions. Do such people even deserve to be called human? What if those people aren't even worth protecting? At that moment, Zhao Lin suddenly recalled Ji Rushua's words. Indeed. Do these despicable beasts really deserve my protection? Zhao Lin suddenly felt how ridiculous her former self was. For the sake of these survivors who had nothing to do with her, she didn't even dare to eat more food. Since the apocalypse began, the most comfortable time she had was when she was captured by the Zombie King. Only during that time could she eat her fill. In order to save these survivors, she fought against dangerous zombies and even risked her life several times, only to end up with such a fate. Looking at these corpses, Zhao Lin finally realized that the stable and harmonious world in her memories was gone forever. If one day you find that this world is not as beautiful as you imagined, and you feel like you no longer want to protect others, remember to come and protect me, okay? The promise she once made with Xiao Qiqi flashed through Zhao Lin's mind. In her moment of confusion, Zhao Lin's eyes regained clarity. That's right. In this world, there are still people I need to protect. Xiao Qiqi is still waiting for me. Although this world is vastly different from before, humanity's inherent flaws have been magnified in the apocalypse. But Xiao Qiqi is different. The little one is so kind and lovely, her black and white eyes filled with innocence and beauty. She has just arrived in this world and deserves a wonderful life. Only someone as pure and kind as her is worth this police officer risking her life to protect. Having realized this, Zhao Lin took one last look at the police station, at the place she originally intended to dedicate her life to, and then turned away in despair. It was only when Zhao Lin returned to the Sunshine community that she realized it was deserted. All the zombies in the community had vanished, and even all the supplies in Building 5 had been cleared out. Where did Xiao Qiqi go? At that moment, she suddenly remembered the note Xiao Qiqi had slipped to her before leaving. Qingshui Farm. Xiao Qiqi, did you move to Qingshui Farm? Don't worry, I'm coming to find you. In the truck, Lu Chen received the crystal core of the second-tier mutated golden python from the hands of the second-tier tyrant zombie. The crystal core shimmered with an orange-yellow glow, as magnificent as yellow crystal. Lu Chen simply held the crystal core, seemingly able to feel the immense energy contained within it. After all, the mutated giant python in front of him, measuring over 20 meters in length, primarily derived its energy from this crystal core. However, this time Lu Chen did not choose to devour this second-tier crystal core. After all, he was now a third-tier evolved zombie, and the impact of a mere second-tier mutated beast's crystal core was minimal for him. One could even say that this second-tier crystal core has no effect on me at the moment, apart from restoring my mental energy. Holding this second-tier crystal core, the temptation it brings me is much smaller than before. If I can enhance my strength by devouring the crystal core, can using it on other evolved zombies achieve the same effect? Lu Chen recalled that after he devoured the crystal core of a mutated animal, he successfully evolved, which means that the crystal cores of mutated animals can provide a large amount of energy just like the evolved zombies. Since this second-tier crystal core has no effect on me, maybe leaving it for my evolved puppets could further enhance their strength. After all, as a non-combat type evolved zombie, my main fighting method is to control the puppets in battle. Moreover, there are currently very few high-tier evolved zombies, and encountering them is quite difficult, so it might be better to cultivate them myself. Lu Chen thought about the two second-tier zombies he had successfully reclaimed, the tank-type zombie Erpang and the newly captured level 2 tyrant zombie, Tyrant number 1. These two evolved zombies are also the main combat forces among my puppets. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Chen decided to let Erpao consume this second-tier crystal core. On one hand, Erpao is already an outstanding second-tier zombie, and after devouring this crystal core, even if it can't directly break through to the third tier, it will be able to get very close, which will undoubtedly enhance its strength. Moreover, Erpao wields a metal rod weighing over a ton, making him incredibly powerful and unmatched in both offense and defense. This powerful corpse puppet is the strongest among Lu Chen's many puppets, even Tyrant number 1 pales in comparison to Erpao. However, Lu Chen did not choose to let Erpao consume it right now, as the urgent task is to quickly reach the Qingshui farm and stabilize in the new home before anything else. Once it consumes the crystal core, it is likely to fall into a long period of stupor, and as the strongest combat force, Erpao cannot be absent at this time. This gigantic mutated golden python made Lu Chen realize that as the apocalypse progresses, ordinary zombies are becoming increasingly inadequate in combat power. The successful defeat of the mutated golden python primarily relied on Erpao and Tyrant number 1, these two second-tier zombies. Even a first-tier evolved zombie has almost no power to fight back in front of this mutated golden python, only able to cause some disturbances.
Quality is more important than quantity in warfare. What I need is a more powerful high-tier combat force. I have now broken through to the 3rd tier. Crystal cores below the 3rd tier are basically useless to me. If I can find 3rd tier crystal cores in the future, I can keep them for myself. As for those below the 3rd tier, they are better left for the zombie puppets to use for evolution. Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. If this continues, he might be able to create an army composed purely of evolved zombies. Just thinking about this lineup is terrifying. If that's really the case, I might truly be able to walk unimpeded in this apocalypse. Meanwhile, Ji Rushue, sitting next to Lu Chen, was also looking at the orange-yellow crystal core. Facing this 2nd-tier mutated beast crystal core, my dad, as an evolved zombie, can actually resist the temptation of devouring it. I wonder what he's planning? It's a pity that this is just a 2nd-tier crystal core. It has no use for me. In her previous life as a human empress, she also possessed the formula for creating gene evolution potions. It was still during the late apocalypse, where the powers of human survivors continuously improved, reaching a perfect level of extraordinary gene potion formulas. However, Ji Rushue has already broken through to the 3rd tier, making the 2nd-tier crystal core before her of little use. This mutated golden python is extremely massive, possessing terrifying strength within its body. The road in front of the convoy is in disarray due to this 2nd-tier mutated golden python. At this moment, Lu Chen can only send his corpses forward to clear the body of this golden giant python. This colossal creature measures over 20 meters in length, and its terrifying weight requires Lu Chen's corpses to work together to move it. This massive being is even longer than 2 of Lu Chen's heavy trucks combined, and the originally smooth concrete road has been left riddled with ditches by this mutated giant python. Lu Chen can only control numerous zombies to come forward and make simple repairs to the surrounding road so that the convoy can continue on its way. After the encounter with this mutated giant python, the subsequent journey became very calm. Lu Chen guessed that most of the other animals in the zoo had been swallowed by this mutated giant python, which is why he hadn't encountered any. Along the way, some evolved zombies would occasionally appear, but they were all low-level beings. Now that Lu Chen has broken through to the 3rd stage, controlling 1st stage evolved zombies is just a matter of an instant. As soon as these 1st stage evolved zombies showed up, Lu Chen successfully controlled them with his telekinesis, turning them into part of his army of undead. This time, on the route from Sunshine Community to the suburbs, Lu Chen not only did not lose any undead, but the commotion of the convoy attracted quite a few evolved zombies, giving Lu Chen more subordinates. The evolved zombies collected along the way far surpassed those he had when he stayed at Sunshine Community. With the roar of the convoy, they finally left the city center of Jianghai City. Although they encountered some minor troubles along the way, Lu Chen managed to resolve them successfully. The modern skyscrapers on both sides of the road gradually decreased, eventually transforming into patches of low-rise houses. Lu Chen looked at the time. He had been away with Xiao Qiqi for quite a while, and it was already evening. He had finally arrived at the outskirts of Jianghai City. He opened the map to check the area he was currently in. At the current speed, the convoy would successfully reach the Qingshui farm in about 10 more minutes. The large convoy continued to drive for more than 10 minutes on the quiet suburban road. Then, based on the map and road signs, Lu Chen drove along a forest path for a while and finally saw the sign for the entrance to Qingshui farm. The entrance to the farm was nearly 3 meters high, and the entire width of the gate exceeded several meters. The entire gate was forged from steel, and the pitch-black gate looked very secure. On either side of the gate were the walls of Qingshui farm, constructed from thick wooden stakes and a lot of barbed wire. Inside the walls was a vast expanse of land belonging to Qingshui farm, which included various buildings and a large amount of farmland. Lu Chen even noticed that there were signs indicating high voltage on top of these walls, suggesting that the barbed wire was electrified. It's just that so much time has passed since the apocalypse that the city has long since lost power, and these electric fences have now also lost their electrical support. Because Lu Chen saw that there were quite a few signs of force damage on these electrified barbed wires. Clearly, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, someone or zombies chose to forcibly break through these walls to enter the farm. Lu Chen sat in the truck, nodding in satisfaction as he looked at the large expanse of the farm in front of him. This Qingshui farm is located on the outskirts of Jianghai City, surrounded by a quiet area that is not easy for others to target. Moreover, the vast area of the farm is completely sufficient for him and Xiao Qiqi to live, and this space is much larger than the previous Sunshine Community, also capable of accommodating his large army of corpse puppets. The most important thing is that this place is not an enclosed urban environment, and overall it doesn't feel so oppressive. In Lu Chen's view, this place is very suitable for the little guy's growth. Such a place that allows close contact with natural scenery can improve the physical and mental health of infants and toddlers to some extent, at least much better than the utterly ruined urban area of Jianghai City. In the oppressive and death-filled urban area of Jianghai City, even a normal person would likely become depressed after living here for a long time.
Even Lu Chen himself felt lost and hopeless when facing this desolate city, before meeting Xiao Qiqi. On the outskirts of the farm, it's clear that there are many modern buildings inside, which can completely meet the daily needs of both himself and Xiao Qiqi.
Dad, have we arrived?
Ji Rushue stretched lazily and looked at the sign of Qingshui Farm, asking with some confusion. After sitting in the car for so long, even Ji Rushue felt a bit tired. Lu Chen nodded in response, but he didn't let Xiao Qiqi get out of the car. Instead, he sent a team of zombie puppets to enter the farm through the pried open wall for an initial investigation. Since the situation at Qingshui Farm hasn't been fully investigated, Lu Chen couldn't risk taking the little one inside without ensuring safety first. Having already broken through to the third tier, he wouldn't fear potential threats, but the little one is still small. For the little ones, even a slight danger could endanger their lives. The damage to the walls of the Qingshui Farm indicates that some fighting must have occurred inside the farm. The barbed wire fence has been breached, allowing the corpse puppet controlled by Lu Chen to easily enter the Qingshui Farm. However, as soon as Lu Chen entered, his brow furrowed tightly. At this moment, the corpse puppet's line of sight revealed a silent farm filled with large patches of blood. Over time, the fresh blood had dried and solidified into a dark brown color, looking somewhat terrifying. There were numerous corpses and pieces of flesh visible on the ground, which had begun to emit various unpleasant odors after such a long time. The strong smell of blood and the stench of rotten flesh filled the entire farm. It looked less like a farm and more like an abandoned slaughterhouse. Moreover, Lu Chen noticed many signs of a struggle on the ground, with furrows scattered across the surface, and in some places, there were even cracks in the ground. The pitch-black blood and decaying flesh mixed with the soil, making the place look like the Devil's Garden. It seems that a considerable battle has taken place at the Qingshui Farm, and the situation is quite tragic. Lu Chen murmured to himself, making some guesses, and then continued to control the corpse puppet to explore the farm. The main targets he focused on were the vegetable gardens, as he came to Qingshui Farm primarily to help Xiao Qiqi improve her diet. However, when Lu Chen found the vegetable gardens, he discovered that they had already been destroyed. All the fields that originally grew vegetables had been ruined, and there were many crushed crops scattered on the ground. It seems that after the apocalypse broke out, many survivors came to the farm in search of food, turning the vegetable gardens into a focal point for numerous survivors. In these gardens, Lu Chen found quite a few bloodstains and the remains of human bodies. As time passed, the bloodstains had turned dark brown, clearly indicating that a battle had erupted in this area, and these survivors seeking food had encountered danger.
Lu Chen also discovered many huge footprints in this vegetable field.
These footprints are very deep, indicating that their owner possesses immense physical strength. Based on the shape of these giant footprints, they resemble marks left by animals like cattle or sheep. It seems that there are mutated animals in this farm, and these vegetable fields are likely destroyed by these mutated creatures.
Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit regretful, as a large portion of the farm's vegetable fields has been utterly ruined.
Not only were the crops trampled, but the ground itself was almost turned upside down, with ditches everywhere. If he wanted to obtain vegetables, he could only control the corpse puppets to plow and cultivate the land again. Lu Chen found that, apart from the bones of human survivors, there were also some mutated zombies that had been killed. Even the bodies had been violently dismembered, with severed limbs scattered around in a terrifying scene.
This sight made Lu Chen feel a bit on edge.
This Qingshui Farm does not seem as calm as it appears on the surface.
The ability to devastate zombies like this should not be underestimated.
It's either evolved zombies or mutated animals. After surveying the perimeter of the farm, Lu Chen found no living beings. Even the zombies were reduced to a field of corpses. Passing through this mess, Lu Chen continued to control the corpse puppets towards the interior of the farm.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
At that moment, Lu Chen heard some noises from inside the farm, sounding like a fight.
Additionally, there were some animal growls mixed in.
The sounds from inside the farm caught Lu Chen's attention, and he directed the corpse puppet team further in. From what he could see, the Qingshui Farm was far from as peaceful as it appeared from the outside. Numerous battles had already occurred just at the perimeter.
Upon entering the farm, Lu Chen noticed signs left by mutated beasts, dismembered remains of human survivors and zombies, and he became extremely vigilant.
Following the sounds, Lu Chen searched continuously and discovered that the strange noises came from the area where poultry and livestock were raised within the farm.
Is that noise coming from here? Could it be a mutated animal from the farm?
Controlling the corpse puppet to continue investigating, Lu Chen found that the ground near the cowshed and chicken coop on the farm was in disarray, with a lot of fresh blood on the ground. The animal feces mixed with the pieces of meat and blood on the ground, and the nauseating smell was extremely repulsive. Upon getting closer, he found that the blood on the ground was still flowing, and this pool of blood was bright red, completely different from the surrounding dark brown stains. If it were blood left from earlier, it would have dried and changed color. It was clear that this blood was freshly spilled from a recent battle.
Lu Chen frowned. It seemed he had arrived late and just missed the earlier battle. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Suddenly, a noise came from the cowshed nearby, instantly capturing Lu Chen's attention. Now the moon had risen above the branches, shining brightly in the sky. The bright moon formed a stark contrast with the surrounding desolate environment, and the farm was no longer so dark under the moonlight. Moo! Under the moonlight, Lu Chen indeed saw a mutated animal. It was a massively mutated yellow cow, standing over 3 meters tall and measuring about 5 meters long. Although this mutated yellow cow's size wasn't as exaggerated as that of the mutated golden python, Lu Chen could see that its muscles were extremely terrifying. The pronounced and highly developed muscles looked like those of a steroid-using fitness model, with exaggerated muscle lines that made one feel a chill just from a glance. Crunch! Crunch! A sound of chewing came from ahead, and Lu Chen was momentarily stunned upon seeing the scene before him. This mutated giant cow was actually gnawing on the body of an unknown animal, and its crimson gaze was immense, standing out vividly in the darkness. This yellow cow had grown very sharp teeth, which were even more exaggerated than those of lions or tigers, with blood continuously flowing and pieces of flesh hanging between its teeth. What's going on? Even cows have started eating meat after the apocalypse? Could this guy's terrifying muscles be entirely built from eating meat? Lu Chen sighed helplessly. Ever since he crossed into this world, it seemed like he had encountered all sorts of strange and bizarre things. Moo! It seemed that the sound of the corpse puppet moving caught the attention of the mutated giant cow. The beast suddenly lifted its massive head and scanned the surroundings, instantly spotting the hidden corpse puppet nearby. Bang bang bang! The mutated giant cow directly abandoned the corpse by its mouth and charged towards Lu Chen's corpse puppet without a second thought. The enormous hooves of the cow stomped on the ground continuously, making the area feel as if it were experiencing an earthquake. The terrifying speed of the muscular giant cow was incredible, and it quickly charged in front of Lu Chen's corpse puppet. Thud! Lu Chen had sent ordinary zombies to scout the farm, but in front of this enormous mutated giant cow with terrifying strength, the ordinary zombies were utterly powerless to resist. In just a moment, the corpse puppet was smashed into a pile of minced meat by the mutated giant cow. Seeing the shattered corpses, Lu Chen understood where the zombie bodies around the farm came from. This mutated giant cow had an exceptionally violent temper. Without a word, it just attacked directly. Seeing so many dismembered bodies in the farm, Lu Chen could basically confirm that all the living creatures inside had probably been completely devoured by this mutated giant cow. The speed and explosive power of that giant cow had reached an extremely exaggerated level, definitely at the second tier. Ordinary corpses were no match for it. Even Lu Chen didn't dare to let the first-tier zombies like Depang confront this mutated giant cow. The speed at which the giant cow charged was akin to a heavy truck speeding down the road or a small mountain crashing down from the sky. Lu Chen didn't want to waste his limited evolution zombies on this mutated giant cow. Facing such a massive and powerful mutated beast, only the second-tier Erpang and Bully No. 1 could handle it now. Bang bang bang! After basic reconnaissance, Lu Chen controlled Erpang and Tyrant No. 1 to quickly head towards the farm for support. The enormous noise caused by the second-tier zombies running soon attracted the attention of this mutated giant cow. Moo! This mutated giant cow had blood-red eyes, looking just like a crazed bull. It gathered all its strength and charged directly towards Erpang and Tyrant. Its terrifying momentum truly made people tremble. Even the second-tier zombies, Erpang and Tyrant No. 1, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from this mutated giant cow. The ground around was constantly shaking, and it seemed even the buildings on the surface were swaying. The wooden farm fences along the way could not stop this mutated giant yellow cow at all. As the mutated giant cow charged right in front of him, Lu Chen controlled Erpang to swing a metal rod weighing over a ton directly down at it. Bang! Although this mutated giant cow was incredibly strong, it acted as if it had mad cow disease and didn't dodge at all. Lu Chen hit the mutated yellow cow squarely on the head, and the immense force sent Erpang tumbling back 2 meters. However, this giant cow was also stunned, its eyes filled with stars from the blow. With a terrifying force of over a ton, even this mutated giant beast couldn't withstand it. The mutated yellow cow staggered in place for a long time, and at that moment, Lu Chen controlled Tyrant No. 1 to move forward quickly. The terrifying claws swung instantly, tearing a large gash in the body of the mutated yellow cow. However, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised that the cow's hide had evolved to be extremely tough. He originally thought he could bisect it with a single strike, but he only left a few minor wounds on its body. In pain from the injury, the mutated yellow cow twisted its body even more violently. This mutated giant cow was like a mad bull, only knowing to keep charging forward. Facing the non-evading mutated giant cow, Lu Chen used the same tactic several times, and this mutated beast finally fell heavily to the ground. The tyrant zombie's claws pierced directly through the head of the mutated giant beast, extracting a crystal core containing energy.
As Lu Chen had predicted, this mutated yellow cow had reached the second tier, and the crystal core in its brain was about to turn orange-yellow. Tyrant number 1 delivered the crystal core to Lu Chen, who nodded in satisfaction at the 2 second-tier crystal cores in his hand. With the second-tier crystal core from the previously encountered mutated golden python, along with this crystal core from the mutated yellow cow, the energy from these 2 cores should be enough for Airpow to successfully break through to a third-tier zombie. Now that the internal threats of the farm had mostly been resolved, Lu Chen began to send a large number of corpse puppets into the inner areas of the farm. After extracting the crystal core, Lu Chen did not waste the body of the mutated yellow cow, keeping it just like he had done with the flesh and blood of the mutated golden python he encountered earlier. Although consuming this flesh and blood posed no problem for him, Lu Chen couldn't guarantee that Xiao Qiqi would be safe. Once a human survivor was found for the experiment, this meat could be put to use. Lu Chen could imagine that if this meat were edible, he could show off his cooking skills. This beef definitely won't be finished in a short time, but the leftovers can be made into beef jerky, as well as plenty of braised beef, etc. There's enough for Xiao Qiqi to eat her fill. Of course, the premise is that the meat of this mutated giant cow is edible. Looking at the fresh corpse of the mutated yellow cow, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. He definitely had to try it. Although he no longer needed to consume blood and flesh every day to maintain his bodily functions. Fresh blood and flesh have a deadly attraction for zombies. After dealing with this mutated yellow cow, Lu Chen continued to control the corpse puppet to search inside the farm. The farm is vast, and the corpse puppet he sent in had only searched a small part. There were still many areas he hadn't explored. Before thoroughly combing through the entire Chengshui farm, Lu Chen would never let Xiao Qiqi enter the farm. After all, the little one is still too young and her body is very fragile. Lu Chen absolutely cannot allow any potential danger to come to the little one. From now on, this Chengshui farm will be home for him and Xiao Qiqi, so Lu Chen must ensure the farm is completely safe. No safety hazards, no matter how small, can be allowed. The entire area must be guaranteed to be absolutely safe. Continuing to control a large number of corpse puppets, Lu Chen constantly patrols the Chengshui farm. After thoroughly searching the farm inside and out, Lu Chen finally felt relieved. Within the entire Chengshui farm, the only living creature is the mutated yellow cow. All other beings, whether original animals, human survivors, or zombies, have fallen to the hands of this mutated yellow cow. With the patrol of numerous corpse puppets, Lu Chen has now grasped the specific situation of the Chengshui farm. In the central area of the Chengshui farm is the human residential area, which has modern houses that will not affect his and Xiao Qiqi's daily life. Surrounding it are tall walls, and the area to the south of Chengshui farm, near the main gate, is the planting area. Here, a variety of crops can be planted, along with large vegetable gardens. However, nowadays these crops and gardens have suffered tremendous damage, and one can only start tilling and replanting. To the east is the area for raising poultry and livestock, but there are no living creatures left, only blood and manure scattered everywhere. The only surviving being is that mutated giant bull, which has just died at its own hands. To the north of the Clear Water Farm is a large orchard, and to the west is a fish pond. It can be said that the areas of Clear Water Farm are clearly delineated and can basically meet various needs. After searching around, Lu Chen found that he was not empty-handed. There were still many fruits hanging in the orchard to the north. Great! I didn't expect to see such fresh fruit in the apocalypse. Lu Chen was very pleased to see these ripe fruits. The little guy could finally replenish various vitamins. In this extremely resource-scarce apocalyptic world, finding something to eat has become very difficult. Even though Lu Chen collected a large amount of supplies in the city, most of what he could gather were just rice, bread, and biscuits. As for fresh vegetables and fruits, encountering them was basically impossible. Such items were rare treasures in the apocalypse. At this moment, Lu Chen controlled the corpse puppet to arrive at the fish pond in the west, wanting to check if there were still fish living in the pond. There was no hope of finding living creatures on land, so he could only set his sights on the water. If there were still some fish in the pond that had not been infected or killed, he could help the little guy get some fish to eat. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the fish pond, Lu Chen discovered that the water had become very murky, making it nearly impossible to see the specific situation within the pond. The most critical thing was that there was a wide crawling trace on the shore, which instantly alerted Lu Chen. To leave such a trace in the apocalypse meant that there was definitely something unusual in the water pond ahead. Having just encountered the mutated giant bull, Lu Chen was equally cautious this time, as there was a high possibility that a mutated fish was waiting for him in this pond. While controlling the corpse puppet to slowly approach the fish pond, Lu Chen carefully observed his surroundings. At that moment, the water surface suddenly began to churn, and the next second, an extremely large turtle burst out of the water, accompanied by murky pond water. This giant turtle completely exceeded Lu Chen's understanding, its massive size stretching at least 2 to 3 meters. Even a normal sea turtle would seem insignificant in front of this giant turtle. There was no doubt that this was also a monstrous creature that had mutated after the apocalypse, though its evolutionary direction seemed somewhat different. Crack! The giant turtle bit down on the corpse's foot without hesitation, and the sound of breaking bones was incredibly crisp. Holy crap! What a huge turtle! Looking at the giant turtle that suddenly emerged from the water, Lu Chen was astonished, not expecting such a big creature to be lurking in the murky waters. The most crucial thing is that such a massive turtle is almost silent in these waters. If it hadn't suddenly lunged out, Lu Chen wouldn't have even noticed its presence. The terrifying force caused Lu Chen's puppet's ankle to break instantly. This giant turtle has immense strength and a jaw-clenching power that is truly astonishing. Lu Chen had never seen a turtle this large before, and he controlled the puppet to punch it hard. However, the turtle's dark shell was incredibly tough, and the recoil actually broke the puppet's wrist. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect such a creature to exist in the fish pond, and even the turtle could grow this big. Looking at this big guy, Lu Chen had no intention of continuing to attack. After all, the turtle's shell was just too hard. If he wanted to kill it, he would probably need to put in some effort. A 1,000-year-old turtle and a 10,000-year-old tortoise, such a large turtle must be very nourishing. If future tests prove that the meat of these mutated animals is edible, it could be saved for Xiao Qiqi to nourish her body. Lu Chen chuckled softly. Although the apocalypse has brought many mutated animals, adding risks to survival, it might also provide a significant supplement to food resources. As long as he can verify whether the meat of the mutated animals is edible, there will be many more ingredients added to Qiqi's menu, making meals less monotonous and providing more nutrition. However, considering the threat posed by this giant turtle, Lu Chen sent 2 corpses to guard the shore to prevent it from crawling onto land. After all, the biting force displayed by this turtle was quite impressive, easily capable of snapping the bones of the corpses. If it were to crawl onto land without anyone knowing, it would pose a threat, especially with its extremely tough shell, so keeping it in the water was the best choice. After confirming that there were no other dangers in the farm, Lu Chen began to dispatch a large number of corpses into the clear water farm, primarily to clean up the residential area. Although the farm was fully equipped, it was covered in dust and blood due to previous attacks. The smell of blood and rotten meat was truly nauseating, and Lu Chen didn't want the little guy to live in such an environment. Meanwhile, many supplies from the truck were being gradually moved into the farm by Lu Chen's controlled corpses. A very strange scene could be seen, a somewhat dilapidated farm suddenly filled with numerous figures. These figures were either shoveling dirt, wiping up bloodstains, or tidying up dust and bedding. The most crucial point was that all these figures were bloodthirsty zombies. If other survivors saw this scene, they would surely be left in shock. After all, no one would expect that zombies could clean up. Lu Chen controlled a large number of corpses along the way. Although these ordinary corpses were not as strong in combat as the evolved zombies, their sheer numbers were advantageous. With a large army of corpses working together, the sanitation of the residential area was quickly cleaned up by Lu Chen. Looking at the nearly refreshed residential area, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he had made good use of the corpses. After all the preparations were completed, Lu Chen finally took Xiao Qiqi's hand and slowly entered the farm. The farm now looked completely different from what Lu Chen had just seen. The pungent smell had been blown away by the wind, and the scattered body parts on the ground had been collected by the corpse puppets. The dark blood on the walls had also been cleaned up, and the entire farm now appeared vibrant and flourishing. Is this going to be our home with Dad? It actually looks quite nice. Ji Rushua curiously surveyed her surroundings and found that this farm indeed seemed better than Sunshine Community. Qingshui Farm has a larger area, and various natural landscapes can be seen in the wild. Living on the farm means not having to spend long periods in those concrete high-rises. Different areas have their own functional divisions, and basic living needs can be met through labor. Feeling the beauty of this new home, Ji Rushua was filled with anticipation for the future. She had never imagined that she would be adopted by a zombie, let alone that the one adopting her would be a zombie king. Ji Rushua had never experienced living with a zombie king in an area full of zombies. In her past life, she couldn't even imagine such a thing. Back then, it was either death or killing zombies. There was no scene of coexisting like this. She never expected that after being reborn as a baby, she would encounter such a bizarre situation. Having a zombie king as a dad, my childhood in this life should definitely be very enjoyable. In her past life as an orphan, Ji Rushua had never experienced what it felt like to have a father's love or family affection. She had never even felt what it was like to be cared for by someone. Although her dad is a zombie after her rebirth, he brings a kind of familial care that she never had before. After moving into the clear water farm, Lu Chen's primary concern was the safety of the area surrounding the farm. He sent the burly Erpang to guard the southern gate with a big stick. Erpang unconsciously exuded an imposing aura that could hold back 1,000 men, proving he was the best gatekeeper.
As for the north, east, and west sides of the farm, Lu Chen has dispatched agile zombies, with Lightning number 1, number 2, and number 3 each leading a team of ordinary corpse puppets for guarding. These forces are sufficient to defend the perimeter of Qingshui Farm, and even if any danger arises, they can quickly become alert. As for the area near the residential district, Lu Chen has arranged for Depang and Tyrant number 1 to provide close protection for Xiao Qiqi's safety. With these powerful evolved zombies present, Lu Chen believes that the combat capability of Qingshui Farm has definitely increased several times compared to before. With a large number of zombies at his disposal, Lu Chen transformed the dilapidated Qingshui Farm into an impregnable iron cage in a short period of time. Heavy soldiers have been deployed both inside and outside the farm, ensuring that he and Xiao Qiqi can live here with full security. Looking at the already asleep Xiao Qiqi, a sense of accomplishment surged within Lu Chen, feeling satisfied with everything he has done. The reason he made so many preparations was to provide the little one with a healthy environment for growth. I hope that Xiao Qiqi can grow up healthy and not be affected in her development because of the apocalypse. As long as the little one lives happily and joyfully, then everything I've done is worth it. Xiao Qiqi, sleep soundly. This Qingshui Farm will be our new home from now on. After moving to a new environment, Ji Rushue felt no discomfort at all. Perhaps it was due to the fatigue from sitting in the car all day, or maybe it was because she had left the concrete jungle for the countryside, but Ji Rushue felt completely relaxed. She slept very deeply, and when she woke up the next day, she found that her dad had already made breakfast. The most important thing was that today was different from the past. There was even an extra plate of freshly cut fruit on the table. Ji Rushue's eyes lit up. Fresh fruits and vegetables are extremely rare resources in this apocalypse. Sitting up abruptly from bed, Ji Rushue quickly made her way to the table, her petite nose twitching as she sniffed the fragrance of the fruit. At this moment, Ji Rushue felt a bit intoxicated. She could hardly remember the last time she smelled the scent of fruit. Although today's breakfast was still the monotonous fried rice, she had been eating it for a long time in this post-apocalyptic world. But Ji Rushue was already very content, knowing that this was the post-apocalyptic world after the zombie outbreak. Many human survivors could only hide in dark basements or enclosed spaces without light, and having something to eat was already a great fortune. Most people at this moment simply couldn't fill their stomachs and had to live a life of uncertainty. Not only did they have to guard against zombie attacks, but they also had to constantly worry about being betrayed by their companions. For someone like her, who could sleep until she woke up naturally every morning, and had hot breakfast and fresh fruit waiting, it felt like a divine life. Ji Rushue picked up her spoon and brought the fried rice to her mouth, looking at the continuous green trees and fertile fields outside the window, feeling completely relaxed and joyful. In a post-apocalyptic world, being able to smell the fragrance of fruits while eating steaming fried rice, Ji Rushue felt the embodiment of happiness at that moment. After finishing the fried rice, Ji Rushue began to eat the fruits, and the sweet and sour juice burst in her mouth. In that instant, she felt as if the vitamins her body lacked were instantly replenished. Feeling full and satisfied, she stepped outside and saw teams of fully armed zombies patrolling the farm in an orderly manner. If one wasn't paying attention, they might think they were human soldiers. Dad is really impressive. His ability to control these zombies is far superior to that of an ordinary zombie king. Is this the benefit of retaining human consciousness? Ji Rushue looked at the well-organized farm before her and couldn't help but admire her father. Although Qingshui Farm is located on the outskirts of the city and lacks much concrete defense, with these zombies controlled by Dad, the farm has turned into an impregnable fortress overnight. Just as Ji Rushue was observing the situation on the farm, Lu Chen noticed that the little one had woken up and hurried over to her. While running, Lu Chen took out his paper and pen to write. Qiqi, this is our new home. You need to stay inside the farm and not run around. Although he had sent out puppets to search the farm for a long time and was fairly certain there was no danger here. However, since he was new to the area, Lu Chen was not completely familiar with the surroundings, so he was still uneasy about letting Qiqi run around. But Ji Rushue wanted to walk around and take a look. Having finally left the enclosed sunny neighborhood, she wanted to breathe some fresh air and really didn't want to go back inside. Ji Rushue directly hugged Lu Chen's thigh and shook it repeatedly, sweetly whining, "Daddy, we've moved to a new home, so take me to explore around." Seeing Ji Rushue's sweet and adorable appearance, Lu Chen immediately conceded. The area near the farm has basically been thoroughly searched by the corpse puppets, so there shouldn't be any danger. Besides, with me, a third-tier evolved zombie, by little Qiqi's side, her safety shouldn't be a big issue. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen agreed to Ji Rushue's request and took her little hand to the previously visited vegetable field. From a distance, Ji Rushue saw numerous figures diligently working in the vegetable field ahead. These figures were using various farming tools. Some were loosening the soil with hoes, while others were pulling out the weeds that had grown during this time. Ji Rushue was momentarily stunned. Could it be that there are still living people in this Qingshui farm?
No, if there are living people, how could they get along so well with Dad? Filled with doubt, Jirushua slowly approached the vegetable field, and as she got closer, she was stunned, her mouth agape at the scene before her. It turned out that these hard-working figures were not farm workers at all, but rather the zombies controlled by Dad. At this moment, Jirushua was completely dazed. Controlling zombies to farm, Dad really has some ideas. Looking up at her father beside her, Jirushua couldn't help but smile. Her dad has truly taken the Zombie King's abilities to the extreme, even making them do the plowing. Jirushua had to admire her father's intelligence. These ordinary zombies aren't strong in combat, but they're very suitable for work. Since they haven't evolved, the ordinary zombies are about the same size as humans, with basically no significant changes. Additionally, Lu Chen is very strict in selecting the corpses. He only chooses those that are strong, healthy, and not too severely torn apart, so it won't affect their ability to work. The most crucial point is that these zombies don't feel fatigue and don't require wages. They don't even need to eat or drink, making them the perfect 24-hour uninterrupted labor force, a top choice for a heartless boss. Lu Chen was unaware of Jirushua's shock. At this moment, he nodded in satisfaction at the farm that was beginning to take shape. This morning, Lu Chen had already gone to check the warehouse on the farm. The farm has various unplanted seeds, and all the necessary farming tools are available. Even the fertilizer is in surplus. In his past life, Lu Chen came from a rural background and had helped his grandparents farm in the village when he was young. Although a long time has passed, that memory has never faded from Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen has quite a bit of experience in planting these crops, now with all the tools at his disposal and plenty of corpses to serve as laborers. Lu Chen is confident that he can reclaim this damaged vegetable field through his hard work, allowing Xiao Qiqi to enjoy fresh vegetables every day from now on. The Clear Water Farm is filled with zombies that have long since died, but these once bloodthirsty monsters have been transformed into diligent workers under Lu Chen's control. Although the main workforce consists of cold, lifeless bodies, they have brought life back to the abandoned Clear Water Farm. Now, under Lu Chen's arrangements, the once abandoned Clear Water Farm has regained vitality, presenting a thriving scene throughout the entire farm. After everything on the farm was properly arranged, Lu Chen finally remembered that he still had 2 crystal nuclei left from second-tier mutated animals. Earlier, while on the way, Lu Chen didn't let Erpang swallow these crystal nuclei due to concerns about unexpected events along the journey. Now that everything is ready, it's just the right time for Erpang to attempt the breakthrough to a third-tier evolved zombie. If he can break through to a third-tier zombie, the combat power of the entire Qingshui farm will rise to a new level. With anticipation, Lu Chen handed the 2 orange crystal nuclei to Erpang for him to consume. Soon, a powerful wave of energy was released from Erpang. Roar! As expected, under the energy provided by these 2 mutated beast crystal nuclei, Erpang successfully advanced to a third-tier zombie. The overwhelming pressure caused many surrounding zombies to tremble, their eyes flashing with a hint of fear. Crack! Crack! A sound of bones shifting came from within Erpang. As he approached landing, Lu Chen's eyes widened. He saw Erpang break through to the 3rd stage, and its body seemed to inflate like a balloon, becoming even larger than before. After this sudden increase in size, it was almost comparable to a truck. Just standing in the open space, the immense pressure emanating from Erpang was enough to intimidate everyone around. Lu Chen tested Erpang's strength and found that after breaking through to the 3rd stage, its power increase was truly terrifying. Creak! He saw Erpang effortlessly lift a heavy truck from the ground with its powerful arms. This strength had increased tremendously compared to before the advancement. The over 3-meter-long metal rod that had been set aside was now picked up again by Erpang. The metal rod weighed over a ton, yet now in Erpang's hands, it was swung around with ease. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! As the long rod swung, gusts of wind swept in all directions. Even in midair, a silver long staff's afterimage appeared. Such terrifying power left Lu Chen feeling a bit shaken. As a tank-type zombie primarily focused on defense, Erpang began to grow scales after breaking through to the 3rd level. These scales were pitch black, resembling those made of high-strength alloy. Erpang, covered in scales, looked like a giant warrior clad in heavy armor. Lu Chen took out his machete to test it. These scales were practically impervious to blades and guns, as neither slashing nor stabbing could penetrate them, only leaving slight scratches. Lu Chen reached out and patted the scales. Their heavy defensive power was truly astonishing. With such terrifying armor, as long as it doesn't get hit in the forehead, Erpang is practically invulnerable and can even successfully block bullets. Now Erpang has directly become the main battle tank of the zombie world. This 3rd-level general guarded the farm gate, greatly boosting Lu Chen's confidence. Looking far towards the farm gate, Erpang nearly blocked the entire entrance, and with that 3-meter-long thick metal rod, he truly resembled a powerful guardian of the gate. Erpang successfully broke through to the 3rd tier, allowing Lu Chen to find a new path to strengthen himself.
In the future, I can hunt more evolved zombies and mutated animals, and the crystal cores I don't need can be left for my subordinates, these corpses. Since high-tier zombies are scarce, I'll cultivate them myself. Whether it's high-tier mutated animals or high-tier zombies, their numbers were indeed scarce in the early days of the apocalypse. Although Lu Chen was unfamiliar with this strange apocalypse, based on his experiences during this time, he could guess that his evolution speed was already quite fast. He could only break through by consuming crystal cores of the same tier, but this method of increasing strength was really inefficient. It would be better to kill a large number of low-tier zombies and mutated beasts, using these relatively easier to obtain crystal cores to nourish his corpses. Since there are no high-tier zombies, I'll directly use the crystal cores to pile up these low-tier corpses into high-tier zombies. Having a group of advanced evolved zombies is a completely different concept from having a bunch of ordinary zombies. After Airpang broke through to the third tier, the powerful combat ability he displayed made Lu Chen realize the importance of advanced zombies. If he could have a few third-tier corpse puppets, their strong combat power would be enough to surpass an ordinary army of corpse puppets. Lu Chen was even very confident that if he had hundreds of third-tier corpse puppets now, he wouldn't need to worry even if he encountered a real human army. Of course, this is under the premise of using conventional weapons. Lu Chen was filled with anticipation for the future, believing that he would definitely be able to establish a very powerful force someday. Just thinking about it, with hundreds of advanced evolved zombies following behind him, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. After all, having enough powerful strength was essential to ensure Xiao Qiqi's safety. Oh no! I almost forgot. I still haven't dealt with the mutated golden giant python and the giant bull's corpse. During this day and night, Lu Chen had been busy with matters on the farm. Having finished all the work at hand, Lu Chen suddenly remembered the bodies of the mutated beasts. He had previously killed 2 second-tier mutated beasts, and although he had taken the crystal cores, the bodies had not been dealt with yet. If left untreated for a long time, the quality of this precious meat would begin to change. Although it's fine for zombies to consume rotting flesh, Lu Chen still wanted to keep this meat for Xiao Qiqi to eat. If, after his experiments, the flesh and blood of these mutated animals could be consumed by humans, then Xiao Qiqi's diet wouldn't have to be so monotonous. He could then prepare various meat dishes for the little one to enjoy, instead of just having fried rice with eggs every day. Eating fried rice with eggs every day, not only was Xiao Qiqi already tired of it, but Lu Chen felt like he smelled like fried rice with eggs himself. Moreover, Lu Chen discovered that this farm had its own generator, and the warehouse contained stored crude oil for power generation. The refrigerator was also large enough to temporarily freeze and preserve this meat. Dissecting the mutated golden python and that mutated giant bull corpse is a very tedious task, and Lu Chen doesn't plan to do it himself. If he were to rely solely on himself to handle such a massive corpse, it would take ages to fully decompose it. Within the farm's vicinity, Lu Chen controlled a group of idle corpse puppets and approached the 2 giant beasts' bodies. Looking at the mountain of enormous corpses before him, even though he had seen them several times, Lu Chen still found it hard to believe. I never expected that these ordinary animals before the apocalypse would become even more terrifying than evolved zombies after mutation. With such a massive size, if I didn't have my army of corpse puppets, it would be very difficult to successfully take them down. The corpse of the mutated giant bull is manageable, after all, although its size has increased significantly, it's not too exaggerated. But the mutated giant python is quite frightening. Lu Chen had to control more than 20 corpse puppets to transport the giant python's body. At that time, he was in a hurry to reach the clear water farm, so he had cut the golden giant python's corpse into several pieces and loaded them onto a heavy truck. But the massive snake body over 20 meters long still resembles a small mountain. Lu Chen manipulated the puppets, each holding a machete, and approached the corpse of the mutated beast, cutting it continuously with one stroke after another. The whole process operated like an assembly line. After breaking through to the third-tier zombie, Lu Chen's mental strength saw a significant improvement. At the same time, controlling these puppets to perform some simple mechanical tasks was not a problem, though the scene of dismemberment was somewhat bloody. "Daddy, I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat." Ji Rushua looked at so many mutated beast corpses, unable to control the drool flowing from the corner of her mouth. She hugged Lu Chen's thigh, refusing to let go, constantly employing her cute tactics. Lu Chen was startled by the sudden appearance of Xiao Qiqi. He didn't want the little one to see such a bloody scene. However, seeing Ji Rushua seemingly accustomed to the scene of dismembering corpses, as if she had no emotional fluctuations, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly didn't want to leave any shadows in the little one's young heart. Although Xiao Qiqi's coaxing tactics are always effective, they still cannot sway Lu Chen's attitude on such principled matters. Who knows if the corpse of this mutated animal contains any peculiar substances? If humans eat it and experience side effects, it would be too late for regrets.
He wrote on the ground with his finger dipped in the blood beside him. Not yet, Xiao Qiqi, be good, just wait 2 more days. Seeing Xiao Qiqi frowning with a pitiful expression, Lu Chen felt a pang of heartache. After all, Xiao Qiqi is already so big and has never had a proper serving of meat. But since this involves the little one's safety, Lu Chen absolutely cannot allow any mistakes to happen. He secretly decided that if the meat of the mutated animal is safe for humans, he would definitely let Xiao Qiqi eat her fill and raise her into a little chubby girl. The next day, Qingshui Farm is located on the outskirts of Jianghai City, and even the nearest urban area is about 10 kilometers away from the farm. At this moment, on the intercity highway, a heavy truck slowly came to a stop. A figure jumped down from the truck, wearing a full-face motorcycle helmet. They had leather gloves on and were draped in a very loose coat, looking quite stylish overall. Inside the truck's cargo area were 2 pieces of already cooked python meat. The person in the stylish coat was none other than Lightning No. 1, controlled by Lu Chen. After Lu Chen's careful dressing, Lightning No. 1 looked almost indistinguishable from a human. This time, Lu Chen's main task with Lightning No. 1 was to search for human survivors in the urban area of Jianghai City, to determine whether humans can eat the meat of mutated animals. After all, Xiao Qiqi had become increasingly interested in meat, and he didn't want to face the little guy's pitiful gaze every day. Lu Chen could only complete the experiment as quickly as possible, so that Xiao Qiqi could successfully eat meat. Lightning No. 1 hadn't gone far when it heard a series of hurried footsteps ahead. A very thin human was seen panicking and fleeing down the street, being chased by several wandering zombies. Clearly, this is a survivor who took risks in search of food, but it seems his luck has run out. Not only did he fail to find any food, but he also encountered a zombie chase. Boom! 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 Hearing the sound of a car engine, the fleeing human survivor thought he was hallucinating from hunger. Before long, he saw Lightning No. 1 driving a heavy truck, heading in his direction. Help! Save me! Faced with the sudden appearance of Lightning No. 1, this man waved his arms for help as if he had grasped a lifeline. Lightning No. 1 swerved the steering wheel and charged towards him, crushing all the zombies behind the survivor into a pile of flesh. Brother, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I would have been caught and eaten by the zombies long ago. I wonder if I could hitch a ride with you so we can escape together. Lightning No. 1 remained silent, casually tossing a piece of mutated python meat out of the car window. Upon seeing the meat, the survivor's eyes immediately lit up. Although Lightning No. 1 did not agree to his request to ride together, he still looked at Lightning No. 1 with a face full of gratitude. After all, the principle in the apocalypse had long since turned into a "not my problem," remaining unmoved even if others died before one's eyes. He never expected that not only was he rescued, but he also received a large piece of food out of nowhere. This made him extremely excited. As Lightning No. 1 drove away, the survivor immediately started devouring the cooked python meat without a second thought. The aroma of the meat nearly made him bite his own tongue. Lightning No. 1 did not leave. Instead, it secretly followed the survivor. Seeing the human survivor wolfing down the meat, there were still no adverse reactions by the next day. In fact, this survivor, who had become weak due to long-term nutritional deficiency, appeared rosy and full of energy after just 1 day. Seeing this, Lu Chen finally felt relieved. It seems that the corpse of the giant beast is not only beneficial for the zombies like myself, but humans can also be nourished by the abundant energy after consuming it. In the Qingshui farm, Lu Chen observed all of this through Lightning No. 1, feeling incredibly delighted in his heart. Lu Chen turned to look at the little Qiqi who was doing her homework beside him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Great! The little guy can finally eat meat. What is that smell? It smells so good. In the early morning, Ji Rushue, who was originally fast asleep, suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma that woke her from her slumber. Gulyolu. As she smelled the enticing fragrance, Ji Rushue instinctively swallowed, feeling both familiar and unfamiliar with this scent. After sitting up in bed, her eyes were like searchlights, constantly scanning the surroundings in search of the source of the fragrance. In the kitchen, Lu Chen was busy and came over holding a bowl of meat porridge. The rich aroma filling the room comes from the bowl of meat porridge in Lu Chen's hands. Ji Rushue's eyes widened in shock. What is this? We're not having fried rice today? Looking at the fragrant meat porridge, Ji Rushue felt a sudden urge to cry. No wonder the smell felt both familiar and unfamiliar. It had been a long time since she had encountered this meaty aroma. After being reborn, she had been living on milk powder every day, and as she grew up, she could only eat fried rice. Ji Rushue felt like she was almost numb to eating. As she inhaled the long-lost meat aroma, Ji Rushue's mouth began to water uncontrollably. Among the glossy, fragrant grains of rice were tender slices of meat, and just looking at it made one drool. Taking the spoon from her father's hand, she started to devour the food hungrily. It smells so good. Woo woo, this is real food. What kind of days have I been living before?
As she enjoyed the fragrant and sweet meat porridge, Ji Rushua's heart was filled with happiness. In the apocalypse, being able to have a meal is already an extremely fortunate thing. Eating such hot and delicious meat porridge is simply an extravagant affair. As the fragrant meat porridge filled her stomach, Ji Rushua felt energized all over. The tender meat slices from mutated animals were so smooth and chewy with every bite, truly the most delicious dish in the world. It had been a long time since Ji Rushua had tasted such fragrant porridge, and she couldn't help but gobble it down like a whirlwind. In no time at all, she had devoured the entire bowl of porridge.
Daddy! I want more!
With excitement on her face, Ji Rushua lifted the large bowl in front of her and eagerly said to Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen shook his head and did not let the little one continue eating. Earlier, in the city, Lu Chen personally saw a survivor who was extremely weak from hunger, and after eating the cooked meat of a mutated giant python, the next day he was full of energy. Little Chi-Chi is still young, and Lu Chen is worried that if she eats too much of this mutated animal's meat, it might be too much for her. Moreover, from Lu Chen's perspective, this is the little one's first time eating meat, and he is concerned that she might not know when she's full since she has never eaten meat before. If she overeats and harms her stomach, it would be a loss. Seeing the little one still looking eagerly hopeful, Lu Chen could only take out paper and pen. Don't worry, Daddy has prepared a lot of meat for you, and you will have meat to eat every day from now on. But you must promise Daddy to control how much you eat, don't overstuff yourself.
After seeing the note Lu Chen wrote, Ji Rushua's eyes flashed with disappointment.
She had thought she could have a big meal, but unexpectedly, she could only have a bowl.
Oh heavens, why can I only be reborn as a baby after my reincarnation, and can't even eat meat porridge freely? Although she felt a bit unhappy about not being able to eat anymore, Ji Rushua was actually very satisfied inside. After all, in this ravaged and resource-scarce apocalypse, being able to have a bowl of steaming meat porridge felt like living a divine life. For example, Zhao Lin, as an evolver, found it difficult to even get enough to eat during the apocalypse. After being caught by her father in the Sunshine community, it was the most carefree time Zhao Lin had experienced since the apocalypse. Moreover, Ji Rushua also saw the note left by her father. Dad is worried that I might overeat. Thinking about having meat every day in the future filled Ji Rushua's heart with anticipation. Having meat to eat every day, that's what living is all about. No! This is simply a divine life. Ji Rushua recalled her past self during this period, when she was still struggling desperately to survive. Let alone moving from the Sunshine community to the Clear Water farm, she would have been satisfied just to be able to walk a few more streets safely. As for the life she has now, Ji Rushua never even dared to dream of it, it's simply too carefree. Thus, Lu Chen and Ji Rushua gradually stabilized their life at the Qingshui farm. During this time, Lu Chen controlled a large number of corpse puppets, thoroughly searching both the inside and outside of the Qingshui farm to eliminate all potential threats. Therefore, Lu Chen no longer restricted the little one's movements, allowing her to play freely within the farm. Now, not only does he have second-tier corpse puppets, but he even has a first-tier one. With such powerful combat strength, Lu Chen does not believe there is any entity that can break through his defenses. After stabilizing the Qingshui farm, Lu Chen continued to send corpse puppets to the nearest urban area, which is the southern Jiangnan district of Jianghai City. While searching for other evolved zombies, Lu Chen also continued to gather various supplies and learn about the environment in the southern area of the city. Just as Lu Chen was patrolling the urban area with the corpse puppets, suddenly, the puppet guarding near the fish pond reported new activity. How did Xiao Chi-Chi end up over by the fish pond? Lu Chen was taken aback. This old turtle had been living underwater and rarely made an appearance, to the point that he almost overlooked this mutated creature in the fish pond. The old turtle's biting power was astonishing. Lu Chen had already witnessed it before, as this creature could easily crush the bones of a corpse puppet. It was extremely dangerous for Xiao Chi-Chi to be here. Given her petite size, the mutated turtle in the fish pond only needed a single strike to kill her. Seeing this scene from the perspective of the corpse puppet, Lu Chen was filled with fear and did not dare to delay for a moment, quickly running towards the fish pond. Arriving at the edge of the fish pond, Lu Chen immediately picked up Ji Rushua and quickly retreated to a safe distance. He then took out paper and pen and hurriedly wrote, "Xiao Chi-Chi, there is danger near the fish pond, you cannot play here, you can go play somewhere else." In contrast to Lu Chen's anxiety, Ji Rushua remained very calm. After being picked up by her father, she still pointed calmly at the fish pond in her hands. A large turtle shell suddenly appeared in the middle of the pond. Immediately, Ji Rushua said to the old turtle basking in the sun on the water's surface, "Dad, I want to keep this old turtle as a pet." Upon hearing the little one's request, Lu Chen was taken aback. For a moment, he even doubted whether he had misheard. Keep a turtle as a pet? Although he knew that children are very curious about other forms of life, Lu Chen still couldn't understand why the little one was so taken with this old turtle. This old turtle is so ugly, yet it managed to attract the little one's attention? And he even wants to raise it as a pet? Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and then wrote in his notebook, "This turtle can bite, and its bite force is strong enough to break a person's leg bone in one go. Chi-Chi, be good, this old turtle is more dangerous than you think. Dad promises you that I will help you catch some cute little animals to keep as pets in the future, like rabbits and kittens, but let's skip this turtle." Ji Rushua shook her head, clearly dissatisfied with the suggestion. She reached out to grab Lu Chen's arm and shook it repeatedly, looking quite pitiful. "No, Daddy, I just want this turtle as my pet. Don't worry, I won't go into the pond. I'll just feed it from the shore, so there won't be any danger," Ji Rushua said to Lu Chen with a pleading look. The reason Ji Rushua did this was that, with her memories from her past life, she was very clear about it. Not all mutated ferocious beasts lose their minds after the apocalypse. Some have relatively gentle temperaments and share a very close bond with their owners. Even after gaining evolutionary powers, they not only won't harm their owners but will even protect them from harm. In Ji Rushua's memories, there were many lucky ones like this in her past life. By the late stages of the apocalypse, the world will face an invasion spanning thousands of miles in the starry sky, and at that time, the immense energy in the world will also increase significantly. And this world will give birth to numerous secret realms, within which various strange and rare treasures are hidden. It was during her training in these secret realms that Ji Rushua obtained a very magical ancient beast control technique. Now this turtle can choose to stay quietly in the fish pond, without causing mindless slaughter for the sake of evolution. This turtle clearly retains some intelligence compared to other mutated ferocious beasts, making it relatively easier to tame. Moreover, turtles have a very long lifespan. As long as it is continuously nurtured, this turtle will eventually become a top-notch powerhouse and could become a great asset in the future. Lu Chen was completely confused even upon arriving in this strange world, let alone understanding the specifics of the situation after the apocalypse. However, seeing the eager expression on Xiao Qiqi's face, Lu Chen couldn't help but soften his heart and nodded in agreement. The little guy doesn't ask for much, and this is the first time Lu Chen has seen Xiao Qiqi plead so earnestly for another creature. Faced with the little one's enthusiasm, Lu Chen found it really hard to refuse. Lu Chen then wrote directly, "Since you like this turtle so much, I'll allow you to keep it as a pet. But Dad reminds you, never get too close to this big guy, always maintain a safe distance and only feed it from the shore." After receiving Lu Chen's consent, Ji Rushua was thrilled and kept nodding her head. "Don't worry, Dad, I promise I'll be careful." Still not reassured about the little one's safety, Lu Chen sent Lightning One to follow Ji Rushua just in case. On the chaotic streets, disheartened Zhou Lin, in search of Xiao Qiqi, headed toward the direction of the Qingshui farm. At that moment, Zhao Lin heard a frantic cry for help. Having lost hope in the rest of humanity, Zhao Lin initially didn't want to get involved, but her legs seemed to navigate automatically as she walked toward the group. Having died once, Zhao Lin's combat strength had become extremely powerful. These ordinary zombies were no match for her at all. In almost an instant, several zombies chasing the human survivors completely fell under Zhao Lin's powerful punches. This sudden scene left the survivors somewhat dazed. Thank you for saving our lives. Such powerful strength, could this be the legendary evolved one? Truly extraordinary." Several people walked towards Zhao Lin, continuously expressing their gratitude. However, Zhao Lin's expression remained extremely cold throughout. When she saw the group approaching her, she merely shot them a cold glance. The icy chill in her gaze instantly froze the survivors in place. After casually saving these survivors, Zhao Lin no longer paid them any attention and directly headed towards the direction of the clear water farm. But at that moment, the survivors who had been saved noticed that Zhao Lin was wearing a police uniform. "Please wait a moment, since you're in a police uniform, you must be a police officer, right? You must know about the human survivor base. If so, please escort us for a while." Zhao Lin smirked coldly and said, "Why should I do that?" The survivors who had just been rescued were taken aback by Zhao Lin's words, clearly feeling that she shouldn't speak like that. "What are you talking about? You're a police officer. Since you're a police officer, isn't it your responsibility to protect us? Moreover, you're a powerful evolved being, these zombies are nothing to you. We are all helpless in this apocalyptic world and can only rely on the protection of you police officers. You must escort us all the way to the survivor base." The survivors, who had just been saved by Zhao Lin, directly accused her. The ugly and familiar faces of these people made Zhao Lin recall those in the police station. The baser instincts of humanity were fully displayed in them. Zhao Lin chose to ignore them and turned to leave, but someone among the survivors noticed the backpack on her back, and a glimmer of greed flashed in their eyes. "As a police officer, not only did you fail to escort us, but you should at least provide some food and water. In my opinion, you should hand over all the food in your backpack. That's what a qualified police officer would do." Zhao Lin paused in her steps to leave and slowly turned her head to scan the people in front of her.
Having just saved them, it was shocking that they were now trying to stab her in the back, just like those in the police station. Looking at the survivor who had been aggressive towards her, a cold glint flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. In the next moment, she struck out instantly, landing a punch on the man's chest. The immense force sent him flying, causing him to spit blood and die on the spot. Ah! Seeing this scene, the other few people instantly turned pale with fear. The commotion attracted a few more zombies to come over. Zhao Lin turned and left, ignoring the screams and cries for help behind her. Xiao Qiqi was right, these people were not worth protecting at all. On the other side, Lu Chen was controlling the corpse puppet, continuously exploring the city little by little. The area of Jianghai City is extremely vast. Lu Chen, using the corpse puppet, arrived at the urban area closest to Qingshui Farm, which is near the Jiangnan district of Jianghai City. Now that Qingshui Farm has stabilized, Lu Chen also needs to continuously enhance his strength, so he continued to send corpse puppets to search for new evolved zombies in the Jiangnan district. Airpa was left by Lu Chen to guard the entrance, so this time the corpse puppet that came to the Jiangnan district was Tyrant No. 1, controlled by Lu Chen. Tyrant No. 1 has an extremely flamboyant appearance, resembling a tyrant. Moreover, its arms have become like sharp claws, capable of easily tearing through steel. There's a new discovery. In addition to this powerful Tyrant No. 1, Lu Chen also brought a regular squad of corpse puppets into the Jiangnan district to search for evolved zombies separately. Now, one of the scouting corpse puppets successfully discovered traces of an evolved zombie. A somewhat emaciated agile zombie was seen running wildly in the streets, seemingly searching for signs of humans. Although the zombie in front of him was a first-tier zombie, Lu Chen still felt pleased. Bang bang bang! The tyrant quickly rushed towards the agile zombie, and soon arrived at the other end of the street. The first-tier evolved zombie, which had been rampaging in the street, began to tremble uncontrollably upon sensing the powerful aura of the Tyrant No. 1, also an evolved zombie. There was a significant gap in their levels. This first-tier agile zombie could not possibly be a match for Tyrant No. 1. Then, to Lu Chen's surprise, the first-tier evolved zombie turned and fled without saying a word. Watching the frantically fleeing agile zombie, Lu Chen curled his lips into a cold smile. He then manipulated Tyrant No. 1 to charge after it. The terrifying power was like a force of nature. Feeling the oppressive aura from the tyrant, the ordinary zombies seemed to be greatly suppressed at that moment, retreating weakly, with some even collapsing to the ground. However, Lu Chen's goal is very clear, that fast-escaping agile zombie. Although the opponent is an agile zombie, Tyrant No. 1 has already become a level 2 zombie, and its speed is basically on par with that of this agile zombie. The key point is that this is a corpse puppet that he personally controls. The difference between having a brain and being brainless will quickly become apparent. Tyrant No. 1 is always able to chase through the shortest path. Even though this agile zombie is frantically escaping in a panic, it is still being closely pursued by Tyrant No. 1. Bang bang bang! As a second-tier evolved zombie, Tyrant No. 1, wherever it goes, it sweeps through like autumn winds scattering leaves, directly smashing the vehicles that were originally parked on the street. Tyrant No. 1's speed is also not inferior to that of the agile zombie, and it quickly catches up with the opponent. This agile zombie still wants to make a final resistance against Tyrant No. 1, hastily using its ghostly speed to approach Tyrant No. 1. Seeing this, Lu Chen smirked coldly and delivered a powerful punch directly to the body of agile No. 1. The terrifying power emanating from Tyrant No. 1's claws sent the first-tier agile zombie flying. The gap in levels made the battle between the two sides end very quickly. Lu Chen controlled Tyrant No. 1 to approach the agile zombie, and that previous strike had already left it half dead, with one side of its body completely caved in. Thud! Lu Chen directly controlled Tyrant No. 1 to pierce through the first-tier zombie's skull and extract its crystal core. Having obtained a crystal core, Lu Chen was not satisfied and continued to control Tyrant No. 1 to start a new round of hunting. This time he set his sights low. Since he couldn't find second-tier zombies, he wouldn't let any of these first-tier evolved zombies go. After all, he could use the crystal cores to feed his undead minions later. Or it could be that the high population density in this area resulted in a large number of zombies, plus they hadn't been hunted before. Not long after, Lu Chen's corpse puppet team discovered several traces of first-tier zombies in this area. Tyrant No. 1 was like a diligent worker, rushing from one location to another under Lu Chen's control. With its powerful combat strength, these first-tier evolved zombies were no match for it at all. Even the strongest first-tier tank-type zombies could only be torn apart under the terrifying claws of this second-tier tyrant. Upon seeing the appearance of Tyrant No. 1, the survivors living in this area were all taken aback. The continuous roars of zombies left them completely unaware of what was happening outside. They could only feel the powerful auras passing by, and these survivors could only hide in their shelters, silently praying for the outside battle to end soon. The continuous battles left Tyrant Number 1's clothes tattered, but this time the corpse puppet team returned triumphantly with several crystal cores to Qingshui Farm.
Receiving the crystal cores from Tyrant Number 1, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then he called Lightning 1 and Big Fat to come before him. As the evolved zombies that had followed him the longest, Big Fat and Lightning 1 had made significant contributions through their diligent efforts. After spending so much time together, Lu Chen had developed some feelings for these two zombie companions. He had previously worried that his increased strength might lead to the elimination of these old buddies, but now he no longer had to worry about such issues. He took out a few crystal cores and then administered them to Lightning 1 and Big Fat. Feeling the surging energy within both of them, Lu Chen couldn't help but rub his hands together in excitement. Now, these two evolved zombies that had followed him the longest were finally able to advance. Boom! Boom! Powerful energy erupted within the two evolved zombies, and the intense fluctuations from their advancement caused some ordinary zombies nearby to start trembling. After the agile zombie broke through to the second tier, its size did not change significantly compared to before. However, the muscles all over his body visibly became more refined, and his entire physique was filled with terrifying explosive power. Moreover, this agility allowed the zombie's legs to shake with incredible speed, darting forward like a cannonball. Beside him, Big Fat was growing rapidly in front of Lu Chen, his massive body visibly expanding. Every second, one could see Big Fat gaining a whole circle in size. In just a short while, Big Fat had already grown to a size comparable to the previous second Fat. Lu Chen controlled Big Fat to perform a set of punches in the open space, and the terrifying force created shockwaves in midair, each punch booming like thunder. With Big Fat and Lightning Number 1 leveling up, Lu Chen obtained 2 second-tier corpse puppets. This raised the combat power of the entire Qingshui farm to a new level. Seeing the powerful abilities of these 2 upgraded corpse puppets, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seems that my method of enhancing the strength of corpse puppets by feeding them crystal cores is still very feasible so far. Lu Chen arrived at a high tower on the farm and looked down. Now, everywhere he saw his own corpses. These corpses were either responsible for guarding or were engaged in repairs and tilling the land across the farm. In just a few days, the farm that once looked somewhat dilapidated had been completely rejuvenated. Then Lu Chen briefly counted the corpses he was currently controlling. Now, there was only one corpse that had successfully reached the 3rd tier, and that was Erpang, who had been fed 2 mutated beast cores. As a tank-type zombie, after breaking through to the 3rd tier, Erpang had grown a layer of extremely tough scales. These tough scales could even block bullets, resembling a heavily armored warrior, the scales covering its entire body, except for the head, endowed Erpang with terrifying defensive power. Along with its massive size and formidable strength, Erpang was undoubtedly the strongest combatant among the many corpses. With a giant metal rod weighing over a ton, it was like an unbeatable war god. Now that the second-tier corpse puppets have advanced with Lightning Number 1 and Big Fat, their numbers have successfully reached 3. Moreover, the 3-headed zombies all follow different evolutionary paths: the agile-type zombie Lightning Number 1, the tank-type zombie Big Fat, and the tyrant-type zombie Tyrant Number 1. Each corpse puppet follows a different evolutionary path, and the various types of corpse puppets can cooperate with each other, enhancing the combat effectiveness of the puppet team. As for the first-tier evolved corpse puppets, due to their lower threshold, Lu Chen can control more of them, reaching as many as 5. They consist of 3 agile-type zombies and 2 tank-type zombies. After all, these 2 types of evolved zombies are among the most common existences in the apocalypse. However, at least during this current period, these first-tier evolved zombies still possess a certain level of combat power. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with excitement as he realized that he had unknowingly accumulated such a vast foundation. I still remember when the blood moon just began, I could only control 1 or 2 ordinary zombies, and now I already have so many evolved zombies. Originally transported to this strange world and inexplicably turned into a zombie, Lu Chen only thought about muddling through and waiting for death. But unexpectedly, in such a short time, his army of corpses has actually grown stronger. Although Lu Chen was just a worker in his previous life, as a man, he still harbored ambitions in his heart. This apocalypse is extremely dangerous, but it seems I might have the ability to conquer after all. His gradually growing strength began to make Lu Chen feel more confident. This apocalypse has become chaotic, and human social order has long since collapsed. A large number of humans have turned into zombies, which is simply a boon for someone like him who can control zombies. Unknowingly, Lu Chen's inner beliefs have changed. He originally just wanted to seek stability in this apocalypse with Xiao Qiqi, but now it seems he might be able to establish a powerful zombie kingdom. Having enough power is essential for self-preservation in this world. If he becomes a true zombie king with countless zombies under his command, then Xiao Qiqi's safety can be truly guaranteed. As Xiao Qiqi's precious gem, she will be the princess of the entire zombie kingdom.
Just as Lu Chen was dreaming of a glorious future, Ji Rushue arrived at the fish pond with meat from a mutated giant python. Looking at the turtle lounging in the fish pond, Ji Rushue's lips curled into a slight smile. This large turtle before her, while also a mutated beast, clearly belonged to the intelligent variety among mutated creatures. When Ji Rushue appeared by the fish pond, the sunbathing turtle glanced at her and then ignored her completely. After all, if Ji Rushue didn't use her abilities, no one would believe that this baby, looking about 1 year old, was actually a high-level 3-stage evolver. For the mutated old turtle, Ji Rushue's petite and cute appearance posed no threat whatsoever. However, Ji Rushue soon took a piece of mutated giant python meat, twirled it in the air, and then tossed it directly into the water. The rich smell of blood instantly spread through the murky pool, and the mutated turtle widened its eyes, lunging towards the flesh of the mutated python. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the piece of python meat whole, even crunching the bones into bits. Ji Rushue clearly noticed that the originally calm eyes of the giant turtle emitted a bright light after devouring the python's flesh. The second-tier giant beast, the mutated golden python, contained considerable energy, and after tasting a bite, the mutated turtle seemed a bit reluctant to part with it. Ji Rushue smiled slightly and then tossed another piece of flesh into the water. As soon as the python meat hit the water, the mutated giant turtle swallowed it down. For 3 consecutive days, Ji Rushue fed it, and during this time, she continuously extracted her own blood to hide within the flesh of the mutated golden pythons. The mutated old turtle, which hadn't eaten for a while, was completely unprepared and swallowed each piece in one bite, feeling very satisfied with the energy contained within the mutated python. On the 3rd day, as Ji Rushue threw the meat into the air, a large splash of water erupted. This enormous giant turtle actually jumped out of the pond and swallowed the giant python in mid-air. Moreover, after the giant turtle landed back in the water, it stared intently at Ji Rushue, its eyes filled with a hint of desire. It's time! Ji Rushue's lips curved into a smile as she searched her mind for the ancient beast taming technique she practiced in her previous life. Energy particles gathered in the palm of Ji Rushue's hand, forming a seal. On the forehead of the turtle in the fish tank, a blood-red mark gradually emerged, looking strikingly vivid. At the moment this mark appeared, Ji Rushue could clearly feel a connection forming between her and the giant turtle before her. Despite being 2 different species, Ji Rushue felt a sense of familiarity with the giant turtle in front of her. With the blessing of the ancient beast taming technique, Ji Rushue had established a kind of contract with the mutated turtle. Now, Ji Rushue could even give simple commands to this mutated old turtle. TSK TSK TSK, little turtle, just enjoy yourself following me. Ji Rushue looked at the mutated old turtle she had just tamed and felt very happy. Perhaps it was because this mutated giant turtle had not eaten for a long time in the abandoned farm, so it succumbed to the temptation of the mutated python meat in just 3 days. Because the mutated giant turtle had lowered its guard around Ji Rushue, she was able to tame it very easily. Ji Rushue remembered that in her previous life, there were many powerful ferocious beasts, among which was a giant tortoise that was a powerful beast emperor. The size of that giant tortoise was so terrifying that it was almost like an island, its every movement could trigger an earthquake and a tsunami. Such a powerful giant beast had extremely terrifying combat power in the apocalypse. However, even the powerful existence of a beast emperor evolved step by step. Ji Rushue planned to cultivate this mutated old turtle into an existence like that giant tortoise in the future. There's a powerful giant turtle, it will make exploring the secret realms of the East Sea much easier. Ji Rushue remembers very clearly that there are many secrets hidden in the vast East Sea. In her past life, she missed many opportunities for various reasons. Now that she has the memories and experience from her past life, she will definitely be able to grow faster and stronger than before. She must explore thoroughly. Perhaps she can even find some extraordinary treasures in that mysterious East Sea. If she could help her father regain his physical form, that would be even better. The zombie crisis is just the beginning. With the appearance of the blood moon, the entire world will undergo a tremendous transformation, and anything could happen. If humans can turn into zombies for no reason, Ji Rushue believes that zombies must have a way to turn back into humans. After all, some advanced zombies have even regained their intelligence. Restoring their physical forms doesn't seem to be a mere wish. Although Dad is a zombie, he retains human consciousness, which makes it impossible for him to fit into either the human or zombie camp. I believe Dad must be living a very lonely life and definitely wants to regain his physical form. Ji Rushue waved her little pink fist, her eyes filled with determination. She secretly made up her mind, don't worry, Dad, I will definitely help you achieve this goal. Then Ji Rushue turned her gaze to the enormous mutated giant turtle in front of her. In her previous life, Ji Rushue acquired the ancient beast taming technique in the secret realm, and naturally had methods to cultivate her pet beasts to grow stronger, even including techniques for training fierce beasts.
With so many resources at her disposal, Ji Rushue was confident that in this life she could definitely cultivate the turtle into a powerful fierce beast like the Xuanwu giant turtle. On the other side, Lu Chen stood outside the vegetable field, watching as the seeds sown over time gradually sprouted, with hints of green already dotting the soil. Seeing the seeds gradually sprouting made Lu Chen very happy. It seems that the farming experience from my memories is still useful at this time. Based on this growth situation, it won't be long before the vegetable field turns into a lush green, and Xiao Qiqi will be able to eat fresh vegetables. Under the efforts of numerous ordinary zombies, the vegetable garden has begun to develop positively, and the outer wall has also been further reinforced by Lu Chen. This world was originally a society governed by law, and the suburbs of Jianghai City are not outside the law. The wall of the Qingshui farm was merely constructed from wooden stakes and barbed wire, intended only to mark the boundaries of the farm. Although the barbed wire was electrified with high voltage, the problem is that 3 months have passed since the apocalypse, and even the power plants have exploded and shut down due to lack of maintenance. The entire Jianghai city has been without power for a long time, and Lu Chen does not have enough electricity to supply the walls. Therefore, for reinforcing the walls, Lu Chen chose the most traditional method, which is to directly stack stones. Zombies do not experience emotional fluctuations, nor do they feel hunger or fatigue, making them the best labor force for moving stones without complaint. Moreover, with many second-tier evolved zombies present, especially Big Fat and Second Fat is tank-type zombies possessing terrifying strength, moving heavy stones is effortless, significantly increasing the speed of reinforcing the walls. Lu Chen plans to use these large stones to build high walls, surrounding the entire farm. The wooden stakes and barbed wire provide too little defense against zombies and mutated beasts in the apocalypse. Without solid walls for defense, Lu Chen feels somewhat uneasy. Although there are many of his own corpses patrolling the farm, the area is too large, and Lu Chen worries there might be some that slip through. If towering city walls could be built, the defensive power would undoubtedly increase significantly. While controlling numerous corpses to work, Lu Chen continuously switches perspectives to observe the situation around the farm. Xiao Qiqi has gone to play with that old turtle again. From the perspective of Lightning Number 1, Lu Chen can see that Xiao Qiqi often runs to the pond to play with that old turtle. Initially, Lu Chen was worried that this mutated giant turtle might pose a threat to Xiao Qiqi, so he specially arranged for the corpses to guard her closely. However, after some time, Lu Chen discovered that this seemingly ferocious mutated giant turtle is actually very gentle in front of Xiao Qiqi. Lu Chen didn't expect this mutated giant turtle to have two faces. He still remembers the first time he controlled the corpse puppet and encountered this turtle, its legs were bitten off. But this is fine, at least the little guy's safety won't be threatened. However, seeing the little guy come to play with the mutated giant turtle without any issues made Lu Chen feel a bit guilty. It seems Kiki must be really bored on the farm, to the point of seeking entertainment from a mutated giant turtle. In Lu Chen's view, the reason the little guy often comes to play with the mutated giant turtle is definitely because the farm is filled with zombies. Since there is no one for the little guy to communicate with normally, Kiki can only focus on other creatures, and this giant turtle in the pond is the best target. Since there are open spaces everywhere, I might as well build a playground for Kiki to play freely, that way, the little guy won't be bored living here. Children naturally love to play, and Lu Chen believes Kiki is no different. With that thought in mind, Lu Chen immediately began to prepare. Now that we are in the apocalypse, the amusement park in Jianghai City has long been abandoned. I can let the corpses dismantle some existing amusement facilities and assemble them to create a playground just for her. Early in the morning, the sound of the truck's engine broke the silence of the countryside. Lightning Number 1 drove a large truck into the Qingshui farm, and the truck's cargo area was filled with amusement facility parts. These were all brought back by Lu Chen, who controlled the corpses to move them from the amusement park in the city. At this time, Lu Chen also walked out of the house. Now, the residential area at the center of Qingshui farm has had some entertainment facilities set up by Lu Chen, including slides, trampolines, and rocking cars suitable for children. However, due to the apocalypse, the rocking cars can no longer be operated electrically, so Lu Chen directly brought in 2 corpses to rock the cars for the little one. Although the way of operation has changed a bit, at least the feeling after getting on is still quite similar. These amusement facilities were continuously brought back by Lu Chen controlling the corpses from the amusement park during this time. Lu Chen controlled a group of corpse puppets to unload the goods next to the truck, and then found an open space on the farm to assemble them. With many hands, the work goes faster. Lu Chen can complete any task quickly with a large number of corpse puppets at his disposal. Although these ordinary corpse puppets are not very strong in combat, they have no problem doing manual labor. Before long, the amusement facility was successfully assembled, adding a unique landscape to the Qingshui farm. This time, Lu Chen brought back a carousel, and just the few wooden horses of Lightning Number 1 were transported in 2 trips.
During the assembly process at Qingshui Farm, Lu Chen made some simple modifications to the original structure of the carousel. Since this amusement facility requires electricity to operate, and electricity has become a very scarce resource in the apocalypse. Even though Qingshui Farm has an engine, Lu Chen did not dare to waste electricity recklessly. The limited electricity can only be used after dark, and the fuel for generating electricity needs to be stored for emergencies. Due to the lack of electricity, Lu Chen took a different approach during the installation process. What Lu Chen lacks the least now is manpower, so he directly modified the electric-powered carousel to be human-powered. A group of corpses was found standing next to the carousel, using them to manually push the carousel. In any case, these corpses won't feel tired or hungry, and they are everywhere on the streets, so they can be replenished anytime and anywhere. After finishing the installation of the carousel, Lu Chen personally took a turn to experiment, sitting on the carousel while controlling the corpses to continuously push the machine's moving frame. With the zombies pushing hard, the carousel began to slowly turn, showing no difference from its normal operation. Looking at the facility in front of him, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. I really am a genius. A few more amusement facilities should be about enough. Lu Chen surveyed the small amusement park gradually taking shape in the Qingshui Farm, feeling very pleased. To be able to build such a small amusement park in the apocalypse, besides himself who has the ability to control zombies, it's probably hard for anyone else to achieve that. Now Xiao Qiqi won't be lonely at the Qingshui Farm, the little one will definitely have a lot of fun. Although Lu Chen has never taken care of a child, he remembers being very envious of amusement parks when he was little. When he lived in the countryside with his grandparents, Lu Chen could only imagine the facilities in amusement parks through TV and flyers. So, in Lu Chen's view, children like Xiao Qiqi, who are at a lively and active age, would find such small amusement parks perfect. However, Ji Rushua looked out the window at Lu Chen, who was busy outside, and helplessly rubbed her forehead. Dad, he can't be thinking of building me an amusement park, can he? Ji Rushua shook her head with a wry smile. If she were a child, she might indeed be very happy with these entertainment facilities. As an orphan, Ji Rushua had once fantasized about freely playing in an amusement park, enjoying various attractions without worrying about time or money. But that was many years ago. These toys are only liked by children. The former Empress in my past life had no interest in them. But Ji Rushua knows that her dad does this to make her happy. Looking at her busy dad below, Ji Rushua decided that even though she wasn't interested in these entertainment facilities, she would cooperate well, so her dad's efforts wouldn't go to waste. As a reincarnated Empress, Ji Rushua had experienced various life and death trials in her past life during a brutal apocalypse, but she had never experienced true care and affection from others. Ji Rushua still enjoyed the feeling of being cherished. Lightning number 1 had just unloaded a truckload of goods and was now being driven by Lu Chen towards the downtown area of Jiangnan City. It then smoothly drove into an amusement park. Are you kidding me? How did this guy come back again? The key point is, what is this guy doing moving these amusement facilities? Does he want to take them home and open an amusement park himself? At that moment, an evolved being with awakened invisibility was lurking in the shadows, observing every move of Lightning number 1. He's not seeing Lightning number 1 for the first time. For the past few days, Lightning number 1 has been busy moving amusement park equipment, which is not something normal people would do in an apocalypse. Seeing such unusual behavior from Lightning number 1, this evolved individual couldn't help but feel very surprised. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he had seen many survivors fighting over a bottle of mineral water, pushing their companions into the mouths of zombies just to grab a loaf of bread. It seems that after the apocalypse broke out, humanity among people has disappeared. But even though he considers himself well informed, this bizarre situation is something he has never seen before. In the midst of the apocalypse, how can someone choose to move amusement park equipment instead of transporting life-saving supplies? Is anyone still thinking about opening an amusement park in this apocalypse? Are they planning to charge zombies for entry? Watching Lightning number 1 continue to move the amusement park equipment, this hidden survivor is also left in confusion. If this evolved individual knew that the one moving the amusement park facilities was a zombie, they would probably be shocked. Lightning 1 still wears a fully covered motorcycle helmet and a loose coat, even wearing gloves on his hands. After being styled by Lu Chen, Lightning 1 looks just like a human, and even this invisible evolver has not noticed anything unusual during these days of observation. As an evolver, Liang has managed to live a stable life after the apocalypse, thanks to his invisibility ability. Although his combat strength isn't as powerful as other evolvers, at least he can protect himself among zombies without much issue. Using his talent for invisibility, Liang has entered hordes of zombies to search for supplies and has even infiltrated human survivor groups to steal food. He has seen mutated evolver zombies, encountered other evolvers among humans, and witnessed the extent to which human malice can be unleashed after the apocalypse. However, this is the first time he has seen someone not going for food but instead driving to transport such entertainment facilities. It's important to know that driving in the apocalypse is extremely dangerous, as one can be chased by zombies and targeted by other humans. Moreover, gasoline is a very rare resource in the apocalypse. Using it to pull amusement park equipment seems too extravagant, doesn't it? And this has been moved several times already. He just finished moving the carousel not long ago and is back to move more. How much does this guy like amusement parks? He easily lifted those several hundred-pound metal equipment. It seems this guy is also an evolved one. But what exactly does he want to do? Liang frowned slightly, her eyes filled with confusion. Although Lightning One did not reveal his special ability to evolve zombies, his strong physical qualities as a second-tier evolved zombie caught Li Ying's attention. Lightning One's unusual behavior puzzled Li Ying. A dignified evolved one is here moving amusement equipment, which feels off in every way. Li Ying immediately became invisible and moved closer to Lightning One. Does this guy not need to breathe? Why is there not a bit of fog on the helmet? Because Lightning One was wearing a fully enclosed helmet, Li Ying couldn't see his face clearly. When getting closer, Li Ying noticed that the helmet Lightning One wore was very clean, without any fog at all. This puzzled Li Ying. It was warm enough to wear short sleeves, yet this evolved being was dressed in a thick coat and doing heavy lifting. Even so, he still wore this fully enclosed helmet. Isn't that a bit too cautious for the current situation, even if it's for zombie defense? He wouldn't even push up the visor? Hiss. While Lightning One was putting equipment into the truck, he accidentally tore a hole in his shirt from the wire inside. However, Lightning One didn't seem to care and continued to carry out the orders given by Lu Chen. Yet, this scene was witnessed by Li Ying from a distance. His pupils constricted, and he covered his mouth with his hands to prevent himself from gasping. Under the torn shirt of Lightning One, he saw a horrific bite mark. How is this possible? Is this guy in front of me a zombie? Li Ying felt like his brain had short-circuited. He never expected that the human he had been observing for days was actually a zombie. The bite mark on Lightning Number One's abdomen was precisely left from being bitten and mutated by a zombie. Although it has evolved to the second stage after continuous evolution, the gruesome wound still hasn't completely healed and looks very unsettling. Since the apocalypse began, Li Ying had never heard of anyone who had been bitten by a zombie being able to recover. So there is only one possibility: the guy in front of me is actually a zombie. No wonder, in this hot working environment, this guy's motorcycle goggles have no fog at all, because zombies don't need to breathe. After a brief shock, Li Ying looked curiously at the large truck parked nearby. Not a bro? When did zombies learn to drive? And driving this big truck requires a B2 license. I only had a C1 before the apocalypse? Li Ying felt that his brain was overwhelmed. In his impression, zombies were just a bunch of mindless bloodthirsty monsters. When did they acquire this skill? And what do zombies need such amusement facilities for? Could it be that these bloodthirsty monsters also need entertainment? The scenes before him left Li Ying utterly perplexed. On the other side, Lightning One had finished loading the equipment and then took the driver's seat to drive back to Qingshui Farm. Just as he drove past Li Ying used all his strength to climb directly onto the top of the truck. I want to see what this zombie really wants. Relying on his invisibility ability, Li Ying had infiltrated various dangerous places after the apocalypse and had always come back unscathed. Even if this zombie was completely different from his previous understanding, he felt no worry at all. Li Ying lay on top of the truck and made his way to Qingshui Farm. However, when he saw Air Pao, who stood at the door like a small mountain, he was suddenly scared out of his wits. Is this a tank-type evolved zombie? But why does it look so terrifying? Could it be, this guy has already evolved to the third stage? Li Ying couldn't help but swallow hard. A third-stage tank-type evolved zombie guarding the entrance? This Qingshui Farm is just too exaggerated. Due to Li Ying's invisibility, these corpses didn't notice his presence at all, and just like that, Lightning One drove straight into the farm's interior. Seeing this scene, Li Ying was instantly frozen in place, realizing that he had been too early in his surprise. In this Qingshui farm, he actually saw a vegetable field, and the soil was already showing signs of green, clearly indicating that the planted crops had successfully sprouted. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before new crops would grow. What was most outrageous was that the ones working in the vegetable field were not the original farmers, but rather a horde of terrifying zombies. Since this was the internal area of Qingshui Farm, and these zombies were only engaged in farming work, Lu Chen didn't equip them with helmets or any other gear. With emaciated bodies, blood-red pupils, bluish-black veins, and dry hair, along with many gruesome wounds on their bodies, there is no doubt that the figures before me are all zombies. Li Ying felt like his brain was about to crash, losing the ability to think. He couldn't believe everything he was seeing. The farm on the outskirts of the city is not worked by humans, but by a group of thoughtless zombies that should have died long ago.
These zombies are not only farming, but the crops they planted are actually sprouting? Is this world going crazy? Even zombies can farm now?
Looking at the scenes before him, Liang felt like his worldview was about to collapse.
What on earth has this truck brought me to? Is this still the apocalypse I know? Have I been on the roof of the truck in the cold wind for too long, causing my brain to malfunction? Not only did I see zombies driving big trucks, but I also saw zombies farming? Can it get any more absurd than this? However, after a brief shock, Li Ying's expression instantly turned grim, her pupils filled with terror. When did zombies evolve to this extent? They're almost indistinguishable from humans. If you don't observe closely, you can't even tell whether these figures are humans or zombies. The whole world has plunged into a doomsday crisis, with billions of humans turned into zombies, and the number of human survivors continues to decrease over time. If this situation continues to develop, does that mean this group of zombies will replace humans and become a new species on the planet? Thinking of this, Liang suddenly felt a chill in her hands and feet, as if the blood in her body was about to freeze. If things really develop as she imagined, where would there be any survival space for humanity? The life of human survivors is already extremely difficult. If these zombies keep evolving like this, there will be no space left for normal humans to survive. At this moment, in the Qingshui farm, Lu Chen was inspecting the vegetable field, where the seeds he had previously planted had begun to sprout. He believed it wouldn't be long before vegetables would grow. The truck returned to the Qingshui farm, and Lu Chen began to unload alongside the other corpses using lightning number 1. Seeing zombies rushing in from all directions, Liang felt a moment of panic while lying on top of the truck. However, he quickly realized that he was still in the invisibility phase, meaning these zombies were not after him. Liang then breathed a sigh of relief, jumped down from the truck, and quickly darted to the side. Immediately after, he saw the zombies starting to unload, and if it weren't for their grim faces, he might have thought he was at some unloading site. What a diverse world! What are these zombies planning to do with all these amusement park facilities? Once he regained his senses, Liang forgot his fear again, and driven by curiosity, he followed behind the corpses as they moved deeper into the factory. Before long, Liang was stunned by the scene before him. He never expected that these zombies had built a small amusement park inside the farm. The amusement park facilities that were moved earlier have been reassembled at the Qingshui farm. What do these zombies want to do? Could it be that they really want to build an amusement park? That's just too abstract, isn't it? Liang was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He had considered many possibilities along the way, even entertaining the bizarre idea that these zombies had undergone some mysterious evolution. For instance, what if the zombies awakened special abilities that allowed them to further process this equipment into some sort of super weapon? But he never imagined that the zombies moved these amusement park facilities back just to actually rebuild an amusement park. The most critical question is, who are a bunch of zombies building an amusement park for? Could it be that after eating too many humans, zombies also need to relieve stress? Then why go through all this trouble to move these facilities to the farm? They could just go play in the city. You're zombies yourselves, what do you have to be afraid of? Liang found it impossible to comprehend the scene before him. It had completely surpassed his understanding. At that moment, a little girl walked out of the farmhouse area. This little girl appeared very petite and adorable, but what shocked Liang the most was that she was actually a human. Her thick, black and smooth hair, fair skin, rosy cheeks, and those distinctly black and white pupils all showcased her identity as a human. The little one looked incredibly cute, just like a doll, and her clothes were very clean and tidy. If this were before the apocalypse, such a sight wouldn't be uncommon, but the problem is that this is the apocalypse now. In this apocalypse, it's extremely difficult for even adults to live with dignity, let alone such a small girl. The most critical issue is, there are zombies everywhere? A human little girl appearing in a farm filled with zombies? This scene is just too bizarre. Liang frowned and then looked towards the amusement park not far away, momentarily stunned in place. A bold guess emerged in Li Ying's mind. Could it be? Did the zombies in this farm build the amusement park for this little girl? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As soon as this thought was born, Li Ying shook her head frantically. I must be out of my mind to have such a thought. How could a group of mindless, bloodthirsty zombies possibly build an amusement park for a little girl? Isn't that a bit too niche? Thinking of this, Li Ying couldn't help but chuckle to herself, secretly lamenting that her imagination was really getting wilder. However, even though the idea that the amusement park was specially built by zombies for the little girl seemed a bit far-fetched and unrealistic, Li Ying was still very curious. It was an undeniable fact that, despite being different species, this little girl could live with zombies. Since the apocalypse began, Li Ying had lost count of how many times she had seen zombies devouring humans.
These zombies were all incredibly grotesque and terrifying, and once they spotted a human, they would definitely go into a frenzy and kill without mercy. He had never heard of a peaceful coexistence between zombies and humans, as these zombies had an inexplicable craving for human flesh. But thinking about it, he had already witnessed so many peculiar sights. If zombies can drive trucks and farm, then the current situation doesn't seem so incomprehensible, at least it's within his realm of acceptance. However, Liang was very curious about the identity of the little girl in front of him. This little one lives on a farm filled with zombies and can still remain so calm, which proves that this baby is extraordinary. If it were a normal infant at this age, they would probably be crying uncontrollably by now. Out of curiosity about Ji Rushua's identity, Liang chose to follow her from a distance. He wanted to see what else was unknown to him on this clear water farm and how outrageous it could get. Then, Liang followed behind Ji Rushua and began walking towards the pond. What he didn't expect was that this little one showed no signs of fear at all in the face of so many terrifying zombies. By the fish pond at the Qingshui farm, Ji Rushua is feeding a giant tortoise with a large basket of python meat. The massive shell occasionally creates waves in the pond. Since Ji Rushua made a contract with this giant tortoise, they have been able to communicate simply through thoughts, despite being different species. Ji Rushua keeps tossing the flesh and blood of the mutated python into the water, creating splashes. Looking at the giant tortoise before her, Ji Rushua nods in satisfaction. Since making the contract, she has been communicating with the tortoise through thought. During these days, Ji Rushua has taught the tortoise the method of breathing exercises. This creature has been so quiet lately because it has been practicing the techniques in the water. Liang is watching this scene from a distance. Seeing the little girl approach the pond while the enormous mutated tortoise does not attack but instead acts friendly like a dog, Liang is momentarily stunned, unable to believe her eyes. This little girl not only lives among so many zombies, but now it seems that even the mutated beasts have a very close relationship with her? Seeing Ji Rushua petting the giant turtle like a beloved pet made Liang's scalp tingle from a distance. What is the background of this little girl? How can she coexist so harmoniously with these zombies and mutated beasts? Liang frowned tightly, having a gut feeling that this little girl might be hiding a huge secret. It is very likely that the strange occurrences in the Qingshui farm are closely related to this little girl. Liang quietly approached Ji Rushua, wanting to observe her up close and see if this little girl is actually human. After all, the various phenomena that this little girl is displaying do not seem characteristic of a normal human. Moreover, as Liang observed along the way, he found that the zombies in Qingshui farm seemed to move in ways not much different from humans. This led Liang to even suspect that this little girl might be some kind of new type of mutated zombie. Something feels off? As Liang approached, she was immediately detected by the keen Ji Rushua, who sensed something was off. Ji Rushua frowned slightly, then used her telekinesis to scan the area, quickly noticing Liang's presence. The defenses set by Dad are so tight, yet a human managed to infiltrate the farm? Ji Rushua was taken aback. She hadn't expected anyone could sneak into the Qingshui farm. The sudden unfamiliar presence instantly made Ji Rushua alert. Having lived 2 lives, Ji Rushua had seen it all, yet her expression remained unchanged. Still calm and collected, she walked towards the house without being flustered by the intruder's presence. I can sense his presence, but I can't see him. It seems he must be an evolved being with awakened invisibility abilities. No wonder he could bypass Dad's defenses. I just wonder what this guy is doing inside the Qingshui farm. With the zombies Dad arranged standing by, Ji Rushua chose not to act recklessly. After all, if she makes a move, her father will notice. Currently, Ji Rushua hasn't thought about revealing her abilities. At this moment, Lu Chen has returned home from the vegetable garden, slicing meat from the mutated giant cow to make porridge for Xiao Qiqi. As Lu Chen starts to cook, the tempting aroma begins to spread throughout the farm residential area. What a delicious smell! Is my sense of smell going crazy? How can I smell such delicious food among all these zombies? Liang shook his head with a wry smile, then followed the scent, eventually finding Lu Chen making porridge in the kitchen of the residential area. What the hell? How can zombies even cook now? Have I crossed over? Is this still the apocalypse I used to live in? Liang couldn't help but cover his head. Everything in front of him felt so unreal. These zombies, which he only remembered as bloodthirsty killers, looked no different from normal humans at Qingshui farm. However, having already witnessed these zombies driving trucks and farming, it doesn't seem so unbelievable that they can enter the kitchen now. Upon seeing Xiao Qiqi return from the fish pond, Lu Chen immediately served the meat porridge and then cut up some fresh fruit. Although Ji Rushua knew that the mysterious infiltrator was nearby, her expression showed no signs of change, as if she were entirely unaware of everything. After receiving the meat porridge, she began to eat heartily. Standing aside, Liang couldn't help but drool at the sight of Ji Rushua eating so deliciously, his eyes filled with envy. Before this, he had never imagined that someone could live so comfortably in this dilapidated apocalypse. As an evolved being with the ability to become invisible, Liang actually lived quite well compared to other humans. At least he could use his invisibility to avoid being chased by zombies and easily sneak into various areas to obtain food. In contrast, most humans, even those evolved with combat abilities, inevitably had to face the threat of death. Yet even so, Liang did not live a life as enviable as Ji Rushue's. Without having to lift a finger, she could enjoy fragrant, steaming meat porridge, and there were fresh fruits available, which are extremely rare in this apocalypse. Tears of frustration began to slide down Liang's cheeks. Wait, is there only this little girl in this vast farm? And it seems that all the zombies I've encountered so far are acting in service of this little girl. Liang recalled the small amusement park that was being built outside. Clearly, the zombies had no interest in these amusement facilities. It was likely to satisfy human emotional value. And those zombies who were farming. As far as she knew, zombies only consumed flesh and blood, vegetables and crops held no allure for them. In fact, it is humans who need these grains and vegetables to replenish energy. And what about this zombie in front of her that is cooking for the little girl? When did zombies need to start cooking to eat? When they were gnawing on a person, those zombies never mentioned needing to start a fire first. So there is only one possibility: their purpose is to serve this little girl in front of them. Liang's pupils contracted, and a bold guess formed in her mind. Could it be that this little girl can command all the zombies here? After this speculation popped into her mind, Liang instantly felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if a person had the ability to control zombies in this apocalypse. Since the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing Liang has seen is the horde of zombies on the streets. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, billions of humans have dwindled to just a small fraction, with the rest either dead or turned into zombies. This massive number makes zombies the most terrifying existence in the current situation. These bloodthirsty zombies roam the streets, forcing human survivors to hide in the shadows. However, although these zombies are very frightening, they are more like a scattered mass. Against the mindless zombies, humans at least still have a chance to survive. But Liang couldn't imagine how terrifying a force it would be if these zombies could be controlled by someone. And this little girl in front of him can actually control these mindless zombies. What an incredible ability! With such a gifted ability, wouldn't she already be invincible in this zombie-filled world? I never expected that in such a vast world, there could be so many extraordinary abilities. Looking at this absurd scene before him, Liang's pupils constricted. The phenomena in the Qingshui farm made his scalp tingle, and a chilling sensation ran down his spine. If it was just the ability to control ordinary zombies, that would be one thing, but Liang clearly remembered that when the truck arrived at Qingshui farm, there was a tank-type evolved zombie guarding the entrance. Moreover, judging by its massive size and aura, it was evident that this zombie had reached the third stage. Being able to control even a third-stage evolved zombie, Liang couldn't fathom how terrifying this little girl's power must be. With such a large group of fierce zombies, one could practically walk sideways in this apocalypse. However, after a brief moment of shock, Liang's gaze suddenly turned sinister. The ability to control zombies is indeed extraordinary, but the one possessing this power is just a little girl. If I could successfully control this little girl, wouldn't I have an extremely powerful zombie army in my hands? If I can establish a strong army made up of zombies in this apocalypse filled with the undead, who in this world could possibly rival me? Ambition flickered in Liang's eyes. Now, due to the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, the original order has long since collapsed. If I possess enough powerful strength, establishing my own dynasty in this wasteland is not out of the question. Thinking of this, Liang looked at Ji Rushue with greed in her eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. As for Ji Rushue, she was completely disregarded by Liang. To him, she was just a little girl and not worth fearing at all. TSK, with such a strong talent and ability, yet she's playing Utopia in this remote Qingshui farm. No wonder she thinks like a child. Liang sneered. In his eyes, Ji Rushue was just an ordinary little girl. Otherwise, with such powerful abilities, why would she be playing house at Qingshui farm? A tremendously powerful third-tier evolved zombie reduced to a mere gatekeeper is simply a waste. Recalling what he had seen earlier only seemed to confirm Liang's suspicion, making him regard Ji Rushue even less. Seeing that Xiao Qiqi was eating happily, Lu Chen didn't disturb her and turned to leave the house. He headed directly toward the orchard, preparing to practice that formidable blood blade technique. This knife technique is truly profound. Just by looking at the recorded incantations, Lu Chen could feel the power of this skill. Although I don't know where this sword technique comes from, it doesn't affect Lu Chen's ability to enhance his strength through it. When Ji Rushue saw her father leave, she didn't call out to him, as this intruder clearly had ill intentions. If her father found out that someone had infiltrated, their lives would likely become a constant source of anxiety again. Ji Rushue remembered very clearly that the last time she teamed up with Xiaolin, it had caused her father a lot of worry for a long time. After spending some time together, Ji Rushue understood that her father was particularly sensitive to those human evolvers. The reason they moved from Sunshine Community to Qingshui Farm was due to the disturbances caused by human evolvers. If her father knew that another human evolver had infiltrated Qingshui Farm, he would probably start worrying for his safety again. Ji Rushue sighed helplessly. Her current identity wasn't at the stage of being exposed yet. She couldn't reveal her strength in front of her father now. To maintain a stable life, she had to eliminate any potential dangers. Now that I've finally settled down with Dad at the Qingshui Farm, we have meat to eat and fresh fruits, and the seeds in the repaired vegetable garden are starting to sprout. The whole farm is thriving. If Dad knew that the defenses I worked so hard to set up had been infiltrated by evolved humans, this newly stabilized home would likely become restless again. Dad has already been struggling to take care of himself. I shouldn't add to his troubles this time. As for this evolved human, let me quietly deal with him. With that thought, Ji Rushue wiped her mouth and casually walked towards her bedroom. Li Ying's eyes flashed with a cold glint upon seeing this. In this apocalypse where everyone is out for themselves, as long as one can gain enough power, they can go to any lengths, even against a little girl. However, since Li Ying had been living in the apocalypse for a long time, he remained cautious and did not act rashly. Instead, he carefully surveyed the surroundings first. Only after confirming that there were no zombies nearby did he let out a sigh of relief, a glimmer of triumphant glee flashing in his eyes. Li Ying secretly followed Ji Rushue and sneaked into the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Ji Rushue looked like an ordinary infant, playing with a doll and exuding an aura of harmlessness. Seeing Ji Rushue like this, Li Ying felt even more at ease, as if he could already envision himself controlling a massive zombie army by using the Emperor. Just thinking about this made Li Ying smile even more. Little girl, you can't escape from my grasp now. Li Ying pulled out a dagger from his body and slowly approached Ji Rushue, who was playing with the doll in the bedroom. Looking at the petite and adorable girl in front of him, Li Ying felt no sense of vigilance. He didn't take Ji Rushue seriously at all, although he was somewhat shocked that this little girl could control an entire Qingshui farm. But in his view, Ji Rushue's main combat power lay with the zombies. If there were zombies around, then this little girl would undoubtedly be an extremely terrifying presence. The key issue was, there were no zombies in this room for her to control. A person with the ability to control zombies, in Li Ying's view, is no different from an ordinary person if there are no zombies around. Ha, just a little girl. I don't believe that after I put this knife to your neck, you won't listen to me? Li Ying followed Ji Rushue into the bedroom with a dagger in hand. But ideals are often rich while reality is stark. Li Ying stood in front of Ji Rushue with the dagger, completely unaware that his invisible self had already been exposed to her. Just as the steel knife was about to fall on Ji Rushue's neck, he suddenly froze in place, unable to move. What's going on? Li Ying's movements suddenly halted, his eyes filled with horror. He felt a powerful force exerting itself on him, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. At this moment, Ji Rushue, who was still playing with a doll on the sofa, suddenly turned her head to look in Li Ying's direction with a serious expression. Just now, she suddenly activated the time pause, leaving Li Ying frozen in place. How is this possible? Could it be that she discovered me? Li Ying's gaze clashed with Ji Rushue's in midair, sending a shiver down his spine in that moment. At this point, he finally realized that this little girl was not as simple as he had thought. Most importantly, this little girl's ability was clearly to control zombies, so why couldn't he move his body now? Bam! In Li Ying's astonished gaze, Ji Rushue leaped from her spot and sent him flying with a powerful slap. As a third-tier evolver, the terrifying force Ji Rushue unleashed was hard for even Li Ying, an evolver himself, to withstand. Although Ji Rushue could have killed this evolver directly, she chose not to. She merely knocked him unconscious. She wanted to see if the opponent was someone who feared death. If he was afraid of dying, then there would be no problem. After being knocked unconscious, Li Ying's invisibility ability naturally ceased to function, exposing his body in the bedroom. Indeed, it's an evolved being with awakened invisibility abilities. No wonder it could break through Dad's defenses and sneak in. After the Blood Moon night shortly after the apocalypse broke out, the abilities that evolved beings could awaken were all kinds of strange. In Ji Rushue's view, having invisibility as an ability is actually quite common among evolved beings. She had encountered many of this type of evolved being in her past life, and even had several invisibility users die at her hands. To her, such individuals are not particularly rare, especially since even someone like Xiaolin, who can come back to life, exists. Thus, invisibility is hardly surprising. In the apocalypse, there are many powerful evolution abilities, and those with invisibility are usually used for scouting, gathering information, and resources. After all, no matter how much one evolves, it only enhances their ability to become invisible. It doesn't amplify combat abilities in a particularly exaggerated way.
Generally, in the apocalypse, these invisibility-type evolved beings serve as scouts in human survivor bases. Although their combat ability isn't particularly outstanding, they are indeed very useful for gathering information. Should I kill this guy or not? Looking at Li Ying, who had already collapsed on the ground, Ji Ruxue frowned slightly, pondering how to deal with this intruder. Forget it, there's no one to command at the moment, you're lucky, I'll spare your life for now. Energy flickered between Ji Ruxue's fingers, and then, like a dance of bees and butterflies, she pressed the acupoints on Li Ying's body, rendering him unable to move or speak. Ji Ruxue searched her mind for a moment, then a cold smile slowly crept onto her lips. Soul contract technique. In her previous life, Ji Ruxue had coincidentally obtained this technique in an ancient secret realm, which allowed her to sign life and death contracts with humans or other beings. With powerful mental strength, Ji Ruxue could establish life and death contracts with others, binding even the strongest opponents to her will. With just a single thought, she could control their lives and deaths, and with the life and death contract, she wouldn't have to worry about those she subdued rebelling. The energy within Ji Ruxue began to circulate continuously as she formed hand seals and squeezed a drop of blood from her fingertips. This blood floated in midair, and the next moment, as the soul contract technique was performed, her once distinctly black and white pupils now seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. This drop of blood in midair slowly condensed into a mysterious rune as the energy of Ji Ruxue gathered. As Ji Ruxue gently pointed with her hand, the blood-colored ancient rune flew towards Li Ying, then directly entered Li Ying's mind. Now, after breaking through to the third stage, Ji Ruxue's mental power was as vast as the ocean. Her surging mental power rushed towards Li Ying, forcefully trying to imprint this blood-colored ancient rune into Li Ying's mind. Initially, Li Ying subconsciously wanted to resist, but in the face of Ji Ruxue's overwhelming and terrifying mental force, Li Ying's meager mental defenses were utterly insignificant and were instantly overpowered by Ji Ruxue's formidable mental power. Although Ji Ruxue had lost the immense strength she possessed in her previous life after being reborn, dealing with an ordinary evolver was still not a problem. The ancient blood-red mark was soon slowly imprinted in Li Ying's mind. Ji Ruxue curled her lips into a cold smile, knowing that with this soul contract spell, she could take Li Ying's life anytime, anywhere. Li Ying, who had just awakened from his coma, suddenly realized he was lying on the ground. And that little girl, whom he thought he could easily deal with, was now looking down at him from above. In her starkly contrasting black and white eyes, Li Ying felt a twinge of unease. Just as he was about to ask, he realized he was lying on the ground, unable to move, even unable to speak. His awakened invisibility talent was also beyond his reach. And his dagger had now appeared in Ji Ruxue's hand. Ji Ruxue toyed with the dagger and said, "Do you want to die or do you want to live?" Upon hearing this, a look of terror instantly flashed across Li Ying's face. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Li Ying had experienced countless life and death situations and encountered various kinds of people. At this moment, Li Ying could be completely sure that the little girl in front of her was not lying. She really intended to do this. Clearly just an innocent little girl, yet she looked like a seasoned survivor in a post-apocalyptic world. Without a doubt, if she felt threatened, the girl would kill without hesitation. Li Ying never expected to feel such a chilling aura from a girl who looked so cute. If he had known this little girl was so extraordinary, he would never have acted recklessly. This little girl's abilities were even more terrifying than he had imagined. Not only could she control zombies, but she also had the strange ability to paralyze him in place. Even now, Li Ying couldn't figure out how he had been caught. Seeing Li Ying's panicked expression, Ji Ruxue couldn't help but smile slightly. What she needed was exactly this kind of cowardly person. The more afraid of death a person is, the more they value their life, the more they will obey orders and cherish the opportunity to survive. In the next moment, Ji Ruxue's mind stirred, activating the soul contract. Ah! Suddenly, Li Ying's face distorted, his eyes bulging, and his pupils protruding. He felt like his head was about to explode. At that moment, Li Ying suddenly felt as if thousands of silver needles were piercing his brain. The terrifying pain deep within his soul nearly caused Li Ying to faint, and the most critical part was that he was still under Ji Ruxue's control. He lay on the ground unable to move. Despite the excruciating pain in his mind, he couldn't even let out a single cry. This torment made Li Ying feel that living was worse than death. "This is my method. If you want to live, you must obey my orders from now on. Otherwise, I will make you suffer. However, I can also give you a quick end, letting you die completely right now. Your life or death is merely a thought away from me." Hearing Ji Ruxue's words, Li Ying suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. "Why didn't you say that earlier? Why don't you just tell me directly? I never said I wouldn't agree." Li Ying felt a sharp pain in her head, and her clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Unable to speak, Li Ying desperately blinked at Ji Ruxue. Ji Ruxue then released Li Ying's pressure points. At that moment, Li Ying was finally able to move and jumped up from her spot.
However, even though she regained her ability to move, she didn't dare to just run away. Liang still couldn't forget the pain from just now, and she had no doubt about the truth of Ji Rushua's words. Please don't take my life. I'm willing to submit to you, and from now on, I will follow you. Fearful for her life, Liang chose to submit without any hesitation. After experiencing such pain, Liang dared not have any doubts about Ji Rushua now. Seeing that Liang chose to submit so easily without any struggle, Ji Rushua shook her head helplessly. In this world, there are ultimately more people who fear for their lives. If you encounter someone like Zhao Lin, that's real trouble. Although that woman is big-chested and brainless, believing in others, she also has her own principles. Trying to force Zhao Lin to submit through tough means is extraordinarily difficult. Given that woman's temperament, she might even resort to suicide. Even in death, she won't easily be threatened. Ji Rushua shook her head helplessly. Zhao Lin was someone she couldn't kill, and there was truly nothing she could do about her. Looking at the terrified Li Yong, Ji Rushua said solemnly, I command you to infiltrate the camp of human survivors in Jianghai City to gather information for me, and you must report back every half-month. Otherwise, I will definitely make you understand what it means to wish you were dead. To be honest, your life and death are entirely in my hands right now. Upon hearing this, Li Ying nodded repeatedly. I agree. I agree to everything. Just spare my life. He spoke with great urgency, as if he were afraid Ji Rushua would change her mind. Don't worry, I'm a person who is clear about rewards and punishments. If you truly work for me, you won't be treated poorly in the future. Just like the gene evolution potions that are hard to obtain in the survivor base, I can also concoct them. Don't worry, I'm much more generous than the human survivor base. Ji Rushua understands the principle of offering a sweet date after a stick. Since this Li Ying is already afraid of himself, the next step is to make him continue to fear and feel dependent on me. In the hustle and bustle, everyone is after profit. As long as there are enough benefits even without using death threats, Li Ying will work hard for me. Indeed, after hearing Ji Rushua's words, Li Ying's eyes instantly lit up. Although gene evolution potions can also be exchanged in the survivor base, most of them are taken by the higher-ups. Even if a large number of crystal cores are submitted, the gene evolution potions that actually reach one's hands are very few. Anyway, since it's already come to this, obtaining some gene potions while being able to survive is already a good thing. Li Ying glanced at Ji Rushua with some trepidation, and then, under Ji Rushua's gaze, he activated his invisibility ability and quietly left the Qingshui farm. However, when Li Ying stood at a distance looking towards the Qingshui farm, he couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, he felt an immense regret in his heart. Curiosity killed the cat, as expected. If he hadn't been so curious, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Although he can now leave Qingshui farm alive, he has already been marked in their minds, and his life and death are no longer in his own hands. Li Ying felt as if his insides were turning with regret, but there was nothing he could do at this point. He could only act according to Ji Rushua's orders. Inside the farm. In the bedroom, Ji Rushua quietly gazed out the window, her black and white eyes radiating a maturity that belied her age. Now that I have Li Ying as a pawn, I can be aware of any movements from the human survivor base in advance, preventing myself and my father from falling into a passive position. Although this guy named Li Ying is extremely fearful of death, he is still very useful for gathering information. Ji Rushua's lips curled into a slight smile. If humans want to take action against their father in the future, they can obtain information from Li Ying in advance and be fully prepared. Lu Chen was unaware that human evolvers had infiltrated, and he remained focused on the construction of the Qingshui farm. Life on the farm was very peaceful now, but Lu Chen found it at least more interesting than his previous life in Jianghai City's downtown. Every day, he took care of the seeds in the vegetable fields, watching them sprout little by little after being planted. The vegetable fields, once destroyed beyond recognition, were once again filled with greenery thanks to the labor of the corpses. Lu Chen also controlled a large number of corpses to continuously restore the damaged farmland and picked fresh fruits from the orchard. Even Lu Chen himself did not expect that one day he could harvest so many fruits in the apocalypse. The fresh fruit aroma filled him with hope for life. Moreover, they continuously manipulated the zombies to reinforce the farm's walls. With the joint effort of numerous corpses, a towering stone wall was built near the original fence, significantly enhancing the defensive strength of the walls. For the past few days, Lu Chen had been repeating these tasks, and his days were quite fulfilling. 2 days later, Lu Chen finally built a small amusement park on the farm. It included the Lightning No. 1 carousel, trampolines, bumper cars, a pirate ship, a small sightseeing train, as well as inflatable castles and slides, among other facilities. Although it couldn't compare to a real amusement park in Jianghai City, it was already considered a very luxurious setup in Qingshui farm. Lu Chen held Ji Rushua's small hand and brought her to the amusement park. Looking at the various attractions before her, Ji Rushua's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. I really didn't expect that in such a short time, Dad actually built an amusement park on the farm. Ji Rushue was deeply moved by the scene before her. Although she had long passed the age of playing in amusement parks, a warm current continuously surged through Ji Rushue's heart. In her past life, she struggled endlessly in the apocalypse, experiencing countless life and death situations before finally reaching the level of an imperial powerhouse. However, even after becoming the top powerhouse on this planet, she never felt the selfless love that is given for oneself, nor did she experience the feeling of being cared for by someone. Now, after being reborn, she finally understood what family love is and what it means to be cared for by loved ones through her zombie father. Lu Chen held the little one's hand and came to this area, his mood a bit nervous for a moment. After all, setting up a small amusement park in the farm was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and Lu Chen wasn't sure if the little one would accept his good intentions. Wow! Dad, did you do all this? You're amazing! I love it! Although Ji Rushue wasn't particularly interested in these amusement facilities, she wouldn't hesitate to express the emotional value that should be given. At this moment, Ji Rushue looked at the amusement facilities ahead, her eyes sparkling like stars, filled with excitement as she directly sat on the carousel. Seeing Xiao Qiqi so happy, Lu Chen felt a huge stone lift off his heart. During the process of setting up these amusement facilities, he was always worried that the little one might not like them. Now, seeing the little one's joyful smile, Lu Chen felt that everything he had done during this time was worth it. Lu Chen quickly followed behind Ji Rushue and sat on a wooden horse, the two of them spinning and chasing each other. In that moment, the two seemed to forget that the outside world was still a desolate wasteland, forgetting the endless death and danger outside. Lu Chen and his daughter were having a great time. If it weren't for the constantly operated mechanical corpses, this would surely be a very heartwarming scene. Looking at Xiao Qiqi's innocent and radiant smile, Lu Chen felt a great sense of comfort in his heart. I really hope this wonderful day will never be disturbed. Inside a street-facing shop in Zhanghai City, Zhao Lin, who had been busy traveling, looked extremely tired at this moment, leaning back in her chair and sleeping soundly. Click! Click! Accompanied by the sound of cracking tiles, a section of the floor in the shop suddenly split open. Then, a tremendous force emerged from beneath the earth, and a pair of claws tore through the originally flat ground, followed by a zombie that surprisingly burrowed up from underground. This zombie appeared similar to an ordinary one, but its physique was more robust, especially its arms, which were significantly thicker than those of typical zombies. The 10 claws resembled sharp knives, ripping through the earth below as if slicing through tofu. However, the skin of this zombie had a slightly yellowish hue, and perhaps due to just emerging from the ground, it was covered in a large amount of dirt, looking almost like a miner. Having just emerged from the soil, the zombie's blood-red eyes fixed intently on the sleeping Zhao Lin, with greed and murderous intent clearly evident in its gaze. The zombie slowly approached Zhao Lin, and just as it was about to get close, Zhao Lin suddenly opened her eyes, sensing the imminent danger. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the dirt-colored zombie not far from her. Damn it, it's you again. You really are relentless, aren't you? Zhao Lin looked at this guy in utter disbelief, never expecting that this zombie was like a stubborn adhesive that couldn't be shaken off. Previously, Zhao Lin had already faced this zombie, which had fled underground when it realized it was no match for her. But the problem was that this zombie held a grudge ever since Zhao Lin had injured it. It seemed to have set its sights on her. No matter where Zhao Lin went, it followed her, always emerging from the ground to launch a sneak attack while she was sleeping. Bang! Because of this guy, Zhao Lin hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time, and in her morning rage, her fist swung with tremendous force. Her fist struck the dirt-colored zombie instantly, sending the burly creature flying backward. Seeing its sneak attack fail once again, the dirt-colored zombie quickly used its ability to burrow underground and escape. Looking at the cracked ground, Zhao Lin was instantly filled with anger. You cowardly turtle, if you have the guts, then don't run? This zombie's combat ability isn't particularly strong, but its special ability to burrow is quite troublesome. With no sleepiness left, Zhao Lin simply started looking at the map, which showed that the Clear Water Farm was less than 40 kilometers away from her current location. Considering the dangers she might encounter on the road, along with searching for supplies while on the move, Zhao Lin estimated that it would take her more than a day to cover this distance of over 40 kilometers. Qiqi, wait for me. I'm coming. At the Clear Water Farm. The peaceful farm was filled with laughter and joy at this moment. In the small amusement park built by Lu Chen, Ji Rushue was having a great time. She was riding the carousel, then the roller coaster, and occasionally jumping on the trampoline to play. Ji Rushue was originally indifferent to these amusement facilities. After all, she felt that she had already lived a whole life and had outgrown the age of enjoying amusement parks. She has always believed that her mindset is very mature and that she could never enjoy these entertainment facilities meant for children. Her initial choice to try them was just to make her father happy, but she didn't expect that once she started, she would feel an irresistible attraction. Ji Rushue also didn't expect that in her past life as an empress, she would have so much fun on these amusement rides. Perhaps it was due to a lack of a carefree childhood in her past life, or maybe the hormonal changes from becoming a child again affected her emotions, causing Ji Rushue's childlike innocence to awaken at this moment. She thought she would have little interest, but now all she wants to say is, this is really enjoyable. In her past life as an orphan, she didn't have the means to play in amusement parks as a child, and when she grew up and earned money, she felt it was inappropriate for her age to let loose. So up to now, Ji Rushue had never played so freely and joyously as she did at this moment. Throw all worries and troubles aside, and just enjoy the happiness of the moment. Ji Rushue seems to want to make up for all the regrets of her past life at this moment. At this moment, Lu Chen is controlling the corpse puppets, continuing to search for traces of the evolved zombies in the Jiangnan urban area. Although life currently seems very comfortable and stable, Lu Chen knows that without enough powerful strength to support it, this comfort is merely fleeting. Lu Chen uses a team of ordinary corpse puppets to continuously search for traces of the evolved zombies, as ordinary corpse puppets do not alert those evolved zombies. The second-tier Tyrant number 1 is like a Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, leaving no evolved zombie alive in its path.
Those terrifying claws are truly a nightmare for the evolved zombies in Jiangnan City.
Even Lu Chen himself has forgotten how many low-tier zombies he has killed with the Tyrant zombie to collect crystal cores during this time. This second-tier Tyrant zombie, due to excessive killings, is entirely stained with dark red blood, giving it an ominous aura. During this time, many survivors in the Jiangnan urban area have heard the wails of evolved zombies, and the sounds of these evolved zombies collapsing have also attracted the attention of numerous survivors. However, these survivors in Jiangnan City do not know what exactly has happened, they only know that many evolved zombies in the urban area have been hunted down. For the struggling survivors, this is indeed a tremendous piece of good news. After all, the fewer zombies there are, the smaller the threat to everyone. Especially those evolved zombies, which are a disaster for most survivors. They are also terrified to find that the supplies around them seem to have vanished, making them extremely difficult to search for. After accumulating over the past few days, Lu Chen's gains have been quite good. He has collected a considerable number of first-tier zombie crystal nuclei through continuous searching. By feeding these first-tier zombie crystal nuclei to his corpse puppets, their strength has significantly increased compared to before. Among the evolved corpses under Lu Chen's command, besides the third-tier zombie Erpang, all other corpses have already broken through to the second tier, significantly increasing their overall combat power. After this period of experimentation, Lu Chen discovered that feeding the corpses with crystal cores is very effective, far quicker than searching for high-level zombies to enhance their strength. During this time, Lu Chen not only obtained quite a few first-tier evolved zombie crystal cores but also found a second-tier Tyrant zombie, which he successfully brought under his control. With the addition of Tyrant number 2, the strength of the corpse army has grown significantly once again.
Watching his increasingly powerful troops, Lu Chen felt more and more confident.
Meanwhile, during this time, Lu Chen also collected a large amount of supplies, especially gasoline and diesel. After all, both the farm's generator and the truck he uses for transportation rely heavily on these energy sources. Fortunately, after the apocalypse, many cars have been left on the streets, allowing Lu Chen to collect a large amount of gasoline. After gathering various supplies, Lu Chen manipulated Lightning number 1 to drive the truck back to the Qingshui farm. Boom! Just then, a massive fireball suddenly struck the truck. Before Lu Chen could react, another fireball came crashing down. The series of attacks truly caught Lu Chen off guard, especially since the method of attack was completely beyond his expectations. Lu Chen never imagined that while driving smoothly on the street, a massive fireball would inexplicably fly out. During this time, Lu Chen had been maneuvering Lightning number 1 around the Jiangnan urban area, and he had indeed encountered attacks from human survivors or zombies. However, he had never faced an attack like this before. Under the continuous assaults, Lu Chen could only control Lightning number 1 to quickly push open the car door and jump out to evade the fierce attack. Bang! The massive fireball struck the truck, causing it to rumble, and the blazing flames flared up intensely, with the surrounding heat making Lu Chen furrow his brows. The sudden fireball from the sky truly caught him off guard. The Lightning number 1 he controls, thanks to its high speed and reaction as a second-tier agile zombie, suffered no damage during this attack. Being very vigilant, Lu Chen quickly spotted a strange figure not far away through the eyes of Lightning number 1. When Lu Chen saw the appearance of this figure, he was completely stunned. It turned out to be a zombie that was entirely bright red, and its bizarre appearance was quite special. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen such a peculiar-looking zombie. This guy was much uglier than an ordinary zombie. He could see that the other party was staring intently at him, and flames were actually spewing from its mouth. It was obvious that the huge fireball that suddenly attacked the truck earlier was the work of this bright red zombie. A fire-breathing zombie?
For a moment, Lu Chen felt like his brain was a bit overloaded. He never expected that over time such strange varieties would evolve among zombies. I can't believe there are actually zombies that can breathe fire. Looking at the crimson zombie in front of him, which was spewing flames from its mouth, Lu Chen was not at all flustered. Instead, he became very excited. There was no doubt that this was a new type of evolved zombie, one he had never encountered before. After being surprised by the appearance of this evolved zombie, Lu Chen quickly became very interested. This was completely different from the evolved zombies he had seen before. This guy had not only evolved physically but had also awakened the ability to breathe fire. A transformation from close combat to ranged attack. The fireball that had just been thrown, although it didn't hit Lightning One, its demonstrated power was still quite impressive. So far, my zombie puppet team has collected various types of zombie puppets, but this is the first time I've encountered such a peculiar zombie. Lu Chen had made up his mind, he must successfully subdue this fiery red zombie. However, this fire-breathing evolved zombie seemed quite powerful, with the scorching flames carrying an intense heat. The ordinary zombies by the roadside, unable to dodge in time, were instantly charred to a crisp like charcoal under the attack of the evolved zombie. Even if an evolved zombie were hit, it would likely suffer severe damage. Lu Chen found the situation a bit tricky, but fortunately, he had several evolved puppets nearby in this area. Before long, Lu Chen's Lightning Number 2 and Lightning Number 3 also arrived on the battlefield. At this moment on the battlefield, all three of Lu Chen's puppets were agile-type zombies, and they had all successfully advanced to the second tier, moving at an incredibly terrifying speed. The three zombies' legs seemed to be equipped with springs, continuously jumping along the street, their figures resembling ghosts. The bright red zombie also sensed the threat, letting out a roar, continuously conjuring fireballs between its hands and throwing them, but its attacks were always a step slower than Lu Chen's evolved puppets, making them easy to dodge. Confronted with the peculiar zombie, Lu Chen did not rush to attack, but instead utilized the outstanding speed of the agile-type zombies to find cover around and evade. Although the battlefield was filled with flashes of fire and the occasional loud explosions, Lu Chen's corpses suffered minimal damage. Lu Chen discovered that this crimson corpse would bring its hands together whenever it was about to attack. Then, a terrifying heat would gather between its palms, and accompanied by bursts of red light, this zombie would directly create a massive fireball. The scorching fireball emitted considerable heat, and even Lu Chen dared not let the corpse take this attack head-on. Lu Chen's expression changed. The zombie's attacks were extremely swift and terrifying, but fortunately, he was controlling agile zombies. Moreover, the surroundings were filled with modern concrete buildings, allowing the agile zombies to perform exceptionally well in this environment. However, the street was not so lucky. Under the attack of this crimson zombie, the street was riddled with pits and craters, already in complete disarray from the explosions. After observing for a moment, Lu Chen had basically figured out the attack pattern of this zombie. Immediately, Lu Chen multitasked, simultaneously controlling three evolved zombies to fight. Under Lu Chen's control, Lightning One swiftly charged toward the front of the zombie. With its outstanding physique and agile movements, it dodged the zombie's attacks repeatedly, drawing the attention of this peculiar fire-breathing zombie, locking its gaze firmly on Lightning One. As the attacks repeatedly missed, the fire-breathing zombie grew increasingly furious. The difference between having a brain and being mindless was vividly displayed at this moment. Lu Chen simultaneously controlled three second-tier agile zombies, using their exceptional speed to approach the fire-breathing zombie. It could be seen that the fire-breathing zombie had become incredibly enraged, with murderous intent in its eyes almost solidifying. However, Lightning One, controlled by Lu Chen, moved extremely swiftly, leaving the fire-breathing zombie in a state of powerless rage. Meanwhile, Lightning 2 and Lightning 3 quietly circled around to the back of the fire-breathing zombie. In the hands of these two zombies, there were even two very thick iron chains. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two piercing sounds rang out. Lightning Number 2 and Lightning Number 3 quickly approached the zombie in front, while also throwing the chains in their hands to each other, creating a noose in midair after linking the chains together. With a strong pull, they bound the fire-breathing zombie, which finally showed a hint of panic in its eyes. The two thick chains instantly restricted its arm movements, preventing it from gathering fireballs again for the time being. Boom! At that moment, the fire-breathing zombie opened its bloody maw wide and spewed out crimson flames, the intense heat quickly spreading in all directions. Even the iron chains were quickly heating up under the scorching flames, and the hands of Lightning Number 2 and Lightning Number 3 holding the chains began to emit wisps of white smoke. Fortunately, the zombies controlled by Lu Chen have no sense of pain, otherwise, they would have really broken free. Roar! 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 In a fit of rage, the fire-breathing zombie let out angry roars. However, Lu Chen did not give it a chance to resist. Lightning Number 1 quickly produced a chain and moved forward. The three agile zombies kept changing their positions and, in just a few seconds, wrapped the fire-breathing zombie in chains like a dumpling.
Lu Chen noticed that the chains were already glowing red from the heat, but these 3 chains were thick as a wrist, making it not easy to break free. After restraining the fire-breathing zombie, Lu Chen finally realized that the cargo area of his truck was on fire due to a fireball hit. Fortunately, there weren't many flammable materials among the supplies transported today, so the fire was still manageable. The 3 agile zombies quickly grabbed a fire extinguisher and began to remedy the situation, finally extinguishing the blaze. With the fire-breathing zombie secured to the back of the truck, Lightning Number 1 drove towards Qing Shui Farm. Thus, the fire-breathing zombie was dragged all the way back to Qing Shui Farm. Back at the Qing Shui Farm, Lu Chen stepped out confidently, easily taking control of this zombie. During the control process, Lu Chen discovered that this zombie, capable of conjuring fireballs and spitting flames, had already reached the 2nd tier. He controlled the zombie to an open area, and as it opened its mouth, a line of fire shot out instantly. Then, Lu Chen made the zombie extend its hands, and suddenly, a blazing fire flickered between its otherwise ordinary hands. With a strong throw, this massive fireball flew out directly, resulting in a violent explosion. Wow, what terrifying power! Since the fire's strength is so immense, from now on, you'll be called Flame Number 1. Feeling the formidable strength of Flame Number 1 before him, Lu Chen's lips slowly curled into a smile. He never expected that there would be such uniquely evolved zombies in the apocalypse. If he could control a few more in the future, could he not directly form a mage zombie team? I really didn't expect that Dad would be able to control elemental evolved zombies so quickly. Lu Chen's control of Flame Number 1 naturally caught Ji Rushua's attention, and she immediately recognized the identity of this fully red zombie.
This type of elemental zombie evolves differently from the physically evolved zombies like Big Fat and Lightning Number 1.
There are many types of elemental zombies, and Flame Number 1, which can attack using fire, is one of them. Moreover, like Flame Number 1, elemental zombies generally have higher attack power and a wider attack range. However, elemental zombies also have a drawback: they are physically weaker than other evolved zombies. After all, when elemental evolved zombies break through, their energy is used to provide their powerful attack strength, and they don't actually evolve much physically. Looking at the flame zombie controlled by her father, Ji Rushua slightly furrowed her brows, and memories from her previous life involuntarily came to mind. She remembered that in her past life, when facing a zombie tide, these elemental zombies were basically the main firepower among the horde. After all, the areas attacked by the zombie tide were mostly large survivor bases of humanity, which were not short of heavy firepower. Most of the zombies are actually body evolution types, which are primarily melee attackers. Although their physical abilities might be stronger, their combat range is very limited. If we rely solely on these types of zombies, then when attacking human survivor bases, they will undoubtedly be heavily depleted by the humans' firearms. At the same time, the threat posed by the zombie horde to humans will relatively be lower. However, Ji Rushua clearly remembers that these elemental-type zombies are no different from modern heavy weaponry in the apocalypse's zombie horde. Right now, the fire zombies may only attack once at a time, but later on, their attack range will be wider, and they can release dozens of fireballs at once. Even more terrifying is that these fireballs have explosive effects, making their attacks even more powerful. Moreover, the zombie horde usually doesn't consist of just one or two of these elemental zombies. Ji Rushua remembers that in her past life, she once fought against a large zombie horde at a major survivor base. The scale of the zombie tide we faced that time was terrifying, with dozens of elemental zombies alone. These elemental-type zombies were shielded by other evolved zombies, effectively compensating for the inability of other zombies to engage in long-range combat. The elemental attacks that soared from the zombie tide continuously bombarded the survivor base from a distance. This was the first time humanity discovered that a large gathering of elemental zombies could unleash such terrifying power, catching the human survivor base completely off guard. No one expected zombies to have so many long-range attack methods. And it was precisely because of the elemental zombies that the advantage of modern ranged firearms held by the humans in Ji Rushua's survivor base was no longer effective. Controlling an elemental zombie so quickly, it seems my father will soon be able to establish a truly powerful zombie army, Ji Rushua murmured as she watched the Flame Number 1 unleash its formidable power nearby. On the other side, Lu Chen was overjoyed to see the attack launched by Flame Number 1. The evolution direction of zombies in this world is truly peculiar. There are all kinds of zombies. If only there could be a few more of these flame-releasing zombies, then my undead army's combat power would likely undergo a huge change. Having gained another strong ally, Lu Chen was very excited at this moment. Since learning about a human survivor base on the outskirts of Jianghai City, Lu Chen has been quite wary of it. After all, although his undead team is strong enough, they pose no danger to ordinary human survivor teams. However, a survivor base established next to a big city must be guarded by human military forces. In Lu Chen's view, the long-range firepower of modern human armies is currently his biggest threat. After all, no matter how fast Lightning No. 1 runs, it would still be turned into a sieve under the suppression of modern firepower. But the flame zombie is different. This type of flame zombie capable of long-range attacks gives Lu Chen great confidence. If he could have a dozen flame zombies at his command, Lu Chen is confident he could confront human armies head-on. However, after some manipulation, Lu Chen also understood the downside of this flame zombie. The physical quality of flame No. 1 is too poor compared to other evolved zombies. Even a lean agile zombie is significantly stronger in physical quality than a flame zombie. However, to Lu Chen, this seems normal. After all, this type of zombie can attack from a distance and possesses very strong attacking power. If it also had exceptional physical strength, it would be an invincible existence. If it's a mage, then it definitely has to be fragile. But it's not a big problem, since the flame No. 1 has poor physical capability. Let's just equip it directly. Lu Chen still remembers how he previously killed that mutated golden python, whose scales were extremely tough. The second-tier mutated golden python had a terrifying length of over 20 meters. When processing the meat of the mutated giant python, Lu Chen kept all those scales. Now it seems they will come in handy. These scales will serve as a set of heavy armor for flame No. 1. Although it can't compare to Big Fat, at least it will be significantly stronger than the flame zombie's own defense. A mage wearing heavy armor, who can withstand that? As long as it doesn't die, it can keep outputting damage. At this moment, Lu Chen noticed that Xiao Qiqi was staring at him, thinking that the little one was curious about the noise he had just made. Lu Chen quickly waved his hand to call Xiao Qiqi over, then took out his paper and pen to write. Xiao Qiqi, do you want to see some fireworks? Ji Rushue was taken aback upon hearing this, but quickly reacted upon noticing the flame zombie beside her. Hee, sure, Daddy. I've seen descriptions of fireworks on the learning machine, but I've never seen this kind of thing before. Lu Chen picked up Ji Rushue and placed her on his neck, saying, Xiao Qiqi, just point the direction and Daddy will show you. Ha ha ha. Daddy! Fire away. Ji Rushue casually pointed to an open area not far away, and Lu Chen immediately controlled flame No. 1 to shoot out a line of fire. Wow! Daddy, this uncle is amazing. Is this some kind of special ability? Ji Rushue said with wide eyes, looking innocent. Hearing the little one's heavenly voice, Lu Chen felt very happy and directed flame No. 1 to perform a grand fireworks display near the Qingshui farm. After witnessing the immense power of the fire zombies, Lu Chen was in a good mood. If he could have more of these fire zombies in the apocalypse, they would be incredibly useful for defending Qingshui farm or for future battles against potential enemies. In the following days, Lu Chen sent numerous zombie puppet squads into the urban area of Chengjiangnan, hoping to find more of these red-hot zombies that could unleash flames. Unfortunately, it was clear that these fire zombies were a rare species even among evolved zombies. In the next few days, Lu Chen only discovered a few first-level evolved zombies. Not to mention these unique fire zombies, he hadn't even encountered a normal second-level evolved zombie. However, Lu Chen no longer expected to directly control second-level zombies. His zombie puppets could evolve after devouring crystal cores anyway. Instead of spending a lot of time and effort trying to find a second-tier zombie to control, it's better to kill more first-tier evolved zombies and use their cores to nourish your own undead minions. During this time, Lu Chen used the cores of first-tier zombies to nurture other first-tier evolved zombies, successfully cultivating 2 second-tier evolved zombies named 4 Chubby and Lightning No. 5. Although these two are ordinary tank-type and agile-type zombies, their combat power has significantly increased after breaking through to the second tier. At least at this stage, second-tier evolved zombies already possess considerable strength. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan district, on the rooftop of a residential building, a beautiful woman, who at the moment looks somewhat pale, has woken up on the rooftop. At this moment, Zhao Lin looks very disheveled. Her clothes have not been changed or washed for many days, and she has accumulated a lot of dirt from her continuous travels. Moreover, due to the severe scarcity of supplies after the apocalypse, Zhao Lin hasn't had a full meal in many days, making her look extremely emaciated. She specifically ran to the rooftop to rest, entirely to avoid that vengeful burrowing zombie. In these past few days, every time Zhao Lin fell asleep, that burrowing zombie would break through the ground and attack her. These zombies feel no pain and are never fatigued. But Zhao Lin is different. Even as an evolved being, she can't withstand such prolonged sleeplessness. The key issue is that being disturbed continuously by this zombie in her dreams has nearly driven Zhao Lin to a nervous breakdown. Left with no choice, Zhao Lin had to come to the top floor, where this zombie couldn't suddenly appear beside her using its burrowing ability, allowing her to finally get some good sleep. The cold wind on the rooftop blew through her somewhat dry black hair, making her look a bit dazed. After a while, Zhao Lin shook her head, stood up, and then began to head downstairs to search for supplies nearby. Poof! To enter a shop, Zhao Lin relied on her powerful combat skills as an evolved being. The tactical dagger in her hand swept through the air, swiftly eliminating all the ordinary zombies in her path. Having died several times, Zhao Lin's combat power had become terrifying. These ordinary wandering zombies, which were not even evolved, were no match for her. Looking at the shop that was within reach, a faint smile finally appeared on Zhao Lin's pale and weary face. There's still a distance to Qingshui Farm. I hope I can fill my stomach. This shop had no large amount of corpses or blood around it, which indicated that it was very likely that no battles had occurred here among the human survivors. Even if it had been looted, there should still be quite a bit left. Now, since I don't need to provide food for other survivors, I don't require a lot of supplies to satisfy my own needs. Squeak! Zhao Lin happily pushed open the shop's door. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Damn it! This cursed apocalypse! Where have all the supplies gone? Zhao Lin looked at the empty shop and was so angry that she started stamping her feet. This chain supermarket, which didn't seem small, should normally have a lot of supplies. But now the shelves were completely bare, with only some rotten vegetables and frozen meat emitting a foul odor. All the vacuum-sealed, long-lasting food had completely disappeared. As she pushed open the door, an overwhelming stench of decay rushed at her. Zhao Lin, already hungry and mentally exhausted, nearly fainted from the smell. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, so many people turned into zombies. How is it that in such a big city I can't find any supplies? Zhao Lin thought that after killing so many zombies, she would at least find something to eat in the store, but to her surprise, there was nothing at all. After searching for a whole morning, scouring the nearby streets and buildings, she ended up with only a bottle of mineral water and a piece of bread, nothing else. Looking at the pitiful food in her hands, Zhao Lin felt like crying but had no tears. Could it be that there are not many evolved zombies in the Jiangnan urban area, which made the survivors bolder in clearing out the supplies? But this is too exaggerated. Zhao Lin shook her head helplessly and hurriedly shoved the hard-won bread into her mouth. After swallowing a few gulps of mineral water, she continued searching for supplies. If she didn't find food soon, she probably wouldn't have the strength to make it to the Qingshui farm. Zhao Lin sighed helplessly, unable to help but recall her previous life in the Sunshine community. I never expected that the few days I could actually eat my fill would be in the zombies' den. Wait a minute? Is that a survivor team? Zhao Lin suddenly noticed a few figures outside a street, each carrying a large bag of supplies. That outfit! No way! Aren't these the minions of the Zombie King? All the figures in front of her were wearing motorcycle helmets, just like the zombies controlled by the Zombie King back then. The key point is that the Zombie King back then also controlled zombies to transport large amounts of supplies to gather them all in his home. Zhao Lin still remembers that building number 5 in Sunshine Community was filled with a lot of resources. At this moment, she finally realized why she hadn't collected much supplies along the way. Wasn't this familiar situation the work of the Zombie King? Qingshui Farm. Through the perspective of the corpse puppet, Lu Chen also discovered the female police officer he had let go, and his mood instantly darkened. Damn it! Why is this stupid woman not staying near the police station and has come all the way to Jiangnan district? Lu Chen remembered that it took him a whole day driving a truck convoy to get from Sunshine Community to Qingshui Farm. The distance between Zhanghai City and Jiangnan district is still quite far. Especially for other survivors in the apocalypse, it would be difficult to reach here without any means of transportation. There is only one possibility: Zhao Lin must have come here on her own. Lu Chen felt a bit dazed. He couldn't understand whether he and Zhao Lin had some unresolved conflict in their past lives, but they would meet again in Jiangnan district. Damn it! Is this woman not going to leave me alone? Why is she everywhere I go? Lu Chen was utterly speechless, hoping that Zhao Lin was just passing by chance. This woman is simply like a disaster star to him, having inexplicably barged into his sunny community and caused chaos earlier. When he let her go back then, he thought that in such a chaotic end of the world, with the world being so vast, it would be nearly impossible to meet again. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, they met again. At this moment, Lu Chen could only hope that Zhao Lin wouldn't inexplicably come to the Clear Water Farm. He had finally stabilized his new home and didn't want it to be affected again because of this woman. If it were any other human survivor, Lu Chen would have unhesitatingly nipped the danger in the bud. But Zhao Lin, with her ability to come back from the dead and grow stronger, truly left Lu Chen feeling helpless. He couldn't kill her, and keeping her around wasn't a solution either. This woman was simply exceptionally troublesome. Lu Chen really didn't want to provoke her any further. In the urban area of Jiangnan, Zhao Lin felt a surge of hatred upon seeing the minions of the Zombie King. Damn it! No wonder I've been starving for so long. You moved all the supplies away? Is this Zombie King out of its mind? What does a bloodthirsty zombie need with so many human supplies? Gurgle. Soon, Zhao Lin's stomach grumbled uncontrollably. The continuous journey during this time, combined with constant battles against zombies and lack of proper rest, made that small piece of bread completely useless. Looking at the large amount of food carried by the zombies, Zhao Lin couldn't help but swallow. Then she pretended to leave casually. However, she secretly followed behind the supply-collecting zombie squad. Zhao Lin was sure that these zombies were all obeying the orders of the Zombie King. As long as she followed these zombies, she would definitely be able to find out where Xiao Qiqi was now. Xiao Qiqi, don't worry, I will definitely find you and help you live a normal human life. Zhao Lin secretly clenched her fists. However, she had never considered that if she couldn't even feed herself, how could she take care of an infant? Zhao Lin, who had been following the corpse puppet team, thought she was hiding well, but little did she know she had already been discovered by Lu Chen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Zhao Lin turned a corner, she suddenly heard two sounds cutting through the air behind her. Caught off guard, Zhao Lin's legs sprang into action like springs, her muscles tensed as she rolled forward, quickly tumbling several meters away. As soon as she looked up, Zhao Lin found herself face to face with Lightning Number 1 and Lightning Number 2, who were now right in front of her. This terrifying speed startled Zhao Lin. The cold, sharp glint of the blade sliced through the air, creating a series of whooshing sounds. There was no doubt that if she got hit, it would mean certain death. After discovering Zhao Lin, Lu Chen quickly dispatched Lightning Number 1 and Lightning Number 2 to intercept her. Now that I have finally settled down at the Qingshui farm, Lu Chen doesn't want this jinx to interfere with his life again. Now upgraded to the second level, Lightning Number 1 and Lightning Number 2 have both speed and strength that surpass the past. Their combat power is on a completely different level. Especially when the two agile zombies team up, their dual blades swing continuously in the air, creating waves of silver-white cold light in this area. Although Zhao Lin's strength increased again after her death, she was still forced to retreat repeatedly against the two second-level agile zombies. How is this possible? Isn't this the agile zombie that was guarding me before? It broke through to the second level in such a short time? Zhao Lin has recognized the outfit of Lightning Number 1, and she is incredibly surprised at this moment. In just a few short days, Lightning Number 1's combat power has increased several times. In a hurry, Zhao Lin could only draw the two tactical daggers from her waist to defend herself. Bang bang bang! The dagger and the cleaver clashed in midair, sparking bright flashes, and the powerful force of the dagger made Zhao Lin's arm feel a bit numb at this moment. Although Lightning 1 and Lightning 2 are both agile zombies, their strength is much weaker compared to the tank-like Big Fat. However, they are still evolved-type zombies, and their immense strength is not something Zhao Lin can compare to at this moment. What surprised Zhao Lin the most was that the combat skills of Lightning 1 and Lightning 2 had clearly improved by more than one level since their previous encounter. As a systematically trained police officer, Zhao Lin now realized that she seemed to be lacking in combat experience compared to the two zombies. She was immediately overwhelmed with a headache. Every time she encountered the Zombie King, it never ended well. She couldn't understand how these mindless, bloodthirsty zombies suddenly transformed into martial arts experts. Whoosh! Lightning 1, with its excellent combat skills, swung the cleaver down and then flicked it upwards, directly knocking Zhao Lin's dagger out of her hand. Having lost the weapon to defend herself, Zhao Lin instantly fell into a disadvantage, and Lightning Number 2 struck directly at her back with a machete, leaving a gruesome scar on her body. In pain, Zhao Lin furrowed her brows, but before she could catch her breath, Lightning Number 1 threw down his dual knives and charged at her with his fists. That pair of massive fists was powerful. Under the attack of two zombies, Zhao Lin couldn't dodge in time and was hit in the abdomen by Lightning Number 1, sending her flying 4 or 5 meters and crashing to the ground. Her already pale face was now covered in cold sweat. At this moment, Zhao Lin's hair was plastered to her cheeks by cold sweat, making her look somewhat pitiful. However, Lu Chen had no intention of showing her mercy. Lightning Number 2 rushed to Zhao Lin's front and kicked her hard, sending her flying 6 or 7 meters away. Zhao Lin was smashed against the wall of the building like a sandbag, causing even the concrete wall to crack. With the impact, Zhao Lin coughed up a mouthful of blood, having been severely injured in just a few exchanges. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Lin in front of him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Since you insist on coming here, then this time, never leave. At this moment, Zhao Lin felt as if her internal organs had been struck by a huge hammer, suffering enormous shock. This terrifying impact made her spit blood as if it were free. With an extremely pale face, Zhao Lin never expected to be beaten down by two agile second-tier zombies. As the two zombies approached her, Zhao Lin gritted her teeth and stood up despite the pain. But before she could react, Lightning 1 had already arrived in front of her. In Zhao Lin's wide-open beautiful eyes, Lightning 1's fist came crashing down like a sandbag. Damn Zombie King! I will not let you off. Filled with unwillingness and anger, Zhao Lin was knocked unconscious by a punch from Lightning 1. The truck shook continuously, slowly waking Zhao Lin from her faint. Zhao Lin wanted to move, but found that her hands and feet were bound tightly with iron chains, unable to move.
The surrounding environment seemed to be inside a moving cargo truck. Zombies can actually drive?
When Zhao Lin woke up, she saw Lightning Number 1 driving the truck, and she was instantly dumbfounded.
The evolved zombie that had just knocked her out with one punch was now driving a cargo truck?
Moreover, it was skillfully avoiding obstacles while driving the truck, handling the gas, brakes, and gear shifts like a seasoned driver. Zhao Lin couldn't help but shake her head, feeling that she must be hallucinating.
Since when can zombies drive?
Before arriving at Sunshine Community, Zhao Lin had no idea that there was a zombie king in this world, but to her, no matter how powerful the zombie king was, it was still just a zombie. But now it seemed that these evolved zombies were even scarier than she had imagined.
What do these guys want to take me for? Could it be that this zombie king wants to keep me by his side like in Sunshine Community?
Now, with my hands and feet bound, Zhao Lin couldn't help but recall her earlier experiences in building number 5 of Sunshine Community. At that time, she was also tied up by the zombie king, who was clearly very clever and had even realized that she possessed the ability to resurrect and grow stronger. Therefore, the zombie king wouldn't kill her. Instead, it tied her up and threatened her with people from the police station.
It seems that's also its plan now.
However, this actually works out well, as little Chi-Chi must be living with this zombie king. If she is taken back to the zombie king's lair, she is sure to see little Chi-Chi. She still remembers the note little Chi-Chi left for her, which had the words Qingshui Farm written on it.
Their next destination must be Qingshui Farm.
And now, the Jiangnan area is quite far from Qingshui Farm, so it would take a considerable amount of time to walk there on her own. Hitching a ride has certainly saved Zhao Lin a lot of trouble. Zombie King, please don't misunderstand, I have no ill intentions, I just want to see little Chi-Chi again. After her previous encounter at Sunshine Community, Zhao Lin knew that this zombie king was very intelligent and could understand human speech, so she directly addressed Lightning One. However, it was clear that she would not receive any response here.
Lu Chen, who was controlling Lightning One, merely glanced at Zhao Lin after hearing her words and continued driving.
Lu Chen didn't expect that Zhao Lin had come all the way here just for Xiao Chi-Chi. I really don't understand how these two women could develop such a close relationship in such a short time.
However, Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly.
Putting aside Zhao Lin's true intentions this time, since she appeared again within his territory, she shouldn't expect to leave easily. Soon, the truck arrived near Qingshui Farm, and Zhao Lin, sitting in the vehicle, was stunned by the view outside the window. As a police officer from Jianghai City, she had a general understanding of the suburban farms. These large farms typically used wooden stakes and barbed wire for their fences to reduce costs, but now the fences had undergone a significant change. The barbed wire was surprisingly reinforced with stones, and the vast Qingshui farm was surrounded by a stone wall, significantly increasing its defenses. The most shocking thing was the massive creature standing at the entrance of Qingshui farm, which left Zhao Lin completely stunned. Air Pow's enormous size and the overwhelming pressure it emitted had far exceeded Zhao Lin's understanding of evolved zombies since the apocalypse. There was no doubt that the being guarding the entrance of Qingshui farm was a tank-type zombie of at least 3rd tier. Zhao Lin couldn't help but swallow hard. It seems this zombie king has significantly improved its strength recently. Just the gatekeeping setup of this farm is much more powerful than that of Sunlight Community. What Zhao Lin didn't expect was that the 3rd tier tank-type zombie, Air Pow, was merely an appetizer for her. As the truck kept moving, the scenery on both sides of the farm began to change. Watching the zombies tirelessly working in the fields, Zhao Lin was completely dumbfounded. Am I being dumbfounded by this zombie? What is this? A group of zombies farming? How is that possible? Zhao Lin, who had been deep in thought, was now so shocked by the scene outside that she couldn't speak. In the farm, besides the zombies working in the vegetable fields in the fields, there were also many zombies patrolling in formation, maintaining order in the entire farm. If it weren't for their terrifying and grotesque appearances, with yellowed hair and blood-red pupils and occasional growls, Zhao Lin might have really thought this was a newly established human survivor base. Zhao Lin never expected that a group of zombies would gather together to do such things. This was even more outrageous than what she had seen in Sunshine Community. After driving for a while, Zhao Lin saw the small bare playground that Lu Chen had set up not long ago in the open space near the residential area. Zhao Lin was completely stunned. She clearly remembered that there couldn't be such playground facilities in Qingshui Farm. There was only one possibility: this zombie king brought it back. These zombie kings can control zombies to gather resources, so moving these amusement park facilities back is certainly not a problem. Zhao Lin looked out the car window at the bizarre scene, momentarily stunned into silence. Training these zombies to be almost indistinguishable from humans, does this zombie king really only possess a bit of intelligence? Isn't this a bit too clever? Zhao Lin was still lost in shock when she was yanked directly off the car by Lu Chen using Lightning Number 1's iron chains. Lu Chen had no intention of caring about Zhao Lin's current predicament and injuries. Even though this woman was covered in blood, there was still an endless chill radiating from Lu Chen's eyes. If it weren't for this woman's troublesome innate ability, Lu Chen would have killed her countless times by now. This woman was like an unshakable adhesive plaster. She had moved from Sunshine Community to Qingshui Farm, yet she still followed him all the way, leaving Lu Chen utterly speechless. Faced with this unwelcome Zhao Lin, Lu Chen directly chained her to the railing of the slide. It's like tying a dog to a post. Lu Chen saw nothing wrong with that. Feeling furious at how Lu Chen treated her, Zhao Lin exclaimed, "Hey? We've known each other for a long time, right? There's no need to do this. No matter what, I'm still a friend of Xiao Qiqi's. Can't you find another way? Don't worry, I won't run away." At this moment, Zhao Lin was filled with hatred for Lu Chen, cursing inwardly, "Damn bastard. You actually tied me up like a dog?" Of course, Zhao Lin only cursed a few times in her heart. She understood the methods of this zombie king. Although the other party likely wouldn't dare to kill her, coming up with ways to torment her was definitely possible. Zhao Lin didn't want to find herself with her legs broken again for no reason. Lu Chen glanced at Zhao Lin, ignoring the woman's dissatisfaction, and simply sent Tyrant Number 2 over to guard her. Even though Zhao Lin was in a very awkward position now, Lu Chen knew well that this woman's talent and abilities were quite remarkable. If this woman were to commit suicide and then become stronger to seek him out, it would be a problem. Seeing the second-tier tyrant zombie appear beside her, Zhao Lin couldn't help but swallow hard. The tyrant zombie looked much wilder than Lightning Number 1. Moreover, Zhao Lin still remembered that she had almost been driven to a dead end by this kind of tyrant zombie, and even the explosion at the gas station hadn't managed to kill it. The invisible pressure emanating from the second-tier tyrant made Zhao Lin feel uneasy. She quickly shouted, "Zombie King! What do you want?" "I told you I mean no harm, I just want to see Xiao Qiqi." Zhao Lin shouted anxiously. She had made her way from Sunshine Community to Jiangnan District to save Xiao Qiqi from danger and to lead that innocent little girl out of the zombie's control. At that moment, she ignored the threat posed by the zombie beside her and continuously called out Ji Rushue's name loudly. "Xiao Qiqi, where are you? Xiao Qiqi! I'm Zhao Lin. I've come to find you." Zhao Lin's constant loud calling made Lu Chen shake his head helplessly. Although this woman has some issues, I didn't expect her to care so much about Zayakiki. It's quite thoughtful of Zhao Lin to walk such a long way just for Zayakiki. At this moment, by the fish pond at the Qingshui farm, the mutated golden python, measuring a full 26 meters in length, has a lot of blood and flesh on it. Ji Rushue only takes out a bit each time to feed the turtle she has a soul contract with. After continuously absorbing the energy in the air for some time, the old turtle has grown significantly larger compared to when they first met. It also seems to appear more stable overall, and the aura it emits has become even more formidable. This is partly due to Ji Rushue feeding it the flesh of the mutated giant python for several days, and partly because of the cultivation techniques she provided. The ancient beast taming techniques not only record Ji Rushue's methods of taming beasts but also include many ways to enhance the strength of contracted beasts. Although its aura has become much stronger, this mutated old turtle is very affectionate towards Ji Rushue. The harmonious relationship between Xiao Qiqi and the mutated old turtle naturally puzzled Lu Chen. At first, he was also cautious and didn't allow Xiao Qiqi to get close. But after trying a few times, he discovered that the old turtle indeed had no ill intentions, which gradually allowed Xiao Qiqi to get closer to it. That voice sounds so familiar? Upon hearing Zhao Lin's shout, Ji Rushue was also taken aback, not expecting to hear her voice even in the Qingshui farm. The voice seems to be coming from the playground. She actually chased all the way here from Sunshine Community? Realizing that Zhao Lin had been caught back by her father again, Ji Rushue quickly ran towards the playground. She soon saw the figure tied to the slide with a chain like a dog. It was Zhao Lin, who had just been released by her father. "Xiao Qiqi, I knew you were here." At this moment, Zhao Lin also spotted Ji Rushue and immediately greeted her excitedly. "That's great, I'm so glad you're alive." Seeing Xiao Qiqi standing safely in front of her, and seemingly with a healthier complexion than before, Zhao Lin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After the incident at the police station, Zhao Lin has completely lost hope in humanity during the apocalypse. In his eyes, only pure and innocent girls like Xiao Qiqi are worth protecting with his life. Zhao Lin still remembers the promise he made with Xiao Qiqi when they hooked fingers. Since the promise has been made, he must fulfill it. Ji Rushue arrived nearby and saw Zhao Lin, who was chained like a dog. At this moment, Zhao Lin was covered in blood and dirt, looking extremely disheveled. Her face was pale and weak, and her hair seemed a bit dry, likely due to the hardships Zhao Lin endured while traveling to this place. In her past life, Ji Rushue also struggled through the apocalypse. She knew how difficult it was for an ordinary human evolver to cross urban areas during the early days of the apocalypse. Seeing Zhao Lin's joy upon meeting herself, Ji Rushue felt a stir in her heart, but also a deep sense of helplessness.
How could this woman be so foolish, actually finding her way to the Qingshui farm just because of a note? Seeing her in such a miserable state now, it's likely that on the way to the farm, she was severely scolded by her father again. Ji Rushue was well aware of her father's character, he only showed his gentle side when dealing with her. If he didn't break Zhao Lin's legs this time, it would probably be considered a mercy from her father. Lu Chen nodded silently from the side. Although he hated this foolish woman, he had to admit that having someone like her to communicate normally with Xiao Qiqi was quite nice. Lu Chen took out the paper and pen he always carried with him. Xiao Qiqi, Dad has caught your pet for you again. Seeing the words on the note in Ji Rushue's hand, Zhao Lin was instantly furious. Upon realizing that this zombie king actually regarded her as a pet, Zhao Lin was filled with rage. So it's not by chance that the other person ties themselves here, but they really think of themselves as a dog? Although she felt extremely angry, Zhao Lin was currently helpless against the surrounding zombies. She could only suppress her anger. After a moment, in the amusement park, Ji Rushue and Zhao Lin, the two women, one big and one small, chatted casually like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Xiao Qiqi, how have you been lately? Zhao Lin gently asked in a very soft voice. Hearing this, Ji Rushue helplessly raised an eyebrow, then pointed around with her finger. Do I look like I'm not doing well right now? Zhao Lin was taken aback, then looked in the direction Ji Rushue was pointing. Surrounding them were the amusement facilities that the Zombie King specifically moved back from the city for Xiao Qiqi, which could definitely provide enough entertainment for the little one in the apocalypse. With so many entertainment options, let alone in this post-apocalyptic world after the zombie crisis broke out, even before the apocalypse, there were probably not many children of the same age who could have such an experience. Even Zhao Lin herself has never really had fun at the amusement park. Besides that, there are large vegetable fields. Although they haven't grown crops yet due to being tended by a group of zombies, new sprouts are clearly emerging. Underneath that soil lies a wealth of vitality, and it's believed that it won't be long before there are plenty of vegetables to harvest. The entire Qingshui farm appears to be well organized. These zombies, though fearsome in appearance, are managed in an orderly manner by the Zombie King at Qingshui farm. Aside from their terrifying looks, they seem no different from normal humans. The key point is that this is the apocalypse. In this apocalypse, human life is as insignificant as grass. Countless people would betray their companions for a chance to survive, and can turn into terrifying devils for a bit of food. Even as an evolved being, I am currently in a dire state, having not eaten proper food for days, and even trying to rest properly is a challenge. As for those ordinary survivors, their living conditions are even worse. Just staying alive has become the greatest luxury for many. At this moment, Ji Rushue was impeccably tidy, her clothes completely free of dust. Her white face looked as cute and lovely as a porcelain doll, with skin that was very smooth and a healthy rosy complexion. Zhao Lin glanced at her own disheveled appearance and realized that compared to her, Qiqi was living a life akin to that of a deity, a treatment that countless human survivors could only dream of. Recalling her previous experiences at Sunshine Community and now the orderly situation at Qingshui Farm, Zhao Lin could see that this zombie king truly doted on Qiqi. After all, zombies do not need to collect resources used by humans, nor do they need to grow crops. This zombie even considered Qiqi's emotional needs, going as far as to bring back amusement park facilities. Looking at the beautiful surroundings, Zhao Lin fell into a moment of self-doubt. The reason she had pursued from Sunshine Community to Qingshui Farm was to prevent Qiqi from living with the Zombie King any longer. In Zhao Lin's view, these zombies are just mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. There is absolutely no good outcome for humans following them. Originally, her plan was to lead Xiao Qiqi away from the Zombie King, allowing her to have a new life and live a life truly belonging to humans. But everything in front of her is completely different from what Zhao Lin imagined. Compared to Xiao Qiqi's life, it seems that her own living environment is the real hell. If it weren't for her ability to resurrect, she wouldn't know how many times she has already died. If she really takes Xiao Qiqi away, can she still provide her with a life like this in the future? Does she really have the ability to take good care of this little one? So far, Zhao Lin has lost track of how many days it's been since she had a full meal. How can she take care of Xiao Qiqi in such a state? Through the perspective of Tyrant Number 2, Lu Chen watched Ji Rushue chatting happily with Zhao Lin. He also felt a sense of lament in his heart. Xiao Qiqi is ultimately human and still needs human companionship and communication with real humans. It's just a pity that although I still retain human consciousness, my zombie self can no longer speak, and I can only communicate with Xiao Qiqi through writing. Lu Chen also feels quite helpless about this. Such communication with normal humans cannot be compensated for by a learning machine. It is precisely because Xiao Qiqi is exceptionally gifted that she can learn to read and write on her own. In the amusement park, Zhao Lin looked at Ji Rushue with a serious expression, speaking very solemnly.
Xiao Qiqi, the reason I came here this time is to fulfill the promise we made back then.
Zhao Lin's gaze towards Ji Rushue was very determined.
She originally believed that as a police officer, she should fulfill her duties even in this society where order and morality have completely collapsed. After the apocalypse, Zhao Lin indeed helped more survivors, but the people in the police station taught her a lesson. Those people made Zhao Lin realize that the humanity in this world is completely different from what she had previously understood. This world has become extremely terrifying, and those humans have turned very ugly and grotesque. Zhao Lin no longer has any thoughts about protecting these animals. She only wants to protect this little guy who has just come into the world, ensuring he grows up healthy and happy.
From now on, Xiao Qiqi, I will be your personal bodyguard.
As long as I'm here, no one can harm you. I will never let you fall into danger. Looking at Xiao Qiqi's pure and innocent eyes, Zhao Lin made up her mind that she would protect Xiao Qiqi at all costs, even if it meant risking her own life. After all, she had multiple lives and could revive and grow stronger. Beside her, Lu Chen heard Zhao Lin's words and found them utterly ridiculous. Zhao Lin, covered in blood and looking disheveled, stood in stark contrast to Ji Rushue, who looked rosy and was dressed neatly and cleanly. Zhao Lin's tone was very serious, and her words were profound, but combined with the image of her being chained to the slide, it all somehow sounded a bit comical.
This woman is so foolish it's laughable. She can't even take care of herself, yet she's still thinking about protecting Xiao Qiqi?
Worried that Zhao Lin might have ulterior motives at the Qingshui farm, Lu Chen has been dispatching Tyrant No. 2 to closely monitor her every move. However, what Lu Chen didn't expect was that when they met again, Zhao Lin seemed unusually honest for some reason. Lu Chen still remembers that previously, when they were at Sunshine Community, Zhao Lin was filled with bizarre thoughts about upholding justice and saving survivors. In Lu Chen's view, Zhao Lin in the apocalypse was simply a living embodiment of a saint, unaware of when she would be doomed.
She even wanted to abduct her own Xiao Qiqi, truly an irredeemable fool.
But this time, Zhao Lin hasn't caused any trouble. She has been behaving very honestly for the past few days, almost as if she has become a different person. Zhao Lin seems to have adapted very well to her current life. Even being chained next to the slide hasn't made her think of escaping. The significant change in her behavior surprised Lu Chen. I don't understand what this woman has been through during this time. Her personality has changed dramatically in such a short period. Previously, after being captured by Zhao Lin, she would still find ways to negotiate conditions, even wanting to get food for the survivors. But this time, she seems completely focused on Xiao Qiqi. Before, this guy would threaten to commit suicide because he could be revived, but this time Zhao Lin has no intention of doing that at all. Lu Chen scratched his head. Although he didn't know what had happened to this woman to cause such a significant change in her character, there was no doubt it was a good thing. Her current state allows Lu Chen to feel much more at ease, not having to watch her every move 24 hours a day, which lets him focus on other matters. In the coming days, Zhao Lin would chat with Xiao Qiqi every day or watch her play in the amusement park. She no longer resembles an evolved being in a post-apocalyptic world. Instead, she seems like a big sister from the neighborhood. Zhao Lin, who hasn't had a proper rest for a long time, is now chained by Lu Chen next to the slide, but there's no doubt that at the Qingshui farm, she doesn't have to be on constant alert like she did outside. The most crucial thing is that now they are in Lu Chen's territory, Zhao Lin can finally eat her fill. After traveling continuously without finding any supplies, Zhao Lin had only drunk a bottle of water and eaten 2 pieces of bread in the past few days. She hadn't consumed anything else. Having been so hungry that her front was pressed against her back, she now suddenly felt that staying in the Zombie King's lair wasn't such a bad thing. At least she wouldn't go hungry. With food and drink available, without fear or worry, and no need to worry about backstabbing from companions, it seemed that the Zombie King's lair was even more comfortable than that of the human survivors.
With the arrival of Zhao Lin, Ji Rushue clearly talked much more than usual.
After all, Lu Chen, being a zombie, still couldn't speak and could only communicate with Ji Rushue through writing, which was quite troublesome during conversations. As a human, and a grown woman at that, Zhao Lin had many topics to chat about with Ji Rushue. Through the perspective of Tyrant No. 2, Lu Chen observed the interactions between the two over the past days, and seeing Xiao Qiqi so happy made him very satisfied. Although I don't know why this foolish woman has changed her ways, it seems that Qiqi still enjoys spending time with him. As long as Zhao Lin stops causing trouble, she can be kept like a pet at the Qingshui farm, and I believe Qiqi will be very happy with that. It's mealtime again, and Zhao Lin eagerly looks towards the residential area.
During mealtimes, Qiqi always brings her food.
During her time at Qingshui farm, Zhao Lin has completely lost her anxiety about food. After eating her fill, she looks much healthier than usual. Zhao Lin gazes at the houses in the residential area, and before Ji Rushue arrives, she catches a whiff of a delightful aroma. After a while, Zhao Lin sees Ji Rushue approaching her quickly, holding a large bowl of meat porridge. As she smells the delicious aroma, Zhao Lin's stomach starts to grumble uncontrollably, and she begins to salivate. The rice, stewed and mixed with the meat of these mutated beasts, creates a heavenly dish, with the aroma of rice blending with the scent of meat, which is simply a delicacy for people in the apocalypse. Zhao Lin, who had been eagerly waiting, took the meat porridge and began to drink it in large gulps. Unable to contain her cravings, she finished the bowl of meat porridge in just a few bites, even licking the bowl clean as if it had just been washed. Even after finishing, Zhao Lin looked reluctant to part with it. She had completely forgotten how long it had been since she had tasted such food. "How does the porridge taste?" Ji Rushue asked softly, holding back a laugh as she looked at Zhao Lin's blissful expression. "Whoa, it's so fragrant. Absolutely delicious. Xiao Qiqi, do you know? I've never had porridge this good before." Zhao Lin felt an impulse to cry at that moment. She couldn't remember the last time she had eaten such a delicious meal. Ji Rushue nodded in satisfaction, confident in her father's cooking skills, and smiled gently. "Of course. This porridge was cooked by my dad himself." Zhao Lin was momentarily stunned by these words, feeling like her brain was not enough to process it all. She just realized that the delicious porridge she had consumed was actually made by a zombie? Zhao Lin felt completely dumbfounded. When did bloodthirsty zombies learn to cook porridge? Although, given the current situation, the intelligence of the zombie king is indeed very high, the problem is that even humans might not be able to make porridge this delicious. Zhao Lin's stomach felt warm while her head was in a daze. Eating a bowl of porridge made by a zombie is something no one would believe if she told them. Late at night. Although Zhao Lin was chained by Lu Chen next to the slide, the considerate Ji Rushue had prepared a blanket for her. For Zhao Lin, who had been on the run, having a blanket at night was already a great blessing. Moreover, with the surroundings patrolled by zombies controlled by the zombie king, she didn't need to worry about being attacked, so Zhao Lin slept exceptionally soundly in this clear water farm. Boom boom boom. But just then, the ground near Zhao Lin suddenly cracked open. Immediately, a yellowish zombie burrowed up from underground. It was the vengeful burrowing zombie. Lu Chen, through the perspective of Tyrant Number 2, quickly spotted this new type of zombie. He was initially startled, but then filled with excitement. "Not long ago, I encountered a fire-breathing zombie, and now I've come across one that can burrow underground. These zombies really have some unique evolutionary types." The appearance of this burrowing zombie did not panic Lu Chen. Instead, it brought him immense joy. "It seems I need to retract my earlier statement. Zhao Lin can't be considered a jinx at the moment." During this time, Lu Chen had sent several corpse puppet teams into the Jiangnan urban area, but aside from finding some regular first-tier evolved zombies, he hadn't encountered any with unique abilities. However, he didn't expect that shortly after Zhao Lin's arrival, this burrowing zombie would come right to them. Moreover, Lu Chen discovered that this peculiar burrowing zombie seemed to hold a grudge against Zhao Lin. It had come to the Qingshui farm specifically for her. Just as this earthy yellow zombie emerged from the ground, it couldn't wait to attack Zhao Lin. "It's you again, this persistent ghost." Hearing the commotion, Zhao Lin was jolted awake, and seeing the ground-burrowing zombie charging at her, she felt utterly speechless. She never expected that after running all the way to the clear water farm, this zombie would still follow her relentlessly. It really holds a grudge. Knowing that not far from her was a second-tier tyrant zombie, yet this ground-burrowing zombie had a clear target and charged directly at her without any regard. At that moment, a surge of unnamed anger rose within Zhao Lin. During this time, she had almost been driven to a nervous breakdown by this ground-burrowing zombie, and finally managed to have 2 peaceful days at the clear water farm. After eating and drinking well, she just wanted to have a good sleep, but unexpectedly, she was disturbed again, and Zhao Lin was furious. Although she was chained by Lu Chen, she still erupted with powerful combat strength at that moment. Facing the burrowing zombie charging at her, Zhao Lin powered her thigh and leapt over the zombie's head using the nearby slide. After dodging the burrowing zombie's attack, Zhao Lin, relying on her enhanced physical abilities from evolution, executed a triple kick in mid-air, forcing the zombie to stagger back repeatedly. Continuous evolution has granted Zhao Lin impressive physical qualities. Although she struggled against Lightning Number 1 and Lightning Number 2 controlled by Lu Chen, dealing with this burrowing zombie posed no problem. At that moment, the retreating burrowing zombie paused, sensing the presence of several powerful evolved zombies around Zhao Lin. Realizing it was no match for her, the burrowing zombie transformed its hands into claws and began to tear apart the ground. Having fought this burrowing zombie multiple times, Zhao Lin immediately understood that it was trying to escape. She shouted loudly to the surroundings, "Zombie King! I know you're watching us. Don't say I didn't warn you, this guy is about to escape." As Lu Chen, who was secretly observing, heard this, he immediately released his own mental power. Under his terrifying mental force, the burrowing zombie was instantly controlled without any struggle. Seeing the burrowing zombie, which was originally about to flee, suddenly freeze in place, Zhao Lin was taken aback. Is it really that easy to control a zombie perfectly? Looking at the burrowing zombie, which clearly no longer had any intent to kill him and seemed to have completely changed its aura, Zhao Lin felt a chill in his heart.
Is this the ability of the Zombie King? To control an evolved zombie so quickly is truly terrifying. Zhao Lin couldn't help but recall what the invisible person had said to her earlier at the Sunshine Community. Indeed, the Zombie King is the most terrifying zombie. No wonder the invisible person was so wary of this Zombie King, desperately wanting to kill it. If this Zombie King is allowed to develop further, it will definitely become a serious threat to humanity in the future. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already controlled the burrowing zombie to a distant location, and after leaving Zhao Lin's sight, he began to examine the abilities of this new type of zombie. This earth-colored burrowing zombie can move freely underground and carry other things, but it cannot carry living creatures. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Zombies shouldn't be considered living creatures, right? After some experimentation, Lu Chen discovered that this burrowing zombie could actually carry other zombies while moving underground. However, perhaps due to the current rank of the burrowing zombie, it can only carry one at a time. After understanding the unique ability of the burrowing zombie, Lu Chen was filled with excitement. With this zombie that can move underground, future operations will be much more convenient. Even if the abilities of the evolved are strange, it's unlikely anyone will detect movements underground. For most people, this burrowing zombie moving beneath the earth can essentially be described as vanishing without a trace. If I want to investigate any information in the future, this burrowing zombie will come in handy. It's practically a natural scout, capable of bypassing the defenses set by others, and if discovered, it can evade pursuit by burrowing underground. No matter how strong the opponent's combat power is, they can't possibly shake the entire ground. Moreover, during this time, the ground-dwelling zombies can also carry other zombies underground, allowing them to escape when faced with an overwhelming enemy, serving as a life-saving trump card in critical moments. The next day at noon, Ji Rushue walked over to Zhao Lin with a large tray in hand. On the tray was incredibly delicious meat porridge, a few slices of whole wheat bread, and even an egg added to the porridge. Ji Rushue placed great importance on this 9-death demon police. As long as she could carefully guide her, there was a good chance Zhao Lin would successfully step into the Emperor realm later on. The most crucial thing was that such a powerful force happened to have a not-so-bright mind, so Ji Rushue planned to gradually win over Zhao Lin through this friendly approach. As expected, when Zhao Lin saw Ji Rushue bringing such a rich meal, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. In this extremely cold and indifferent apocalypse, she had never imagined that one day she would be able to eat such a lavish meal. Seeing the pure and innocent gaze of Xiao Qiqi, Zhao Lin was deeply moved. The girl in front of me, resembling a little angel, is in stark contrast to those demons in the police station. Zhao Lin looked at Ji Rushue with determination and said, "Don't worry, Qiqi, I will definitely take you away from here." Ji Rushue? Leave here? No way? Are you crazy, big sister? When did I ever say I wanted to leave? Can we not be so self-important? Ji Rushue was a bit speechless at this moment. She wanted to win over Zhao Lin, but unexpectedly, the other party was thinking of taking her away. Ji Rushue sighed helplessly. Zhao Lin's way of thinking was just too absurd. Leave her dad? That's absolutely impossible. She immediately made her stance clear. Sorry, you'd better give up on that thought early. I will never leave my dad. Are you kidding? Go wander around with you, a woman who is always starving and in a miserable state? Do you really think I'm as big of a fool as you? Here in this clear water farm, I live well and dress well. Not only do I have my father's careful attention and love, but I also have so many evolved zombies at my disposal. Every day, I can enjoy hot meat porridge and fresh fruits. Moreover, there is a contracted mutated giant turtle in the fish pond. The entire farm is thriving under my father's management. Maybe soon there will be plenty of vegetables to eat. Here, I have a comfortable, warm, and safe place to live, without worrying about being attacked by zombies in my sleep. There's no need to worry about what to eat tomorrow or whether I'll go hungry. Unless I have a brain like a donkey, I wouldn't trade my current princess-like life to wander with this fool. Ji Rushue looked at Zhao Lin like she was an idiot. Has this woman lost her mind? If it weren't for her incredible resurrection ability, Zhao Lin would have probably reincarnated several times by now. If I really follow this woman, who knows who will take care of whom in the end? No matter if it was when Zhao Lin ran to Sunshine Community or this time when Dad caught her back to Qingshui Farm, this woman has always appeared haggard and in a terrible state each time we meet. To still want me to leave with her like this, I really don't know where her confidence comes from. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin was taken aback. Ji Rushue's words truly caught her off guard. She never expected that the other person would actually be unwilling to leave with her. Frowning, Zhao Lin hurriedly continued to persuade, Qiqi, you mustn't think like that. You are ultimately human, you can't live with a group of zombies for a long time. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind will have different hearts, especially these bloodthirsty zombies, who knows when they might turn against you, and by then it will be too late for regrets. You are still so young, you should have a truly bright future. Only the human world can truly suit you, where you can have a genuinely beautiful life. Zhao Lin advised earnestly. However, Ji Rushue scoffed at these words. She even felt a bit like laughing inside. Who says the world of humans must be suitable for humans? As a former human empress, Ji Rushue had no idea how long she had struggled to survive in the apocalypse, enduring countless hardships in that harsh environment. She had long been accustomed to the deceit and betrayal in the human world, especially after the apocalypse, where the darker sides of human nature were magnified. Those people would do anything for their own survival. In the apocalypse, all kinds of extreme ugliness could occur. Many, though wearing the guise of humans, acted in ways that were even worse than beasts. Compared to those filthy creatures, her zombie father was infinitely superior. Although her father was a zombie, Ji Rushue was certain. Her father's love for her was so genuine and passionate, far surpassing that of those hypocritical humans. Looking at Zhao Lin's innocent appearance in front of her, Ji Rushue shook her head. Really? Then may I ask, have you adapted to the current human life yourself? If the human world is truly that wonderful, you probably wouldn't have come to find me, right? If Ji Rushue remembered correctly, the reason the 9 Deaths demon police turned dark in her past life was due to experiencing too much deceit and betrayal in the apocalypse. As a result, she became completely disillusioned with humanity, transforming from a pure and kind police officer into a cold-blooded executioner who killed without mercy. Upon hearing Ji Rushue's words, Zhao Lin was suddenly at a loss for words. She recalled her earlier experiences in the police station. Those demons she had personally killed were all survivors of humanity whom she had risked her life to save. She even hesitated to eat the food she had painstakingly collected, choosing to share it with those survivors instead. For the sake of those survivors, she was even willing to sacrifice her own life. However, all she received in return for her efforts was ruthless betrayal. Those demons in human skin are even more detestable and deserve to die more than zombies. For a moment, Zhao Lin didn't know how to comfort the other person and fell into deep thought. Seeing Zhao Lin's silence, Ji Rushue sighed helplessly in her heart. It seems that Zhao Lin must have encountered some changes during this time. However, this woman is too pure and kind-hearted, and even after facing some changes, she still holds a glimmer of hope for the human world. Not wanting to say much, Ji Rushue took out her homework notebook from her backpack. By the way, my dad said that from now on, you have to help me with my homework. He said that resources are extremely precious now, and you can't just eat and drink at our house for free, you must contribute labor. Ji Rushue felt helpless about her dad's decision. It seemed she had disguised herself too successfully, and her dad hadn't noticed anything at all. In her past life, she was a graduate of a prestigious school. She certainly didn't need this foolish woman to help her with elementary school problems. Ha? Help you with your homework? Ji Rushue's words left Zhao Lin utterly surprised. Clearly, this move was completely unexpected for her. Are you kidding me? It's already the apocalypse, and the zombie king is still concerned about Xiao Qiqi's education? Can't we spare the kids from suffering? Can't we spare education from being poor, right? Even at this time, still doing homework? However, Zhao Lin's heart suddenly tightened. This zombie king can even consider this step. Isn't his thinking too meticulous? Not only does he take care of Xiao Qiqi in every way, but he's even unwilling to let go of her studies? Even if the zombie king was Xiao Qiqi's biological father in life, how could he still care for the little one after becoming a zombie? But how does he understand these things now that he has become a zombie? Could it be that? Suddenly, an astonishing guess popped into Zhao Lin's mind. This zombie king's style of doing things is nothing like those bloodthirsty zombies. Managing an entire abandoned farm in an orderly manner and revitalizing it is akin to a wise human being. Could it be that this zombie retains memories of being human? It hasn't completely turned into a bloodthirsty monster? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Zhao Lin quickly shook her head. This idea is simply too absurd and completely illogical. A zombie is just a zombie, merely a monster that died after being infected by a virus. How could it possibly retain human consciousness? As a police officer, after the apocalypse, Zhao Lin was among the first humans to directly encounter zombies. Whether it was those who had already turned into zombies, or those humans in the process of gradually mutating after being bitten by zombies, Zhao Lin had encountered them all. Once those guys mutate, they lose their sanity and become mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. No matter if it's a family member or a friend, zombies seem to have no other thoughts besides devouring flesh and blood. At first, the police station wanted to suppress this madness of mutation, not knowing that it was the beginning of a zombie crisis that would sweep the world. But soon Zhao Lin and the others realized that this was not comparable to ordinary rabies. Those who had already mutated had no thoughts whatsoever. There was no way to awaken even a tiny bit of human memory within their bodies.
After trying various methods, the police station decided to no longer rescue those who had turned into zombies, but instead choose humane extermination, which meant direct execution. Having encountered so many zombies, not a single one possessed human consciousness. Zhao Lin could not believe that this zombie king could retain human consciousness. The idea was simply too absurd. If a zombie retained human consciousness, then is it truly dead or alive? However, although this idea seems absurd, the scenes she is witnessing are truly overwhelming for her. If the zombie king has no human consciousness, how could it cultivate farmland and reinforce the walls with awareness? How could this possibly be something a group of bloodthirsty zombies would do? A zombie that only knows killing, how could it care for a human infant? Would it even look after her physical and mental health? Create a whole area of amusement facilities? A zombie that roams the streets biting humans and chasing down living beings, how could it do something so humane? Zhao Lin couldn't help but recall what happened earlier in Sunshine Community. From that mysterious invisible person, she learned that the zombie king is different from other zombies. This type of being possesses a certain level of intelligence and can manipulate zombie actions from behind the scenes. But now it seems this is more than just simple intelligence? If there wasn't a being with human consciousness, this scene in front of her would be impossible. But if this zombie king truly retains human consciousness? These chaotic thoughts kept swirling in her mind, and Zhao Lin felt confused, unable to make sense of it all. Here, this is my homework, can you help me check it? Having finished her homework, Ji Rushue reluctantly handed the workbook to Zhao Lin. After all, she had graduated from a prestigious university in her past life, and now she had to rely on others to check her elementary school homework. Ji Rushue's words interrupted Zhao Lin's thoughts, and once she snapped back to reality, she began checking the workbook. She soon discovered that Xiao Qiqi had actually answered all the questions correctly, which brightened her eyes. She couldn't help but marvel internally, Xiao Qiqi was truly too smart. To be able to complete this work through self-study without anyone teaching her was impressive. If Xiao Qiqi lived in a normal human world, Zhao Lin couldn't imagine how outstanding her future would be. Xiao Qiqi, you're amazing. You got all these questions right. Zhao Lin smiled and praised Ji Rushue. You are the smartest child I've ever met. Looking at Xiao Qiqi in front of her, Zhao Lin felt a bit hesitant to speak. Thoughts kept swirling in her mind. Zhao Lin wants to obtain some clues from Xiao Qiqi to confirm her suspicions. However, looking at Xiao Qiqi's distinctly black and white eyes, Zhao Lin couldn't help but sigh in resignation and had to give up. If this zombie king truly possesses human intelligence, it would be a shocking secret. Moreover, Zhao Lin is very clear that even if she really asked these questions, with Xiao Qiqi's cleverness, she would definitely realize something was off and would never reveal anything. Although the little one is very young, she knows clearly what should be said and what shouldn't. Zhao Lin had already experienced this back in Sunshine Community. Every time she asked a crucial question, Xiao Qiqi would always evade the answer. The little one is not as simple as she appears on the surface. And Zhao Lin also knows that although the zombie king hasn't done anything yet, she can guarantee that the other party is definitely watching her. Once she chooses to dig deeper or does something out of line, it might trigger the zombie king's alertness. After interacting with this zombie king a few times, Zhao Lin felt she had a certain understanding of its personality. This guy is not just cautious in a typical way. If this zombie king really has any secrets, it absolutely won't allow her to take such secrets outside. Once Zhao Lin slips up, this zombie king will definitely not let her go. Although she can come back to life, Zhao Lin understands. Her ability has its limits, and perhaps one day she might die and never wake up again. With her brows tightly furrowed, the various thoughts in Zhao Lin's mind gave her a headache. If this zombie king still retains human consciousness and can think and act like a normal human, then what exactly is this guy considered, human or zombie? Or rather, what is the boundary between zombies and humans? Every zombie is transformed from a human, and zombies are a group of mindless and bloodthirsty monsters. But if zombies possess the same consciousness as humans, how should these two races be classified? Those infected with rabies also become mad and may attack those around them, but they still retain their identity as humans. What about zombies then? The key question is, if this zombie king truly possesses human consciousness, does he see himself as a human or as a bloodthirsty zombie roaming the streets? If it's the former, the zombie king, having retained human consciousness, might be able to unite all zombies with his powers and end this dark apocalypse single-handedly. But if it's the latter, this zombie king with human consciousness would become a nightmare for all humans. And just like that, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. After this period of relentless struggle, Lu Chen, controlling numerous corpse puppets, has successfully reinforced the perimeter of the Qing Shui farm with stones. The original simple fences and barbed wire walls were only suitable for the peaceful society before the zombie crisis and are inadequate for the present situation. Lu Chen, through his own efforts, built a towering and sturdy stone wall around the outskirts of the Qingshui farm for better safety and stronger defenses. The outer stone wall reaches a height of 4 meters and is 2 meters thick. Moreover, the barbed wire that was originally on the wall was not wasted, it was directly grafted onto the top of the stone wall. The already enhanced defensive wall gained even more strength with the addition of the barbed wire. This stone wall is sufficient to withstand most zombies or survivors, effectively protecting the entire Qingshui farm. Additionally, Lu Chen controlled a large number of corpse puppets, which patrolled the area near the farm's walls day and night. After Lu Chen's modifications, the abandoned farm on the outskirts now looks like a military fortress from the outside. Of course, Lu Chen didn't just focus on improving the external defenses, the various fields inside have also seen considerable yields thanks to the hard work of the corpse puppets. The previously abandoned vegetable fields have successfully revived with the continuous efforts of the corpse puppets during this time. Not long ago, the seeds in the farmland successfully sprouted, and after some time of growth, green shoots have emerged from the earth. Moreover, it seems that the addition of organic matter in the farmland has greatly increased the nutrients in the soil. These plants are thriving, and Lu Chen has been regularly tending to the growing green shoots, which are in a much better condition than he expected. There have also been small changes next to the amusement park, where a bed has been added among the amusement facilities. Through the surveillance of Tyrant Number 2, Lu Chen has been keeping a close eye on Zhao Lin's actions during this time. This foolish woman seems to have changed her nature. She is completely different from the person she was in Sunshine Community, behaving very quietly and honestly lately. Considering that this woman has been accompanying Xiao Qiqi to alleviate her worries and is focused on helping her with homework, Lu Chen has not been too harsh on her regarding her treatment this time. He generously arranged for 2 corpse puppets to move a bed near the slide. The bed is placed right under the slide, sheltered from the wind and rain, and in Lu Chen's view, he has been very kind to Zhao Lin. Even Zhao Lin herself feels very satisfied now. Previously, she was surrounded and beaten up by a group of zombies in Sunshine Community, leaving her sore and spitting blood, and later, her legs were even broken. This time, apart from getting beaten when they first met, the Zombie King hasn't laid a hand on her since, and now she even has her own bed. After continuously running around during the apocalypse, Zhao Lin's figure had become thin, her face pale, and she seemed to be in a frail state, even walking appeared somewhat weak. However, after some time recuperating at the Clear Water Farm, Zhao Lin's complexion has improved significantly compared to before. Now, although she doesn't look as glamorous as before the apocalypse, at least her face has a healthy flush, and her overall spirit is quite lively. Although she is still chained up by Lu Chen, her overall condition has improved a lot. The most important thing is that being in Clear Water Farm, surrounded by many zombies providing defense, Zhao Lin can rest assured without worrying about being attacked by zombies. Looking up at the sky, Zhao Lin couldn't help but smile bitterly. The most comfortable time I had after the apocalypse was when I lived under the same roof as the Zombie King. Even after having my legs broken in Sunshine Community, I still had endless food and didn't have to struggle like other survivors for just a bit of food. This time living at Qingshui Farm was even more wonderful. Not only were my legs intact, but the overall environment was much more spacious than Sunshine Community. This environment, combined with nature, was even more comforting, and the food was better than before. Zhao Lin never imagined that she would actually come to love the meat porridge cooked by a zombie king. The meat porridge was incredibly delicious, and after each bowl, Zhao Lin felt warm all over, as if she had endless energy. I never expected that as a human, and even an evolved one, I would eat and drink so well among zombies. The most ridiculous part is that living with the zombie king at Qingshui Farm is actually more comfortable than when I was at the police station. Now, Zhao Lin can't help but entertain a bold thought: perhaps one day, humans and zombies can coexist peacefully like this. If it were other zombie kings, it might not be possible, but if it's a zombie king like Xiaoqiqi's father, who retains human consciousness, it might actually be achievable. During these 10 days, Lu Chen has also made quite a good haul in the city area. Now, the entire southern region of the city is basically under Lu Chen's control. At least after this period of constant searching by the zombie puppet team, the evolved zombies and supplies in the southern region are already in his hands, while the remaining survivors have not drawn Lu Chen's particular attention. As for the cultivation of zombie puppets, Lu Chen has been working on that as well. He cultivates his own second-tier zombie puppets by hunting those ordinary first-tier evolved zombies. After this period of effort, Lu Chen now has a total of 20 second-tier evolved zombies under his command. However, most of them are agile-type zombies and tank-type zombies. The zombies in the Lightning Squad have now reached Lightning number 8. And the tank-type zombies have successfully formed the 6 brothers, with the latest 6 Fat also breaking through to the second tier. There are already 3 second-tier tyrant zombies. In addition, during this time, Lu Chen encountered a second-tier fire zombie that was entirely crimson. However, there is still only one earth-escaping zombie.
With so many second-tier evolved zombies, Lu Chen's strength has become extremely terrifying.
The farm is thriving, his own strength is growing, and Xiao Qiqi is diligently studying and improving rapidly every day. Although it is a devastated apocalypse now, Lu Chen feels very secure inside. I hope this peaceful life can continue forever. Buzz buzz buzz. One day, a helicopter suddenly flew over the Jiangnan urban area, breaking the tranquility in the air. Some survivors could see several parachutes dropping from the plane, along with a large number of flyers being scattered. Lu Chen naturally saw this scene through the corpse puppet. He then controlled the corpse puppet to pick up a flyer for a closer look. A rescue team sent by the Jianhai survivor base? After reading the information on the flyer, Lu Chen furrowed his brows. The information on this flyer is quite simple. According to what is recorded, the official survivor base in Jianhai City has now stabilized completely. They are now able to send out living forces to rescue other survivors stranded outside. The flyer indicates that the survivor base has dispatched several powerful evolved teams to conduct rescue operations around Jianhai City. This flyer is meant to remind survivors everywhere to leave distress signals and wait for the rescue teams to come one by one. The information revealed on this flyer suggests that the Jianhai City survivor base seems to have gained confidence in dealing with this apocalyptic change. Seeing this flyer, Lu Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Humans truly are the strongest race on this planet. After a short period of enduring the apocalyptic crisis, they have begun to adapt gradually. Not only can they maintain stability within the base, but they can also send out evolved individuals to rescue others. It seems the survivor base in Jianhai City has developed quite a scale and possesses considerable strength. Lu Chen still remembers how chaotic the world was when the apocalypse first broke out. At that time, it could be said that everyone was on edge, let alone saving others. Just ensuring one's own survival was a problem. Regarding the news about the survivor base, Lu Chen had already learned about it when he was living in Sunshine Community. He even had encounters with those evolved beings inside the survivor base. Although he didn't know why those guys targeted Sunshine Community. He had already killed them all. According to the information previously obtained, the purpose of that team of evolved beings was to enter the city to search for supplies. Now, the survivor base has developed to the point where it can organize evolved teams to go out and rescue survivors. This change further reflects that humanity is slowly adapting to this apocalyptic transformation. However, since the purpose of these evolved rescue teams is to save those survivors, Lu Chen believes that there is no need for him to confront these guys head-on. Although he has turned into a zombie after the crisis broke out, Lu Chen, who still possesses human consciousness, does not think he needs to be adversarial with humans like other zombies. After all, there are no fundamental conflicts of interest between the two sides. As long as these human survivors do not disturb the peaceful life of himself and Xiao Qiqi, Lu Chen couldn't care less about these guys. As long as everyone keeps to themselves, living in harmony is the best scenario. Thinking of the several parachutes that just jumped off the helicopter, Lu Chen was inspired and immediately manipulated all active evolved corpses near Jiangnan City to disappear. If the evolved corpses remain in the city, a conflict with these evolvers is inevitable. Anyway, the strength of the corpses has improved significantly during this time, so he doesn't mind a few more days. As for other supplies, Lu Chen's warehouse at the Clear Water Farm is almost full. Since that's the case, why not give the corpses a few days off? Moments later, in Jiangnan City, 5 men dressed in black special combat uniforms are currently surrounded by a massive horde of corpses in a street. Lin Yan, you are responsible for taking down the corpses that keep gathering here. Lu Yang, you and Yang Xiu are responsible for killing the zombies that come near us, ensuring Lin Yan's safety. Zhang Hao, stay by my side and use your abilities to help everyone recover their strength and enhance their stamina. Everyone, please be extra cautious, the urban area is different from other places. You never know when 1 or 2 evolved zombies might appear. A middle-aged man in a black combat uniform, with a calm expression, is issuing orders to a few teammates nearby. This 5-person evolved team is one of the groups sent by the survivor base to rescue the survivors. The team leader, named Wang Lei, was a captain in the army before the apocalypse, and he exudes an aura of a tough, iron-blooded man. After the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the unit Wang Lei was stationed with also experienced a zombie crisis, with many comrades turning into zombies, forcing him to find a way to escape the military camp. Fortunately, as an officer, he quickly joined the survivor base. After the blood moon, he awakened an extremely powerful talent ability called steelization, allowing him to turn his body as tough as steel. Moreover, with breakthroughs in his realm, his physical strength continues to increase. With his combat skills trained in the army, although Wang Lei awakened a defensive-type talent, he successfully became a powerful warrior capable of both offense and defense. During this rescue operation initiated by the survivor base in Jianhai City, he even took on the role of captain of this small team. Boom!
Boom! Boom! A series of rumbling sounds echoed down the street as fireballs swiftly flew over the heads of several people, landing among the zombie horde and igniting a raging fire. The evolved individual named Lin Yan had flames burning fiercely between his hands, just like the fire controlled by Lu Chen. With a wave of his hands, fireballs were released from his body. Lin Yan looked at the blazing fire among the zombies, a cold smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. Unlike the composed Wang Lei, Lin Yan appeared to be just around 20 years old, exuding a sense of youthful recklessness. Before the apocalypse, Lin Yan was just an ordinary junior college student, and on the day the crisis broke out, he happened to be in a rental apartment outside the school. After the blood moon, he awakened his fire talent. As an evolved being, he can continuously unleash flames to attack zombies, making him quite powerful. Next to Wang Lei, Zhang Hao and Lin Yan are classmates from the same university, but they have different majors. After the blood moon, they awakened enhancement-type talents. They can boost the speed and strength of their teammates based on their mental power, essentially providing a team-wide buff. With him in the squad, things become much easier. However, due to his relatively weak combat power, Zhang Hao usually stands next to Wang Lei. At the front of the squad are two melee evolvers, a 30-year-old man named Yang Xiu, who wields a 3-foot-long sword, and a burly man named Lu Yang, who wields 2 cleavers and has a beard. Yang Xiu comes from a martial arts family, and after awakening his agility talent, his combat power skyrocketed. The 3-foot-long sword sweeps through the air, cutting down zombies as easily as autumn wind sweeps away leaves. Lu Yang, a butcher, awakened his immense strength talent, swinging his cleavers with great force, smashing any zombies that come near. In just a moment, this street was already piled high with countless corpses. The zombies attracted by a few people were all wiped out, and several evolved ones finished the battle and walked over to Wang Lei's side. All 5 of them were evolved beings with a power level above the 2nd tier, very strong, but their expressions were somewhat puzzled at the moment. "Captain, why does it feel a bit off? We've been here for so long, yet we haven't encountered a single evolved zombie?" Upon hearing the reports from his team members, Wang Lei also felt a bit confused. In urban areas, due to the dense population before the apocalypse, the number of evolved zombies is usually greater than that outside the city. The commotion from the battle just now was quite loud, and even the ordinary zombies from nearby streets were attracted over. Yet among so many ordinary zombies, there wasn't even a single evolved zombie. This situation is truly against common sense. Perhaps the area we are in happens to be avoiding the evolved zombies. Everyone should remain cautious. The urban area is very dangerous, and we could encounter various evolved zombies at any moment. As a captain in the army, Wang Lei has witnessed the strength of these zombies firsthand. Even though several people had already killed a number of corpses on this street, he still cautiously reminded his teammates. Lin Yan, on the other hand, was indifferent. Looking at the charred zombies all over the ground, he smiled confidently. "Captain, I think you are being too cautious. It's been so long without any evolved zombies appearing. I believe those evolved zombies are afraid of us. They're just a bunch of mindless bloodthirsty monsters. Even if they evolve, they're still not much different. We've seen those evolved zombies before." Wang Lei frowned at his words but didn't say anything further. His subordinates each had unique talents and strong abilities. And Lin Yan was no exception, having awakened the elemental fire control ability. His mastery of fire was extraordinary, allowing him to exhibit tremendous combat power in group battles. Perhaps it was due to the strength of his fire abilities, or perhaps he was just too young. Lin Yan always gave off a somewhat arrogant personality, which made Wang Lei quite dissatisfied. "Everyone, please pay attention to safety. Next, we will disperse to search for the survivors hiding." As the leader of the evolved team, Wang Lei quickly began formulating a new plan. "Everyone, try your best to rescue the survivors. When night falls, bring them back to gather. If you encounter danger, be sure to signal and notify your teammates." The 5 of them set up their communication devices and then began to head in different directions to search for survivors. Now, the southern district of the city is completely under Lu Chen's control, and under his command, all the evolved corpses have hidden away. Ordinary zombies wandering the streets are no match for the evolved team, and many survivors hiding in the shadows were successfully rescued. The 5 evolved individuals dispersed to rescue survivors, and when they gathered at night, all 5 were unharmed and appeared relaxed. Even Zhang Hao, who had awakened his enhancement talent, was able to easily slay many ordinary zombies thanks to the physical boosts from evolution. Gathering all the survivors they had rescued together, there were only about 20 or 30 survivors saved in this large area of the city. Although this is only a part of the survivors, it shows just how terrifying the casualties among humanity are after the apocalypse. Wang Lei brought many survivors to a store, but this chain store had long been emptied, with not a single item left on the shelves. Several people moved all the shelves aside, leaving a large open space in the middle where the numerous survivors gathered around to sit.
These survivors had been hiding in the shadows for a while, and each of them looked emaciated from hunger. Besides the necessary equipment, Wang Lei and the others also brought a lot of supplies, which were meant to replenish these survivors at the base.
Everyone come over in an orderly manner to receive bottled water and compressed biscuits. Regardless of age or gender, everyone gets the same share. Please line up. Under Wang Lei's organization, the 20 to 30 survivors lined up one after another. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it.
I knew the survivor base would send someone to rescue us.
Thank you so much.
Although what was received was merely some compressed biscuits, for the survivors who were already starving, this was quite precious, as it could at least provide the necessary calories for their bodies.
However, some survivors were still not satisfied.
A rather burly man, after receiving the compressed biscuits and bottled water, threw them to the ground with a face full of discontent.
How long has the apocalypse been? It's been 3 months and only now do they think of coming in to rescue people. What have they been doing all this time? And they think they can fool us with these compressed biscuits? Are these things even meant for humans?
After hearing this man's words, a few other survivors nodded in agreement.
Just as they were preparing to echo his sentiments, Lin Yan let out a cold laugh. Smack!
In a flash, Lin Yan appeared in front of the survivor, slapping him down to the ground. Half of the man's face instantly swelled up, and several of his teeth were knocked out.
People like you should be grateful that we came into the city to rescue you, and yet you dare to complain here? If you keep yapping, do you believe I'll just throw you out to feed the zombies? Lin Yan's sudden outburst startled all the survivors present. One by one, they fell silent, not daring to voice any complaints.
Those who hadn't had the chance to speak silently thanked their luck for being a step too slow, otherwise, they would have been the ones getting beaten. As for Wang Lei and the others nearby, they were already used to this and found nothing unusual about it. After speaking, Lin Yan crushed the compressed biscuit under his foot and pressed the man's head firmly to the ground. You useless piece of trash, lick it clean, or I'll feed you to the zombies. Looking at the survivor under his foot, Lin Yan revealed a sinister smile. Wang Lei frowned at the sight and waved his hand at Lin Yan. Alright, stop wasting time with these people.
Let's discuss today's situation.
The 5 gathered together and shared the situations they encountered, and after finishing, confusion was evident on their faces.
You guys have never encountered an evolved zombie? The odds are just too low, right?
Wang Lei frowned. He hadn't encountered a single evolved zombie all day, and he didn't think it was just the team's luck.
Hey, you're an evolved one, right? I want to ask you a few questions.
Wang Lei glanced at a more agile survivor among them. It was clear that this person was also one of the evolved.
Has anything strange happened recently in the Jiangnan district? Where have all the evolved zombies gone?
This evolved one could clearly sense that Wang Lei and the others were much stronger than him, and quickly replied, to be honest, there are indeed evolved zombies in the Jiangnan district.
But you might not believe it, I've even seen zombies driving cars. The supplies in the Jiangnan district were taken away by those zombies.
Hearing this, the 5 of them were instantly stunned.
Zombies can drive? Where the hell did this absurdity come from? And they actually let zombies transport human supplies. When did these bloodthirsty monsters start liking bread and biscuits? Hearing the words of this survivor, Wang Lei and the others were all stunned.
They had speculated about many situations in the Jiangnan urban area. But what this survivor said left them completely dumbfounded. The survivor base in Jianghai City has now grown quite large, having developed its current scale through various battles with zombies during the apocalypse. And Wang Lei and his team, being a combat squad sent out for rescue, naturally possess considerable strength. Each of them has killed evolved zombies in the apocalypse, making them well-informed individuals. They had encountered various types of zombies, but they had never heard of a zombie that could drive. Even less had they heard of zombies having the peculiar habit of collecting human supplies. Even though the 5 were experienced fighters who often dealt with zombies, they were still astonished at this moment. The survivors' words had completely exceeded their imagination and seemed utterly unbelievable. Kid, are you messing with me? Lin Yan, with a fiery temper, was instantly infuriated and amused by the survivor's words, stepping forward to grab him by the collar and lift him off the ground.
Do you take us for fools? When did zombies ever drive cars? Can't you come up with a better lie? Lin Yan absolutely did not believe the survivor's nonsense.
After the apocalypse began, Lin Yan had been hiding in his rented room until after the blood moon when he awakened his fire abilities and discovered his impressive combat power, allowing him to finally step out. Using his fire abilities, Lin Yan had fought against numerous zombies. In his view, these zombies were nothing more than mindless, bloodthirsty monsters, incapable of any human thought or behavior. Furiously, Lin Yan tightened his grip, seemingly wanting to crush the survivor to death. Wang Lei and the others did not attempt to stop him, as they found the claim utterly absurd and believed the survivor was just toying with them. Seeing this survivor's face turn red as Lin Yan choked him, his companions couldn't sit still and came out to testify. Gentlemen, my friend is not lying, the zombies in the Jiangnan district are indeed very strange.
Yes, many survivors in the Jiangnan district have seen zombies that can drive.
The reason we can't gather supplies is that a large number of zombies are raiding every shop and taking all the supplies. More and more survivors stood up to testify.
It was obvious that Lu Chen's recent activities of sending corpse puppets into the Jiangnan district had been noticed by many hidden human survivors. Lu Chen's commotion was simply too loud. Encountering evolved zombies, he either subdued them or killed them outright.
As for other supplies, he dispatched a large number of corpse puppets to transport them without any regard for reason. Those zombies are simply insane, they took everything they could carry, leaving us with nothing.
Moreover, we even witnessed those zombies extracting gasoline from abandoned cars and carrying it away in barrels.
The numerous survivors each shared their stories, and they all basically recounted similar situations. This left the teens Xiao Zhen and the squad members looking at each other in confusion. If it were just one or two people, it could easily be them trying to deceive us, but if everyone is so certain, then there must be some truth to it. Wang Lei and the five of them sat together, exchanging looks filled with surprise. The information they received from these survivors tonight was truly beyond their expectations. Not only based on their own experiences, but even the information provided by the survivor base about the zombies did not elaborate on the issues in the Jiangnan urban area. Brothers, be careful, something unusual must be afoot.
The Jiangnan urban area is probably not that simple.
The zombies here are so strange, everyone must be cautious. Report any situations in a timely manner, and do not fall for these zombies' tricks.
Wang Lei, a former soldier, instinctively sensed that the Jiangnan urban area was not as simple as it appeared.
Yang Xiu, holding his long sword, nodded slightly and said, I think the captain is right, the zombies in this area are indeed very strange. But if what these survivors say is true, that there are zombies that can transport supplies and drive, then we definitely need to investigate thoroughly. The few of them exchanged glances and smiled slightly. The reason the survivor base sent a large number of evolvers into the city is partly to rescue survivors, as people are a resource after the apocalypse, and the survivor base needs a lot of manpower for basic construction. On the other hand, they also want to send a large number of evolvers into the city to collect relevant information. At the survivor base, in addition to providing zombie crystal cores, one can also exchange new intelligence for a significant amount of contribution points. At the survivor base, you need to spend contribution points to exchange for evolution gene potions or other items.
Therefore, many evolvers choose to join exploration teams in order to gain contribution points to strengthen their own abilities.
If they can really investigate the situation of zombies driving, they will definitely be able to earn a lot of contribution points. Yang Xiu held the long sword in his hands, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This Jiangnan city is really interesting, there are even zombies that can drive. I want to see for myself who has the better driving skills. Yang Xiu had a teasing smile on his face. Born into a martial arts family, Yang Xiu grew up in a privileged environment, so he lived quite freely before the apocalypse. He was a race car driver before the outbreak of the apocalypse. With his impressive driving skills, he couldn't help but think about competing with the zombies now that they could drive. Wang Lei frowned at the words of his companions. Aside from the more composed Zhang Hao, who had a boosting talent, the others all had a nonchalant attitude. Everyone should be a bit more cautious, we must not let our guard down.
My instincts tell me that it's not as simple as it seems here. As the captain, Wang Lei sighed helplessly.
Although the news he had gathered was somewhat absurd, he still had to ensure his team was prepared for battle at any moment.
Currently, the Jiangnan city area is filled with mysteries, and beneath these mysteries, there could be hidden dangers.
Since the rescue team arrived in Jiangnan 2 days ago, they haven't encountered any evolved zombies, so the rescue operations led by Wang Lei's team have been going very smoothly. They have rescued quite a number of hiding survivors one after another. During the rescue process, the evolutionary team was constantly gathering information. Wang Lei and others also learned through the radio that evolutionary squads in other districts had already engaged with evolved zombies in other urban areas.
Some squads have even reported significant casualties. However, in the Jiangnan district where Wang Lei and others are located, no signs of evolved zombies have been found so far. This has made their rescue mission go very smoothly. In fact, it has been surprisingly smooth, far less dangerous than Wang Lei and others had anticipated before arriving. As more survivors were rescued, Wang Lei and others learned more information from these individuals. Among these survivors, many claimed to have seen zombies driving cars with their own eyes.
There were even more people who had witnessed zombies transporting supplies.
This bizarre phenomenon seemed utterly ridiculous to Wang Lei and the others. Moreover, through continuous inquiries, Wang Lei and others even heard that there had been frequent battles between evolved zombies in Jiangnan district not long ago.
The evolved zombies are constantly fighting, occasionally letting out earth-shattering roars, which frightens many survivors from daring to go out in search of food.
The battle sounds from the evolved zombies are so loud that many survivors have witnessed it firsthand. After continuous inquiries, Wang Lei compiled the information from these survivors. There indeed had been a battle involving evolved zombies in the Jiangnan urban area before, with zombies driving cars and transporting supplies. However, no one has seen such phenomena in recent days. The disappearance of these evolved zombies coincided with the arrival of the rescue team. It seems that after the rescue team arrived in the Jiangnan urban area, those evolved zombies vanished without a trace. Although Wang Lei and the others found it somewhat hard to believe, such a coincidence still stirred up some thoughts in their minds. Could it be that these evolved zombies are truly afraid of them? Did they hide away upon learning that an evolved combat team was coming to rescue the survivors? Although this speculation seems a bit ridiculous, it appears to be the only possibility at the moment. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for everything to remain normal before the arrival of the five of us, only to change afterward. The absence of evolved zombies allowed Wang Lei's team to relax even more.
More and more survivors have been rescued, yet they still haven't encountered any evolved zombies, as if these evolved zombies are truly afraid of them. Due to the extreme safety of the Jiangnan urban area, the rescue missions were conducted separately. While Lin Yan was carrying out the rescue in the Jiangnan urban area, he passed a small road leading to the suburbs. Initially, Lin Yan didn't pay much attention, but he noticed that the ground was very uneven and there were numerous traces of trucks. Is this the mark left by a large truck? Lin Yan looked at the tire marks in front of him, squatted down, and measured the depth of the tire prints against the ground. It seems that this isn't just a mark left by a large truck, but rather a fully loaded one. It has been over half a year since the apocalypse began. Not long after the outbreak of the zombie crisis, humanity basically had to hide and live in the shadows. No one would dare to drive on the streets flauntingly, it would be like lighting a beacon for zombies. However, Lin Yan was surprised to find that the tire tracks on this road were clearly fresh. Moreover, the same tire marks repeatedly appeared on this road, proving that this vehicle had been running back and forth recently. This doesn't seem like something a human survivor would do. After all, if human survivors could escape the urban area alive, no one would want to return here. Lin Yan frowned slightly, recalling the stories he had heard from survivors in the Jiangnan urban area about zombies driving. Could it be that those useless people were telling the truth? Are there really zombies that can drive trucks in Jiangnan? Are these tire marks left by that zombie driving a truck? At this thought, Lin Yan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Previously, he had never believed what those survivors said, but now the evidence seemed to be right before him. This is really interesting. A group of mindless and bloodthirsty monsters can actually drive? If this news can be brought back to the base, it might earn a lot of contribution points. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. The news that zombies can drive is something no one would believe if he told them. If he could confirm this news and bring it back to the survivors' base, it would be a significant achievement. At that time, he would definitely be able to exchange for a large amount of contribution points, and perhaps even break through to a higher level himself. If it were before, Lin Yan wouldn't dare to act alone. After all, no one knows what might happen in the apocalypse. But recently, there haven't been any evolved zombies appearing in the entire Jiangnan area. Lin Yan believed that these zombies must be afraid, which boosted his confidence significantly. After thinking it over, Lin Yan decided not to inform Wang Lei and the others, and he headed towards the suburbs alone, following the tire tracks. Relying on his strong combat power as an evolved being, Lin Yan easily took down all the ordinary zombies he encountered along the way. With flames flickering in his hands, these zombies were no match for him under the terrifying blaze. A large number of zombies kept falling at his feet, which made Lin Yan even more confident. However, Lin Yan, who was already immersed in the slaughter, didn't notice that a zombie was secretly following him from behind. Once Lin Yan had moved away from the urban area, Lightning One suddenly dashed out from the shadows. The sudden noise startled Lin Yan, and he quickly waved his hands to create a wall of fire in front of him. However, after observing for a while, Lu Chen had already figured out Lin Yan's fighting style. This wall of fire was completely within Lu Chen's expectations, and he quickly maneuvered Lightning One to easily evade it and rapidly closed in on Lin Yan. The speed at which Lightning One burst forth made Lin Yan's face turn pale in an instant. As an evolver capable of entering the city to carry out rescue missions, Lin Yan's combat power was indeed very strong. But his overconfidence led him to overestimate his own strength. While his fire attacks were indeed powerful, he was just a mage facing the agile evolved zombie Lightning One. Half an hour later. At the entrance of the Qingshui farm, Lightning Number 1 returned to the farm, carrying a lifeless corpse in his hand. This corpse was none other than Lin Yan from the 5-member team. Looking at the evolved being before him, a cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Heaven has a way, yet you refuse to take it. Hell has no door, yet you break in.
Did your mother never tell you that curiosity killed the cat? Looking at the corpse of the evolved being, the killing intent in Lu Chen's eyes had almost become tangible, with his blood-red pupils filled with cold light. Although he had become a zombie, he had no intention of completely severing ties with humanity. In this chaotic apocalypse, Lu Chen's request was simple: he just wanted a place where he and Xiao Qiqi could live safely. Since becoming a zombie, he had never actively attacked human survivor teams. Unless someone provoked him. Lu Chen believed he had already regressed enough. After all, if it were any other zombie, they would have killed as many humans as they could upon encountering them. Especially after the human rescue team entered the Jiangnan urban area this time. To avoid provoking the human base city, Lu Chen even controlled all the evolved corpses under his command, making all the evolved zombies in the Jiangnan urban area disappear. In order to avoid conflict with humans, Lu Chen can be said to have made the utmost effort. But he never expected these humans to be so shameless, attempting to encroach on the Qingshui farm. Then the only outcome would be death. At this moment, Lu Chen's gaze became extremely sinister. The reason he moved from the Sunshine community to Qingshui farm was to avoid conflict with humans. He hoped to have a peaceful and stable living environment with Xiao Qiqi. And now, Qingshui farm was his bottom line. To ensure the safety of Qingshui farm, he had already arranged a large number of evolved corpses to ambush on all the roads leading to the farm. But having already retreated to such an extent, he never expected these humans to still dare to covet his home. Then he can't be blamed for being ruthless. Through the confrontation with the Flame Evolver using Lightning One, Lu Chen could determine that this opponent was much stronger than the previous evolvers. Their evolution level is higher, and their combat experience is richer. According to the surveillance from the corpse puppet, that survivor base has only dropped supplies once, and I have already cleared out all the supplies in the Jiangnan urban area. Without supplies, it's unlikely that these humans will last long with so many survivors to accommodate. Having lived in the apocalypse for so long, Lu Chen understands what food means to these survivors. If there is no food, even a human survivor base cannot calm the survivors' emotions unless they resort to violence. Moreover, evolvers are not the legendary cultivators, they still need food to replenish their energy consumption. Even if these survivors can endure hunger, these few evolvers absolutely cannot keep themselves in a state of hunger. Glancing at the evolver's corpse at his feet, Lu Chen curled his lips into a cold smile. Since you are pushing your luck, perhaps it's time to give them another warning. I hope you can take care of yourselves and not overstep your boundaries. I've given you the entire Jiangnan urban area, yet you still dare to step into my territory. I hope this warning makes you realize your position. Moments later, the burrowing zombie arrived by Lu Chen's side, took Lin Yan's body, and then burrowed underground, quietly infiltrating the Jiangnan urban area. The stealthy burrowing zombies are best suited for this kind of task. What's going on? Why hasn't Lin Yan returned? There's been no response on the radio. At night, the 5 members of the rescue team gathered again in the shop, but they noticed Lin Yan was missing. Furthermore, Wang Lei and the others called Lin Yan on the radio many times, but there was not a single response. It was as if he had evaporated in the Jiangnan urban area, which instantly made the atmosphere of the team extremely tense. Although they hadn't encountered any evolved zombies in recent days, Wang Lei felt that the entire Jiangnan urban area seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. Especially after hearing the strange occurrences about the zombies in Jiangnan urban area from these survivors, he couldn't shake off his worries. So Wang Lei established a rule that everyone must return to the team before dark, regardless of their results. The evolved individuals sent by the survivor base are all experienced and powerful people. Although everyone has their own temper and character, they do not make the low-level mistake of being late or disappearing without reason. You have to understand that this is an urban area, and no one knows how many zombies are hidden in this concrete environment. In the darkness, human combat effectiveness may decrease, but zombies are not affected by this. Moreover, the 5 of them are acting separately to improve efficiency, and it is extremely dangerous for a lone evolved individual to encounter a zombie ambush at night. It is already late at night, but Lin Yan still hasn't returned, which likely means something has happened. Could it be that Lin Yan is lost? Why hasn't he come back so late? Zhang Hao asked with a frown, feeling somewhat puzzled. Nonsense, each of us has a navigation system. How could he get lost? Butcher Lu Yang immediately retorted. Lin Yan is young and full of himself. I bet he's relying on his exceptional strength and has run off to some city center, causing him to be late coming back, or maybe he's run into some pretty survivors? Lu Yang spoke disdainfully, as he had some opinions about Lin Yan's arrogance at times. However, noticing Wang Lei's displeased expression beside him, Lu Yang finally shut his mouth. Yang Xiu, holding a long sword, furrowed his brows and looked out the window in confusion, saying, "We've been in the Jiangnan city area for quite a while now, yet we haven't found any traces of evolved zombies. With Lin Yan's strength, he shouldn't have any trouble with those hordes of zombies, right? Lu Yang nodded in agreement. Although he wasn't fond of Lin Yan's personality, he had to admit that Lin Yan's control over fire was remarkable. Could it be that Lin Yan has encountered evolved zombies hiding within the city?
Upon hearing Yang Xiu's words, the others were taken aback, and their brows instantly furrowed. The five-man team had already lost one member, and it was the powerful Lin Yan.
This was not good news for everyone.
As the captain, Wang Lei saw the increasingly tense atmosphere around him and immediately said, "All right, everyone, stop overthinking.
Anything can happen in the city. The city is too dangerous at night.
Let's wait until dawn to discuss this. Tomorrow we will search for him together." Even Lin Yan has gone completely silent. It seems this Jiangnan city is not as safe as we imagined. From now on, we absolutely cannot act separately.
After receiving Wang Lei's order, everyone stopped discussing, but the atmosphere grew even more serious, and everyone's faces looked very grim. Even the survivors sensed something was off, as they noticed that one of the 5 from the human survivor base was now missing. There was silence throughout the night. Early the next morning, Yang Xiu was awakened by some noises. Coming from a family of martial artists, his perception was already stronger than that of ordinary people. After becoming an evolved being, Yang Xiu's senses became even sharper. Following the sound, Yang Xiu sleepily approached the window, but the scene before him instantly stunned him. "Captain! It's not good!" Yang Xiu's exclamation instantly woke up Wang Lei and the others who were still sound asleep.
The few of them quickly assumed a combat stance, looking around warily. They only found Yang Xiu standing by the window, his face pale. The awakened individuals also heard faint growls, and everyone rushed to the window to look down in the direction of Yang Xiu's gaze, instantly freezing in place. Outside the shop where they had set up camp, a corpse of a human who had been missing for a night was hanging. It was unmistakably Lin Yan. 3 months had passed since the apocalypse began, and human flesh had become a rare commodity. This fresh body hanging on the street attracted countless zombies. These zombies waved their arms, trying to devour Lin Yan's corpse. It was the sounds of these zombies that had startled Yang Xiu awake.
"Damn it! Isn't that Lin Yan? What happened?" Lu Yang's pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Although he was dissatisfied with Lin Yan's personality, Lu Yang, as a companion, felt a chill in his heart seeing Lin Yan die right before his eyes after they had entered the city together. "Captain, we can't just leave Lin Yan hanging here."
At this moment, Zhang Hao, who attended the same university as Lin Yan, said angrily.
Wang Lei nodded in agreement.
Lin Yan's body must be retrieved, not just because he was their companion, but also because the body had been hanging there for an unknown amount of time, and the smell of blood had attracted a large number of zombies. If more evolved zombies gathered, it would be very dangerous, especially since their main task this time was to rescue survivors. Those survivors couldn't fight their way out unscathed like a few of them could. The 4 of them immediately sprang into action to seize the body. The ordinary zombies were no match for their assault, and they quickly slaughtered all the surrounding zombies before carrying Lin Yan's body back to their base. Looking at Lin Yan's body lying on the ground, the expressions of those present darkened to the extreme. Wang Lei crouched down to inspect, and he found that Lin Yan's fatal injury came from a wound on his neck, which was clearly caused by a powerful slash with a sharp blade. In addition to this fatal wound, Lin Yan also had multiple knife wounds on his body. Each strike was extremely vicious, clearly aimed at severing Lin Yan's tendons.
"Are there still evolved beings in this city? Why would they attack us?"
Yang Xiu's face was extremely grim. After all, zombies don't use knives to kill people, and if this bloodthirsty group really killed Lin Yan, they would just devour him completely. These zombies won't return the bodies after killing people, nor will they hang them outside the base with ropes.
"What the hell do these scoundrels want? Is this a show of force against us?"
Lu Yang slammed his fist heavily on the ground, filled with rage at that moment.
"Damn it! There are zombies all over the streets, and these guys are still fighting among themselves? We are here to save people. Do they think we are here to seize territory?" In Lu Yang's view, this kind of behavior could only be done by human evolved beings, and their strength was likely not to be underestimated. Just thinking about how we risked our lives to save others, only to be harmed by these humans and even have our bodies displayed for all to see, the anger in their eyes was almost palpable. "Captain! This matter cannot be let go. I must avenge Lin Yan and kill those scum."
In extreme anger, Zhang Hao couldn't believe that his friend had died right before his eyes in such a tragic manner. Even though he was an evolved being with a buff-type ability, he wanted to personally avenge Lin Yan.
"No! We can't act impulsively."
Seeing the group's emotions becoming more intense, Wang Lei quickly intervened. He pointed to the knife wounds on Lin Yan's body and said with a serious expression, "We must not be careless. You all know Lin Yan's strength, yet even he could be easily killed by a few simple strikes. Clearly, the attacker is extremely powerful. It's even very likely that the evolved being lurking in the shadows has the strength to kill any one of us. This person hung the body outside our base, and the whole process was silent, not a single one of us noticed." As soon as these words were spoken, several people were alarmed. The fact that the evolver could silently approach the stronghold likely meant they also had the ability to secretly eliminate a few individuals. The reason he hung Lin Yan's body outside is to give us a warning. We are here to rescue survivors, so we should avoid unnecessary complications and complete the mission as soon as possible to leave this place. Lin Yan is in trouble, and the squad's combat strength has been affected. I see that there are a few evolvers among the survivors. Let them temporarily join our team. Yang Xiu and Lu Yang nodded in agreement, but Zhang Hao looked at Lin Yan's body with a gaze full of unwillingness. Seeing that Wang Lei and the others were unwilling to get involved, Zhang Hao went alone to ask the few survivors rescued by Lin Yan yesterday about his whereabouts. After rescuing these survivors, Lin Yan went to the outskirts of the city. Could it be that he encountered misfortune there? The unclear death of his friend, especially being displayed as a warning to others, filled Zhang Hao with anger. Unable to swallow this anger, he disregarded Wang Lei's orders and went to the outskirts of the city alone. So many overlapping tire tracks? And all of them are recent? It seems Lin Yan must have discovered something unusual, which is why he was harmed. What zombie driving? I think these evolved ones are just putting on an act. Zhang Hao sneered and followed the direction of the tire tracks, pursuing relentlessly. At the Qingshui farm, Lu Chen, who was cooking meat porridge for Xiao Qiqi and Zhao Lin, suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Through the perspective of the corpse puppet, he discovered a human evolved being approaching Qingshui farm from a path on the outskirts of the city. Lu Chen's originally gentle eyes instantly radiated a chilling killing intent. I've already warned you, yet you still don't know when to give up. Since you insist on seeking death, then I'll grant you that. Zhang Hao cautiously continued along this road, memories of his university days with Lin Yan occasionally flashing in his mind. Originally, they were just ordinary junior students, but after the apocalypse broke out, both awakened and became evolved beings, entering the survivor base in Jianghai City together. In this apocalypse, Zhang Hao had few friends, and Lin Yan was one of them. But now, Lin Yan had met a tragic end in this Jiangnan urban area. If he died at the hands of zombies, it would be somewhat easier for him to accept. But Lin Yan actually died at the hands of other evolved ones. This was hard for Zhang Hao to accept. What a load of crap about survivor bases and comrades. Lin Yan just died, and instead of seeking revenge on the killer, they immediately let someone else take his place. The more Zhang Hao thought about it, the angrier he became, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Along the way, he encountered a few ordinary wandering zombies, all of which Zhang Hao swiftly killed. Although Zhang Hao awakened a boosting talent, the enhancement in physical abilities after evolving still gave him considerable combat power. As he moved forward, Zhang Hao carefully observed the traces on the road. He found a familiar mark among the tire tracks, which was unmistakably the footprint left by Lin Yan, who had been here before. This was a footprint unique to the combat boots used in the base city. Damn it! Lin Yan really took this route. The footprints in front of him further solidified Zhang Hao's thoughts, and he immediately called for Wang Lei and the others. Captain, I found the place where Lin Yan was earlier. It's very likely we can find the lair of that group of evolvers. Hurry and come support me. Wang Lei and the others were taken aback by Zhang Hao's words. They only then realized that Zhang Hao had acted alone again. Moreover, he was also searching for Lin Yan's whereabouts, which infuriated Wang Lei. Damn it! Zhang Hao, do you know what you're doing? I order you to come back immediately. Those hidden evolvers are extremely powerful. They are not something you can handle. Come back right now. Wang Lei was furious. Lin Yan's body is still lying in the base, and the gruesome way he died clearly demonstrates the strength of the opponent. With just the few of them entering Jiangnan district, it was simply impossible for them to be a match. As for those evolvers temporarily recruited from the survivors, their combat effectiveness was even more inadequate. They still hadn't figured out the problem with the evolved zombies in Jiangnan district, and now one of his capable subordinates had been killed by an evolver. Wang Lei really didn't want to complicate matters further. It is extremely cruel in this chaotic end times. Any decision could cost the lives of the entire team. According to the messages continuously coming from the radio during this time, the evolved teams that have left the base have experienced some casualties, more or less. Some teams have even reported the complete annihilation of their entire squad. This made Wang Lei more cautious, but they didn't expect that at such a critical moment, Zhang Hao, that fool, would choose to act alone again. Even Yang Xiu, who is usually quiet, softly reprimanded, Zhang Hao, don't be impulsive, hurry back to the team. From the knife wound on Lin Yan, it's clear that the opponent's strength is terrifying, far beyond what we can handle. However, the advice from everyone only fueled Zhang Hao's inner anger, prompting him to shut off the radio completely. A bunch of cold-blooded animals. They usually speak nicely, saying that comrades should live and die together, sharing difficulties. But now, they are all so heartless. He absolutely cannot allow Lin Yan to die without a clear reason. But Zhang Hao had not walked far when he suddenly noticed a figure ahead. The sudden appearance of the shadow startled him, but soon Zhang Hao's expression darkened.
Was it you who killed my companion yesterday?
However, in response to Zhang Hao's question, the shadow remained silent and continued to approach him. Seeing that the other party was ignoring him, Zhang Hao became even more enraged. Bastard! Why did you attack my friend? We came here just to rescue the survivors. Anyone who dares to harm the people of our base city will pay the price today. However, Zhang Hao was somewhat puzzled, no matter how much he cursed. The person before him seemed to have no reaction at all, not even changing the pace of their walk. Damn beast! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hao clenched his fist tightly, and a peculiar energy surged within him. In an instant, Zhang Hao's aura significantly increased, enhancing his strength, speed, and reflexes across the board. This was Zhang Hao's hidden trump card. He could provide a buff effect to his teammates. But he could also apply this enhancement to himself. Moreover, the effect on oneself is doubled. This secret has only been shared with Lin Yan, he hasn't told anyone else. When it comes to individual combat power, he is not inferior to the others in the team. Today, I'm going to make you pay the price. Whoosh! In the next second, Zhang Hao shot out like a cheetah, and with a whooshing sound, he appeared directly in front of that figure. Looking at the figure in front of him wearing a helmet, Zhang Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. His right fist slammed hard against the helmet, and the powerful force even shattered the visor. But in the next second, the sneer on Zhang Hao's face froze. What? How is this possible? No. Impossible? You aren't human? Zhang Hao pointed at the figure in front of him in terror, his face pale as sweat dripped continuously from his forehead. Originally fierce, he now appeared incredibly unsteady. Zhang Hao's eyes were filled with terror. Standing before him was a creature with a grotesque and horrifying face, possessing a pair of blood-red pupils. This is no human evolved being, it's clearly a zombie. This is impossible. Could it be that the legends about this Jiangnan urban area are true? Is there really a group of bizarre creatures that resemble humans but are actually zombies? Recalling the words of those survivors, Zhang Hao's pupils constricted. Bang! In shock, Zhang Hao didn't react in time. The zombie that had been motionless suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him away. The terrifying force broke several of Zhang Hao's ribs, and the intense pain made him feel utterly terrified. At that moment, he no longer had any will to fight, he just wanted to turn and run towards the city. However, in the next second, Zhang Hao saw a headless body slowly fall, its black combat uniform looking so familiar. And the zombie from earlier was standing nearby, holding a long knife. Early the next morning, Yang Xiu was once again awakened by the zombie's howls. Recalling Zhang Hao who hadn't returned all night, Yang Xiu felt a surge of fear and slowly approached the bedside. Sure enough, Zhang Hao's body was hanging outside, and this time it was even in a state of dismemberment. Wang Lei and the others rushed over upon hearing the sound, and seeing the fear in Zhang Hao's eyes, they all felt a chill run down their spines. Go! Evacuate! We absolutely cannot stay here any longer. The fall of two teammates filled Wang Lei with a sense of fear, and he no longer wanted to remain there. The base's directive was for each team to rescue 50 survivors. Since Lu Chen had evacuated the evolved zombies, they had long since completed their objective. In the apocalypse, if one does not act for oneself, one will be punished by heaven and earth. There's no need to stay here and lose one's life for those who are already dead. Wang Lei had a premonition that if he and the others did not evacuate soon, none of them would be able to leave. The next morning. Get up! Everyone get the hell up, stop sleeping. Lu Yang quickly ran downstairs and woke up all the survivors who were still in the shop. At this moment, Lu Yang didn't care whether his voice would attract other zombies, he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Zhang Hao's death was truly tragic, and the remaining few dared not linger any longer in Jiangnan district. Sir, are we dividing the food so early? The numerous survivors, still groggy from sleep, looked at the somewhat agitated Lu Yang, completely confused. Divide? What the hell? I don't even have food to share with you. In his anger, Lu Yang kicked the still half-asleep survivor aside. After arriving in Jiangnan district, the few of them discovered that all the supplies in the shops had been completely cleared out, leaving nothing behind. Lu Yang hadn't even had enough to eat. Hurry up and pack your things to leave here. Those who want to stay and feed the zombies can keep sleeping. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, the survivors downstairs immediately became excited. They were already fed up with living in this city filled with fear and uncertainty. As Lu Yang turned around, his expression instantly darkened, even his lips, usually rough and coarse, trembled slightly. Damn it! I swear I'll never come back to this damn Jiangnan district. Lu Yang returned to the second floor and found Wang Lei and the others had finished packing. Each of them looked extremely grim. As for Zhang Hao and Ling Yan's bodies, just leave them here. Wang Lei frowned and said solemnly. Upon hearing this, no one opposed. In this apocalypse, even the living are struggling to survive, let alone worry about the dead. According to the original plan, escort these survivors to the helipad, keep the formation, and let the evolved among the survivors fill the gaps. Brothers, the road ahead won't be easy, there are still dozens of kilometers to the rendezvous point, and it all depends on you now. The survivor base has established a small contact point several dozen kilometers away for the transfer of survivors, where other evolved individuals also provide support. Soon, the personnel at the base had gathered, and all the survivors wore excited expressions.
We can finally leave, we can finally get out of here. These damn zombies will be wiped out one day. Do you think there is food at the survivor base? Will we be able to fill our stomachs?
Unlike the grim-faced Wang Lei and the others, these survivors preparing to evacuate were all excited, chattering nonstop in the stronghold.
Shut up, all of you.
Wang Lei's low shout instantly silenced the once noisy stronghold.
We will protect you and escort you to the designated location. If any of you dare to say another word during this time, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Lei's face was extremely dark as he glared fiercely at the survivors in front of him.
It is important to understand that the retreat of their small team is completely different from covering the large group's withdrawal. Any slight mistake could lead to total collapse and disastrous consequences. Yang Xiao and Lu Yang exchanged a glance, then were the first to leave the stronghold. With their swords and knives flying up and down, the dozen or so zombies gathered at the entrance were quickly cut down like vegetables.
Let's go. Those who fall behind bear the consequences. Wang Lei quickly waved to the survivors and said in a low voice. The mission only requires 50 targets, and there are already over 70 people in the team. It doesn't matter if some die.
After the troops passed several streets, Wang Lei took a deep look back, feeling a surge of frustration in his heart.
Damn it! What the hell is this Jiangnan city?
From start to finish, I didn't encounter a single evolved zombie. I brought 4 people here, but only 2 returned. One day I will come back, and I want to know what secrets this Jiangnan city holds. After several days of investigation, Wang Lei found this Jiangnan city to be extremely strange. There must be a big secret here, but with his current strength, he was not qualified to uncover it. Although he felt some reluctance in his heart, Wang Lei knew that this place was too dangerous, and he can only retreat for now and wait until he was stronger to return.
Yang Xiao and Lu Yang fought desperately at the front to leave Jiangnan city.
A figure stood proudly atop a tall building not far from the retreating main force, staring intently at the troop.
Humph, at least you know your place.
Through the perspective of Lightning Number 1, Lu Chen watched Wang Lei and the others retreat, and a heavy weight finally lifted from his heart. This area has already been searched by humans, and most of the survivors have been relocated, which means that the Jiangnan urban area now belongs to him. At the Qingshui farm, Lu Chen slowly stretched. It was worth his sleepless nights monitoring this troop. Now the Qingshui farm was temporarily safe. As Lu Chen focused his mind, a large number of corpse puppets surged into the Jiangnan urban area, and one by one, the evolved zombies began to exude a powerful pressure. In addition to the forces defending Qingshui farm, dozens of evolved corpse puppets entered the urban area. Meanwhile, trucks began to repeatedly travel between Qingshui farm and the Jiangnan urban area, and the once quiet Qingshui farm returned to its previous bustle. Looking at the vast urban area before him, Lu Chen's gaze brightened significantly.
Now that most of the humans here have left, this area is now my domain.
Looking at his own fist, Lu Chen's mouth curled into a somewhat stiff smile. Indeed, no matter which world it is, a strong fist is the ultimate truth. Since the last evacuation from Sunshine Community, Lu Chen has felt a sense of frustration.
This time, it was he who drove others away.
Looking at the powerful forces he currently controls, a surge of ambition welled up in Lu Chen's heart. It has only been 3 months since the apocalypse, and his corpse puppets have already developed to this scale. As long as he is given more time to continue evolving, he will surely be able to command an unstoppable army of corpse puppets in the future.
Don't worry, Chi-Chi.
Dad now has enough strength to protect you, no longer just hiding in Sunshine Community in fear. These human survivors are developing too quickly, and the number of survivors will surely grow larger in the future.
It seems I need to take the initiative. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. With such a large and powerful army of undead at his disposal, wouldn't it be a waste not to establish his own zombie kingdom? Who says zombies can't rule the world? I want to see whether you human evolvers grow faster or my zombie army develops faster. From now on, this Jiangnan district will be a forbidden zone for you humans. This territory belongs to me, Lu Chen.